Su Peng leaned closer to the man and whispered, "Tomorrow we're signing contracts with beasts. Have you decided which one to choose?" The man shook his head. "I don't know yet." The man arrived in a world overrun by monsters as an orphan, though his parents left him several properties. To truly rise above his circumstances, he needed to become a powerful beast tamer. At this moment, the homeroom teacher on the podium sternly rebuked them. "Lu Xing, Su Peng, tomorrow is the day for contracting beasts. No one is allowed to be late." After saying this, she left with her books. The students started discussing it animatedly. Some wanted to choose the wind beast to help their blacksmith fathers start a fire. Others had their eyes on the scythe beast, intending to help their families with the harvest. Gao Bo suddenly sneered. "My dad already had someone prepare a powerful beast. It'll be delivered tonight. Unlike you guys, who can only contract trash." Everyone's faces flushed red. "Gao Bo, don't go too far. So what if your family has a few scraps of money? I'm telling you, the initial beast you tame determines the path a beast tamer can take. The stronger your initial beast tame, the further you can go as a beast tamer. And you people will ultimately have to spend the rest of your lives in this place." After saying that, he got up and went home with a smug look on his face. Su Peng watched his retreating figure and spat. What a load of rubbish. Lu Xing, however, remained calm, as if he hadn't taken Gao Bo's words to heart at all. The next morning, Lu Xing arrived at the school playground. Just as the homeroom teacher was counting students and preparing to leave, class monitor Wu Yuqian suddenly reminded him. "Teacher, it seems a few people are still missing." The homeroom teacher quickly realized, "You mean Gao Bo and the others? Their parents called yesterday, and the beast taming equipment has been prepared in advance." Half an hour later, the bus stopped at the entrance of the beast taming hall. The class teacher instructed everyone to line up to enter and to raise their hands for help if they saw a beast they liked. Lu Xing followed the crowd into the hall, where a strong, fishy stench hit him. Several classmates gagged on the spot, and others were so frightened by the ferocious beasts that they retreated repeatedly. The staff shook their heads in disbelief, but one of them suddenly noticed Lu Xing. He walked alone among the iron cages, calmly observing each of the beasts. The staff member's eyes lit up with interest. "This little guy is interesting." He told his colleague to look after the student, and then quickly chased after Lu Xing. F-rank stone monster, F-rank trumpet flower, F-rank pangolin. Lu Xing walked through the beast taming hall and could see through the attributes and aptitude of the beasts with just his naked eye. Beast taming quality is divided into 9 tiers, from F to SSS. The higher the tier, the greater the potential and combat power. Unfortunately, his system was attacked by the laws of this world, resulting in the loss of many functions. A dozen minutes later, he had looked through the entire beast taming hall. Finally, he focused his attention on a B-grade ice sparrow. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. At least it was a B-grade. Lu Xing believed that with his abilities and the beast taming system, reaching the pinnacle of the world was not impossible. If he could become a transcendent king, he would be able to possess 9 beasts simultaneously. Just as Lu Xing was about to choose the little ice sparrow, a low growl suddenly came from the side. He turned his head and saw a puppy lying in the iron cage. System information appeared instantly. Black Wolfhound, Evil Attribute, Black Iron Tier 1, S-grade Aptitude, possesses tearing claws and biting abilities, and also hides a terrifying bloodline within its body. He immediately raised his hand to signal. When the staff arrived, they were filled with disappointment. In their view, the Black Wolfhound had limited potential, and choosing it as the initial tamer was a waste of a valuable spot. The staff member still asked, "Are you sure you want this Black Wolfhound?" Lu Xing nodded without hesitation. "Yes." The staff performed hand seals, simultaneously setting up a contract magic array on the ground and under the Black Wolfhound's feet. Lu Xing pricked his finger and dripped his blood into the formation. A light flashed, and a beam of light pierced the Black Wolfhound's brow. The staff were quite surprised, as this Black Wolfhound usually bared its teeth at its handlers, but this time it didn't resist at all. Lu Xing then used a spell to store it in his beast-taming space. After entering the space, the Black Wolfhound quietly lay down and fell asleep. The staff thought Lu Xing had good talent, but because of his ordinary background, he could only come here, and he even wasted his initial beast-taming slot on the Black Wolfhound. Lu Xing only wanted to nurture their relationship. If a beast tamer and its tamer are at odds, the beast may run away at best, and at worst, it may devour its master. But just as he was about to leave, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the hall. A student collapsed and rolled on the ground. Class monitor Wu Yuqian hurriedly asked, "What happened to him?" The staff member replied in a deep voice, "It's a backlash from the contract. Even if that student survives, he'll probably be crippled." Seeing this, Su Chao turned and ran in terror. "I don't want to tame beasts anymore. My life is more important. I'd rather be an ordinary person." The red-haired woman swept her gaze across the crowd and said, "You can also give up becoming beast tamers, just like that person before." These words shattered the courage of many. They followed Su Chao's example and left the beast taming hall. Class monitor Wu Yuqian, equally terrified, stood rooted to the spot, hesitant to move. The red-haired woman looked at her. "If you're scared, you can leave." Wu Yuqian gritted her teeth. "No, I want to become a beast tamer." A hint of admiration flashed in the red-haired woman's eyes. She had always liked strong girls like this. Lu Xing glanced at Wu Yuqian only, then turned and left the beast taming hall alone. Looking at his retreating figure, the red-haired woman suddenly felt he looked familiar. As she tried to recall, Zhou Fan walked up to her and laughed. "That kid contracted a beast in just a few seconds." "A few seconds? You're not kidding me, are you?" The red-haired woman looked surprised. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes at her helplessly. "Who would dare to lie to you? Fire Phoenix?" The red-haired woman pressed for details, asking what kind of beast the boy had contracted. It was a black wolfhound. At this moment, even the phoenix showed regret on its face. Like Zhou Fan, she felt that Lu Xing had good talent, but hadn't been able to get a better initial beast. Lu Xing walked out the door and bumped into his homeroom teacher, Abbess Miju, who was scolding students. The government only provides one chance to receive a free initial beast tamer, yet several students had voluntarily given it up. "You chose this path yourselves." Abbess Miju told them to go back on their own. After the students left, wiping away their tears, Lu Xing, seeing that she was still angry, tried to quietly walk around her. "Stop." Abbess Miju was about to get angry when she noticed that Lu Xing was already emanating the aura of a first-level black iron cultivator. She asked in surprise, "You've already formed a contract with a beast. Why didn't you report it to your teacher?" Lu Xing quickly smiled apologetically. "Teacher, how could I dare?" Abbess Miju glared at him and said, "You stand at the door and wait for the other students. Also, don't rush home to summon your beasts." Soon after, the remaining students emerged from the beast taming hall. Abbess Miju led everyone onto the bus. Lu Xing glanced around the bus and sighed to himself. There were 30 students when they arrived, but now only 15 remained. The bus eventually stopped at a closed base. Abbess Miju pointed to the glass room inside and said, "Next, you will need to cultivate a relationship with the beasts here. Only after the relationship is stable can you release them." Lu Xing entered the glass room and found it heavily guarded, with guards in black uniforms standing everywhere. The students on both sides had already sat cross-legged and begun to cultivate their beast-taming power, trying to strengthen their connection with their initial beasts. Lu Xing also withdrew his gaze, preparing to formally confront his mysterious black wolfhound. Lu Xing tried to communicate with the black wolfhound in his beast-taming space, as if it were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. He guessed that this was mostly a benefit brought by the system. After confirming that the black wolfhound was not hostile, Lu Xing quickly made a hand seal. "Come out, black wolfhound." A flash of light, and the jet-black wolfhound instantly appeared in the glass room. The leader in black stopped the murmurs, his gaze fixed on the glass room. Lu Xing crouched down, reached out his hand, and gently called out to the dog as he had in his past life. The black wolfhound, panting and wagging its tail, charged at Lu Xing, knocking him to the ground. The guards were about to intervene when their leader stopped them. "Let's see what happens." Only then did everyone notice that the black wolfhound was excitedly licking his face. Lu Xing shouted repeatedly, "Stop licking me. It tickles." After reviewing the information, the leader learned that Lu Xing had indeed just contracted a black wolfhound. He was quite surprised. Even the fastest newcomer in the base needed 3 days to safely summon a beast. Lu Xing played with the black wolfhound for a while, then had the guards open the glass door. The leader in black, confirming the wolfhound had been tamed, then ordered his men to release it. A guard named Xiao Fong saw the black wolfhound circling Lu Xing obediently and couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Lu Xing quickly pushed him away. "Watch out." If Lu Xing hadn't reacted quickly, Xiao Fong would probably have been scratched. Lu Xing hugged the bearing, howling black wolfhound, and let him go this time. The black wolfhound quickly shed its ferocity and returned to its docile state. Xiao Fong broke out in a cold sweat. The leader in black gave him a stern scolding, then extended his hand to Lu Xing. "Hello, my name is Zhou Weiguo." Lu Xing shook hands with him. and after introducing himself, Zhou Weiguo earnestly praised him, saying, "If you work hard, you might really have a place among the strong in Guangshi in the future." What Zhou Weiguo valued in Lu Xing was not his strength, but his affinity with beast taming. Beasts that are forcibly controlled may desert in the face of battle, but those that truly follow will fight to the death. Their conversation was overheard by a nearby student, who immediately felt a pang of jealousy. So what if it's summoning beasts? What's so great about that? After he finished speaking, he made a hand seal and said, "Come forth, my tamed beast." A dazzling magic circle lit up on the ground, and the surrounding students exclaimed in surprise. It's actually a bamboo forest rat. Oh no, Zhou Weiguo was too late. The bamboo rat, just summoned, pounced fiercely on its beast tamer. The student was so frightened that he raised his hand to block, but the bamboo rat bit his arm, causing him to scream in pain. A newcomer to the Black Beast squad panicked and accidentally pressed a button, opening the glass room. Seeing its chance to escape, the bamboo rat immediately released its grip and dashed away. Zhou Weiguo hurriedly shouted, "Stop it! We can't let it escape the base." Just then, a dark shadow darted out from beside Lu Xing Black Wolfhound, used hair claw. The Black Wolfhound leaped into the air, quickly catching up with the bamboo rat, its sharp claws slamming down. A deep, bone-revealing wound instantly appeared on the bamboo rat's back, blood gushing out continuously. Affected by the soul contract, its beast tamer also clutched its head and howled in pain before collapsing to the ground. The souls of the beast tamer and the beast tamer are linked. If the beast tamer is seriously injured, the beast tamer will also suffer a backlash. Zhou Weiguo reprimanded his men for quickly cleaning up the scene, then looked at Lu Xing with even greater admiration in his eyes. "Young man, are you interested in joining our Black Beast squad?" Lu Xing smiled and declined. "I'm not considering joining a mercenary squad for now. I'd rather spend a few years at Beast Taming University first." Zhou Weiguo was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Xing was only 18 years old. Naturally, he wouldn't easily choose a life of danger and peril. He patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, assuring him that the Black Beast squad's doors were always open for him. Lu Xing nodded his thanks. "Brother Zhou, may I leave now?" Zhou Weiguo shook his head helplessly. According to the rules, even after successfully controlling the beast, one must remain here for a week of observation. Although Lu Xing felt somewhat resigned, he could only abide by the rules. A few days later, the other students were still locked in the glass room. Lu Xing, however, sat at the table eating roast chicken, occasionally tossing chicken bones to the Black Wolfhound. Guard Xuanwu shouted at the students, "It's been 7 days, and you still haven't tamed any beasts." Look at Lu Xing. He succeeded on the first day. The Black Beast squad was originally only responsible for guarding the beasts for a month. If the students tamed the beasts in advance, they could leave sooner. But now, apart from Lu Xing, no one has succeeded, and Xuanwu is naturally anxious and frustrated. Zhou Weiguo walked up to Lu Xing with a smile. "Little Lu, how have you been these past few days?" Lu Xing wiped his mouth. "Of course I've been happy. I also want to thank Uncle Zhou for his hospitality these past few days." Zhou Weiguo wanted to bring up joining the team again, but Lu Xing quickly smiled and said, "If you still want me after I graduate from university, I will definitely join." The base gate was suddenly pushed open. Zhou Weiguo looked up at the entrance and saw a red-haired woman walk in, accompanied by a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Phoenix, what brings you here?" Phoenix raised an eyebrow at him. "What, Commander Zhou, you don't welcome me?" Zhou Weiguo hurriedly shook his head. Phoenix was a platinum-level expert, far stronger than him. Phoenix scanned its surroundings, wondering if there were any promising talents this time. Zhou Weiguo's heart sank. He had intended to continue trying to win over Lu Xing, but with Phoenix's arrival, all his efforts over the past week would likely be in vain. Outside the glass room, only Lu Xing, dressed in his school uniform, was visible. Phoenix recognized him immediately. "It's you." Lu Xing smiled and replied, "Hello, we meet again." Phoenix noticed the Black Wolfhound beside him. It had advanced to the 3rd rank of Black Iron in just 1 week. This base had no cultivation resources. Under normal circumstances, the Black Wolfhound could not possibly have advanced so quickly. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Weiguo. "Did you give him the resources?" Zhou Weiguo quickly explained, "I only provided some ordinary food at most." Phoenix glanced at the leftovers on the table. She usually ate the meat of magical beasts that contained spiritual energy, and she didn't believe that they could make the Black Wolfhound advance 2 levels. "Since only this kid succeeded, I'll take him away first, as a way of giving the teacher an explanation." He then urged, still reluctant to leave. Lu Xing then realized what was happening and immediately followed. A bright red sports car was parked outside the base. After he and the woman with glasses got in, the car sped away. On the way, Phoenix casually asked, "Did Zhou Weiguo recruit you?" Lu Xing deliberately looked surprised. "How did you know?" Phoenix snorted. "If it were me, I would also recruit someone who doesn't need resources." She looked at Lu Xing with interest. "So, are you interested in joining the Phoenix mercenary group?" Lu Xing didn't expect her to extend an olive branch. Seeing this, Phoenix couldn't help but laugh and said, "Others would have agreed long ago if they heard they could join the Phoenix mercenary group. You're still hesitating." She continued, "Our mercenary group is a haven for beauties. It's full of top-tier beauties." Lu Xing simply nodded calmly. "I see." Seeing his lack of excitement, Phoenix's eyes turned strange. Was this guy uninterested in women? The sports car quickly drifted and came to a smooth stop on the side of the road. "We're here, get out of the car." As soon as Lu Xing stepped out, Phoenix rolled down the window and said, "If you want to join the Phoenix mercenary group, come find me at the camp." The woman with glasses couldn't help but ask, "Commander, you don't actually like him, do you?" Phoenix immediately admitted, "Yes, I do like him." After saying that, a familiar figure appeared in her mind. "Little brother, I wonder how you are doing over there." Lu Xing stood by the roadside, looking around. Where was he? Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice came from the side. "You brat, come in here right now." Lu Xing turned his head and saw his homeroom teacher, Chen Qian, standing not far away with a stern face. Lu Xing followed Chen Qian into a restaurant and into a private room that had been reserved in advance. Several classmates were already sitting in the room, and one of them was an old acquaintance of his. "Lu Xing, you're way too slow." Fatty Su, who was gnawing on a pork knuckle with his mouth full of grease, immediately beckoned him to sit down next to him. As soon as Lu Xing sat down, Chen Qian raised her glass to congratulate everyone on their successful graduation. Su Peng explained to Lu Xing in a low voice that, apart from him, almost everyone present had a family background. These families possessed methods for quickly taming and controlling beasts, but they would never easily pass them on to outsiders. Lu Xing glanced at everyone. For a beast tamer to grow, they not only need talent, but also family resources and training methods. Ordinary people can hardly compare with them. After the banquet, Lu Xing helped the tipsy Su Peng leave. Su Peng weighed a good 200 pounds. "You really should lose weight," Lu Xing said. Fatty Su waved his hand. "I'm still very slim. By the way, the Beast Taming University selection is in a week. Let's work together to get into a prestigious Chinese university." A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the Beast Taming University selection competition officially began. Lu Xing arrived at the venue according to the address and immediately spotted Su Peng, who was wearing a suit. Su Peng handed him a match schedule. This competition was divided into 4 regions: A, B, C, and D. The strongest player from each region would compete for the overall championship. Lu Xing was assigned to Zone A, while Su Peng was in Zone B. A pure gold trophy was placed on the high platform, and admissions officers from beast taming universities across the country were also sitting in the audience observing the contestants' performances. Upon entering the lounge, Lu Xing discovered that the other contestants had already investigated their main rivals, and, upon learning that he was just a commoner, did not take him seriously. "Isn't this young Master Lu?" A harsh voice came from the side. Lu Xing turned his head and saw that the person who came was Gao Bo. Gao Bo sneered. "I didn't expect you to be able to participate in the selection. I will definitely be the first in Area A. As for you, you should go home and farm." Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. Over the past week, he had given the Black Wolfhound special training, and its strength had improved considerably. It was still uncertain who would ultimately win. At that moment, a staff member called out Lu Xing's name. He followed the other person into the competition area, and the commentator's voice rang out, announcing that he would be playing against Hiyu from number 3 middle school. The higher your ranking in this selection process, the more likely you are to be noticed by prestigious universities. Even if you don't succeed in the end, as long as your performance is outstanding enough, you may still be favored by admissions officers. Wearing a white vest, Hiyu was the first to make a hand seal. "Come out." The magic circle lit up, and a black rat appeared in the center of the arena. Lu Xing used the system to see that this black rat was only at the first level of black iron, and its aptitude was the lowest, F grade. He immediately summoned the Black Wolfhound. "Quickly finish this. Use Tear Claw." The Black Wolfhound kicked off with its hind legs and charged forward like an arrow. Hiyu hurriedly told the black rat to dodge, but it didn't even have time to react before being knocked down by a claw. "Black rat, He rushed over and hugged the dying beast. Lu Xing had already told the black wolfhound to hold back, otherwise, that attack would have killed Black Rat on the spot. The referee raised Lu Xing's flag, declaring him the winner. In the following matches, he continued his dominance, with none of his opponents able to withstand the black wolfhound's attacks. Galbo stood at a distance, gritting his teeth in anger. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to be so strong. All those other contestants were useless, unable to even handle a commoner. After the match, only 4 people remained in Zone A. Besides Lu Xing and Galbo, the electronic screen displayed a man and a woman. Lu Xing's next opponent was none other than Galbo. What a small world. Lu Xing chuckled lightly. As Lu Xing left the venue, he didn't notice Galbo staring at him coldly through the window. Trying to mess with me? You're still too green. After leaving the arena, Lu Xing ran into Su Peng, who was covered in sweat. Both of them had successfully advanced to the semifinals of their respective regions, so they decided to go eat first. During the meal, Lu Xing noticed a wild gorilla sitting next to Fatty Su. Through the system, he could tell that this beast possessed a level aptitude, had reached the 4th level of black iron, and had mastered the explosive fist. Lu Xing was somewhat surprised, finally understanding why Su Peng had gotten to where he was now. However, despite knowing each other for so long, Su Peng had never revealed his family background. After a satisfying meal, the two prepared to walk home. As they passed through a dark alley, Lu Xing suddenly heard a whooshing sound and immediately pulled Su Peng back, avoiding a swift, dark figure. A round of applause came from the darkness. A man in a leather jacket slowly walked out, followed by a completely black cat at his feet. The man chuckled. Interesting. You're the first person to dodge a shadow cat's attack. Lu Xing, through the system, deduced that the shadow cat was a black iron rank 7, with a D-grade aptitude and possessed the claw skill. Lu Xing asked in a deep voice, "Why did you attack me?" The man replied nonchalantly, "Someone paid 300,000 to buy your limbs." Lu Xing snorted coldly. "You think you can cripple me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the black wolfhound and ordered an attack. The man in the leather jacket looked at the black wolfhound with disdain. In his opinion, this common-tame beast was at most only at the 4th level of black iron. Unbeknownst to him, the person who hired him was Galbo. Fearing they would lose the competition the next day, Galbo decided to cripple Lu Xing beforehand to ensure his own smooth entry into the prestigious university. Shadow Cat, use grappling hook, the man in the leather jacket commanded, and Shadow Cat charged forward. Lu Xing calmly gave the same order. Black Wolfhound, use Tear Claw. The two beasts collided instantly, their sharp claws gleaming coldly in the dim light. With a muffled thud, the tearing claw and the hooked claw collided head-on. A dark shadow slammed heavily against the wall. The man in the leather jacket looked closely and realized that the fallen creature was none other than his own Shadow Cat. That's impossible. Your Black Wolfhound isn't even a black iron tier 4. Lu Xing glanced at him coldly. When did I say it was only black iron tier 4? He gave his opponent no chance to breathe. Black Wolfhound, use bite. Black Wolfhound pounced forward and bit off the Shadow Cat's neck in one bite. The man in the leather jacket also suffered the consequences of the contract, collapsing to his knees with his head in his hands. Lu Xing knew the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountain, so he had the Black Wolfhound completely eliminate this threat. After confirming that the other person was no longer breathing, Lu Xing put on gloves and searched his body, finding a black card and 30 vouchers worth 10,000 yuan each. These vouchers have no traceable origin and can be directly deposited into banks. They are commonly used in underground transactions. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus. Lu Xing was worried about not having enough money to train the Black Wolfhound, and this 300,000 yuan just solved his immediate problem. Beast masters are inherently expensive to work in. The stronger they are, the more resources they consume. As he prepared to leave, he discovered the Black Wolfhound devouring the Shadow Cat's corpse. Lu Xing was somewhat surprised, but he did not stop it. Su Peng was still fast asleep next to him. Lu Xing had no choice but to help him up. The guy was completely drunk after just 2 bottles of beer. Tonight's attack served as a wake-up call for Lu Xing. This is not a peaceful world. We must never let our guard down. The next day, Lu Xing arrived at the arena as usual, still pondering who had hired someone to attack him. Just then, Galbo walked into the room humming a song, and the two instantly locked eyes. Seeing Lu Xing unharmed, Galbo's eyes were filled with terror. He had clearly spent 300,000 yuan to place a job on an assassin website. How could Lu Xing still be alive? Lu Xing immediately understood everything. It was you all along. Just then, A staff member walked into the break room and called the two to come on stage. Lu Xing and Gao Bo walked towards the battle area, one on the left and one on the right. Both sides remained silent on the surface, but they were already harboring murderous intent in their hearts. Gao Bo swiftly formed a magic seal, summoning a gigantic gale wolf. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, "Gao Bo has once again dispatched his main beast, the gale wolf." After checking with the system, Lu Xing discovered that the gale wolf possessed a B-level aptitude, had reached the 5th level of black iron, and had also mastered the wind blade skill. Seeing that Lu Xing hadn't summoned his beast yet, Gao Bo thought he was scared. "Losing to me might be the most glorious thing you've ever done. Admit defeat?" Lu Xing quickly made a hand seal. "Come out, Black Wolf Hound. Let him see who the real Wolf King is." Gao Bo immediately burst into laughter, as expected of a trashy beast tamer that only commoners would choose. "It's a perfect match for you. Black Wolf Hound, use Tear Claw," Lu Xing commanded, and the Black Wolf Hound immediately charged towards the Gale Wolf. Gao Bo sneered, "Gale Wolf, use Wind Blade." The Gale Wolf opened its mouth and spat out a sharp wind blade, heading straight for the Black Wolf Hound. The Black Wolf Hound suddenly leaped up and rushed in front of the Gale Wolf in the blink of an eye. Gao Bo hurriedly ordered the Gale Wolves to meet the attack head-on. The two beasts simultaneously swung their claws, and with a muffled thud, the Gale Wolves were sent flying backward, sliding several meters across the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had expected that the Swift-Wind Wolf, with its nobler bloodline, would be outmatched in strength by a Black Wolf Hound. Gao Bo asked incredulously, "What kind of monster is your Black Wolf Hound?" Lu Xing didn't answer, continuing his attack, using the Tear Claw again. The Gale Wolf, dragging its injured front leg, tried to escape, but the Black Wolf Hound tore its body open with a single claw. Then it pounced, biting the Gale Wolf hard with its sharp fangs. The Gale Wolf let out a miserable howl and instantly fainted. The backlash from the contract instantly reached Gao Bo, who clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, also losing consciousness. Lu Xing gave him a cold look. This good-for-nothing would be utterly useless in a real fight. The referee then declared Lu Xing the winner and ordered the staff to carry Gao Bo off the field. The audience immediately began to discuss among themselves. Ordinary Black Wolf Hounds often suffer from bloodline suppression when facing Gale Wolves, and are unable to unleash their full strength. But Lu Xing's Black Wolf Hound showed no fear and was even able to defeat the Gale Wolf head-on. Everyone began to wonder what method he had used to train his beast tamer. After Lu Xing returned to the lounge, a woman with dreadlocks walked in. She smiled and said, "Your skills are quite good. I hope you can maintain that in the next match." After saying that, the woman left with the staff. Lu Xing was a little confused, so he went to the audience seats to watch her match, only to find that the battle was over in an instant. The woman defeated her opponent, who possessed the Stone Boy, with a single move. Lu Xing immediately became interested. Unsurprisingly, she would be his final opponent in the battle for first place in Zone A. Soon, the two entered the arena under the guidance of staff. The woman extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Xuanwu. Nice to meet you." Lu Xing politely replied, "My name is Lu Xing." Xuanwu laughed. "Although you're very handsome, I won't hold back." Lu Xing smiled calmly. "Bring it on. Come forth, Fighting Yak. Come forth, Black Wolf Hound." The two beasts descended upon the arena simultaneously, their intense fighting spirit instantly spreading outwards. Lu Xing checked the system and found that the Fighting Yak had a B-level qualification. Its strength reached the 6th level of Black Iron, and it also mastered Savage Charge. This type of beast taming is powerful in the early stages, but its potential is quite limited in the later stages. For Lu Xing, only beasts with an aptitude of at least A level are truly worth investing a lot of resources in training. The Fighting Yak belongs to the fighting type, while the Black Wolf Hound is of the dark type, making it naturally weak against the Fighting Yak. Lu Xing quickly realized that if they fought head-on, the Black Wolf Hound might not have the upper hand. Fighting Yak, use a brutal charge. Xuanwu gave the first order. The Fighting Yak kicked out with its hind legs, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The sharp horns of the bull charged straight at the Black Wolf Hound, which quickly leaped to the left. The Fighting Yak, due to its immense speed, charged for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Xuanwu didn't stop and ordered the Fighting Yak to charge again. Lu Xingqing continued to have the Black Wolf Hound dodge, avoiding a direct confrontation. After several missed attacks, the Black Wolf Hound remained relaxed, while the Fighting Yak's eyes turned bloodshot. Xuanwu shouted indignantly, "Is all you can do is hide?" Lu Xing replied calmly, This is not running away, it's just strategic evasion. Seeing the fighting yak's stamina dwindling, Lu Xing knew his opportunity had arrived. Black Wolfhound, use tear claws. Watch out for its horns. The Black Wolfhound suddenly charged out, dodging the bull's horns, and slashed the fighting yak's body with its claws. Several wounds instantly reopened, and blood gushed out continuously. The fighting yak roared in pain and charged at the Black Wolfhound again. No matter how it charged, it couldn't touch the Black Wolfhound. After several charges, the fighting yak finally collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion and blood loss, unable to continue fighting. Xuanwu's face turned ugly, and she muttered despicable under her breath. The referee then immediately announced Lu Xing's victory, making him the first in Zone A and successfully advancing to the semifinals. On the judges' panel, an elderly man with white hair praised Lu Xing's excellent tactics. The old woman next to him, however, believed that his initial beast was ultimately just a Black Wolfhound. In the eyes of these powerful figures, the Black Wolfhound's growth limit is only bronze. A beast tamer can only have a maximum of 9 contract slots in his lifetime, and each slot is extremely precious. If the Black Wolfhound cannot provide enough combat power, it's as if the old man is born with one less beast to control than others. Therefore, the old man could only sigh, feeling that his talent had been wasted. At this moment, Lu Xing left the competition area with the Black Wolfhound. As soon as he stepped outside, he found Su Pang standing there dejectedly. Lu Xing walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Pang sighed, "I lost." Lu Xing immediately frowned. Su Pang's wild gorilla skill was an A-level ability. Just as he was wondering who his opponent was, a girl in a pink dress walked over and said, "Hey Chubby, why aren't you gone yet?" When Su Pang saw her, he pointed at the girl and said, "Lu Xing, that's her. I just lost to her." Lu Xing looked at the seemingly delicate and cute girl in front of him and never expected that the person who defeated Su Pang and Wild Gorilla would be her. When Lu Xiaoming saw Lu Xing, she took the initiative to extend her hand and smiled. "Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoming. You can call me Ming Ming." Lu Xing politely replied, "Hello, my name is Lu Xing, and this is my friend, Fatty Su. I know, he's still one of my defeated opponents." Lu Xiaoming turned and skipped away, saying, "I have something to do. We'll talk again another time." Watching her retreating figure, Su Pang's face darkened with anger. Seeing this, Lu Xing could only comfort him. "Don't be angry. I'll treat you to roast chicken today." Fatty Su immediately smiled. As the two left the arena, he remembered to ask Lu Xing about his results. "I've already lost. You weren't eliminated too, were you?" Lu Xing rolled his eyes at him. "You think I'm like you?" Su Pang immediately grabbed his shoulder excitedly. "Brother, you actually advanced." Lu Xing said calmly, "The opponent is too weak." Su Pang was speechless for a moment and decided to celebrate Lu Xing's advancement to the semifinals that night. After dinner, before going to bed, Fatty Su made a special reminder. "You must defeat that arrogant guy for me tomorrow." Lu Xing nodded in agreement, then remembered what Su Pang had said about Lu Xiaoming's initial beast, the 5-colored illusionary butterfly. The competition continued on the second day. According to the rules, the winner of Zone A played against the winner of Zone B, and the winner of Zone C played against the winner of Zone D. The winners of these 2 matches then competed for the final championship. Lu Xing's opponent at this moment is Lu Xiaoming. She summoned the 5-colored illusionary butterfly as soon as she entered the arena. Lu Xing saw through the system that it possessed S-level aptitude. Its strength reached the 5th level of black iron, and it also mastered mental power. Seeing this information, he finally understood why Fatty Su had lost. Being able to use an S-rank beast as an initial partner, Lu Xiaoming's family was clearly not simple. "Why don't you summon your beast?" Lu Xiaoming teased with a smile. "Could it be that you're captivated by my beauty?" Lu Xing shook his head and chuckled, then summoned an even more robust Black Wolfhound. The judges discussed among themselves after seeing the Black Wolfhound, but Granny Yang firmly believed that the 5-colored illusion butterfly would win, while Old Man's son favored Lu Xing. As the match began, Lu Xiaoming gave the first order: 5-colored illusion butterfly, use your enhanced mental power. 7-colored light shot out from the eyes of the 5-colored illusion butterfly, directly enveloping the Black Wolfhound. Su Pang in the audience stood up anxiously, but Lu Xing remained calm. The next second, he focused his mental energy on the Black Wolfhound, only to be completely swallowed by the black light. Everyone was stunned. Old Man's son smiled and reminded them, "Have you forgotten? The Black Wolfhound is of the evil attribute, and the evil attribute is the nemesis of the spirit attribute. Everyone then realized that the five-colored illusion butterfly's strongest mental attack had no effect on the black wolfhound. Lu Xiaoming stared at the black wolfhound that was obediently squatting next to Lu Xing and bit her lip in anger. Bad dog. Lu Xiaoming cursed angrily. Seeing that she was not making a move, Lu Xing asked, "What? Are you not going to continue attacking?" Lu Xiaoming glared at him fiercely. If she had known she would encounter a malevolent beast, she should have bought a monster core beforehand so that the five-colored illusion butterfly could learn other skills. Each tamed beast can only learn a maximum of 4 moves in its lifetime through crystal cores. Therefore, Lu Xiaoming has never used crystal cores lightly. Unexpectedly, the five-colored illusion butterfly now only possesses mental strength, which is precisely what the black wolfhound can counter. I give up. Realizing she had no chance of winning, Lu Xiaoming simply surrendered. Before leaving, she huffed, "I hope your luck stays this good." Lu Xing returned to the lounge, and Su Pang immediately rushed over and gave him a bear hug. "Brother, well done. You finally avenged me." After his initial excitement, Fatty Su reminded him, "Don't relax too much. You're about to face a real, formidable opponent." Just as Lu Xing was about to ask a question, a girl's scream suddenly came from outside the door. "Young Master Yin Bing has arrived." Yin Bing is the class monitor of Class 1 and the most famous school heartthrob. He comes from a wealthy family and is also very capable. Su Pang patted Lu Xing on the shoulder again and said, "Actually, you're more handsome than him, but your background isn't as good, and you're too low-key, so you're not very famous." Lu Xing nodded in satisfaction. "It's rare that you spoke the truth." Upon hearing this, Su Pang immediately laughed and scolded him for being narcissistic. Suddenly, a staff member came to announce the start of the finals. When Lu Xing arrived at the arena, Yin Bing had already been waiting for a long time. He saw that his opponent was just an unfamiliar ordinary student. Yin Bing frowned slightly. A bunch of useless trash, actually losing to someone like this. Yin Bing casually snapped his fingers. "Come forth, Ice Lion." A blue magic circle lit up in the arena, and a male lion with an ice-blue body appeared with its head held high, then let out a deafening roar, as if to announce its power to the entire audience. Lu Xing saw through the system that the frost lion possessed a level aptitude, had reached the 6th level of black iron, and was proficient in using frost arrows and frost claws. No wonder Yin Bing was able to fight his way into the finals. "Come forth, Black Wolfhound." Lu Xing summoned his tamed beast. Yin Bing saw the Black Wolfhound. Even his own security guards wouldn't choose such a beast. Lu Xing patted the Black Wolfhound. "It seems like the other party looks down on you. Use the Tear Claw to show him your strength." The Black Wolfhound charged out instantly. Yin Bing coldly commanded, "Frost Lion, use Frost Arrow." A sharp ice arrow shot from the Frost Lion's mouth, heading straight for the Black Wolfhound. The Black Wolfhound swiftly dodged the ice arrows and continued its advance. A hint of surprise flashed in Yin Bing's eyes. Then he gave the order again. "Frost Lion, use Frost Claws. Tear it apart." The previously languid ice lion suddenly opened its eyes, its sharp ice claws slowly rising. With a muffled thud, the Black Wolfhound's claws collided head-on with the ice lion's. The next second, the ice lion was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Old Man Sun on the judging panel saw the reason. Don't just look at aptitude. The actual level of the beast taming is equally important. Everyone then realized that while aptitude represents potential, it doesn't completely determine current combat strength. Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound was clearly stronger than the ice lion, naturally giving it the advantage in a head-on clash. At this moment, the Black Wolfhound had reached the 7th rank of Black Iron, and its aptitude was an S rank unknown to outsiders. It also possessed the ability to use shadow orbs. In terms of both level and potential, it completely overwhelmed the ice lion. Enraged, Yin Bing shouted, "Frost Lion, use Frost Arrow." The injured Frost Lion barely managed to stand up and opened its mouth to spew out a piercing ice arrow. "Dodge, then use the Tear Claw." The Black Wolfhound swiftly dodged the attack and continued its charge towards the ice lion. The ice lion, now filled with fear, actually turned and fled. Yin Bing felt utterly humiliated and refused to run away, using his frost claws to retaliate. The Frost Lion trembled, seemingly terrified of Yin Bing, and was forced to stop. Its claws, wreathed in cold air, clashed head-on with the Black Wolfhound once more. Severely wounded again, it lay on the ground, barely alive. The backlash from the contract gave Yin Bing a splitting headache, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I surrender." Yin Bing recalled the ice lion. "You just wait. this isn't over. As the judges announced the results, Lu Xing successfully won the championship in this election. He raised the pure gold trophy and received 1 million Chinese yuan. After the awards ceremony, there were no professors from prestigious universities in the lounge. Besides Su Peng, the only other person waiting for him was a chubby man with thinning hair and round glasses. The other person smiled and introduced himself. Lu Xing, I am Wu Yong, an admissions advisor for Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Would you like to join our school? Lu Xing was somewhat disappointed, as neither Huaxia University nor Shanghai University had extended an invitation to him. Clearly, those professors still believed that Black Wolfhound's potential was limited and not worth wasting their precious spots on. Su Peng excitedly put his arm around his shoulder. Jiangnan Beast Taming University is no worse than top universities, and I've already agreed to join. You come too, and we can still be brothers. He spoke earnestly, but in his heart he was thinking about the many beautiful girls at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Wu Yong excitedly pulled out the application form and said, "Here, just fill it in." Lu Xing took the form and asked with a smile, "Professor Wu, what benefits will the school give me if I join Jiangnan Beast Taming University?" Wu Yong was prepared and immediately took out a bank card containing 500,000 Chinese yuan. He also had a gold-grade monster core prepared. Lu Xing took the crystal core and bank card. After checking it with the system, he found that it was a Shadow Panther crystal core, which would allow the Black Wolfhound to learn a skill from Shadow Claw and Shadow Strike. He then wrote his name on the application form. Seeing his official signature, Wu Yong was overjoyed. Other schools looked down on the Black Wolfhound for its low aptitude, but he could see that this beast was no ordinary creature. This time, he had found a promising talent. Wu Yong suddenly asked, "Your Black Wolfhound's aptitude shouldn't be just F level, right?" Lu Xing's gaze sharpened. This was the first time someone had noticed the Black Wolfhound's abnormality. However, Wu Yong simply smiled and said, "Everyone has their own secrets, and I respect that. Remember to report on time. I still have other places to recruit students." After Wu Yong left, Su Peng immediately put his arm around Lu Xing and suggested going out for a barbecue buffet to celebrate. At night, Lu Xing stood on his second-floor balcony, looking at the Black Wolfhound wagging its tail beside him. Suddenly, he remembered the golden crystal core he had obtained during the day, so he handed it over. The Black Wolfhound seemed to really like the crystal core, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. A system notification then sounded. Please select a skill from the following list to learn. Shadow Claw envelopes the claws in dark attributes and slashes fiercely at the opponent, dealing dark attribute damage. Shadow Strike lurk a short distance before suddenly launching a surprise attack on the enemy. After a moment's careful consideration, Lu Xing finally chose Shadow Strike. After system confirmation, the new skill was indeed added to the Black Wolfhound skill bar. To test its power, he brought the Black Wolfhound to the courtyard and pointed to a large tree not far away. Use Shadow Strike on that tree. By the time Lu Xing came to his senses, it had already appeared in front of the tree, its sharp claws leaving several deep marks on the trunk. Lu Xing was overjoyed. Ordinary beast tamers might fail when absorbing crystal cores, but the system allowed him to choose freely and guarantee 100% success. The only limitation is that each tamed beast can only learn 4 skills through crystal cores in its lifetime. This is the law of the world, and even the system cannot change it. However, the Black Wolfhound possesses S-level aptitude and harbors a mysterious bloodline, which may lead to even more powerful evolution in the future. All right, go back to sleep. Lu Xing yawned and returned to his room with the Black Wolfhound. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, Lu Xing's door was quietly pried open. A man in black went straight upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door. The man in black sneered, "Kid, blame yourself for offending the wrong person." But before he could finish speaking, a dark figure suddenly pounced out from the shadows. A flash of silver light, and the Black Wolfhound bit off his right arm. The man in black screamed and fell to the ground. At the same time, a golden figure swiftly pounced on Lu Xing. Lu Xing dodged and turned on the room light. A golden tiger-headed wasp was flying in midair, its strength reaching the 9th rank of Black Iron, its aptitude at a level, and it even possessed combo attack skills. The Beastmaster's severe injury enraged the golden tiger-headed hornet. Lu Xing coldly ordered, "Black Wolfhound, use Shadow Strike." The next second, the Black Wolfhound suddenly appeared in front of it and slammed it against the wall with one paw. The golden hornet was just about to escape. Lu Xing then gave the order, Use the tear claws. Don't let it get away. The black wolfhound swung its claws repeatedly and quickly defeated it completely. After the beast died, the man in black also suffered a backlash and fell unconscious on the spot. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xing's eyes, and he ordered the black wolfhound to finish off this enemy who had tried to kill him time and time again. He then found a black card on the man in black. Clearly, some special organization was behind this, but now was not the time to investigate. Lu Xing began to think about the person behind the scenes. Although Yin Bing was arrogant, he preferred to defeat his opponents head-on and was unlikely to use assassination. The prime suspect was still Gao Bo. This guy had already made a move once, and sending someone to attack again was entirely in line with his modus operandi. Since you're determined to kill me, don't blame me for fighting back. Lu Xing changed into black clothes, put on a mask, and rushed to the hospital that very night. It was already 2 a.m. Lu Xing avoided everyone and quietly entered Gao Bo's ward. When Gao Bo saw the masked man enter, he assumed it was one of the assassins he had hired. Is the job done? Is Lu Xing already dead? Lu Xing rushed to the bedside and used the stinger left by the Golden Hornet to stab Gao Bo in the abdomen. Gao Bo's eyes widened. Why had the other party suddenly attacked him? The poison took effect rapidly, and Gao Bo quickly lost consciousness. After leaving the hospital, Lu Xing burned his black clothes and mask, leaving no trace. He didn't like killing, but in this dog-eat-dog world, if he kept backing down, he would eventually become the one who fell. 2 days later, he was woken by his phone ringing. As soon as he answered, Su Pang's anxious voice came through. Lu Xing, where are you right now? Lu Xing gave the new address. A dozen minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Su Pang stood outside, sweating profusely. Lu Xing asked, puzzled, what happened? As soon as Su Pang entered, he laughed and said, you're something else, kid. You're not even going back to school. Lu Xing looked puzzled. The exams were over. There was no need to go back to school. Su Pang pulled a delivery bag from his pocket and handed it to him. Lu Xing opened it and found an admission notice from Jiangnan Beast Taming University, which he casually tossed onto the sofa. Su Pang immediately panicked. This is the third-ranked beast taming university in China. Are you just going to leave it like this? Lu Xing rolled his eyes at him. Are you going to worship it? Lu Xing was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. You didn't come here today just to deliver the admission notice, did you? Su Pang then revealed his purpose. My family is going camping at Tiger Head Mountain and would like you to join us. A few days later, the three of them were walking on a path in Tiger Head Mountain. Lu Xing looked around. Weren't you supposed to be camping as a family? Why are there only the two of you? Fatty Su pointed to the girl beside him and introduced her. This is my sister, Su Xiaoya. This is my best brother, Lu Xing, who is also the champion of this year's selection competition. Su Xiaoya looked at Lu Xing in surprise. You're the one who won the championship with the Black Wolfhound? Lu Xing nodded. These two didn't look like siblings at all. Not long after they started climbing, Su Pang sat down by a rock and pulled out a huge pile of snacks. Su Xiaoya saw the potato chips he offered and said, I'm on a diet, and you're letting me eat this? Su Pang scratched his head awkwardly and could only hand the snacks to Lu Xing. Su Xiaoya walked away angrily, and Lu Xing then asked, Is she really your biological sister? Su Pang explained that he used to be very handsome, but he later developed bulimia. As for this mountain climb, it was because he had borrowed money from his sister and could only agree to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing immediately realized that he had been tricked by the fat man again. But just as the two were talking, a terrified scream suddenly came from not far away from Su Xiaoya. The two immediately jumped up and rushed over, simultaneously summoning their summoned beasts. Black Wolfhound, use Tear Claw. Wild Gorilla, use Explosive Fist. Blocking Su Xiaoya's path was the King Cobra, possessing the strength of a second-tier bronze-level serpent, wielding the Poison Fang skill, and far surpassing the Black Wolfhound and Wild Gorilla in level. The King Cobra's eyes were full of disdain, and its thick tail swept across suddenly. The Wild Gorilla had no time to dodge and was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Wild Gorilla was seriously injured, and Fatty Su was immediately affected by the backlash of the contract. The King Cobra then swept towards the Black Wolfhound, but it nimbly dodged it. Lu Xing's face darkened completely, and he could only shout in a deep voice, Fatty Su, quickly recall the Wild Gorilla and take your sister away first. Su Pang gritted his teeth and asked, Then what are you going to do? Lu Xing stared intently at the King Cobra and said in a low voice, I'll stay and hold it off. Chapter 18 Killing the King Cobra. Su Pang refused to run away alone, so Lu Xing kicked him and cursed in a deep voice. Just leave as I told you to. This is a bronze tier 2 king cobra. We are no match for it at all. Fatty Su hoisted the frightened Su Xiaoya onto his shoulder and ran wildly down the mountain, shouting before he left, Lu Xing, don't die. I'm still waiting to go to university with you. Lu Xing didn't respond. Suddenly, the king cobra raised its head, opened its blood-red maw, and its venomous fangs, gleaming with a purple light, lunged at the black wolfhound. Lu Xing immediately warned, watch out, get out of the way. The black wolfhound leaped away, and the crested king cobra bit into a nearby tree, its sharp fangs deeply embedded in the trunk, unable to be pulled out no matter how much it struggled. The opportunity has arrived. With the help of the system, Lu Xing quickly located the king cobra's weak point and immediately commanded the black wolfhound, attack that spot. Use the tear claw. The king cobra lashed out with its tail, but the black wolfhound nimbly dodged it. Its sharp claws then sliced open the snake's belly, clearly tearing out even its gallbladder. The injured king cobra struggled frantically. Lu Xing knew it was about to fight to the death, so he immediately mounted the black wolfhound and quickly retreated into the depths of the dense forest. The king cobra pursued relentlessly from behind. After running for some distance, it finally gave out, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Lu Xing confirmed its death through the system and found a purple magical beast core inside the corpse, which immediately filled him with joy. Lu Xing instructed the black wolfhound to use its tearing claws. With a flash of cold light, the snake skin was easily sliced open, and the crystal core was successfully extracted. The system asked if he wanted the black wolfhound to absorb the crystal core, but Lu Xing decisively refused. The king cobra's skill was venomous fang, and the black wolfhound didn't have the venom attribute, so it would be difficult for it to unleash its true power after learning it. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave, the black wolfhound suddenly looked into the distance, gesturing for him to follow. The two arrived at a hillside covered with vines, and the black wolfhound cleared them away with its paws, quickly revealing a dark cave entrance. Lu Xing put on his headlamp and followed the black wolfhound into the cave. A strange smell permeated the air, indicating that some large creature had lived there for a long time. Upon reaching the end of the cave, Lu Xing saw a pile of dry grass with 3 enormous eggs neatly arranged on top. He quickly realized, could these be the eggs of the king cobra? The black wolfhound nodded excitedly, wagged its tail, and ran towards the 3 snake eggs. Chapter 19, Going to Fatty Sue's house. With a snap, the black wolfhound bit open the king cobra's eggs and began to devour them. Before long, all 3 eggs were inside its belly, making it bulge high. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. The black wolfhound has successfully learned a new skill, venomous fang. After consuming the king cobra's egg, Lu Xing was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was initially disappointed that the skills of the king cobra crystal core were not suitable for the black wolfhound, but he never expected that it could learn the poison fang skill on its own by eating snake eggs. A beast can only learn a maximum of 4 skills through crystal cores, but there is no limit to the number it can learn on its own. This unexpected gain undoubtedly makes the black wolfhound's combat abilities even more powerful. Lu Xing used the system to check his surroundings and, after confirming that nothing was missing, left the cave with the black wolfhound. They hadn't gone far when a commotion arose ahead. Su Peng arrived with a group of people in green uniforms. Seeing that Lu Xing was safe and sound, he rushed forward excitedly and hugged Lu Xing tightly. You scared me to death. I thought you'd been eaten by that snake. Fatty Sue's voice trembled. Although the two were not related by blood, in his heart, Lu Xing was already better than a blood brother. Su Xiaoya also ran over quickly. Lu Xing was handsome and had risked his life to save her. This act of heroism stirred up some strange emotions in the young girl. A square-faced man interrupted the group. It's too dangerous here. Let's talk back in the safe zone. On the way, he learned that Lu Xing was still a student, which shocked him greatly. The black wolfhound had already reached the 9th rank of black iron, and Lu Xing had only had it for less than a month. Such an astonishing rate of growth made the square-faced man secretly sigh, thinking that this young man was bound to have a bright future. After the staff escorted the group to a safe area, they also designated Tiger Head Mountain as a restricted zone, prohibiting ordinary people from entering at will, in order to prevent another monster attack. Su Xiaoya took the initiative to invite him. Brother Lu Xing, why don't you come to my house for a while? I'll make you sweet and sour pork ribs as a way of thanking you for saving my life. Upon hearing about sweet and sour pork ribs, Su Peng's eyes lit up, and she urged Lu Xing to agree. Seeing the expectant looks on the siblings' faces, Lu Xing couldn't refuse and could only go home with them. The taxi quickly stopped in front of a small manor. Looking at the spacious courtyard before him, Lu Xing finally understood why Fatty Su never lacked food or drink and could still possess an A-level wild gorilla. Upon entering the living room, Su Xiaoya immediately went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Su Peng, however, looked at Lu Xing with a serious expression. My sister seems to have taken a liking to you. You can't bully her in the future. Lu Xing was speechless. The two had only known each other for a short time, yet Su Peng was already acting like a brother-in-law. Moreover, if they really fought, he might not be able to beat him. Just as the two were chatting, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged couple walked in. Su Peng's father, Su Sun, upon learning that his brother and sister had gone to Tiger Head Mountain, immediately frowned and began to scold them. Su's mother quickly stopped her husband, and Su Peng hurriedly introduced Lu Xing. When Su Sun learned that it was Lu Xing who had saved his children, his attitude instantly became warm, and he thanked him repeatedly. But when Su Sun noticed the black wolfhound at Lu Xing's feet, his expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but ask, "How long have you had this black wolfhound?" Lu Xing answered truthfully that he received the initial beast taming contract on the day the school distributed it. Su Sun gasped upon hearing this. It's only been such a short time, and it's already at the 9th level of black iron. 9th tier black iron. Fatty Su's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Xing as if he were a real monster. Chapter 20 Peeking into the Secret Manual. Su Peng quickly realized that Lu Xing's ability to control a black wolfhound of the 9th rank of black iron meant that he was at least a 9th rank black iron beast tamer. He abruptly stood up from the sofa and leaned over with a face full of curiosity. Lu Xing, how exactly did you cultivate? Did your parents leave you some advanced cultivation manual? The moment these words left his mouth, Su Sun's face darkened. In this world, inquiring about someone else's cultivation methods was a major taboo. Lu Xing wasn't angry. He simply took out a manual from his pocket and said, "There's nothing special about it. I'm just practicing the most basic beast taming techniques." Su Peng's eyes lit up immediately, and he took the manual and began to read it carefully. But after reading a few pages, the excitement on his face vanished instantly. Isn't this a free manual given out by the school? You really relied on this to cultivate to the 9th level of black iron. Lu Xing nodded frankly. Seeing this, Su Sun quickly told Su Peng to return the manual. Although Su Peng looked disappointed, he could only obediently do as he was told. Just then, Su Xiaoya came out of the kitchen carrying a large bowl of sweet and sour pork ribs. She was all smiles at first, but when she saw her parents, she immediately turned around and tried to slip away. Stop, Su Sun said coldly. We'll settle the matter of you sneaking off to Tiger Head Mountain later. Bring the ribs over first. Su Xiaoya walked to the table with her head down, but her gaze kept drifting towards Lu Xing. Su Sun quickly noticed something was amiss and sighed inwardly, realizing that his daughter had probably really fallen for Lu Xing. However, he didn't intend to stop it. Lu Xing was excellent in both talent and character, and if the two of them could really get together in the future, it might not be a bad thing. After the meal, Lu Xing took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Fatty Su was still unwilling to give up. Dad, do you think he might have been hiding a real, advanced martial arts technique and just deliberately tricked me with an ordinary manual? Su Sun shook his head. Based on his years of experience, Lu Xing didn't seem to be lying just now, and that's precisely why his shock was even more intense. Ordinary people can only practice the basic cultivation techniques provided free of charge by the state, while beast-taming families possess more powerful ancestral secret manuals. The cultivation speed of the two is simply incomparable. Yet Lu Xing, relying on the most ordinary cultivation technique, reached the 9th level of the black iron realm in a short period of time. Such talent cannot be described as merely excellent. Su Sun couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. If he had been born into a beast-taming family, his strength would probably be even greater now, and his future achievements would be even more astonishing. Thinking of this, he looked at his son again. Su Peng had family resources, better cultivation techniques, and a wild gorilla with A-level aptitude, yet his strength was far surpassed by Lu Xing. Su Sun grew angrier the more he looked at him. He glared at Su Peng and turned to walk into his study, deciding to avoid seeing him altogether. After leaving the Su family, Lu Xing learned that Su Sun was actually a gold-level beast tamer. He took out the basic cultivation manual, a faint smile appearing on his lips. With the beast taming system, this cultivation manual was almost useless to him. Although his beast taming level couldn't surpass that of a beast tamer, the system allowed him to cultivate at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. In other words, As long as Lu Xing continues to improve his own realm, the Black Wolfhound can continue to grow along with him, always maintaining a powerful combat strength far exceeding that of other beasts of the same level. Chapter 21 Registering as a Beast Tamer. For a beast tamer to become stronger, they must not only improve the strength of their tamed beasts, but also grow stronger themselves. Otherwise, if the difference in strength between them becomes too great, the tamed beast may break free of control or even rebel and devour its master. Therefore, truly top-tier beast tamers are extremely rare. But Lu Xing is an exception. He possesses a system and doesn't need to cultivate personally. As long as the Black Wolfhound improves, his cultivation level will also increase. Currently, the Black Wolfhound has reached the 9th rank of Black Iron, just one step away from the 1st rank of Bronze. Once he breaks through, Lu Xing will be able to contract a second beast. Unfortunately, he is still restricted by the laws of the world. The level of the new beast cannot exceed that of the current beast. Otherwise, if he encounters a heavily injured 9th-tier dragon, wouldn't he be able to take off on the spot? Although I can't contract with stronger ones, I have the System I, which allows me to find beasts with higher potential. Now that I've become a beast tamer, I might as well enjoy the process of raising and training beasts. Hearing this, the Black Wolfhound couldn't help but roll its eyes. Properly train it? Besides feeding and watering it, Lu Xing hadn't done anything else. It got where it is today entirely through its own hard work. Walking down the street, Lu Xing began to consider choosing a second tamed beast. Just then, a sharp eagle cry came from the sky, and a huge lightning eagle was soaring over the city. Lu Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision. The next beast I tame will be a flying one. Flying beasts can not only fly high and see far, enabling them to scout ahead and quickly retreat in case of danger, but more importantly, their combat capabilities are also formidable. However, before finding a new tamed beast, he first needed to help the Black Wolfhound break through to the 1st rank of Bronze. Lu Xing hailed a taxi and took the Black Wolfhound to the lowest level secret realm in Guang City, preparing for special training through actual combat. As soon as he arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, a man in a green uniform stopped him and saluted, saying, "Please show your beast taming certificate." Beast taming certificate? Lu Xing looked bewildered. Seeing that he really didn't understand, the man could only patiently explain. All beast tamers must first register at the registration office and obtain a certificate. In the future, as their strength improves, they can update their information and receive corresponding benefits. Following the man's directions, Lu Xing quickly arrived at the Beast Tamer Registration and Management Office. The building before him was tall and majestic, resembling a giant cathedral, and bustling with people inside. Under the system's gaze, the strength of those around him was laid bare. There were Iron Rank 7, Bronze Rank 5, and even Silver Rank 3. However, Lu Xing didn't linger. He went straight to the service window. "Hello, I'm here to register as a beast tamer." The attractive salesperson smiled and nodded. "Please place your palm on the screen next to you." After Lu Xing did as instructed, his information quickly appeared on the electronic screen. The salesperson, upon seeing the information, froze in surprise and exclaimed, 18 years old. Black Iron 9th rank. Chapter 22. Heading to the secret realm with Lu Xiaoming. The sales clerk, who had worked at the registration office for many years, had never seen a beast tamer who had reached the 9th level of the Black Iron realm at the age of 18. She secretly sized up Lu Xing, noticing the youthful look on his face, and finally confirmed that the information was correct. "Excuse me, have my documents been processed?" Lu Xing asked. The salesperson then came to his senses and quickly handed over the beast taming certificate. "Excuse me, this is your certificate. With it, you can enter the secret realm and also receive missions here." She then told Lu Xing that the quest could be obtained from the self-service machine on the right, or by logging into the official website using his ID number. The initial password was 6 zeros. After thanking her, Lu Xing took his beast taming certificate and headed towards the quest machine. He was about to check the mission details when someone suddenly patted him on the back. Turning around, he saw that it was Lu Xiaoming, whom he hadn't seen for several days. "Lu Xing, it really is you. Long time no see." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Xiaoming learned that he hadn't accepted any missions yet, and immediately suggested, "Want to team up with me? We can look out for each other if we work together." Lu Xing used the system's eye to check and found that she was already at the 8th level of Black Iron. Considering her S-rank 5-colored illusionary butterfly, she was indeed a reliable teammate. "Well, say something," Lu Xiaoming urged. "Okay, Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaoming turned to leave, but when she saw that he hadn't followed, she asked in confusion, "What are you still standing there for? Shouldn't we accept the mission first?" She smiled and handed him a task sheet. The task was to find the goblin priest's staff. Successfully bringing it back would earn him 500,000 Chinese yuan. Lu Xing frowned slightly. Goblins usually live in groups in caves, and to find a priest, one must face a large group, at least 100 of them. "What, are you scared?" Lu Xiaoming asked deliberately. "Let's go," Lu Xing said calmly. Most ordinary goblins are only at the 5th or 6th rank of black iron. The real trouble comes from the bronze-level goblin priests. However, the Black Wolfhound has already reached the 9th rank of black iron, so even if it can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. After purchasing supplies, the two carried their packs to the entrance of the secret realm. Lu Xiaoming glanced at Lu Xing's light backpack and couldn't help but remind him, "You've only brought this much? If there's no food later, I won't share with you." "That's enough," Lu Xing said dismissively. His food and medicine had already been placed in the system's inventory. The outer baggage was merely a cover. The uniformed man guarding the entrance recognized Lu Xing and asked with a smile, "Young man, did you bring your beast taming certificate this time?" Lu Xing handed over his identification. The man gasped after reading the information. 18 years old, black iron rank 9. On the other side, the soldier in charge of checking Lu Xiaoming exclaimed, 18 years old, black iron rank 8. "Little Zhou, look at you, so unsophisticated." The older soldier couldn't help but scold. Xiao Zhou countered, "Boss, what rank were you at when you were 18? The older soldier blushed. He was only at the 3rd rank of black iron at 18, and only broke through to the 9th rank in his 20s. To avoid further discouragement, he quickly waved his hand, urging him on. "All right, you can go in now." Chapter 23 Goblin Cave. "Thank you." Lu Xing accepted the beast taming certificate, politely thanked the soldier, and then entered the secret realm with Lu Xiaoming. After the two had walked a distance, Xiao Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who exactly are they? They're so young, yet they're so strong." "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The older soldier was annoyed. Lu Xing was not only young, handsome, and strong, but he also had the equally talented Lu Xiaoming by his side, which was truly enviable. After entering the secret realm, Lu Xiaoming tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve. "They just said you've already reached the 9th level of black iron. Is that true?" "Of course it's true, can't you tell?" Lu Xiaoming immediately pouted. Ever since she lost to Lu Xing last time, she had been training diligently, thinking she could catch up with him, but she was still a step behind. After walking for a while, Lu Xing suddenly asked, "Do you know where the goblins are?" Lu Xiaoming was stunned. She had assumed Lu Xing was walking ahead because he knew the route, but it turned out he knew nothing. Left with no other option, she took out a map and led the way. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a cave. 2 goblins holding spears stood at the entrance, dozing off without any warning. "What should we do?" Lu Xiaoming asked in a low voice. "Let's get straight to the point. I'll handle the left side, and you can take care of the right." "Black Wolfhound, use Shadow Strike." The Black Wolfhound crept up to the goblin on the left, then suddenly pounced, killing it with a single claw strike. At the same time, the multicolored butterfly flapped its wings, instantly slaying another goblin with a gust of wind. "How about that? I'm awesome, right?" Lu Xiaoming was about to show off when she found that Lu Xing had already arrived at the cave entrance. She was so angry that she stomped her foot and chased after him. The cave was pitch black, and Lu Xing didn't dare to enter rashly. This was goblin territory, and if they were ambushed, they could easily find themselves in danger. Just then, a woman covered in blood suddenly rushed out of the cave, followed by several goblins. "Black Wolfhound, use Tear Claw." The Black Wolfhound pounced swiftly, instantly killing all the pursuing goblins. Lu Xiaoming tried to support the woman, but her injuries were too severe, and she fainted on the spot. The 2 men had no choice but to take her away. After arriving at another safe cave, they treated the woman's wounds and lit a campfire inside. The woman was startled when she woke up. Just as she was about to scream, Lu Xing covered her mouth and said, "Don't scream. We're not bad people. We're the ones who saved you." As the woman gradually calmed down, Lu Xiaoming handed her a cup of hot milk and asked her why she had ended up in the goblin cave. The woman immediately burst into tears. It turned out that she and 4 others had formed a team and accepted a mission to exterminate goblins. At first, the operation went very smoothly, but after the captain killed several goblins in a row, he confidently led the group into the cave. As a result, they were ambushed, and the entire team was almost wiped out. only she managed to escape. Have you seen any particularly unusual goblins? Lu Xiaoming pressed. The woman thought for a moment. There is one that looks like an old man, leaning on a scepter, with feathers stuck in its head. Goblin priest. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming exclaimed in unison. But the woman shook her head in fear. Let's go back. There are at least 100 goblins inside. It's too scary. Lu Xing fell into deep thought. Although the black wolfhound was strong, it was still difficult to fight against hundreds of goblins head-on. He needed to find a way to quickly deal with these goblins, but the black wolfhounds only possessed single-target skills. Thinking about this, Lu Xing felt a headache coming on. It would be great if we had area of effect attacks. Chapter 24 Fire Attack. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoming started coughing violently. It turned out that the cold wind from outside the cave was blowing back in, bringing all the smoke from the campfire right in front of her. Are you alright? Lu Xing asked. It's nothing, I just choked on the smoke. Seeing Lu Xiaoming coughing incessantly, Lu Xing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly came up with a way to deal with the goblins. The next morning, Lu Xiaoming discovered that Lu Xing had somehow acquired a large pile of firewood and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing with all this stuff?" You'll find out in a moment. The two returned to the goblin cave. 2 goblins were still guarding the entrance, but they were noticeably more wary after yesterday's attack. Same old rules. The left side is mine, the right side is yours. The black wolfhound unleashed Shadow Strike, instantly killing the guard on the left. The colorful butterfly followed up with a wind blade, slicing down another goblin. After clearing out the guards, Lu Xing piled firewood at the entrance of the cave and moved several large stones to block the already narrow exit, leaving only a crack. After preparing, he took out a lighter and lit the pile of firewood. The fire gradually grew larger, and thick black smoke rose up. Lu Xiaoming was still somewhat puzzled. What exactly do you want to do? Let the colorful butterflies fan the wind and blow all the smoke into the cave. She immediately understood. Since the environment inside the cave was favorable to goblins, they wouldn't go in. Instead, they would use the thick smoke to force the monsters out. 5-colored illusionary butterfly, it's up to you now. The colorful butterfly flapped its wings rapidly, and a cloud of black smoke immediately billowed into the cave. The goblins resting inside were choked awake and scrambled to escape towards the exit. However, the cave entrance was already blocked by rocks, and the passage was extremely narrow. The goblin at the front had just crouched down when he was overcome by the thick smoke and passed out. Soon, the passage was filled with goblins. To escape, their companions had to risk dragging the corpses back, but each time they cleared a path, more black smoke would pour in. Outside the cave, Lu Xing sat on a rock, munching on a chicken leg while adding firewood to the fire, looking incredibly relaxed. Lu Xiaoming was a little anxious. The corpse is blocking the passage, and the smoke can't get in anymore. How can you still be in the mood to eat? What's the rush? Let the smoke linger a little longer. Lu Xing was certain that these goblins had only one exit. As long as he guarded this spot, they would eventually lose their ability to resist once the air inside the cave was depleted. The fire raged for over an hour before Lu Xing stopped adding firewood. However, the cave was still filled with thick smoke, so the two did not go inside immediately. What do we do next? Lu Xiaoming asked. Let's go back and check on Xiaoyi first, and then talk about it after the smoke clears up. Just as the two were about to leave, the rocks blocking the cave entrance suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. Amidst billowing black smoke, a short figure, leaning on a scepter, staggered out. The real deal has finally appeared. Lu Xing scanned the area with his system eye and discovered that the other party was a bronze tier 3 goblin priest who possessed the fireball and inspire skills. Black Wolfhound, use Shadow Strike. Although the goblin priest was of a higher rank, he was already weakened by the thick smoke. The black wolfhound pounced instantly, its sharp claws leaving several deep wounds on his body. Green blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain brought the goblin priest back to his senses. He raised his scepter, and a massive fireball rapidly condensed before slamming it down on the black wolfhound. Get out of the way. The black wolfhound quickly sprang away, and the fireball crashed to the ground, blasting a deep crater. Looking at the billowing smoke and dust around him, Lu Xing secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, he weakened the opponent with fire beforehand. Otherwise, this goblin priest would have been a real challenge to deal with. Chapter 25 Going Back. 5-colored illusion butterfly. Use psychic power. Lu Xiaoming finally reacted and immediately gave the command. The 7-colored light struck the goblin priest, grabbed it, and slammed it against the rock wall. Black Wolfhound now? Use Shadow Ball. The black wolfhound opened its mouth wide, and black energy rapidly condensed, then transformed into a shadow ball that hurtled towards the target. Another explosion rang out. When the smoke cleared, the goblin priest was completely lifeless. Being of the psychic attribute, it couldn't withstand the attack from the shadow orb. Lu Xing was about to step forward when Lu Xiaoming stopped him, saying, "Wait a bit. What if it's just pretending to be dead?" "Don't worry, it's completely dead." Lu Xing possessed the system's eye, so he naturally wouldn't be fooled by a feigned death. He walked over and, with some effort, managed to snatch the scepter from the corpse's hand. Just as the two were about to leave, the black wolfhound suddenly slashed open the goblin priest's chest with its paw and dug out a crystal from inside. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. This crystal was quite valuable. Selling it should fetch a good amount of money. He then thought that the goblin cave had existed for many years, and there might be other spoils hidden deeper inside. "Black wolfhound, go in and take a look." Lu Xing took out a gas mask and a miner's lamp, and entered the cave with the black wolfhound. Lu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and followed. Along the way, the cave was littered with goblin corpses. Seeing such a number, Lu Xing was even more grateful that he had chosen fire attack. Otherwise, if they had actually fought head-on, the outcome probably wouldn't have been so easy. "Lu Xing, look over there." Lu Xiaoming suddenly pointed ahead. A piece of roasted meat sat on a campfire not far away, but upon seeing its shape, both men's expressions changed simultaneously. It wasn't an animal at all, but a person killed by goblins. That person was very likely Xiao Ye's companion. Lu Xiaoming could no longer hold back, turned around, and rushed out of the cave, trying to suppress the nausea in her stomach with the fresh air outside. Despite his discomfort, Lu Xing continued his search. Soon, he found a pile of junk in the corner on the right, clearly spoils that the goblins had stolen from humans and other prey. He didn't bother checking each item individually, and simply put them all into his system inventory. After confirming that nothing was left behind in the cave, Lu Xing left with the black wolfhound. Upon returning to the entrance of the secret realm, the station soldiers were not surprised. With Lu Xing's strength, as long as he didn't provoke powerful magical beasts, he wouldn't easily get into trouble in this low-level secret realm. Lu Xing hailed a taxi for Xiao Ye. Watching her departing figure, he knew in his heart that this experience would likely become a shadow over her entire life. Perhaps from now on, she would never set foot in the secret realm again. Afterwards, he and Lu Xiaoming returned to the Beastmaster registration office, handed over the goblin priest's staff, and successfully received the 500,000 bounty, with each of them receiving 250,000. "Then we'll meet again someday." Lu Xing took the money and prepared to leave, as he needed to go home and take stock of what he had obtained from the cave. "Wait a minute." Lu Xiaoming suddenly caught up, snatched his phone, and skillfully entered a string of numbers. "I've saved your number. Contact me anytime if you need anything." With that, she ran off without looking back. Lu Xing watched her departing figure, smiled slightly, and then got into his car to go home. He closed the curtains, took out all the loot from his system backpack, and began to sort them one by one. Keep the useful items, sell the valuable but unused items, and pack up and throw away miscellaneous items such as old clothes. After the inventory was completed, Lu Xing discovered that in addition to the 250,000 bounty, a total of 300,000 in cash had also been found in the cave. That money clearly belonged to the beast tamers who had died at the hands of the goblins. Beastmasters are an extremely expensive profession, so it's not surprising that those who dare to enter secret realms carry a lot of valuables. Chapter 26: Purchasing a New Beast. As for the goblin priest's crystal core, Lu Xing didn't plan to give it to the black wolfhound. Neither Fireball nor Inspire were high-level skills. It would be better to sell them along with the King Cobra's crystal core. Just then, the door lock clicked softly, and Fatty Sue walked in carrying a large bag of food, asking excitedly, "Lu Xing, did you miss me?" Lu Xing rolled his eyes at him. Su Pang then complained that no one had answered his calls for the past few days. Lu Xing took out his phone and, sure enough, saw several missed calls. There must have been no signal after entering the secret realm. "Stop talking nonsense. I bought the supreme pizza. Come and eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." That night, the two went to the rooftop to look at the stars. Suddenly, the black wolfhound leaped onto the platform and let out a long howl at the night sky, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to frantically converge towards it. "No way, your black wolfhound is about to break through." Fatty Sue was shocked and his eyes widened as he felt the strong fluctuation. A moment later, the black wolfhound successfully broke through from the 9th level of black iron to the 1st level of bronze. Its body grew larger again, and the oppressive aura emanating from it made Su Peng's legs go weak. Is this really a black wolfhound? I think it's the king of black wolfhounds. Lu Xing looked at the black wolfhound after its breakthrough and smiled. The black wolfhound reaching the first level of bronze meant that he had officially become a bronze beast tamer and could finally contract a second beast. Black wolfhound, Lu Xing called softly. The black wolfhound immediately dropped its menacing aura and excitedly pounced on him, its pink tongue licking his face incessantly. Lu Xing managed to push it away with great difficulty, already considering a second tamed beast in his mind. Su Peng, covered in cold sweat, ran downstairs to take a shower. When he came out, he found Lu Xing sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Fatty Su, do you know where I can buy beast taming items? Beast taming. Fatty Su was stunned for a moment, then realized. You haven't already broken through to the first level of bronze and are preparing to contract a second one, have you? Or what? Su Peng felt his entire understanding had been shattered, and even suspected that Lu Xing might have been possessed by some powerful being. Lu Xing ignored him and simply asked him to lead the way the next day. The next day, Fatty Su took Lu Xing to a very secluded shop. Seeing that the surroundings were somewhat dilapidated, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel suspicious. Don't worry, I bought my wild gorilla here, Fatty Su assured, patting his chest. Hearing this, Lu Xing finally felt relieved. Wild Gorilla's aptitude was quite good, which meant that although the shop was in a remote location, it might still have some good stuff. As soon as the two entered the shop, the owner greeted them with a smile. Recognizing Su Peng, he immediately greeted him warmly. Young Master Su, what brings you here today? Fatty Su stated his purpose directly. My brother is preparing to contract a second beast, so please bring out all the good stuff you have here for us to see. A second beast? Boss Jean looked at Lu Xing in surprise. The boy before him still had a somewhat youthful face, yet he already possessed the qualifications to contract a second beast. With Fatty Su personally accompanying him, Boss Jean immediately guessed that Lu Xing had an extraordinary background. May I ask your surname, brother? His surname is Lu. Upon hearing this, Boss Jean became even more enthusiastic, repeatedly addressing Lu Xing as young Master Lu, and then asked with a smile, what type of beast would you like to choose? Chapter 27 Buying a Little Electric Sparrow for 100,000. I want a flying beast to tame. Do you have any here? Lu Xing stated his needs directly. Boss Jean was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, leading the two to the basement. The basement was filled with iron cages, each containing various winged beasts. The space was cramped, and the beasts ate and drank inside, filling the air with an unpleasant odor. Su Peng pinched his nose and complained, it stinks so bad here. Lu Xing ignored them and activated his system to examine the beasts in the cages one by one. The beasts here were indeed quite good, with the lowest being C-grade and the best being an A-grade little firebird. However, an A-level qualification was still not enough in Lu Xing's eyes, and the little firebird had no special information, so there was obviously no possibility of it mutating. Didn't you find anything you like? Boss Jean asked tentatively. Lu Xing shook his head, then casually asked, besides the beasts here, do you have any other stock? Mr. Jean hesitated. There are a few, but I'm afraid they won't meet your standards. Take me to see. Now that Lu Xing was here, he naturally didn't want to leave empty-handed. The three arrived at another basement. It was even more crowded here, with a mixed bag of beasts, and their aptitudes were much worse than before, with F-rank beasts everywhere. After looking around, Lu Xing sighed inwardly, thinking he wouldn't find anything good, when an employee suddenly shouted, Boss, that little electric bird is dying. Should we get rid of it? Boss Jin's expression changed, and he quickly walked over. Lying on the ground was a small, dying electric bird, its body still emitting tiny sparks of electricity. What are you all standing there for? Get him away quickly. Don't let the disease spread to the other beasts. Boss Jean urged sternly. Treating a beast is extremely expensive, and the little electric bird itself is not very valuable. The treatment cost may even exceed its purchase price, so Boss Jean is unwilling to waste money. Lu Xing glanced at it casually, but his expression changed instantly. This little electric sparrow is only at the 3rd tier of black iron, yet it possesses SS level potential. It's not sick. Rather, it accidentally ate some kind of fruit, and its weak body is temporarily unable to withstand its power. Wait a minute. Lu Xing immediately called out to his employee, Boss Jean, how about selling this little electric bird to me? Boss Jean looked astonished, and Fatty Su hurriedly advised, Lu Xing, don't be foolish. This guy looks like he's about to die. What's the use of buying him? It's a life, after all, Lu Xing said, deliberately feigning sympathy. Su Peng believed him and kept trying to persuade him. After listening to their conversation, Boss Jean gradually let go of his suspicions and simply assumed that Lu Xing was a soft-hearted rich young master who didn't lack money. However, being shrewd by nature, he still offered a high price. Since young master Lu likes it, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. 100,000. Fatty Su's eyes widened immediately. Boss Jean, aren't you robbing me? Deal. Lu Xing agreed without hesitation. His reaction just now had already caught Boss Jin's attention. If he continued to haggle, the other party might notice something was amiss. So Lu Xing decided to play the sucker to the end. As long as he could buy an SS-level little electric sparrow for 100,000, this deal was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 28, Taming the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing readily paid 100,000 Chinese yuan and took away the dying little electric bird. Boss Jean watched his retreating figure, unable to help but sigh at how foolish and rich young masters were. Su Peng followed beside him, carrying the cage, getting angrier and angrier. Lu Xing, why won't you listen to advice? This little electric bird is almost dead, isn't buying it just a waste of money? Lu Xing didn't explain. If Fatty Su knew that this little electric sparrow possessed SS-level qualifications, he would probably be terrified on the spot. Upon returning home, Lu Xing immediately went into his bedroom and locked the door. I'm going to form a contract with it, so don't disturb me yet. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Fatty Su could only turn around and leave, intending to calm himself down by eating something. Inside the room, Lu Xing used his spiritual power to draw a contract array on the ground, following the method he had learned in class. As the last stroke was made, the entire array immediately burst into dazzling light. The little electric sparrow sensed his intention and instinctively tried to resist. However, its body was weak and it had almost no strength. It quickly transformed into a streak of light and entered Lu Xing's beast-taming space. The spiritual energy within the beast-taming space rapidly gathered, enveloping the little electric sparrow and slowly repairing its body. However, its condition was too severe and the recovery speed was not ideal. It seems we still need to find a therapist, Lu Xing said softly. The next morning, he opened the door and found Fatty Su sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Fatty Su was still angry about what happened yesterday and just snorted coldly when he saw him. Lu Xing walked over and found a breakfast on his seat as well. It seemed that although Fatty Su was stubborn, he hadn't forgotten to prepare one for him. After finishing his meal, Lu Xing asked, "Do you know where I can find a therapist?" "You really made a contract with that little electric sparrow?" Fatty Su asked, his face full of disbelief. "The contract is already in place. You just need to tell me where you can get it treated." Fatty Su sighed. The situation was beyond repair, so he could only try to salvage it. "I know a place. I'll take you there now." The two soon arrived in front of a magnificent building. Su Peng told him that healers were a special branch of beast tamers, because beast tamers with healing skills were extremely rare, so healers held a very high status. Upon entering the lobby, a staff member immediately greeted me. Fatty Su asked directly, "We've come to treat our beast tamers. Is Master Zheng here?" The staff member looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Master Zheng just went out, and it's uncertain when he will be back." The two hadn't expected to make a wasted trip and had no choice but to leave. Lu Xing then asked Su Peng if he knew any other therapists, but Su Peng shook his head helplessly. Therapists are already scarce, most of them having already been recruited by various forces. Master Zheng is the only therapist he knows who is open to receiving clients. Just as Lu Xing was worrying about this, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. "Lu Xing." He turned around and saw a woman in a red dress standing in the sunlight, her long, bright red hair particularly striking. "Sister Phoenix, what are you doing here?" Upon recognizing the person, Su Peng's eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, "You actually know Phoenix?" "I know, is there a problem?" "She's the leader of the Phoenix mercenary group." Fatty Su exclaimed excitedly. That mercenary group is famous for its abundance of beautiful women. Lu Xing was speechless after hearing this, not expecting that Fatty Su would know so much about this kind of thing. He ignored Fatty Su and turned to Phoenix, greeting her with a smile. "Sister Phoenix, long time no see." Chapter 29, Treating the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing walked towards Phoenix. Phoenix smiled and explained that she was just strolling around the area, since it wasn't far from the Phoenix mercenary group's base. "Hey kid, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you anywhere." "It's nothing, I just cultivated for a while." Phoenix sensed it carefully, and its expression immediately changed. You've already reached Bronze Tier 1? How long has it been? Your talent is simply outrageous. Lu Xing laughed and said, Sister Phoenix is joking. How could I possibly compare to you? Phoenix has already reached the platinum level, and it's clear that catching up with him is not something that can be done in a short time. Alright, you've gotten quite the sweet talker these past few days. Phoenix noticed the worry in his expression and asked directly, What trouble have you run into? Lu Xing didn't hide anything and told them that the little electric sparrow he had just contracted was seriously injured and that the healer was not around. You've already contracted a second beast so quickly? Phoenix frowned slightly. Ordinary beast tamers would spend a long time carefully selecting their path after breaking through to the first rank of bronze. Lu Xing, however, was so hasty. But Phoenix believed that he wouldn't risk his future. Come with me. I'll take you to a therapist. Lu Xing's eyes lit up, and he and Su Pang immediately followed. Led by Phoenix, the three of them soon arrived at a luxurious manor. After entering the villa, Su Pang looked around with great curiosity, and even took a deep breath. This is the Phoenix Mercenary Group's base? Even the air smells good. At this moment, a woman wearing a green dress and with long green hair slowly walked down from upstairs. Sister Phoenix, who needs to heal their beast tamer? Phoenix pointed at Lu Xing. The woman in the green dress yawned and said lazily, Little brother, summon your beast. Lu Xing cast a spell and released the little electric bird. The little electric bird flapped its wings a few times with difficulty, then fell weakly to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Xing caught it in time. The woman in the green dress glanced at it and laughed. I didn't expect the little brother's bird to be so small. Lu Xing sensed the teasing in her words, but didn't respond. Instead, he politely said, I would be extremely grateful if you could help me with the treatment, sister. Seeing that he was in a good mood, the woman stopped teasing him and summoned a green sprite the size of a palm. Green elf, use heal on little electric sparrow. The green sprite flapped its transparent wings and flew to the little electric bird. Its whole body emitted a soft green light, and it gently placed its hands on the little electric bird. As the green light continued to merge into its body, little electric sparrow's injuries began to heal rapidly, and its originally weak aura gradually stabilized. Lu Xing used the system's eye to examine the green elf and found that it had reached Platinum Tier 1, possessed S-level aptitude, and had mastered healing, vine whipping, and petal impact. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that there were indeed no weaklings among the Phoenix Mercenary Group members. At the same time, he also conceived the idea of contracting healing-type beast tamers in the future. A moment later, the treatment ended. The woman in the green dress retrieved the green sprite and winked at Lu Xing. Remember, my name is Green Ivy. I'm helping you this time because of Phoenix, so you owe me a favor. When you repay, it is up to me. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs to catch up on her beauty sleep. The recovered little electric bird excitedly flapped its wings, flew straight through the corridor, and out onto the balcony. Upon seeing this, Fatty Su panicked. Lu Xing, your little electric sparrow has defected. Lu Xing remained calm. It's just been too long since it flew. It will come back when it gets tired. Su Pang was still somewhat skeptical, and Phoenix was also very curious, not understanding why he was so confident. Usually, newly contracted beasts need to be tamed slowly, and no one dares to release them immediately. Then let's wait and see. Phoenix glanced at the two of them. Since you're here, stay for lunch. It's almost lunchtime anyway. Chapter 30 Leveling Up the Little Electric Sparrow. Upon hearing that he could stay for a meal, Fatty Su's eyes lit up immediately. This was the Phoenix Mercenary Group's base, and for a foodie like him, being able to eat here was something he couldn't ask for more. Lunch was quickly served. Besides Phoenix and Green Ivy, there was also a purple-haired woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although she was beautiful, her gaze was very sharp, making Su Pang feel uncomfortable. During the meal, the little electric bird perched quietly on Lu Xing's shoulder. It had been flying outside for a long time and was starving. It swallowed all the pieces of meat that Lu Xing handed it in one gulp. The phoenix asked curiously, "How can you be sure it won't run away?" Lu Xing casually laughed and said, "It's probably because I'm too handsome." Phoenix paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. This seemingly casual answer successfully evaded the system's secret. After lunch, Lu Xing and Su Pang said goodbye and left. Watching their retreating figures, Green Ivy couldn't help but tease Phoenix. "Commander, aren't you the one who hates men the most? Why are you being so nice to this little brother?" As if she had just realized something, she grinned mischievously. "You're not thinking of taking advantage of a young girl, are you?" Green Ivy, the purple-haired woman, Zi Xian, finally couldn't take it anymore. Green Ivy, however, didn't care at all, yawning as she went upstairs to sleep. Only Phoenix and Zixuan remained in the hall. Zixuan pushed up her glasses and said in a low voice, "That Lu Xing is not simple. Although he only contracted a little electric sparrow, the aptitude of that beast is probably far beyond what it appears to be." Phoenix nodded gently. "It seems you've noticed too." After leaving the Phoenix mercenary group, Lu Xing looked at the little electric sparrow flying around him, a satisfied smile on his face. His next task was to improve the little electric sparrow's strength as quickly as possible. The next morning, Lu Xing quickly packed his bags and prepared to head to the beginner-level secret realm alone. Su Pang was still fast asleep in his room, his snoring clearly audible even through the door. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly, didn't wake him, and went out alone to head to the secret realm. After showing his beast-taming certificate, he entered smoothly. The target this time is Moon Lake. It's shaped like a crescent moon and is home to a large number of water-type magical beasts, making it a perfect place for little electric sparrow to train in combat. Upon entering the secret realm, Lu Xing immediately summoned 2 tamed beasts. The black wolfhound was responsible for guarding the ground, while the little electric sparrow excitedly flew into the sky, enjoying its long-lost freedom. Let's go, destination, Lake of the Moon. After dealing with several attacking monsters along the way, they arrived at the lakeside without incident. Lu Xing glanced around and spotted a red crab basking in the sun on a rock. This red crab is at the 8th level of the black iron rank, possesses the water attribute, and its skill is Sever. Although its level is much higher than that of the little electric sparrow, it is precisely because it is weak against the electric attribute. Little electric sparrow, use electric shock on it. Little electric sparrow nodded, and a golden bolt of lightning instantly struck down, accurately hitting the red claw crab. The red claw crab convulsed, but did not lose its ability to fight. After being ambushed, it immediately swung its huge pincers and angrily pounced on Lu Xing, clearly wanting to cut all the enemies in front of it to pieces. Black Wolfhound, use Tear Claw. The Black Wolfhound charged out instantly, its figure flashing past the red crab. The next moment, the hard shell split open in the middle, and the massive body was broken in two. With a single move, the Black Wolfhound instantly killed the red crab, a black iron tier 8 monster. Lu Xing glanced at the fallen red crab but didn't linger. Let's continue looking for the next target. There are 2 main ways to improve your beast taming strength. One is to use resources to enhance it, which is safe but lacks practical experience. The other is to fight constantly, which is more effective but comes with danger. Lu Xing clearly chose the latter. Chapter 31 Going Home. 2 weeks later, Lu Xing sat under a big tree eating a sandwich, while his 2 tamed beasts ate beside him. After this period of fighting, Little Electric Sparrow had finally advanced to the 9th rank of Black Iron. As its strength increased, it was no longer the size of a sparrow, but now nearly the size of a rooster. While the Black Wolfhound was responsible for guarding the area, its strength also improved, reaching the 3rd tier of bronze. Lu Xing glanced at the time and decided to end this training session. He put the packaging bag into his backpack and left Moon Lake with his 2 tamed beasts. As they passed through the jungle, the Black Wolfhound suddenly lowered its body and assumed an attack stance. Immediately afterward, a 3-meter-tall white bear charged out of the woods. The white bear's eyes were bloodshot, and it kept pounding its chest, clearly warning them to leave its territory. Lu Xing used his system eye to see that it was only at the 1st level of bronze, possessing the pounding skill. Little Electric Sparrow, it's your turn now. A bolt of golden lightning struck instantly, hitting the unsuspecting white bear. Its white fur was charred black, and a foul, burnt smell filled the air. Lu Xing felt a little regretful, as he had originally wanted to keep the bear's skin to make a coat. The injured white bear, however, did not back down. Instead, it roared and pounced on him. Just as the Black Wolfhound was about to make a move, Lu Xing stopped him. Leave this to Little Electric Sparrow. The little electric bird unleashed another electric shock, and the golden lightning struck the white bear precisely. Its massive body crashed to the ground, lifeless. After successfully killing the white bear, the little electric bird excitedly circled in the air. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered towards it, and after a dazzling flash of light, its size changed once again. The little electric bird is now almost the size of an ostrich. Lu Xing nodded in satisfaction. If it levels up a few more times, he might actually be able to ride it and fly. After leaving the secret realm, Lu Xing took a car home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Pang sitting at the dining table, happily eating a family bucket of food. Lu Xing didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and picked up a chicken leg. Your family is so well off. Why do you always like to stay here? Su Peng sighed, looking aggrieved. You don't understand. I've tried so hard, but my parents are still not satisfied. Lu Xing initially didn't believe it, but after using the system's eye, he discovered that Su Peng had actually reached the 8th level of Black Iron. It seemed that he hadn't been slacking off these past few days. Where have you been lately? What level are you at now? Fatty Su asked curiously. Guess. Lu Xing deliberately kept everyone in suspense, then picked up another chicken leg and went back to his room to take a shower and rest. When he woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Xing was starving, so he went out and found a noodle shop, where he ate a simple bowl of noodles. After leaving the noodle shop, he quickly realized something was wrong. A middle-aged man had been secretly following him, but he was dressed plainly and had no conspicuous valuables on him. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, a cold smile slowly appearing on his lips. Since you want to follow me, let's see what you're really up to. Chapter 32, Running Away. Lu Xing deliberately turned into a secluded alley and quickly hid behind a corner. As soon as the middle-aged man caught up, he suddenly threw a punch. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, immediately raising his hand to block, but was still knocked back several steps by the powerful force. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lu Xing asked coldly. The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses, stared at him, and asked, Do you know Gao Bo? Lu Xing's heart sank, but he remained calm on the surface. I know him. He's my classmate, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. Still putting on an act? The man sneered. My son died at your hands, so it's not entirely unjust. Lu Xing then realized that the person in front of him was Gao Bo's father. He had thought he had handled things cleanly enough, but he hadn't expected that the other party would still find out about him. The man told him that he had investigated everyone around Gao Bo and found that only Lu Xing had a grudge against him, and that Gao Bo had even hired someone to kill him. I only had a suspicion before, but judging from your reaction now, you must be the murderer. Lu Xing didn't admit it, but instead asked, Do you have any evidence? Evidence? The man laughed angrily. Do I, Gao Yi, need evidence to kill an ant? Whether it's you or not, you're going to die today. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yi swiftly summoned 3 summoned beasts. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's expression immediately changed. The fact that Gao Yi can simultaneously contract 3 beasts indicates that he is at least a silver beast master. With his current bronze level strength, he has no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Black Wolfhound, come out. Lu Xing turned and ran, summoning the Black Wolfhound, then flipped himself onto its back and sped out of the alley. Gao Yi also mounted a magnificent horned horse and chased after him closely. No one can escape from me. As the 2 sides drew closer, Lu Xing initially considered seeking help from the Beast Tamer inspection team, but quickly dismissed the idea. Gao Yi dared to openly pursue him in the city, so there's likely someone behind him. Rushing to the police station might just be walking into a trap. Just when Lu Xing was almost in dire straits, a clear bird song suddenly rang out from the sky. Fire Phoenix, use flamethrower. Blazing flames descended from the sky, heading straight for Gao Yi. Gao Yi hurriedly ordered his magnificent horned horse to dodge, the flames almost grazing his body. Phoenix, what do you want to do? Gao Yi asked angrily. The red-haired woman stood beside the Fire Phoenix and said coldly, What's it to you? As for you, a silver-level beast tamer chasing after a junior, aren't you ashamed? She gave him 2 choices, either leave immediately or stay and fight her. Gao Yi's face was grim, but he didn't dare to actually make a move. He could only snort coldly. I'll remember this debt. After he left, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask, Sister Phoenix, why didn't you just keep him here? Phoenix explained helplessly that Gao Yi's father, Gao Hong, was a veteran platinum-level expert, while she had only recently broken through to the next level and was not confident in dealing with him. She then frowned and asked, Why is Gao Yi chasing you? Lu Xing chuckled dryly. It's nothing, I just killed his son. After hearing the whole story, Phoenix immediately regretted letting Gao Yi go. She knew that this matter could not be easily resolved. Don't go anywhere right now, come with me. Where to? Airport. Lu Xing didn't ask any more questions and immediately followed Phoenix to the airport. Chapter 33, heading to Jiangnan City. Sister Phoenix, what are we doing at the airport? Lu Xing asked, looking puzzled. Of course, I'm telling you to run away, Phoenix said directly. Jiangnan Beast Taming University is about to start, so you should go to Jiangnan City now. No matter how powerful the Gao family is, their influence is limited to Guang City. Once you leave here, you'll be safe for the time being. Before he left, Phoenix gave him a slip of paper with an address and a keepsake, instructing him to find his college friend, Yen Ryu. Once Yen Ryu saw the keepsake, she would understand everything. After boarding the plane, Lu Xing gazed at Guangzhou City receding into the distance through the window, feeling a pang of reluctance. But facing the Gao family's pursuit, he could only temporarily avoid their attacks. The Gao family, this debt will be settled sooner or later, Lu Xing secretly resolved. As long as he was strong enough, he would return to resolve this trouble eventually. When Lu Xing arrived in Jiangnan City, school hadn't officially started yet, so he had to go find Yen Ryu first. He took a taxi to the address on the note, but when he got out of the car, he was completely stunned. What lay before them was not a high-end residential area at all, but rather a dilapidated, overgrown wasteland. Compared to the Phoenix Mercenary Group's luxurious estate, this place was like another world entirely. Lu Xing even suspected that Yen Ryu had moved away, but since he was already there, he still followed the address and found a rusty iron gate. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a loud bang suddenly came from inside, followed by billowing black smoke coming out from the crack in the door. The iron gate slowly opened, and a woman dressed entirely in black coughed as she walked out, looking as if she had just crawled out of a coal mine. "Handsome young man, who are you looking for?" the woman asked with a smile. Lu Xing's lips twitched. "It's nothing, I just went the wrong way." He turned to leave, but a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. The force was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to break free. "You must be Lu Xing? Phoenix has already spoken to me and told me to take good care of you." Lu Xing then realized he hadn't made a mistake and could only turn around and greet her. "Hello, Sister Ryu." Yen Ryu nodded in satisfaction and led him into the room. The room was filled with test tubes, beakers, and various instruments. There were black marks left by the explosion on the walls, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. "Sister Ryu, what are you researching?" Lu Xing couldn't help but ask. Yen Ryu immediately perked up, pulled him to a corner, and handed him a test tube filled with black liquid. "I know it's poison," Lu Xing said seriously. "What poison?" Yen Ryu glared at him. "This is an evolution potion." She explained that evolutionary theories have long circulated in the beast-taming world, such as the possibility that goblin priests evolved from ordinary goblins. However, this theory lacks evidence, so she wanted to develop an evolution potion to prove that beast taming can indeed evolve. Lu Xing listened thoughtfully. He knew that tamed beasts weren't incapable of evolving, but rather required certain conditions to be met. However, he quickly abandoned the idea of researching it himself. His goal wasn't to become a research scholar, but to become a beast tamer at the pinnacle of the world. Only with sufficient strength could he stop being manipulated by others. Yen Ryu pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. "That room is yours from now on. I still need to continue my research. You can handle other things yourself." Lu Xing pushed open the door and went inside, finding it very clean and tidy, completely different from the chaos outside, obviously having been tidied up in advance. Looking at the prepared room, his impression of Yen Ryu improved slightly. He then closed the door and began to tidy up his things. Chapter 34 Evolution Manual. After a long and tiring journey, Lu Xing lay down on the clean, soft bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the entire house shook violently. Lu Xing suddenly sat up in bed, initially thinking there had been an earthquake, before realizing that it was probably another problem with Yen Ryu's experiment. He walked out of the room and saw Yen Ryu with messy hair and her face blackened by soot. Only her eyes and teeth were particularly noticeable. "You're awake? Sorry to wake you." Just as Lu Xing was about to answer, Yen Ryu's stomach suddenly growled. She covered her stomach somewhat embarrassedly, and Lu Xing suggested that they go out to eat together. After Yen Ryu finished showering and changing her clothes, she seemed like a completely different person. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment before quickly looking away. The two decided to go eat malatang, a spicy hot pot dish. Halfway there, Yen Ryu suddenly stopped. Lu Xing thought she had noticed his lapse in behavior, but it turned out she had simply forgotten her wallet. "It's okay, it's on me today." "That's right, just as Phoenix said." Yen Ryu nodded in satisfaction. After finishing her meal, Yen Ryu patted her slightly bulging belly, completely unconcerned about her image. Lu Xing hadn't expected that she, despite her beautiful appearance, would have such a carefree and easygoing personality. "What are your plans next?" Yen Ryu asked. "Not yet. Then be my assistant for now." Without waiting for Lu Xing's reply, she handed him a thick notebook. Lu Xing casually flipped through the book and found it filled with a large amount of information on beast evolution. Did you write all of these? Yen Ryu shook her head. It was left behind by my teacher. His name was Comrade, and he was the greatest researcher in the world. It's a pity he passed away too early. Otherwise the world of beast taming might have been changed long ago. Lu Xing was unaware that Comrade General had founded the Church of Evolution, attempting to accelerate the evolution of beasts through artificial means. Later, the church gradually went to extremes and was eventually besieged by various forces. Back at their lodgings, Yen Ryu yawned and went to her room to rest. Lu Xing, however, was wide awake and took out his notebook to study it intently, unknowingly reading until the morning of the next day. As he closed the last page, he was deeply moved. The book not only contained a wealth of evolutionary theories, but also numerous specific methods of evolution. To evolve into Thunderhawk, Little Electric Sparrow needs an electric magic crystal and a thunder fruit. As for Thunderhawk evolving into Thunderdragonhawk, it requires a thunder seed and dragon blood essence. Lightning attribute seeds typically grow in places with frequent lightning, but dragon blood essence is extremely rare. Dragons almost always possess top-tier strength, making it impossible for Lu Xing to even approach them with his current abilities. Fortunately, Little Sparrow had once mistakenly eaten a thunder fruit, and although it was injured as a result, it also unexpectedly absorbed its power. Now, as long as it finds an electric attribute magic crystal, it has a chance to complete its first evolution. Let's evolve Sparrow into Casito first, and we'll talk about other things later. Lu Xing decided to go to Jiangnan City the next day to inquire about the magic crystal. His only regret was that several pages were missing from this precious evolution manual. Chapter 35, Entering Thunder Canyon. Lu Xing searched through the entire evolution manual, but couldn't find any information on the Black Wolfhound. He couldn't help but suspect that the relevant information might be recorded in the missing pages. However, the Black Wolfhound is quite special, seemingly possessing some kind of powerful bloodline. Rather than forcibly intervening, it's better to let nature take its course and allow it to grow on its own. The next day, Lu Xing went to the Beast Tamer Registration Office in Jiangnan City. He was there not only to inquire about electric attribute magic crystals, but also to update his Beast Tamer information. Black Wolfhound has now reached Bronze Tier 3, but his registration information is still at Iron Tier 9. Hello, I'm here to update the Beast Tamer information. The staff member took the identification and asked Lu Xing to place her palm on the testing screen. But after seeing what the system displayed, she froze on the spot, even suspecting that the machine was malfunctioning. A director surnamed Wang rushed over upon hearing the commotion and, after checking, found no problems with the system. He was about to reprimand the staff when he noticed Lu Xing's age and competence. 18 years old, bronze rank 3. Director Wang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and after noticing that everyone around him was looking at him, he quickly apologized to everyone. He quickly updated Lu Xing's information and respectfully handed over his business card. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Lu Xing immediately realized that the other party probably mistook him for a member of a powerful family. However, he didn't expose him, but instead took the opportunity to ask about the whereabouts of the electric magic crystal. This material is extremely rare. Please wait a moment while I look it up for you. Director Wang, with his considerable authority, quickly located the relevant information. Upon learning the location of his target, Lu Xing immediately left the registration office and headed towards the secret realm known as Thunder Canyon. Upon entering the secret realm, he immediately summoned the Black Wolfhound and the Little Electric Sparrow. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled in the distance, and the damp ground was covered in mud, clearly indicating a recent heavy rain. Is this Thunder Canyon? Lu Xing led his two tamed beasts deeper into the canyon. Not long after, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky, followed by a fierce wind. With a downpour approaching, Lu Xing immediately looked for shelter. The Black Wolfhound, with its keen sense of smell, quickly spotted a cave not far away. Let's go inside and take shelter. The Black Wolfhound scouted ahead, Lu Xing walked in the middle, and the Little Electric Sparrow brought up the rear. Just as they stepped into the cave, a torrential downpour began outside. The strong winds kept blowing rain into the cave entrance, so Lu Xing could only continue deeper with his two beast tamers. Surprisingly, the cave was very dry, with no unpleasant stench or traces of monster activity. It appeared to be just a naturally formed hollow. Lu Xing glanced around, feeling slightly relieved, and prepared to continue searching for electric magic crystals after the downpour stopped. Chapter 36: The Appearance of the Man in Black. The rain outside hadn't stopped, so Lu Xing took out some food from his system inventory. The black wolfhound ate its favorite chicken leg, while the little electric sparrow was particularly interested in the fried rice. Seeing his two summoned beasts enjoying their meal, Lu Xing felt much better. They weren't far from the location provided by Director Wang. If they could successfully obtain the electric crystal, the little electric sparrow could evolve into a thunderhawk. As darkness fell, Lu Xing took out a blanket and decided to spend the night in the cave. The task of keeping watch was naturally entrusted to the most vigilant black wolfhound. In the dead of night, the black wolfhound crouched at the entrance of its den, its eerie green eyes fixed on the outside. Behind it, Lu Xing slept soundly, cradling the little electric sparrow. Watching this scene, the black wolfhound felt a surge of warmth in its heart. Having followed Lu Xing for so long, this was the first time it had felt the warmth of home. It secretly resolved that it must strive to become stronger. Even if something happened to it, it would never let Lu Xing get hurt. When Lu Xing woke up the next day, he found that the black wolfhound was still guarding the same spot, so he reached out and patted its head. "You've worked hard. Now get some rest." The black wolfhound had been guarding all night and was exhausted. Lu Xing put it back into his beast-taming space and waited for the little electric sparrow to wake up before setting off again. More than 2 hours later, a noisy chatter suddenly came from outside the cave. "What kind of place is this? It rains all the time, and my clothes are soaked again right after I change them. Stop complaining and hurry up and get on board," the leader snapped. "Kill that guy, and you'll get money and women." Lu Xing hid inside the cave and observed through the system's eye that the group of people were all quite strong, with the weakest being at least bronze level and the leader even reaching silver level 2. After they left, Lu Xing emerged from the cave and stared at the footprints on the ground, lost in thought. They had clearly been hunting some powerful magical beast. Perhaps there was an opportunity hidden within. Fortune favors the bold. As long as you're careful, you should be fine. Lu Xing eventually followed. He maintained a safe distance and made his way to the depths of the canyon. Roar! A deafening roar came from ahead, and the men in black summoned their beasts. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly killing a long-tusked boar. In just one exchange, the man in black lost one of his beasts. With a deep roar, a tiger crackling with electricity leaped down from the rock face. Its entire body was golden, with sparks dancing on its fur, giving it a majestic appearance. Lu Xing immediately recognized its information. It was a silver tier 3 thunder tiger, wielding electric shocks and lightning, and its strength even surpassed that of the leader of the men in black. Oh no, the intelligence was wrong. The leader's expression changed drastically. It's no longer silver tier 1. The group was suddenly in dire straits. They couldn't outrun the thunder tiger if they tried to escape, and in a direct confrontation, their strength offered little chance of victory. "Boss, what do we do now?" Everyone looked at the leader. The leader gritted his teeth and finally roared. "There's no turning back now. Let's fight it to the death." As soon as the command was given, the group immediately launched an attack. The thunder tiger roared and charged into the herd of beasts, like a tiger among sheep, tearing apart the beasts that came its way. However, the large number of men in black also left many wounds on Thunder Tiger. The battle lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, leaving the canyon in ruins. Lu Xing looked at the battlefield again and found that only a rockburst beast and a thunder tiger remained, still facing each other. Chapter 37 reaped the benefits. Although Thunder Tiger was powerful, its continuous battles had already depleted its stamina, leaving it covered in wounds. In contrast, the rockburst beast, the leader of the men in black, had not made a move and remained almost completely unharmed. Lu Xing used the system eye to check and discovered that the rockburst beast had reached silver tier 2 and possessed the abilities of flying stones and rock bombardment. Furthermore, given that the rock attribute is effective against lightning, this battle was truly unpredictable. Rock Blaster, use rock throw. The rockburst beast raised its hand and conjured a giant rock, which it slammed down on the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger tried to dodge, but its leg injury suddenly flared up, and it was hit head-on by the rock, sending it flying backward. The leader of the men in black burst into laughter upon seeing this. Even though all his men had been killed in battle, he felt no sorrow whatsoever. His eyes were only fixed on the profits that were about to be obtained. But the next second, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The Thunder Tiger transformed into a white bolt of lightning, instantly rushing towards the rockburst beast, its sharp claws slamming down. How is this possible? The leader of the men in black's expression changed drastically. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. The Thunder Tiger had just used Lightning Flash, which was not only incredibly fast, but also allowed for rapid movement over short distances. The rock-burst beast was slammed into the rock wall by a claw, barely managing to stand up thanks to its hard shell. The leader immediately ordered it to bombard the rock, and an even larger boulder flew out. Thunder roared again, and the Thunder Tiger vanished from its spot. The boulder missed its target, and the Thunder Tiger reappeared beside the rock-burst beast, swatting it away with another claw strike. This time, the rock-burst beast could no longer hold on and crashed into the rock wall, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seeing that things were going badly, the leader of the men in black turned to flee. But with a flash of lightning, he also fell to the ground. Lu Xing knew his chance had come. At this moment, Thunder Tiger was already at its last gasp, so he immediately appeared with Black Wolfhound and Little Electric Sparrow. Little Electric Sparrow used Thunder Shock. Black Wolfhound used Shadow Ball. Two attacks landed on Thunder Tiger simultaneously. Caught completely off guard, Thunder Tiger was knocked down on the spot, unable to stand up again. As Lu Xing approached, he noticed that black blood was continuously flowing from its wounds. It turned out that during the previous battle, the Thunder Tiger had been poisoned by the Bamboo Viper, and its ability to hold on until now was entirely due to its powerful physique. A loss is a loss. Rest in peace. Upon receiving the signal, the Black Wolfhound slashed across the Thunder Tiger's neck with its paw, ending its life, and then dug out an electric attribute crystal core from the corpse. Little Electric Sparrow, this is for you. The Little Electric Sparrow excitedly accepted the crystal core. The system then presented two skill options, Electric Shock and Lightning Flash. Lu Xing chose Lightning Flash without hesitation. After the power of the crystal core was absorbed, the Little Electric Sparrow successfully mastered a new skill. Try it, use Lightning Flash. A clap of thunder sounded, and the Little Electric Sparrow instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. This skill is extremely useful for both chasing and escaping, and the distance increases with its strength. In its excitement, the little electric bird unleashed several lightning strikes in succession, until it flew back, panting heavily. Lu Xing looked at its exhausted appearance, lost in thought. While lightning was powerful, it was extremely taxing on the Little Electric Sparrow's stamina. He needed to strengthen its endurance training. Chapter 38 Evolution of the Little Electric Sparrow. After a short rest, Lu Xing continued his journey with his two tamed beasts. More than half an hour later, they finally arrived at the location provided by Wang Bin. Lu Xing activated the system I and quickly discovered a fist-sized yellow crystal on the mountaintop. It was an electric crystal, formed from the accumulated energy of lightning strikes over many years. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck from the dark clouds, hitting the crystal precisely. Lu Xing frowned immediately, getting it would clearly not be easy. The little electric bird suddenly chirped, volunteering to retrieve the crystal. Although Lu Xing was worried, he had no better option at the moment and could only tell it to be very careful. After observing several times, Lu Xing discovered that there was a brief interval between each lightning strike. Now, Little Electric Sparrow, go. The Little Electric Sparrow suddenly flapped its wings and rushed towards the mountaintop. Just as it was about to grab the electric crystal, a bolt of lightning suddenly gathered in the sky. Little Electric Sparrow, get out of the way. But the Little Electric Sparrow, seeing the crystal so close at hand, did not retreat. It stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed the electric crystal. Then thunder roared, and its figure vanished instantly. Lu Xing looked up, but found that no lightning had fallen from the sky. The next second, the Little Electric Sparrow appeared more than 10 meters away. So it was lightning. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it had mastered lightning, otherwise it would have been hit head-on. Although he was a little angry, he couldn't bear to scold it when he saw the little electric bird carrying the crystal and looking at him expectantly, wanting to show off its success. At this point, the system indicated that the evolution conditions for the little electric bird had been met. Evolve immediately. The electric crystal suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, and a massive amount of electric energy surged wildly into the little electric sparrow's body. Countless currents danced among its feathers, and it let out a long cry, actually flying towards the dark clouds high in the sky. Just as the little electric sparrow approached the clouds, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck, instantly engulfing it completely. The blinding light made Lu Xing unable to open his eyes, and his heart leaped into his throat. A moment later, the system notification finally sounded. Little Electric Sparrow has successfully evolved into Thunderhawk. Lu Xing excitedly looked up and saw a huge eagle burst out of the lightning. It circled once in the sky and then landed steadily in front of Lu Xing. The evolved Thunderhawk was now capable of carrying a person, and its soft feathers carried a warm current. It affectionately nuzzled Lu Xing with its head, clearly very excited. Lu Xing immediately checked the attributes and found that the Thunder Eagle had reached the 5th level of bronze, still maintained its SS level aptitude, and had also mastered the skills of Electric Shock, Lightning Flash, and the new skill Lightning. Lightning can directly condense into bolts of lightning to attack enemies, with power far exceeding that of ordinary electric shocks. Clearly, the lightning bolt just now not only helped it complete its evolution, but also allowed it to learn a more powerful technique. This adventure was not in vain after all. The Thunder Eagle suddenly cried out, turned its body, and turned its broad back toward Lu Xing. You mean you want me to ride on it? Thunder Eagle nodded seriously. Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Fire Phoenix. Alright, Lu Xing flipped himself onto the Thunder Eagle and put the black wolfhound back into his beast-taming space. The Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and quickly carried him into the sky. The oncoming gale made Lu Xing extremely excited. Although he had flown in an airplane in his previous life, the feeling of personally riding a beast was completely different. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark clouds. The Thunder Eagle let out a long cry and immediately unleashed its lightning flash, instantly shifting several meters to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack. Lu Xing was still shaken and quickly brought it down. Thunder Canyon was frequently struck by lightning, and flying in the air would be like becoming a sitting duck. He didn't want to risk his life. On the way back, Lu Xing noticed that the black wolfhound seemed a bit down. It had always been a key member of the team, but after the Thunder Eagle evolved, its strength had surpassed its own. Don't be discouraged, it's only temporarily in the lead. Lu Xing comforted the black wolfhound by patting its head. I believe in your potential, and you'll soon surpass it again. The black wolfhound regained its spirits after hearing this, and secretly resolved to work hard to become stronger. The lightning eagle in midair, however, remained completely unaware, continuing to fly happily about. After leaving the secret realm, Lu Xing took a car back to Yen Ryu's residence. Pushing open the door, he found that the previously messy room had been tidied up and all kinds of instruments were neatly arranged on the table. Just as he was wondering if he had gone to the wrong place, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Yen Ryu, who had just finished showering, walked out with her long, wet hair. Lu Xing, you're back? Yen Ryu was visibly relieved when she saw him. Where have you been all these days? You didn't even tell me you were going out, making me worry for ages. I'm sorry, Sister Ryu. I'll be more careful next time. Before Yen Ryu could continue speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open. Fire Phoenix rushed in anxiously. Yen Ryu, tell me honestly, where did Lu Xing go? Yen Ryu quickly dodged her and pointed to the side, saying, Look carefully first. Hasn't he already returned? Fire Phoenix turned around and saw Lu Xing, immediately stepped forward and scolded him. You brat, where did you run off to? Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Lu Xing could only apologize again. Fire Phoenix snorted coldly, but after carefully sensing the situation, the anger on her face instantly turned into shock. What is your current strength? Bronze Tier 5. The Fire Phoenix was speechless. In just over a month, Lu Xing had advanced from the 1st rank of Black Iron to the 5th rank of Bronze, a speed that was simply unheard of. However, after confirming that he was safe and sound, Fire Phoenix finally felt relieved. She looked at the tidy room again and said with satisfaction, Ryu, you did a good job cleaning today. Yen Ryu's expression was evasive, clearly showing some guilt. Fire Phoenix, however, smiled and put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her aside to catch up. Seeing that the two were arguing more and more, Lu Xing wisely said, Sister Phoenix, Sister Ryu, I'll go back to my room to rest first. He quickly slipped into the room and locked the door behind him. Hearing Yen Ryu's complaints outside, Lu Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I ran fast enough, otherwise staying behind would have been even more embarrassing. Chapter 40, Buying Beast Taming for Fatty Sue. Lu Xing lay down on the bed, as he prepared to rest. Then I found my phone ringing. Lu Xing, you brat, where the hell have you been? Su Pang's voice came from the other end of the phone. It seems that Fatty Sue has been looking for Lu Xing for several days. I am currently in Jiangnan City. What? Jiangnan City? There's still a week until school starts. Why are you going so early? I have something to do. Lu Xing's words silenced Su Pang. Although Su Pang is simple-minded, he is not stupid. Of course, I know what to say. What shouldn't be said? Okay, then give me your address. I'm coming to find you now. Lu Xing thought for a moment. He said to Fatty Sue, "No need, just fly over. I'll pick you up from the airport." "Good." Airport. Su Peng just got off the plane. He then saw Lu Xing not far away. Su Peng started running quickly. Take 3 steps at once, in 2 steps. He went straight up to Lu Xing. He gave Lu Xing a bear hug. "You little rascal, I've missed you so much." Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng. "Where do we go now?" In the morning, Su Peng called Lu Xing. He told Lu Xing. He wanted to take Lu Xing to a good place. "Secret. You'll see when you get there." Lu Xing followed Su Peng. The two got into a taxi. Soon they arrived at a villa area. "Fatty Sue, what are you doing here?" "Of course we'll look at our dorm rooms." "Dormitory? Doesn't the school have dormitories?" "Are you stupid? The dormitories in the school are definitely multi-person rooms, and none of them are as comfortable as here." "All right, enough with the nonsense. My dad bought me a villa here. It's right ahead." Soon Lu Xing and Su Peng arrived in front of a villa. Looking at the 3-story villa in front of me, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. It turns out that having money really does allow you to do whatever you want. He never expected that. Su Peng's father actually spent tens of millions. "I bought a villa for Fatty Sue." "All right, you stop standing there. Come in quickly." Lu Xing followed Su Peng into the room. "Wow, lying down is so comfortable." Su Peng casually tossed his suitcase aside. He pounced on the sofa. Looking at that lump of flesh, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this guy is so fat. There's a reason for it. Su Peng's principle is that if I can sit, I will never stand. I'd rather lie down than sit. "All right, you rascal. Stop standing there like an idiot. Hurry downstairs and choose a room. See how good I am to you? I'll let you choose first. Once you've chosen, the rest are mine. Choose a room." "Yes, we'll be roommates from now on." Su Peng's words left Lu Xing speechless. This guy was like this back in Hiroshi. "Why don't you sleep in your own nice home?" But she just happens to like sleeping at his house. "All right." Lu Xing felt awkward refusing Su Peng. He chose a room at the east end. Because the room at the east end can see the rising sun. "The west end is mine." Su Peng's face was filled with barely suppressed joy. He's the kind of guy who likes to sleep in late. The sun shines at the eastern end. It was his least favorite room. Lu Xing looked at Fatty Sue. He was surprised to find that Su Peng has actually reached Bronze Tier 1. Having connections really is an advantage. If Lu Xing's guess is correct, Su Peng must have been doing special training these days. "Su Peng, you've advanced to Bronze Tier 1. "Yes, Lu Xing. Look how strong you are. How can I fall behind you?" Su Peng smiled. "Ly." Lu Xing nodded. "By the way, Lu Xing, I haven't contracted a second beast yet. Why don't you come with me to the beast taming shop and take a look?" "Beast taming shop?" "Yes, the kind that sells beast taming. When we were in Guangzhou, I didn't take you there." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing suddenly realized what was going on. However, he was somewhat curious. This Fatty Sue clearly advanced to Bronze Tier 1. Why didn't he sign the contract in Guangzhou? Su Peng seemed to sense Lu Xing's confusion. He smiled and said to Lu Xing, "Actually, I made the breakthrough on the plane to Jiangnan City." Su Peng's words left Lu Xing speechless. "That works too. Let's go, let's go." Su Peng pushed Lu Xing's back and urged him on. Lu Xing did not leave. Instead, he subconsciously asked Fatty Sue, "Fatty Sue, you've already broken through to the first level of bronze. Are you sure you don't want to tell your family?" Lu Xing knew Su Peng's family background, but didn't say anything. All he has to do is say it. His father will surely come as fast as he can. Take him to find a beast tamer with good aptitude. "Need not." Su Peng said nonchalantly. "I have money. If I want to tame beasts, I can just go and buy them." All right. Lu Xing no longer gets bogged down in these details. They were heading to the beast taming shop. Help Su Peng choose a new tamed beast. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He can definitely help Fatty Sue find a suitable beast to tame. The two hailed a car. They headed straight for the beast taming shop. After entering the beast taming shop, Lu Xing discovered that the beast taming shops in Jiangnan City were much larger than those in Guang City. He glanced around the store. It turned out that the store was much more lively than the other side. "Hello, how can I help you?" A saleswoman had a big smile on her face. He smiled and spoke to Lu Xing and the other person. "We're here to buy new tamed beasts." Su Peng got straight to the point. "Well, what kind of beast would you like to tame?" "Well," Su Peng fell into deep thought. He had only just broken through. "I haven't decided what beast to choose next. Why don't you take us inside and have a look?" "Okay, this way please." Under the guidance of the saleswoman, Lu Xing and his companion entered the place where the beasts were stored. Vomit just entered the basement. Su Peng couldn't help but feel nauseous. Damn, no matter how many times I come to this kind of place. They're all so disgusting. Alright, stop complaining, let's go. Along the way, Lu Xing activated the system eye. He quickly scanned the beasts. Lu Xing was surprised to find that these beasts appear to have already been assigned. Those with lower qualifications are outside. The price is also lower. And there are higher level qualifications involved. The price is naturally higher. As the two became more intimate, Lu Xing discovered that they had actually reached the area with a population of 500,000. 500,000. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Looks like there's no way to snag a bargain. He couldn't help but purse his lips. Unfortunately, no one could hear Lu Xing's complaints. Otherwise, they would definitely berate Lu Xing for being stingy. When purchasing tamed beasts, they're still so stingy. Actually, Lu Xing isn't stingy. He just wanted to use the least amount of money. I just bought the best stuff. After all, nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Chapter 41 Contract Little Stomach King. Lu Xing was surprised to find that, after entering this area, the beast tamer's strength has increased considerably. Their qualifications have also improved significantly. Previously, Lu Xing had only seen letters like F, E, and D. Now we have C and B. There was even an A. Fatty Su glanced around. He looked displeased and said, "Are you looking down on me? You actually brought me to this 500,000 square meter area. This." Su Peng's words left the saleswoman somewhat at a loss for words. "Stop with all that this and that. Don't waste your time. Take me directly to the 1 million area." "Good. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. Please come with me. I'll take you to the 1 million area right away." The saleswoman has excellent professional skills. She immediately and sincerely apologized to Fatty Su. Then, they led Fatty Su towards the 1 million area. Things went as Lu Xing had predicted. After entering the 1 million zone, the aptitude of all the beast tamers here has actually reached B grade. There are also a small number of grade A. Lu Xing even discovered 2 S-rank animals. A small tree man with wood attribute and S-rank aptitude. A small fire scorpion with S-rank aptitude and fire attribute. Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Just as Lu Xing was pondering whether Su Peng should choose the little tree man or the little fire scorpion, Su Peng nudged Lu Xing's shoulder. This snapped Lu Xing out of his thoughts. "Lu Xing, what do you think of that beast taming?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction Su Peng was pointing. All I could see was inside the cage not far away. A chubby little guy is eating there. The guy was holding an apple in his left hand and a pear in his right. It kept gnawing at it. Lu Xing activated the system eye. I checked this guy's attributes. Small stomach king. Attribute, normal. Gender, male. Rank, black iron tier 5. Qualification, SS. Learned skill, slam. This guy has an enormous appetite. Unless you're rolling in money, don't ever choose him as your tamed beast. Double SS level qualifications. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that Fatty Su would have such good taste. However, he still subconsciously asked Fatty Su, "Fatty Su, why did you choose this guy as your tamed beast?" Upon hearing this, Fatty Su chuckled. "I just like this guy." Su Peng's words immediately made Lu Xing realize what was going on. It's highly likely that this guy saw the little eater was a glutton. And he's also a foodie. When foodies meet, they will naturally be attracted to each other. "Are you sure you want to choose this?" Lu Xing dared not make decisions for Fatty Su. After all, the little eater has such a big appetite. What if they eat Su Peng out of house and home? Then Su Peng would complain to Lu Xing all day long. That's it. Su Peng made a decision. He turned to the saleswoman next to him and asked, "Hello, may I ask how much this beast costs?" When the saleswoman heard what Su Peng said, her eyes lit up as well. She never expected this. Su Peng actually chose this guy as his tamed beast. 700,000. The saleswoman was too excited. They actually revealed their bottom line. 700,000. "Okay, I'll buy it then. Please swipe your card." Fatty Su generously took out his card. Until the card swipe is complete. The saleswoman was still in a daze. "I actually sold that guy." The saleswoman's face was full of surprise. Something flashed through her mind. I couldn't help but shudder. Turn out to be. The shop owner got the small appetite king. We're losing a lot of money every day, because the little eater's appetite is just too big. But inviting a god is easy, sending him away is difficult. For shop owners, a small appetite is important. It's just a useless thing. It has no taste. It would be a pity to discard it. In addition, given his small appetite, almost no one would choose it as their tamed beast. Unexpectedly, she actually sold it today. I wonder what the boss's expression will be when he hears this news. Under the arrangement of the saleswoman, Lu Xing and Su Peng arrived at a private room. The two waited for a while. Then a staff member pushed an iron cage into the private room. Inside the iron cage was the little glutton. Dear guest, you can safely form contracts with beasts here. No one will bother you. The saleswoman finished speaking and left. She closed the door behind her. Lu Xing, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. What else can we do? Of course you should be the one to take over the contract. Oh. Su Peng was slow to realize it. Fortunately, although Su Peng was also a poor student. However, regarding contracted beast taming, I did study it seriously. He used spiritual power. They began drawing the contract magic circle. Not long after, Su Peng successfully formed a contract with the Little Stomach King. Su Peng's success surprised Lu Xing. That's way too fast. It seems that this Fatty Su is a very fortunate person. Could this be the legendary case of fools having good fortune? Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He could naturally select the best quality beast from among hundreds of beasts. But Su Peng is different. He acted entirely on his gut feeling. This thing seems incredibly mysterious. This is like buying a lottery ticket. When you feel good, winning a big prize at the event. This is equivalent to selecting a high-quality tamed beast. When you feel something is wrong, they might end up choosing a beast with terrible stats. After Su Peng signed a contract with the small appetite king, he cheerfully put his arm around Lu Xing's shoulder. Lu Xing, let's go. Let's get something good to eat. Let's celebrate. Lu Xing nodded. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lu Xing said to Fatty Su, Su Peng, I need to go back and pack my luggage now. Then I'll come find you again. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Anyway, you already have my key. Lu Xing bids farewell to Fatty Su. They returned to Yan Ruyu's home. He went inside. They found Yan Ruyu sitting on the sofa. Yan Ruyu's face turned red. She kept massaging a certain part of her body. Where are Sister Ruyu and Sister Feng Wang? Something suddenly happened with the Phoenix mercenary group, so she rushed back. Oh, by the way, Sister Ruyu, my friend is here. I'm planning to move in with him for a few days. Yan Ryu seemed somewhat listless. She didn't seem to hear Lu Xing's words clearly. I just gave a few perfunctory words. Lu Xing stopped paying attention to Yan Ryu. He packed his things. He turned and left Yan Ryu's house. Poor Yan Ryu. She could only heal the damage caused to her by the Fire Phoenix on her own. Chapter 42, The Battle for the Dormitory. Is this Jiangnan Beast Taming University? Lu Xing was carrying a backpack. He carefully examined the school in front of him. Wow, that's really impressive. Yes, our grand ambitions will begin here. Su Peng said to Lu Xing with a cheerful smile. Hey ladies from Jiangnan Beast Taming University, here we come. Su Peng pushed Lu Xing. The two hurriedly entered Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Hello, are you the new students today? Lu Xing and Su Peng had just entered the school when he was stopped by a woman. The woman was wearing a small floral dress. She has a very sweet appearance. Lu Xing subconsciously used the system's eye to check this guy's strength. Bronze rank 7. His strength is SOSO. We are. When Su Peng saw the sweet-looking young lady in front of him, he couldn't help but feel distracted. Hello, my name is Rumeng, and I am your senior. The school arranged for us to guide you through the registration process. Okay, thank you very much, Senior Sister Rumeng. Su Peng happily thanked Rumeng. You're welcome. Please follow me. Under Rumeng's guidance, Lu Xing and Su Peng successfully completed the registration process. Let me show you around the dormitory area now. Dormitory area? No need, Senior. I don't think it's necessary. Why don't we just go eat? Don't worry, Senior. This meal is on me. Su Peng's words made Rumeng frown slightly. Are you sure you don't need to? Of course, we'll be living outside from now on. It's impossible to squeeze in with other people inside. Rumeng heard this. She ignored Fatty Su. Instead, he looked at Lu Xing. I don't know why. Lu Xing gave Rumeng a mature and steady feeling. It doesn't seem like something someone his age should have. Senior, is there anything different about the dorms at this school? Lu Xing remained silent. He had just noticed a hint of surprise on Rumeng's face. Naturally, they noticed something amiss. There are spirit gathering arrays in our school's dormitories. It can gather all the spiritual energy from the surrounding area. If we live there, even without cultivating, our strength would steadily increase. Rumeng's words made Lu Xing suddenly realize the truth. I never imagined that Jiangnan Beast Taming University would have such a grand scale. What's the difference if we live there? Lu Xing's words made Rumeng's eyes light up. What's the difference? You'll find out this afternoon. Rumeng teased Lu Xing, keeping him in suspense. All right, Fatty Sue, didn't you just say you were going to treat me to dinner? Then let's go quickly. Okay. In the face of Ru Meng, Su Peng actually turned into a simp. It started licking frantically. Fortunately, Ru Mengren is a good person. Surprisingly, they didn't show the slightest bit of disgust. On the contrary, I find Su Peng rather cute. After finishing our meal and resting for a while, Lu Xing and Su Peng arrived at the playground of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The place was already packed with people. Looking at the surging crowd, Su Peng couldn't help but say to Lu Xing, why don't we stand at the back? Every person is a heat-generating machine. Su Peng is a big, fat guy. Naturally, they are extremely afraid of the heat. They then walked to the back of the crowd. After waiting for a while, the main character has finally arrived. It was a man wearing a suit. The man had a resolute face. Stand up straight. He looks like a very upright guy. Hello, students. I am the principal of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. My name is Lu Gengxing. Lu Gengxing began to ramble on and on. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Gengxing. He could tell Lu Gengxing's strength at a glance. This guy is at Diamond 2 level. Lu Xing did not expect that. A Diamond Grade 2 is enough to become the president of a top university. Little did he know, the stronger ones were all transferred to defend the frontier. After all, it's a frontier region. Various powerful monsters or demons often attack. The country naturally needs these guys to guard it. Just as Lu Xing was pondering, suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turned out to be Wu Yong. Lu Xing, it's been a long time. Long time no see, Professor Wu Yong. Lu Xing, do you see that house over there? Wu Yong pointed to a villa not far away. That villa was located halfway up the mountain. Yes, I saw it. What's wrong? When we're fighting over the dorms later, you absolutely have to grab that villa for me. What? Lu Xing seemed somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Wu Yong to say such a thing. Su Peng, who was standing nearby, overheard Lu Xing and Wu Yong's conversation. Teacher, are you kidding me? That building is so tall. If we live there, we'll be exhausted going to and from get out of class every day. You don't know anything. Wu Yong couldn't help but glare at Fatty Sue. Remember this, you must take that villa for me. After Wu Yong finished speaking, he left. Watching Wu Yong's departing figure, Lu Xing seemed to be deep in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, that villa must be a place with abundant spiritual energy. It's like a place with excellent feng shui. Okay, we'll go there then. Lu Xing knew that Wu Yong would not lie to him. After all, he was someone Wu Yong recruited. If he's strong, Wu Yong's face will shine even brighter. In the stands, Principal Lu Gengxing finally finished his long speech. All right, now it's time for the dorm room selection part that everyone's been waiting for. Remember, you only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, if you are unable to enter the dormitory you want to go to, then you'll be sleeping on the streets from now on. The battle for dorm rooms begins now. With a command from Principal Lu Gengxing, everyone headed towards the dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, many people actually summoned their own beasts in the street. The battle began. Lu Xing, what should we do? Su Peng frowned. He hadn't expected there to be so many new students here. These guys are like madmen, heading towards the summit. Everyone present received the news. That's the higher the place, the better the house. As the saying goes, people strive for higher positions, while water flows downhill. Naturally, everyone wants to live in a higher place. Come forth, Thunderhawk. These guys were blocking the road. Lu Xing simply summoned the Thunder Eagle. He flipped over and climbed directly onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. Wow. Lu Xing, when did you get such a powerful beast-taming device? However, Fatty Sue quickly realized what was happening. He discovered that only one person could ride on the back of the Thunderhawk. The Thunderhawk could originally carry 2 people. Unfortunately, Su Peng is just too fat. So after Lu Xing went up, Su Peng couldn't get up there. Chapter 43, successfully moving into the villa area. Thunderhawk, grab that guy. Chirp. The Thunder Eagle let out a cry. With a flap of its wings, it carried Lu Xing and flew away. Then he pounced on Su Peng. The sharp claws grabbed Su Peng directly. That's all. 2 people and 1 bird. Heading towards the villa halfway up the mountain. Look, what's that? That's a Thunderhawk. My God, someone actually uses a Thunder Eagle as a tamed beast. So handsome. Lu Xing and Su Peng's actions attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes showed envy. Certainly, Lu Xing's high profile also attracted the attention of the higher-ups at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Little Wu, that guy is one of the students you recruited, isn't he? I heard he's the champion of this year's Guangzhou competition. Well done this time. Principal Lu Gengxing praised Wu Yong. Wu Yong was very pleased with Lu Gengxing's praise. For the first time, Wu Yong held his head high in front of everyone. Like before, the students he recruits are all at the bottom of the class. Thunder Eagle led Lu Xing and Fatty Su to the front of the villa. The Lightning Eagle landed in front of the villa. Lu Xing glanced at Su Peng beside him. He hadn't expected that this guy would still be there, shivering. Fatty Su, stop shaking. Quickly release your tamed beast. Those guys are coming soon. Lu Xing also summoned his black wolfhound. I waited for more than 10 minutes. The vanguard has finally arrived. The leader was a young man with blonde hair. He was surprised to see that someone had actually run ahead of him. He was taken aback at first. Then he walked towards Lu Xing and the others. Stop. Lu Xing stopped the blonde-haired boy. The blonde-haired guy exuded a roguish charm. Lu Xing disliked this guy a bit. What are you going to do? Don't you know that a villa can house 4 people? The dormitories at Jiangnan Yushu University are divided into sections. Some rooms are single rooms, and some are double rooms. These were all planned. The school only allows a small number of students. No more. In other words, a double room can accommodate 2 people or 1 person. 3 people are not allowed to squeeze together. The villa behind Lu Xing is a 4-person room. 4 people are allowed to live there. However, it is quite obvious. Lu Xing didn't want to share with the blonde-haired kid in front of him. I was here first. I don't want to live with you. Lu Xing squinted his eyes. His eyes were full of amusement. You? The blonde-haired boy was speechless for a moment. His face instantly turned ugly. Just as he was preparing to teach Lu Xing a lesson, they discovered that 2 beasts were standing in front of Lu Xing. A black wolfhound, a thunder eagle. The 2 tamed beasts were staring intently at him. It seems that as long as he makes a move, the 2 beasts will then pounce on you. You just wait. The blonde-haired guy cursed angrily and turned to leave. He sensed the imposing presence of the black wolfhound and the thunder eagle. He knew he was no match for Lu Xing. As for Fatty Su next to Lu Xing, they were completely disregarded by the blonde-haired guy. As little yellow hair left, several more groups of people arrived one after another. But without exception, after seeing Lu Xing's tamed beast, they all left indignantly. Surprisingly, not a single person wanted to fight Lu Xing. After all, there's more than just this one house. Su Peng glanced around. He discovered that there was fighting all around him. It was completely quiet on his side. Lu Xing is really amazing. Su Peng knew. There was no fighting here. It's all thanks to Lu Xing. At this moment, Lu Xing's situation came to the attention of the school's higher-ups. A burly man with a face full of scars suddenly said to Principal Lu Gengxing, Principal Lu, wasn't what that kid did a bit too much? Is that too much? I don't think so. Wu Yong immediately spoke up to defend Lu Xing. And Principal Lu just said that as well. This villa is for the capable to live in. But this villa is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. It was originally intended for 4 people to live there, but there were only 2 of them. Wouldn't this be a waste of resources? Why don't we have 2 people go over and stay with them later? The burly man was already planning to send his 2 relatives there. Han Mingming, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Han Mingming's words touched on Lu Xing's interests. Wu Yong served as Lu Xing's mentor. Naturally, they had to stand up and speak for Lu Xing. Wu Yong, why are you shouting so loudly? Am I wrong? All right, stop arguing. Let the students handle their own affairs. What are you 2 arguing about here? Principal Lu's face darkened instantly. These 2 guys are always giving him trouble. Lu Xing and Su Peng stayed at the villa entrance for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Peng was so tired that he sat down on the steps in front of the door. He idly fiddled with a foxtail grass. This is so boring. These guys are really something. I didn't even bother to take on the challenge. I'm so bored. Su Peng's words. Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. This guy is a classic example of someone who gets a good deal, but then acts innocent. Finally, an hour has passed. Lu Xing and Su Peng successfully defended the villa. In other words, the next 4 years of university, they would be spending their entire time in this villa. Lu Xing and Su Peng entered the villa. The villas at Jiangnan Beast Taming University are really something else. Su Peng ran towards the sofa in the living room. He lay down directly on the sofa. Lu Xing did not speak. He closed his eyes. I took a deep breath. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards his body. This feels so good. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. After being absorbed into Lu Xing's body, it gives people a cool and refreshing feeling. It made Lu Xing feel refreshed. Excellent. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Xing's face. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Xing and Su Peng were enjoying the big villa, there was a knock on their door. Lu Xing opened the door. It turned out that 4 girls were standing at the door. Hello. We are your neighbors. Come over here and say hello. The 4 girls smiled happily at Lu Xing. Hello. As soon as Su Peng heard there were girls, he immediately jumped up from the sofa. He ran towards the door. What a pity. All the girls' eyes were on Lu Xing. The girls witnessed everything that just happened. The girls, in order to protect their villa. However, several battles were fought. But Lu Xing had it easy. The main problem was that Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle was simply too terrifying. Just a glance. That brought down the opponent's tamed beast. Chapter 44. Someone is challenging. No way. Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle is incredibly powerful. That's a Thunder Eagle with double S rank aptitude, at the bronze level 5. Faced with students whose average strength was only around bronze 1 or 2. Lu Xing is the boss who blows up fish ponds. Lu Xing is strong. In addition, he is exceptionally handsome. Naturally, this attracted the attention of others. He essentially gained priority, mating rights at the university. What a pity. Although these students in front of me, she's also good looking. But Lu Xing had at least seen things like the Fire Phoenix or Yen Ryu. His standards have risen. In front of Fire Phoenix and Yen Ryu, the 4 women in front of them instantly paled in comparison. He blended into the crowd. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with the 4 people, Lu Xing, so they were sent away. Watching the 4 girls walk away, Su Peng was a little reluctant to leave. He originally wanted to have a more in-depth conversation. Unfortunately, Lu Xing was just so clueless about romance. Okay, don't be sad. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, if necessary. You said it yourself. Lu Xing nodded. The 2 stayed in the villa for a while. It was soon 4:30 in the afternoon. Under Su Peng's nagging, Lu Xing had no choice but to take him to get something to eat. They walked down the mountain. Lu Xing. Sudden, a voice came from over. Lu Xing looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be Lu Xiaoming. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? I was surprised too. I didn't expect you not to go to Beijing or Shanghai. They actually came to Jiangnan Beast Taming University too. I thought I was seeing things. Lu Xiaoming. When Su Peng met Lu Xiaoming, he seemed to recall the scene where he was brutally beaten by Lu Xiaoming. His face instantly turned ugly. Hey, Fatty's here too. Lu Xiaoming glanced at Su Peng. What's wrong? Were you scared of me last time? Now that you see me, you don't even dare to talk to me anymore? Lu Xiaoming really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. They actually reopened Su Peng's old wounds. Don't get cocky. I will get my revenge. Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng seemed to be enemies in their previous life. The 2 disliked each other. They argue as soon as they meet. Alright, stop arguing. Lu Xing acted as a peacemaker. Xiaoming, you probably haven't eaten yet either. No. Lu Xiaoming shook her head. Let's do it together then. Good. After what happened last time, Lu Xiaoming secretly developed feelings for Lu Xing. Lu Xing is handsome and quick-witted. Moreover, they are very strong. Who wouldn't like a boy like that? Therefore, regarding Lu Xing's invitation, Lu Xiaoming naturally had no reason to refuse. The 3 of them then walked out of the school. On the road, Su Peng was plotting how to get revenge on Lu Xiaoming. He then saw a beautiful figure. His eyes immediately lit up. An idea came to mind. Got it. He ran towards that beautiful figure. Not long after, Fatty Su then walked over with a girl. Lu Xing looked at the girl next to Su Peng. Unexpectedly, that girl was actually roaming. Lu Xing, congratulations. They actually moved into the villa area. The school is very well informed. Lu Xing's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They portrayed Lu Xing as an almost mythical figure. What 3 heads and 6 arms? One look from him and your limbs will go weak. Lost the ability to fight. Lu Xing nodded slightly. With the arrival of roaming, the harmonious atmosphere was instantly shattered. Su Peng glanced at Lu Xiaoming with a hint of schadenfreude. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoming actually glared fiercely at Su Peng. Although Fatty Su is simple-minded, but he's not stupid. Just a few glances. He could tell that Lu Xiaoming was interested in Lu Xing, so he deliberately brought Ru Meng into the picture. Lu Xiaoming looked at Lu Xing and roaming. She noticed that Lu Xing and Ru Meng were talking nonstop. The 2 seemed to have endless things to talk about. This made Lu Xiaoming feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoming is also a smart woman. A smart woman naturally knows what to do. What shouldn't be done. Led by Ru Meng, the group. We arrived at a restaurant. Ru Meng introduced them to Lu Xing and the others with great joy. The food here is especially delicious. And it's cheap and affordable. It's perfect for us students. Lu Xing nodded. He hadn't expected Ru Meng to be such a thrifty and domestic girl. The group entered the restaurant. After a satisfying meal, they then returned to their respective dormitories. Lu Xing and Su Pang returned to the villa. Su Pang couldn't help but ask Lu Xing, "Hey Lu Xing, do you think Ru Meng or Lu Xiaoming is better?" Su Pang noticed something amiss. He knew that whether it was Ru Meng or Lu Xiaoming, it seems like everyone has a crush on Lu Xing. They're all pretty good. What do you mean all good? They're all good. That's all good. Lu Xing didn't want to give a direct answer. He's not a fool. Naturally, she sensed the feelings of Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming. But Lu Xing is only thinking about becoming stronger right now. As for feelings, let nature take its course. Su Pang's meaning was very clear just now. That is to make Lu Xing choose between Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming. Unfortunately, Su Pang had no idea what Lu Xing was thinking. Only children make choices. Lu Xing naturally wanted them all. Certainly, the prerequisite for wanting everything is that his strength is formidable. Just as Lu Xing and Su Pang were talking, "Lu Xing, get out here right now." A loud shout came from outside the villa. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. He found it strange. I don't think I've offended anyone at this school. He never expected that someone would want to cause him trouble. Lu Xing had no choice. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go outside. After seeing who it was, Lu Xing suddenly realized what was going on. There stood a burly man, about 1.8 meters tall. A blonde-haired boy was standing next to him. That blonde-haired guy was the one Lu Xing chased away. "Big brother, he's the one who bullied me." A burly man, 1.8 meters tall, arms crossed over the chest. He coldly said to Lu Xing, "You brat, you're the one who bullied my brother? If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently hand over the villa. Otherwise or what will you do?" Lu Xing didn't believe the other party would dare to attack him. After all, this is the new student area. There are explicit regulations in the school. Upperclassmen are not allowed to bully freshmen in the freshman area. After all, this is bullying the weak. If the school finds out, that would mean expulsion. Of course I wouldn't dare do anything to you. The burly man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, naturally dared not attack Lu Xing. However, he suddenly pulled something out of his pocket. He threw it at Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing, I instinctively reached out to take it. After receiving it, Lu Xing was stunned. He never expected that. The other party actually threw a white glove over. "Very well, since you've accepted my challenge. Then tomorrow at 8 o'clock, at the school's fighting arena, see you there." After saying that, the burly man, who was 1.8 meters tall, left with the blonde-haired boy. Chapter 45 Instant Kill. Looks like I've been tricked. Although the school has explicit rules against private fights. However, the challenge was not prohibited. Therefore, once an irreconcilable conflict arises between the two parties, they would all go to the school's fighting arena to settle the matter. There are instructors supervising in the fighting arena. Generally, there shouldn't be any major problems. This allows students to solve problems. It can also motivate students to work hard to improve their abilities. "Lu Xing, what should we do? That guy seems pretty strong." SOSO. Lu Xing, who possesses the system eye. He could see the burly man's strength at a glance. That guy was a year older than him. His skill level is at bronze 4. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. This guy has lived all these years to the point of being a dog's belly. 1 year at school. They've only reached bronze 4 level. The news of the strong man challenging Lu Xing spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Lu Xing was already a prominent figure. Now it's become common knowledge. Inside the girls' dormitory at this time. "Wow, did you guys hear about this?" Lu Xing accepted the challenge from that sophomore named Chen Chong. "Is that so?" "Really? Of course it's true." They also made an appointment to meet at the school's fighting arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. "Great. Let's go cheer for Lu Xing tomorrow." Okay. Boys' dormitory. Many people heard that Lu Xing was challenged by Chen Chong. Each of them wore a gloating expression. "Serves him right. Let that kind of guy show off. I want to see how he'll save face tomorrow. Just imagine what it'll be like for him to get a beating tomorrow. I get excited just thinking about it." What Lu Xing didn't know was that, by this time, he had already become every girl's dream lover. She also became the public enemy of all boys. The next day, Lu Xing arrived at the dueling arena as promised. He was holding soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hand. They ate slowly and deliberately. Su Pang next to him was even more outrageous. Besides soy milk, there were even 3 big meat buns. "You little rascal, you finally arrived." Chen Chong had been waiting there for quite some time. "I thought you were too scared to come. What's the rush? It's not time yet." Lu Xing glanced at the clock on the wall. It is 7:55. In other words, There are 5 minutes left until the agreed time. He found a place to sit down. They continued eating breakfast. You? Qin Chang was angered by Lu Xing's behavior. His face instantly turned bright red. It looks like a monkey's butt. 5 minutes. Lu Xing finally finished his breakfast. All right, let's finish this quickly. I have class later. University classes start at 8:30. Lu Xing didn't want to be late on the first day. All right, then I'll take you down in 3 moves. Come out, little stone monster, pangolin. Qin Chang summoned both of his tamed beasts. Little stone monster. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank, bronze tier 4. Qualification C. Learned skill, throwing stones. Pangolin. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank, bronze tier 3. Qualification C. Learned skill, claws. 2 C-grade tamed beasts. And they're all rock-based. Moreover, one is a bronze level 3 and the other is a bronze level 4. A hint of disdain flashed across Lu Xing's face. Come out, Black Wolfhound, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing summoned the Black Wolfhound and the Thunder Eagle. After seeing Lu Xing's 2 tamed beasts, the crowd gasped in surprise. My God, he's incredibly strong. Both the Black Wolfhound and the Thunder Hawk exude a fearsome aura. Look at that Black Wolfhound. Is it still a Black Wolfhound? Why is it so big? Hey, Xiaoxin, you seem to have a Black Wolfhound too. Let's release it quickly and take a look. The guy named Xiaoxin blushed with embarrassment after being talked about. Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound was 3 or 4 times larger than his Black Wolfhound. He would never release his Black Wolfhound. He's just asking for trouble. All right, can't you just focus on the fight? Xiaoxin cleverly changed the subject. Ha 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 ha. Black Wolfhound, Thunderhawk. Your strength is nothing special after all. Qin Chang couldn't help but mock. Black Wolfhound. In the eyes of the public, that's a beast from the sewers. Almost no one would breed a Black Wolfhound. And the Thunderhawk. Although the Thunderhawk is powerful. However, both of Qin Chang's tamed beasts are rock-type tamed beasts. Rock-type beastmasters are resistant to electric-type damage. Is that all? Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. Black Wolfhound, Thunderhawk, what do we do? They seem to look down on you. As soon as Lu Xing said this, the Black Wolfhound and the Thunder Eagle were immediately enraged. Both tamed beasts launched an attack on Qin Chang's tamed beast at the same time. The Black Wolfhound pounced on the little stone monster. Its sharp claw lashed out at the little stone monster. It sent the little stone monster flying. And the Thunderhawk. It flapped its wings suddenly. Then it took off. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Impartial. It hit the pangolin head-on. A plume of black smoke rose up from all around. Wait until the black smoke dissipates. Qin Chang's 2 tamed beasts emerged from the black smoke. The little stone monster was deeply embedded in the wall behind it. Their fate is unknown. Pangolins are entirely black. It emitted a nauseating smell. The smell of burnt protein. It was clearly electrocuted by the Thunder Eagle's lightning attack. Let's take a look at Qin Chang. Because both tamed beasts were severely injured, Qin Chang fainted on the spot. Lu Xing glanced disdainfully at Qin Chang, who was lying on the ground. Then, smiling, he said to the teacher beside him, Teacher, may I leave now? The teacher in charge of acting as referee. His lips twitched involuntarily. Yes, yes. He was deeply shocked. Sold out instantly. That's a kill in seconds. He never expected that. A freshman. He can actually beat a sophomore in no time. In particular, this senior student uses a rock-type beastmaster. You should know. Rock-type beastmasters are known for their toughness. Pity. There was no meat in front of Lu Xing. Lu Xing only believes in one principle. That is to overcome all laws with force. All schemes and tricks were useless against Lu Xing, because Lu Xing always defeated them by force. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Xing. He left with Su Pang in a dashing manner. The dueling arena, which was originally so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Because of Lu Xing's departure, it started to get noisy. Wow, he's so handsome. Oh no, Mom, I'm in love. Can anyone tell me if Lu Xing has a girlfriend or not? So what if he has a girlfriend? Even if there is one, I want to be with him. Lu Xing didn't know. His battle. She gained another group of female fans. Chapter 46 by Feng's Challenge. That guy. The boys all clenched their fists instinctively. They were resentful. But there was nothing they could do. Lu Xing's strength is simply too great. Even Qin Chang, a sophomore, was no match for him. Moreover, there are those who. Soon, the news that Lu Xing had easily defeated Qin Chang, a sophomore, spread throughout the school. Lunchtime in the cafeteria. Lu Xing and Su Pang were having their meal in the corner. What's wrong with you? Lu Xing noticed that Su Peng had lost his appetite. With so many eyes watching me, how could I possibly have any appetite? Su Peng didn't know. He chose to be brothers with Lu Xing. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? This guy is like the morning star in the night. It was simply too dazzling. Just then, two beautiful figures walked over. It's Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. They were on the left and right. He sat down next to Lu Xing. Seeing this, Su Peng, he immediately lowered his head. They started cooking on their own. Those who work hard are the best. Those who work hard are the most outstanding. Lu Xing, you were really impressive today. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but tease Lu Xing. Not only did he defeat the second-year students, but he also gained so many female fans. Lu Xing shrugged. He did not answer Lu Xiaoming's question. In an instant, everyone was in an awkward situation. If it appears as in a dream, he immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Lu Xing, you'd better watch out later. You defeated Chen Chong. Although he doesn't have much ability, he is, after all, a sophomore. By defeating him, you have essentially slapped the second highest scorer in the face. I believe it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. Looking for me? Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Just come to me if you need me. Lu Xing has decided to no longer participate in any duels. After all, that's a waste of time. There is time. He might as well give his beast some special training. Because he is a freshman. Therefore, Lu Xing has the right to refuse the challenges from the senior students. As expected, Lu Xing had just come out of the canteen. There was a silver-haired boy waiting there. The silver-haired boy was holding a rose. Fair skin. It gives people the impression of being effeminate. You brat, you must be Lu Xing. I am you. What brings you here? Just as the rumors say, he's arrogant. I wouldn't call it giving you pointers, I just want to have a friendly exchange with you. A friendly spar? Lu Xing glanced at the effeminate man in front of him. He found that this guy was quite capable. It actually reached the 7th level of bronze. He is far superior to Chen Chong, that good for nothing. The emergence of effeminate men. This immediately caused a commotion. My God, isn't that young Master Bai? Yeah, it really does seem to be young Master Bai. Wow, he's so handsome. Look around him. Who's that? He looks pretty handsome. No, he seems to be even more handsome than young Master Bai. Him? He's Lu Xing, the freshman king of our year. The male god in the hearts of all freshman girls. Oh, no wonder he's so handsome. By the way, why did young Master Bai come to see Lu Xing? Could he be here to challenge Lu Xing? These words were spoken. Those who originally wanted to go out for a meal immediately gathered around. They started watching the spectacle. You brat, are you going to say yes or no? Why should I agree? Lu Xing acted as if he didn't care. In any case, I will not accept Bai Feng's challenge. He will not be punished. On the contrary, if Lu Xing accepts Bai Feng's challenge, he was defeated by Bai Feng. He lost face. He defeated Bai Feng. Others will come to challenge him later. Lu Xingcai didn't want to beat up the younger brother. Old things have come up. You brat, what will it take for you to agree to my request? Lu Xing glanced at Bai Feng. That depends on what price you can afford. That's right. Lu Xing planned to take advantage of the situation to make a quick buck. Since the other party wants to challenge him, then we'll have to offer something special. If you beat me, I'll give you 100,000 Chinese yuan. How about it? Is this prize acceptable? These words were spoken. What? 100,000. Su Peng, who was standing next to Lu Xing, couldn't stand it anymore. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? He wants to duel with my older brother by taking out 100,000. Let me tell you, no deal, not even 500,000. Su Peng is indeed a shrewd person. This immediately raised the prize money to 500,000. Okay, 500,000 it is. Bai Feng agreed. After all, he wouldn't believe it. I will lose to Lu Xing. Okay, it's a deal then. Listen up, everyone. Bai Feng plans to offer 500,000 Chinese yuan as a prize for a duel with my elder brother Lu Xing. Su Peng was afraid that Bai Feng would change his mind. So the message was sent out directly. That guy. Bai Feng's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He never expected that. Su Peng actually did this. Now he's in a bind. By the way, I'll put up 500,000 as a prize. And what about you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing shrugged. You're the one challenging me, not the other way around. Since you're unwilling, then there's no point in discussing this. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he was about to leave with Su Peng. Wait a minute. Bai Feng stopped Lu Xing. I promise you. Bai Feng challenges Lu Xing. He just couldn't stand Lu Xing's attitude. At this time, Lu Xing was at the height of his fame. They actually outperformed him. It made him feel ashamed. Therefore, Bai Feng wanted to teach Lu Xing a lesson. Alright, then let's set a time. How about next Monday? Lu Xing had just fought with Qin Chong that morning. Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. To prevent anyone from saying that Bai Fengxing's victory was unfair. Therefore, Bai Feng proposed a duel next Monday. Can. Lu Xing agreed. Okay, next Monday. The school's dueling arena is still at 8 in the morning. See you there. Good. Lu Xing left with Fatty Su. Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming followed closely behind. On the road, Ru Ming's expression was rather unpleasant. Seeing this, Lu Xing. I couldn't help but ask. Rumeng, what's wrong? Is he sick? Ru Ming shook her head. She couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, you were too careless. Bai Feng is incredibly strong. Even I am no match for him. Your duel this Monday is probably going to end badly. Ru Ming couldn't help but worry about Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing. He casually patted Ru Ming on the shoulder. Don't worry, Sister Rumeng. That guy is indeed very strong. But my tame beasts are no pushovers either. Ru Ming nodded. I don't know why. She felt she could trust Lu Xing unconditionally. Bronze rank 7, huh? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Bai Feng's strength is considerable. This forced Lu Xing to take it seriously. His Thunder Eagle is at the peak of the 5th rank of bronze. We're about to break through. If we can make a breakthrough this weekend. The battle with Bai Feng. It's not that they lack the ability to fight. Chapter 47 Beast Taming Breakthrough again. The next day, ding dong. The doorbell of Lu Xing's villa was rung. Lu Xing opened the door and saw. They found Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng standing outside the door. Why are you here? Lu Xing was a little curious. It was the weekend. If it were someone else, he should be fast asleep right now. Take, for example, that guy, Fatty Su. The horrible snoring echoed throughout the entire villa. What was that sound? Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but ask a question. That fat guy Su is sleeping. That's his snoring. Lu Xing responded somewhat awkwardly. Oh. Lu Xiaoming realized this too late. By the way, you'll be fighting Bai Feng next Monday. So are you confident? I don't know when. Lu Xiaoming actually started to worry about Lu Xing. It's alright. Beating him shouldn't be a problem. Looking at Lu Xing's nonchalant expression, Ru Ming frowned. You must not be careless. That Bai Feng is a master in our grade. Even I am no match for him. Alright. Don't just stand here, come in quickly. We won't go in. Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng exchanged a glance. We're here to give you special training. Special training? Yeah, let's play a warm-up match. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at the two women. It wasn't that he looked down on the two women. The main problem is that they are really no match for Lu Xing. Let's forget about it. Lu Xing refused outright. What's wrong? Aren't we worthy to be your opponents? Not at all. Lu Xing, of course, wouldn't be foolish enough to say that. You are no match for me. I don't want to fight you. He addressed the two women directly. I have already arranged special training programs for my tame beasts. Oh, the two women said in unison. Then I'd like to see how you conduct your special training. Sure. Lu Xing led the two women to the top floor of the villa. At this time, the black wolfhound was relentlessly attacking a large rock. Its sharp claws touched the large rock. It made a clanging sound. Sparks occasionally flew up. And in the sky, Thunderhawk was wearing a black outfit. Just one glance. Everyone can tell that it is a weighted suit. And it seems to be quite heavy. The Thunderhawk looked tired. But it persists. Is this how you train your beasts? Otherwise what? Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng were speechless. They never expected that. Lu Xing actually became a hands-off manager. His tame beasts were undergoing grueling special training. But he was downstairs watching TV. Is this reasonable? If it were them, they would definitely stay by their tame beast's side. At the same time, prepare a large amount of medicine to prevent any problems from occurring during beast training. Moreover, he would often cheer on his tame beasts. After all, even beast tamers are animals with feelings. If they weren't watching over us, these guys might start slacking off too. Looking at the black wolfhound and thunder eagle training hard in front of them, a hint of envy flashed in Lu Xiaoming's and Ru Ming's eyes. If only their tame beasts could be like that. What a pity. In order to train them to tame beasts. But it caused them a lot of worry. Alright. Leave this place to them. Let's go downstairs and rest now. Lu Xing shoved the two women downstairs. Time passed by, minute by minute. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom. Bump. Two loud explosions came from the rooftop. The entire room began to shake violently due to the explosion. Oh no, an earthquake. An earthquake. Su Peng jumped out of bed. He was actually wearing boxer shorts. She ran downstairs. As a result, they bumped into Lu Xing and his group, who were going upstairs. Lu Xing merely glanced at him. Then he stepped aside. It flew upstairs. After we got downstairs, Lu Xing happened on this rooftop. The air was thick with smoke. What's going on? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, a dark figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It's a black wolfhound. Black wolfhound, you've broken through. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He could see through the black wolfhound's strength at a glance. The black wolfhound nodded excitedly. Chirp. A bird's cry. A strong wind suddenly swept through the area. A strong gust of wind blew away all the smoke and dust. A giant thunder eagle landed in front of Lu Xing. Thunder eagle. You've broken through too. Thunderhawk nodded as well. Good, very good. Lu Xing's black wolfhound and thunder eagle both leveled up. In other words, Lu Xing's battle with Bai Feng on Monday. Lu Xing was not worried at all. All right, let's go. I'll make you something delicious. Let's treat you to a good meal. In the courtyard of the villa, the black wolfhound and the thunder eagle were feasting. Su Peng also indulged in a hearty meal. Delicious, so delicious. Lu Xing, I didn't expect your cooking skills to get better and better. Lu Xiaoming and Rumling, who were sitting opposite Lu Xing, did not touch their chopsticks for a long time. They looked at Lu Xing's two tamed beasts. He fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Lu Xiaoming and Rumling shook their heads. They broadened their horizons. Now I finally understand why Lu Xing is so strong. If only their tamed beasts could be as self-disciplined as Lu Xing's. Training on your own? Do I need to apply for extra practice? Thinking about this, the two women couldn't help but shudder. This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Because normally, they only need to increase the intensity of their special training a little. Their tamed beasts would then begin to complain. If you encounter a beast tamer with a bad temper, they simply gave up. As expected, it's always better to tame beasts from other people's homes. Lu Xing's tamed beast is the legendary tamed beast that other people have. Lu Xing, I'm a little curious. Just how strong are your black wolfhound and thunder eagle? Lu Xiaoming is weaker than Lu Xing. Therefore, she couldn't see Lu Xing's strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he grinned. It's a secret. You'll find out on Monday. On Sunday, Lu Xing did not have his two tamed beasts undergo special training. Instead, let them rest. Monday arrived. Lu Xing arrived at the school's dueling arena as promised. Just as I entered the dueling arena, a wave of heat hit me in the face. After entering the duel arena, Lu Xing discovered that this dueling arena was even more terrifying than the chicken farm. It was packed with people, and these guys keep chattering away. They're arguing so much it's unbearable. What's going on? Don't these guys have classes? It was almost 8 o'clock. Classes at Jiangnan Beast Taming University start at 8:30. Most of the time, most people would choose to wait for the teacher to arrive in the classroom. Chapter 48. It turns out it was you who gave me the magic crystal core. They're here. They're here. A woman became excited upon seeing Lu Xing. Who's here? Our rookie king. New king. Where is he? The other woman immediately looked around. It's right there. Looking in the direction she was pointing, a handsome man came into view. Wow, so handsome. After seeing Lu Xing's appearance, the woman couldn't help but swoon. Lu Xing had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. A height of over 1.8 meters. It looks very upright. Especially her long, jet black hair. It was so smooth and flowing. I can't take it anymore, Mom. I'm in love. One woman felt like she couldn't breathe. Lu Xing looked toward the dueling platform. He discovered that Bai Feng had already arrived. At this moment, Bai Feng was wearing a gray suit. He was still holding a pink rose in his hand. They kept sniffing there. You little rascal, you've finally arrived. I thought you were too scared to come. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, there was no response. It was a turnaround. He stepped onto the ring with a very graceful movement. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get started. I have class soon. Bai Feng was taken aback when he heard this. His face then darkened. Good, very good. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. I just don't know if you have the right to be arrogant. Come out, my sweethearts. Bai Feng quickly formed a hand seal. 2 magic circles appeared on the ground instantly. 2 beasts appeared at the magic array. Lu Xing glanced at it. They immediately recognized Bai Feng's strength. Little flower fairy. Attribute, plant. Gender, female. Rank, bronze tier 7. Qualification A. Skills learned, flower dance, binding. White wind wolf. Attribute, wind. Gender, female. Rank, bronze tier 6. Qualification A. Skills learned, wind blade, claw. Wow, this guy is amazing. Bai Feng has fair skin and likes to hold roses in her hands. Lu Xing thought this guy was all show and no substance. It looks nice, but is useless. I never imagined he could have such strength. All right, kid. Now you. Bai Feng urged Lu Xing. He couldn't wait to teach Lu Xing a lesson. Good. Come out, Black Wolfhound, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing summoned his Black Wolfhound and Thunder Eagle. The moment the Black Wolfhound and Thunderhawk emerged, the Little Flower Fairy and the White Wind Wolf subconsciously took a few steps back. What's going on? Bai Feng frowned. He never expected that. His own tamed beast was actually frightened and retreated by Lu Xing's tamed beast. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion, Bai Feng thought to himself. But the surrounding audience didn't see it that way. Hey, did you guys see that? I saw it. Bai Feng's beast actually stepped back the moment Lu Xing's beast appeared. Does this mean that Lu Xing's beast taming is stronger than Bai Feng's? No way. Bai Feng is one of the best players in our sophomores. If even he is no match for Lu Xing, then how strong must Lu Xing be? At this time, 3 guys were standing in a corner of the stands. Xuanwu, you've really brought us a great prospect this time. 18 years old, bronze rank 6. Although the Black Wolfhound isn't very good, that Thunder Eagle can take him very far. Principal Lu, you flatter me. Upon hearing this, Han Mingming, who was standing to the side, but his face was dark. In the past, he was the one who suppressed Wu Yong. Unexpectedly, Wu Yong turned the tables today. Alright, let's focus on the game. On the dueling platform, Bai Feng's face darkened. Little Flower Fairy, use Flower Dance on the Thunder Eagle. White Wind Wolf, use Wind Blade on Black Wolfhound. Upon hearing this, the Little Flower Fairy, its small, thin body spun around in place. A small tornado suddenly appeared all around. The small tornado, carrying countless pink petals, attacked the Thunderhawk. Wow, it's so beautiful. Everyone was stunned by the Little Flower Fairy's move. Beautiful. You guys are so shallow. Do you even know how terrifying this move is? Don't be fooled by their delicate pink appearance. They're sharp weapons that can easily slice through flesh. A bespectacled man explained loudly. This guy looks like a bookworm. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash. Then retaliate with electric shocks. Boom. After a clap of thunder, the Thunder Eagle transformed into a streak of silver light. It dodged the Little Flower Fairy's attack. They immediately launched a counterattack. A bolt of lightning hurtled toward the Little Flower Fairy at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Little Flower Fairy, get out of the way. Thunderbolt. The Little Flower Fairy tried to dodge. Unfortunately, lightning was just too fast. The Little Flower Fairy couldn't dodge in time. It was directly struck by the Thunder Eagle's electric shock. Ah! The Little Flower Fairy let out a shrill scream. It actually fell to the ground with a thud. They've lost their ability to fight. Instant kill. Instant kill. My God, just how strong is that Thunder Eagle? The Little Flower Fairy who could instantly kill Bai Feng. The Little Flower Fairy is a beast tamer. It's like a mage with very high magic power. But its thin body, it was destined to be crispy. It simply couldn't withstand a single strike from the Thunder Eagle. On the other hand, let's look at the Black Wolfhound. After the Black Wolfhound dodged several of the White Wind Wolf's wind blade attacks, it pounced towards the White Wind Wolf. Suddenly, the Black Wolfhound has disappeared. That's right. It simply vanished into thin air. Wow, what's going on? Where did that Black Wolfhound go? Everyone gasped in surprise. Han Mingming frowned. Sudden, his eyes lit up. Wow, it's you. Han Mingming looked at Wu Yong. I can't believe you actually gave the Shadow Panther's magic core to this kid. Han Mingming's face was full of surprise. He never expected that. Wu Yong actually gave Lu Xing such a valuable item. That's right. The move that made the Black Wolfhound disappear just now was learned from the Shadow Panther magic crystal core I gave it. Wu Yong's face was full of pride. At the same time, he was also filled with shock. Wu Yong knew that the Shadow Panther had many skills. But he never expected this. Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound actually managed to comprehend the best one. Shadow Strike. That was a Shadow Strike. The Shadow Panther's signature move. Wu Yong increasingly felt that recruiting Lu Xing was a very wise choice. I wonder what those 2 old guys think of Lu Xing now. What kind of expression will they have? Wu Yong's face was full of anticipation. Chapter 49 The School Panic. Bump. The Black Wolfhound suddenly appeared in front of the White Wind Wolf. The White Wind Wolf didn't even have time to react. It was swatted away by the Black Wolfhound's paw. The White Wind Wolf's massive body was instantly sent flying backward. It slid along the ground for quite a distance. Upon seeing this, the Black Wolfhound, it opens its big mouth. A black ball of energy condensed in its mouth. Then it suddenly shot out. It blasted towards the White Wind Wolf. It's a shadow ball. Bai Feng saw through the Black Wolfhound's move. He hurriedly shouted at the White Wind Wolf. White Wind Wolf, get out of the way. Pity. The black wolfhounds slashed just now. The white-winged wolf was severely injured. The white-winged wolf was too exhausted to dodge at this point. Boom. The shadow ball struck the white-winged wolf. The white-winged wolf was blasted away again. As the white-winged wolf was blown away, Bai Feng suddenly let out a painful howl. He covered his head. His face turned deathly pale. He fainted immediately. After a while, the teacher, who was acting as the referee, then realized what was happening. Quick, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and carry him to the infirmary. The referee gave instructions to several students. The students were slow to realize it. He hurriedly ran towards the dueling platform. They carried away Bai Feng, who had fainted. Shock. I'm absolutely shocked. Everyone stared wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. That's Bai Feng, Jiangnan Beast Taming University. A prominent figure, second to none. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Lu Xing. If Lu Xing and Bai Feng were in the same grade, that would be fine. But Lu Xing is clearly a freshman. But he defeated Bai Feng, a sophomore. Moreover, it was Bai Feng, whose strength was among the top. Teacher, may I leave now? Lu Xing glanced at the referee, standing to the side. Yes. The referee looked at Lu Xing. I couldn't help but swallow. If Lu Xing's previous victory over Chen Chong can be considered lucky. So this time it only proves one thing. That means Lu Xing's strength is truly formidable. As Lu Xing left, the entire dueling arena suddenly became lively. Wow. He's so handsome. Yeah, how can he be so strong? No, I want to be his girlfriend. TCHU? You should take a piss and see what you look like. Only a beauty like me is good enough for Lu Xing. The boys in the dueling arena were all sighing and groaning. They had previously considered Lu Xing a formidable rival, thinking of working hard. I will surpass Lu Xing in the future. But now, surpassing Lu Xing has become a pipe dream. His strength is simply too great. On the way to the classroom, Lu Xiaoming kept staring at Lu Xing's tall and imposing back. Her eyes were full of little stars. Handsome. Lu Xing is so handsome. Lu Xiaoming felt her heart flutter with romantic feelings. As for Fatty Su, he pulled out a bag of potato chips at some point. He was eating by himself. Regarding today's situation, Su Peng was already used to it. If Lu Xing loses, that's when the sun truly rises from the west. Get out of class is finally over. Lu Xing stretched. I'm getting ready to eat at the cafeteria with Fatty Su. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming. He immediately packed his books and followed. The three of them walked to the stairwell. As a result, they ran right into the white wind. Bai Feng's lips were deathly pale at this moment. His face looked extremely pale. It was clearly because the beast tamer was severely injured and suffered a backlash. He also saw Lu Xing. Although Bai Feng was unwilling, but he still pulled a card out of his pocket. Here you go. This is the 500,000 I promised you. The password is 6 sixes. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He originally thought he would never get the money back. I never expected Bai Feng to be so trustworthy. Thanks. Lu Xing grabbed the card. Lu Xing deserves this money. Therefore, he didn't need to be polite to Bai Feng. After Lu Xing took the card, they left directly with Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming. I'll get my revenge later. Bai Feng suddenly shouted at Lu Xing. All right, I look forward to your challenge. But you'd better be prepared to win a prize. As Lu Xing said this, he shook the card in his hand. Upon seeing this, Bai Feng staggered. I almost tumbled down the stairs. I came out of the teaching building. Su Peng couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, where are we going now? Let's go to the cafeteria. Let's go to the cafeteria? Su Peng started to get excited. You rascal, didn't you just receive a huge sum of money? They didn't even think of taking us out for a nice meal to celebrate. You're right, Xiaoming. Su Peng pulled Lu Xiaoming in. I think going to the cafeteria is fine too. Clean and hygienic, cheap and affordable. You can get a full meal for just over 10 yuan. You? Su Peng did not expect that. Lu Xiaoming has actually started to be on the same wavelength as Lu Xing. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the cafeteria. If you want a big meal, wait until tonight. We still have classes this afternoon. After I finish eating at the cafeteria, I'll go to my dorm to rest for a bit. When Su Peng heard that Lu Xing was treating everyone to dinner that night, he immediately became excited. All right, let's go. University life is always wonderful. Lu Xing goes to class every day. Occasionally, I would stroll around the school with Lu Xiaoming or Ruming. They lived a very comfortable life. But one day, Lu Xing and Ru Ming went on a date in the garden behind the school. Sudden, several figures ran towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing's brows gradually furrowed. That's right. He sensed something was wrong. What exactly is going on? These three guys are actually injured. At this moment, a faint smell of blood permeated the air. What's wrong with you? Who attacked you? Ru Ming rushed over and helped up an injured woman. I don't know. We were playing in the back when suddenly a few magical beasts appeared. They didn't care about anything else and launched a surprise attack on us. Luckily, we ran fast. Otherwise, we'll die in the back. All right, let's hurry up and go. I'll take you to the medical room. Lu Xing saw that all three of them were seriously injured. He also stepped forward and helped one of the men up. He led the man toward the school's infirmary. News spreads fastest within schools. News of the attack on students on the hill behind the university quickly spread throughout the entire school. All the students began to feel apprehensive. They dared not go to the back mountain anymore. I'm even afraid to walk at night now. Even if you leave. They also need to form cliques. They walked in groups. The next few days. I thought this kind of thing would never happen again. Unexpectedly, several more groups of people were attacked. Several students have even gone missing. Chapter 50, Lu Xiaoming's departure. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Can any of you come out and explain this to me? Principal Lu Gingxing looked at the report in his hand. His face turned black. The school has been established for so many years. This is the first time Jiangnan Beast Taming University has encountered something like this. He never imagined that anyone would dare to attack his students. Who on earth has the audacity to provoke such a powerful figure? Many mentors stood around Lu Gingxing. The mentors also had gloomy faces. The attack on the school's students clearly embarrassed him. Go, investigate for me. At the same time, students of our school are strictly prohibited from leaving the school. Principal Lu Gingxing immediately issued the order. At the same time, the school's security personnel, the entire campus was locked down. Students are strictly prohibited from going out. Due to the school's strict prohibition, the next few days, the students at the school began to complain. What the hell? Are you kidding me? It's been several days, and the criminal still hasn't been caught. Are all the teachers at the school incompetent? Those guys in the league are the same. They've made it so we can't even go out and have fun now. Exactly. I'm about to go crazy from holding it in. Besides attending classes, I can only stay in the dormitory every day. If this continues, I don't know where my future lies. Obviously, in this incident, this has seriously affected everyone's wonderful university life. It wasn't just the students who were complaining. Lu Xing was also being bombarded by Su Pang at this moment. Inside Lu Xing's villa, Fatty Su slumped onto the sofa, looking utterly dejected. He slowly put the potato chip into his mouth. Then he chewed slowly and deliberately. Lu Xing, when will this matter finally be over? My mouth is so bland it's practically tasteless. I feel like if this continues, I'll be killed. Instead, they were suffocated. At this moment, Su Pang. My mind is filled with images of fried chicken, roast duck, and kebabs. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Su. Just bear with it a little longer. He began to ponder. What exactly is going on? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, there was a sudden knock on his door. Lu Xing opened the door and saw. They discovered that Ru Ming was standing outside the door at that moment. Ru Ming looked very anxious. Rumeng, what's wrong? Xiaoming Shi. What's wrong with her? Lu Xing couldn't help but feel nervous. She ignored my advice and actually ran away secretly. Why? I don't have time to explain in detail. Come with me quickly. Under Ru Ming's guidance, Lu Xing and Su Pang headed towards the garden on the back mountain. At this time, a rockery area in the back garden, Lu Xiaoming found a hidden cave. This must be the secret passage those guys were talking about. It turns out that the school had been under lockdown for too long. This has caused the students at the school to feel extremely bored. The school has a clever plan, and the students have a way to overcome it. They found a classmate who owned a pangolin. What is a pangolin? He's a well-known expert at digging holes. So these guys use pangolins. In the garden on the back hill of the school, they secretly dug a tunnel leading outside. Lu Xiaoming entered the tunnel. As she walked, she looked around at everything. I didn't expect these guys to be so bad at studying, but they're pretty good at digging tunnels. Lu Xiaoming originally thought that this tunnel must be dark and damp. She never expected this. Those guys who dug tunnels. Not only were electric lights installed inside the tunnel, they even sprayed air freshener inside the tunnel. Let those who walk inside. I don't feel any sense of oppression. Sudden, Lu Xiaoming blushed. She glanced at her pants instinctively. It's wet again. She didn't want to go out in the first place. Unfortunately, girls always have those few uncomfortable days every month. Items sold at school. She's not used to using it. I have no choice but to risk going out and buying better quality goods. Lu Xiaoming passed through the underground passage. She arrived at the outskirts of the school. Oh, she took a deep breath. Is this what freedom tastes like? This is so comfortable. She then quickly left the place. What Lu Xiaoming didn't know was that, not long after she left, a man in black, leading a black wolfhound, passed by. Black wolfhounds are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. As soon as it smelled the blood, his fierce nature was immediately revealed. He bared his teeth and grinned. Little Black, have you spotted another target? The man in black saw his black wolfhound and a fierce expression on his face. He immediately guessed that his black wolfhound had found a new target. The black wolfhound dragged the man in black along. They chased after Lu Xiaoming in the direction she had left. Great, if we catch this one. The number requested by our high priest is sufficient. I wonder how the high priest will praise me later. The man in black was followed by the black wolfhound. I started jogging along the way. I never imagined that someone would dig such a tunnel. As Su Peng walked, he looked around curiously. Lu Xing, standing beside him, had a furrowed brow. Lu Xing never expected this. The students at Jiangnan Beast Taming University are surprisingly intelligent. What a pity. They used their intelligence elsewhere. The group passed through the underground passage. We arrived outside the school. We're finally out. I'm suffocating. Su Peng couldn't help but stretch. He said to Lu Xing and Ru Meng, let's go have a nice meal after we find Xiaoming before we go back. Lu Xing nodded slightly. Black Wolfhound, have you found any trace of Xiaoming? Lu Xing ignored it. Instead, he looked at the black wolfhound beside him. The black wolfhound was lying on the ground at this moment. Using its sensitive nose, it kept smelling something. Roar! The black wolfhound suddenly barked. It ran 2 steps forward. Then he stopped and looked at Lu Xing and the others. He gestured for Lu Xing and the others to follow. Lu Xing and the others understood. Immediately followed the black wolfhound. They ran off into the distance. The group followed the black wolfhound. Before I knew it, I had left the city. We arrived at the outskirts of the city. Looking at the dark, dense forest before him, Fatty Su couldn't help but speak up. Lu Xing, is there something wrong with your black wolfhound's nose? How did Xiaoming end up here? It's your nose that's having problems. Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng. Lu Xing had complete faith in his black wolfhound. The black wolfhound said Lu Xiaoming was in this direction. Lu Xiaoming must be in this direction. All right, everyone, please be quiet. Ru Meng is a thoughtful girl. Since Lu Xing said Lu Xiaoming came here, and this area is a dense forest, that means something is definitely wrong. We must be more vigilant. Chapter 51, The Red Magic Circle. Walk. Lu Xing and the others followed the black wolfhound. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a cave. At this moment, 2 men in black stood at the entrance of the cave. They are standing guard there. Hey, do you think we can succeed this time? I don't know. That's not something we can decide. I hope it works out. In this way, our high priest will be invincible. When the time comes, we'll follow him and live the high life. I hope so. Just as the 2 guards at the cave entrance were having their daydreams. Deep inside the cave, a huge magic circle was drawn on the ground. The magic circle was clearly drawn with blood. A girl dressed in pink was bound in the very center of the magic circle. The girl was struggling incessantly. A high platform not far from the magic circle. Many men in black stood there. The leader of the men in black said to his henchman, Little Li, you did a good job this time. Once I succeed, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. Upon hearing this, Little Li, he immediately nodded and bowed, saying, Thank you, High Priest. Thank you, High Priest. All right, you can wait over there now. Yes. The younger brother turned around and went to the side. At this time, a lackey approached the High Priest. High Priestess, she's the last key. The High Priest nodded. Upon hearing this, the High Priest's lackey breathed a sigh of relief. These days, in order to capture the beast tamer, collect their blood, he put in a lot of effort. But those beast tamers in society, which one of them isn't a veteran of countless battles? Therefore, during the arrest process, his men suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, in order to reduce manpower consumption, they had no choice but to turn their attention to the students of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. However, he also suffered a severe blow as a result. The instructors from Jiangnan Beast Taming University launched a siege against them. They killed many of them. Fortunately, they managed to gather the necessary number of people for the magic circle today. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, because everyone became alert. It's possible their plan hasn't been implemented yet. It had already died in the womb. The high priest walked towards the enormous magic circle. He pulled a dagger from his pocket. Then he made a sudden slash. Blood gushed out of his wound instantly. The high priest's blood fell onto the massive magic circle. The magic circle immediately emitted a red light. Clearly, this magic circle, driven by the high priest's spiritual power, it's starting to work. Inside the cave, Lu Xing led Su Peng and Ru Ming along cautiously. They easily dealt with the guards at the door. These days, Lu Xing's strength has improved significantly. Both beasts have reached the 9th level of the bronze rank. Eliminate those 2 henchmen. It's not an easy task. As Lu Xing delved deeper, his brows gradually furrowed. What's going on? Where are the people inside? Lu Xing was surprised to find that. Along the way, besides the 2 guards at the entrance, I never met anyone else after that. Little did he know, to prevent anyone from finding out about this place, the high priest only told a few people about this place, and the henchman who captured Lu Xiaoming was able to get here. It was purely because the high priest's lackeys led the way for the underlings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get to this place. Careful! Lu Xing saw a bright red light shining ahead. He immediately and instinctively dodged to the side. After realizing that no one was paying attention to him, Lu Xing carefully moved inside. Soon, he discovered Lu Xiaoming, who was bound inside the Great Formation. It's Xiaoming. Ru Ming also discovered Lu Xiaoming. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Fortunately, Lu Xing quickly covered her mouth. You 2 help me stop those 2 men in black later. I'll take care of that old man who's in the lead. Good. Ru Ming and Su Peng agreed. Whoosh. One of the beasts charged out. It disappeared for a period of time. When it reappears, it appeared behind the high priest. It's a black wolfhound. The black wolfhound's sharp claws slashed towards the high priest's back. Clang. The black wolfhound's claws gripped the high priest's back. A burst of sparks immediately flew up. What's going on? Who? The black wolfhound's sneak attack caught the high priest's attention. The high priest turned his head to look. They spotted Lu Xing and his group standing not far away. At this moment, the 2 men in black were stopped by Fatty Su and Rumming. Snap! Something fell off the high priest's back. It's a horseshoe crab. Rock horseshoe crab. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank silver tier 2. Qualification B. Learned skills rock defense, rock throwing. Lu Xing never expected this. This high priest actually carried a rock crab on his back. Without this rock horseshoe crab, perhaps that swipe of the black wolfhound's claw just now, it can instantly kill the high priest. You brat, you're a student at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The high priest was initially somewhat worried, but after seeing Lu Xing's school uniform, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xing was wearing a red school uniform at the moment. The school uniforms of Jiangnan Yusho University are different. The freshman's color is red. In other words, Lu Xing is a freshman at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Thinking of this, the high priest laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, this is hilarious, so hilarious. I can't believe those guys can't find me. But you, kid, found it instead. Enough with the nonsense. Give me your life. Lu Xing knew all too well that bad people die from talking too much. Black Wolfhound used Tear Claw on the rock crab. Upon hearing this, the Black Wolfhound, it swooped down towards the rock crab. Snort. The high priest snorted coldly. Rock crab, use flying stone. There was a whoosh. A huge rock flew towards the Black Wolfhound. Black Wolfhound, get out of the way. The Black Wolfhound ran quickly. A light jump. This allowed them to avoid the flying rocks from the horseshoe crab. At the same time, it approached the rock horseshoe crab. Its sharp claws reached out and grabbed at the rock crab. Bump. The Black Wolfhound's immense strength. It sent the rock crab flying. After the rock crab flew backwards for more than 10 meters, it stopped. Lu Xing looked toward the rock horseshoe crab. He was surprised to find that, after being attacked twice by the Black Wolfhound, this rock crab only suffered minor injuries. This guy is so meaty. The rock horseshoe crab is a rock-type beastmaster. Rock is known for its defensive properties. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I should have captured a plant-type beast or a water-type beast. Lu Xing thought of this. He immediately made a decision in his heart. At this point, Lu Xing was already a bronze 9th rank beastmaster. In other words, he's about to be promoted to silver. As long as you advance to silver, Lu Xing will then be able to contract his 3rd beast. He was still thinking about what contract to make for his 3rd tamed beast. Now it seems, he already has a direction. Chapter 52 Flame Demon. Black Wolfhound, continue the attack on the rock crab. The Black Wolfhound pounced on the rock crab. Just as the Black Wolfhound and the rock crab were fighting, Lu Xing suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A chill ran straight to my head. He instinctively rolled over like a donkey. Just after Lu Xing rolled away, a sharp needle pierced the spot where Lu Xing had just been standing. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turned out to be a scorpion. It's a venomous scorpion. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. The strength of this venomous scorpion was immediately apparent. Venomous-tailed scorpion. Attribute: poison. Gender: male. Rank: bronze tier 7. Qualification: learned skill: poison strike. Damn it. The high priest's face turned grim. He never expected that. This is a move that will surely kill you. Lu Xing actually dodged it. Beast Taming World. Beast masters sign contracts with beast tamers. It's not just about controlling beasts that's powerful. The physical abilities of the beast tamers were improved through the feedback from their beast taming. It is also quietly getting stronger. It's not impossible that humans will fight monsters barehanded in the future. Certainly. The premise of this unarmed combat is that this person's beast taming skills are powerful enough. You're really cunning. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing dared not be careless. He immediately began to perform a hand seal. The Thunder Eagle was summoned. Chirp. With the appearance of the Thunderhawk, it let out a hiss. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. Thunder Eagle. The moment the high priest saw the Thunder Eagle, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. The high priest never expected this. Lu Xing's Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Freshman. He actually had a Thunder Eagle in his hand. Moreover, it depends on strength. It seems quite remarkable. Oh no. His strength was limited by the poison tail scorpion. If it weren't for the favor of some adult, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. His rock horseshoe crab was a gift from that great man. But this high priest was not content to be second to anyone. So after he advanced to Silver Beastmaster, he didn't rush to contract a third beast. Instead, they were waiting for an opportunity. Finally, a lackey offered up a blood sacrifice summoning circle. He originally intended to use the blood sacrifice summoning array. Summon a powerful hellish monster. They rose to prominence rapidly thanks to this hellish beast. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing actually messed things up. Lu Xing didn't think that far ahead. Since this guy dared to mess with me, then we need to let him know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Let's give it our all. The high priest roared. Poison tail scorpion. Hold off, Thunder Hawk. Use poison strike. The venomous scorpion's tail glowed with a purple light. Countless drops of venom converged at the tail. It started running. Then he leaped up suddenly. The sharp tail stabbed straight at the Thunderhawk. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The Thunderhawk dodged the venomous scorpion's attack. Now, Thunderhawk, use lightning. Boom. Countless electric currents surged around the Thunderhawk. Then a bolt of lightning shot out. At this moment, the venomous scorpion was still floating in midair. It became a sitting duck. He could only let the lightning strike him. Bump. Lightning struck the venomous scorpion. In an instant, the venomous scorpion's entire body glowed with golden light. Countless electric currents surged through its body. It made a crackling sound. The terrifying electric current was wreaking havoc on the venomous scorpion's bodily functions. The venomous scorpion was charred and cracked by the lightning. Snap. The venomous scorpion landed heavily on the ground. He has clearly lost his life. With the death of the poisonous-tailed scorpion, the high priest suffered a backlash. He covered his head. My body swayed for a moment. I almost fell over. It's getting hotter and hotter. While fighting the man in black, Fatty Sue subconsciously looked to the side. A crack appeared within the great formation. A hand engulfed in flames reached out from inside. Not good. Lu Xing, look over there. With Su Peng's reminder, Lu Xing also noticed the situation inside the formation. Just as the flaming arm was about to grab Lu Xiaoming. Thunder Eagle, hurry and save Lu Xiaoming. Chirp. The Thunder Eagle let out a cry. It flapped its wings suddenly. It then sped past quickly. Before that hand could grab Lu Xiaoming, they took Lu Xiaoming away. Roar. Lu Xiaoming was a sacrifice to that monster. The sacrificial offerings are now being stolen. The monster began to get angry. It let out a series of angry roars. The entire cave began to shake violently. Puff. The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was swaying precariously. Black Wolfhound, it's up to you now. Deliver the final blow to the rock crab. Although the rockhorn crab has relatively hard armor. However, after several consecutive attacks by the Black Wolfhound, the rock hornbill's hard shell, it was already in a state of disrepair. Puffed. It no longer has a hard outer shell. The Black Wolfhound's claws easily pierced the rock crab's body. It killed the rock crab directly. The already crumbling high priest. With the death of the rock horseshoe crab, This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The high priest fell straight down. His eyes were filled with resentment. For today, he had been planning this for a long time. At the same time, he endured humiliation and hardship for a long time. In order to have a good position, he endured humiliation and hardship. To act as a dog for one's boss directly. That's exactly what it means literally. Unexpectedly. Today, all our efforts were in vain. He was unwilling to accept it. He was unwilling to accept it. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to make amends. Roar! At the Great Formation. Just as that creature was about to emerge, the magic circle was destroyed by the high priest's death. The flow of spiritual energy has ceased. It actually started to crash. Not long after, the crack in the magic circle actually closed. Call. Looking at the shattered magic array, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He said with lingering fear. Lu Xing never expected this. The high priest's blood sacrifice array was actually able to summon such a thing. At this time, the guy's profile appeared in Lu Xing's mind. Flame Demon. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, Master Tier 1. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, Flame/Fire Devour. Ignite, Fire Resistance Ring. Damn it, that's a master level Flame Demon. Thank goodness I wasn't summoned by that guy. Otherwise, the entire Jiangnan city will be in trouble. Lu Xing said with lingering fear. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, Lu Xing. My whole body was soaked in sweat. I don't know if it's because I'm too nervous. It was still because of the appearance of the Balrog. This caused the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. This caused Lu Xing to break out in a sweat. Whoosh. Sudden. The black wolfhound beside Lu Xing darted out. Chapter 53 Cerberus. The black wolfhound actually ran straight to the very center of the magic circle. It pulled out a dark, puffy thing from inside. That's the hand of the Flame Demon. Lu Xing never expected this. The Flame Demon's hand was actually severed by the space-time rift. The purpose of the blood sacrifice array is to open a space-time rift. Summon the Balrog from its world. Pity. When the high priest summoned the Balrog, they were attacked by Lu Xing. This caused the summoning to fail. The fire demon didn't retreat in time. The outstretched arm was snapped off by the closing space-time rift. Lu Xing looked at the Black Wolfhound. Black Wolfhound, what are you doing? He didn't expect that. His own Black Wolfhound actually started biting the Flame Demon's arm. The Flame Demon's arm was devoured by the Black Wolfhound in no time. You've started eating random things again. Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? Looks like I can't let you hang out with that Fat Su guy anymore. Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su subconsciously. He felt that Fatty Su had corrupted his Black Wolfhound. It's one thing that Fatty Su's own tame beast is a glutton, but they even wanted to breed their Black Wolfhound to be a glutton. After the Black Wolfhound ate the Fire Demon's arm, it revealed a satisfied smile. Unfortunately, the Black Wolfhound's joy didn't last long. Its face instantly contorted in pain. His eyes and eyebrows were almost squeezed together. The Black Wolfhound immediately lay down on the ground. It let out a painful wail. Black Wolfhound. Lu Xing ran towards the Black Wolfhound with some worry. He hadn't run more than a few steps. Then it stopped. What's going on? Lu Xing was surprised to discover. His Black Wolfhound was now glowing red. The light was extremely dazzling. The sting was so intense that Lu Xing couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, the temperature around us is also rising rapidly. It's so hot. Su Pang tugged at his collar. Lu Xing reacted quickly. He said to Fatty Su. Su Pang, quickly take Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming out. Good. Su Pang, along with Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming, prepared to run out of the cave. On the eve of departure, Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming glanced at Lu Xing with some reluctance. Hey, you two, hurry up and come with me. Staying here will only cause trouble for Lu Xing. Su Pang was also alert at this moment. He knew that the rest of them were staying here. This also caused trouble for Lu Xing. So, they cleverly tried to take Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming away. The two women exchanged a glance. They knew that Su Pang was telling the truth. So they didn't linger any longer. They quickly left the cave. Outside the cave, Su Pang and the others waited anxiously. Do you think something might have happened to Lu Xing? Ru Meng looked into the cave with a worried expression. No way. That guy Lu Xing is a born scourge. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Lu Xing is a guy who can live for 1,000 years. He won't fall down here. And I need him to look after me. Su Pang said somewhat carelessly. However, despite what he said, a hint of worry still flashed in his eyes. Lu Xing. Lu Xiaoming's hands became somewhat at a loss. She kept pursing her lips. Her thin lips were pursed until they turned white. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Lu Xing wouldn't have. Lu Xiaoming said with a sob in her voice. Her eyes reddened without her realizing it. Xiaoming, it's okay. Lu Xing will be alright. Ru Ming was older than Lu Xiaoming. Her resilience is much stronger than Lu Xiaoming's. She pulled Lu Xiaoming into her arms. They began to comfort her. Just then, whoosh, a dark figure suddenly darted out. The dark figure was moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the open space outside the cave. That's Lu Xing. Ru Ming recognized Lu Xing. It really is Lu Xing. Lu Xiaoming was also overjoyed. Wow. Lu Xing, what's that between your legs? Fatty Su exclaimed in surprise. His mouth dropped open, the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand. They all fell to the ground without anyone noticing. At this moment, Lu Xing was riding on the back of a giant wolf. That giant wolf was 5 meters tall. And what's even more terrifying is that giant wolf actually had 2 heads. Lu Xing, you won't tell me. Is that the giant wolf you're riding, your black wolfhound? Lu Xing nodded slightly. Don't be fooled by the faint smile on his face. Lu Xing was overjoyed. He looked at the 2-headed wolf beneath him. At this moment, the attributes of the 2-headed wolf appeared before Lu Xing's eyes. Cerberus. Attribute, dark, fire. Gender, male. Rank, silver, tier 1. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, tear claw, bite, venomous fang, shadow strike, fire devour, flame slash. It seems to possess a terrifying bloodline, which appears to be awakening. Lu Xing never expected this. His black wolfhound devoured the fire demon's arm. It actually completed an evolution. It transformed from a black wolfhound into a 2-headed hellhound. The black wolfhound's strength has been completely transformed. It has achieved a qualitative leap. Its strength reached the 1st tier of silver. At the same time, I learned new skills. Fire devourer. Consume flames to strengthen yourself. All the flames in the world are your nourishment. Flame slash. Unleashes a fiery blade, slashing fiercely at the enemy in front of you. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. Lu Xing never expected this. His black wolfhound not only underwent an evolution, they also learned 2 skills from the flame demon. The Balrog truly lives up to its reputation as a creature that lives in magma. Those 2 skills are too powerful. Fire devouring skill. This makes the Cerberus immune to fire attacks. At the same time, the fire attribute attack will actually enhance the Cerberus's strength. Flame slash skill. Just like its name, it is a powerful fire attribute move. Great. Now I finally have a fire attribute attack method. Just as Lu Xing was pondering. Wow wow wow. Lu Xing, your 2-headed wolf is so cool. Fatty Su screamed. He ran towards Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. What 2-headed wolf? This guy's name is Hellhound. Yes, Hellhound. That's so cool. Su Peng subconsciously reached out to stroke the body of the Hellhound. Roar. The 2-headed Hellhound let out a howl. Fatty Su was so frightened that he froze on the spot. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Damn it, you bastard. Don't be ungrateful. Don't forget how I treated you before. When I have something delicious to eat, I never forget to share it with you. How could you treat me like this now? Su Peng shouted indignantly. Chapter 54 Jianyan's Challenge. Hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound rolled its eyes at Fatty Su. She turned her head to the side with a very haughty air. Okay. Just let him touch it. Lu Xing patted his 2-headed hellhound. After all, Su Peng is his good friend. Lu Xing wasn't that stingy. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound only then did it smile. He actually stuck out his tongue. He started licking Su Peng. Ha. Don't lick. It's so itchy. Sweetie, come here. I'll give you something delicious to eat. As Su Peng spoke, he pulled a chicken leg out of his pocket. Upon seeing this, the 2-headed hellhound, his eyes lit up immediately. He simply curled his tongue. They actually rolled the chicken leg up directly. Pity. That chicken leg seems too small. Faced with the enormous body of the 2-headed hellhound, that chicken leg wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Lu Xing ignored Su Peng. He walked straight to Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xing looked at Lu Xiaoming. Are you alright? He looked Lu Xiaoming up and down. No, it's nothing. Lu Xiaoming blushed under Lu Xing's gaze. My heart was pounding. After this incident, Lu Xiaoming realized that she seemed to like Lu Xing more. Quick! It's right ahead. Hurry up, everyone. Just as Lu Xing was about to catch up with the 2 women, a group of people ran over from not far away. Lu Xing looked up and saw. They discovered Lu Gengxing and Wu Yong. They were followed by a group of mentors. Lu Gengxing, along with a group of mentors, came to Lu Xing's side. Everyone saw the two-headed hellhound. They all summoned their own beasts. In an instant, tensions were high between the two sides. A tense atmosphere was displayed. Lu Xing, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over here. Wu Yong shouted at Lu Xing. Teacher, it's okay. That guy is my tamed beast. What? Everyone present stared wide-eyed. His face was full of disbelief. Kid, I know you're good. But that's not how you brag. Han Mingming couldn't help but mock Lu Xing. What nonsense am I spouting? It is my tamed beast. Hellhound, lie down. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound immediately lay down. Wag your tail. The two-headed hellhound began to wag its tail. At the same time, its two enormous heads. It kept flicking its pink tongue in and out. He showed a kind expression. Now you believe me, right? This? Han Mingming was speechless for a moment. All right, we can talk about it when we get back. It's still very dangerous here. Let's go. Principal Lu Gingxing made a decisive decision. Lu Xing followed the principal and others to the conference room of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He recounted the entire incident in detail. Certainly, Lu Xing evaded some of the secrets in a very subtle way. All right, you can go back and rest now. Good. Lu Xing turned and left. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Principal Lu Gingxing couldn't help but speak up. I never imagined that the Black Wolfhound could evolve into the Hellhound. I never expected that. Wu Yong echoed. Should I also catch a Black Wolfhound to keep as a tame beast? One of the mentors couldn't help but speak up. These words were spoken. Another mentor next to him rolled his eyes at him. Let's not. Do you really think you have a chance to obtain the Balrog's arm? That's a flame demon. Balrogs live in lava zones. The temperature is high there. Ordinary people simply cannot get close to it. And even if you get close, that fire demon was incredibly powerful. They are not people that these people can handle. Thinking of this, the mentor who wanted to contract the Black Wolfhound immediately abandoned the idea. All right, now that they've returned safely, this matter is considered closed. Only, Principal Lu Gingxing looked at the black robe in his hand. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the logo on the black robe, Principal Lu Gingxing couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Salvation Cult, huh? I never imagined that this evil organization would rise from the ashes again. As early as the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, an evil organization has emerged. They used the guise of saving the world. But what they did was commit arson, murder, and looting. These guys are developing faster and faster. Ultimately, this affected the stability of human society. Just then, the government finally couldn't stand it anymore. Send out the strongest directly. A major purge was carried out against the Salvation Church. Lu Gingxing did not expect that. So many years have passed. This cult has miraculously resurfaced. It seems I need to report this matter. The Salvation Cult is a highly secretive organization. Moreover, some years have passed since then. Aside from those powerful individuals who also know about this, new forces like Lu Xing, they had no idea of the Salvation Cult existed. Lu Xing left the principal's office. He rode a two-headed hellhound, walking around campus in a very stylish manner. Wow, look, what's that? Wow, that's so awesome. There was actually a person sitting behind it. I know that guy. His name is Lu Xing, and he's this year's Rookie of the Year. Wow, he's so handsome. I like him so much. Many infatuated girls couldn't help but gasp in surprise. That guy is such an arrogance. A teaching building not far away. There were a few guys standing on the fourth floor. They were holding onto the railing, looking down from a high vantage point. By phone, you lost to this guy? You're really lame. A guy with a full head of red hair couldn't help but mock Bai Feng. Bai Feng glanced at the red-haired man. He said somewhat displeased. Jiang Yan, you can't say anything nice. If you're so capable, go and challenge him. Let me tell you, you might not even be as good as me. Is that so? Jiang Yan's face was full of disdain. Then I'm going to give it a try today. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he turned and left the spot. He was about to go downstairs to challenge Lu Xing. Watching Jiang Yan's departing figure, a green-haired man couldn't help but speak to the blue-haired man beside him. Blue Sky, do you think Jiang Yan has a chance of winning if they go down there? I think it's a bit risky. That guy is pretty strong. If Jiang Yan goes there, he's probably going to die a horrible death. He deserved it. Who told him to be so arrogant and conceited? At this moment, Bai Feng's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Xing, you absolutely must beat that Jiang Yan to a pulp. I don't know when. Bai Feng was already cheering Lu Xing on in his heart. He completely forgot about losing to Lu Xing before. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. He prepared to return to his dormitory. Stop. Just then, a man with a full head of red hair blocked his way. Chapter 55: The Power of Fire Devouring. What's up? Lu Xing frowned slightly. He never expected there would be such a clueless person. They dared to block his way. Kid, if you've got the guts, come with me to the school's dueling arena. Jiang Yin stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. It seems he challenged him. What a glorious thing it is. Sorry, I'm not interested. All Lu Xing wants to do now is go back and get a good night's sleep. After going through so much, in addition to the questioning by Lu Gingxing and others, by this time, he was already exhausted. Huh? Lu Xing yawned. Lu Xing looked distracted. Jiang Yin said somewhat angrily. You brat, how can you accept my challenge the way you accepted Bai Feng? White Wind. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. In his eyes, Bai Feng was nothing but a spendthrift. Since this guy knows Bai Feng, that means... Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. There's no reason not to slaughter a fat sheep that's delivered to your door. He looked at Jiang Yin and said to her, since you know Bai Feng, you must also know the rules of challenging me. Rule? Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized what was happening. Oh, isn't it just that 500,000 prize? Don't worry, I can afford to pay this little bit of money. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He was initially worried that this fat sheep wasn't fat enough. Okay, I agree. Lu Xing's black wolfhound evolved into a two-headed hellhound. Its appetite has definitely increased. He was originally thinking about how to solve this guy's food problem. I never expected that this guy would actually deliver himself to my doorstep. You asked for this, don't blame me. Let's go then. See you at the school's dueling arena. Lu Xing clamped down on the two-headed hellhound between his legs. The two-headed hellhound understood, heading towards the school's dueling arena. Not long after, the school's arena for duels. When everyone heard that Jiang Yin was challenging Lu Xing, they all gathered there immediately. On the dueling platform, Lu Xing and Jiang Yin stood facing each other. How about we take this one-on-one approach? Lu Xing wanted to finish the battle quickly. Can? Jiang Yin nodded. He is a sophomore. He was afraid people would say he was bullying the weak. Therefore, Jiang Yin agreed to Lu Xing's request. Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him. Come forth, my flame lion. Jiang Yin quickly formed a hand seal. Not long after, a red magic circle appeared on the ground. A huge male lion emerged from the magic circle. Roar! As soon as this lion appeared, it let out a roar. It is asserting its authority. A fire lion? Looking at the person in front of him, who was covered in red blood. A fiery lion with its neck engulfed in blazing flames. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. He glanced at the flame lion using the system eye. It gave a clear understanding of the flame lion's attributes. Flame lion. Attribute: fire. Gender: male. Rank: silver, tier 1. Qualification: A. Learn skills: flame claws. After witnessing the power of the flame lion, Lu Xing couldn't help but snort coldly. That's all there is to it. And Lu Xing seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Flame lion, use blaze. Upon hearing this, the flame lion. Open your mouth. A scorching flame shot towards the hellhound. Good timing. Lu Xing did not allow the Cerberus to dodge. Instead, it allowed the flames of the flame lion to strike the hellhound. Bang! The flame lion's flames struck the Cerberus. An explosion occurred immediately. Looking at the dust and smoke that were kicked up, Jiang Yin revealed a cold smile. Looks like this guy is nothing special. Jiang Yin thought his flame lion. It instantly killed Lu Xing's hellhound with a single move. But as the smoke and dust dissipated, how could this happen? Jiang Yin subconsciously rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What's going on? Why is your hellhound completely unharmed? My flame lion's flames clearly struck your hellhound. Is that so? Perhaps your flame lion, like you, is all show and no substance. All looks and no substance. Jiang Yin was speechless after Lu Xing's words. He gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe that it will be all right this time. Flame lion, unleash your blaze once more. Let's use it for a longer time this time. Upon hearing this, the flame lion opened its mouth. A burst of intense heat shot out. The flame struck the two-headed hellhound. It was being roasted continuously. It's so hot. Yes, it's so hot. What's going on with that two-headed hellhound? It can actually be immune to the flame lion's attacks. At this point, discerning people could see that. The flame lion's flames have no effect on the Cerberus. Oh, Lu Xing yawned. He was secretly overjoyed. This fire-devouring skill is incredibly powerful, It's practically the bane of all fire tribute beast tamers. Fire devouring skill is Lu Xing's secret weapon. He naturally wouldn't tell anyone, so he downplayed it. This is boring, let's just end it here. Hellhound, use flame slash. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound swung its right paw forward sharply. Suddenly the flaming scimitar, made of flames, sped toward the flaming lion. The flame slash actually pierced through the flame lion's flames. Bang! The fiery slash struck the flame lion. The flame lion was sent flying. Flame lion. Jiang Yin ran towards his flame lion. He looked at the dying fire lion. Her face was full of heartache. This fiery lion is his prized possession. All right, give me the money. Judging from your condition, you probably can't continue. For those who challenge themselves for no reason, Lu Xing naturally wouldn't sympathize with him. For you, Jiang Yin took out a card and tossed it to Lu Xing. There are 600,000 inside, and the password is 123456. The extra 100,000 is yours. Jiang Yin is rich and powerful. 100,000 huaxia coins. They gave it away without hesitation. Thank you very much. Lu Xing didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Yin either. He took the bank card and left. With Lu Xing's departure, the crowd immediately started to cheer and make merry. My God, what did I just see? Jiang Yin actually lost. And he lost to Lu Xing, a freshman. Jiang Yin is one of the top 3 students in his sophomore year. He actually lost to Lu Xing. Just who is this Lu Xing? At this point, everyone began to have doubts about Lu Xing's background. Could he be some big shot's grandson? Or perhaps the son of some high-ranking official? Just as everyone was discussing it, our client, Lu Xing. They've already received the prize money. They headed towards their villa. Lu Xing had just entered the villa. Then I saw Fatty Su and Rumeng sitting there. Chapter 56 heading to the lake of jellyfish. Lu Xing, did the principal and the others say anything? Xiaoming asked with a worried look. After all, this whole thing started because of her. What could they possibly say? Lu Xing shrugged. Don't worry, everything's alright. Lu Xing revealed a faint smile. Call. Lu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Lu Xing, where have you been all this time? You're not going to tell me that the principal and the others have been interrogating you for all this time, are you? No, I just took some time to slaughter a fat sheep. A fat sheep? Su Peng was slightly taken aback, then realized what was going on. You little rascal, you've struck it rich again. Very good. Come on, let's go to the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. This time, it's your treat again. Okay. Lu Xing glanced at his friends. This incident. They were indeed frightened. So let's go have a big meal now. It's a good choice. I came out of the cafeteria on the 3rd floor of the school. Fatty Su patted his round belly with satisfaction. That feels so good. Food and sex are human nature. Su Peng's first priority in life is to eat his fill. He glanced at Lu Xing and the 2 women. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Lu Xing, I'm leaving now. Su Peng didn't want to be caught in the middle as a 3rd wheel. He left quickly. Only Lu Xing and Ru Ming remained. Lu Xing glanced at the 2 women. He knew now was not the time for reminiscing. So he said to the 2 women, it's getting late. You should all go back and get some rest. Hey, Fatty Su, wait for me. Lu Xing chased after the direction Su Peng had left in. That guy. Lu Xiaoming watched Lu Xing's retreating figure and couldn't help but stomp her foot. She had originally planned to walk with Lu Xing and then properly thank him. I never expected that this kid would actually run away. As Ru Mengjian stood to the side, she could only cover her mouth and chuckle to herself. The next few days, Principal Lu Gingxing continued to lead a group of mentors. The remnants of the Salvation cult outside the school were eliminated. After everything is cleaned up, the ban on Jiangmen Beast Taming University has finally been lifted. On that very day, the students in the school looked like criminals just released from prison. They went crazy. Like a surging tide, they ran towards the school gate. Inside Lu Xing's villa, Su Peng shook Lu Xing's arm. Lu Xing, let's go. Come with me to have a good meal. Fatty Su actually started acting cute towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing immediately got goosebumps. Go if you want. I have something urgent to do. Something important? What's more important than eating? I'm thinking about what beast I should choose next. Next beast. Su Peng's eyes widened. Because his strength has always been weaker than Lu Xing's. Therefore, he could not discern Lu Xing's true strength. Upon hearing Lu Xing say that he wanted to contract the next beast, Fatty Su couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap, Lu Xing, no way. You're not going to tell me you're already a silver beastmaster, are you? Lu Xing nodded. My God, you're too amazing. Is there no justice in this world? I'm such a handsome and cute person, and I work so hard. I can barely keep up with your heels. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Sue. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Don't underestimate this guy, Fatty Sue. Eating and drinking every day. His strength had actually reached the 5th level of bronze. This guy's talent is pretty good too. Unfortunately, in front of Lu Xing, who possesses a cheat-like ability, Su Pang's talent seems so insignificant. So, what kind of beast are you planning to contract? Lu Xing nodded. What is it? This thing. Lu Xing picked up a book from the side. That's the Warcraft Encyclopedia. Lu Xing then released the Warcraft Encyclopedia. Show one of the pages to Fatty Sue. It's a healing jellyfish. Healing jellyfish. Just like its name. It has an exceptional healing ability. Lu Xing vaguely realized that. Taming beasts can affect the tamer's physique. For example, Cerberus. It possesses the talent of fire devouring. Lu Xing felt like he wasn't afraid of flames anymore. To try out this idea, Lu Xing even secretly used a lighter to burn his fingers. The result was that the flame of the lighter was discovered. It's impossible to hurt him anymore. Therefore, Lu Xing wanted to contract with the healing jellyfish. This thing has an amazing healing ability. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was like a severed limb regenerating. In other words, if Lu Xing had contracted a healing jellyfish, maybe I'll get injured accidentally in the future. He can also recover quickly. Furthermore, the healing jellyfish is a water-type jellyfish. This perfectly matches Lu Xing's requirement to contract a water attribute beast. Since you've already made up your mind, then I won't say anything more. The healing jellyfish is in Jellyfish Lake, which is a medium-sized secret realm. Even though you're already at the silver level, going to that place, you still need to be careful. Su Pang suddenly became serious. No, you're something else. It's rare to see you so serious. The next day, Lu Xing packed his bags and set off. Su Pang stood on the 2nd floor. He didn't go with Lu Xing. After all, his strength. Following Lu Xing. He's just a burden to Lu Xing. It seems I need to work twice as hard. What Lu Xing didn't know was that his behavior, subtly, it affected Su Pang. Lu Xing carried his backpack. We have arrived at the secret realm where Jellyfish Lake is located. He handed his beast taming certificate to the guard outside the door. After they saw it, he waved for Lu Xing to go inside. 18 years old, a silver-level beast tamer. It seems that Jiangnan Beast Taming University has recruited another promising talent this time. The guards at the gate have been stationed here for many years. They had long since developed a keen eye for detail. Just a few glances. They then thoroughly understood Lu Xing's background. After all, someone as young and strong as Lu Xing. Not from Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Where is it now? Students in Beijing and Shanghai aren't going to waste their time. We arrived in Jiangnan City. Lu Xing entered the secret realm. He had already purchased a map of the secret realm. According to the map, Lu Xing successfully arrived at the location of Jellyfish Lake. This place truly lives up to its reputation as a mid-level secret realm. Along the way, Lu Xing encountered many powerful magical beasts. He easily dealt with the weaker ones. Powerful. Lu Xing relied on the hellhound's keen sense of smell. They avoided it in advance. Is this the legendary lake of jellyfish? Lu Xing looked towards the large lake in front of him. It was evening. As the sun sets in the west, fiery red rays of light bathed the entire Jellyfish Lake. The lake of jellyfish glowed red. So beautiful. Lu Xing couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chapter 57 Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing began searching along the shore of Jellyfish Lake. Healing jellyfish, healing jellyfish. Lu Xing muttered to himself. His sharp eyes. It kept scanning the surface of the Jellyfish Lake. After reaching the silver rank, most beast tamers choose to contract wild magical beasts as their tamed beasts, instead of in the city, those captured monsters. This is because beast masters reach the silver level. They can form contracts with beasts of silver strength. Beast masters with silver level strength. It is very difficult for humans to catch them. Even if they are caught, they are powerful. It would be almost impossible to trap them in that iron cage. That's why Lu Xing chose to come to this Jellyfish Lake to catch healing jellyfish, instead of choosing to buy beasts from the beast taming shop. Certainly, some people, seeking stability, go to the beast taming shop to buy a beast. However, this approach has drawbacks. That is, the purchased beasts were of low strength. Even with high qualifications, it also requires a period of training. Only then can combat power be formed. But the beasts captured in the wild are different. During the capture, what is their strength? So after the contract, what kind of strength do they still possess? This can greatly save cultivation time. So, the stronger the beast tamer. They mostly choose to contract beasts in the wild. Lu Xing circled most of the jellyfish lake. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Although there are many healing jellyfish in this jellyfish lake. But why are their aptitudes all so poor? Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He could easily see through the healing jellyfish's qualities. Although there are many healing jellyfish here. However, most of them are EF certified. After some searching, Lu Xing has only found one A-grade quality beast at most. Should we choose the one with A-grade aptitude? The idea had just crossed Lu Xing's mind. He immediately shook his head. That idea was ruled out. He's someone with a cheat code or special ability. Better to have none than something of poor quality. What? Grade A? You should know. Lu Xing must at least contract an S-level beast. Grade A beast taming. Even if you give it to a dog, it won't take it. Unfortunately, outsiders don't know Lu Xing's mind. Otherwise, he would definitely have scolded Lu Xing for going too far. You should know. In order to obtain an A-grade beast taming item, I don't know how much effort they put in. Some people may never be able to contract an A-grade beast in their entire lives. But when it came to Lu Xing, he actually looked down on the healing jellyfish, which had an A-grade qualification. Do we want to go to the middle of the lake to take a look? Lu Xing felt that. Better quality healing jellyfish. It's possible that it wasn't on the lakeshore. It was actually in the middle of the lake. Let's explore this lake first. Lu Xing continued walking. As Lu Xing walked, the sky around us gradually darkened. A bright moon quietly hung in the sky. Call. A cold wind blew by. Lu Xing couldn't help but shudder. Call. He exhaled a breath of hot air. Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to look again. Although the moonlight was very bright. But the night is still a bit dark tonight. It has already affected Lu Xing's vision. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave, the sound of rushing water could be heard coming from the distant lake. The lake's surface, which was originally as calm as a mirror. Ripples spread across the surface. Is there always a way out? Lu Xing looked in the direction of the sound of water. In the lake not far away, it actually shimmered with 7 colors. Lu Xing looked closely. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's actually a rainbow jellyfish. The attribute panel of the rainbow jellyfish appeared before Lu Xing's eyes. Rainbow jellyfish. Attributes: water, poison. Gender: female. Rank: silver, tier 1. Qualification: S. Learn skills: super healing, poison whip, venom spray, flexibility. S rank: silver tier 1 rainbow jellyfish. It feels alright. Lu Xing rolled up his sleeves. He was ready to subdue the rainbow jellyfish in front of him. He had read that book on evolution before. From the book, Lu Xing learned that these rainbow jellyfish are an evolved form of the healing jellyfish. The healing jellyfish wants to evolve into a rainbow jellyfish. However, there are very strict conditions. Lu Xing was originally thinking about how to collect those materials. After all, he was planning to tame a healing jellyfish. But now, those materials are no longer needed. There are colorful jellyfish here, and they are of good quality. Lu Xing naturally wouldn't choose the more convenient option. Go to the contract with the healing jellyfish. Just as Lu Xing summoned the Thunder Eagle. Just as they were preparing to capture the rainbow jellyfish. The once calm lake surface suddenly began to become turbulent. Bang! A huge explosion was heard. Immediately, a huge spray of water shot straight into the sky. Ah, that was close. I almost got soaked to the bone. Just as the splash of water was about to hit Lu Xing, the two-headed hellhound escaped with Lu Xing. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. He squinted, looking towards Jellyfish Lake. I don't know when. A huge thing appeared on the lake. The huge creature opened its blood-red maw. It lunged at the rainbow jellyfish. Ah! The rainbow jellyfish was bitten by that big guy. He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. However, it is not one to be trifled with. It actually started waving its countless tentacles. They kept whipping that big guy. The rainbow jellyfish's thick tentacles whipped across the large creature's body. It made a popping sound. At the same time, it splashed up bursts of water. Watching the two magical beasts fight, Lu Xing showed no intention of interfering. Instead, they watched it with great interest. He looked toward the big guy. Lu Xing immediately understood the attributes of that big guy. Spirit water turtle. Attribute: water. Gender: male. Rank: silver tier 1. Qualification: SS. Learn skills: super healing, spiked shell, furious bite. After seeing the big guy's attributes, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Looks like Lady Luck is on my side today. Lu Xing originally wanted to catch rainbow jellyfish. Unexpectedly, surprisingly, I found someone even better. I'm definitely keeping this spirit water turtle. Lu Xing was ready to subdue this spirit water turtle. The battle between the two monsters was drawing to a close. Ultimately, the spirit water turtle relied on its hard shell. They successfully defeated the rainbow jellyfish. The spirit water turtle opened its blood-red maw. It began to nibble at the rainbow jellyfish. That giant, colorful jellyfish. It was eaten bit by the spirit water turtle. Just as the water turtle was about to finish eating the rainbow jellyfish, Lu Xing knew. My chance has come. Thunderhawk, use lightning on the spirit water turtle. Chirp. The thunder eagle let out a cry. It had been waiting there for a long time. With Lu Xing's command, the Thunderhawk attacked the spirit water turtle. Boom. A very thick bolt of lightning struck the spirit water turtle. Chapter 58 The Sneak Attacker. He watched as lightning struck him. The water turtle couldn't react in time. It wanted to hide. Unfortunately, the lightning was already upon them. Bang. The lightning eagle struck the spirit water turtle with its lightning. The spirit water turtle was instantly enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Ah! It let out a cry of pain. The flesh and blood that we ate. He actually vomited quite a bit. The spirit water turtle is a water attribute magical beast. Extremely afraid of lightning. Lightning is an electric attribute move. It causes great harm to the water turtle. Thunderhawk, another electric shock. Lu Xing knew that the Ling Shui turtle had thick, tough skin. A single lightning strike might not be enough to kill it instantly. To prevent the water turtle from escaping, Lu Xing immediately ordered Thunder Eagle to finish off the enemy. Certainly, Lu Xing dared not let the Thunder Eagle continue using its lightning-based special move. He was afraid that the Thunder Eagle would kill the spirit water turtle instantly with a single lightning strike. If that's the case, he would really cry his eyes out. Thunderbolt. The Thunderhawk's electric shock struck the spirit water turtle again. The spirit water turtle let out another cry of pain. Its body felt a tingling sensation from the electric shock. He actually fainted. Looking at the spirit water turtle in front of him, which was blackened by the electric shock, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Thunder Eagle would go too far. They killed the spirit turtle. Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing shouted, Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle understood. It immediately flew to Lu Xing's side. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle. It flew above the spirit water turtle. He made a hand seal, controlling the spiritual energy within the body. They began drawing the contract magic circle. Soon, a white contract array appeared around the body of the spirit water turtle. The contract array emitted a dazzling light. Then it transformed into a stream of light. It surged into Lu Xing's sea of consciousness. Lu Xing discovers that he has a connection with the spirit water turtle. He has now successfully formed a contract with the spirit water turtle. Come back, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing began to form a beast-taming incantation. The spirit water turtle was put into the beast-taming space. He used his divine sense. Experienced the beast-taming space. The condition of the water turtle. Lu Xing was surprised to find that the water turtle's injuries are healing rapidly. Is this the power of the super healing skill? Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. Only 10 minutes had passed. Lu Xing was surprised to find that the once near-death spirit turtle has miraculously recovered. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. The spirit water turtle is not strong enough yet. If it gets to the later stages, then it really is an unkillable cockroach. Moreover, Lu Xing was surprised to find that his water turtle also possesses a terrifying skill. That is, Spiky Shell. Spiked Shell can reflect physical damage received back to the attacker in the same way. Awesome. Isn't this just a different world version of anti-armor? And it's a 100% rebound rate. This skill was originally just average. However, when combined with super healing properties, this skill becomes a divine skill. In the future, those magical beasts that rely on physical attacks. If I were to encounter this spirit water turtle, hitting me is like hitting yourself. The following sentence popped into Lu Xing's mind. The spirit water turtle possesses extraordinary healing abilities, but it has no rivals, with one side gaining and the other losing. The spirit water turtle's opponents can be worn down to death by it. After the spirit water turtle emerged from Lu Xing's beast-taming space, it not only did not feel afraid. Instead, it crawled towards the half-eaten rainbow jellyfish. What happened next left Lu Xing speechless. The water turtle actually started eating again. It's like a starving ghost reincarnated. They finished off the remaining rainbow jellyfish in no time. Could it be that I've caught Su Pang's infection? Has it caused the beasts I've contracted to become gluttons? That shouldn't be the case. Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Hungry. I'm so hungry. The water turtle cried out in distress. Thump. It dived into Jellyfish Lake. They began hunting those healing jellyfish. Poor healing jellyfish. How could they possibly be a match for the spirit water turtle? Before long, they were all eaten by the spirit water turtle. After finishing eating, the spirit water turtle had a satisfied look on its face. Lu Xing understood a few things. First, why does the water turtle have the super healing ability? It's probably caused by eating healing jellyfish. Second, why is the water turtle so hungry? It must be the super heal skill that's causing this. Super healing allows the spirit water turtle to recover from injuries quickly. But in order to recover from the injury, naturally, one must use the full strength of their body. In other words, the water turtle used all its nutrients to heal its wounds. This is why it feels hungry. Spirit water turtle. Lu Xing called out. The spirit water turtle turned its head away. It stared at Lu Xing with a blank, adorable expression. It clearly didn't understand what Lu Xing was trying to say. Fine. Lu Xing gave a wry smile. Unlike the Cerberus and the Thunderhawk, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle looks rather dull. It looks kind of silly and cute. Perhaps I should let that guy, Fatty Sue, tame it. Of course, Lu Xing was just thinking about it. After all, this is an SS level qualification. Such a powerful spirit water turtle is extremely rare and hard to come by. If Lu Xing is let go this time, I wonder if I'll ever run into that again. Moreover, they communicated with the spirit turtle through their spiritual senses. Lu Xing knew what this big guy in front of him was like. They usually sleep at the bottom of Jellyfish Lake. If it weren't for the appearance of the rainbow jellyfish this time, it won't run onto the water's surface. Come back, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing put the spirit water turtle away. After subduing the spirit water turtle, Lu Xing has accomplished his goal for this trip. He planned to rest for one night and then leave the place. This is an intermediate level secret realm. Danger lurks everywhere. Lu Xing's strength is not enough, so I can leave early. Lu Xing naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. After all, a wise person does not stand under a crumbling wall. Lu Xing randomly found a cave. After a quick night's rest, the next morning, I got up very early to prepare to leave. Unfortunately, Lu Xing wanted to go back, but some people didn't want him to leave. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards Lu Xing. Fortunately, Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. A quick dodge. They avoided the arrow attack. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my quilled porcupine's attack. You're quite capable. Lu Xing looked up and saw a man with a scar on his right cheek and a towel wrapped around his head walked out from not far away. He was accompanied by a porcupine with sharp spines. Spiked porcupine. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank, silver tier 2. Qualification C. Learn skill, spike shooting. A C-grade spiky boar. This should be his strongest beast. Lu Xing only glanced at him. He could see through the strength of the guy in front of him. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. The scarred man mistook Lu Xing for a novice. After all, Lu Xing looked far too young. Chapter 59 The Power of the Spirit Water Turtle. What if I say no? Faced with the scarred man's robbery, Lu Xing suddenly felt like laughing. This guy has absolutely no sense of propriety. They actually wanted to fight him. Since you're unwilling to give it to me, then I'll take it myself. Of course, if it were me taking it, I'd take it from your corpse. Scarface started threatening Lu Xing. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips, with a fierce look in his eyes. He's obviously done this kind of thing quite a lot. Kid, I advise you to obediently hand over the stuff. To avoid physical suffering. The scarred man only wanted money. If we can easily obtain what Lu Xing has, he has no desire to fight. That's why he kept advising Lu Xing. You want what's on me? Then come and get it. Lu Xing quickly formed a hand seal. Come out, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing summoned the spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle? The scarred man was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly calmed down. He thought Lu Xing looked so young. How powerful can this spirit water turtle be? It's just a big turtle. Watch how I kill it. This is land. In the scarred man's subconscious, tortoises move very slowly on land. Facing his porcupine, that would be a natural sitting duck. Spiked porcupine, use spiked fire. Upon hearing this, the porcupine suddenly leaned forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 extremely sharp spikes shot towards the spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell. The water turtle immediately tucked its head, hands, and feet all into its shell. Bite, bite, bite. 3 sharp spikes struck the hard shell of the spirit water turtle. A lot of sparks immediately flew up. However, the shell of the water turtle is hard enough. The porcupine's attack did not cause it the slightest damage. In contrast, Consider the porcupine with its sharp spines. A look of pain appeared on its face. Porcupine, what's wrong with you? The scarred man racked his brains, but couldn't understand it. Why was it the porcupine that launched the attack? In the end, it was the porcupine that got hurt. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. This spike shell is really useful. The spike shell provides a physical bounce. The porcupine's spiked attack is a physical attack. Therefore, it was met with a rebound from the spiked shell. Damn it! The scarred man started swearing. Spiky porcupine, don't attack that spirit water turtle. Aim at that brat. Shoot hard. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He never expected that. This scarred man has no sense of martial ethics. It was clearly a battle between beast tamers. The battle can be decided without using beasts. Instead, they attacked the beast tamers. This is like playing chess. Unable to defeat the opponent. What's the difference between directly attacking the opponent? Shameless. That's absolutely shameless. However, Lu Xing reacted quickly. Spirit water turtle, block its spiked attack. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle emerged from its shell. It started running quickly. With its enormous body, it blocked the attack from the porcupine with its spikes. The quill shot of the porcupine. All the attacks landed on the spirit water turtle's thick shell. It made a tinkling sound. Continuous damage reflection. The porcupine with its sharp spines finally gave way and collapsed. In contrast, the spirit water turtle. The porcupine's continuous attacks. It only caused minor damage to it. Under the effect of the super healing skill, the spirit water turtle's injuries are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could this happen? The scarred man looked at the fallen porcupine. His face was full of disbelief. I thought I could make a fortune today. Unexpectedly, he kicked a steel plate. You little brat, you just wait. I will definitely come back. After saying that, the scarred man turned and tried to run away. After all, this spiky porcupine was his strongest tamed beast. Even his strongest tamed beast was no match for the spirit water turtle. The remaining beasts. Even if all of them are used. That's also like delivering vegetables. Did I say you could leave? Lu Xing snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the nearby woods. It is the two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound had been lying in wait for quite some time. It did not make a move. That's because Lu Xing wasn't in danger. And they also wanted to give the spirit water turtle a chance to make a move. The two-headed hellhound lunged at the scarred man. A scream was heard. There is no longer a Scarface in the world. TCH, garbage. The poor scarred man paid the ultimate price for his poor eyesight. Lu Xing approached the scarred man. They took all the valuables from the scarred man. Then he flipped onto the back of the hellhound. They left quickly. Outside the secret territory, several guards watched Lu Xing's departing figure. They began to whisper among themselves. How many days did this guy go in? 3 days. What was he doing inside after only 3 days? The guards were somewhat curious. I don't know, maybe it's just a casual trip. Just watching the show. These guards are here year-round. They were very familiar with explorers like Lu Xing. For ordinary people entering the secret realm, they'll be inside for at least 10 days to half a month. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing was only in there for 3 days. It's that kid. The guard's whispers. This caught the attention of the guard leader. He squinted. That's interesting. It seems this little guy has contracted a new beast. I just don't know which magical beast he chose as his tamed beast. When Lu Xing first arrived, although he broke through to the silver rank 1, but at that time, his breathing was still very weak. After all, Lu Xing had not yet consolidated his strength. After contracting the third beast, Lu Xing's strength has been completely solidified. I hope I can see this kid again. The guard leader turned and went into his tent. Lu Xing returned to his villa, exhausted. He took a hot shower. Then he slumped onto the sofa. That feels so good. At this moment, Lu Xing felt his eyelids drooping uncontrollably. During these few days in the intermediate-level secret realm, Lu Xing was not eating or sleeping well. Come back now. He finally had a chance to sleep. Lu Xing felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Unbeknownst to them, he fell into a deep sleep. The dormitories at Jiang and Yusho University are still safe. Moreover, Lu Xing sighed. At this time, there were 3 guardian beasts protecting them. If someone wants to harm Lu Xing, then the 3 tamed beasts will pounce on them. Tear that guy to pieces. Lu Xing lay on the sofa. I don't know how long I slept. When he woke up, I was surprised to find that my nose was a little itchy. Hatch. Lu Xing sneezed. He opened his eyes. I noticed a woman standing to the side, chuckling to herself. It's Lu Xiaoming. This guy has reverted to his mischievous self. Hey, you bastard. Where have you been lately? I'm not going to this class either. They didn't even tell us, making us worry for ages. Lu Xing frowned slightly. I told Fatty Sue, didn't he tell you? Chapter 60 Gao Yi's Attack. Fatty Sue. That guy, like you, has disappeared somewhere. We haven't seen anyone for several days either. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but frown. According to common sense, that guy, Fatty Sue, shouldn't be leaving this place. Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Lu Xing, what is this? Lu Xiaoming suddenly noticed an envelope in the fruit basket on the table in front of her. She took the envelope out. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He took the envelope. Then I took it apart to take a look. After reading what was written inside the envelope, Lu Xing instantly understood. It turns out that Fatty Sue also went outside the school for special training. Having seen this, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Pang is alright, everything will be fine. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just as Lu Xing finished reading the letter written by Su Pang, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He answered immediately. Then, the voice of Fire Phoenix came from the other end of the phone. It sounds like they're in a great hurry. Sister Phoenix, what's wrong? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask. Lu Xing, you must be careful these next few days. Try not to leave the school if you can avoid it. Why? Fire Phoenix's words left Lu Xing feeling completely bewildered. Because Gao Yi went to look for you. Gao Yi? Lu Xing was taken aback at first. Then it dawned on me. Isn't that his old classmate, Gao Bo's father? Lu Xing did not expect that. This guy is still up to his old tricks. If you want revenge, let's see if you have the ability. Previously, Lu Xing was no match for Gao Yi. But now, he is already a silver-level beastmaster. Even if he's no match for Gao Yi, he wanted to escape. Gao Yi couldn't possibly keep him. Don't worry, Sister Phoenix. He can't do anything to me now. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix seemed to have realized something. You're not going to tell me you've already become a silver beastmaster, are you? Hee hee, lucky me, lucky me. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix. She remained silent for a long time. The amount of information Lu Xing brought her was simply too much. She never expected this. In this short period of time, Lu Xing, it has actually been upgraded to the silver level. For quite a while. Fire Phoenix said to Lu Xing, you've reached the silver level, kid. But Gao Yi is, after all, a veteran silver beast tamer. So you'd better not be careless. I understand, Sister Phoenix. After exchanging pleasantries, Phoenix and Lu Xing. Then he hung up the phone. Phoenix, what's wrong? Green Ivy couldn't help but ask Fire Phoenix. It's alright, let's keep going. Fire Phoenix was sent by the organization to explore this new secret realm. And that is precisely why Gao Yitsai dared to take this opportunity to cause trouble for Lu Xing. Looks like I'll have to work harder too, or that brat will really overtake me. Fire Phoenix treated Lu Xing like a younger brother. She always wanted to protect Lu Xing, to make up for previous regrets. Therefore, she could not tolerate that her abilities were inferior to Lu Xing's. Because of that, the question of whether or not she would protect Lu Xing is no longer relevant to her. On the contrary, it's possible that Lu Xing will protect her. Lu Xing also hung up the phone. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoming asked Lu Xing with great curiosity. Fine. Lu Xing did not tell Lu Xiaoming about Gao Yi. Firstly, I was afraid Lu Xiaoming would worry. Secondly, even if Lu Xiaoming had been told, she couldn't possibly help Lu Xing solve this problem. Let's go? Where to? Of course I'll take you out for something delicious. They endured wind and rain for several days in the hidden realm. Plus, I slept for so long. Lu Xing was already starving. Lu Xing took Lu Xiaoming to a restaurant outside the school for a hearty meal. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lu Xing seemed to sense something. He reached out his hand. I flagged down a taxi on the roadside. He said to Lu Xiaoming, I have things to do. You should go back first. Lu Xiaoming nodded. Although she didn't know what Lu Xing wanted to do. But a smart woman always knows. What questions should be asked? What questions shouldn't be asked? Lu Xiaoming left in a taxi. Lu Xing, however, glanced around. Then he walked forward. He soon arrived at a secluded area. Lu Xing stopped. Turn around. He addressed a large tree behind him. Gao Yi, come out. I spotted you a long time ago. Stop hiding. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi, he was taken aback at first. Then he walked out confidently. How did you find me? Gao Yi seemed somewhat surprised. He felt his disguise was quite good. Lu Xing shouldn't be able to recognize him. Don't try to show off your little tricks in front of me. Lu Xing sized up Gao Yi. He discovered that Gao Yi, who originally had a full head of black hair, his hair had turned white at this point. It seems that Gao Bo's death, for him, the impact was particularly severe. Kid, I'm going to take your life today. Use your blood to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. I'm telling you, I've already investigated and found out. That guy Fire Phoenix has been sent by the higher-ups to explore new secret realms. She can't come to save you anymore. As for you, you'd better just surrender obediently to avoid physical suffering. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly, his face calm. Are you so confident that you can handle me? Why not? Although you have good talent, if I'm not mistaken, you're at most a bronze-level beast tamer. And I'm a silver-level player. Dealing with you is a piece of cake. As Gao Yi spoke, he began to perform hand seals. Come forth, my beasts. Gao Yi released his 3 tamed beasts. Lu Xing looked toward Gao Yi's summoned beast. This guy has 3 tamed beasts in total. In addition to the magnificent wildebeest we've seen before, there were also 2-bladed mantises and giant pincer crabs. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. The full power of the 3 beasts was revealed before his eyes. The mighty wildebeest is a silver tier 4 creature with a fighting attribute. The dual-blade mantis is a silver tier 3 insect-type creature. The giant claw crab is a silver tier 1 creature with the water attribute. Kid, this time you're not getting away. Gao Yi was afraid that Lu Xing would escape again. After all, there aren't many opportunities left to block him like this. Therefore, Gao Yi wanted to achieve a fatal blow. I don't know whether to call you stupid or smart. You were in a busy area just now, so I didn't dare to lay a hand on you. And you actually went looking for death, running to this remote place. And you had an assistant with you at that time. You actually sent her away. Looks like you really want to die. Gao Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed wildly. Looking at Gao Yi, who was getting a little carried away, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak up. Then why don't you think about why I did this? Chapter 61 The Spirit Water Turtle Battles the Twin-Blade Mantis. This? Gao Yi was speechless for a moment. He truly didn't understand why Lu Xing did this. I don't know why. Gao Yi noticed that Lu Xing's gaze towards him had changed. Lu Xing's eyes were full of mockery. It looks like a cat watching a mouse. No, that's absolutely impossible. Gao Yi seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but shout. You brat, you're not going to tell me you're a silver-level beastmaster now, are you? Because this is the only reason. That's what makes Lu Xing so fearless. Otherwise what? Lu Xing shrugged. Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you. As Lu Xing spoke, he began to perform a magic incantation. In an instant, 3 beasts appeared in front of Gao Yi. How is this possible? Looking at the 3 beasts in front of him, Gao Yi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Horrible. That's absolutely terrifying. How long has it been? Lu Xing's strength has actually increased to the silver level. Lu Xing's talent is simply too astonishing. No, I must kill this brat. I must. Gao Yi clenched his fists instinctively. His face immediately turned ferocious. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Xing's talent is simply terrifying. If given time, then his strength will definitely surpass that of his father. By then, let alone seeking revenge against Lu Xing, even their entire family. It is also possible that it may not be preserved. After all, given Lu Xing's vengeful nature, their family is definitely doomed. Therefore, Gao Yi had already planned to take advantage of Lu Xing's lack of maturity. They nipped Lu Xing in the bud. Magnificent wildebeest, attack that guy. We must kill him. Upon hearing this, the magnificent wildebeest gently swished its hind legs a few times. It then quickly ran off. As they approached Lu Xing, the magnificent wildebeest lowered its head. It pointed the sharp horns on its head at Lu Xing. Hellhound, it's up to you now. Use Flame Slash. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound, its right forepaw swung forward sharply. Suddenly, a sharp, fiery scimitar shot out towards the majestic wildebeest. Not good. Magnificent wildebeest, get out of the way. Upon hearing this, the magnificent wildebeest suddenly dodged to the side. The fiery slash of the 2-headed hellhound grazed past the body of the magnificent wildebeest. That was close. Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel the terror of that blazing slash. If the magnificent wildebeest were struck by the fiery blade, that would be terrible. Aren't you getting excited too soon? Lu Xing's words sent a chill down Gao Yi's spine. Hellhound, use Tear Claw on the mighty wildebeest. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound, it charged toward the magnificent wildebeest. The magnificent wildebeest is very fast. However, the Cerberus is faster. Gao Yi's magnificent wildebeest is of A-grade quality. Lu Xing's hellhound is of SS level quality. Just yesterday, Lu Xing's hellhound has been upgraded to silver tier 2. Although it is 2 minor stages lower than the magnificent wildebeest, However, the Cerberus's aptitude completely made up for the gap between these two minor stages. The two-headed hellhound's sharp claws struck the magnificent wildebeest. Its sharp claws sliced through tofu with ease. It easily sliced open the body of the magnificent wildebeest. Several deep, bone-revealing wounds were inflicted on the magnificent wildebeest. Hee. The magnificent wildebeest let out a painful howl. That claw attack severely injured it. But similarly, this also aroused its ferocity. It turned its head. With its sharp, long horns, it charged towards the two-headed hellhound. Upon seeing this, the two-headed hellhound immediately dodged. The magnificent horns of the wildebeest are truly terrifying. Even if it's Cerberus, it didn't dare to take the hit head-on. Hellhound Shadow Strike. Lu Xing saw that the two-headed hellhound and the magnificent horned horse had moved away. It was immediately given another attack command. The two-headed hellhound understood. It immediately unleashed Shadow Strike. The hellhound started running. It suddenly disappeared from the spot. The magnificent wildebeest, originally intended for defense. The two-headed hellhound vanished into thin air. It was slightly stunned. Just as it was stunned, the two-headed hellhound had already attacked it. The hellhound raised its massive front paws high. It slammed its fist down on the magnificent wildebeest. Bang! A magnificent wildebeest was slapped by a two-headed hellhound. Its massive body was instantly sent flying backward. At this moment, the magnificent wildebeest is like a cannonball just fired. It crashed violently into a large tree behind it. Thump! A loud bang. The magnificent wildebeest's massive body slammed violently into a large tree behind it. The tree, which would take 3 people to encircle, trembled as it was struck by the powerful wildebeest. The leaves on the big tree began to rustle incessantly. Magnificent wildebeest. Gowie looked at the heavily injured, magnificent wildebeest. He couldn't help but shout it out. Unfortunately, what happened next almost broke him down. The two-headed hellhound charged toward the magnificent wildebeest. It opened its blood-red maw. It revealed its sharp fangs. It lunged fiercely at the magnificent wildebeest. If anyone is here, he can see. The two-headed hellhound's teeth gleamed with a purple light. It's a venomous fang. This is a skill that the two-headed hellhound learned before. I just haven't taken it out to use it yet. The two-headed hellhound's sharp, venomous fangs sank into the neck of the magnificent wildebeest. The poor, magnificent wildebeest. After a brief struggle, it lost its precious life. With the death of the magnificent wildebeest, Gowie suffered a backlash. He covered his head. They began to wail. But the fighting on site continued. The spirit water turtle is here. Its opponent is the mantis. The two-sword mantis gently flapped its thin, cicada wing-like wings. It flew around quickly. They were trying to find a weakness in the spirit water turtle. Facing the agile mantis with 2 blades, the bulky water turtle could only take the beating. Clang, clang, clang. The mantis wielded its 2 sharp blades. They launched an attack on the spirit water turtle. However, its twin blades almost all struck the spirit water turtle's thick shell. After a series of attacks, the two-sword mantis was panting heavily. Its face was full of pain. It doesn't understand. Even though I was the one who launched the attack, but I ended up getting injured myself. The mantis discovered that its forelegs resembled 2 swords. It actually started trembling uncontrollably. Little did it know, it was a rebound from the damage caused by the sharp, spiky shell of the spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle, now's the time. Use Rage Bite. Lu Xing noticed that the double-blade mantis was running out of energy. Just as it was stunned, Lu Xing made the spirit water turtle initiate the attack. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle, it quickly stretched its limbs out of its shell. At the same time, it rushed towards the dual-wielding mantis in front of it. Chapter 62, Killing Gowie. Oh no, mantis! Get out of the way! Gowie shouted at the dual-bladed mantis. Unfortunately, the water turtle and the double-blade mantis were too close together. The mantis had no time to dodge. It could only watch helplessly as the spirit water turtle opened its blood-red maw and lunged at it. There was a snapping sound. The water turtle bit down hard on the double-blade mantis. The mantis let out a painful howl. It raised the 2 swords to its chest. He began hacking and slashing wildly at the spirit water turtle. Clang, clang, clang. With each attack from the dual-wielding scythe, sparks flew everywhere. However, the shell of the water turtle is really too hard. No matter how the dual-wielding mantis slashed, it could never cause much damage. At most, a few white lines will appear. The water turtle's jaws tightened even more. Finally, the mantis with 2 blades stopped attacking. The two swords on its chest hung down naturally. Its head tilted to the side. There was no longer any sign of life. Double-bladed mantis. With the death of the mantis, Gao Yi felt another sharp pain in his head. An even more terrifying stinging pain was yet to come. Lu Xing looked at the thunder eagle flying in the sky. He shouted at the thunder eagle. Thunder eagle, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly. Upon hearing this, the thunder eagle stopped toying with the giant claw crab. Chirp. The thunder eagle let out a screech. Then, its entire body shone with golden light. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck out. It slammed into the giant claw crab. Poor giant crab. It even foolishly raised its pair of huge pincers in defense. But lightning cannot be defended against by pliers. Boom. Lightning struck the giant claw crab. Suddenly, the giant crab's body crackled with electricity. Countless electric currents surged rapidly through its body. It was causing severe damage to the giant claw crab's bodily functions. Snap! The giant clawed crab collapsed. The lightning from the thunderhawk turned it black. Phew! Just then, a cold wind blew over. The black smoke from the giant crab's body was blown everywhere. A smell of burning protein filled the air. With the death of the giant claw crab, Gao Yi felt a splitting headache. After all three of his contracted beasts had perished. After a scream, he fainted immediately. Looking at Gao Yi who had fainted, there was not a trace of pity on Lu Xing's face. Hellhound. The two-headed hellhound understood. Its two front paws suddenly swung forward. Instantly, two sharp, fiery blades hurtled toward Gao Yi. Bump. The fiery blade struck Gao Yi. A huge explosion occurred immediately. He blasted the unconscious Gao Yi into dust. Lu Xing would not allow anything to threaten his safety. Quick, it's just ahead. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps came from not far away. They are the city patrol team. They arrived just in time. Lu Xing revealed a mocking smile. These so-called official organizations. In Lu Xing's eyes, it seems to be specifically designed for cleaning floors. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing put away the thunder eagle and the spirit water turtle. He rode on the two-headed hellhound and galloped away into the distance. As Lu Xing left, the group then arrived at the place where Lu Xing had just fought. What's going on? My God, who were those people fighting here just now? The patrolmen all looked horrified. They all only have bronze-level strength. Naturally, they could not comprehend the terror of the Silver Beastmaster. There were two silver-level guys fighting here just now. Not all patrol members are good-for-nothings. The team leader was a silver-level player. Captain, what should we do? Upon hearing this, the captain rolled his eyes at his underling. What else can we do? Of course, we should clean up the venue and then write a report. Report this matter truthfully. The battle between Lu Xing and Gao Yi. After all, it's in a remote place. Moreover, based on the situation on site, there were no large-scale casualties. In other words, this was just an ordinary battle between beast tamers. In response, the patrol members were already used to it. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. They raced along a secluded path. Although it was night, Lu Xing was surprised to find that the road I'm walking on now looks so familiar. Isn't this the road to Sister Ruyu's house? Lu Xing finally recognized him. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen Sister Ruyu. Suddenly, the image of Yen Ruyu appeared in Lu Xing's mind. That magnificent spirit. It is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. Hellhound, run in that direction. Lu Xing pointed to the unfinished building not far away. The two-headed hellhound understood. They led Lu Xing toward Yen Ruyu's house. Lu Xing arrived at Yen Ruyu's door. He took a key out of his pocket. He opened the door with practiced ease. Lu Xing entered Yen Ruyu's house. Why is it so dark? Lu Xing groped around on the wall for a while. Finally, we found the light switch for the room. Just as he was about to turn on the light, a sharp dagger was pressed against his neck. Sister Ruyu, it's me. Lu Xing. As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, he felt the dagger on his neck disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned on the room lights. You brat, how did you know it was me? Yen Ruyu was very curious. Lu Xing looked at Yen Ruyu in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow. Although we've already met, I was still intimidated by her imposing figure. Sister Ruyu, it's the taste. I know you by your scent. Lu Xing naturally wouldn't say that, because Yen Ruyu's weapon was pressed against him. After all, that scale is not something that ordinary people can possess. Yo-ho! Yen Ruyu gave a cold laugh. I didn't expect that after just a few days, you've actually learned to recognize women by their scent. Yen Ruyu walked to the sofa next to her. He collapsed onto it. Lu Xing glanced around. He was surprised to find that Yin Ruyu's experimental equipment had all disappeared. Instead, some ordinary furniture was used. And you know what? Yin Ruyu's home is decorated so simply. Surprisingly, it even has a warm, homey feel to it. Sister Ryu, where are your things? It's been moved somewhere else. Thinking about this, the terrifying expression of the fire phoenix immediately flashed into Yin Ruyu's mind. She instinctively shuddered. It was Phoenix who prompted her to move the laboratory to another location. In the words of the fire phoenix, a home should look like a home. To conduct an experiment, then we should find a place specifically to set up a laboratory. Treating your home as a laboratory, what kind of talk is that? The fire phoenix is like the big sister. What she said, how could Yin Ryu dare disobey? Chapter 63, Su Pang returns. Don't talk about me, it's you, kid. They really have no conscience. It's been so long. You only remembered to come and visit me now? Sorry, Sister Ryu. I'm just busy with my studies. Lu Xing scratched his head sheepishly. Busy with your studies? Yin Ryu subconsciously glanced at Lu Xing. You won't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. Damn it, you little rascal. Did you take some kind of strong medicine? They've actually reached silver level. Yin Ryu is far more powerful than Lu Xing. Therefore, she saw through Lu Xing's strength at a glance. Just lucky. I didn't try very hard. Maybe I just got lucky. Listening to Lu Xing's explanation, Yin Ryu was speechless. I was lucky. Even the child of Lady Luck couldn't achieve this. How long has it been? Lu Xing has already advanced to the silver stage. Yin Ryu suddenly remembered when she had advanced to the silver stage. How old was I back then? 19 years old. That's right. It was a year after she obtained the beast taming skill. She thought she was already a genius. I never expected Lu Xing to be even more monstrous. Snap. Yin Ryu thought to herself. He picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table next to him and lit it. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He frowned slightly. Sister Ryu, when did you learn to smoke? I knew how to do it a long time ago, but I gave it up before. I've been under a lot of pressure lately, and this is the only thing I can use to relieve it. Do you want it or not? Yin Ryu handed the cigarette in her hand to Lu Xing. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing quickly waved his hand. No. He had seen the lungs of a smoker. This thing can be extremely harmful. Lu Xing wanted to live a few more years. You little rascal, you really are still just a boy. Yin Ryu took a drag of her cigarette. It was then sprayed on. All right, it's getting late. You can go and rest now. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned around and headed towards his room. Just as he was about to enter the room, Yin Ryu suddenly called out to him. Lu Xing, although you have good talent. However, we should still keep a low profile. You know, only those who grow up are geniuses. No. Lu Xing entered the room. He quickly closed the door. At this moment, Lu Xing's heart began to pound wildly. She's truly a prodigy. Yin Ryu was wearing a purple nightgown tonight. She had just slumped lazily onto the sofa. It gave Lu Xing an urge to pounce on him and execute him on the spot. Let's work hard. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. Only strength matters. Otherwise, it's all in vain. The next day, Lu Xing came out of his room. He went to the living room. But they found a note left in the living room. It was left to him by Yin Ryu. It means she's going away for a few days. I won't reminisce with Lu Xing. Lu Xing can stay in this house for as long as he wants. Just don't mess it up. Lu Xing glanced at Yin Ryu's room. He left directly. Yin Ryu is not here. Then there's no point in him being here. I had originally wanted to discuss the evolution manual with Yin Ryu. After all, he did indeed use the evolution manual. He allowed his tamed beast to evolve. I never expected that Yin Ryu would leave. Looks like we'll have to wait until next time. Lu Xing left Yin Ryu's house, heading towards Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Over the next few days, he plans to take a good rest. Previous wilderness training. It put him on too much of a nerve. Lu Xing resumed his relaxed college life. I usually go on dates with Ru Meng or Lu Xiaoming when I have free time. That day, bump. Lu Xing, Ru Meng, and Lu Xiaoming were watching TV inside the villa. As a result, the villa's door was forcefully opened. Lu Xing frowned slightly. He looked toward the doorway. Let's see which clueless bastard is it. How dare they be so arrogant? When they saw that guy, Lu Xing almost burst out laughing. Damn, Fatty Sue, did you get tricked into going to work in the coal mines? Why did it suddenly become so dark? Su Pang didn't respond to Lu Xing's words. He was carrying a huge backpack. Do 3 steps in 2 steps. He went straight to the table. With a powerful scoop, he scooped up his large arm. Immediately, Su Pang grabbed the kettle from the table. Su Pang started drinking from the spout of the kettle. Glug, 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 belch. He drank his fill of water. Her belly was already quite large. It's gotten even bigger now. What's going on? Have you been abused in some way? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, Su Peng started complaining to Lu Xing. Oh my, it's Lu Xing. You have no idea what kind of life I've been living these past few days. That was absolutely terrible. I'm not eating well, and I'm not sleeping well. I feel like I've lost a lot of weight. Do you have one? Lu Xing gave Su Peng a very awkward look. It turned out that besides turning black, this guy also. It seems there's no difference. She's still so fat. Of course there is. Su Peng suddenly became a little anxious. Okay. Go take a shower right now. You smell awful. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, covered her nose and spoke up. Ru Ming also frowned slightly. I instinctively took a few steps back. Su Peng smelled absolutely awful. This is something that most people cannot withstand. Good. Su Peng ran upstairs excitedly. About 10 minutes later, Su Peng came downstairs wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this, Lu Xing, unable to resist, I said to Fatty Su. Su Peng, there are at least 2 girls here. Can't you even be a little more mindful of your image? Fatty Su, however, didn't seem to care and said, is there anything I should pay attention to? He glanced at Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. My 2 lovely sisters, do you dislike how I'm dressed? No problem. Although Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming said that, but their expressions betrayed them. By the way, what were you guys talking about just now? They're having such a lively conversation. What else could it be? As Lu Xing spoke, he handed a notice to Fatty Su. Our school is going to organize a wilderness survival activity. This will not only enhance the students' strength, but also improve their wilderness survival skills. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Peng's mouth almost fell off. He had just returned from the harsh wilderness. Now we have to go again. Can I not go? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. If you don't want to graduate, you can choose not to participate. Okay, I'll go then. Su Peng had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Chapter 64 Survival Training in Volcanic Areas. Looking at Su Peng's dejected face, Lu Xing couldn't help but comfort him. Hey kid, don't look so gloomy. You've already reached the 8th rank of bronze. This wilderness survival activity will only be undertaken as a last resort. I won't lift a finger, you'll have to do it all. When the time comes, you'll stun all the girls in our school, and they'll all be captivated by you. Real. Upon hearing this, Su Peng's eyes lit up immediately. He seemed to see himself being adored by a group of girls. This was something he had never experienced in his entire life. Wrong. Su Peng suddenly realized what was going on. How did you know I've already reached bronze rank 8? Su Peng originally wanted to play dumb to take advantage of the situation. They were preparing to show off their prowess in this wilderness survival challenge. This surprised Lu Xing as well. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing already knew. Because I'm stronger than you. Lu Xing explained it this way, but in his heart he thought, should I tell you that I have a cheat code that allows me to see your information? Okay. I'm not talking to you anymore. It's pointless. I've been exhausted for so many days, I deserve a good night's sleep. As Su Peng spoke, he walked downstairs. Watching Su Peng's departing figure, Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. The days of wilderness survival for Zheng and Beast Taming University were fast approaching. All the students boarded the bus under the guidance of their teachers. As the bus drove on, the crowd started chattering. I wonder which secret realm this wilderness survival will be. I don't know either. I'm so excited. I've just reached bronze tier 4. I'll show you how powerful I am then. A blonde man said arrogantly. What? Bronze tier 4. The eyes of his henchmen sitting around him immediately lit up. His face was full of admiration. Cut. Seeing this, Su Peng, who was sitting next to Lu Xing, I couldn't help but make a comment. Where does this guy get the courage? He's only at the 4th level of bronze, and he's already showing off here. Even I, a mere bronze rank 8, didn't say anything. As Su Peng spoke, he grabbed a handful of potato chips from the bag and stuffed them into his mouth. When he said this, his tone was full of contempt. Lu Xing glanced at him. He didn't say anything. Instead, he continued looking out the window. The bus was moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the training location. Where am I? Su Peng looked around curiously. He discovered that this place was different from other places. The sky was reddish-brown. A thick layer of dust filled the air. It gives people a very oppressive feeling. This is a volcanic area. A familiar voice came from over. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing and Su Peng, turning my head to look, they discovered it was their mentor, Wu Yong. Teacher, it's been a long time. Lu Xing greeted Wu Yong. Long time no see, Lu Xing. Wu Yong smiled. This is a 2-week wilderness survival training program. You'd better keep up the good work. I will, teacher. Lu Xing had just finished speaking when a figure appeared on a large rock not far away. Lu Xing looked up and saw. He discovered that it wasn't his principal, Lu Gengxing, but who else could it be? Students, welcome to this wilderness survival training activity. This time, you will survive in this volcanic mystery for half a month. Remember, within these 2 weeks, we mentors will score your behavior. Those who achieve outstanding results will be awarded corresponding prizes. Of course, we also hope that everyone will act within their means. The closer you get to this volcanic secret realm, the more dangerous it becomes. But similarly, the further you go in, the higher your score will be. I will be the chief examiner for this event, and I will also be responsible for your safety. I also hope that I won't need to save you. After all, if I were to step in to save you, it would mean that you have failed this assessment. Alright, the assessment will begin now. You are now free to move around. With a command from Principal Lu Gengxing, the crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone began to head deeper into the volcano in unison. They seemed to have ignored Lu Gengxing's warning. Principal, what do you think of this year's students? Wu Yong stood beside Lu Gengxing and asked. Not bad. Much better than we were back then. Lu Gengxing only glanced at it. We discovered several guys who were quite capable. As long as these people don't do anything stupid, they can generally achieve a good result. On Lu Xing's side, he, Su Peng, and Lu Xiaoming traveled together. The group hadn't gone far when Su Peng was panting heavily from exhaustion. You two wait for me. Su Peng couldn't help but shout at Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned to look at Fatty Su. I really can't understand it. We came here to survive in the wild, but you're carrying such a big backpack. What do you want to do? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were here on vacation. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su said somewhat indignantly. I'm not worried about the harsh environment here. So I brought extra food. Look at the surrounding environment. It's the dead end of the world. Where are we going to find food later? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced around. Su Peng is right. This place looks very desolate. All around was red soil, and more red soil. There wasn't even a single tree. Why did the principal choose such a place for us to survive? Lu Xing couldn't understand it at all. What Lu Xing didn't know was that the principal and a group of mentors are communicating via electronic screen, watching their every move. This chubby kid actually brought so much food. Principal, isn't what he did against the rules? Should we just kick him out? Han Mingming squinted at Lu Gengxing and spoke. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing and Su Peng were brought by Wu Yong. Han Mingming and Wu Yong had a grudge. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. Hate me, love my dog too. No. Lu Gengxing waved his hand. Don't be fooled by the fact that this guy brought a lot of stuff. Given his appetite, he'll probably finish eating in no time. Lu Gengxing was right. In just 3 days, Su Peng finished eating all the food he had brought. What to do? Lu Xing, we're about to run out of food. Su Peng discovered that all he had left in his backpack was a bag of potato chips. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. This guy has been eating nonstop ever since he came in. They never considered what to do if there wasn't enough food. What else can we do but deal with it? Lu Xing shrugged, indicating that he was powerless to help. Chapter 65 Red Fire Ant Swarm. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su was not angry. Instead, he just chuckled. His shifty eyes were fixed on Lu Xing's backpack. Lu Xing, I know you're a good person. You certainly won't let me go hungry, right? You want to eat my food? Don't even think about it. Lu Xing instinctively hugged his backpack tighter. Actually, sharing the food with Fatty Su wouldn't be a bad idea. But this guy is too reckless. Therefore, Lu Xing wanted to control him. You two be quiet. Lu Xiaoming suddenly became nervous. Lu Xing, did you hear anything? What was that sound? Lu Xing also began to become alert. He quickly glanced around. They discovered billowing smoke and dust not far away. It looked like something was rushing towards them. By the time Lu Xing could see clearly, he couldn't help but shout. Oh no, it's an ant swarm. The ants were getting closer and closer. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing made a decisive decision. He immediately summoned the Thunder Eagle. He flipped onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. At the same time, he reached out his hand to Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. However, they quickly realized what was happening. She took Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing pulled hard. Lu Xiaoming instantly landed on the back of the Thunder Eagle. Chirp! The Thunder Eagle let out a cry. It flapped its wings suddenly. It immediately soared into the sky. Poor Fatty Sue was left behind. Wow, Lu Xing, you're putting your girlfriend before your friends. They actually stood by and watched someone die. Do you want me to feed those ants? Thunderhawk, go and take it. Chirp. The Thunderhawk screeched once more. It flew somewhat reluctantly over Su Pang, extending its sharp claws. It reached out and grabbed at Fatty Sue. It's like an eagle catching a chick. They picked up Fatty Sue. It's an ant swarm. To be precise, it's a swarm of red imported fire ants. Principal, should we terminate this wilderness survival training? Wu Yong frowned, clearly worried about the student's safety. Termination? Why terminate it? Since it's wilderness survival training, then we have to face scenarios like this. Han Mingming looked at the electronic screen. The disheveled appearance of Lu Xing and the others. He was secretly overjoyed. He's thinking about only one thing right now. That is because the Thunder Eagle couldn't support the weight of Lu Xing and the others. It fell from midair. After pondering for a moment, Principal Lu Gingxing. He made a decision. No need to stop. This wilderness survival continues. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong was about to say something more when. But then a resolute look flashed across Lu Gingxing's face. Even though I said I would save them. But I won't take action unless absolutely necessary. The situation on the front lines is getting increasingly tense. And if these guys don't grow up by then our future may really be over. Suddenly, the document that his superiors had given him a few days ago flashed into Lu Gingxing's mind. The official document told him, we need to increase the intensity of student training to help these students grow up quickly. Now he has no choice but to harden his heart. Lu Gingxing sighed. He continued looking at the electronic screen. Regarding Lu Xing in the story, he was increasingly satisfied with it. This guy is a promising talent. Lu Gingxing's eyes were full of admiration. He didn't expect that. Lu Xing was very young. He was already a silver-level beastmaster. That Thunder Eagle should be at least a silver tier 2. I only glanced at it a few times. Principal Lu Gingxing had already seen through Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle strength. Lu Xing's office. The Thunder Eagle carried them to a high slope. Holy crap, I'm going to die from this fall. Just before landing, the Thunderhawk immediately released its claws. As a result, Su Pang fell flat on his face. Well, you little brat, looks like you've grown wings. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Su Pang rolled up his sleeves, ready to have a good argument with Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle. All right, Fatty Sue, stop fooling around. Lu Xing's expression turned serious. After all, no one would feel at ease encountering such a swarm of ants. Red imported fire ants. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. His observations revealed the characteristics of these red imported fire ants. Red imported fire ants. Attributes: fire, insect. Gender, male. Rank: black iron tier 5. Qualification: F. Learn skills: biting, formic acid, sparking. Each of these red imported fire ants is the size of a kitten. Although in Lu Xing's eyes, their strength is so weak. But there were just too many of them. After all, Lu Xing understood the principle that too many ants can kill an elephant. Therefore, his first reaction upon seeing the swarm of red imported fire ants was not to fight. Instead, it summoned a lightning eagle to escape. Looking at the Thunder Eagle beside him, Lu Xing felt more and more that contracting a flying beast was a very wise thing to do. Lu Xing and his group were able to escape this calamity thanks to the Thunder Eagle. But the other students weren't so lucky. Many students did not dodge in time. As a result, they were attacked by red imported fire ants. Fortunately, the principal sent people to rescue them. Otherwise, they would have died on the spot. Certainly, these guys also made a pitiful exit. All that awaited them was the fate of repeating a grade. There were also those who resisted. One of them was a blonde-haired boy. This guy, Han Mingming, watching from the screen, couldn't help but grit her teeth. He never imagined his nephew would be so unlucky. We even encountered red imported fire ants. Although he resisted there. However, there were simply too many red imported fire ants. It was simply beyond his ability to solve. Principal, can this assessment be disregarded? After all, this ant swarm is too terrifying. They simply cannot resist it. Han Mingming's double standards have resurfaced. Cancel. Didn't someone just shout that this is real training? Anything can happen, so there's no need to cancel. You? Listening to Wu Yong's sarcastic words, Han Mingming felt a sense of embarrassment. He wanted to argue. As a result, he found that he couldn't find any reason to refute it at all. Han Mingming felt her face burning. Wu Yong's words just now felt like a slap in the face. It slapped against Han Mingming's face repeatedly. All right, You two, stop arguing. Lu Gingxing watched as the students left one by one. He was feeling annoyed. Let's go. Lu Xing glanced at the swarm of red fire ants. Although he didn't know how it happened. But that's not something he should be thinking about. All he can do now is continue heading deeper into the volcanic canyon. The three of them walked for another half hour. Just as they were preparing to rest. Rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Lu Xing looked into the distance. Dust billowed in the distance. In the smoke and dust, a huge creature crawled over from a distance. Chapter 66 Battle Against the Crimson Flame Anteater. Lu Xing, what's that? Lu Xiaoming's eyes widened, and fear appeared on her face. A four-clawed behemoth was seen heading in their direction. They walked over at a leisurely pace. This giant beast's body was extremely heavy. With each step, they all make a dull thud when they land on the ground. It's a crimson flame anteater. Crimson flame anteater? Yeah, you guys need to be careful. This guy is really strong. Lu Xing possessed the system eye. In the instant, the crimson flame anteater. He saw through the crimson flame anteater's nature. Crimson flame anteater. Attribute, fire. Gender, male. Rank, silver, tier 3. Qualification, A. Learn skills, flame armor, tongue whip, claws. No wonder those fire ants ran away. The crimson flame anteater is the natural enemy of the red fire ant. The crimson flame anteater before them. Its body was covered with a thick layer of red scales. When those scales faced the red imported fire ants, that is the strongest defense. Red fire ants cannot break through the defenses of the crimson flame anteater. Facing the crimson flame anteater, they had no choice but to surrender. That's why the red imported fire ants fled in large numbers. So this is the guy who did it. The crimson flame anteater walked at a leisurely pace. Its pink tongue kept sticking out. Then take it back. Don't be fooled by its seemingly leisurely movements. But its face was filled with disappointment. It seems that the red imported fire ants escaped. This caused it to fail in its hunt. What a coincidence. The crimson flame anteater raised its head. It looked around. As a result, the existence of Lu Xing and others was discovered. The crimson flame anteater's eyes lit up immediately. It charged wildly toward Lu Xing and the others. Depend on. Su Pang saw the crimson flame anteater running towards them. He couldn't help but swear. Is this guy treating us like prey? You're a crimson flame anteater. Why don't you go and properly catch fire ants? You actually treat us like prey? Isn't that neglecting your duties? Lu Xing, let's run. Su Pang shouted at Lu Xing. He was already prepared to flee. After all, the crimson flame anteater in front of them. Judging from the aura alone, they are simply not capable of dealing with them. Run. Why run? After learning about the attributes of the crimson flame anteater, Lu Xing has already decided to stay. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing released the two-headed hellhound. Hellhound. The moment Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound emerged, the mentors in front of the electronic screen exclaimed in surprise. Principal Lu Gingxing was also somewhat surprised, although he knew that this two-headed hellhound evolved from Lu Xing's black wolf hound. But when we met again, Lu Gingxing was still frightened. Hellhound, charge forward and use the tier claw. Whoosh. With Lu Xing's command, the hellhound charged toward the crimson flame anteater. That kid. Why not use ranged skills to attack? Wu Yong heard Lu Xing's instructions. He said with a hint of disappointment. Wu Yong had also fought against the crimson flame anteater before. The crimson flame anteater's attack power is not scary. But this guy has one really weird side. That's its defensive capabilities. Moreover, the crimson flame anteater has a terrifying skill. Wu Yong seemed to be recalling the scene of his battle against the crimson flame anteater. He couldn't help but worry about Lu Xing. Hey. Han Mingming gave a cold smile. You brat, you're in for it this time. Han Mingming naturally knew about the crimson flame anteater. This thing has a terrifying skill. That's the flame armor. Flame armor. After use, your entire body will be engulfed in scorching flames, which will burn your opponents. At the same time, this flame is also a powerful protective shield that will protect you from some damage. This fiery armor is a nightmare for all melee beast tamers. Soon, the two-headed hellhound ran up to the crimson flame anteater. The two beasts clashed in close combat. The two-headed hellhound leaped high into the air. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly. It slashed fiercely at the crimson flame anteater. The crimson flame anteater sensed danger. Boom. Its body was instantly set ablaze. Countless flames engulfed the crimson flame anteater. The attack by the two-headed hellhound has begun. At this point, the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be released. Clang. The hellhound's sharp claws dug fiercely into the scales of the crimson flame anteater. A metallic clanging sound immediately followed. The hellhound and the crimson flame anteater brushed past each other. Its sharp claws left only shallow marks on the crimson flame anteater. What thick armor! Lu Xing knew the strength of his Cerberus. Those sharp claws can easily pierce through steel plates. Unexpectedly, it only caused a little damage to the crimson flame anteater. Huh. Lu Gingxing in front of the electronic screen. A strange expression appeared on his face. What's going on? He was surprised to find that. After Lu Xing's hellhound was countered by the crimson flame anteater's flame armor. Surprisingly, nothing happened at all. Could it be a coincidence? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, Han Mingming's expression turned ugly. What happened? He thought that after this move, Lu Xing's hellhound will be burned by the crimson anteater's flame armor. In such an environment, if Lu Xing's hellhound gets burned, then Lu Xing only has one path left, failure. Unexpectedly, the two-headed hellhound, however, was completely unharmed. Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him, Lu Xing was secretly delighted. This fire-devouring ability is truly powerful. That's right. Lu Xing's hellhound was not burned by the crimson flame anteater's flame armor. It's entirely because it possesses the fire-devouring skill. This fire-devouring skill is the bane of all fire attribute moves. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball. Since physical attacks are ineffective, then we'll resort to magic attacks. Then, both heads of the hellhound rose up at the same time. Immediately, two enormous black energy orbs converged in front of the hellhound's mouth. Boom, boom. Two enormous shadow orbs shot out instantly. It shot towards the crimson flame anteater. The hellhound and the crimson anteater were very close together. The crimson flame anteater had no chance to dodge. Bump, bump. Two shadow orbs struck the crimson flame anteater. Powerful impact. The crimson flame anteater was forced to retreat repeatedly. So strong. Su Peng witnessed the battle between Lu Xing's hellhound and the crimson flame anteater. After a period of effort, he originally thought that the gap between him and Lu Xing had narrowed considerably. I never imagined the gap between them would widen so much. Suddenly, the image of his father telling him to befriend Lu Xing flashed into Su Peng's mind. My father really had foresight, Su Peng muttered to himself. His hands clenched unconsciously. He made a decision in his heart. He needs to work hard. Otherwise, you really wouldn't even be able to see Lu Xing's heels. Chapter 67, Learning the Flame Armor. Hellhound, deliver the final blow. Use Flame Slash. Lu Xing gave the attack command to the two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound understood. Its sharp claws suddenly swung forward. A massive blade of fire shot toward the crimson flame anteater. The crimson flame anteater had just taken 2 hits from shadow balls. It fell to the ground. He was struggling to get up at that moment. It hadn't yet recovered from the attack. Then the Cerberus's flaming slash arrived. Boom. The Cerberus's flaming slash struck the crimson anteater. They killed the crimson flame anteater directly. Poor crimson flame anteater. He collapsed, looking utterly unwilling. We won. That brat actually won. Han Mingming's lips twitched violently. The mentors were equally shocked. Even sophomores wouldn't be able to do that. I never expected Lu Xing to actually do it. Amazing. Lu Xing, you're amazing. Su Peng couldn't help but start flattering Lu Xing. SOSO, third in the world. Lu Xiaoming, who was next to Su Peng. The way she looked at Lu Xing was becoming increasingly different. Her eyes were filled with little stars. My heart was filled with admiration. At the same time, there was also a little bit of pride in my heart. Man, this is her man. He was the man Lu Xiaoming had chosen. Lu Xingyue is powerful. This will make Lu Xiaoming's face shine even brighter. The two-headed hellhound ran towards the crimson flame anteater. It extended its sharp claws. It slashed fiercely at the heart of the crimson flame anteater. The belly of the crimson flame anteater is covered with white scales. Its defenses are relatively weak. Faced with the sharp claws of the two-headed hellhound, this weak abdomen was simply unable to offer any resistance. The hellhound pulled a huge red crystal from the belly of the crimson flame anteater. It's a monster crystal. Han Mingming in the monitoring room couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected that this crimson flame anteater would actually possess a magical beast crystal. This guy is really lucky. The two-headed hellhound arrived before Lu Xing, carrying the crimson flame anteater's magical beast crystal. He handed the monster crystal to Lu Xing. Looking at the monster crystal in front of him, which was about the size of a fist, Lu Xing began to ponder. Should we use it on the two-headed hellhound? After some deliberation, Lu Xing made a decision immediately. Give it a use. His hellhound now possesses a variety of attack methods. The only thing missing is defensive measures. After using this flame armor, it will form an armor of flames around its body. This armor can not only burn attackers, it can also resist certain attacks. Come on, hellhound, eat it. Lu Xing tossed the Crimson Flame Anteater's magical beast crystal to the hellhound. The two-headed hellhound opened its mouth. It directly swallowed the magic crystal of the Crimson Flame Anteater. Ding dong. It has been discovered that the hellhound consumed the Crimson Flame Anteater's magical beast crystal. Please select a skill from the following options. Please select Flame Armor, Tongue Whip, Claws. Flame Armor. Lu Xing immediately chose the Flame Armor skill. That tongue whip and sharp claws. In Lu Xing's eyes, it was all trash. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your hellhound has learned the Flame Armor skill. As the system notification sounded, Lu Xing suddenly discovered his two-headed hellhound. His whole body glowed red. Not long after, the two-headed hellhound was engulfed in flames. It's the Flame Armor. Han Mingming stood there, stunned. He felt a wave of dizziness. What's going on? What exactly is going on? This kid is way too lucky. The probability of a monster dropping a monster crystal is extremely low, and then use magical beast crystals to tame beasts. They all randomly learn the skills from the monster crystals. Lu Xing, that guy? Not only did they obtain the Crimson Flame Anteater's magic beast crystal, he also taught his hellhound the flame armor of the Crimson Anteater. This is a skill that the Crimson Anteater is very proud of. Lu Xing, well done. Wu Yang's face was also full of excitement. He glanced proudly at his mentor beside him. As usual, the students he recruited were almost all at the bottom of their class. Unexpectedly, this time, Lu Xing made him proud. He really wanted to tell the other mentors. See this? This is Lu Xing, the student I recruited for Jiangnan Beast Taming University. On Lu Xing's side, Lu Xing. Su Peng swallowed hard. Just tell the truth. Are you the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? I feel like if you're this lucky, why don't you just buy a lottery ticket? If he wins a few $100 million, wouldn't it be better to just retire here? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. He also wanted to retire directly and enjoy his old age. But reality wouldn't allow it. Don't look at this time. The country appears to be in a state of stability and peace. Lu Xing had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Therefore, he must act before the big event occurs. Grow up as quickly as possible. Only in this way. Only then can he protect his loved ones. Thinking of this, Lu Xing subconsciously glanced at Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming beside him. In this world, Lu Xing has no relatives. Speaking of close people, it's just these two guys around me. For them, Lu Xing also needs to work hard. Let's go? Where to? Didn't you say you were hungry? Yes. Then I'll treat you to barbecue. Su Peng frowned slightly, not understanding what Lu Xing meant by saying that. What happened next defied all expectations. Lu Xing pulled several iron skewers out of his backpack. There was also a sharp dagger. Several spice jars. Lu Xing took out his dagger and cut off several pieces of meat from the Crimson Flame Anteater, skewering them onto iron skewers. Upon seeing this, Fatty Su suddenly realized what was going on. Lu Xing, are you going to roast the meat of the Crimson Flame Anteater? We just don't have fire. Is there a way to cook this meat? Su Peng suddenly thought of something. He instinctively shuddered. Lu Xing, I can tell you. Although I, Su Peng, love to eat, I don't eat raw food. Fatty Su doesn't want to become a savage, bloodthirsty person. Who told you to eat raw food? Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng. Hellhound, use fire armor. Flame armor. Even if Fatty Su was slow-witted, he immediately realized what was going on. Looking at the flames burning on the two-headed hellhound, Su Peng quickly said to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, you've been working hard all day too. Leave the grilling to me. Don't worry, I'll definitely bake it for you. I'll leave it to you. Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su. Okay, but you need to be serious. Let me tell you, if it burns, then that portion is yours. No problem. Su Peng is a foodie, so naturally he's a master at cooking. Lu Xing entrusted the task of grilling the meat to Fatty Su with complete peace of mind. Chapter 68, Earth Core Fire. He then chatted idly with Lu Xiaoming on the side. The scene unfolding on Lu Xing's side was witnessed by all the teachers. Their lips began to twitch uncontrollably. What a waste. What a waste. Flame armor is such a great skill. Lu Xing actually used it for barbecue. This was something none of the mentors had anticipated. The problem is, Lu Xing's hellhound seems to have a special control over fire. It can even control the size of the flames on the fire armor. Hellhound, do a good job. I'll grill you a big skewer in a bit, and then I'll treat you to something nice. Su Peng worked hard. He comforted the two-headed hellhound. Principal, shall we also take a look at the other students? Watching Lu Xing do outrageous things, Han Mingming was speechless. Good. The principal was also starting to have enough of what Lu Xing was doing. Su Peng hummed a lullaby as he diligently grilled the meat. Not long after, he then handed several skewers of fragrant roasted meat to Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming. Thanks. Lu Xiaoming gave Su Peng a sweet smile. It's okay, you two take your time eating, I'll go grill some more. Anything related to food. Su Peng is always full of energy, and they continue to do it with great enthusiasm. After eating the barbecue, Lu Xing and his two companions continued their journey. With the addition of barbecue, Fatty Su stopped yelling. The three were full of energy. They soon arrived at a volcanic crater area. It's so hot. Su Peng was already drenched in sweat. His clothes were soaked through. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing next to her, did the same. The two of them couldn't help but look at Lu Xing. To their surprise, they discovered that Lu Xing acted as if nothing had happened. What an animal. They're all so hot. As a result, Lu Xing didn't break a sweat at all. What's wrong with you? Lu Xing noticed that the two people were staring at him intently. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su couldn't help but complain. Lu Xing, if it weren't for the fact that we've known each other for so many years, sometimes I really think you're a walking humanoid monster. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. You're the one who's a humanoid monster. Then how do you explain why you didn't break a sweat? It's so hot here, but you're not sweating. That doesn't make sense. Su Peng's words surprised Lu Xing slightly. However, Lu Xing was extremely clever. They quickly understood the crux of the matter. It seems the Black Wolfhound's fire-devouring skill has affected me too. Beast Masters and Beast Tamers are complementary beings. Mutual success. Rumble. Just as the three were talking, the ground around them suddenly began to shake violently. Wow, what's going on? Fatty Su glanced around in shock. Lu Xing quickly realized something was wrong. Look over there. Lu Xing pointed to a spot not far away. That's a lava field. Countless crimson magma churned and rolled there incessantly. One huge bubble after another emerged. Large amounts of black smoke billowed with the magma. It gushed out from the magma. Is this volcano about to erupt? Lu Xing thought of something terrible. The moment this thought arose, Lu Xing instantly became alert. Let's go. Lu Xing planned to leave this place with Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming. Just as he was about to leave, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the lava not far away. Lu Xing looked toward the light. A small flame flickered quietly there. What is that? Su Peng exclaimed in surprise. It's the fire from the Earth's core. In the monitoring room, a guy suddenly exclaimed. He is none other than. It was Han Mingming. Han Mingming never expected that. It's incredible to see the Earth's core fire here. This earth fire is the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. What is the spiritual fire of heaven and earth? Those are rare and precious natural treasures that are hard to come by. Han Mingming's eyes suddenly turned fiery. He is a 9th-tier gold-level beastmaster. He's been stuck at the 9th rank of gold for many years. Han Mingming's strongest tamed beast is the Flame Lion. This Fire Lion was his initial tamed beast. As long as he can obtain this earth core fire, let his fiery lion devour the earth's core fire. Han Mingming felt that. My own Flame Lion will definitely be able to break through quickly. Advancement from gold 9th tier to platinum 1st tier. By then, Han Mingming is also a platinum level expert. Thinking about this, Han Mingming subconsciously glanced at Wu Yong, who was not far away. Snort. Han Mingming snorted coldly. Then I'll see. What do you fatso have to compete with me? Wu Yong and Han Mingming have known each other for many years. The two fought for many years. Unfortunately, their strengths have always been roughly equal, so neither of them can do anything about the other. Now Han Mingming sees an opportunity for a breakthrough. How could he give up so easily? So Han Mingming took advantage of the fact that the surrounding instructor's attention was all on the electronic screen. He quietly left the monitoring room. Han Mingming didn't know that. Just as he left, a figure followed immediately after him. On Lu Xing's side, Lu Xing said to Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng, the volcano here is about to erupt. You two should leave right away. And what about you? Lu Xiaoming asked with some concern. Don't worry about me. I'm going to get that thing. Lu Xing pointed to the earth core fire not far away. This thing is a rare and precious treasure. Now that they've appeared before Lu Xing, that was Lu Xing's opportunity. Don't worry, I have the Thunder Eagle. Even if the volcano erupts, I can escape in time. Lu Xing didn't tell the two of them. His hellhound possesses the ability to devour fire. It is immune to fire attribute attacks. This volcano stood before the two-headed hellhound. It's as if it doesn't exist. Okay, then be careful. Lu Xiaoming stopped worrying about it. She and Fatty Su rushed down the mountain. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing flipped onto the back of the hellhound. They sped off towards the direction of the Earth's core fire. The Cerberus is incredibly fast. Not long after, it then led Lu Xing to the Earth core fire. This fire-devouring talent is indeed domineering. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. The two-headed hellhound with the ability to devour fire. Even if you're standing on lava, they can act as if nothing happened. Hellhound, go and devour that earth fire. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, preparing to head towards the Earth's core fire. Suddenly, on the other side of the Earth's core fire, inside the once relatively calm magma, suddenly, a gigantic creature appeared. As soon as that enormous creature appeared, it then opened its blood-red maw. He roared at Lu Xing. It's the Flame King's serpent. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. I recognize the guy in front of me at a glance. Chapter 69 Han Mingming's angry. Tiastra. Attribute, fire. Gender, male. Rank, silver, tier 3. Qualification, A. Learn skills, flame leap, summon fire serpents, death coil. It's nothing special. Lu Xing came to this secret realm. After all, it's just a low-level secret realm. This Flame King serpent is already the strongest fighting force here. However, it was no match for the two-headed hellhound. It's still not enough. After these days of training and fighting, Lu Xing's hellhound has advanced to silver tier 2. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a little weaker than the Flame King serpent. However, Lu Xing's hellhound possesses the talent of devouring fire. This fire-devouring talent is the nemesis of all fire attribute magical beasts. Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing quickly summoned the Thunder Eagle. He leaped. It jumped onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. Hellhound, that guy is yours. Lu Xing left the back of the hellhound. Because only in this way, only then can the two-headed hellhound fight with peace of mind. After learning that Lu Xing was already on the back of the Thunder Eagle, the two-headed hellhound, it launched an attack on the Flame Serpent. The Flame King Serpent was astonished that the Cerberus dared to charge towards it. It felt that its dignity had been violated. You should know? Here. It is the true king. The Flame King Serpent opened its huge mouth. A burst of scorching flame shot out from the mouth of the Flame Serpent. Boom. The scorching flames struck the two-headed hellhound. Pity. The flames of the Fire Serpent seemed to be non-existent. The bombardment struck the two-headed hellhound. Not only did it not cause any harm to the two-headed hellhound, this actually made the two-headed hellhound look even more energetic. The Flame King Serpent looked puzzled. It had never seen anything like this before. Just as the Flame King Serpent was stunned, the two-headed hellhound had reached the Flame Serpent. It revealed its sharp claws. It slapped at the Flame King Serpent. Tear claw. Bang. The Flame King Serpent couldn't dodge in time. He was hit directly by the two-headed hellhound. It flew backward more than 10 meters away. Tiastra is Tiastra after all. After being slapped and thrown more than 10 meters away, it mustered its spirits. It swam quickly toward the hellhound. You think I'm afraid of you? Hellhound, use Shadow Strike. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound charged forward at top speed. As it runs, it simply vanished into thin air. The Flame King Serpent froze on the spot. It never expected that. The two-headed hellhound that was just in front of me has vanished. By the time the Flame Serpent reacted, the two-headed hellhound had already circled around behind it. It slapped the back of the Flame King Serpent with its claws again. Bang! The Flame Serpent was knocked away again. After flying more than 10 meters away, the Flame King Serpent stopped. It struggled. He struggled to his feet. At this moment, the Flame King Serpent was already covered in wounds. His face was full of pain. That's a bit of a pity. This Flame King Serpent is a fire attribute magical beast. It has some resistance to fire attribute moves. Therefore, Lu Xing did not allow the hellhound to use fire attribute moves to attack it. Instead, they chose close combat. I wish my hellhound knew water-based moves. Certainly. Lu Xing knew. His idea was wishful thinking. The Cerberus is a beast with both dark and fire attributes. To learn water-type moves, that's almost impossible. That's right. Lu Xing suddenly thought of something. I have a water attribute beast in my possession. That's right. That's the Spirit Water Turtle. However, Lu Xing quickly abandoned the idea of summoning the Spirit Water Turtle. After all, there is lava everywhere here. The water attribute Spirit Turtle stays here. Even if it possesses super healing abilities, it might also turn into a grilled turtle. And then Lu Xing suddenly remembered something. That is, although his Spirit Water Turtle is a water attribute beast, But so far, this guy doesn't know a single water attribute move. It seems I didn't come away empty-handed from this battle after all. That's right. This battle. This made Lu Xing see his shortcomings. He was thinking about going back this time. We need to find a water attribute magical beast core for his spirit water turtle to consume. Let's learn a powerful water attribute skill first. Roar. On the Teostra's side. I don't know when. It actually climbed onto the body of the two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound was entangled. The fire serpent used death coil on the Cerberus. They wanted to strangle the two-headed hellhound alive. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. The two-headed hellhound stomped its foot on the floor. Its entire body instantly burst into scorching flames. It's a flame armor. The fiery armor of the two-headed hellhound. After using all their strength, the temperature of the flames exceeded that of the magma. Even though the fire serpent has some immunity to fire, it was still burned by the fiery armor of the hellhound. The Flame King Serpent dared not linger any longer. It immediately released the two-headed hellhound from its bonds. The fiery King Serpent had just released its grip. The two-headed hellhound immediately began its operation. The two-headed hellhound opened its blood-red maw. It revealed its sharp fangs. The fangs of the two-headed hellhound gleamed with a purple light. It lunged at the Flame King Serpent. Poisonous bite. There was a snapping sound. The sharp fangs of the two-headed hellhound. Like cutting cheese with a hot knife. It easily pierced the body of the Flame King Serpent. The Flame King Serpent let out a mournful cry. It began to struggle violently. But the more it struggled, the hellhound gripped its teeth even tighter. Soon the Flame King Serpent was exhausted. He collapsed. It lost its precious life. The two-headed hellhound released its grip on the fire serpent. It raised its head high. They adopted the posture of victors. All right, hellhound, stop showing off. Hurry up and eat the earth core fire. Hearing this, the two-headed hellhound nodded. It walked towards the earth's core fire. Just as the two-headed hellhound was about to devour the earth's fiery core. Hey kid, stop. A loud shout rang out. Hellhound, ignore it. Quickly swallow the earth core fire. Lu Xing wouldn't let anyone ruin his plans. So, to avoid any unforeseen complications, he directly ordered the two-headed hellhound to devour the earth's core fire. Court death. The newcomer saw that the two-headed hellhound had swallowed the earth's magma and heart fire. His face instantly contorted into a ferocious expression. A terrifying killing intent burst forth from his body. Hey, isn't this Teacher Han? Lu Xing turned his head to look. They spotted it in the air not far away. A burly man with a fierce face rode on the back of a flying beast. Han Mingming gritted her teeth. The fat on his face twitched rapidly. He was so angry with Lu Xing that he couldn't speak. That's the fire from the earth's core. It was the opportunity for him to advance. But now, however, Lu Xing ruined this opportunity. Chapter 70 The Battle Between Wu Yong and Han Mingming. Kid, I'll kill you. Han Mingming was furious. He had completely forgotten that he was a mentor. They were actually planning to attack Lu Xing. You should know, in China, it is a serious crime for a professor to lay a hand on a student. Strong Eagle, use Windblade. Kill this brat. Han Mingming was blinded by anger. He actually attacked Lu Xing. With a powerful flap of its wings, the mighty eagle. Two sharp wind blades shot towards Lu Xing. Thunderhawk, get out of the way. Boom. After a clap of thunder, the Thunderhawk appeared on the right. It used lightning to dodge the powerful eagle's attack. That was close. A look of relief flashed across Lu Xing's face. If Han Mingming's strong eagle wasn't so weak, he might die here today. The image of a strong eagle came to Lu Xing's mind. A mighty eagle. Attribute: wind, fighting. Gender: male. Rank: gold tier 2. Qualification: A. Learned skills: Windblade, Eagle Claw, Peck. A powerful eagle of the second tier of gold. It seems that this strong eagle is just Han Mingming's means of transportation. Han Mingming didn't really nurture it much. Han Mingming is a gold rank 9 beast tamer. Lu Xing, who possessed the system I, already knew about this matter. According to common sense, this powerful eagle must be at least a 9th tier gold level beast taming beast. However, it only possesses the strength of the 2nd tier of the gold realm. There's only one explanation then. That means Han Mingming didn't nurture it much. As mentioned before, raising beasts is an extremely difficult and tedious task, because even beasts have feelings. Others cultivate and tame beasts. Besides feeding the tamed beasts various rare and precious herbs, they also frequently give special training to their tamed beasts. This special training can only be conducted one-on-one, because the special training was too tiring. As long as the beast tamer isn't watching, then the tamed beast will subconsciously start paddling. This kind of special training will be very ineffective. The strength of a beast tamer naturally advances slowly. This is why Lu Xiaoming and the others are so envious of Lu Xing. Because Lu Xing's beast taming was extremely disciplined. Not only did he complete the training on his own, sometimes they would even ask Lu Xing to do extra practice. Certainly, Lu Xing was also generous in nurturing his beasts. He only buys the best quality food for his beasts. I can't believe you managed to dodge it. A look of surprise flashed across Han Mingming's face. But soon, he revealed a cruel smile. I just don't know if you can avoid this. Strong eagle, use your talents. Upon hearing this, the powerful eagle flapped its wings violently. It transformed into a stream of light. It pounced towards Lu Xing. Oh no, Thunder Eagle, run. Lu Xing knew. He was no match for Han Mingming at all. Thunder Eagle is only at Silver Tier 2 at the moment, facing the powerful eagle of the second tier of gold. Even if this powerful eagle was Han Mingming's worst tamed beast, that's not something Lu Xing can handle either. Lu Xing and Han Mingming began a chase. Lu Xing was running ahead. Han Mingming chased after her. Although the Thunderhawk is fast, Han Mingming's strong eagle started faster. After all, its strength speaks for itself. Just as Han Mingming's strong eagle was about to catch up with Lu Xing. Firebird, use flamethrower. A blazing flame suddenly shot towards Han Mingming. Oh no, a powerful eagle. Get out of the way. Han Mingming rode a strong eagle. They dodged the sudden attack of flames. He glared angrily at the attacker. They then spotted a fat man not far away. The fat guy was wearing small glasses. He always had a kind smile on his face. His nearly bald head of hair fluttered wildly in the wind. It's instructor Wu Yong. Lu Xing recognized the person who helped him. He also discovered that Professor Wu Yong is quite capable. Firebird. Attributes: fire, wind. Gender: male. Rank: gold tier 5. Qualification: A. Learned skills: flamethrower, cloud flash, peck. Wu Yong's Firebird is much better than Han Mingming's. Wu Yong, it's you again. Why do you always have to ruin my plans? That's because I want you to see the error of your ways and not make the same mistake again. Wrong. What wrong have I done? Han Mingming has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Han Mingming, don't you know that as a tutor at Jiangnan Beast Taming University, is it a serious crime to attack one's own student without cause? Wu Yong's words made Han Mingming realize what was going on. Han Mingming suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. He seemed to be thinking of something terrible. He looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong was laughing at this moment. Han Mingming felt a little flustered by the laughter. Han Mingming had no idea. Wu Yong was overjoyed. He and Han Mingming have been fighting for so many years. Han Mingming, that guy? Although he did a lot of bad things. But he does things meticulously. Even if Wu Yong knew that Han Mingming did it, he couldn't do anything to Han Mingming. But things are different now. Han Mingming attacked Lu Xing, and it happened in full view of everyone. He wanted to explain. It's practically impossible. Han Mingming seemed to have figured this out as well. His expression suddenly changed. A resolute look flashed across his face. Damn it, I'll kill you all. Then just leave Jiangnan City. Although Lu Gengxing was strong. But he was, after all, the headmaster of the school. There are many things to deal with. Han Mingming believes that. Lu Gengxing wouldn't hunt him down for Wu Yong and the others. Moreover, Han Mingming had previously been in contact with a certain organization. He believes, as long as he joins that organization. So even if Lu Gengxing were to hunt him down, he could also be under the protection of that organization. They escaped Lu Gengxing's pursuit. Thinking of this, Han Mingming quickly began to perform a hand seal. Come out, my old friend. A huge fire lion appeared before everyone. Oh ho, so you actually want to make a move. Then I'll play with you. Come forth, deep sea serpent. Wu Yong also began to perform hand seals. A giant python emerged from the magic circle. Roar. Huh. The flame lion and the deep sea serpent roared simultaneously. The sound was deafening. The power of the sound waves actually stirred up a strong wind. The wind whipped up dust all around. Looking at the two enormous creatures in front of him. Although Lu Xing was already mentally prepared, I was still scared. Is this a 9th tier gold level beast tamer? That's really strong. Although Lu Xing was quite a distance away from the two beasts. However, he could still sense it. The terrifying pressure emanating from these two beasts. Han Mingming, are you sure you want to get this done? Wu Yong stopped smiling. His expression was solemn. If I were you, I would choose to surrender. As long as you sincerely repent and admit your mistakes. He said he was just temporarily bewitched. I'm sure the school won't do anything to you. At most, it will be a little punishment. Snort. Han Mingming snorted coldly. Fatty, enough talk, let's fight. Chapter 71 Han Mingming's Escape. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to take action. The smile disappeared from Wu Yong's face. Instead, a solemn expression appeared. After all, Han Mingming's strength is considerable. Even Wu Yong dared not be careless. Deep water python, use water jets. Upon hearing this, the deep sea serpent. It opened its big mouth. A very thick jet of water shot towards the fire lion. Good timing. Han Mingming shouted loudly. Fire lion, use blazing flame pillar. The flame lion stomped its foot fiercely. The ground shattered instantly. A scorching pillar of fire rose from the ground. Bump. The deep-sea serpent's jets of water slammed into the blazing pillar of fire of the flame lion. The two skills canceled each other out. In an instant, a white mist filled the entire battlefield. Whoosh. A dark figure suddenly emerged from the white mist. It is a flame lion. It charged toward the giant deep-sea serpent. I plan to engage in close combat with the giant deep-sea python. Deep water serpent, unleash deadly lash. Upon hearing this, the deep-sea serpent, its tail suddenly swept horizontally. It lashed out at the flaming lion whip. Fire lion, use tear claw. The flame lion revealed its sharp claws. A cold glint flashed on its claws. They charged toward the tail of the giant deep-sea serpent. Boom. Another loud bang. The giant serpent's tail bounced back in the direction it had come from. In contrast, the flame lion, a powerful counter-impact force. It actually flew backwards. The flame lion slid across the ground for quite a distance. Its massive body carved a deep trench in the ground. I didn't expect you to be this strong, Han Mingming said with resentment. Speaking of hard work, Han Mingming believed that she worked much harder than Wu Yong. Because in his eyes, Wu Yong, that guy? They're not usually playing around. We were on our way to have some fun. What a pity. Han Mingming did not see Wu Yong's hard work behind the scenes. Han Mingming, are you sure you still want to fight? Wu Yong narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Han Mingming understood the underlying meaning in Wu Yong's words. That's right. By this time, Lu Gingxing had already noticed the situation. He is on his way with his men. In other words, if it continues to be delayed, then Han Mingming really had no choice but to surrender. Wu Yong, you brat, you just wait. I will definitely come back. Han Mingming gritted her teeth. He immediately mounted his strong eagle. He left directly. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xing prepared to ride the Thunder Eagle to intercept them. However, Wu Yong stopped him. Teacher. Lu Xing didn't understand. Why did Wu Yong do this? Let Han Mingming escape. This is not a matter of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Wu Yong, however, revealed a cold smile. Let the tiger return to the mountain. Isn't this perfect? That's right. After learning that Han Mingming had connections with the Salvation cult, Wu Yong then came up with a plan. That means he deliberately let Han Mingming escape. Using Han Mingming as bait, draw out all those harmful elements from the Salvation cult. Then they wiped out the Salvation cult in one fell swoop. Wu Yong. While Wu Yong was still daydreaming, a familiar voice came from over. The voice was very authoritative and carried a hint of anger. Wu Yong looked to the side. Lu Gingxing was seen riding on the back of a crimson fire dragon. It's a crimson flame dragon. Lu Xing glanced at the fire dragon. They immediately learned the attributes of the fire dragon. Crimson flame dragon. Attribute: fire dragon. Gender: male. Rank: diamond tier 2. Qualification: A. Learn skills: dragon breath, dragon flight, wing slash, dragon dive. Diamond tier 2, and it's a crimson flame dragon with dragon attributes. This is a real dragon. The only pity is that this crimson flame dragon only has an A-grade aptitude. If this crimson flame dragon had a slightly higher aptitude, perhaps it wouldn't be at this level. Wu Yong, where's that guy Han Mingming? Lu Gingxing's face was ashen. He felt a burning pain on his face. As the principal of Jiangnan Beast Taming University, Han Mingming actually slapped him in the face. That's right. Han Mingming's attack on Lu Xing. This was a challenge to Lu Gingxing's prestige. He escaped. What? They escaped. Lu Gingxing seemed somewhat surprised. Wu Yong's strength is about the same as Han Mingming's. Han Mingming wanted to leave. Even if Wu Yong couldn't defeat him, keeping him is still not a problem. Wu Yong, you had better give me a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong's lips curled into a slight sneer. Principal, come to my side. I have something important to tell you. Good. Lu Gingxing had known Wu Yong for several years. He knew that Wu Yong wouldn't speak without reason. Just as Lu Gingxing and Wu Yong were whispering to each other, Lu Xing did not linger. Since the other party doesn't want him to know, he naturally didn't want to hear it either. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle, heading towards the Cerberus. I wonder how the Cerberus is doing. The two-headed hellhound and Lu Xing signed a soul contract. Lu Xing had a vague feeling. The two-headed hellhound seems to have become even stronger. He rode a Thunder Eagle. We arrived at the place we had just been. Lu Xing looked down. A colossal beast was standing in the lava below. The giant beast was resting with its eyes closed. It seemed to sense Lu Xing's arrival. He then opened his eyes. Is this still my hellhound? Lu Xing discovered his two-headed hellhound. Its body was originally black. Now it's red and black. His body was engulfed in blazing flames. The two-headed hellhound originally had two black heads. Now one of them has turned dark red. Boom! The red head of the hellhound suddenly opened its mouth. A burst of scorching flame shot out. It struck a rock not far away. A huge explosion occurred immediately. In an instant, stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The two-headed hellhound kicked its legs out violently. It leaped from the lava onto a nearby high platform. Thunderhawk, let's go down. Lu Xing could feel the connection between himself and the two-headed hellhound. That connection was extremely intimate. Therefore, Lu Xing was not worried at all that the two-headed hellhound would attack him. Lu Xing arrived at the side of the two-headed hellhound. Hellhound, you seem to have become even more powerful. Cerberus. Attribute, dark, fire. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 4. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, tear claw, bite, venomous fang, shadow strike, fire eater, flame slash, shadow ball, flame armor, flame jet. It seems to possess a terrifying bloodline, which appears to be awakening. After taking Dijiang Xinhua, the Cerberus's strength has increased slightly. Moreover, Lu Xing was surprised to find that the two-headed hellhound seems to have taken its control of fire to a new level. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Cerberus was also a combination of evil and fire attributes. However, it was still primarily of the evil attribute, with fire as a secondary attribute. Fire-type attacks are now on par with dark-type attacks. The two attributes do not conflict. A state of equilibrium has been reached. Chapter 72 Reward, Magic Crystal Cores. Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Two voices came from over. Lu Xing looked into the distance. It turned out to be Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming. The two kept waving at Lu Xing. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing put away the Thunder Eagle. He then mounted the back of the two-headed hellhound. After the strength is improved, the two-headed hellhound seems to have grown quite a bit larger. The two-headed hellhound was carrying Lu Xing. With a few easy leaps, they arrived in front of Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming. Congratulations, Lu Xing. Your hellhound seems to have gotten even more powerful. Lu Xiaoming said with a big smile. Thanks. Lu Xing smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Okay. Su Pang sensed that something was wrong. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming were just about to have a good chat when, but Su Pang interrupted them. Su Pang, didn't want to be a third wheel between them. Besides, this is the wilderness after all. There is a certain degree of danger. It's not a place for reminiscing at all. Just as the three were about to say something more, two figures flew over from the sky not far away. Lu Xing and the others looked up. It was discovered that Wu Yong and Lu Gingxing were involved. Lu Xing, you did a very good job this time. All right, I hereby declare the trial over. You should come back with me now. Principal Lu Gingxing began. The students were attacked by a swarm of fire ants. Almost the entire army was wiped out. In addition, Han Mingming's defection occurred. Lu Gingxing immediately decided to end the trial early. Moreover, he had something even more important to do. That is, together with Wu Yong, in conjunction with law enforcement teams within Jiangnan City. The Salvation Cult branches in Gangnam City were wiped out. After all, keeping this thing would only cause trouble. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Su Pang slumped onto the sofa. These days of trials, Su Pang felt completely exhausted. He doesn't want to think about anything right now. I just want to lie comfortably on the sofa. I don't want to move at all. Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su. Regarding Su Pang's behavior, he was used to it by now. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Who could it be? Lu Xing frowned slightly. Perhaps it's Sister Rumming. Lu Xiaoming spoke up. Lu Xing walked towards the door. They found a woman standing at the door. Lu Xing glanced at the woman. He recognized it immediately. This is one of his female mentors, named Xie Yuding. Teacher Xie, what brings you here? Although Xie Yuding is Lu Xing's mentor. However, Lu Xing and she had almost no interaction. Even in class, they were also sitting far away. The two of them didn't exchange a single word. The principal asked me to take you to collect your award. Xie Yuding's tone was icy, showing no concern whatsoever for Lu Xing's grades. She wanted to get closer to Lu Xing. Regarding Xie Yuding's performance, Lu Xing, however, did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Everyone has their own way of living. As the old folks often say, all you can do is change yourself, not control others. Xie Yuding brought Lu Xing to the treasure pavilion of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Xie Yuding respectfully handed a token to an old guard at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. The old guard casually accepted the token. He opened his eyes. He glanced at Lu Xing. He then spoke. You can go to the first 3 floors and freely choose an item you like. Remember, it's 1. The old man emphasized coldly. Good. Lu Xing nodded. He stepped into the treasure vault of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing activated the system eye. Suddenly, all the information about these things in front of him became crystal clear. The treasure vault of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. It contained all sorts of things. There were medicinal herbs, magic crystal cores, and items like armor for beast tamers. Lu Xing was very fast. It didn't take long to explore the entire floor. Well, after you finished exploring 1 floor, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the real world is not like the novels of my past life. In novels from my past life, the protagonist always managed to find treasures in one of these places. That being said, Lu Xing's body language betrayed him as he headed towards the 2nd floor. Anyway, he possesses the system's eye. In addition, there is no time limit. So Lu Xing decided to explore the 2nd floor as well. The results still greatly disappointed Lu Xing. There's nothing good on the 2nd floor either. Looks like we'll have to go to the 3rd floor. Lu Xing headed towards the 3rd floor. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lu Xing then realized that the 3rd floor contains many treasures. After checking, Lu Xing took the 2 treasures in his hands. Those are 2 magic crystal cores. Which one should I choose? Lu Xing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Both magic crystal cores are from gold-level magical beasts. The one on the left is the water element. There's a move called Wave Impact in it. Wave Impact. Raise your hand to summon a giant wave that crashes towards the enemy in front of you. This is a ranged skill. On the right is the impact of the blue dolphin's water flow. Water flow impact. Envelop your entire body in water and use the force of the water to charge fiercely towards the enemy. Both skills are good. After some thought, Lu Xing made a decision. Choose the wave crash. Lu Xing placed the water dolphin's magic crystal core on the table. He was holding the water elemental magic crystal core. I walked downstairs. After registering with the elderly man, Lu Xing then walked out of the treasure pavilion. Right after Lu Xing left, the old man couldn't help but mutter to himself. A water elemental magic crystal core? He frowned slightly. Perhaps he was drawn to the impact of the water element's waves. However, the probability of learning how to use the wave impact skill is too low. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Xing returned to his villa with the water element magic crystal core. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Powerful. That old man in the treasure pavilion is incredibly powerful. Just that aura of pressure alone. Lu Xing felt he couldn't take it anymore. Is this the pressure from a master-level expert? Lu Xing originally thought. Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The most powerful one was the school's principal, Lu Gingxing. I never expected the school's treasure trove to be there. There's actually a big shot hiding here. Is this the legendary sweeping monk? But what exactly is going on with that serious injury that the system is showing? Lu Xing thought about it for a moment. He then shook his head. The old man is not the same person he is now. The beings that can be provoked. He possesses the system. It's best to keep a low profile. Lu Xing possesses a system. As long as he's not an idiot. To grow up? That's just a matter of time. Those so-called strongmen now. As long as Lu Xing is given time, Lu Xing will eventually be able to trample them all under his feet. Lu Xing, what treasure did you go to get? Su Pang was holding a roasted pig's trotter in his hand. It kept gnawing at it. It's nothing. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Don't let outsiders bother me. Don't worry, I'm here. Not even a fly could get in. Fatty Su patted his chest. He assured Lu Xing that he was certain. Chapter 73 The Battle of Spear and Shield. Lu Xing arrived at the basement of the villa. There is a seclusion room specially built by the school here. Lu Xing went inside. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed towards them. Inside the villa's secluded interior, Jiangnan Beast Taming University has built a small spirit gathering array. This is one of the advantages of living in a villa. Come out, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing summoned the spirit water turtle. after the spirit water turtle emerged. It looked around with curiosity. Come on, spirit water turtle, eat this. Lu Xing handed the crystal core containing the water element he had just obtained to the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle sniffed the crystal core of the water element. After finding no problems, only then did he open his mouth and swallow it. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host spirit turtle has consumed a water element magic crystal core. Your water turtle will learn the following skills. Please select. Wave impact. Raise your hand to summon a giant wave that crashes towards the enemy in front of you. Water ball technique. Condenses a water ball and throws it at the enemy. Riding the waves allows you to float on the water's surface, increasing your speed in the water. Choose the impact of the waves. Wave impact is an area of effect attack skill. This is what Lu Xing needs most right now. As for the water polo technique, that's a low-level move. Lu Xing didn't look with his eyes. Riding the waves. The water turtle is naturally a swimmer. And it's not slow. This skill is useful to the spirit water turtle. Some of them are neither fish nor fodder. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has learned wave impact. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. He revealed a satisfied smile. It's so awesome to use cheats. You can learn any skill you want, instead of doing what others do. Consuming a magic crystal core is like opening a blind box. There's a chance you might get something you like, but more often than not, you get what you don't want. Imagine. Originally, his beast taming aptitude was quite good. As a result, he learned for useless skills. That would be infuriating. Although beast tamers can also learn skills on their own. But that thing is like buying lottery tickets. It only happens by chance. Spirit water turtle, let's go. Lu Xing planned to take the spirit water turtle for a proper training session. The power of beast taming skills. It also depends on skill level. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the beast taming skill, the stronger it becomes. Lu Xing put away the spirit water turtle. He planned to go to the school's training ground and give it a good try. Not long after, Lu Xing then arrived at the training ground of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He kept scanning his surroundings to find his target this time. Hey, look, isn't that so-and-so? Yes, it seems to be him. What's he doing here again? Is he trying to challenge us? The trainees in the training ground. I met Lu Xing. They were like mice seeing a cat. Silent as a cicada in winter. Let's hurry up and leave. Damn, this guy is so strong. Who can be his match? Let's not provoke him. Looking at the crowd scattering like birds and beasts, Lu Xing was completely bewildered. What's wrong with these guys? They're not usually like this. He scratched his head, looking quite puzzled. They were all scared away by you, of course. A familiar voice came from over. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned his head and saw that it was actually Bai Feng. Bai Feng, how about it? Interested in another round with me? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng immediately waved his hand. Never mind. Bai Feng isn't stupid. He was no match for Lu Xing before. Now he felt he couldn't even see Lu Xing's strength anymore. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to cause trouble for Lu Xing. How about I come keep you company? A man suddenly appeared. He wore thick glasses and had a square face. He gives off a quiet and reserved impression. Yin Guoli. Bai Feng exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Yin Guoli to suddenly appear. And he also wants to challenge Lu Xing. Can. Lu Xing nodded. By the way, you should know the rules of fighting me, right? Lu Xing currently possesses 3 gold-devouring beasts. He naturally wanted to make money by any means necessary. No. However, 500,000 is really too stingy. How about we bet $1 million? Can. Lu Xing agreed. Lu Xing wasn't speaking without reason. He possessed the system. But we won't fight a battle we're not confident of winning. Silver tier 3, huh? Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. The two arrived at the dueling arena. The instructors in the training field immediately came over and became referees. Now the battle will be fought between Lu Xing, a freshman, and Yin Guoli, a sophomore. The two sides were exchanging ideas in a friendly manner and stopped short of reaching a point. Do not kill the enemy's beasts after they have surrendered. All right, I hereby declare the competition to begin. With the instructor's command, Lu Xing and Yin Guoli simultaneously began using their magic seals. 2 enormous magic arrays lit up simultaneously. Not long after, 2 formidable beasts appeared on the battle platform at the same time. Lu Xing's side is the spirit water turtle. Yin Guoli's side is the golden mantis. Golden mantis. Attributes: insect metal. Gender male. Rank: silver tier 3. Qualification: A. Learn skills: slashing, cutting, insect bite, fallen strike. It's a golden-armored mantis. Bai Feng, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yin Guoli, I never expected you to have contracted the golden mantis. No wonder I haven't seen you in a while. So you went to find this thing. My God, it's a golden mantis. The other students in the audience also exclaimed in surprise. Rumor has it that the golden-armored mantis is extremely fast, and catching it is almost impossible. Moreover, the number of golden-armored mantises is extremely rare. I never expected that Senior Yin would be able to find a golden mantis to use as a tamed beast. Do you know how powerful this golden-armored mantis is? Do you see those two large scythes on its chest? Legend has it that those two large scythes can easily cleave gold and break rocks. It can even cut through a steel plate that is more than 10 meters long. I just don't know if it's true. Upon hearing this, Yin Guoli gently adjusted his thick glasses. At the same time, a smug look flashed across his face. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course it's true. Yin Guoli wanted to obtain this golden-armored mantis. However, it came at a considerable cost. He had originally planned to make a good impression. Let others know how powerful this golden-armored mantis is. As it turns out, Lu Xing was blind to reason. She actually took the initiative to challenge him. Then he'll teach Lu Xing a lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. The audience seats. Bai Feng sized up Lu Xing and Yin Guoli's tamed beasts. A mantis versus a water turtle? His eyes burned with passion. The golden mantis is not only fast, but also has considerable attack power. However, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle is not without its merits. This thing has thick armor. A spear versus a shield. It's hard to say who will win. Chapter 74, Yin Guoli's surprise. Just as Bai Feng was pondering, the battle between Lu Xing and Yin Guoli has begun. Golden Mantis, use slash. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored mantis revealed its sharp scythe. Suddenly, the golden-armored mantis flapped its wings. It vanished from its spot in an instant. When the golden-armored mantis reappears, it was in front of the spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell. Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. He immediately gave the order to the spirit water turtle. The water turtle immediately retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Clang! The golden-armored mantis's sharp scythes slashed at the spirit water turtle's thick armor. Sparks flew everywhere. The golden-armored mantis slashed several times in succession. It just stopped. Lu Xing looked towards the spirit water turtle. He discovered several white lines on the shell of the water turtle. Such powerful attack. As expected of the golden-armored mantis with metallic properties. Of all the attributes, metal is one of the strongest physical attack attributes. Wow, that's amazing. This golden mantis is incredibly fast. How many cuts did you say it made just now? 7 or 8? In just a few seconds, the mantis attacked the water turtle many times. It seems that guy is probably in grave danger. Serves him right. Who told that guy to be so arrogant? Someone should have taken care of him a long time ago. Some people are dissatisfied with Lu Xing. After all, quite a few people get conjunctivitis. They just can't stand seeing others doing better than themselves. Is that so? Bai Feng in the audience was nothing like those guys. He saw a different side. What's going on? Bai Feng's brows gradually furrowed. He was surprised to find that. It was clearly the golden-armored mantis that was attacked. But the spirit water turtle seemed to have only suffered minor injuries. The golden mantis, however, suffered even more severe injuries. Golden mantis, what's wrong with you? Yin Guoli had a smug smile on his face. That smile is gone now. Instead, a sense of worry arose. Boy, what kind of tricks and schemes did you use? Yin Guoli couldn't help but question Lu Xing. A conspiracy? Lu Xing shrugged dismissively. I have no need to deal with you, nor is it necessary. And with so many people there, did they see what I did? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to discuss the matter. What's going on? Why is it that the attacker is the mantis, but the one that gets hurt is not the water turtle, but the mantis itself? Is there anyone with a big dick who can come out and say something? It's a counter-damage attack. Just then, a voice came from over. Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came. They discovered a man standing in the corner not far away. The man had blue hair. He stood there with a cold expression. It's Blue Sky. Someone recognized the person. Wow, what's going on today? How come 3 of the sophomores from F4 showed up at the training ground? Ah, it's Blue Sky. He's so handsome. Senior Lantian, I love you. Several infatuated girls couldn't help but wave at the Blue Sky. Reflect damage, huh? Yin Guoli quickly realized what was happening. He's not a bad student. On the contrary, Yin Guoli was also a top student, but his eyesight deteriorated because he read too many books. I never expected to encounter the legendary damage reflection skill. Rumor has it that this damage reflection skill can reflect the opponent's damage back. What I've seen today confirms it. Yan Guoli adjusted his glasses again. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Kid, you're really lucky. I actually managed to contract a spirit water turtle that has a damage reflection skill. For everyone, the spirit water turtle. This is not a rare tamed beast. However, it possesses a damage reflection skill. That would be different. The spirit water turtle possesses a damage reflection skill. Its actual strength has increased exponentially, although you possess the ability to reflect damage. But I don't believe that my golden mantis can't beat your spirit water turtle. As long as I keep attacking, your spirit water turtle will be the first to fall. Yan Guoli learned from the book that this damage reflection skill can reflect 30% of the damage back to the opponent. In other words, the water turtle was more seriously injured. Golden mantis, use / repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the golden armored mantis. Its sharp sickle began to slash rapidly at the spirit water turtle. But after several consecutive slashes, the golden mantis's speed is actually getting slower and slower. Just as the final blow was about to fall, the golden armored mantis's body went limp. I almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Yan Guoli's pupils began to tremble violently. It was as if I had seen a ghost. The reality was beyond his comprehension. I thought the golden mantis's continuous attacks. It can break through the thick armor of the spirit water turtle. But the reality is, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle is fine. Yan Guoli's golden mantis is about to fall. Looking at the situation before them, Lu Xing squinted his eyes. His face was full of smiles. It feels so good, so incredibly good. Although Yan Guoli is very knowledgeable. However, he still overlooked two things. First, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle has a 100% physical rebound effect from its spiked shell, not just 30%. Second, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle also possesses a super healing ability. As long as the water turtle is given enough time to breathe, then it can recover quickly. That's right. Just after the mantis stopped attacking. With the help of the super healing skill, the spirit water turtle's body. It's starting to recover. Those white marks left by the slashing. It began to heal slowly and then disappeared. This is super healing. Yan Guoli truly deserves to be called a top student. He was just blinded by the situation. He has now regained consciousness. You used the healing jellyfish's crystal core on your spirit water turtle. Then it also learned the skill of super healing. Yan Guoli voiced his suspicions. Lu Xing did not reply upon hearing this. He was still thinking about how to explain it to everyone. Unexpectedly, Yan Guoli gave him a perfect explanation. You're really lucky. Yan Guoli felt a little jealous of Lu Xing. First of all, the probability of the healing jellyfish dropping a monster core is extremely low. Thousands of healing jellyfish. Even then, it's not guaranteed that a single monster core will be formed. Secondly, to enable your warcraft to learn the healing jellyfish's super healing skill. This makes it even more difficult. The healing jellyfish also possesses a very troublesome skill. That is the skill of flexibility. Softness. After learning this skill, your beast's body will become soft and limp, including that area. This skill is nothing special for the healing jellyfish, which is a mollusk by nature. But if it were placed on other tamed beasts, that would be terrible. Chapter 75 Slaughtering the Fat Sheep Again. Who wants their tamed beast to be a pile of mud? You should know. A person can only contract a maximum of 9 beasts in their lifetime. If a beast learns this supple skill, that beast taming ability is basically useless now. So, although some people crave the super healing skill, but they are also afraid of the healing jellyfish's soft abilities. This can be considered a challenge. Opportunities and dangers coexist. To have top-tier skills, naturally, one must take risks. Lu Xing is different. He possesses the system. There are no risky situations. Moreover, this spirit water turtle has independently developed a super healing skill. In other words, Lu Xing can give it 4 monster crystal cores. The wave impact was used once before. You now have 3 chances left. Spirit water turtle, use rage bite. The spirit water turtle opened its blood-red maw. It lunged at the golden armored mantis. Golden mantis, get out of the way. Whoosh. A whooshing sound rang out. The golden armored mantis relies on its agile movements. They disappeared from the spot. This time, Lu Xingling's water turtle bit at nothing. Phew, that was close. Yan Guoli subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that. The battle with Lu Xing. It actually made him sweat. This is something he hasn't experienced in years. The pressure Lu Xing put on him was terrifying. Golden Mantis, start running. Give me another chance to attack. Upon hearing this, the golden armored mantis began to flap its wings. It began to fly and circle around the spirit water turtle. At this moment, the golden armored mantis looked like a fly, circling around the spirit water turtle continuously. At the same time, it emitted a buzzing sound. The water turtle's eyes followed the golden armored mantis around several times. It felt like its eyes were about to spin out of control from the golden mantis. Spirit water turtle, just hide inside your shell. Don't look at the golden mantis's actions. You? Yan Guoli was speechless at Lu Xing's behavior. He never expected that. Lu Xing actually resorted to shameless tactics. What do you mean, me? Did I break the rules? For Lu Xing's shameless behavior, Yan Guoli was extremely angry. But he was helpless. Lu Xing can be shameless. But Yan Guoli is not good at it. In that case, let's deliver the final blow. Golden Mantis, use Fallen Strike. Yan Guoli was already prepared to fight to the death. Because he knew, if we drag this out any longer, once the spirit water turtle has recovered from its injuries, in the end, the only one who can lose is himself. Whoosh. The golden armored mantis disappeared from its spot. When it reappeared, it was in midair. The golden armored mantis revealed two sharp scythes. Its wings flapped suddenly, using the acceleration due to gravity during fall. The pair of gleaming scythes slashed fiercely at the spirit water turtle. Bang! The golden armored mantis's scythe slashed at the spirit water turtle. There was a snapping sound. The golden mantis actually managed to split a small crack in the shell of the water turtle. Oh whoa! The water turtle was in pain. It stretched its limbs out from inside the turtle shell. Seeing this, Yan Guoli, a surge of joy immediately filled my heart. But what happened next completely surprised him. The water turtle opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the golden armored mantis once more. Golden Mantis, get out of the way. The golden armored mantis relies on its agile movements. Retreat quickly. It attempted to distance itself from the spirit water turtle. Trying to leave? No way. Spirit water turtle, use wave impact. Ling Shui Gui's head lifted up. Suddenly, a wave more than 10 meters high appeared out of thin air. The waves roared. It charged towards the golden armored mantis. Golden Mantis, get out of the way. Pity. The mantis was too close to the water turtle. That wave, more than 10 meters high. It seems to possess the strength of 1,000 pounds. It slammed hard onto the golden armored mantis. Wait until the waves recede. The mantis was thrown more than 10 meters away. It lay quietly on the ground. My body was all wet. Only the trembling sickle remained. This proves that it is still alive. Golden armored mantis. Yan Guoli rushed towards the golden mantis with a pained expression. He went straight up to the golden armored mantis. He quickly pulled a bottle of healing potion from his pocket. I started treating the mantis. We lost. Yan Guoli actually lost. No one could believe their eyes. Yan Guoli is one of the sophomore F4. So far, Lu Xing has already challenged all 3 members of the second-year F4. Now there's only one person left. That's the blue sky standing in the corner. Everyone turned their attention to the blue sky in the corner. Their eyes burned with passion. His eyes were full of anticipation. Hopefully, Lan Tian will step in and teach Lu Xing a lesson. Lu Xing is far too arrogant. Unfortunately, it seems that Lan Tian has no such intention. He glanced at Lu Xing. Lu Xing also noticed the blue sky. The two locked eyes. Kid, I hope you can become stronger. Blue sky recognized the strength of Lu Xingling water turtle. Silver tier 2. Against such an opponent, I have no interest in blue skies. Because at this moment, however, it is a silver rank 5 existence. He didn't want to fight Lu Xing. Because that's meaningless. If he were to challenge Lu Xing at this moment, winning is losing, and losing is losing. Lu Xing is younger and weaker than him. He won. He bullies the weak, and people will call him shameless. He lost. If you can't even beat a junior like Lu Xing, wouldn't that be even more shameful? So Lan Tian chose to leave. Regarding Blue Sky's approach, Lu Xing didn't think that much about it. He walked straight to the referee. Teacher, can you give me that now? The referee was still stunned by what had just happened. He never expected that. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. Strong defense is one thing, but it's amazing that it possesses such powerful skills. If the referee knew about Lu Xing's spirit water turtle, I had only recently grasped the meaning of the impact of ocean waves. I wonder what kind of expression I'll make. Yes. The referee handed 2 bank cards to Lu Xing. One of them is of Lu Xing. The other one was a lucky draw gift from Yan Guoli. Emerging from the training ground, Lu Xing looked at the extra bank card in his hand. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. That's great. It would be great if there were more guys like that. Lu Xing felt that this trip was worthwhile. Not only did they learn just how powerful the skills the spirit water turtle had just learned were, and he also received a bank card with $1 million. This is precious beast taming funds. Looks like I'm going to be broke from now on. We can still try to freeload off these guys. What Lu Xing didn't know was that, as soon as he said this, everyone in the training field couldn't help but shudder. Moreover, the people at the training ground also reached a consensus. That means don't mess with Lu Xing. He is not someone they can mess with. Inside the training ground, Bai Feng felt a sense of boredom. Sai, I'm leaving. He had originally thought he would see Lu Xing defeated by Yin Guoli. Unexpectedly, it was Yin Guoli who was brutally defeated. Also leaving was a guy wearing a black hoodie. The man was not particularly handsome, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Chapter 76. On the way to find the taunting monkey, Lu Xing returned to his villa. He was still savoring the battle that had just taken place. Yin Guoli's golden mantis is something else. It actually managed to break through my spirit water turtle's defenses. Lu Xing muttered to himself. Especially the golden mantis's final move, Fallen Sky Strike. Fallen Strike. Leap high into the air, channeling all your strength into your arms, and then use the acceleration of gravity during the fall to deliver a fatal blow to your opponent. It seems I still need to work hard to upgrade the spirit water turtle's level. Moreover, Lu Xing discovered another problem. That is, although his spirit water turtle is powerful, but if the opponent doesn't fight it, instead, avoid the spirit water turtle. They then turn their attack on Lu Xing. Then the spirit water turtle would be useless. It seems we need to teach the spirit water turtle some control skills. Thinking of this, Lu Xing quickly walked to the sofa not far away and sat down. He reached out his hand. He picked up the Warcraft encyclopedia that was on the coffee table. Huh, what the hell is this? Lu Xing felt that this Warcraft encyclopedia was greasy. It felt extremely disgusting to the touch. That guy, Fatty Sue. Lu Xing gritted his teeth in anger. Not only did he eat, but he also got oil from the food onto the book. If Lu Xing weren't in such a hurry right now, he probably went to the school library to find new books to read. Lu Xing reluctantly opened the book. He quickly flipped through the pages. Because of this reading, Lu Xing had ulterior motives, so he quickly found what he wanted. Mocking the monkey. This is it. The book describes the taunting monkey as having a unique skill. That is, mockery. Taunt. Provoke your opponent with a unique action, which will anger them and cause them to attack you. During the taunt, only physical attacks can be used. That's interesting. This skill might be considered worthless by others, but in Lu Xing's eyes, that's an amazing skill. Taunt skill combined with spiked shell and super healing. These three skills complement each other. Build a robust skill system. Let's get right to it. Lu Xing has a system inventory. Therefore, he didn't need to pack his bags. He glanced at the villa. It turned out that Su Pang and the others were not there. I don't know where they went. It seems I won't be able to say goodbye to them. Lu Xing picked up the backpack from the other sofa and put it on his back. This backpack was something he used to disguise himself. Lu Xing carried his backpack and followed the instructions in the book. We arrived at the outside of a secret realm. This secret realm is the place where the mocking monkeys live, the rainforest. After Lu Xing presented his identification, step into the tropical rainforest instance. Just entered the rainforest instance. Lu Xing felt a wave of heat hit him in the face. It's so hot. The one who made the sound wasn't Lu Xing, but the guy behind him. Lu Xing turned his head to look. I noticed that the guy behind me was wearing a black hoodie. He sized up Lu Xing with an unfriendly look. Who are you? Why are you following me? The man in the black hoodie was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Then he laughed. Haha, no wonder he's the freshman king. I really admire your vigilance. In response to the praise from the man in the black hoodie, Lu Xing was not happy. On the contrary, it sounded rather jarring. Enough with the nonsense, just do what you want. Lu Xing is now in a hurry to find the mocking monkey. Okay, then I won't beat around the bush with you. Lu Xing, I think you're pretty good. Would you like to join our salvation cult? Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. I have investigated your background. You have no father or mother. Your parents died when you were young. You don't have any background right now. Your current strength is all thanks to your talent. But do you know what? Even if you have great talent, you won't go far without strong backing. Don't be fooled by your current silver level strength. But the further you go, the slower your strength will improve. Why? That's because the further you go, the more resources you need to cultivate your beasts. Once your resources are insufficient, your strength will grow as slowly as a snail. Speaking of which, the man in the black hoodie looked confident. He seemed to have already foreseen the scene where Lu Xing would be persuaded by him. I wonder how the organization will reward me for recruiting such a powerful member. Thinking of this, the man in the black hoodie felt a surge of secret delight. Looking at the smiling face of the man in the black hoodie, Lu Xing was speechless. He couldn't understand where this guy's confidence came from. If Lu Xing didn't have the system, he might still take the risk. For that little bit of resources, join the Salvation Church. But now, Lu Xing possesses a system. As long as he doesn't deliberately court death, eventually grew up. It's just a matter of time. Have you finished speaking? Upon hearing this, the man in the black hoodie frowned slightly. Now that you've finished speaking, it's time for you to set off. Lu Xing never expected that there would be members of the Salvation Cult inside Jiangnan Beast Taming University. This Salvation Cult is indeed incredibly powerful and all-pervasive. Pity. Lu Xing has decided to stand on the opposite side of the Salvation Cult. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing quickly formed a hand seal. The two-headed hellhound was summoned. You? Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him, the man in the black hoodie felt a chill run down his spine. He had only been a member of the Salvation Cult for a little over a year. He's still just a nobody. So this man in the black hoodie can be considered to have never seen much of the world. I don't believe you would actually dare to kill me. The world of beast taming is a world where the strong prey on the weak. However, from a legal perspective, murder is still an illegal act. So this man in the black hoodie naively thought Lu Xing would respect the law. They dared not kill him. What's there to be afraid of? Hellhound, use flame slash. The two-headed hellhound suddenly swung out a claw. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot out. No. The man in the black hoodie looked shocked. He never expected Lu Xing to kill him. What was happening before his eyes was contrary to his plans. He originally intended to recruit Lu Xing into the government. Then he gained the favor of the higher-ups in the Salvation Cult. That way, he can rise rapidly in his career. Unexpectedly, he actually died here. Bump. The blazing slash struck the man in the black hoodie. The man in the black hoodie was instantly blown to pieces. Looking at the black ash flying everywhere, Lu Xing said coldly, "Please be a good person in your next life. Even if you're playing a bad guy, you should always keep your eyes open. Know who you can mess with and who you can't. Especially don't mess with me." The Salvation Cult. Lu Xing couldn't help but spit. That's utter bullshit. Chapter 77. The Monkey King appears in mockery. Lu Xing rode his two-headed hellhound through the rainforest. The two-headed hellhound is quite large. Even the most rugged road, Lu Xing could pass easily. Mocking the monkey. Mocking the monkey. Where exactly is this mocking monkey? After searching for more than an hour. At this point, Lu Xing was already in a terrible state. Snap. He reached out his hand. Swat the mosquito that was sucking blood on his arm. There are so many mosquitoes here. Lu Xing felt a little regretful. I should have bought some mosquito repellent and brought it in. At this moment, several red envelopes appeared in his hand. Damn it. I'm not going to die from the heat, but from being bitten to death by these mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the rainforest saw Lu Xing. They looked like starving ghosts. He pounced on Lu Xingfei like a madman. But these guys are small and thin. The quantity is also large. Even though Lu Xing had the hellhound use flame slash to attack, it was all in vain. We need to think of a way. What are mosquitoes afraid of? Fire. Lu Xing quickly began to think. Sudden. His eyes lit up. Alright, I also have this thing. Lu Xing spoke to the two-headed hellhound beside him. Hellhound, use fire armor. Hearing this, the two-headed hellhound was somewhat puzzled. But it did as instructed. With the use of the flame armor, the two-headed hellhound was instantly engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He swallowed hard. He tentatively reached out his hand towards the body of the two-headed hellhound. To Lu Xing's surprise, the fire from the two-headed hellhound had no effect on him. Could it be that the Cerberus's fire-devouring ability has affected my physique? Am I no longer afraid of fire? Lu Xing thought to himself. But his body was very honest and climbed onto the back of the two-headed hellhound. Snap! 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 As Lu Xing climbed onto the back of the two-headed hellhound, the mosquitoes even flew over as well. However, they are not Lu Xing. It can grant immunity to the fire armor of the Cerberus. The scorching flames cooked the mosquitoes instantly. The swarms of mosquitoes looked like a rainstorm. Burning. It fell towards the ground. Very good. Lu Xing wiped the sweat from his brow. This sweat was from exercise. He can finally be free from mosquito bites. As for the consumption of this flame armor is, after all, a skill. It will consume the spiritual energy within the Cerberus. At this point, Lu Xing couldn't care less about anything else. He took out a box of spirit replenishing pills from his system inventory. Each of these spirit replenishing pills is worth 100,000 yuan. Taking it allows the beast to quickly recover its spiritual energy. Lu Xing took out a spirit replenishing pill. He gave it to his two-headed hellhound. Roar. Just after the two-headed hellhound took the spirit replenishing pill, a roar caught Lu Xing's attention. Hellhound, in that direction. Let's go take a look. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. Head towards the direction of the roaring sound. Not long after, Lu Xing then saw the owner of the voice. That's a forest tiger. Forest tiger. Attribute, fighting. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 4. Qualification, C. Learn skills. Tear and claw, bite, tiger pounce, slam. A silver tier 4 forest tiger with C-grade aptitude. Upon seeing this large, entirely yellow tiger, Lu Xing, however, showed a hint of disdain on his face. This guy is really too weak. His two-headed hellhound made a casual move. It can instantly kill the forest tiger in front of you. But why is this guy so angry? Lu Xing was surprised to find that the forest tiger before them had bloodshot eyes. It was like it had gone mad. It kept using its sharp claws. It was attacking a tree in front of it that would take 3 people to encircle. With each swipe of the claw, they would scrape off a layer of bark from the big tree. Is there something in the tree? Lu Xing subconsciously looked up at the tree. After you see it, Lu Xing immediately understood why the forest tiger was so angry. A monkey was standing on the treetop. It's a mocking monkey. Lu Xing recognized the monkey. The mocking monkey kept making all sorts of faces at the forest tiger. They would also break off branches from the treetops from time to time. It was thrown at the forest tiger. The forest tiger is, after all, the king of the jungle. It has never suffered such treatment before. Unfortunately, this forest tiger did not learn how to climb trees. Even if the forest tiger learns to climb trees, it still couldn't catch the mocking monkey. After all, the mocking monkey is a magical beast that lives in trees year-round. Even if the forest tiger climbs this tree, the mocking monkey can also jump to another treetop, evading the forest tiger's attack. The farce involving the forest tiger and the mocking monkey continues. Lu Xing, however, couldn't stand it anymore. Come out, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing summoned the Thunder Eagle. Thunderhawk, use electric shock on that taunting monkey. Thunderbolt. A golden bolt of lightning shot towards the mocking monkey. Chirp, 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 chirp. The mocking monkey was struck by the lightning eagle's lightning strike. It let out a painful howl. Its body suddenly went limp. His body suddenly plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Upon seeing this, the forest tiger, it suddenly leaped high into the air. It caught the falling mocking monkey in its mouth in an instant. Forest tiger glanced at Lu Xing. He turned and left. Trying to leave? Lu Xing did not expect that. This forest tiger actually dared to steal his prey. Hellhound, follow them. That's all. The two sides began a jungle chase. The forest tiger ran ahead. The two-headed hellhound was chasing after them. During the pursuit, Lu Xing suddenly heard a burst of rapid sounds. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. It looks like something is rushing this way. Lu Xing immediately became alert. Hellhound, let's hide for a bit. Just as Lu Xing and the two-headed hellhound were about to dodge to the side, a large swarm of mocking monkeys came rushing in from afar. This group of mocking monkeys, led by a giant mocking monkey, they chased after the forest tiger. That's a mockery of the Monkey King. After meeting the mocking Monkey King, Lu Xing was not surprised but rather pleased. Because he knew, inside the body of a king-level magical beast, there must be a monster crystal core. Other levels of magical beasts. It all comes down to looks. Once all the mocking monkeys have crossed over. Hellhound, let's go. Tracked by the two-headed hellhound, Lu Xing finally encountered the mocking monkey troop in a canyon area. At this time, the forest tiger was cornered by the mocking monkey troop. It leans forward. It kept making warning sounds. They were trying to scare away the mocking monkeys in front of them using this method. But these mocking monkeys, upon seeing the dead mocking monkey, their eyes all turned blood red. Chapter 78, Killing the Taunting Monkey King. The forest tiger was filled with frustration. It somewhat regretted provoking the mocking monkey. The taunting monkey is a magical creature with a very strong sense of group consciousness. Anyone who attacks any member of their group, they will all suffer their collective retribution. At the same time, a sense of grievance flashed through Forest Tiger's mind. Because it wasn't the one that actually killed the taunting monkey. It was that guy Lu Xing. What a pity. There is no medicine for regret in this world. The best course of action now is, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Roar. The forest tiger let out a deafening roar. This is its dignity as the king of the jungle. The monkeys mocked them upon seeing this. They all instinctively took several steps back. However, there was one guy who didn't retreat but advanced instead. It is the Mocking Monkey King. The Mocking Monkey King emerged from the troop. They went straight up to the forest tiger. It extended its index finger and beckoned to the forest tiger. This action is very obvious. That means it wants to fight the forest tiger one-on-one. Roar. The forest tiger roared again. Its legs suddenly pushed off backward. Then it shot out. It pounced on the Mocking Monkey King. The forest tiger's speed is getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they were standing in front of the Mocking Monkey King. The mockery of the Monkey King seemed to have been planned in advance. It remained completely calm. The Mocking Monkey King took a step forward with his left foot. He suddenly swung his right hand backward. He then delivered a straight punch to the forest tiger that pounced on him. Bang! The mocking punch to the Monkey King was perfectly square. It hit the forest tiger squarely in the mouth. There was a click. The forest tiger's mouthful of teeth was actually shattered by the Mocking Monkey King. The forest tiger was sent flying backwards. They mocked the Monkey King but didn't let him off the hook. It followed closely behind. They went straight up to the forest tiger. His right foot suddenly rose high. Then it plummeted. Bang! The Monkey King mocked the forest tiger for squashing it with one kick. Things like tiger intestines from the forest. It gushed out of the mouth or the anus. It looks absolutely disgusting. This guy's got some skills. Lu Xing discovered that the Mocking Monkey King before him was quite powerful. It actually took down the forest tiger in just 2 moves. At this moment, a mocking look appeared in Lu Xing's eyes towards the Monkey King. Mocking the Monkey King. Attribute: fighting. Gender: male. Rank: silver tier 6. Qualification: A. Learned skills: explosive punch, low kick, cross slash, taunt. A silver rank 6, a level aptitude taunting Monkey King. No wonder it could easily slaughter the forest tiger. Just as Lu Xing was muttering to himself. Whoosh. A whooshing sound rang out. Lu Xing heard the sound. Instinctively, I dodged to the side. A figure landed where he had just been. Lu Xing looked toward the attacker. It turned out to be a mocking monkey. This guy must be the scout among the mocking monkeys, specially responsible for gathering intelligence and maintaining vigilance. The two-headed hellhound was astonished that the mocking monkey dared to ambush Lu Xing. It took a step forward. The two-headed hellhound opened its blood-red maw. It actually swallowed the mocking monkey in front of it whole in one gulp. Roar. A roar came from the side. It was a taunt directed at the Monkey King. It discovered Lu Xing. We also saw the scene where the two-headed hellhound swallowed the mocking monkey. The Mocking Monkey King was instantly enraged. It doesn't understand. Why are there so many clueless people here today? They actually dared to invade and mock the monkey troop. However, the Mocking Monkey King didn't think that far ahead. It only wants to do one thing right now. That means tearing Lu Xing and his group to shreds. Let Lu Xing and the others know. Some people are not people they can afford to offend. Whoosh. The Mocking Monkey King suddenly kicked his right foot backward. A small pit immediately appeared in the ground. The Mocking Monkey King, accompanied by the two-headed hellhound, pounced. Its right hand swung backward. Then he unleashed a powerful punch. Explosive fist. The Monkey King's punches were incredibly fast. It actually produced a sonic boom. Hellhound, use flame slash. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound swung its claws forward sharply. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot towards the Mocking Monkey King. The Monkey King was mocked upon seeing the rapidly approaching fiery slash. It panicked a little. It didn't expect that. The two-headed hellhound before us actually possessed such abilities. Pity. At this moment, it is in midair. There's no way to avoid it now. Bump. The blazing slash struck the Mocking Monkey King. It sent the Mocking Monkey King flying. The powerful impact sent the Mocking Monkey King flying 7 or 8 meters away, after crashing into and breaking several large trees. The mockery of the Monkey King finally stopped. It struggled. He crawled out from the tangled foliage. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The horrifying blood flowed from the wound of the Mocking Monkey King. The two-headed hellhound that devoured the earth's magma and heartfire. Its flame slash is even more powerful. This move left a deep wound on the Mocking Monkey King. The Mocking Monkey King was panting heavily. Its eyes were already bloodshot. The Monkey King was not expected to be mocked. The two-headed hellhound in front of me is incredibly strong. It hasn't encountered such a strong opponent in a long time. Looking at the calm-faced two-headed hellhound before him, the mockery of the Monkey King infuriated him. This guy is so arrogant. So what if he attacked me once? Is it really necessary to be so arrogant? This is a mockery of what the Monkey King was thinking. Roar. They mocked the Monkey King, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. After a roar, it launched another attack. You brute. Upon seeing the mocking Monkey King before him, Lu Xing couldn't help but utter those two words. They mocked the Monkey King for lacking ranged attack methods. It wants to defeat the two-headed Hellhound. This is the only way we can rely on. Hellhound, use Flame Slash again. The two-headed Hellhound swung its front paw forward again. A fiery blade shot out. This time, I wasn't as lucky as last time. The mockery of the Monkey King was clearly premeditated. Just as the flaming slash was about to hit it, the mocking Monkey King quickly sidestepped. They actually dodged the attack from the two-headed Hellhound. Bump. The blazing slash struck a large tree behind them. A huge explosion occurred immediately. The Monkey King mocked the other for dodging the fiery slash of the two-headed Hellhound. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at that moment, a chill ran down its spine from behind. The mocking Monkey King instinctively turned his head to look. Its pupils immediately contracted. The mocking Monkey King never expected this. The two-headed Hellhound actually circled around to its back. How did it do that? The thought flashed through the mind of the mocking Monkey King. Unfortunately, the two-headed Hellhound wouldn't explain it to it. The two-headed Hellhound revealed its sharp claws. The claws gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. It was obviously extremely sharp. It slashed fiercely at the mocking Monkey King. Bump. The Monkey King was mocked for being swatted away by the two-headed Hellhound with a single paw. It flew more than 10 meters away again. Chapter 79, Learn the Skill of Taunting. Hellhound, deliver the final blow. Use Flame Slash. Whoosh. Whoosh. This time, the two-headed Hellhound swung its two claws simultaneously. Two fiery slashes grazed the ground. They sped off toward the mocking Monkey King not far away. Boom. The mocking Monkey King, after being repeatedly attacked by the two-headed Hellhound, it was already covered in wounds. At this point, it had no power to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the Hellhound's fiery slash struck him. That powerful attack blasted the taunting Monkey King to pieces. Not good. Lu Xing instinctively ran towards the direction where the Monkey King was mocking him. After he saw a shiny magical beast core lying on the ground, Lu Xing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had assumed that the two-headed Hellhound would shatter the monster core that was mocking the Monkey King. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The monster core is fine. Lu Xing bent down and picked up the monster core that had been mocking the Monkey King. At the same time, I wiped off the dirt on the monster crystal core. Looking at the mocking Monkey King monster crystal core in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He achieved his goal for this trip. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction from which the sound came. He originally thought these mocking monkeys, after witnessing his king being killed, they will angrily pounce on you, attempting to kill himself, avenge their king. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing was overthinking it. These mocking monkeys, after witnessing the death of his king, they lost their will to fight. They scattered like birds and beasts. They all rushed towards the depths of the jungle. These guys are pretty smart. No wonder their species has survived to this day. Faced with an insurmountable enemy, choosing to force it would be a very foolish thing to do. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Lu Xing glanced around. After discovering that there were no remaining traces of the mocking monkey. Come out, Spirit Water Turtle. He summoned his Spirit Water Turtle. Here you go, Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing handed the magical beast core that had mocked the Monkey King to the Spirit Water Turtle. The Spirit Water Turtle had already consumed a monster crystal core once before. Therefore, it is quite familiar with this thing. It swallowed the monster crystal core in Lu Xing's hand in one gulp. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host Spirit Water Turtle has consumed the taunting monkey's magical beast core. Your water turtle will learn the following skills. Please select. Explosive Fist. Gather all the power in your body and pour it into your fist, then blast it fiercely at your opponent. Swing Kick. Raise your foot high and use the gravitational potential energy of your foot landing to attack your opponent. Crossblade. Cross your hands in front of your chest, then swing them out to slash your opponent. Taunt. Intentionally annoy your opponent, igniting their anger and prompting them to launch a furious attack. The duration of the taunt depends on the user's skill level. Choose the taunt skill. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your Spirit Water Turtle has learned the taunt skill. Upon hearing the system notification sound, Lu Xing felt a surge of joy. After his water turtle learned this skill, They can be considered to have begun to possess combat capabilities. Come on, spirit water turtle, let's test your strength. Lu Xing flipped onto the back of the hellhound. They set off into the depths of the forest with the spirit water turtle. They hadn't walked for long when Lu Xing spotted his prey. On a large rock not far away. A huge creature was lying on it, sleeping. That guy was completely black. It also makes a terrible snoring sound when it sleeps. It's a black bear. Black bear. Attribute. Normal. Gender male. Rank. Silver tier 4. Qualification D. Learn skills. Bear claw. Explosive punch. Slap. Powerful push. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. At this point, it is silver tier 2. Facing a silver tier 4 black bear. Although its strength is 2 levels weaker. However, the spirit water turtle has better aptitude than the black hair bear. The spirit water turtle's skills are also far superior to those of the black bear. Spirit water turtle, use furious bite on the black bear. Lu Xing ordered the spirit water turtle to attack the black bear. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle, it charged toward the black bear. Because of the enormous size of the spirit water turtle, this guy is a heavyweight. So with each step it takes, the ground would tremble. The black bear was still fast asleep. I sensed a sense of danger. It quickly opened its eyes. Then he discovered that the spirit water turtle was charging towards him. Roar. The black bear jumped to its feet. Its 3-meter-tall size was instantly revealed to Lu Xing. Bump. Bump. The black bear's eyes were bright red. It was filled with blood vessels. It was obviously caused by being suddenly awakened. The black bear felt a surge of annoyance. That's the legendary morning grumpiness. It pounced towards the spirit water turtle. Bump. The black bear and the spirit water turtle collided. Since the two magical beasts were evenly matched, therefore, neither the black bear nor the spirit water turtle could defeat the other. For a moment, they found themselves in a stalemate. Roar. The black bear roared again. It raised its right hand. It revealed its sharp claws. It slashed hard at the back of the spirit water turtle. Bear claws. Clang. The black bear's paw landed on the water turtle's shell. A burst of sparks flew. The shell of the water turtle is very hard. Even with the black bear's terrifying strength. With those sharp claws, it only left a few shallow white marks on the shell of the spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle, use rage bite. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle opened its blood-red maw. It took a bite out of the black bear. Oh whoa. The black bear let out a cry of pain. It was furious. The heavy bear paws kept slapping against the shell of the spirit water turtle. Slap. Bump. 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 Several attacks in succession. The water turtle sustained minor injuries. The black bear, however, was repelled by the sharp, spiky shell of the water turtle. It was seriously injured. The black bear suddenly panicked. It knew it was no match for the spirit water turtle before it. Not to mention, a two-headed hellhound was standing not far away. The moment the black bear saw the two-headed hellhound, that invisible pressure, so that it cannot muster the will to resist. Escape. Run. This is what the black bear is thinking right now. It began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, the water turtle's mouth was like a pair of pincers. It locked its thighs firmly. The black bear gritted its teeth. A resolute glint flashed in its eyes. It was as if a brave man had to cut off his own arm. Its sharp claws slashed towards its own thigh. The black bear wasn't going to lose a leg. Instead, it cuts off the flesh that the water turtle has bitten. That large chunk of flesh was cut off. The black bear then broke free from the water turtle's mouth. Escape. It turned to run away. Trying to leave? Lu Xing snorted coldly. Spirit water turtle, use taunt. Lu Xing taught the spirit water turtle the taunt skill. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Chapter 80 Yen Ryu is poisoned. The black bear had just run a few steps away. It suddenly felt a nameless rage rising within it. It instinctively looked behind it. As a result, they discovered a water turtle with glowing red eyes. I don't know why. The current black bear. The urge to escape vanished from its mind. Instead, they decided to give the spirit water turtle in front of them a good beating. Roar. The black bear roared. It turned and charged towards the spirit water turtle. Its right paw was raised high, using the momentum of running. The black bear went straight up to the spirit water turtle. It slammed down hard on the spirit water turtle. Bump. The black bear's heavy claws struck the spirit water turtle. Powerful impact. This caused the spirit water turtle to stumble back several steps. Roar. The black bear roared again. However, this was not the clarion call for its charge. Rather, it is the final lament of life. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle possesses the skill of having a spiked shell. the stronger the black bear's attack. The rebound damage will naturally be higher. The black bear, already on its last legs. After being bounced off the spiked shell, it fell down with a look of resentment on its face. Boom. A black bear that is 3 meters tall, like a big mountain. It collapsed with a crash. The ground trembled violently. Excellent, truly excellent. Lu Xing was very satisfied with the results of his spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle, this is to commend you for your excellent performance this time. I'll treat you to roasted bear meat. Not long after, Lu Xing and his 3 tamed beasts sat around a campfire. Black bear meat was roasting over the campfire. Raging fire. The black bear meat sizzled as it was roasted. Lu Xing's 3 tamed beasts, upon seeing this, they couldn't help but swallow hard. All right. Lu Xing stood up. He prepared to start feeding his tamed beasts. Not long after, each beast had a plate piled high with meat in front of it. They began to happily feast. Watching the 3 beasts happily eating, Lu Xing smiled happily. After a satisfying meal, Lu Xing then took the 3 tamed beasts back. Lu Xing exited the secret realm. He got into a taxi heading back to Jiangnan Yushu University. Along the way, Lu Xing looked out the glass window. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was thinking about the future path. Just as Lu Xing was pondering, his eyes suddenly lit up. How do we end up here? Lu Xing immediately shouted to the taxi driver. Driver, could you stop at that unfinished building ahead for me? Upon hearing this, the taxi driver frowned slightly. She glanced at Lu Xing subconsciously. He originally wanted to ask Lu Xing why he didn't go to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. But after seeing the badge on Lu Xing's chest, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Lu Xing wore a silver badge around his neck. That's the mark of a silver beastmaster. Although the taxi driver is an ordinary person, but after all, he had traveled all over the country. They've seen a bit of the world. Perhaps he had never seen a high-level badge before, but he could still recognize the silver badge. I never imagined that this young man would already be a silver beastmaster at such a young age. Truly, talented people emerge in every generation. That's good. The stronger they are, the safer we are. The taxi driver thought to himself. He drove his car to the unfinished building site. Lu Xing got off the car. He took out the money to give to the taxi driver. The taxi driver waved his hand. Fine, this time it's on me. Invite me. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment, then threw the money directly into the car. Because he knew, if he forces it on, the taxi driver might argue with him for a while. Lu Xing wouldn't argue with a taxi driver over such a small amount of money. He turned and left, watching Lu Xing's departing figure. Just as the taxi driver was about to say something, it turned out that Lu Xing had disappeared. Well, he sighed. It turned out that the taxi driver was preparing to give Lu Xing change. Lu Xing walked into the unfinished building. He went straight to Yan Riyu's doorstep. After opening the door, Lu Xing went inside. As soon as I entered the room, Lu Xing sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Lu Xing took a few steps forward. They found Yan Riyu lying on the sofa. At this moment, Yan Riyu's face turned pale. The ground was covered in her vomit. Vomit! Yan Riyu got up. He vomited again on the ground. Sister Riyu, what's wrong? Lu Xing quickly stepped forward and helped Yan Riyu up. I'm fine. Yan Riyu forced herself to speak. You said you were fine, but you're in this state. Lu Xing frowned. He possesses the system's eye. It turned out that Yan Riyu had been poisoned. It was still the venom of the red-banded snake. Sister Riyu, where did you go? Why were you poisoned by the red-banded snake? Lu Xing really couldn't understand it. But now is not the time to think about this. He picked up Yan Riyu and prepared to take her to the hospital for treatment. Lu Xing, no. Yan Riyu began to struggle. Sister Riyu, why? You are poisoned and need to go to the hospital for treatment immediately. No, we can't go to the hospital. Why not? Bump. Just as Lu Xing was wondering. A beautiful red figure. He kicked open Yan Riyu's door. She rushed in from outside, pulling a woman with her. Lu Xing turned his head to look. They discovered it was a fire phoenix and a pothose. Lu Xing, what are you doing here? And what are you trying to do, holding Yan Riyu? Before Lu Xing could speak, Green Ivy, however, started to tease. Oh my, isn't this the little brother? What's wrong? Oh, so you want to take advantage of Yan Riyu's weakness and do something naughty, right? I understand. It's all right. Don't worry, I'll keep watch for you outside. I guarantee no one will bother you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Green Ivy. Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix's face also turned ashen. Green Ivy, you rascal. It's one thing if they're completely out of control normally. What time is it now? How can you still be in the mood to joke around here? Okay, Okay, stop fooling around. Little brother, put her down quickly. Lu Xing placed Yanruyu back on the sofa. Green Ivy immediately stepped forward to examine Yanruyu. After a thorough examination, the Green Ivy, which had been all smiles, his brows furrowed. Green Ivy, what's wrong? Is there any hope for her? Have. But it's difficult. The red-banded snake's venom has already spread throughout her body. What should we do then? The only thing we can do now is to stabilize her injuries. Come out, Green Elf. The Green Ivy summoned the Green Sprite. Green Elf, use heal on her. Upon hearing this, the Green Elf's entire body glowed with green light. Then the green light shot towards Yanruyu. Chapter 81 News of the Antidote Fruit. After a series of treatments, the Green Elf's face turned deathly pale. He was clearly exhausted. It was teetering on the brink of collapse. The pothose immediately stretched out its hands and lifted it up. Oh, my little darling, you've worked hard. Green Ivy's face was full of heartache. After all, this Green Elf was her initial tamed beast. It was her lifeblood. Thank you, Green Ivy. Fire Phoenix patted Green Ivy on the shoulder with a heartfelt expression. Green Ivy gave a wry smile. Oh, Sister Phoenix, you're too kind. I've told you so many times. You saved my life. I'll do anything you ask. Even if you asked me to marry this brat right now, I wouldn't hesitate and would marry him immediately. Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix frowned. The atmosphere was originally quite emotional. As a result of the Pothos's antics, it vanished in an instant. By the way, Green Ivy, is she all right now? Fire Phoenix glanced at the sofa. Yanruyu fell into a coma. There's nothing wrong for now, but what? Why have you started stuttering lately? However, my Green Elf can only temporarily suppress the toxins in her body. The only way to completely cure the toxins in her body is to find the antidote fruit. Antidote fruit. Yes, and it has to be high-quality detoxifying fruit. The Fire Phoenix fell into deep thought. Okay, I'll go find it now. She glanced at Lu Xing, then gave him some instructions. Don't go running around these next couple of days. Stay here and help Green Ivy take care of Ryu. Good. Lu Xing nodded. Upon hearing Lu Xing's response, Fire Phoenix, he immediately walked towards the door. They really came and went in a hurry. That's Phoenix's personality. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. He looked toward the sofa. At this time, the Green Ivy revealed a charming smile. Little brother, do you want to play with your big sister? I'll show you something good. When he said this, Green Ivy instinctively reached out to pull at her collar. Don't. Lu Xing immediately waved his hand. Sister Green Ivy, please spare me. Lu Xing turned and walked towards the bathroom next to him. Not long after, Lu Xing came out with a mop. Upon seeing this, Green Ivy's eyes lit up. She naturally understood what Lu Xing wanted to do. Looking at Lu Xing cleaning up the filth on the ground, Green Ivy couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. Little brother, what your older sister and Sister Phoenix said just now really worked. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. A fairy, she really is a fairy. Damn it, if I could beat you. Otherwise, I would have pinned you to the ground and made you sing Conquer long ago. Lu Xing took another look at Green Ivy's strength. Diamond Tier 2. Very good. He seems to have found a new purpose in life. After cleaning up, Lu Xing mopped the floor until it was spotless. To prevent odor, Lu Xing also took out an air freshener and sprayed it. After everything was taken care of, Green Ivy came out of Yanruyu's room. Oh, worn out. The Green Ivy yawned and stretched at the same time. She glanced at Lu Xing and said to him, Little brother, what do you mean? How about sleeping with my sister tonight? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he immediately smiled and said to the Green Ivy, Sister Green Ivy, please stop teasing me. Oh, right, Sister Green Ivy, I just remembered I have some things to take care of at school. I'm leaving things here to you. Lu Xing dared not linger. They fled towards the door as if escaping. He left Yanruyu's house. Lu Xing glanced at the sky. I don't know when. Night fell. The sky is full of stars tonight. Is it already night? Lu Xing yawned. Let's go back to the school and take a look first. Lu Xing walked out of the unfinished building. They went straight to the main road. Then a taxi drove up in the opposite direction. Lu Xing glanced at it. They discovered that the taxi was empty. So he immediately reached out and waved. The taxi stopped. Lu Xing opened the passenger door. Then he sat down inside. He casually spoke to the taxi driver. Master, let's go to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The taxi driver also glanced at Lu Xing. He was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, Young man, I didn't expect to meet you again. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Xing turned his head to look at the taxi driver. It turned out he was the one from the daytime. Young man, we really are destined to meet. Yes. Lu Xing gave a wry smile. The taxi driver started the car. The vehicle slowly started moving. After the car had driven for a while, the taxi driver noticed a worried look on Lu Xing's face. Unable to resist, I asked Lu Xing, "Young man, it seems you've encountered some difficulties." "It's nothing, just a minor problem." "A minor issue? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you." "Help me?" Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not that I look down on you. You're just an ordinary person, and I'm telling you, I want to find the antidote fruit. Do you have some other way to get it for me?" "Antidote fruit." The taxi driver subconsciously repeated it. He seemed to be recalling this thing in his mind. The taxi driver smiled and said to Lu Xing, "There's probably nothing else I can help you with, but I have a way to solve this." "Real?" Lu Xing subconsciously sat up straight. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope in saving Yin Ruyu. "Do you have an antidote fruit on you? If so, please name your price. I'll buy it if the price is right." Upon hearing this, the taxi driver smiled wryly. "I don't have that kind of thing." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. I felt a sudden sense of disappointment. "You don't need to be so upset. Although I don't have it on hand, I have relevant information." "Real?" This time, Lu Xing was starting to have some doubts. "It's true. Just 2 days ago, I picked up 2 passengers. From them, I learned about the existence of the poisonous fruit." Upon hearing the taxi driver say this, Lu Xing nodded. "To talk about this world, who has the best information? Taxi drivers should be among the top few." They said they were going to the green forest to find the antidote fruit. It seems that one of their friends was bitten by a poisonous snake. Beast taming world. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants have all become sentient beings. Someone was bitten by a venomous snake. This is a very ordinary thing. A green forest. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. "I just don't know if the detoxifying fruit they're talking about is of high quality." After all, Sister Green Ivy specifically requested high-quality detoxifying fruit before. It has to be high quality. It seems we have no choice but to try anything, even if it's a dead end. Lu Xing said to the taxi driver, "Master, thank you this time. Please take me to the lush forest." Chapter 82 Hero Saves the Beauty? "It's nothing, just a small favor." The taxi driver smiled. He thought Lu Xing had good talent. They will definitely grow and mature in the future. In addition, Lu Xingren is quite good. Therefore, taxi drivers have selfish motives. He wanted to forge a good relationship with Lu Xing. In case we encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, he could ask Lu Xing for help. After all, with Lu Xing's talent, they will definitely become strong in the future. He's essentially making a risk-free, highly profitable investment. The taxi driver changed direction. He drove Lu Xing to the entrance of the Green Forest secret realm. Lu Xing got off the car. He paid the fare. At the same time, he spoke to the taxi driver. "Master, thank you so much this time. If you ever need my help in the future, come to me if you want, as long as it's within my power. I will help you with all my heart." "Good." The taxi driver drove away. His face was full of a satisfied smile. After all, he had received Lu Xing's promise. This era, a strong man's promise. But it is something of immense value. Lu Xing didn't think that much about it. He stepped into the hidden realm of the lush forest. Inside a lush, green forest, Lu Xing rode on the back of the 2-headed hellhound. They began their search within the lush forest. The green forest is very large. The place was filled with towering trees. These large trees are lush and leafy. In addition, it is nighttime now. This makes the forest look very gloomy and terrifying. Call. A cold wind blew by. Lu Xing subconsciously tightened his clothes. Although he is no longer afraid of the heat. But this cold, Lu Xing still couldn't resist. Lu Xing rode the 2-headed hellhound. We moved slowly through the lush forest. As we walked, he muttered to himself. We were too hasty this time. Although he knew there were antidote fruits in the green forest. But the green forest is so big. He wanted to find. It's still like finding a needle in a haystack. If only we had a beast that could find treasures. Thinking of this, Lu Xing pondered. Should I find a beast that can find treasures for my next tamed beast? He was thinking this in his mind. But then I heard a cry for help. Help me. Please, please, please don't do this. How, please don't do this, wah. Listen to the cries from inside the jungle. Lu Xing frowned slightly. Let's go, hellhound. Let's go take a look. Lu Xing rode the 2-headed hellhound. They soon arrived at the outside of a campsite. He glanced around the camp. There were 3 people in the camp at this time. A guy sat by the campfire. His face was covered in acne. He was holding a large skewer of grilled meat and kept munching on it. How? Hurry up, you rascal. Once you're done, it'll be my turn. The man with acne urged anxiously. Don't worry. I'll be quick. When he said this, the guy named How didn't feel a shred of shame. You will all die a horrible death. The woman knew she couldn't escape. She had no choice but to start hurling insults. May they die a horrible death. We'd like to know how we all met such a terrible end. Aha lay down for a moment. They were preparing to commit wicked acts. It looked like he was about to succeed. Hellhound, use flame slash. Lu Xing ordered the Hellhound to launch an attack. The Hellhound slashed forward with its sharp claws. A sharp, fiery blade flew towards the man with acne. Bang! The guy with acne never expected someone to attack him. He was hit by the two-headed Hellhound. The powerful flame slash blasted him to pieces. What? The explosion outside caught Ahao's attention inside the tent. He pulled up his pants and ran out. As a result, he bumped head-on into Lu Xing, who was riding a two-headed Hellhound. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out. The Hellhound's sharp claws slashed across. Hiss! A fountain gushed out from Ahao's neck. The two-headed Hellhound slashed Ahao's neck. Ahao's eyes widened. He collapsed, looking utterly defeated. Lu Xing flipped over and got off the back of the two-headed Hellhound. He lifted the tent flap and went inside. Then they found a fist coming at them. Lu Xing quickly parried. He then took a step forward. He subdued the guy who attacked him. Don't shout. I'm not interested in your body. I've already dealt with those two guys who wanted to bully you. Now, just answer a few questions honestly. I'll let you go. Did you understand? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately began to shake her head vigorously, as if pounding garlic. They quickly started clicking. Then I'll let you go now. Remember, do not try to resist. Otherwise, those two guys outside will be your role models. Upon hearing this, the woman instinctively shuddered. The palpable killing intent emanating from Lu Xing. This prevented her from having the will to resist. What are you doing here? We came here looking for something. What is that? Detoxifying fruit. Antidote fruit. Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. He never expected to run into the group of people the taxi driver had mentioned. What do you need the antidote fruit for? We've accepted a mission with a reward of antidote fruit. The bounty for that mission is as high as 500,000. We happened to find an antidote fruit here while we were doing a mission. But there was a terrifying green-scaled python protecting the antidote fruit. Green-scaled python. Lu Xing quickly recalled the information about this thing in his mind. Yes, it's the green-scale python. Moreover, that green-scaled python was too powerful. Just seeing it from afar made my legs almost go weak with fear. Then why are you still coming? Lu Xing was speechless. The bounty is just too tempting. The woman couldn't help but mutter to herself. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he naturally understood. After all, this world. Not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. In addition, being a beast tamer is an extremely expensive profession. To cultivate powerful beasts, that would consume a massive amount of resources. Ultimately, these guys are so adventurous. It's all because of poverty that these diseases are caused. By the way, since you said you're here to get the antidote fruit, have you figured out how to deal with that green-scaled python? Upon hearing this, the woman shook her head. Not yet. They just said they wanted to come and take a look first. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. Shall we take a look first? These guys are really risking their lives for money. Okay, stop crying. Lu Xing took a pack of tissues out of his pocket and handed it to the woman. Take me to the place where the antidote fruit is tomorrow. Then you can leave. Chapter 83 The Pursuit of the Green-Scaled Python. The woman responded in a barely audible voice. Then you can rest here. I'm going out. Lu Xing turned and left the tent. He wasn't familiar with this woman. Therefore, he naturally dared not stay near the woman. Lu Xing stepped out of the tent. He went straight to the campfire and sat down. He relied on the two-headed Hellhound. Used the two-headed Hellhound as a backrest. Close your eyes. I started to sleep. Inside the tent, the woman gently lifted the tent flap. She looked out of the tent. So handsome. By the light of the campfire, the woman saw Lu Xing's handsome face. She pursed her lips, preparing to escape. But instead, their gazes fell upon Lu Xing's two-headed Hellhound. The two-headed Hellhound's red eyes looked extremely creepy. Moreover, there was a threatening glint in his eyes at that moment. It seems that as long as she wants to escape, the two-headed Hellhound will then kill her. The woman immediately shrank back. The curtain was lowered. She's not stupid. She knew she was no match for Lu Xing right now. Running away now would be a foolish thing to do. I hope he will really let me go tomorrow. The woman muttered something under her breath. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The sun rose above the horizon. The surrounding fog began to gradually dissipate. Lu Xing and the woman were standing on a high slope. The two looked down the hillside. Do you see that red fruit? That must be the antidote fruit. But that. The woman seemed to have seen something terrifying. I instinctively shuddered. Is that the antidote fruit? Lu Xing activated the system eye. Looked toward the antidote fruit. After seeing the information about the antidote fruit, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. He never expected that. Not only did he find the antidote to the poisonous fruit, moreover, it's a high-quality detoxifying fruit. In other words, Yin Ryu's poison can be cured. However, beneath the fruit tree where the detoxifying fruit grows, a huge python was coiled up. That python was entirely green. The body is as thick as an adult's body. He is currently resting with his eyes closed. That must be the green-scale python. Green-scaled python. Attribute: poison. Gender: female. Rank: Gold Tier 1. Qualification: B. Learn skills: Poison Bite, Snake Tail, Entangling Strike, Poison Mist. Hiss. After seeing the attributes of this green-scaled python, Lu Xing couldn't help but gasp. Horrible. That's terrifying. This is a gold-grade green-scaled python. This is beyond Lu Xing's current capabilities. After witnessing the power of the green-scaled python before him, Lu Xing felt a headache coming on. The images of the two men he had killed the previous night flashed through his mind. And there was the woman who had just left. They've got some nerve. They actually wanted to provoke someone like that. Lu Xing felt that he was now in a difficult situation. Yin Ryu was poisoned. At this time, her life was hanging by a thread. This is precisely the time when we need the antidote fruit. It will take a little longer. She is in greater danger. Although the Fire Phoenix went to find the antidote fruit, but whether or not they can be found is still uncertain. Damn it, I'll risk it. Suddenly, Lu Xing's mind flashed back to Yin Ryu's pained expression. He felt a pang of heartache. After all, Yin Ryu treated him very well. He was even thinking of taking Yin Ryu as his concubine in the future. Come out, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing summoned the Thunder Eagle. At this moment, Thunder Eagle and Lu Xing were already of one mind. Originally, after it came out, they would all let out a hiss to demonstrate one's strength. But today, Thunder Eagle wisely kept its mouth shut. Lu Xing glanced at his Thunder Eagle. His Thunder Eagle is at the Silver Tier 3 level, facing a Gold Tier 1 green-scaled python. Naturally, it was no match for it. However, the Thunder Eagle has an advantage that the green-scale python does not. That means the Thunder Eagle can fly. Thunder Eagle. Just as Lu Xing was about to send Thunder Eagle to pick the antidote fruit, a huge bird-like magical beast flew over from not far away. The bird-like magical beast seemed to have spotted the antidote fruit not far away. Its eyes were completely drawn to the detoxifying fruit. It flew towards the antidote fruit. This guy really isn't afraid of death. Lu Xing recognized the bird-like magical beast. It is a silver rank 8 long-beaked sparrow. Gah! Of all times, bad luck struck. It's one thing for this long-beaked sparrow to go and pick the antidote fruit. When approaching the detoxifying fruit, it actually let out an excited shout. It was this shout that the green-scaled python, which had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Whoosh! The green-scaled python straightened its body immediately. It stood up from the ground. It opened its blood-red maw. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs. It lunged at the long-beaked bird. The poor long-beaked sparrow never imagined that such a magical beast lurked beneath the tree that bore the antidote fruit. The green-scaled python is entirely green. That's the best camouflage. If Lu Xing hadn't known beforehand, perhaps he couldn't even realize that a green-scaled python was lying there. The green-scaled python swallowed the long-beaked bird whole. After swallowing the long-billed sparrow, the green-scaled python subconsciously glanced around. It flicked its red forked tongue. After finding no one around, it went back to sleep. Damn it! Lu Xing knew. After this incident, the green-scaled python must have been prepared. What should we do? If forced, the beast in Lu Xing's hand. They were no match for the green-scaled python. It seems that we have no other choice but to use that method. Lu Xing summoned the Hellhound and the Thunder Eagle. They began to discuss it. Soon, Lu Xing then began his operation. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. The Hellhound slashed forward with its sharp claws. Suddenly, a sharp fireblade shot towards the green-scaled python. Bang! The fiery slash struck the green-scaled python. The green-scaled python's scales were blasted black. Roar! The green-scaled python roared in pain. It stood up. He glared angrily at the guy who had ambushed him. As a result, we saw Hellhound and Lu Xing. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing rode the two-headed Hellhound. They started running quickly towards the distance. Walk. The green-scaled python was, after all, the overlord of this area. Lu Xing wanted to leave. How could it possibly let Lu Xing escape? Show off and run away. That's impossible. Roar. The green-scaled python roared once more. It twisted its massive body. They chased after Lu Xing. Very good. Seeing this, Lu Xing. Not only are they not afraid. Instead, I felt a surge of joy. He was initially worried that the green-scaled python wouldn't fall for the trick. I didn't expect this guy to take the bait. Lu Xing rode ahead on his two-headed hellhound. The green-scaled python was chasing after them. The two sides began a chase. The two-headed hellhound, with its agile body. A rapid leap. The green-scaled python, however, is extremely violent. Upon seeing those obstacles, it didn't even try to avoid it. Instead, it crashed directly into it. Those big trees or rocks. Everything was smashed to pieces by the green-scaled python. Chapter 80 for the Phoenix's Wrath. In this way, the green-scaled python successfully caught up with Lu Xing. They cornered Lu Xing at a cliff edge. The cliff is very high. Looking down towards the foot of the mountain, there's no bottom in sight. It seems that as long as you fall, it would be like being shattered to pieces. Looking at Lu Xing in front of him, a sinister smile appeared on the green-scaled python's face. It wants Lu Xing to pay with his life. Make him understand. There are some people he can't afford to mess with. Chirp. A bird's chirp rang out. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he was immediately overjoyed. He actually stood up. He jumped towards the cliff. At the same time, the two-headed hellhound was put away. The green-scaled python had never seen anything like this before. It was taken aback at first. He then ran towards the direction where Lu Xing had jumped off the cliff. It wanted to see if Lu Xing had really fallen. Thunder Hawk, use lightning. I don't know when. Lu Xing appeared on the back of the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's entire body crackled with electricity. Then a bolt of lightning struck the rocks not far away. Bang! That stone was actually shattered. The green-scaled python on the cliff edge suddenly sensed something was wrong. But it was all too late. It is too heavy. That already somewhat fragile cliff edge. The collapse occurred due to the attack by the Thunder Eagle. The green-scaled python's body fell off the cliff. As it flew past Lu Xing, it opened its blood-red maw, trying to bite Lu Xing. But Lu Xing was too far away from it. The green-scaled python's efforts were all in vain. Bang! A loud thud echoed throughout the canyon. Thunder Eagle, let's go down and take a look. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle. We arrived at the bottom of the cliff. He saw the green-scaled python. At this point, the green-scaled python had been smashed into a puddle of mud. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He gave a cold laugh. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned the two-headed hellhound again. Hellhound, go check if that guy has any monster cores. This green-scaled python is at least a gold-level magical beast. The overlord of this region. It's perfectly normal to have monster cores. Not long after, the two-headed hellhound carried the green-scale python's magical beast core to Lu Xing. Lu Xing put away the green-scale python's magic beast core. At the same time, he took out something else. That is the detoxifying fruit. Lu Xing had only intended to use a feint attack. He attracted the green-scaled python. Then let the Thunder Eagle pick the antidote fruit. I initially thought the green-scaled python had chased me for a while, because of concerns about the detoxifying fruit. But they turned back halfway. When it returns, the antidote fruit had already been picked by the Thunder Eagle. But Lu Xing had planned everything meticulously. He hadn't expected the green-scaled python to be so straightforward. It can be described as a fight to the death. It actually chased after Lu Xing relentlessly. They chased Lu Xing to the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, Thunder Hawk returned in time. Otherwise, Lu Xing would be in danger. Looking at the Thunder Eagle beside him, Lu Xing reached out and touched its feathers. Thunder Eagle, thank you so much this time. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Eagle narrowed its eyes. Lower your head. He rubbed his head against Lu Xing's. This is how she shows her affection for Lu Xing. Looking at the docile Thunderhawk before him, Lu Xing felt that he was particularly wise. They knew they needed to tame a flying beast. If he hadn't subdued the Thunder Eagle, perhaps he's already dead. Thunder Eagle, let's go. Lu Xing flipped onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. At the same time, the two-headed hellhound was retrieved. He rode a Thunder Eagle. They quickly arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Lu Xing exited the secret realm. Lu Xing had just stepped out of the secret realm. That's how I ran into that taxi driver. The taxi driver had just brought 2 passengers to the outside of the secret place. Lu Xing met the taxi driver. He waved to the taxi driver. On the way back, the taxi driver smiled and said to Lu Xing, "Young man, you should have found what you were looking for by now." Lu Xing nodded. "Congratulations." "Uh-huh." Lu Xing looked at the taxi driver. He smiled and said to the taxi driver, "Master, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found the antidote fruit so quickly." The taxi driver waved his hand. "It was just a small favor. There's no need for thanks." Lu Xing took a taxi. They arrived at Yin Ruyu's home. He had originally planned to ride the Thunder Eagle back, but that would be too high profile. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Lu Xing understood this principle, so he chose to take a taxi back. After Lu Xing paid the fare, then they arrived at Yin Ruyu's house. Just as I walked in the door, Lu Xing then saw the fire phoenix. At this moment, the fire phoenix's face was ashen. The green ivy standing to the side also looked particularly unpleasant. Damn it, that Gengjiang guy is really vicious. They actually bought up all the detoxifying fruits in Jiangnan City. Fire Phoenix spoke indignantly. "Yes, I didn't expect that either. That guy Gengjiang actually went to such extremes." "But Ryu." Phoenix's face was full of worry. She was at a loss. Gengjiang, the mortal enemy of the Fire Phoenix. Previously, the Fire Phoenix went to explore a new secret realm. As a result, I ran into Gengjiang inside. Gengjiang had a large and powerful force. It seemed that the Fire Phoenix was about to be outnumbered. Just then, Yin Ryu appeared just in time. They rescued the Fire Phoenix. However, before Yin Ryu left, he was ambushed by Gengjiang. That's when they got poisoned. Gengjiang, relying on her power, he actually bought up all the detoxifying fruits in Jiangnan City ahead of time. Phoenix Fire is unavailable for purchase. Damn it, what if something really happens to Ryu? I will definitely skin Gengjiang alive and tear her apart. A ruthless glint flashed in the Fire Phoenix's eyes. At this time, she noticed Lu Xing, who had just arrived. Phoenix is in a bad mood. She couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. "I'm not telling you not to run around, but to stay here and help take care of Yin Ryu. How can you be so insensible?" When he said this, the Fire Phoenix carried a hint of resentment. Lu Xing knew that Fire Phoenix was anxious. Regarding what she said, Lu Xing wasn't angry. He took the red antidote fruit out of his pocket. He spoke to the green ivy. "Sister Green Ivy, take a look. Can this be used to detoxify Yin Ryu?" The green ivy was frowning. She looked at Lu Xing's hand. They happened to see the antidote fruit in Lu Xing's hand. "It's an antidote fruit, and it's high quality." Green Ivy was immediately delighted. She took 3 steps at a time. She couldn't wait to get to Lu Xing's side. He took the antidote fruit from her. Thud. Green Ivy quickly kissed Lu Xing on the cheek. "Little brother, this is a reward for you." After saying that, she quickly walked towards Yin Ryu's room. We are preparing to treat Yin Ryu. Chapter 85, Choosing a Tame Beast for Roaming. Lu Xing suddenly pulled out an antidote fruit. This left the Fire Phoenix somewhat bewildered. She initially thought Lu Xing was just being immature, running around everywhere. She never expected this. Lu Xing actually went to find the antidote fruit. "No, I'm sorry. Lu Xing, I misunderstood you." Fire Phoenix immediately apologized to Lu Xing. "It's all right, Sister Phoenix. I know you're anxious. As long as we can cure Sister Ryu, that's all that matters." Uh-huh. The Phoenix's eyes had turned red without her noticing. Tears welled up in the Phoenix's eyes. "Okay, stop crying." Lu Xing took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Fire Phoenix. Regarding Lu Xing's actions, the Fire Phoenix felt a warmth in its heart. This was the first time in her life she had felt this way. Lu Xing's image in Fire Phoenix's mind instantly became magnificent. What Lu Xing didn't know was that his image in Fire Phoenix's heart is quietly changing. After being treated by the pot hose, Yin Ryu's poison has finally been cured. She regained her energy. "Lu Xing, thank you so much this time. Sister, I owe you my life." Yin Ryu's lips were a little pale. Clearly, this time it was poisoning. It caused considerable harm to her body. To recover, it needs to be taken care of slowly. Green Ivy told Yin Ryu everything Lu Xing had done. After staying at Yin Ryu's house for a while, Lu Xing then took his leave. There's nothing he can do here. The rest can be left to the pot hose. As for him, of course, I should go back and enjoy university life. Lu Xing returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He strolled around the campus. Just as he was about to return to his dormitory, Lu Xing, a familiar voice came from over. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It was discovered that it was Wu Yong. "Teacher Wu Yong, it's been a long time." These days, Wu Yong and Principal Lu Gingxing were busy dealing with matters related to the Salvation Church. Therefore, They had no time to attend to Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing looked at Wu Yong, who looked exhausted, unable to resist asking, "Teacher, are you done with your work?" Wu Yong naturally knew that Lu Xing was implying something. "That's about it. We caught a few big fish, but unfortunately a few of them got away." Lu Xing nodded. Wu Yong couldn't help but give Lu Xing some instructions. One person escaped. "Who?" "Han Mingming." When he said this, Wu Yong's expression was quite serious. "Han Mingming. Yes, he has a grudge against you. So if you don't have anything to do these days, it's best not to leave the school." "Good. I understand, Teacher Wu Yong." Lu Xing nodded. "By the way, Mr. Wu Yong, you look so tired. You should go and rest quickly." Wu Yong nodded. "Shall I go now?" "Good." Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Wu Yong's face was full of satisfaction. These are the students he recruited. Not only is he talented, moreover, they value relationships and loyalty. He is far superior to others. Lu Xing returned to his dormitory. As a result, I met Lu Xiaoming and Ruming. Both women looked at him with resentful eyes. What's wrong with you all?" Lu Xing felt embarrassed. "What else is wrong? You always do this." They've been gone for days without a word. If you weren't still here, we would have suspected that something had happened to you. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Lu Xing scratched his head. "Next time, I'll definitely tell you next time." Lu Xing glanced at Lu Xiaoming and Ruming. He couldn't help but ask, "You came to me not just for this matter, right?" Upon hearing this, Ruming, who was standing to the side, suddenly blushed. "Actually, I have something to do. Is there something you need?" Lu Xing frowned slightly. Ruming never asks anyone for help. Her sudden remark. This forced Lu Xing to take it seriously. "Yes, that's how it is. I've not just broken through to the silver level. So I want to contract a third beast. I just don't know which beast I should contract with, so I came to ask you." "Don't worry, I won't let you help me for nothing." As Ruming spoke, she took a white stone out of her pocket. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. That's a sacred crystal." Looking at the transparent, hexagonal pyramid-shaped sacred crystal before him, Lu Xing was surprised. This thing is an item that can evolve a 6-winged angel into an 8-winged angel. However, the prerequisite is that the 6-winged angel must reach the diamond rank. Lu Xing doesn't need this for the time being. But that doesn't mean we won't need it in the future. Lu Xing was also very curious. Such a precious prop. How did Ruming come to be? But he didn't want to delve too deeply into it. After all, everyone has their own circumstances. "Okay, I'll help you with this. He who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. He who takes another's money is obligated to do his bidding. If you take something from someone, you should do your best to fulfill their obligations." After Lu Xing accepted the sacred crystal, he asked Ruming, "Now that you've broken through to the silver level, then can you tell me what your 2 tamed beasts were?" To be honest, he has known Ruming for so long. They still don't know what Ruming's tamed beast is. "Can." Ruming nodded. "Come out, my companions." Ruming began to form a hand seal. 2 magic arrays appeared quickly. 2 beasts appeared in front of Lu Xing. One of them is a cat with sharp claws. This cat is entirely black. His eyes glowed green. If this were Lu Xing's previous life, this kind of cat will definitely be labeled as an ominous sign. Clawed cat. Attribute, evil. Gender, female. Rank, silver tier 1. Qualification A. Learn skills, tear claw, sharp fangs, thrust. At the other end is a little peach blossom. Little peach blossom. Attribute, fairy. Gender, female. Rank, bronze tier 9. Qualification A. Learn skills, petal dance, fairy power. It's actually a fairy. After Lu Xing saw the attributes of this little peach blossom, his eyes lit up immediately. Fairy-type beast tamers are extremely rare. I have no idea how Ruming was caught. It seems she's a person with great fortune. Lu Xing had learned about Ruming's family background. She came from an ordinary middle-class family. Unlike Su Pang or Lu Xiaoming, born into a prominent family, it has a powerful background. Both of your tamed beasts are ground-based, so I suggest you catch a flying beast for your 3rd tamed beast. After what happened before, Lu Xing increasingly felt that capturing a flying magical beast to tame is an incredibly wise move. He possesses the Thunder Eagle. It can be described as having the ability to both attack and defend. The Lightning Eagle helped him escape dangers several times. Flying beast taming. Ruming's eyes suddenly lit up. She had seen Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle before. The majestic and imposing figure of the Thunder Eagle suddenly appeared in her mind. Ruming's eyes were full of little stars. She also hoped that she could capture a flying magical beast to be her tamed beast. Okay, since it's already decided. Then let's sit down and have a proper discussion. Lu Xing and the others sat down. They began to discuss it. Looking at the Warcraft encyclopedia in Lu Xing's hand, Lu Xiaoming frowned slightly. A look of disgust appeared on his face. Lu Xing, this book is in such a state. Why didn't you just buy a new one? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing subconsciously glanced at Fatty Sue. After all, this guy is the one who made the book like this. Fatty Sue scratched his head sheepishly. His face turned red for the first time ever. Chapter 86 Searching for the Wind-Breaking Eagle. Ru Meng, however, did not see the expressions on their faces. She pursed her lips at that moment. He was intently looking at the Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts in Lu Xing's hand. Ru Meng stared at a certain page for a long time. But she sighed. Then he turned to Lu Xing and said, I want this little lark. Little lark? Lu Xing frowned. He never expected that Ru Meng would choose such a magical beast as her tamed beast. No. Lu Xing immediately refused Ru Meng's request. Why? The little lark is terrible. There is absolutely no need to cultivate them. If we don't choose the little lark, what should we choose? This one. Lu Xing turned to a page in the book. On the page was a picture of a magnificent magical beast. It's the windbreaker eagle. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Then she shouted at Lu Xing. Lu Xing, are you crazy? This windbreaking eagle has amazing potential. Even if they are weak, they will still have the strength of a gold-level expert after they reach adulthood. It's not something you or I can even covet. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoming's words, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak up. How will you know if you don't try? And who said I was going to capture an adult windbreaker eagle? You mean you want to capture the young of the windbreaker eagle? Lu Xing nodded. As mentioned before, beastmasters contract beasts to tame them. The strength of a beast tamer cannot exceed that of the beast tamer. Otherwise, it will cause a backlash from the contract. The backlash from a beast taming contract is an extremely dangerous thing. At best, they will faint. In severe cases, it could turn someone into an idiot. It could even endanger lives. Upon hearing that Lu Xing wanted to capture the young of the wind-breaking eagle, Ru Meng, standing to the side, couldn't help but worry. Lu Xing, how about we forget about it? I think little lark is just fine. Lu Xing grabbed Ru Meng's hand. Oh, like a dream. Don't worry, I'm not that careless. Lu Xing knew that Ru Meng was sensible. I don't like to bother others. Even if she had just tried to break through the wind eagle. However, it was not shown. Instead, they settled for second best. They chose the more reliable little lark. All right, let's get ready tonight. We'll set off tomorrow to find the windbreaker eagle. Oh, the few of us. Su Pang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. How? Aren't you happy about it? No. Su Pang immediately spoke up. Of course I want to go. That's fine then. I don't know why. Lu Xing felt that sense of crisis growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he hopes that his friends can grow up quickly. He didn't expect them to be able to help him. I just hope that by then, they are able to take care of themselves. Just make sure you can protect yourself. Now that the deal is done, Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming then left. On the road, Ru Meng couldn't help but speak to Lu Xiaoming. Sister Xiaoming, how did you know Lu Xing would accept that crystal? I don't know. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. When I saw that crystal, I always felt that there was a strange energy inside it. Ru Meng nodded. She found this crystal on the hill behind her house. At that time, I simply thought it looked good. Therefore, Ru Meng always cherished it. This time, in order to ask Lu Xing to help her capture and tame beasts, at Lu Xiaoming's urging, she gave the crystal as a thank you gift. I never expected Lu Xing to like it so much. The next day, Lu Xing and his 3 companions set off with large and small bags. At the moment of departure, they called 2 cars. Lu Xing, Lu Xiaoming, and Ru Meng. Su Pang was riding alone. There was no way. That chubby Su won't listen to advice. Why do you have to carry so much food? The group entered the secret realm of Hurricane Canyon. Enter from the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. Before us lies a canyon. The mountain peaks on both sides soared into the clouds. Several flying magical beasts occasionally flew overhead. Is this Hurricane Canyon? It looks so beautiful. Ru Meng couldn't help but speak up. She closed her eyes. They were deeply engrossed in the moment. Lu Xiaoming, standing to the side, also looked around curiously. Come forth, Thunderhawk, Hellhound. Lu Xing summoned the 2 beasts. Thunderhawks are used for reconnaissance. The 2-headed hellhounds were used to protect them. Lu Xiaoming and the others saw Lu Xing release his tamed beast. They also summoned their own beasts. Standing next to Fatty Sue were Wild Gorilla and Little Stomach King. Beside Lu Xiaoming were colorful butterflies and thunder horses. Thunder Horse. This was Lu Xing's second tamed beast, the first time he had ever seen Lu Xiaoming. Thunder Horse. Attribute, electric. Gender, female. Rank, bronze tier 8. Qualification S. Skills learned, electric shock, energy storage, lightning charge. Just who exactly is Lu Xiaoming? Lu Xing became increasingly curious about Lu Xiaoming's background. Lu Xiaoming just didn't mention it. Lu Xing was too embarrassed to ask. I never expected that her second contracted beast would be an S-rank beast. This S-rank beast taming beast is not something you can just find anywhere else. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lu Xing and his companions all possess S-rank beast taming abilities. But they are people with great fortune. Others are not like that. Alright, let's go. Lu Xing flipped himself onto the back of the two-headed hellhound. Lu Xiaoming rode the Thunder Horse. Fatty Sue managed to ride the Little Stomach King. Su Pang's legs were draped over the shoulders of the Little Stomach King. It looks a bit out of place. Lu Xing and the other two all had riding beasts. Only Ru Meng was left behind. Ru Meng's face turned bright red. She stood there, looking embarrassed. He seemed a little at a loss. Bring it on. Lu Xing reached out his hand to Ru Meng. It was as if I had seen a savior in my dream. She placed her little hand in Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing pulled hard. He pulled Ru Meng onto the back of the hellhound. The group set off into the distance. The Windbreaker Eagle is a wind attribute magical beast. They prefer to build their nests on cliffs. This allows them to hunt when they are out hunting, protect their young from other magical beasts. But this also gave Lu Xing the opportunity to find them. If the Windbreaker Eagle builds its nest deep in the mountains and forests, Lu Xing may need to put in some effort. But now, he just needs to wait for news from Thunderhawk. The Thunder Eagle flapped its wings. It rapidly spirals between the cliffs. Its sharp eyes kept scanning the cliff face. They searched for the trail of the Windbreaker Eagle. Finally, heaven rewards those who persevere. The Thunderhawk found a nest. It was immediately overjoyed. Go back immediately and report the news to Lu Xing. Not long after, Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle to the outside of the nest. At that moment, the parents of the Windbreaker Eagle were not at home. Lu Xing looked toward the nest. There were 3 fledgling Windbreaker Eagles, their feathers just fully grown, calling out incessantly. Damn, what a wasted trip. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. It allows you to see the attributes of a monster. He took in the attributes of the 3 Windbreaker Eagle cubs before him. They're all B-level qualifications. Not even an A grade. It seems that the parents of this pair of Windbreaker Eagles aren't very talented either. Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. As the saying goes, like begets like. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice beget mice that know how to dig holes. A child's aptitude is most likely influenced by their parents. Chirp. A neighing sound came from afar. Lu Xing knew that Broken Wind Eagle's parents had returned. He immediately said to the Thunder Eagle, Thunder Eagle, let's go. Lu Xing rode away on his Thunder Eagle. Chapter 87, Capturing the Young Windbreaker Eagle. Over the next few days, Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle, weaving through the cliffs and precipices, searching for high-quality windbreakers. But things didn't go as planned. He put in so much effort. At most, we can only find one with an A-level qualification. There isn't even one with S-grade aptitude. What's going on? Where did the S-rank Windbreaker Eagle go? Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Chirp. A bird's song echoed throughout the canyon. Lu Xing looked up and saw. A huge wind-breaking eagle was flying not far away. The eagle that cut through the wind had a black boar in its beak. They had clearly just returned from hunting. After seeing this wind-breaking eagle, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Windbreaker Eagle. Attribute, wind. Gender, female. Rank, gold tier 3. Qualification S. Learned skills, windblade, tailwind, wind tornado. After seeing the attributes of this Windbreaker Eagle, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This guy is an S-rank Windbreaker Eagle. In other words, it has the potential to produce S-rank Windbreaker Eagle cubs. Thunderhawk, let's follow them. Lu Xing rode on the back of the Thunder Eagle, quietly following behind the Windbreaker Eagle. The two were one in front of the other. Soon they arrived at a cliff. The eagle flew straight into a cave on the cliff face. Lu Xing rode his Thunder Eagle and landed on the platform outside the cave. Upon landing, Lu Xing looked around curiously. Surprisingly, it was discovered that this platform is very well hidden. The outside was shrouded in fog. If Lu Xing hadn't been riding the Thunder Eagle, following closely behind the Windbreaker Eagle, He couldn't possibly have gotten to this place. Looks like we'll have to wait. The wind-breaking eagle is still in its nest. Moreover, it is a magical beast with the strength of a gold tier 3 monster. Lu Xing is no match for it now. Therefore, Lu Xing wouldn't rush in rashly. Because such behavior is tantamount to courting death. We waited for more than half an hour on the cliff face. The wind-breaking eagle inside finally came out. With a flap of its wings. They quickly left their nest. Seeing this, Lu Xing. However, they did not immediately enter the cave. As expected, the wind-breaking eagle that had originally left. He suddenly came back. It looked around. After finding no abnormalities. Only then did it leave. Call. Lu Xing crawled out from under a large rock. This guy is really cautious. Fortunately, Lu Xing deliberately hid for a little longer. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by that wind-breaking eagle. He patted the dust off his clothes. They walked straight to the entrance of the windbreaker eagle's nest. Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. After searching for so long, are we finally going to find it? He stepped into the nest of the windbreaker eagle. As expected, after Lu Xing went inside, he discovered a huge nest not far away. The nest was made of some dry grass. At that moment, a young windbreaker eagle was fast asleep there. Half of a black wild boar carcass lay on the ground. It looks like this little guy has just finished eating. Lu Xing didn't care about any of that. He took a rope out of his system inventory. They tied up the sleeping windbreaker chick. The fledgling windbreaker eagle woke up. It found itself tied up. It began to struggle fiercely. At the same time, it emitted a mournful cry. He was trying to call his mother back in this way. Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. He quickly pulled out a piece of bread and threw it into the beak of the windbreaker eagle chick. The fledgling windbreaker eagle swallowed the bread in one gulp. After the bread was eaten, the fledgling windbreaker eagle felt increasingly dizzy. Not long after, it fainted immediately. Looking at the unconscious fledgling windbreaker eagle, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak up. I didn't expect that Su Peng's bread would be so effective. Certainly, this bread has been spiked with something. Lu Xing had already discussed this with Su Peng and the others. What to do after finding the windbreaker eagle chick? Su Peng then suggested. They fed it bread laced with a sedative. Thunder Eagle, I'm counting on you. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle, with a flap of its wings, they flew towards the unconscious windbreaker eagle. It extended its sharp claws. They grabbed the fledgling windbreaker eagle in one swift motion. Thunder Eagle, let's go. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle. They quickly left with the fledgling windbreaker eagle. Shortly after Lu Xing left, the mother of the windbreaker eagle chick has returned. It had returned home with its prey, full of joy. But what awaited it was an empty nest. Chirp. The mother eagle let out a mournful cry. The scream was earth-shattering. The sound echoed throughout the entire canyon. This allowed many small animals to inhabit the canyon. Run quickly. Seek safe shelter to hide. The mother hawk's cry was very loud. Lu Xing naturally heard it too. However, he didn't take it to heart. This canyon is so big. In addition, the area was shrouded in mist. The mother eagle wanted to find them. It's practically impossible. Lu Xing returned to the camp with the windbreaker eagle chick. At this moment, Fatty Su was fast asleep inside the tent. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng were sitting under a big tree, having a long talk. They were chatting and laughing. I don't know what they're talking about. However, unsurprisingly, most of them are related to Lu Xing. Lu Xiaoming saw that Lu Xing had returned. She couldn't help but say to Ru Meng, Ru Meng, look, he really brought the windbreaker eagle back. As if gazing at the sky in a dream. At this moment, Lu Xing appeared incredibly great in her eyes. Every girl has a princess dream. They hoped that their Prince Charming would come to them riding on a colorful cloud. At this moment, Lu Xing is the Prince Charming in Ru Meng's eyes. Thunderhawk gently placed the windbreaker hawk chick on the ground. Lu Xing jumped off the back of the Thunder Eagle. He spoke to Ru Meng. Ru Meng, hurry up and make the contract. Good. Ru Meng nodded. Ru Meng walked towards the fledgling windbreaker eagle. She quickly formed a hand seal. He mobilized all his spiritual energy. They began drawing a magic circle on the ground. Not long after, a contract magic circle appeared around the windbreaker eagle chick. The fledgling windbreaker eagle was fast asleep. It sensed that someone wanted to contract with it. It immediately awoke from its coma. The fledgling windbreaker eagle began to struggle fiercely. As the fledgling windbreaker eagle struggled, Ru Meng's face grew increasingly grim. Obviously, she suffered the consequences of the contract. Go, Sister Ru Meng. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, encouraged Ru Meng. On Lu Xing's side, he saw Ru Meng, whose face was deathly pale. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. Looking at the struggling fledgling windbreaker, Lu Xing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Come out, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned the two-headed hellhound. Hellhound, give it some intimidation. Lu Xing's hellhound is far stronger than the wind-breaking eagle chick in front of him. With Lu Xing's command, an invisible pressure pressed down on the wind-breaking eagle chick. Chapter 88 Successful Contract. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the two-headed hellhound, the fledgling windbreaker eagle collapsed instantly. It lost its will to resist. They could only let Ru Ming's contract take its course. Finally, the contract has been concluded. A beam of light shot out from the fledgling windbreaker eagle. I entered the dreamlike sea of consciousness. Those were fragments of the soul of a fledgling windbreaker eagle. With the completion of the contract, Ru Ming felt a connection between herself and the fledgling windbreaker eagle in front of her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, the contract consumed too much of her energy. Ru Ming's body went limp. He was about to collapse to the ground. Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. He took a step forward. He caught the swaying Ru Ming. Are you all right? Lu Xing felt that Ru Ming's whole body was soaked with sweat. No, it's nothing. Ru Ming was panting heavily, perhaps out of fear that Lu Xing would worry. So she forced herself to stay alert. It's good that you're all right. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Ru Ming was simply exhausted from overdoing the contract. Lu Xing, thank you so much this time. Fine. Do we even need to say thank you between us? All right, let's go over there and rest for a bit. Lu Xing helped Ru Ming to the side under a big tree. They rested there. Ru Ming lay on the ground. Lu Xing's thigh was used as a pillow. Unbeknownst to them, Ru Ming fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, by this time, the sun was already setting. The crimson sunset spread across the earth. It looked exceptionally beautiful. You're awake. To help Ru Ming sleep well, Lu Xing. It actually maintained this position the whole time. Ru Ming blushed. He immediately got up from Lu Xing. Ru Ming, you're awake. Here, I've made you a bowl of lean meat porridge. Drink it while it's hot. Thanks. Ru Ming took the lean meat porridge from Lu Xiaoming's hand. He began to drink it cautiously. It tastes really good. Ru Ming revealed a sweet smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. After eating, Lu Xing saw that Ru Ming had recovered her spirits. He spoke to Ru Ming. Ru Ming, quickly release your newly contracted windbreaker eagle. Good. Ru Ming nodded. She got up and went to an open space not far away. Come out, windbreaker eagle. Ru Ming summoned the windbreaking eagle. Suddenly, a huge, brown windbreaker eagle appeared before everyone. Break wind eagle. Su Pang, who was still drinking porridge, stopped eating. I never imagined that the windbreaker eagle could be so cool. Su Pang had only seen it in books before. Although I was mentally prepared, but I was still frightened by the eagle that cut through the wind in front of me. This guy is so handsome. Okay, I've made up my mind. My next tame beast will also be a windbreaker eagle. As Su Pang spoke, he glanced at Lu Xing. His meaning was clear. He hoped that Lu Xing would also catch a windbreaker eagle and give it to him. Go, go, go. Lu Xing waved his hand. If you want it, go catch it yourself. Don't bother me. You know how much effort I went through to find this guy. Lu Xing looked at the fledgling windbreaker eagle. The attributes of the windbreaker eagle chick immediately appeared before his eyes. Windbreaker eagle. Attribute, wind. Gender, male. Rank, bronze tier 6. Qualification S. Learned skills, wind blade, tailwind, wind tornado. This guy's strength is at the 6th rank of bronze. No wonder it was so troublesome to form a contract with Ru Ming. As mentioned before, the stronger the monster, the more difficult it is to reach an agreement, the harder it will be to do so. Ru Ming had just broken through to the silver level. The contract is with this bronze level 6 windbreaker eagle. It was naturally a bit strenuous, but perseverance pays off. She has successfully completed the contract. All right, Ru Ming. Try to command it. Good. Windbreaker eagle, use wind blade on that big tree in front of you. Ru Ming gave the order to the wind-breaking eagle. After Ru Ming gave the order, however, the wind-breaking eagle remained motionless for a long time. It turned its head to the side with an air of arrogance. Ru Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. She hadn't expected that the windbreaker eagle she had just contracted would disobey her. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. I've heard that roasted hawk meat is quite delicious. I don't know if it's true. Upon hearing this, the wind-breaking eagle, it sensed the tangible killing intent emanating from Lu Xing. The wind-breaking eagle couldn't help but tremble. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. The aura on Lu Xing. This fledgling eagle didn't feel anything from its mother. Chirp. It let out a neigh. with a flap of its wings. Take off from the ground. It flew into the air. Then, its two wings flapped forward sharply. Two sharp wind blades shot out from the sky. It flew towards a large tree not far away. Bang! Click! After that big tree was hit by the wind blade. It was actually cut in half. He fell to the ground with a thud. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. Lu Xing was very satisfied with the strength of this wind-breaking eagle. With this wind-breaking eagle, Ru Ming could be considered to have the ability to protect herself. Next, what Ru Ming needs to do is find a way to improve her relationship with Broken Wind Eagle. After all, from now on, Ru Ming will have to fight alone. She can't fight every time. Lu Xing would have to be there to take care of him. Alright, Rumung, recall the Windbreaker Eagle. We should go back. Come back, Windbreaker Eagle. Ru Ming retrieved the Windbreaking Eagle. The Windbreaker Eagle sensed the call of a dream. It glanced at the cliff not far away. That's the direction of its home. The Windbreaker Eagle considered running away. However, after sensing the Thunder Eagle's strength, it abandoned the idea. They could only let Ru Ming put it into her beast-taming space. Lu Xing led Ru Ming and the others toward the outer edge of the secret realm. Chirp! Just as the group reached the entrance to the secret realm, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared. Oh no, it's the mother of the Windbreaker Eagle. Lu Xing recognized the guy in front of him. Let's all hurry up and go. He pushed Lu Xiaoming and the others. Quickly crossed the exit of the secret realm. I returned to my original world. Call. After returning to the original world, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This was originally the entrance to the world. It is protected by powerful beast tamers. Therefore, Lu Xing was not worried at all that the wind-breaking eagle mother would catch up with him. Although it possesses the strength of a gold tier 3, but in the face of the guardians of this secret realm, it's still not enough. Let's go back. The trip was somewhat thrilling, but ultimately safe. Lu Xing was with Fatty Su and 2 women. I got into a taxi back to Jiangnan Yusho University. After returning to school, Ru Ming bid farewell to Lu Xing and the others. She needed to find a way to improve her relationship with the Windbreaker Eagle. Lu Xiaoming also left, perhaps sensing the pressure from roaming. She also wants to try her best. As for Fatty Su, he kept complaining of being tired. All he wants now is to go back to his dorm and get a good night's sleep. Chapter 89 Sparring with Ru Ming. In the time that follows, Lu Xing once again enjoyed a happy university life. That day, Lu Xing and Ru Ming stood in the school's dueling arena. Ru Ming stared intently at Lu Xing. She wanted to challenge Lu Xing. She wanted to test the strength of her newly acquired Windbreaker Eagle. Let's begin. Lu Xing spoke to Ru Ming. Ru Ming summoned the Windbreaking Eagle. Lu Xing, on the other hand, used the Thunder Eagle. They've already reached the 8th rank of bronze. Lu Xing glanced at the Windbreaking Eagle. He immediately saw through the Windbreaking Eagle's strength. Upon hearing this, Ru Ming immediately pouted. This is so boring. She originally wanted to keep a secret. Wait until the Windbreaking Eagle unleashes its full power. Then Lu Xing was startled. As it turned out, Lu Xing directly exposed her trump card. Windbreaker Eagle, use Windblade. Chirp. The Windbreaking Eagle let out a cry. It flapped its wings suddenly. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade shot towards the Thunder Eagle. The wind blade was very fast. Sliding through the air, a sonic boom actually occurred. Thunderhawk, use electric shock. Thunderbolt. A golden bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder Eagle. It struck the wind blade. The powerful electric current directly shattered the wind blade. Windbreaker Eagle, use Wind Tornado. The wings of the Windbreaker Eagle flapped rapidly. With the flapping of the Windbreaker Eagle's wings, a gust of air began to rise from all around. A tornado moved with the surge of air currents. It appeared out of thin air. The Windbreaker Eagle's tornado shot towards the Thunder Eagle. Thunderhawk, use lightning. This tornado was incredibly powerful. It keeps rolling. Just as the tornado was about to attack the Thunder Eagle, boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from midair. That bolt of lightning seemed poised to tear through the void. Impartial. It struck the tornado directly. Boom. A loud bang. After the collision of lightning and a tornado, a huge explosion occurred. The immense power of lightning. It directly destroyed the tornado. This. Ru Ming fell into a daze. She originally thought, relying on this tornado move, leaving aside the Thunder Eagle that defeated Lu Xing, but at least it should cause some trouble for Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle so easily broke through her Windbreaking Eagle's wind tornado. The fight between Lu Xing and Ru Ming attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. Look over there. That guy looks so familiar. Isn't that our rookie champion? Wow, he's as handsome as ever. One infatuated girl couldn't help but speak up. Lu Xing these days. They were almost never at school, so he was relatively quiet for a while. But unexpectedly, even though he didn't move around much at school, the students at the school still remember him. Who is his opponent? Who is that guy? I know. A woman suddenly raised her hand. She seemed to be asking for credit. He raised his right hand. It kept waving. It seemed as if she was afraid others wouldn't see her. If you know, then hurry up and tell me. The woman's hesitation aroused the dissatisfaction of the crowd. They don't want to be the ones being targeted. She is a sophomore and also my good roommate. Her name is Rumon. When he said this, the woman slightly raised her head. He wore a proud expression. The woman's name is Jiang Qin. At school, she belongs to the kind of person who remains unknown. Now that I finally have a chance to shine, she couldn't possibly let it go. Hey, hurry up and tell us about Ru Ming. Okay. Jiang Qin began to embellish the story. She then began to recount the dreamlike events. Through Jiang Qin's narration, this also gave everyone a little understanding of Ru Ming. Ru Ming wasn't the kind of woman who was stunningly beautiful. Instead, she is the demure, girl-next-door type. She's kind of like the girl next door. She's the kind of beauty that grows on you. It's so appealing that you'll like it more and more the more you look at it. At this time, on the dueling platform, Ru Ming hung her head. She felt very uncomfortable. Lu Xing is too strong. After this battle, the wind-breaking eagle was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Thunderhawk, however, still looked full of energy. The difference in strength between the two beasts was immediately apparent. I'm not fighting anymore. Ru Ming waved her hand. Right now, it's like she punched a piece of cotton. I feel like I can't use my strength. It's completely meaningless. Not playing anymore. Alright then, let's go. Lu Xing put away the Thunder Eagle. He walked towards Rumon. Ru Ming reluctantly put away the wind-breaking eagle. They left with Lu Xing, watching the two figures disappear into the distance. Everyone looked on with envy. They really are a perfect match. Yes, we're so envious. Everyone was envious, but one person was unhappy. That was Jiang Qin. She felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Clearly, they've turned into lemons, a Chinese slang term for someone who is envious or jealous. She was a little jealous of Ru Ming. They all look pretty much the same. Why is it that Ru Ming can win Lu Xing's favor? Especially after learning that Ru Ming's wind-breaking eagle was a gift from Lu Xing. Jiang Qin's eyes turned even redder. No, I have to get rid of him. Jiang Qin clenched his fists instinctively. She's already planning to seduce Lu Xing. Lu Xing put his arm around Ru Ming and walked out of the dueling arena. Ru Ming asked Lu Xing curiously, Lu Xing, what is your current strength? Because Ru Ming's strength is inferior to Lu Xing's. Therefore, she couldn't see Lu Xing's true strength. My strength. Lu Xing considered it for a moment. The Cerberus was currently at the silver rank 8. Thunder Eagle is a silver rank 7. The Spirit Water Turtle is also a silver rank 7 turtle. These days, Lu Xing wasn't idle either. He had his tamed beasts train in pairs. Thanks to the school's abundant spiritual energy and the supply of various spiritual herbs. It was only after Lu Xing's 3 tamed beasts achieved their current strength. He was surprised to find that his money was almost gone. Raising beast tamers is indeed quite expensive. It seems I'll have to go to the Beastmaster Association's mission hall to get the mission. Lu Xing felt that if he didn't do the mission soon, we're about to die of poverty. By the way, it's been a long time since I've seen Bai Feng and the others. I wonder how they are doing now. What Lu Xing didn't know was that he had just finished speaking when Bai Feng and the others, several kilometers away, couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Lan Tian and his friends were drinking in a private room at a KTV. As a result, Lan Tian discovered that the 3 people in front of him had actually stopped, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Obviously, they all suffered after effects from Lu Xing's beating. In nothing, Bai Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, damn, it's probably that kid Lu Xing again. Wasn't being ripped off once enough? Do you want it to happen again? Chapter 90 The Appearance of the Man in Black Robes. After sending Rumling back to her dormitory, Lu Xing then prepared to go to the Beast Tamer Association to receive the mission. He walked down the mountain from the dormitory. Isn't this Junior Lu Xing? Suddenly a voice came from over there. Lu Xing turned his head to look. They noticed a woman standing not far away. She was wearing a crop tank top and a denim miniskirt. She exposed her beautiful body to everyone. Who are you? Lu Xing didn't remember knowing the person in front of him. Hey, Junior Lu Xing. You really do have a bad memory. It's me. I am Ru Ming's roommate, and also her best friend. My name is Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin reached out his hand to Lu Xing. Hello, senior sister Jiang Qin. Lu Xing reached out and shook her hand lightly, then released quickly. Seeing Lu Xing's actions, Jiang Qin was slightly taken aback. She began to doubt her own charm. As usual, she went to seduce those male junior students. Each one was easily accomplished. Those male juniors. I rushed to deliver the gift to her, to become someone under her spell. Unexpectedly, they got a setback when they got to Lu Xing. Interesting. Jiang Qin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lu Xing Yue is like this. This further fueled Jiang Qin's desire to conquer. Junior Lu Xing, where are you going? Go to the Beast Tamer Association. Beast Master Association? Oh, I was just about to go there too. Why don't we go together? Good. Jiang Qin was, after all, Ru Ming's roommate. This little bit of face. Lu Xing still wants to give it to Ru Ming. But then, Lu Xing suddenly felt a headache coming on. Jiang Qin is like a gaming chatterbox, talking nonstop. It's so annoying. Fortunately, the car arrived at the Beastmaster Association. Lu Xing ignored Jiang Qin. Instead, they went straight to the Beastmaster Association's service hall. He is now a silver rank 8 Beastmaster. You can update your profile now. Come out of the window. Jiang Qin has a sharp eye. The silver badge in Lu Xing's hand was spotted at a glance. She seemed to have seen something incredible. His eyes were wide open. White. Silver rank 8-inch. Jiang Qin felt as if he had seen a ghost. How old is Lu Xing? He's actually a silver rank 8 Beastmaster. No, I must get my hands on him. Jiang Qin reaffirmed his conviction once again. This is definitely a stock with great potential. Moreover, this potential stock already has a certain value. Jiang Qin felt that if he didn't make a move soon, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Lu Xing didn't think that far ahead. He walked straight toward the task panel on the side. After some searching, Lu Xing found his goal. Task: find the heart of the willow tree spirit. Task reward: retrieving the heart of the willow tree demon will reward you with 2.5 million. 2.5 million? Upon hearing this number, Lu Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. He quickly took out his phone and started looking up information about the willow tree spirit. This willow tree spirit lives in the willow forest. They are extremely powerful. As long as it appears. That's about the level of silver. It seems we have no choice but to go and take a look. Lu Xing accepted the willow tree spirit's mission. We prepared to set off. He discovered that Jiang Qin was following him the whole time. Senior Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Junior brother Lu Xing, I didn't mean to imply that you accepted the willow tree demon's mission. So I figured, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Why don't I lend you a hand? No. Even if Lu Xing is stupid. He also guessed what Jiang Qin wanted to do. But Lu Xing is not Zhu Beiji. I want everything. In Lu Xing's eyes, Jiang Qin was nothing but a slut. Worn out shoes. Lu Xing wasn't very interested. More importantly, Lu Xing noticed a sinister aura about Jiang Qin. This guy has a bad heart. Lu Xing ignored Jiang Qin. Instead, they called a taxi, heading towards the willow tree demon forest. This guy. Jiang Qin stomped his foot angrily. What a blockhead. Her head drooped down. It looks like a frostbitten eggplant. Jiang Qin slunk off towards Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Halfway there, sudden, a man dressed in black robes blocked Jiang Qin's path. That guy asked Jiang Qin, "Excuse me, student, could you please tell me something? Do you know Lu Xing?" "Oh right, it's that guy who's called the Rookie of the Year." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin frowned slightly. She didn't understand why this guy was asking her if she knew Lu Xing. Of course I know him. Why are you asking this? Of course it is. The man in black robes suddenly made a move. He grabbed Jiang Qin by the neck. They pulled Jiang Qin into a nearby alley. Tell me, where is Lu Xing now? If you don't tell me, I'll strangle you. The man in black robes spoke as he spoke. He grabbed Jiang Qin by the neck and lifted him up. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Qin blushed. She grasped the black-robed man's hands with both of hers. It kept struggling. The man in black robes saw that she was about to be strangled to death. Only then did he let go. Jiang Qin landed on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. She started coughing violently. The man in black robes frowned slightly, because he smelled a strong odor of urine. He looked toward Jiang Qin's skirt. It turned out that Jiang Qin's denim skirt was soaked. I know where Lu Xing went. I beg you, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. In order to save his life, Jiang Qin. He told the man in black where Lu Xing was. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin had no idea that. Once she tells the man in black about Lu Xing's information, she has no further use. 4 things that have no value. The man in the black robe had only one choice. That is destruction. He walked towards Jiang Qin. He held Jiang Qin's head in his arms. Twisted hard. Poor Jiang Qin had his neck broken like that. The man in the black robe glanced at the school badge on Jiang Qin's chest. It clearly read, Jiangnan Beast Taming University, Jiang Qin. Huh. A student from Jiangnan Beast Taming University, still a sophomore. Their strength is so poor. This is a disgrace to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. I've said before that I need to clean up the scum in the school properly. But that guy Lu Gingxing wouldn't listen. Damn it. If he keeps doing things like this, the school is doomed sooner or later. The man in the black robe removed his hood. It was none other than Han Mingming. However, his face looked extremely terrifying. Half of it was burned by the flames. Han Mingming joined the Salvation Cult. But his joy didn't last long. The Salvation Cult then faced attacks from Lu Gingxing. Lu Gingxing joined forces with the Chinese Nationalist Police. They were surrounded and killed. Fortunately, Han Mingming had a premonition of danger. They escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have to be like everyone else. He died in that branch of the Salvation Church. Chapter 91 The Strange Old Man. The Forest of Willows. Han Mingming sneered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He was clearly planning to cause trouble for Lu Xing. Lu Xing took a taxi. We have arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of Willow Forest. He entered the Willow Forest. In Lu Xing's memory, willow trees typically grow along riverbanks. The sun was shining brightly. The willows swayed gently. A gentle breeze blew by. Countless willow branches with newly sprouted tender leaves swayed in the wind. A harmonious and beautiful scene. But, after Lu Xing arrived at the Willow Forest, he realized he had been overthinking things. The willow grove before us was extremely dense. The sky was shrouded in mist. The surroundings were very dark. I don't know. Lu Xing thought he had entered the forest of ghosts. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned the two-headed hellhound. He flipped onto the back of the hellhound, heading deeper into the willow forest. The two-headed hellhound ran swiftly. He kept scanning his surroundings. Lu Xing's eyes were also looking left and right. Where exactly is this willow tree spirit? I walked for more than half an hour in the willow forest. Lu Xing still came up empty-handed. Could it be that all the willow tree spirits here have been eliminated? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, his gaze was drawn to the lights in the distance. There was a small wooden house in the distance. Lights were burning inside the wooden house. The dim lights shone in the gentle breeze. Flashing. It looks terrifying. Even more terrifying is that little wooden house was actually built next to a small lake. What's going on? Do people actually live in a place like this? Lu Xing mustered his courage and headed towards the cabin. Just as I reached the door of the cabin, then I saw an old man stagger out of the small wooden house. On the eaves of the cabin door, under the lamplight, Lu Xing got a clear look at the old man's face. The old man's hair was messy. He had been drinking. His face was flushed, especially his signature big nose. It looks no different from a clown's nose. The old man also saw Lu Xing. He was taken aback at first. Then he smiled and said, "Haha, it's been so long since I've seen anyone outside. This time, it's another young man who came. Young man, would you like to have a drink with this old man?" Lu Xing nodded slightly. The old man saw that Lu Xing had agreed. He immediately took a gourd from his waist and threw it at Lu Xing. "Give." Lu Xing caught the old man's gourd. "Then unscrew the cap." I took a small sip. "Good, very good. This is the first time I've ever met such a generous and forthright young person." The old man's expression suddenly changed slightly. He revealed a wicked smile. He addressed Lu Xing, saying, "Young man, aren't you afraid I'll poison your drink?" When he said this, the old man's aura changed. It seemed as if they really wanted to plot against Lu Xing. "You won't." Lu Xing smiled slightly. He appeared very calm. "No way. Who told him to possess the system's eye? Is it poisonous?" Lu Xing knew it at a glance. The old man laughed. "That's rare indeed. It's been a long time since I've met someone with such a pure heart." The poor old man had no idea. Lu Xing was cheating. I drank it only after knowing that the alcohol was not poisonous. As a result, the old man mistakenly believed that Lu Xing possessed the heart of a child. The old man glanced at Lu Xing. Shoo! He suddenly shoved his hand into his mouth. He blew a whistle. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept past Lu Xing. A huge elk stopped beside the old man. "Young man, I'm so glad to meet you. But I've finished my wine. I'm going to buy some wine now. We'll meet again someday." After the old man finished speaking, they rode away quickly on the reindeer. "That's interesting." Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. he discovered that this little old man was quite strong. It's at least at the level of a master. Lu Xing recalled the characteristics of that deer in his mind. Golden horned deer. Attribute, metal. Gender, male. Level, master tier 1. Qualification, S. Learned skills, corner strike, double kick, golden shield, metal cannon. After meeting the old man, Lu Xing continued his journey deeper into the willow forest. The willow forest was originally very cold and terrifying. But after Lu Xing drank the old man's wine, he found that his stomach felt like it was on fire. Moreover, this ball of fire was burning fiercely. It made Lu Xing feel very warm. It seems I'll have to thank that old man properly when I run into him again. Snap! Just as Lu Xing was muttering to himself, a whooshing sound rang out. A very thick vine whip lashed out at Lu Xing. Fortunately, Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. Suddenly, his body slumped downwards. They dodged the attack of the vine whip. Lu Xing frowned slightly. Looked toward the attacker. A large creature was standing in the bushes not far away. That guy was entirely dark green. Countless willow branches resemble hair. It hangs down naturally from its head. Those scarlet eyes. It looked extremely eerie and terrifying in the dimly lit environment. It's a willow tree spirit. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. I recognized the guy in front of me at a glance. Willow tree spirit. Attribute, evil plant. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 1. Qualification, B. Learn skills, vine lash, evil breath, slap, heavy hammer. It's actually a gold level willow tree spirit. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing quickly formed a hand seal. The Thunder Eagle was summoned. Lu Xing did not summon the spirit water turtle, because this willow tree spirit is a dark type and plant type magical beast. Plant type creatures are the nemesis of water type spirit turtles. Thunderhawk, use lightning. Boom. As the Thunder Eagle unleashed its lightning strike, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. It blasted towards the willow tree demon not far away. Bang! The willow tree spirit couldn't dodge in time. It was directly struck by the lightning of the Thunder Eagle. Suddenly, the willow tree demon was radiating golden light. The terrifying electric current surged rapidly through the willow tree spirit's body. The willow tree spirit let out a shrill scream. It actually turned around and tried to escape into the depths of the jungle. Escape? Lu Xing did not expect that. This willow tree demon clearly possesses the strength of a gold-level being. It does not choose to fight. Instead, they chose to run away. Coward. That's such a coward. Lu Xing looked down on the willow tree demon in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. They chased after the willow tree spirit in the direction it had fled. This willow tree spirit was enormous. In addition, it has short legs. Therefore, the movement is naturally slow. Not long after, then Lu Xing caught up with him. Chapter 92 Han Mingming's Pursuit. Roar. Seeing that he could not escape, the willow tree spirit was also enraged. It intends to begin its counterattack. Suddenly, it turned its body. A very thick rattan whip lashed out at Lu Xing. Hellhound, back off. The two-headed hellhound suddenly leaped backward. They successfully dodged the willow tree spirit's attack. Use flame slash. Since the willow tree spirit has made a move, Lu Xing naturally couldn't just passively take the beating. The two-headed hellhound slashed forward with its claws. Suddenly, a fiery blade blasted towards the willow tree demon. Looking at the blazing slash that cut through the air, fear appeared on the willow tree spirit's face. It possesses plant-like properties. Flame slash is a fire attribute attack. It caused great harm to the willow tree spirit. The willow tree spirit tried to hide to the side. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning struck it. It was Thunder Eagle who made the move. The lightning bolt jolted the willow tree spirit's body stiff. Although the willow tree spirit is resistant to electric attacks. However, the Thunder Eagle's electric shock attack still restricted the willow tree spirit's movements. Bang! The Cerberus's fiery slash struck the willow tree spirit. The willow tree spirit let out another shrill scream. Lu Xing looked towards the willow tree demon. On the willow tree demon's body, the place that was hit by the blazing slash, a deep gap suddenly appeared. Sparks were still flying from the edge of the gap. Roar! The willow tree demon roared. It charged towards Lu Xing. Its right hand was raised high. It actually formed a huge wooden mallet. He swung the hammer at Lu Xing. Hellhound, get out of the way. The two-headed hellhound continued its charge backward. Bang! The willow tree demon's mallet struck the spot where Lu Xing had just been standing. It smashed a big crater there. That was close. I almost got smashed into mincemeat. The willow tree demon failed in its first attack. It slowly got up. He slowly raised his right hand. They prepared to continue attacking Lu Xing. But Lu Xing would not give it another chance to attack. Hellhound, bring on another flame slash. The Hellhound slashed forward again with its sharp claws. Instantly, a sharp fire blade shot out once again. Bang! The fiery slash struck the willow tree demon. The willow tree spirit's body swayed violently. He fell straight backward. It closed its eyes with a look of resentment. No way. The willow tree spirit is quite powerful. However, it has two fatal weaknesses. First, his legs are short. Secondly, they fear attacks from fire. So when it faced the Cerberus, which was faster than itself, the willow tree spirit was helpless. They could only let Lu Xing fly the kite as he pleased. Hellhound, let's go. The two-headed hellhound leaped. They arrived at the corpse of the willow tree spirit. Its sharp claws suddenly slashed forward. There was a click. The willow tree spirit's sturdy body was as fragile as paper. It was easily cleaved open by the two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound ripped out the heart of the willow tree spirit. This must be the heart of the willow tree spirit. Looking at the dark green heart in front of him, Lu Xing muttered to himself. He reached out his hand. The willow tree spirit's heart was added to the system inventory, just as Lu Xing was about to leave. Clap, clap, clap. A clap of applause caught Lu Xing's attention. Lu Xing looked in the direction from which the sound came. Not far to the right, a man in a black robe stood there. If Lu Xing hadn't possessed the system eye, good eyesight. Otherwise, he might not even have seen that guy. Who are you? Lu Xing asked curiously. He didn't believe that the man in black robes would appear out of nowhere. You brat, you've even forgotten my voice? The man in the black robe took off his black robe. Han Mingming. Although half of Han Mingming's face was burned at this time. But Lu Xing still recognized him. I can't believe you're still alive. Although Wu Yong had informed Lu Xing beforehand. This indicates that Han Mingming was severely injured and escaped. Lu Xing never received any further news from Han Mingming. He thought Han Mingming was seriously injured and dead. Unexpectedly, he's still alive. You brat, I'll settle all our scores, old and new today. Han Mingming's expression turned ferocious. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Xing not only stole his Earth Core flame, it also cost him his job as a tutor at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. It turned him into a stray dog. Such hatred. How could Han Mingming not report it? New grudges and old scores. Lu Xing revealed a cold smile. It's all your own fault. You're so jealous. And that Earth Core flame was clearly my opportunity, yet you tried to steal it. A guy like you only deserves to eat excrement. You? Han Mingming was taken aback by Lu Xing's words. Long time no see, you're still as quick-witted as ever. I'd like to see if you'll still be so stubborn in a moment. Come out, my old buddies. Han Mingming quickly began to form hand seals. Suddenly, 3 beasts appeared in front of Lu Xing. They are Gold Tier 2, a strong eagle with metallic attributes. A Gold Tier 3 maple tree spirit with plant attributes. A 6th tier gold attribute giant claw crab. Han Mingming is a gold rank 9 beast tamer. According to common sense, he should have 4 tamed beasts. But he has only summoned 3 so far. Lu Xing has sharp eyes. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Where's your flame lion? Lu Xing sneered. Flame lion. Han Mingming was slightly taken aback. He seemed to remember something. A pained expression appeared on his face. As expected, his fire lion was killed by someone. The flame lion was Han Mingming's first tamed beast. It is also his strongest tamed beast. With the death of the flame lion, Han Mingming's abilities have been greatly diminished. But, even so, Han Mingming now, Lu Xing is no match for him. Escape. Run. This was Lu Xing's first reaction. Han Mingming has 3 beasts left in his hands. It's at least a gold-level item. Lu Xing is no stubborn monster. He clamped down on the two-headed hellhound beneath him. The two-headed hellhound understood. They immediately fled in another direction from the willow forest. Trying to leave? No way. Han Mingming jumped onto the back of the strong eagle. They chased after Lu Xing in the direction he had fled. Because this is a forest of willows, the area was surrounded by willow trees. The branches of many willow trees were intertwined. Lu Xing, who was running on the ground, was not affected. However, Han Mingming, who was flying in the air, was suffering terribly. During the flight, he could only dodge left and right. Avoid the willow branches that are blocking his way. Damn it, that brat is acting like a rat. If only my flame lion were still here. Han Mingming couldn't help but miss her flame lion. If his flame lion were still alive, he could easily ride his own fiery lion. He easily caught up with Lu Xing. But now, He had no choice but to ride a strong eagle. After all, whether it's the giant claw crab or the maple tree spirit, both of them have short legs. They wanted to use them to catch up with Lu Xing. That's nothing short of a fool's dream. Chapter 93. The little old man appears again. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. His brows were furrowed. My brain is working at high speed. I don't know how this guy knew I was here. But what I can guess is that it was the sound of my battle that caught his attention. Looking at Han Mingming relentlessly chasing after them, Lu Xing felt a headache coming on. He didn't have any cough syrup. Han Mingming, however, relentlessly pursued him like a tiger. No, I have to find a way to get rid of him. Lu Xing's eyes quickly scanned everything around him. Sudden, Lu Xing seemed to have seen something. His eyes lit up immediately. I've got it. He headed off into the distance. Snap! A thick vine whip lashed out at Lu Xing. Hellhound, get out of the way. The hellhound leaped suddenly. They avoided the attack of the vine whip. It's a willow tree spirit. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound into the territory of another willow tree demon. This is already deep within the willow forest. Therefore, the willow tree spirit has begun to appear everywhere. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. They deliberately wandered into the territory of those willow tree spirits. Not long after, behind him was Han Mingming. There was also a large group of willow tree spirits. What does this guy want to do? Does he intend to use these willow tree spirits to deal with me? He really underestimates me. Han Mingming felt as if she were riding on the back of a strong eagle. Those willow tree spirits couldn't attack him at all. However, Han Mingming underestimated these willow tree spirits. The willow tree spirits, seeing that they could not catch up with Lu Xing, they all turned their heads toward Han Mingming. After all, Han Mingming is still in human form. In the eyes of the willow tree spirits, Han Mingming is clearly in cahoots with Lu Xing. Smack! A willow tree demon has made its move. It stretched out its vine whip. It was swung towards Han Mingming. Han Mingming saw this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Court death. Powerful eagle, use golden flash. The powerful eagle flapped its wings sharply backward. Its entire body shimmered with golden light. The sharp wings swept across the willow tree demon. There was a click. The willow tree demon that attacked Han Mingming was cut in half. The other willow tree spirits, seeing this, they not only did not feel fear. Instead, they roared. They rushed towards Han Mingming. What's going on? Han Mingming's face turned extremely ugly. In his subconscious, these willow tree spirits are powerful, but they were all cowards. He thought he could just kill one at random. This can serve as a warning to others. Unexpectedly, this angered the willow tree spirits. Damn it! As Lu Xing ran further and further away, Han Mingming had no way to pursue them. Since you guys want to die in that guy's place, then I will grant your wish. Han Mingming knew she couldn't catch up with Lu Xing, so he simply gave up the pursuit. He planned to kill all the willow tree spirits in front of him, to vent his anger. Strong eagle, it's up to you now. Use golden flash. Chirp. A powerful eagle let out a cry. It began to charge and fight its way through the willow tree demons. After killing several willow tree spirits in succession, the remaining willow tree spirits sensed something was wrong. They immediately chose to flee. Call. Watching the willow tree spirits disappear into the distance, Han Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. These willow tree spirits are quite powerful. If they could just hold on a little longer. Then it was Han Mingming who lost. Han Mingming glanced at the sky. A look of apprehension crossed his face. He had originally intended to ride a strong eagle from high above, dodge out of the attacks of these willow tree spirits. Thus, they could bypass the willow tree demons. They went straight to pursue Lu Xing. But in that instant, Han Mingming sensed an extremely powerful aura. That oppressive aura made it hard for him to breathe. What exactly is that? In just that one instant, Han Mingming felt her soul trembling uncontrollably. I've never heard of anything terrifying in this willow forest. Ultimately, this willow forest is a medium-level secret realm. Even the strongest monsters in the game are only at the platinum level. Han Mingming wasn't unfamiliar with platinum-level magical beasts. But that aura just now, this is simply not something that can be produced at the platinum level. Han Mingming glanced in the direction Lu Xing had gone. He turned and left. That aura just now was clearly a warning to him. Han Mingming is not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive today. So he wisely left. On Lu Xing's side, he rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. They quickly passed through the willow forest. We arrived at a high slope. Lu Xing turned his head to look. He discovered that the forest of willow trees behind him was pitch black. That guy left. Lu Xing discovered that the sense of danger had disappeared. This danger foreshadowed. It's something Lu Xing was born with. He leaned against this. I don't know how much harm I've avoided. Hellhound, there's a big rock ahead. Let's go sit over there for a bit. The two-headed hellhound nodded. Continuous running. Even if its strength is good, I'm starting to find it unbearable. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound toward a large rock not far away. Call. A gentle evening breeze blew by. It brought a slight chill. That feels so good. Lu Xing closed his eyes. I immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over me. He looked up at the sky. I don't know when. A bright moon appeared in the sky. The bright moonlight poured down on the earth. The moonlight bathed the entire willow grove. The leaves of the willow trees shimmered in the moonlight. Young man, we meet again. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked to the side. He was surprised to find that the large rock he wanted to reach. An old man is lying on it. It was the same person Lu Xing had met in the cabin. Young man, what do you think of the scenery here? It's beautiful. Lu Xing uttered those two words softly, although it only has two words. However, he revealed everything that was on Lu Xing's mind. Sometimes the simplest words. On the contrary, that is the most appropriate description. Yes, it's beautiful. The old man seemed quite satisfied with the environment here. Lu Xing glanced at the old man. He noticed that the old man's eyes were full of sorrow. It seems he suffered some heartbreak. That's why we came here to hide. But since the old man won't say, Lu Xing naturally wouldn't mention it. That's how smart people are. See through it, but don't say it. Young man, come on up. Let's have a good drink together tonight. Good. Lu Xing nodded. The little old man meant him no harm. Moreover, Lu Xing knew. Now staying by the old man's side is the safest place. After all, Han Mingming was only at the 9th level of the gold rank. Facing this old man with at least the strength of a master, Han Mingming isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. The old man could crush an ant with a flick of his finger. He easily killed Han Mingming. Chapter 94 The Story of the Little Old Man. Young man, come and have a drink. Faced with the old man's invitation, Lu Xing naturally couldn't refuse. Lu Xing and the old man started drinking. The two began to talk. They found themselves getting along very well as they talked. Lu Xing never imagined she had the ability to be a caring older sister. I wonder if the old man drank too much alcohol. Or is it because he is truly suffering inside? I want to talk to someone. He actually poured his heart out, like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. She told Lu Xing everything that was on her mind. It also tells a tragic story. Well, after hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Even heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. If you really like her, then you should go find her. Go find her, right? Since you like her, then you should give up everything for her. If you still feel you can't let go of your pride, then that proves one thing. That means you don't love her. Lu Xing's words immediately made the old man's eyes light up. Yes. He seemed to have heard some philosophy of life. Ha! Ha! The old man began to laugh very unrestrainedly. He didn't expect that. Lu Xing is surprisingly insightful. The old man glanced at Lu Xing. He suddenly became serious. Young man, I am grateful for your kindness. If you ever have any problems in the future, you can come to me. This is my private phone number. Of course, your problem cannot violate public order and good morals, otherwise I will absolutely not help you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at the old man. Do you think I'm that kind of person? No. Ha! The old man laughed again. Lu Xing and the old man continued drinking. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Xing woke up from his sleep. It was already high in the sky. Lu Xing found himself still lying on the large rock. His head rested on the body of the two-headed hellhound. Because I drank too much last night. Lu Xing's hangover hadn't worn off yet, so he felt a headache coming on. Lu Xing rubbed his temples, which provided some relief. He glanced around. They found the old man's figure somewhere. Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. It seems he really did go looking for that old woman. I wonder how beautiful that old woman was back then. It's amazing that it could make such an old man so infatuated. Lu Xing stood up. Snap! A book suddenly fell off him. This is... Lu Xing picked up the book. The book cover prominently displayed the following words. On how to make tamed beasts eat better. Lu Xing opened the book and took a look. He was surprised to find that the book was actually a cookbook. Moreover, it's a recipe specially designed for beast taming. This book seems really good. Lu Xing casually flipped through a few pages. Yes, after we get back. I'm going to make a new copy and then give it to that guy, Fatty Sue. For cooking, Lu Xing wasn't very interested. That's why he is the way he is now. Can cook. It's edible. But it doesn't taste good. Everyone has their strengths. One should do more of what one is good at. Lu Xing put the book into his system inventory. Hellhound, thank you so much for last night. You really are reliable. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound. Its two heads were constantly flicking their pink tongues. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Clearly, the praise for Lu Xing. I feel very happy. All right, we should go back now. Lu Xing flipped onto the back of the hellhound. He rode his two-headed hellhound toward the entrance to the secret realm. Not long after, Lu Xing crossed the entrance to the secret realm. I returned to my original world. What's going on? Lu Xing frowned. As the saying goes, something unusual must be going on. I originally thought that Han Mingming would be waiting for me at the entrance of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the entrance was completely deserted. After returning to the original world, Lu Xing hailed a taxi, heading towards the Beastmaster Association. He had to go and hand in his mission. As for Han Mingming's matter, I just can't figure it out. I simply stopped thinking about it. It's broad daylight now. Lu Xing didn't believe that Han Mingming would dare to attack him under such circumstances. Lu Xing arrived at the Beastmaster Association's mission hall. He handed the quest items to the young lady at the window. Please wait a moment. The young lady at the window immediately started treating Lu Xing. Not long after, ding dong, Lu Xing discovered that his phone had received a message. He opened the message and took a look. It turned out to be bank information. It clearly stated that someone had transferred 2.5 million to him. Respected Beast Tamer, your application has been processed. Okay, thanks. Lu Xing nodded. Is there anything else I can help you with? The young lady always had a polite smile on her face. She truly embodies the spirit of providing smiling service. There is none left. Okay, here is your bank card. The young woman handed Lu Xing his bank card. Thanks. Lu Xing took it immediately. He turned to leave. Just then, an elderly man in a casual suit rushed in from outside. He rushed straight to the task window. I heard that someone helped me find the heart of the willow tree spirit. I wonder if it's true or false. It's true. Who is it? Do you have his contact information? Upon hearing this, the young woman at the window looked troubled. After all, this is someone else's privacy. If the young woman tells the client in front of her, then she violated the rules. Although the young lady didn't say it, but she couldn't afford to offend the old man in front of her. She subconsciously looked at Lu Xing. His eyes were full of pleading for help. The old man also had sharp eyes. He knew the young lady at the window couldn't say anything, but he noticed the girl at the window's eyes. Lu Xing has been spotted. It's him. The old man seemed somewhat surprised. He ran towards Lu Xing. They suddenly blocked Lu Xing's path. What's up? I would like to ask you, how exactly did you obtain the heart of the willow tree spirit? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at the old man. How else can we get it? We just have to hunt down willow tree spirits in the willow tree spirit forest. Otherwise, do you think a pie will fall from the sky? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but gasp. The forest of willow spirits. You actually went to the forest of willow spirits. Yes, is there a problem? Don't you know how dangerous that place is? Is there? Lu Xing thought back for a moment. Aside from being chased by Han Mingming, Lu Xing felt as if he had not encountered any danger. Is there anything else? Do you know that none of those who entered the willow tree demon forest came back alive? What? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was immediately speechless. He felt that he had been tricked by the old man in front of him. Chapter 95, Yen Ryu's Gift. No wonder you asked for 2.5 million for a mere willow tree spirit's heart. Upon hearing this, the old man showed an embarrassed expression. All right. I've submitted the quest item. We've settled the payment and goods transaction. Can I leave now? Yes. Although the old man was rich, however, his strength was very weak. Naturally, he dared not obstruct Lu Xing. He felt that Lu Xing was not as simple as he appeared. The old man hadn't said a word yet. That is, the willow tree demon forest is full of miasma. Anyone who enters, they would all be plagued by miasma. Miasma enters the body. At best, one might be bedridden for months. In severe cases, it can lead to the loss of one's precious life. The old man had no idea. Lu Xing drank the old man's wine. This enabled him to resist the terrible miasma. Leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Lu Xing went straight to Yen Ryu's house. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Yen Ryu and the others for a while. Lu Xing had just entered Yen Ryu's house. He was surprised to find that Yen Ryu's home is a little quiet today. What's going on? Did they leave again? Lu Xing walked into the room. They found Yen Ryu sitting on the sofa in the living room eating grapes. She saw Lu Xing. I was taken aback at first. Then she smiled sweetly. Yinryu looked like this. Lu Xing was stunned. Lu Xing, thank you so much for what happened before. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing waved his hand. Oh, it's no big deal. It was nothing. Although Lu Xing said that. However, Yinryu kept this matter firmly in her heart. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, your sister. If it's within my power, I'll definitely help you. Real. Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. He revealed a playful expression. Those eyes unconsciously looked towards a certain part of Yinryu's body. It's not that Lu Xing is a lecher. The main reason is that Yinryu's charm is too strong. It's true. Feeling the amusement in Lu Xing's eyes, Yinryu was not angry at all. On the contrary, I felt a little smug. All right, stop standing there like an idiot. Please sit down quickly. Good. Lu Xing nodded. He sat down. He began to talk to Yinryu. Sister Ryu, how exactly were you poisoned? Upon hearing this, Yinryu, I started to recall. It turned out she had been invited by the Fire Phoenix. Together with Fire Phoenix and others, they entered a new secret realm to explore. But inside that secret realm, they encountered members of the White Wolf Gang. The White Wolf Gang and the Phoenix Gang have always been at odds. It was only because some members of the White Wolf Gang had tried to bully the Phoenix Gang members. As a result, Fire Phoenix stepped in. They killed that guy outright. This led to a feud between the Phoenix Force and the White Wolf. Whenever they meet in the wild, they'll definitely start fighting. The White Wolf Gang. Gung Jiang. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. That's right. These two things made it onto Lu Xing's list of things he had to destroy. As long as Lu Xing has the ability later on, he will definitely take action to destroy those two things. Sister Ryu, how are you feeling now? Much better. Yinryu looked at Lu Xing. Oh right, there's something I want to give you. Give me. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yinryu to suddenly send you something. Yinryu stood up. They walked into the room. Not long after, she came out. He was holding a small box in his hand. Here, take this. Yinryu handed the small box to Lu Xing. Lu Xing opened the small box and took a look. I was immediately startled by what I saw. This is the magical beast core of the Thunder Dragon. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Yinryu's eyes. She hadn't expected Lu Xing to recognize this thing, although Yinryu was surprised. However, he didn't ask Lu Xing why he knew what it was. She nodded slightly. She gave a soft Lu Xing took out the monster core of the Thunder Dragon. Looking at the golden, glittering monster core in his hand, Lu Xing's heart started pounding uncontrollably. This is the magical beast core of the Thunder Dragon. Based on the information displayed by the system, this Thunder Dragon is at the Diamond Tier 2 level. Lu Xing seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but press Yinryu for an answer. Sister Ryu, this monster core wouldn't happen to be your spoils of war, would it? Yinryu nodded. No. This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. As Lu Xing spoke, he handed the box in his hand to Yinryu. This Thunder Dragon is at least a Diamond Tier 2 magical beast. Fire Phoenix and her companions wanted to obtain this magical beast core. The losses must have been substantial. Yinryu waved her hand. He didn't reach out to take the box. I said I'd give it to you, so it's yours. Yinryu's expression suddenly darkened. She was clearly angry about Lu Xing's behavior. Okay. Lu Xing got angry when he saw Yinryu. He naturally dared not say anything more. He reluctantly accepted the Thunder Dragon's magical beast core. Alright. Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's go. Yinryu suddenly stood up. Where to? Of course, I'll let your Thunder Eagle absorb this Thunder Dragon's magical beast core. Alright. Lu Xing knew he couldn't go against Yinryu's wishes. He could only follow behind her. I walked downstairs. The two arrived at an open space. Alright, you can begin. Don't worry, my place is very remote. No one will come. Even if someone comes, I can protect you. When he said this, Yinryu was very confident. After all, her strength is undeniable. Come out, Thunderhawk. Since Yinryu insisted on giving it to her, Lu Xing had no choice but to accept the offer. He summoned the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle, this is for you. Lu Xing handed the Thunder Dragon's monster core to the Thunder Eagle. Upon seeing this, the Thunder Eagle, my eyes lit up immediately. This Thunder Dragon's monster core held a unique attraction for it. The Thunderhawk opened its massive jaws. It swallowed the Thunder Dragon's magical beast core in one gulp. Ding dong. Host, your Thunder Eagle has been detected to have consumed a Thunder Dragon's magical beast core. Your Thunderhawk will learn the following skills. Please select. Thunder Strike. Summons a bolt of lightning to strike the opponent, dealing massive electric damage. Electric Arc releases a wisp of electric arc. Although it cannot cause much damage to the opponent, it has a chance to paralyze the opponent. Electric Shock summons lightning to attack the opponent. Thor's Wrath summons a thundercloud to attack enemies within a 100-meter radius. The attack range increases with the user's level. Chapter 96 Learn Thor's Wrath. Which one should I choose? Lu Xing found these skills to be quite good. He wanted them all. Unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it too. He can only choose one of them. I'll choose Thor's Wrath. Hearing this name, Lu Xing felt very domineering. Moreover, this, Thor's Wrath, is clearly an area of effect attack. Other skills are powerful. However, they are all single-target attacks. As for single-target attacks, Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle already knows the lightning skill. There is clearly a conflict. So he directly chose Thor's Wrath. Chirp. With Lu Xing choosing Thor's Wrath, the Thunderhawk suddenly let out a screech. A piece of knowledge appeared out of nowhere in its mind. That's how to use Thor's Wrath. With a flap of its wings, the Thunder Eagle. It suddenly took off. As the Thunder Eagle soared into the sky that was originally clear and blue, the sky gradually became overcast. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky, which was originally cloudless. At this moment, dark clouds were rolling in. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boom. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky looked like boiling water. It's rolling rapidly. It made a sound like the beating of a drum. Lu Xing, make your Thunder Eagle stop immediately. Yen Ryu thought Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle was about to launch an attack. Thunder Eagle, come back. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle, he immediately stopped releasing Thor's Wrath. It flew down from the sky. As the Thunderhawk departed the sky, the dark clouds that had gathered gradually dispersed. Looking at the Thunder Eagle that had landed next to Lu Xing, Yen Ryu's lips twitched involuntarily. Could this guy really not be Lady Luck's illegitimate son? That Wrath of Thor. Such a precious skill. How could this guy learn it so easily? Suddenly, Yen Ryu recalled her previous battle with the Thunder Dragon. That Thunder Dragon relied on this one skill. They beat them one by one until they fled in disarray. Fortunately, that Thunder Dragon was just a young dragon. It is still in the growth stage. Its strength has not yet grown. Otherwise, given its inherent qualities and the strength it has developed, Yen Ryu and the others are likely to all perish there. Lu Xing, although your Thunder Eagle has learned this, Wrath of the Thunder God. But you must remember one thing. That means your Thunder Eagle isn't strong enough right now to unleash the true power of Thor's Wrath. So I hope it's before you grow up. Don't use this skill in front of others. Sister Ryu, I will. Lu Xing is not a fool. He understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Minor squabbles are one thing. This is Thor's Wrath. But it's something that many powerful figures covet. I forgot to mention that before. Beastmasters tamed beasts also contain magical beast cores. In other words, if a powerful being covets Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle's Wrath of the Thunder God skill, they might then target Lu Xing, the Thunder Eagle that killed Lu Xing. Then he used the Thunder Eagle's magical beast core on his own beast. Lu Xing understood this as well. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Lu Xing understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. Alright, now that your Thunder Eagle has absorbed the magical beast core of the Thunder Dragon, I don't have anything else to give you. You can go back now. Yen Ryu gave Lu Xing the order to leave. Go back. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Why don't we have a meal together? No, thank you. Alright. Lu Xing had no choice but to head towards Jiangnan Beast Taming University in a huff. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, a hint of jealousy appeared on Yen Ryu's face. Of course, this hint of jealousy was not malicious. After all, Yen Ryu is also a human being. Seeing others get good things, she would naturally be a little envious. This guy is really lucky. Yen Ryu gave a bitter smile. The allure of Thor's Wrath is too strong. Even with Yen Ryu's composure, I can't take it anymore. Lu Xing walked to the side of the main road. He hailed a taxi, heading towards Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing had just returned to his dormitory. He saw that guy, Fatty Sue, with legs crossed, holding a bag of potato chips. Watching the TV, they were enjoying their meal there. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. He walked toward his room. Not long after, Lu Xing came out. Fatty Sue, this is for you. Lu Xing tossed a newly bound book to Fatty Sue. What's this? A recipe for the beast tamers. I obtained it from a powerful being. Just tell me if you want it or not. Great power. Upon hearing this, Su Pang, So surprised, he dropped the potato chips he was holding on the ground. He had complete faith in Lu Xing's judgment. Lu Xing said that guy was a powerful being. That guy must be a powerful being. But why is it a photocopy? Su Peng touched the cookbook. He discovered that it was still warm. It was obviously just copied by Lu Xing. Of course I'll give you a photocopy. Do you expect me to give you the original copy? You haven't even looked at that Warcraft encyclopedia. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su glanced at the monster encyclopedia on the table. His face immediately turned red. That's right. The cover of that Warcraft encyclopedia was piled high with Su Peng's sunflower seed shells. This monster encyclopedia is broken. Lu Xing could go to the store and buy another copy. But there's only one Warcraft recipe book. Lu Xing naturally wouldn't give the original copy to Fatty Su. What if this guy gets a headache or fever someday? I forgot to bring toilet paper when I went to the restroom. I used this book as toilet paper. Lu Xing felt like he had nowhere to cry. Looking at the Warcraft recipe in his hand, Su Peng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's a foodie. Basically, every foodie is a qualified chef. Su Peng couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to try the ingredients in the recipe. Lu Xing, don't go. I'm going to show you my culinary skills in a bit and show you just how good I am. After Su Peng finished speaking, quickly put on the shoes. Then they ran down the mountain. Just then, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming walked in from outside the door. They just happened to brush past Fatty Su. Where is Fatty going? Lu Xiaoming asked curiously. Have no idea. He looked like he was in a great hurry. It seems there's something important to do. The two women entered Lu Xing's villa. When they met Lu Xing, a surge of joy immediately filled my heart. Lu Xing often disappears. The two women then placed their hearts on him. It made them look like the cowherd and the weaver girl. I'm always very happy to see you. Please have a seat. Lu Xing also sat down on the sofa. Lu Xing, where did that Fatty Su go? Lu Xiaoming asked curiously. Him. He went to prepare the ingredients. Prepare the ingredients? Lu Xiaoming frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Lu Xing and his companion were up to. Chapter 97. Su Peng's cooking is delicious. Su Peng moved very quickly. Not long after, he came back from outside carrying large and small bags. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Su Peng stretched out his chubby little hand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's so uncomfortable. You guys are really something. Seeing how much stuff I'm carrying. Why didn't you come and help me out? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming rolled her eyes at Su Peng. We're not helping you because it's for your own good. Look at yourself. You've already eaten your fill. He doesn't even know how to lose weight. Lose weight? Why do I need to lose weight? I feel like my figure is just right. Do you know what this is called? That's called being voluptuous. As Su Peng spoke, he made a very seductive gesture. Vomit. Lu Xiaoming could no longer suppress her disgust. She made a vomiting motion. Ru Ming, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She got up and walked towards Fatty Su. Fatty Su, let me help you. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su was overjoyed. My sister Rumung knows how to take care of people. Unlike some people who are lazy and unwilling to work. Fatty Su, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. After listening to Su Peng's words, Lu Xiaoming. Suddenly, it resembled a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She suddenly exploded. All right, stop fooling around. Lu Xing immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Slightly, Su Peng made a face at Lu Xiaoming. He carried 2 large bags of food and rushed towards the kitchen. Not long after, flames then rose from the kitchen. Su Peng was showing off his skills in the kitchen. As for Rumung, she helped him prepare the ingredients. Time passed second by second. The aroma slowly wafted out of the kitchen. Why does it smell so good? Lu Xiaoming put down the cushion she was holding. He rushed towards the kitchen. She looked at the exquisite dishes on the stove. Lu Xiaoming couldn't resist reaching out to grab it. As a result, it was slapped away by Fatty Su. Su Peng couldn't help but speak to Lu Xiaoming. You bastard. He's even more gluttonous than me. Do you know? This food is for the beast tamers. I made it according to this recipe. Some medicinal herbs were added. You actually want to eat this? What if something bad happens? If you want to eat it, that's not impossible. If something goes wrong, I won't be responsible. Su Peng's words made Lu Xiaoming tremble. She originally wanted to give it a try, but now, she has lost interest. Lu Xing, quickly release your tamed beast. Su Peng hurriedly spoke to Lu Xing. Why don't you release your beast? Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng. He hadn't expected this guy to be so cunning. They wanted to use his tamed beasts to help him test for poison. Oh, don't worry. As long as there's nothing wrong with the recipe, my cooking skills are still okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing opened the system eye and glanced at the dishes Su Pang had prepared. The system indicates that there is no problem with those dishes. Moreover, it does have a nourishing effect on beast taming. Good. Lu Xing no longer hesitated. Come out, everyone. Lu Xing began to form hand seals. 3 magic arrays instantly appeared on the ground. Lu Xing summoned 3 beasts. Here, these are for you to eat. Lu Xing handed the food that Su Pang had prepared to his tamed beast. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming. She immediately intervened to stop it. Lu Xing, are you sure there's nothing wrong with what he made? It's fine. Lu Xing waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming. She remained skeptical. But Lu Xing said it was fine. Then everything will definitely be fine. Lu Xiaoming has a special kind of trust in Lu Xing. Lu Xing's 3 tamed beasts saw the food Su Pang had prepared. They leaned closer and sniffed. After finding no problems, then they began to feast. Not long after, all the food went into their stomachs. Although we ate it all, however, the 3 beasts still seemed unsatisfied. Lu Xing looked at Fatty Su. He chuckled and said, Fatty Su, it looks like I'll have to trouble you again. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming and Ruming stood to the side. He echoed, Yes, Fatty Su, thank you for your help. Oh. Fatty Su opened his mouth wide. His face was full of reluctance. Are you trying to work me to death? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing spoke up. Isn't this a case of the capable being given more work? Okay. Su Pang had no choice but to agree. In the days that followed, Su Pang became a full-time nanny. He was specifically responsible for the food and daily life of the beasts that Lu Xing and others kept. Certainly, Lu Xing and his group didn't let Su Pang pay for everything. He still gave Su Pang a large sum of money as breeding funds. After a comfortable period of university life, that day, Lu Xing glanced at his 2-headed hellhound. He discovered his 2-headed hellhound. His strength had reached the 9th level of silver rank. It's just 1 step away from reaching the gold tier 1 level. These days, Su Pang's feeding. This made Lu Xing's 2-headed hellhound get quite fat. No, we have to take this guy out and give him some experience. Otherwise, if this continues, my 2-headed hellhound will be fed like a pig. Lu Xing immediately put away the hellhound. He headed towards the Beastmaster Association. Lu Xing prepared to take on another mission. I'll also give my 2-headed hellhound some special training. Lu Xing arrived at the Beast Tamer Association. He checked the bulletin board in the mission lobby. A suitable task has been found. Mission name: Kill the bandits. Task reward: 2 million. Mission description: a group of ruthless thugs robbed a city bank, killing several employees. They have now fled into the silent forest. You are tasked with finding them, bringing them to justice, and punishing them at all costs. Note: among these individuals, the strongest is at the gold tier 1. Therefore, those who wish to accept this mission should assess their own capabilities. A bounty of 2 million, and the strongest among them is only at the 1st level of the gold rank. Gold tier 1 is considered very strong by ordinary people, but Lu Xing is now starting to have the strength of silver tier 9. With his skill level, dealing with this gang of robbers shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Lu Xing then prepared to accept the mission. Just as Lu Xing accepted this mission, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turned out to be Bai Feng. At this moment, Bai Feng was looking at him with a smile. What's up? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask. Boss Lu Xing, it's been a long time. Are you getting ready to go on a mission? Yes. Lu Xing nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's eyes lit up. He shamelessly spoke to Lu Xing. Can I join you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Bai Feng. He discovered that Bai Feng had actually reached the 4th level of silver rank. It seems being rich is really great. His strength improves faster than others. Chapter 98 Wolf Brother. That's possible, but... As soon as Lu Xing said this, Bai Feng was a smart man. How could he not understand? I understand. Brother Lu Xing, this is a gift from your younger brother. There's a total of 1 million inside, and the password is 6 ones. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. He reached out and put away the bank card that Bai Feng had given him. Let's go. But you can come with me on this mission. But you must listen to me along the way. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't be responsible for you. Okay, no problem. Bai Feng's head bobbed up and down like a chicken pecking at rice. Lu Xing agreed to Bai Feng's request. He then set off with Bai Feng. The two took a taxi to the outskirts of the silent forest. Come out, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his 2-headed hellhound. The moment the 2-headed hellhound emerged, Bai Feng's eyes widened. Wow. Boss Lu Xing, when did you get such a beast? And it looks very strong. Bai Feng's eyes were filled with stars as he looked at Lu Xing. He grew to admire Lu Xing even more. SOSO. Lu Xing didn't offer much explanation. He flipped himself onto the back of the two-headed hellhound. Seeing this, Bai Feng, he immediately began to form hand seals. Come out, White Wind Wolf. Bai Feng summoned his White Wind Wolf. The moment the White Wind Wolf appeared, it seemed to sense the terrifying pressure from the two-headed hellhound. Instinctively, it turned and ran away. If Bai Feng hadn't stopped Bai Feng Wolf in time, that guy has probably disappeared by now. Looking at the White Wind Wolf trembling incessantly before him, Bai Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. He never imagined that the gap between himself and Lu Xing was so vast. Previously, he could have a proper sparring session with Lu Xing. But now, he could barely see Lu Xing's back anymore. His strongest tamed beast, the White Wind Wolf, encountering Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. They were already preparing to run away before we'd even really gotten to know each other. How can we play like this? Lu Xing glanced back at Bai Feng. He somewhat regretted bringing this guy along. Bai Feng is now his burden. Bai Feng, hurry up and catch up. I don't care if they fall behind. Okay, I'll be right there. Bai Feng flipped onto the back of the White Wind Wolf. He comforted his White Wind Wolf. After much persuasion, only then did it agree to go with Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. However, it only dared to follow from a distance. I dare not get too close. Lu Xing rode ahead on his two-headed hellhound. Because the Cerberus was too powerful, that terrifying pressure, this caused the wild magical beasts that were preparing to ambush Lu Xing to all choose to give way. You can actually do that? Bai Feng's visit this time. He was just curious. How exactly did Lu Xing cultivate his beast tamers? Why is he able to train beasts faster than others? But the current scene left Bai Feng speechless. Because the two-headed hellhounds just push straight through. Even if you encounter some clueless person on the road, it kills instantly. Holy crap, is this even fair? Bai Feng felt that he and Lu Xing were no longer from the same world. They're about the same age. But Lu Xing was so outstanding. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. Led by the two-headed hellhound, they soon discovered a campsite. Is it them? Lu Xing was hiding in the shadows at this moment. He took out his phone. Compare it to the portrait inside. No. After checking it out, Lu Xing felt a sense of sullenness. He never imagined that he had contacted the wrong person. It seems we have no choice but to keep searching. After contacting several groups of people, Bai Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. Lu Xing, your hellhound is a bit unreliable. They've made so many mistakes. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its sharp eyes looked towards Bai Feng. Looking at the terrifying fangs of the two-headed hellhound, Bai Feng subconsciously took a few steps back. He swallowed hard. He addressed Lu Xing, saying, Actually, it's not your fault. Blame the Beast Tamer Association. Those guys are really something. They issued a mission, but didn't even bother to give those guys anything. They only gave me photos. This silent forest is so vast. Where are we supposed to find them? Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Just a waste of time? Shoo. Lu Xing suddenly made a silencing gesture. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng immediately shut his mouth. Lu Xing looked toward a campsite in front of him. By this time, the sun was already setting. But the guys inside were especially happy. They sat around the campfire, eating barbecue and drinking beer. Hey, bro, you said this storm has passed. How are we going to spend this money? How else can I spend it? Of course, I'll buy a big villa first, and then date a few young models. I'm telling you, I already have a goal. See this? Fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I can almost see her moaning on me. Another underling chimed in. Their eldest brother remained silent. He picked up a wooden stick and fiddled with it in the campfire. He seemed to have something on his mind. Big brother, what's wrong? His lackeys at least have this much sense. He immediately stepped forward and inquired. We're in big trouble this time. No way. The lackey's face showed a look of surprise. We've messed with the wrong person this time. This guy is quite knowledgeable and worldly wise. Moreover, he has many friends. One of his friends just sneaked into the silent forest. I sent him a warning message. This indicates that he has been wanted by the Beast Tamer Association. This guy, he is known as Wolf Brother. This wasn't the first time he'd robbed a bank. He had robbed in another city before. Then they ran to Jiangnan City. They escaped the city's pursuit. But now, Wolf Brother didn't know why. He felt uneasy all the time. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Hey, big brother, what are you afraid of? You're at least a gold level expert now. Even if those who are hunting you are strong, can they be stronger than you? In the world of beast taming, gold level is already a very strong level. Imagine, People like Wu Yong, also a gold-level beast tamer. He's already able to teach at one of the top universities in Jiangnan, the Beast Taming University, not to mention other places. Therefore, it's impossible for the Beastmaster Association to send a gold-level expert to hunt him down. Well, I hope so. Although Wolf said that. But I still felt uneasy. Chapter 99 The Battle with Wolf Brother. Lu Xing glanced at Bai Feng beside him. He spoke to Bai Feng. Once a fight breaks out, you can take care of the others. Leave that boss to me. Oh, what do you mean? That's settled. Lu Xing didn't care whether Bai Feng agreed or not. He made the decision on the spot. Come out, everyone. Lu Xing released his 3 tamed beasts. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Lu Xing was preparing to take direct action against Wolf Brother. Hellhound, use Flame Slash on that guy. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound slashed forward with its sharp claws. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot towards Wolf Brother. Just as the flaming slash was about to strike Wolf Brother. Whoosh! A dark shadow suddenly appeared. He stood in front of Wolf Brother. Bang! The Cerberus's fiery slash struck the dark figure. The powerful impact forced the shadowy figure back several steps. What is that? Lu Xing looked toward the dark figure. Rock monster. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank, gold tier 1. Qualification, B. Learn skills, stone throwing, rolling, fierce attack, rock fall. It's actually a gold tier 1 rock monster. It seems that this rock monster is his main fighting force. Rock monster is a rock-type beastmaster. It has some resistance to fire. So even though the Cerberus's flame slash is incredibly powerful, it only caused minor injuries to the rock monster. Who are you? Wolf Brother jumped up from the ground. His face was ashen. Wolf Brother never expected this. These 2 blonde-haired kids in front of me. They actually dared to make a move on him. Who do you care who we are? Just know that we're here to take your dog's life. Bai Feng stepped forward. He spoke with great confidence. You want my life? Ha 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 ha. Wolf Brother was so angry that he laughed instead. Just the 2 of you. I don't know who gave you the guts. How dare you come looking for me? Come out, my old buddies. Wolf Brother quickly formed hand seals. 3 magic arrays instantly appeared on the ground. He summoned all 3 of his remaining beasts. Seeing this, Lu Xing. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A porcupine with C-level aptitude and silver rank 7 strength. A sunflower monster with C-level aptitude and silver rank 8 strength. There is also a capybara with B-grade aptitude and silver tier 5 strength. It seems that this Wolf Brother is a newly promoted gold beast tamer. Lu Xing discovered a problem. That's what many beast tamers are like today. The strength of the beasts they controlled was mostly uneven. The main reason is that raising beasts is too expensive. In order to quickly form combat capability. Therefore, we can only make some trade-offs. This leads to a bias in resource allocation. Beast tamers who acquire abundant resources. With increased strength, progress will naturally be faster. Beast taming with limited resources. Naturally, its strength improvement is not as good as other beast tamers. Thunderhawk, use thunder on that piranha. Lu Xing gave the order to Thunder Eagle. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle. Chirp. It flapped its wings. His entire body was instantly enveloped in golden light. Countless electric currents coiled around the Thunder Eagle's body. Boom. A bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder Eagle's body. It shot towards the capybara. Oh no, capybara. Get out of the way. Wolf shouted at his capybara. But he was still a step too slow. Thunder Eagle's lightning. Impartial. It hit the capybara directly. A powerful electric current instantly flowed into the capybara's body. The guinea pig is a water attribute beast. It is extremely afraid of electric-type moves. Furthermore, this capybara is weaker than Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle. So when the Thunderhawk unleashes a lightning bolt, it instantly killed the capybara. You brat. Wolf glanced at his guinea pig, which had been electrocuted and turned black. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I actually got tricked by some blonde kid today. Wolf Brother didn't expect that. The battle hasn't even begun yet. Lu Xing then launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill. This directly resulted in his combat casualties. You brat, you're dead meat. Rock monster, use rockfall on that guy. Upon hearing this, the rock monster immediately attacked. A huge rock rapidly gathered above Lu Xing's head. The stone kept getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it slammed down hard on Lu Xing, who was lying on the ground. Hellhound, use tear claws. Lu Xing remained remarkably calm once he entered battle mode. He responded calmly. They immediately reacted to Wolf Brother's attack. Whoosh! The 2-headed hellhound kicked its legs back violently. Its massive body instantly took to the air. It revealed its sharp claws. He grabbed hard at the rock that was falling rapidly overhead. There was a loud bang. The enormous rock was shattered by a single claw from the hellhound. How so? Wolf Brother's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to deflect his attack so easily. You brat, just what's your strength? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wolf Brother. Can't you see my strength? Wolf is a gold tier 1 beastmaster. High-level beast tamers can see through the strength of low-level beast tamers. Unless a low-level beast tamer possesses some special secret technique, it can conceal one's scent. No, that's impossible. How could you only have the strength of a 9th-level silver rank? Wolf felt it was particularly unbelievable. It's not like he hasn't fought against opponents at the 9th level of the silver rank. But that guy was in front of him. They could only run away with their heads in their hands. How could anyone be like Lu Xing? Calm and composed. Whether you are a real silver 9th rank or a fake silver 9th rank, you're all going to die here. Wolf gritted his teeth, his murderous intent intensifying. Rock Monster, use rolling attack. Spike Porcupine, use spikes to shoot. Sunflower Monster, use leaf-plucking throwing knife. Wolf Brother issued an attack command to his 3 tamed beasts. His 3 tamed beasts launched an attack instantly. Spirit Water Turtle, go and block the attack of the spiked porcupine. Thunder Eagle, the Sunflower Monster is yours now. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball on the Rock Monster. Faced with Wolf Brother's attack, Lu Xing also quickly responded. Bang, bang, bang. The beasts of both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The Water Turtle versus the spiky porcupine. The porcupine with its spikes kept shaking its body. Its countless sharp spikes shot towards the Spirit Water Turtle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp spikes. Wiping the air. It actually produced a sonic boom. Unfortunately, it was facing Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle was like a huge mountain. They stood in front of Lu Xing. Clang, clang, clang. The quill shot of the porcupine. It struck the thick shell of the Spirit Water Turtle. A series of dense metallic clanging sounds immediately followed. Chapter 100 Rock Monster vs. Hellhound. Awoo awoo awoo. The spiky porcupine attacked Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle. However, Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle possesses the skill of a spiked shell. It will suffer all the damage. All the rebounds went to the spiky porcupine. The porcupine with its sharp spines howled in pain. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He immediately spoke to the Spirit Water Turtle. Spirit Water Turtle, use Wave Impact. The water turtle stretched its limbs out of its shell. It stomped its right foreleg on the ground. In an instant, a wave appeared out of nowhere. The wave roared. It charged toward the spiky porcupine not far away. Oh no, a porcupine. Get out of the way. Pity. The damage reflection from the Spirit Water Turtle, just now. This drove the porcupines into a frenzy. Instead of retreating, it advanced. It actually crashed directly into the wave. Boom. The waves crashing against the Spirit Water Turtle. But it was beyond the strength of a porcupine's quills. The powerful impact of the waves. It sent the spiky porcupine flying. Bang. The porcupine was slammed hard against a large tree behind it. Powerful impact. They crushed the porcupine's bones directly. The porcupine's enormous body. It landed heavily on the ground. Spiked porcupine. With the death of the spiky porcupine, Wolf Brother placed his right hand on his temple. The porcupine signed a soul contract with him. The porcupine with spikes died. Wolf Brother naturally suffered a backlash from his soul. Fortunately, he was strong enough. They withstood this wave of soul backlash. With the death of the spiky porcupine, Wolf Brother only had 2 beasts left. His face was ashen. His lips trembled involuntarily. It's awful. Suppressed. Frustrating. Countless negative energies surged into Wolf Brother's mind in an instant. In that instant, Wolf felt he shouldn't have provoked someone like Lu Xing. He began to regret robbing the bank in Jiangnan City. Unfortunately, in this world, there's no going back. Wolf gritted his teeth. He's now in a difficult situation. Even if he wanted to beg for mercy, Lu Xing, who was standing in front of him, would not let him off the hook either. So he's already prepared to fight to the death. Sunflower Monster, use Sunbeam on that Thunderhawk. Sunlight. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but snort coldly. He had at least studied the Warcraft encyclopedia. Naturally, they knew about this sunlight skill. This thing is incredibly powerful. However, there is a very serious drawback. That is, it needs to build up its power. The Sunflower Monster raised its head. It looks up at the sky at a 45 degrees angle. The sunlight energy from the sky quickly gathered on the sunflower monster's face. The energy was gathering more and more. Thunderhawk interrupted. Use lightning. Boom. A very thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The attack struck the sunflower monster. This sunflower monster is a plant-type tamed beast, resistant to electric attacks. Therefore, the Thunderhawk's lightning only caused it minor injuries. However, electric-type moves have one effect. That means there's a chance to paralyze your opponent. Lu Xing was lucky. Thunderhawk's lightning attack. The sunflower monster was electrocuted. The sunflower monster's body trembled. Its concentrated beams of sunlight were also emitted at this time. Whoosh. Sunbeams shot out. The ray of light traveled from left to right. Slide upwards at a 45 degrees angle. Powerful attack power. It cut a grove of trees in half right in front of them. Click. Countless trees fell to the ground in response. That was close. If this thing hits Thunderhawk, it will be badly injured, even if it doesn't die. Thunderhawk, use thunder again. The attacks just now. The sunflower monster was already covered in wounds. Lu Xing knew. If the Thunderhawk attacks again, this sunflower monster is about to fall down obediently. Oh no, a sunflower monster. Get out of its way with its lightning. Previously, Wolf Brother occupied the sunflower monster, which was a plant-type beast tamer. It directly withstood several attacks from the Thunder Eagle. He's starting to panic. After all, even if the sunflower monster resists electric attacks, it also could not withstand such continuous attacks. Boom. A very thick bolt of lightning struck down again. The sunflower monster's body was still in a stiff state, even if it wanted to dodge. Now we are willing but unable to do anything. He could only helplessly endure the lightning strikes from the Thunder Eagle. This bolt of lightning. Thunder Eagle went all out. Therefore, even if the sunflower monster resists electric-type skills, it still fell down with a look of resentment on its face. With the demise of the sunflower monster, Wolf Brother let out another shrill scream. He felt a splitting headache. His soul felt as if it were being pricked by needles. With the sunflower monster dead, Wolf Brother only had one beast left. That's his main force, the rock monster. At this moment, the rock monster curled up into a ball. It keeps rolling, attempting to use its enormous body. It rammed into the two-headed hellhound with tremendous force. However, the two-headed hellhound was too agile. They always managed to dodge it easily. After several rounds, the rock monster's attacks were ineffective. It knocked down quite a few of the surrounding trees. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this the power of beast taming? The scene before my eyes. Relying solely on manpower. Without the aid of tools, it's almost impossible. Rock monster, stop. Wolf discovered that his rock monster's rolling attack could not hit Lu Xing's hellhound. He simply stopped his rock monster. The rock monster stopped. Due to the continuous rolling, the rock monster was covered in a thick layer of mud. Rock monster, use stone launcher. Upon hearing this, the rock monster quickly extend both hands forward. Not long after, a huge rock materialized in front of the rock monster. Whoosh. The rock monster shoved its hand forward suddenly. The enormous rock shot out instantly. The stone was moving extremely fast. Wiping the air, it actually emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Not good. Spirit Water Turtle, go help the hellhound and block that stone. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Water Turtle, it suddenly leaped. It jumped in front of the two-headed hellhound. The flying stones are a physical attack. Moreover, it's a rock elemental skill. The Spirit Water Turtle has strong defense. In addition, it is a water attribute beast tamer. Resist damage from rock-type skills. Bang! The rock monster's flying stones struck the Spirit Water Turtle's shell. A huge explosion occurred immediately. A plume of black smoke instantly filled the entire battlefield. Ha! Wolf suddenly burst into wild laughter. You brat, you actually sent your water turtle to block my rock monster's flying stones. I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending. In Wolf Brother's heart, Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle seemed to have been pierced by the stone projectiles from his own rock monster. Chapter 101 Turning in the Quest. Wolf Brother's eyes widened. Look towards the smoke in front of you. He couldn't wait to see Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle. The image shows something pierced by a stone. Pity. He was disappointed. How is this possible? Wolf's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't understand it. It was clearly Rock Monster's own rock shot that hit Lu Xing's Spirit Water Turtle. But this guy only suffered minor injuries. No, I don't believe it. Hellhound, use Shadow Strike on that rock monster. Lu Xing no longer held back. He initiated the attack. Good timing. Wolf saw that Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound was actually rushing towards his rock monster. The gloom in his heart vanished instantly. Rock monster, unleash a fierce attack on that hellhound. Remember, smash both of its dog heads in. Upon hearing this, the rock monster, it also charged toward the two-headed hellhound. Just as the two beasts were about to collide, the two-headed hellhound suddenly disappeared. The rock monster's fist missed its target. Its body, due to inertia, he stumbled forward. Bump. I don't know when. The two-headed hellhound appeared behind the rock monster. Its sharp claws were enveloped in a cloud of black mist. The hellhound's sharp claws slashed viciously at the rock monster's back. Although the rock monster has strong defense, but the Cerberus's claws are even stronger. The hellhound's claws left several deep wounds on the rock monster's back. Oh whoa! The rock monster let out a painful howl. The two-headed hellhound had no intention of letting it go. The two heads of the hellhound opened their mouths. Instantly, two enormous black energy orbs condensed in front of the hellhound's mouth. Shadow Ball. Two shadow orbs blasted towards the rock monster. Bump. Bump. Powerful impact. It moved the rock monster forward by more than 10 meters. After taking two shadow balls, the rock monster was now in a state of utter despair, like a candle flickering in the wind. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He immediately spoke to the spirit water turtle beside him. Spirit water turtle, use wave impact on the rock monster. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle, how could it possibly let go of this opportunity for revenge? Suddenly, the spirit water turtle stomped its right foot forward. Suddenly, a wave more than 10 meters high appeared out of thin air. The waves roared. It charged fiercely at the rock monster in front of it. Although the water turtle is not as strong as the rock monster. However, rock monster is, after all, a rock-type beastmaster. When faced with the impact of water-based waves, it only met a tragic end. As the rock monster fell, all of Wolf Brothers' tamed beasts have perished. He felt a wave of dizziness. The body swayed. Finally, it fell straight down. Bump. Wolf Brother was unlucky. When falling backward, his head actually slammed directly into a huge rock on the ground. Blood instantly flowed from the back of Wolf Brother's head. Lu Xing looked at the back of Wolf Brother's head. It's sunken in there. Clearly, Wolf Brother is not going to survive. Lu Xing had just finished dealing with Wolf Brother. Bai Feng, standing to the side, shouted, "Boss Lu Xing, help me. If you don't come soon, I'm going to die." Wolf Brothers' henchmen. Their strength is not weak either. They are all at the second or third tier of silver. Bai Feng, a fourth-tier silver saint, faced their siege. He was finding it difficult to cope. Lu Xing looked towards Bai Feng. He noticed that Bai Feng's expression was solemn at this moment. His forehead was covered in sweat. It's clear they're under immense pressure. His tamed beasts were also panting heavily. No way. There are just too many enemies. They simply can't handle it. Hellhound, go help him. With Lu Xing's command, the two-headed hellhound charged toward the minions' summoned beasts. The two-headed hellhound was like a tiger among sheep. It charged into the enemy ranks. They began their flanking maneuvers, attacking from the left and right. Not long after, all of the enemy's tamed beasts perished under the claws of the hellhound. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Bai Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. A chill rose from the bottom of my heart. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. He originally intended to work hard. I'll seek revenge on Lu Xing then. To get revenge. Bai Feng no longer has that idea. No, I must cling to his leg. Bai Feng looked at Lu Xing. An unusual light appeared in his eyes. His gaze was like that of a wolf looking at a lamb. What are you looking at? Lu Xing spoke up. Nothing. Lu Xing's words startled Bai Feng. It also pulled him back from his fantasy. Hellhound, let's go clean up the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound began reaping kills on the battlefield. Under Lu Xing's guidance, the two-headed hellhound cut off all the valuable parts from the beasts. Seeing Lu Xing carrying large and small bags, one of the packages contained Wolf Brother's head. Bai Feng felt a chill run down his spine. All right, we should go back now. Yes. Bai Feng is now Lu Xing's most loyal sycophant. What does Lu Xing want him to do now? He's generally happy to do most of them. Bai Feng's principle in life is to always stand on the side of the winner. Lu Xing, with Bai Feng, arrive at the Beastmaster Guild's mission hall. I'm ready to hand in the task. When he threw Wolf Brother's head in front of the counter. The saleswoman at the counter was startled. She instantly jumped backward. The saleswoman at the counter turned pale with fright. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers in the surrounding area. They gathered around Lu Xing. At the same time, I also saw the counter. Wolf Brother's head. Although Wolf Brother's head looked bloody and mangled, however, you can still vaguely make out its shape. Wow, isn't that so-and-so? Yeah, it's that guy called Wolf Brother. He robbed our bank a few days ago, and I never thought he would be killed. My God, didn't the mission say that this Wolf Brother has the strength of Gold Tier 1? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Xing. How old is this kid? Brother Wolf actually died at his hands. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. I bet this wolf bro got injured by someone else, and then this kid took advantage of the situation. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, with Wolf Brother's gold level 1 strength, this kid would definitely be no match for him. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Xing did not speak. Bai Feng, who was standing to the side, spoke up. He said indignantly, "You guys are really judging people by their narrow perspectives, underestimating them. I, Lu Xing, killed Brother Wolf with real swords and spears. Real weapons." The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. How old are you all? At most, he's in his early 20s. And this boss you're talking about looks to be around 18 years old. Lu Xing's face still had a touch of childishness. That's why he said that. Chapter 102 Bai Feng's request. Then what will it take for you to believe me? Lu Xing suddenly spoke up and said this. No matter how you explain it. A fake is a fake. If you really have the ability to kill Wolf Brother, then I'll eat shit live on stream. The kind where you eat while you poop. Looking at the trolls in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. Hello, could you please complete the task for me first? At the same time, I also need to update my Beast Tamer registration information. As Lu Xing spoke, he pulled a silver badge out of his pocket. Everyone saw the silver badge. They all stared wide-eyed. My God, it's a silver badge. And it's at the 9th level of silver. My God, what am I seeing? One guy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he was seeing things. I instinctively reached out my hand. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. It turned out to be a silver tier 9 badge. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't keep my eyes. Doctor, where's the doctor? Help me, I'm hallucinating. Lu Xing submitted the task. They received their payment. He also updated his Beastmaster information. That's right. On the way back, Lu Xing's Hellhound has broken through. It starts from the 9th rank of silver. It has been upgraded to Gold Tier 1. Looking at the gleaming gold badge in Lu Xing's hand, the guy who was just criticizing him couldn't help but swallow hard. He glanced around. He discovered that no one was paying attention to him. So he decided to make a runaway. If you don't leave, he's about to lose face. Hey everyone, stop him. Bai Feng's attention was always on that troll. The people around were also enjoying the spectacle. They reached out their hands. They stopped the troll. Didn't you say that if my older brother really killed Wolf Brother? Then you should eat shit live on stream. The kind where you eat while you poop. As he said this, Bai Feng's face was full of sneers. Hee. I was just joking. Don't take this seriously. You're so generous. Just ignore me like a fart. Don't. Bai Feng immediately rejected the troll's request. He was holding back a lot of anger. There was nowhere else to vent. This guy in front of me is just there to block the gun. There's no reason for him to let him off the hook. Hey guys, grab him and come with me. For those trolls who spew nonsense. To deal with him. Only by filling his mouth with feces. That way he won't dare to do it again next time. Watching the departing figures of the crowd, Lu Xing shrugged, utterly speechless. He has now completed his task. It has also been upgraded to the Gold Tier 1. Next, you should relax and have some fun. Consolidate your strength. Then I prepared to contract the 4th beast. Lu Xing returned to his villa. He walked over and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Lu Xing hadn't rested for long. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. Who could it be? Because if it were Su Pang and his group, they have the key. There's absolutely no need to ring the doorbell. But now the doorbell is ringing. That proves one thing. The people outside the door were not Fatty Su and his group. Lu Xing stood up. He opened the door to the villa. They found Bai Feng standing at the gate with a smile on his face. Hee, boss Lu Xing. Bai Feng's smile was somewhat awkward. Perhaps he had never fawned over anyone like this before. So it seems a bit strange. Bai Feng, is something the matter? Lu Xing did not expect that. That guy Bai Feng actually came looking for him again. Bai Feng nodded upon hearing this. I do have something to trouble you with. Is there something you need my help with? Lu Xing frowned. However, although he hadn't known Bai Feng for very long, but he still knew Bai Feng's character well. This guy won't make any unreasonable demands on him. Just tell me what you want me to do. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was overjoyed. Hey Lu Xing, do you know about the school league? School league, what's that? The school league is a competition held by several of the top beast taming academies in China. Each year, each university sends 5 students to participate. Speaking of which, Bai Feng glanced at Lu Xing. I just don't know if you're interested, boss. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing pondered for a moment. He asked with some curiosity, why did you suddenly come to see me? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's face showed an embarrassed expression. You don't know. Just last year, our school sent a few of us senior students to participate. It's okay when dealing with members from other schools. But it won't work if you encounter students from the Capital University of Animal Taming or the Shanghai University of Animal Taming. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing finally understood what Bai Feng wanted to say. It's nothing more than that. He felt that he was quite capable. Therefore, he hopes to be able to participate. They became the main force of the school. In this national league, to win the first prize, Lu Xing glanced at Bai Feng. He's the kind of guy who won't do anything without a profit. Working for free. Lu Xing wouldn't do that. Just tell me directly what the reward is for winning this time. Then I'll consider whether or not to participate. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's eyes lit up. The fact that Lu Xing asked this question shows that he is interested in this matter. This year's rewards are different from those in previous years. It seems like they did this to encourage us to participate and also to motivate us to work harder. Therefore, this time the reward has changed from the previous Platinum Monster Core to a Diamond Monster Core. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. Good. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, they continued to ask, how strong were our opponents in the past? Most of the opponents are still at the silver level. There are only 1 or 2 perverts. It has reached the level of gold. With my skill level, facing an opponent like this is just plain humiliating. Bai Feng had just finished saying this when he suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. He then added, Boss Lu Xing, what I just said didn't mean anything by it. Lu Xing nodded. I know. All right, you can go back now. I'll think about this matter carefully. Good. Bai Feng did not force Lu Xing. Boss Lu, think it through. Whether you want to participate or not, you have to give me a message. Can. By the way, I haven't added you on Feishan yet. Here you are. Lu Xing took out his phone. He revealed his Feishan QR code. Seeing this, Bai Feng, he immediately took out his phone to scan. Then I added Lu Xing as a friend. Chapter 103 The Discussion Among Lan Tian and Others. After Bai Feng added Lu Xingfei as a friend on WeChat, he left happily. Not long after, he arrived at the 3rd floor of a teaching building. This is the music classroom. There aren't many music classes at school, so this classroom was left unused. There were already 3 people sitting in the classroom. They are Zhang Yan, Yan Guoli, and Lan Tian. The 3 of them, including Bai Feng who just arrived. It is known as the Jiangnan Beast Taming University, the F4 in their sophomore year. What is F4? He's the kind of guy who's handsome, rich, and incredibly capable. Therefore, the 4 of them were considered prominent figures in the school. At this time, Yan Guoli and the other 2 looked ashen-faced because they received bad news. Bai Feng, have you heard? What did you hear? See for yourself. As Yan Guoli spoke, he handed a document to Bai Feng. Bai Feng took it. Upon closer inspection, he learned the information in the document. Yan Guoli looked at Bai Feng. He was somewhat surprised, because Bai Feng's behavior was far too abnormal. After all, in the past, Bai Feng would definitely be startled at this moment. Bai Feng, what's wrong with you? Isn't the information inside scary enough? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng calmly replied, what's so scary about it? It's just that the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University produced a gold-level guy. He's just a gold-level guy. Upon hearing this, Yan Guoli glanced at Bai Feng subconsciously. White wind, a white wind. I can't tell that your skills have improved much. His ability to show off is getting better and better. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng rolled his eyes at Yan Guoli. If it were before, Bai Feng would definitely be very surprised. But then he met Lu Xing. After learning about Lu Xing's strength, he was used to such things. After all, this world is not short of perverts. Blue sky, this time in the National League. Our school will send 5 students to participate. Besides the 4 of us, are there any other candidates? Upon hearing this, Lan Tian shook his head. Jiangnan Beast Taming University is good. However, it is still slightly inferior to the Beast Taming University in Beijing or the Beast Taming University in Shanghai. To win against them, it's practically impossible. There is only one thing they can do. That means not losing too badly. Not at the moment. Blue Sky is the kind of guy who'd rather have nothing than something bad. He won't just randomly pick someone to fill in. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly spoke up. Or let's have Li Hua from our class go. Li Hua. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Everyone began to recall the events in their minds. You mean that bookworm? Yan Guoli suddenly spoke up. No. Yan Guoli shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. He also knew Li Hua. That guy looked so dull and stupid. Moreover, his strength seems to be only at the silver tier too. With that kind of strength, they can take the stage. That would really be a disgrace to their school. Bai Feng, who was standing to the side, heard this. He remained silent. Instead, they hid to the side and secretly enjoyed themselves. Bai Feng, who usually likes to make witty remarks. This time, however, he remained silent. His unusual behavior caught the attention of the other three, especially Yan Guoli. He has a strong sense of honor and shame. Yan Guoli couldn't help but accuse Bai Feng. Bai Feng, you're usually so carefree and irresponsible, that's one thing. Now we're facing such a tricky situation. You should at least come out and offer some advice. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng, he glared at Yan Guoli. How could I not offer any suggestions? I'm telling you, I've found the right person. What? You said you found the right person. Who is it? Yan Guoli said somewhat excitedly. He knew Bai Feng's character well. Although this guy usually likes to talk trash. But he is not one to speak without reason. Alright, hurry up and tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense. Yan Guoli was getting anxious about this matter. Alright, I'll tell you. Actually, I contacted Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Upon hearing this name, Yan Guoli and Jiang Yan's bodies trembled involuntarily. This is a natural reaction, because they were all terrified of Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Yan Guoli muttered something under his breath. He fell into deep thought. If it's him, then it's possible. I just don't know what his current strength is. Can he really do it? Jiang Yan, standing to the side, frowned deeply. Isn't he one of our freshmen? Yes, he's a freshman. But don't forget, he's also a student at our school. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng, Yan Guoli immediately understood. Yes, this National League only specifies that students in schools can participate. But it didn't say that first-year students weren't allowed to participate. However, there is an unwritten rule that third-year students are not allowed to participate. According to common sense, first-year students are younger than second-year students. They started learning late. Therefore, their strength is naturally weaker than that of second-year students. But will Lu Xing really participate? Yes, it will. Bai Feng looked like he had Lu Xing completely under his thumb. What makes you so sure? That's because I told Lu Xing about the reward for winning this competition. It is a diamond-grade magical beast core. Upon hearing this, the other three nodded in agreement. After all, no one can resist the allure of a diamond-level monster core. But perhaps it's because they know they won't win. Therefore, they did not make a decision regarding the ownership of this monster core. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. Now that the matter has been resolved, then let's set off. Set off? Where to? Of course we'll go to the bar. This time, I'll treat you all to drinks and let's celebrate. Upon hearing this, Yan Guoli and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. Bai Feng, let me ask you something secretly. Can you tell me, what is Lu Xing's current strength? Guess. Bai Feng kept everyone in suspense once again. These words were spoken. Yan Guoli's expression changed slightly. You bastard. He gritted his teeth. Roll up your sleeves. He looked like he was about to beat up Bai Feng. Okay, I'll tell you. Bai Feng didn't want to be chased all over the school by Yan Guoli. He is now at the gold tier 1. Oh, it's a gold tier 1. What? Gold tier 1. Yan Guoli's eyes widened. He looked on in disbelief. He subconsciously picked at his ear. I thought there was something wrong with my ears. I'm experiencing auditory hallucinations. Lan Tian, who was sitting to the side, trembled. He muttered to himself. Did that guy get gold? The image of Lu Xing appeared in Lan Tian's mind. Chapter 104 Visiting Green Ivy. Lan Tian boasted that he had considerable talent, and he also worked very hard. But after hearing about Lu Xing's strength, a sense of powerlessness also arose in Lan Tian's heart. After all, with the efforts of someone like Lan Tian, his strength was only at the 9th level of silver rank. This was even with the support of his family background. We've only gotten this far. But what does Lu Xing have? Lan Tian investigated Lu Xing's background. A complete orphan template. His parents left him only a few houses. But those houses, in the eyes of the blue sky, he didn't even look. How about it? You're all surprised, aren't you? Isn't the helper I found for you pretty good? Bai Feng's face was beaming with a smile. He seemed to be asking for credit. He cheerfully addressed Lan Tian and the others. SOSO. Yan Guoli looked embarrassed. He's so obsessed with saving face that he's willing to suffer for it. Perhaps we really have a chance to win the championship this time. Jiang Yan suddenly spoke up. The usually taciturn blue sky suddenly uttered this sentence. Sai, what did that guy eat to grow up like that? How could it be so perverted? Yen Guoli couldn't help but complain. I don't know either. If I had known, I would have paid a hefty price. Buy 10 or 8 pounds to eat as snacks. The other 3. Just as by phone and the others were discussing this, Lu Xing was also thinking about the upcoming National League. Although he is now at the Gold Tier 1. But he had only just reached the first level of the Gold rank. I haven't contracted a new beast yet. Let this promotion. To form combat capability. Is there still half a month left? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Half a month is enough. But I need to think about it carefully. What should I choose for my 4th tamed beast? As Lu Xing spoke, he picked up the Warcraft encyclopedia that was on the table. He flipped through the pages quickly. Not long after, Lu Xing found his goal. Let's choose this one. The Green Elf. Lu Xing analyzed his current strength. The warrior position has a Hellhound. The special attack position can only be filled by Thunderhawk. And then there's the tank position. He has a powerful Spirit Water Turtle. What's still missing? We need a Wet Nurse. Although his beast taming, they are very strong. Even if injured, it can also recover quickly. However, recovery still takes time. It would be different if he had a Wet Nurse. The Wet Nurse can be treated. It achieves an instant recovery effect. This way, his combat effectiveness can be maintained indefinitely. But this Green Elf. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Looks like I'll have to go find Sister Green Ivy. Ask her. How did she catch her Green Elf in the first place? That day, Lu Xing bought a plane ticket. It flew back to Guangzhou. He went straight to the Phoenix Corps base. Since I've been here before. So Lu Xing went inside with ease. He went straight to the hall. They found the lobby completely empty. Lu Xing frowned slightly. What's going on? Where are the people here? Lu Xing glanced around. After finding no one, he went upstairs. Just as Lu Xing reached the top of the stairs, he was startled. There was a woman wrapped in a bath towel in front of them. His face was covered with a greenish substance. Green. Sister Green Ivy. Lu Xing asked tentatively. Lu Xing. Green Ivy was also taken aback. Why are you here? Green Ivy removed the green stuff covering her face. What is that? Lu Xing asked Green Ivy with some curiosity. Oh, you mean this? This is slime essence. It is used to absorb dead skin cells, remove blackheads, and has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he was slightly taken aback. He then gave a wry smile. I never imagined that a slime with such low strength could have such an effect. Green Ivy smiled slightly. By the way, you rascal. Why did you suddenly come back? Did they run into some trouble over there? Green Ivy's expression turned serious. After all, Lu Xing, one doesn't visit the temple without a reason. He's probably encountered some difficulties. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he immediately spoke to the Green Ivy. We didn't encounter any difficulties. Didn't I break through to the gold level? I want to form a contract with the 4th beast. My goal is the Green Elf. So, I'd like to ask you where this Green Elf was captured. What? You said you've broken through to the 1st level of the gold rank. Oh my god. Green Ivy quickly looked Lu Xing up and down. Lu Xing, just tell me the truth. Did you secretly take some kind of medicine? His strength has improved so quickly. Let me tell you, some medicines shouldn't be taken indiscriminately. You may feel that you are getting promoted quickly now, but it will only harm you in the long run. Looking at Green Ivy's earnest expression, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Oh dear, Sister Green Ivy, what are you thinking? I don't have many strengths, except that I'm handsome and have great talent. So getting promoted to the gold level is just a piece of cake. You're so vain. I never imagined you could be so narcissistic. Lu Xing's words. The awkwardness was resolved with just a few words. Besides, you can tell whether I've taken any banned drugs or not. As soon as Lu Xing said this, Green Ivy nodded. Her expression was unusually serious. Green Ivy is stronger than Lu Xing, and she is a doctor. Regarding Lu Xing's situation, you can tell the difference at a glance from a pothose plant. Lu Xing possesses abundant and pure qi and blood. The breath was long and deep. Clearly, he has laid a very solid foundation. Looks like this kid has put in a lot of effort. Little did the pothose know. Lu Xing, that guy? Since the time of contracted beast taming, they hardly ever give their tamed beasts any special training. At most, he would provide some precious food. His beast taming has achieved its current strength. It's all thanks to their own self-discipline. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to contract a green elf? Wait for me a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Then I'll take you to that place. After saying that, Green Ivy went into her room. I don't know whether the pothose plant did it intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Xing was surprised to find that the door to the room where the green ivy grows wasn't properly closed. The door opened a little bit by itself. Lu Xing peeked inside through the crack in the door. He discovered that he had seen some things that were inappropriate for children. Lu Xing only glanced at it. He immediately turned his head to the side. Do not look at what is improper. In his heart, he still has great respect for the pothose. Little did Lu Xing know. His actions were observed by Green Ivy. Green Ivy's lips curled up slightly. My liking for Lu Xing has increased considerably. Chapter 105 Heading to Capture the Green Elf. I'm all better. Green Ivy came out of the room. Lu Xing looked towards the Green Ivy. In that instant, somewhat absent-minded, the Green Ivy in front of me is still wearing a long green dress. She seemed like a fairy in the forest. It looks especially beautiful. Hey, little brother Lu Xing, what are you looking at? No, it's nothing. Lu Xing snapped out of his daze, feeling quite embarrassed. He felt somewhat unwell. In that instant, the erotic scene from just moments ago suddenly flashed into his mind. Let's go? The Green Ivy led the way. She led Lu Xing to their destination, the elf forest. Green Ivy led Lu Xing into the elf forest. Ah, that feels so good. Upon entering the elf forest, the Green Ivy lifted its skirt. They ran forward. At this time, she transformed into a forest sprite. It kept spinning there, leaping. It's been so long since I've been to this place. The pothose plant kept scanning its surroundings. It looks like she used to be a regular here. I am quite familiar with every plant and tree here. Lu Xing looked at the delighted Green Ivy. He also gave a faint smile. Lu Xing took a deep breath. Instantly, a breath of fresh air was inhaled into Lu Xing's abdominal cavity. This fresh air, it made Lu Xing feel refreshed and relaxed. This feels so good. Lu Xing also uttered these words. This fairy forest is a natural oxygen bar. Lu Xing felt that if he were to be in the center of this place in the future, he can live a few more years. Little brother Lu Xing, come with me. After playing with the pothose for a while, she continued to lead the way. Come out, my little friend. Green Ivy released her tamed beast. A greenhorn goat, a green elf. She may have other tamed beasts. However, the pothose plant did not choose to release them all. Lu Xing glanced at the greenhorned goat. Greenhorned goat. Attribute, plant. Gender, male. Rank, diamond, tier 2. Qualification, A. Learn skills, savage charge, horn charge, long horns, leaf dance. Diamond, tier 2. Although Lu Xing already knew that Green Ivy was quite capable, I never expected that she was also a diamond tier 2 powerhouse. Lu Xing had seen the green elf of the Green Ivy before. That green elf was at the platinum tier 1 strength. Therefore, Lu Xing thought that Green Ivy was the platinum god. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually a diamond tycoon. Hey, little brother Lu Xing, what are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, the sun might set. Good. Lu Xing also quickly began to form hand seals. He summoned his two-headed hellhound. Green Ivy looked at Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. She was slightly taken aback. She never expected that Lu Xing would have one of these things in his possession. This guy is really lucky. The hellhound is an extremely rare beast. This thing only exists in books. This is the first time I've ever seen a pothose plant. Just as Lu Xing was about to climb onto the back of the two-headed hellhound, Green Ivy rode the greenhorned goat straight up to him. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to ride this hellhound. Why? Because your hellhound possesses evil attributes. The evil attribute represents darkness. This is the elf forest, where the elves live. They yearn for light and cherish peace. You rode the two-headed hellhound into their territory. Isn't this just deliberately causing them trouble? This. Lu Xing thought about it and realized that Green Ivy's words made sense. Come back, Cerberus. He put away the two-headed hellhound. However, this also put Lu Xing in an awkward situation. Why do I say that? That's because he only has 3 beasts in total. Hellhound, Thunderhawk, and Spirit Water Turtle. This is, after all, a forest. Tall, towering trees grow all around. Thunder eagles have difficulty flying in this area. And the Spirit Water Turtle. This guy is on land. It's okay if it's slow. The problem is, it also has a sharp outer shell. Just imagining myself riding on the back of the Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing felt that his chrysanthemum was in danger. Green Ivy seemed to have sensed Lu Xing's predicament. She sighed. He said to Lu Xing, come up here. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He flipped himself onto the back of the greenhorned goat. I sat behind the greenhorned goat. Perhaps they were afraid of falling off the greenhorned goat. Lu Xing subconsciously put his arm around Green Ivy's waist. I never imagined her waist was so slim. Lu Xing put his arm around Green Ivy's slender waist. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Green Ivy was startled by Lu Xing's sudden attack. She hadn't expected Lu Xing to be so bold. He dared to put his arm around her waist. Fortunately, Lu Xing's hand was only around her waist. They did not do anything else excessive. Green Ivy then let Lu Xing hug her. The two rode on the back of a green-horned goat, under the guidance of the green elf, heading deeper into the jungle. Fortunately, the green-horned goat is large enough. They are strong enough. It has no problem carrying Green Ivy and Lu Xing. The green elves were flying around in the air. This fairy forest is its home. It returned here. Naturally, I was especially happy. Lu Xing was equally happy. This fairy forest is exceptionally beautiful. It is surrounded by greenery. The weather is nice today too. The sun was shining brightly. The dazzling sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves. It shone directly onto the ground. Lu Xing gently put his arm around Green Ivy's waist. I don't know if it's because the pothose just had a bath. The pothose plant has its own natural fragrance. Lu Xing felt a faint fragrance continuously wafting into his nostrils. This aroma isn't overpowering at all. It has a particularly pleasant smell. Lu Xing felt somewhat intoxicated by the moment. We've arrived. Good times are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing found himself following Green Ivy through the dense forest. We arrived at a deep canyon. Inside the canyon, everywhere is full of life. Countless magical beasts frolic freely among them. The surroundings were filled with the vibrant colors of flowers and the lush greenery of willows. It looks exceptionally beautiful. It was like a paradise on earth. There is a pool of water inside the canyon. The water in that pool was sky blue, like the sky. I never expected to find such a beautiful view here. Lu Xing kept scanning his surroundings. All right, you rascal. Stop talking nonsense. Do you see that green elf over there? Go and choose one, then defeat it and tame it. Green Ivy pointed her delicate finger to a spot not far away. Just a short distance away, at the edge of the pool. 3 adorable green elves were playing there. They didn't notice at all. Someone is approaching them. Chapter 106 The Egg of the Six-Winged Angel. Boss, is that green elf you were talking about here? A man with a dark complexion. There was a ruthless glint in his eyes. This guy is a tough character. Their voices caught the attention of Green Ivy and Lu Xing. Green Ivy instinctively looked towards the person who had approached. When you can see the person clearly, Green Ivy's expression changed slightly. It's Gung Jiang. The pothose plant was startled. She immediately took Lu Xing's hand. They ran deeper into the canyon. Sister Green Ivy, what's wrong? Regarding the behavior of the pothose, Lu Xing felt a sense of confusion. Do you know who that person is? Have no idea. That's Gung Jiang. Gung Jiang. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. It's the person who poisoned Ryu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing instantly realized what was going on. He looked at Gung Jiang. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. That's right. Gung Jiang is someone on Lu Xing's kill list. He didn't expect that. They were destined to meet again. We ran into each other here. However, after Lu Xing witnessed Gung Jiang's strength, Lu Xing gave up the idea of causing trouble for Gung Jiang. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late, even after 10 years. Gung Jiang rode on the back of a poisonous wolf. That poisonous wolf was entirely purple. It looks very majestic. It exudes the aura of someone in a superior position. Poison wolf. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Rank, diamond, tier 4. Qualification, S. Learn skills, venomous fangs, venomous claws, venom spray, venomous stars. I never imagined that Gung Jiang was a diamond tier 4 beast tamer. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. The higher the strength, the greater the gap between each smaller stage level. Green Ivy is a diamond tier 2 expert. However, he was still no match for Gung Jiang, who was at diamond tier 4. And there is another very serious problem. That is, Gung Jiang's poisonous wolf is a beast with poison attributes. The green goat of the Green Ivy is a plant-based species. In terms of attributes, Gung Jiang's poisonous wolf restrained Luo's green-horned goat. Whether it's strength or attributes, they are all in a weak position. So after Green Ivy met Gung Jiang, that's why she instinctively ran away. Green Ivy pulled Lu Xing along. They ran deep into the canyon. They eventually stopped at the end of the road. Oh no. Green Ivy's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected that the end of the canyon would be a dead end. All around are towering cliffs that reach into the clouds. In other words, they are now like turtles in a jar. Even with wings, it's impossible to escape. Outside the canyon, Gung Jiang's lackey spoke to Gung Jiang. Boss, what's wrong? Gung Jiang's expression was solemn. That's right. Just a moment ago, he sensed a murderous intent. Could it be that my intuition is wrong? Gung Jiang began to ponder. No, I don't have a mistaken feeling, but I truly felt the killing intent. And it's right here in this canyon. Gung Zhang's sinister gaze instantly turned ruthless. Since someone wants to harm him, he naturally wanted to strike first. Nip that danger in the bud. This is Gung Zhang's survival rule. Gung Zhang rode a poisonous wolf. He slowly made his way into the depths of the canyon. Why isn't Gung Zhang in a hurry? Because Gung Zhang had been to this canyon before. He was very familiar with the situation inside. This canyon is like a pocket. There is only one entrance. In other words, the person who wanted to kill him. It's deep inside this canyon. Gung Zhang became increasingly curious. Who exactly is it? They actually dared to plot against him. Gung Zhang rode a poisonous wolf. They led their lackeys deep into the canyon. When he reached the end, Gung Zhang stood there, stunned. What's going on? Gung Zhang looked at the empty scene before her. He fell into deep thought. Am I really being too sensitive? Gung Zhang began to have doubts again. What Gung Zhang didn't know was that this is a platform on the cliff. Lu Xing and Green Ivy were standing at the edge of the platform. He looked down at Gung Zhang. Until Gung Zhang left directly, Green Ivy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Green Ivy glanced at the Thunder Eagle beside Lu Xing. She spoke with great relief. It's good that you have a Thunder Eagle. It can bring us to this platform. Otherwise, we'd be dead this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. He looked at his Thunderhawk. It turned out that the Thunderhawk was also looking at him. Thunder Eagle had been following Lu Xing for some time. Lu Xing felt that his bond with it was growing stronger. Lu Xing also felt more and more that I chose to contract a flying beast in the first place. What a wise choice. Oh right, I didn't expect there to be a cave here. Looking at the Green Ivy, which seemed still shaken, Lu Xing immediately shifted his attention. Yes. Although Green Ivy said that, but her heart still betrayed her. It started jumping around wildly. Let's go. I'll go inside this cave and take a look. Perhaps there's something good inside. After all, in his previous life, Lu Xing has read so many novels. The main character inside, many of them were being hunted down. Then he jumped off the cliff. They encountered a miraculous adventure at the bottom of the cliff. Then they made a miraculous comeback. I wonder if I'll be that lucky. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. He led Green Ivy into the cave. As Lu Xing delved deeper, he was surprised to find that this cave had a unique feel to it. The cave is very large. It is permissible for 3 people to walk side by side. The cave walls are covered with colorful stalactites. Those stalactites even glow. The entire cave was brightly lit. It looks exceptionally beautiful. I just don't know if there's any treasure inside. Lu Xing continued walking forward. Soon, he reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave is a small altar. The altar was surrounded by greenery. A stream of clear spring water gushed out from the bottom of the altar. An egg was placed around the altar. That egg was entirely pink. It was covered in white patterns. It looks exceptionally eye-catching. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he immediately activated the system's eye. He looked toward the egg. After seeing that egg, Lu Xing's heart betrayed him. It started jumping around wildly. Bang, bang, bang. A 6-winged angel's egg. Lu Xing frowned slightly. He never expected to be in such a place. Encountering the egg of a 6-winged angel. 6-winged angel, unhatched. Attributes, spirit, fairy. Gender, female. Level, none. Qualification, SSS. Skills learned, judgment, divine healing. My god, it's a 3S level. Lu Xing has been in this world for so long. This was the first time he had ever encountered a level 3S monster. I'm going to tame this little guy. I must tame this little guy, no matter the cost. Lu Xing walked towards the egg. Chapter 107 Successfully Contracting a 6-Winged Angel. Lu Xing came to the front of the egg. He prepared to begin the hand seals. Make a contract with this egg. Just then, Green Ivy, standing nearby, grabbed Lu Xing's hand. Sister Green Ivy, what's wrong? Green Ivy frowned slightly. She looked at Lu Xing with some concern and said, Lu Xing, are you sure you want to form a contract with this egg? Lu Xing nodded. But do you know what will happen if you form a contract with this egg? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned. Is there really such a thing as not being able to contract eggs? No. Green Ivy shook her head. I'm just worried that contracting this egg will affect your future development. Why? Because, first of all, it's an egg, so you have no way of knowing the quality of the magical beast inside. Secondly, precisely because it is an egg, you don't know when it will hatch. You should know that the magical beast inside this egg might be of very high quality and have great potential. However, the higher the potential of a magical beast, the longer it takes to hatch. Some powerful creatures may take hundreds of years to hatch. So, are you sure you still want to contract this egg? After listening to Green Ivy's analysis, Lu Xing began to speak. I'm sure. His answer was very firm. There was not the slightest wavering. You? Green Ivy suddenly felt an inexplicable anger rising from her stomach. Green Ivy never expected this. I've been trying to persuade you for so long. As it turns out, Lu Xing is still so clueless. Green Ivy saw Lu Xing begin making hand seals again. Her face darkened. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Green Ivy turned and walked out of the cave, without the slightest hesitation or ambiguity. In her heart. At this point, Lu Xing is like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a kind heart. Lu Xing ignored the departing Green Ivy. His attention is now entirely focused on the contract. Why not contract this egg? Only a fool wouldn't sign a contract. Lu Xing didn't want to be a fool. This is the egg of a six-winged angel with SSS level aptitude. Furthermore, it may evolve into a 12-winged angel in the future. What is a 12-winged angel? Lu Xing once read a book at school. The book tells the story of how 12-winged angels helped humanity defeat the Demon King. You should know. If this book were in Lu Xing's previous life, it might be a fairy tale, but in this world of beast taming. But it really exists. With the formation of the contract array, the contract array suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Ding dong. Under the contract. The system has detected that the host is contracting a six-winged angel. Contract loading. As the contract progresses, Lu Xing suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. Pain. It hurt so much. Lu Xing felt that his mental energy was about to be drained by this egg. What's going on? Lu Xing covered his head with his right hand. His left hand was placed on the left wall. This prevents the body from falling. Contract backlash. It's a backlash from the contract. The little guy inside this egg is resisting me. Damn it. I don't believe I can't handle you. Lu Xing gritted his teeth. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. The contract lasted for 5 minutes. As the light from the contract array disappeared. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a contract with a six-winged angel. A six-winged angel? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. We finally succeeded. Lu Xing gave a bitter smile. His face was deathly pale at this moment. It looked like it had just been pulled from the water. My whole body was soaked with sweat. Exhausted. I'm so exhausted. Lu Xing felt sore all over. My eyelids won't obey me. It felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Ultimately, Lu Xing couldn't withstand the exhaustion. He fell to the ground. He fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time has passed. When Lu Xing woke up again, he realized that he seemed to be resting his head on something. That thing is soft. Lu Xing subconsciously reached out and pinched it. I didn't feel anything at first. Then Lu Xing started to exert himself more. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the cave. Smack! Then came a crisp sound. On the road, Lu Xing kept rubbing his right cheek. There was a handprint clearly visible on it. Lu Xing felt extremely wronged. He didn't want that either. It was purely a subconscious act. Green Ivy, walking beside him, had a livid face. Green Ivy never expected this. She took good care of Lu Xing out of kindness. This guy actually. The pothose plant was furious. She really wanted to pin Lu Xing to the ground and beat him up. But she won't. Because she knew. That was just an unintentional act by Lu Xing. By the way, Lu Xing, what exactly is that egg you contracted? To avoid embarrassment, the pothose plant. She could only try to find topics to talk about. To divert attention from the awkwardness caused by what just happened. Monster eggs can be contracted. Before making the contract, we didn't know what kind of monster was inside the egg. But after the contract, the beast tamer will know. That is why. Contracting a monster's egg is like buying a lottery ticket. Want to win the grand prize? It's practically impossible. So nobody's foolish enough to contract an egg. Only Lu Xing would do something so stupid. You mean that egg? Lu Xing's right cheek bulged out. He could only mumble as he spoke. That was the egg of a six-winged angel. Oh, the egg of a six-winged angel. Green Ivy gave a brief summary. After you finish repeating it, the pothose plant stopped growing. Her eyes gradually widened. Her eyes are getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was about to fall out. Green Ivy looked on in disbelief. Six-winged angel. What's going on? The Green Ivy was too excited. He started to stutter when he spoke. Her heart started pounding. Six-winged angel. That's a six-winged angel. The legendary six-winged angel. Green Ivy looked at Lu Xing with a strange expression. Could this guy really not be Lady Luck's illegitimate son? Just came out for a bit. They then made a contract with a six-winged angel. Why didn't this kind of good fortune fall on her? Green Ivy feels she's in a pretty good state of mind. However, after learning that Lu Xing had made a contract with a six-winged angel, She couldn't help but feel envious. Fortunately, there is no situation in this world where people plunder other people's beasts. Otherwise, the pothose might not be able to contain its jealousy. They've already tried to steal Lu Xing's six-winged angel. Kid, you're really lucky. Green Ivy uttered these words, one by one. SOSO. However, this time we were able to contract with this six-winged angel entirely thanks to Sister Green Ivy's help. When we get back, Sister Green Ivy, let me treat you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Green Ivy, a feeling of warmth immediately welled up inside me. You're one of the few with a conscience. Lu Xing was filled with barely suppressed excitement. That's a six-winged angel. What is an angel? That's a creature that can rival a dragon. Furthermore, we already have the items needed to evolve into a six-winged angel. That is the sacred crystal. This item was a thank you gift from Ru Ming when she asked him to help her capture a beast. As long as he upgrades the six-winged angel to the diamond rank, then use the holy crystal on it. A six-winged angel can evolve into an eight-winged angel. The six-winged angels are already quite powerful. An eight-winged angel? Lu Xing felt he could already foresee the scene of the eight-winged angel wreaking havoc. Chapter 108 Inviting Green Ivy to Dinner. Lu Xing and Green Ivy left the elf forest. The two took a taxi to a restaurant. Looking at the magnificent hotel in front of me, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. Intentional. She must have done it on purpose. Lu Xing never expected this. Green Ivy actually had the driver drive the car to the front of this hotel. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and keep up. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing gritted his teeth. He never expected that. That Green Ivy is surprisingly cunning. Don't be fooled by the faint smile on her face. But I don't know what I feel inside. Is this what heaven on earth is like? Lu Xing entered the Heaven on Earth Hotel. This Heaven on Earth Hotel is a 7-star hotel. It is the best hotel in Guangzhou. Have a meal here. It will cost at least 3 or 400,000 yuan. Because all the ingredients here are high-end. The drinks are also top of the line. Green Ivy has come to this heavenly paradise. She saw Lu Xing looking utterly defeated. I couldn't help but joke. Oh dear, my little brother Lu Xing. What's wrong with you? You're not worried about your money, are you? It doesn't matter. If you feel bad about it, you can tell your sister. It's not that I can't understand you. Or we can try another one. For example, that Shaxian Hotel across the street. Shaxian Grand Hotel? Lu Xing looked towards the main entrance. There was a residential area about 10 meters away across the street. There is a row of shops downstairs in that residential area. One of them was a small shop. It really is the Shaxian Grand Hotel. Lu Xing dared not tell Green Ivy. Let's go eat at Shaxian Grand Hotel. And what to eat at Shaxian Grand Hotel? Could it be that? Do you want some mixed noodles with wontons? After all, it was an invitation to Green Ivy for dinner. If you're eating this. Lu Xing couldn't afford to lose face like that. Fine, let's just eat at this place. Lu Xing had no choice but to bite the bullet. Keep going. Okay. Green Ivy's face was full of smiles. It wasn't because of eating at Heaven on Earth. It was because she saw Lu Xing get his comeuppance. A feeling of exhilaration washed over me. Inside the private room, looking at the pothose plant drinking red wine, Lu Xing was making plans in his mind. How about we get her drunk? Anyway, there are rooms upstairs in this Heaven on Earth. Lu Xing was thinking this to himself. But he did not take any action. He was purely driven by thievery. They don't have the guts to be thieves. Green Ivy seemed to have seen through Lu Xing's inner thoughts. Her eyes darted around. An idea immediately came to mind. She gave a wicked smile. He walked towards Lu Xing with a glass of red wine in his hand. Come on, little brother Lu Xing, let's have a drink. If you can get me drunk. Whatever you want to do tonight, it's up to you. I mean what I say. Don't. Lu Xing immediately refused Green Ivy. Are you disrespecting me? No. Lu Xing was even stuttering a little when he spoke. He found himself standing in front of the Green Ivy. They simply cannot take the initiative. Oh shit. Effort. I will work hard. When my strength surpasses yours, that will be the time. When I pin you down. Now you know whether I'm the little brother or the big brother. Lu Xing forced himself to drink with Green Luo. The two of them didn't know how many drinks they had. When Lu Xing woke up, Lu Xing found himself lying on a large bed. He glanced around. There's no trace of the pothose plant left. Lu Xing sat up. They found a note on the blanket. Little brother Lu Xing, your alcohol tolerance isn't very good. You'll need to practice more in the future, otherwise, with your alcohol tolerance. How can I get a girl? I've already paid the money. After you wake up, just take a taxi home yourself. Don't come looking for me. I have to go on a mission. Looking at the note left by the Green Ivy, Lu Xing gave a wry smile. She really is a fairy. Lu Xing knew this in his heart. If he wanted to subdue this demon, he will have to work twice as hard. However, Lu Xing was confident. He's a man with a beast taming system. You still have so many powerful beasts at your disposal. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, surpassing Green Ivy later will be a piece of cake. Lu Xing washed up. He pushed open the glass door to the balcony. I went straight to the balcony. Lu Xing finds himself standing on the top floor of the heaven on earth. The housing prices are the highest here. It costs 500,000 Chinese yuan to sleep with someone for one night. I never knew Sister Green Ivy was a hidden millionaire, including dinner last night, and the red wine we drank. Lu Xing made a rough estimate. They spent approximately 3 million Chinese yuan in one night. Does this mean that having money means you can do whatever you want? Lu Xing looked out onto the balcony. The heaven and earth is 100 stories high, towering into the clouds. This was Lu Xing's first time in such a place. Therefore, he was very curious about everything here. Outside the room, smoke swirled, creating an ethereal atmosphere. No wonder this hotel is named Heaven on Earth. There's definitely a reason for that. Moreover, the terrain here is very high. Looking down from a high vantage point, it seems as if they could trample the entire city of Guangzhou under their feet. Is this the perverse sense of humor of the wealthy? Do you like stepping on other people? Lu Xing shook his head. He cleared all the jumbled thoughts from his mind. Lu Xing began to communicate with the six-winged angel. He was surprised to find that his own six-winged angel, after being contracted by oneself, it seems like it's about to hatch from the egg. At this moment, the six-winged angel's egg was inside Lu Xing's beast-taming space. It's like an insatiable child. It was actually plundering the surrounding spiritual energy. My goodness, is this guy really that scary? Lu Xing discovered that because the six-winged angels plunder spiritual energy too quickly, it actually formed a flow of spiritual energy. A huge vortex of spiritual energy actually formed around it. Call. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily I have the beast taming system. Otherwise I would have rashly formed a contract with this guy. He's probably been drained dry by this guy by now. The beast taming space was originally for beast tamers. Strive to cultivate yourself. Then, a world was created using spiritual energy. But Lu Xing's was different. It is provided by the beast taming system. Therefore, there is plenty of spiritual energy inside that can be absorbed. This is why. One of the reasons why Lu Xing's tamed beasts could improve so quickly. This little guy wants to hatch. It will probably take several more days. Lu Xing withdrew his consciousness from the beast taming space. He straightened his clothes. He glanced around. After finding that nothing was missed, Lu Xing then left that place. Heaven and earth are good, though. But Lu Xingji was not there. His goal is that unique, high position. Instead of this illusory and gentle haven, he left heaven and earth. Because of that previous letter. Therefore, Lu Xing did not go to find Green Ivy. Instead, they planned to leave Hiroshi, heading to Jiangnan City. Chapter 109. The six-winged angels have hatched. Lu Xing took a car to the airport. He took a plane and returned to Jiangnan City. I just walked into my dormitory. Lu Xing found the dormitory room full of people. Besides Su Pang and others, there are a few others. It was Bai Feng and his 3 companions. Boss Lu Xing, where have you been these past few days? We were so worried. I had to go out for a while. Lu Xing explained calmly. What are you doing here? Oh, we've come to discuss something with you about the National League next week. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, his brows furrowed slightly. National League? Does this even need to be discussed? This? Bai Feng was speechless for a moment. He came to this place with great enthusiasm. I originally wanted to discuss tactics with Lu Xing. Let's see who goes first and who goes last. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing said something like that. Oh dear, why do we need to make so many fancy things? If we're going to lose, do you think our tactics can turn the tide of the battle? Lu Xing's words immediately made the other guys blush. That's right. This National League is a battle competition for beast tamers. It emphasizes individual ability. As long as you are strong enough, it can completely crush the opponent. But these guys in front of me are thinking so much. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Lan Tian, who was usually quiet, suddenly stood up. He walked straight toward Lu Xing. You're right. We really need to win this game, based on our own strength. After saying that, Lan Tian left directly. As the blue sky departs, the remaining 2, Zhang Yan and Yin Guoli, also left. After all, Lan Tian is the leader of F4. He left. There was no need for the rest of them to stay. Bai Feng glanced at the 3 people who left. He pursed his lips. She glanced at Lu Xing subconsciously. Go. Lu Xing offered some words of advice to Bai Feng. After all, Bai Feng and the others were just a small group. Okay, thank you, boss Lu Xing. Bai Feng chased after Lan Tian and the others in the direction they had gone. Well, they finally left. After the F4 left, Su Peng finally spoke. F4 considers themselves superior. Inside this room, they only paid attention to Lu Xing. The others, they have no eyes to see. Lu Xing, where have you been these past 2 days? Nowhere. I don't know if it's because I drank too much yesterday, or something else. Lu Xing felt extremely sore all over. Okay, I'm going to take a rest. After saying that, he walked upstairs. What's wrong with him? Have no idea. Lu Xiaoming and Ru Ming were also completely bewildered. Lu Xing returned to his room. He lay down. Go back to sleep. I don't know how long I slept. Owner! Owner! Lu Xing heard someone calling him. Lu Xing slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that a little creature was flying right in front of me. That guy was radiating a white light. The light emanated a sense of sacred purity. The little guy has 6 wings on his back. It kept fanning itself there. 6-winged angel. Attributes: spirit, fairy. Gender: female. Rank: gold tier 1. Qualification: SSS. Skills learned: judgment, divine healing. It's a 6-winged angel. I never imagined that my 6-winged angel would actually hatch. Lu Xing looked at the 6-winged angel in front of him. His heart couldn't help but flutter with excitement. This little guy is so cute. Lu Xing continued browsing the system panel of the 6-winged angel. Gold tier 1. It seems its strength has been suppressed by my beast taming level. Lu Xing knew. The 6-winged angel was previously inside the egg. The speed at which it plundered spiritual energy. It cannot simply be a first-tier gold item. Perhaps this guy's strength will increase as my Beastmaster level increases. I don't know why. Suddenly, this message popped into Lu Xing's mind. Alright, little darling. Let's go. Let me introduce you to some new friends. Lu Xing got up and walked downstairs. The 6-winged angel followed cautiously beside him. I didn't expect this little guy to be so timid. Lu Xing noticed that the 6-winged angel was closely following him. It seemed as if it was afraid of abandoning it. Along the way, the 6-winged angel kept looking around at everything. Since they have just hatched from the egg, it is very curious about the outside world. Because of this outside world, for it, everything is new. Lu Xing brought the 6-winged angel downstairs. At this moment, Lu Xiaoming and Rumbling were still sitting on the sofa watching TV. Meanwhile, Su Peng was busy in the kitchen. Ever since I got that recipe, Su Peng transformed into Lu Xing and the other's chef. He studies recipes every day. They prepared all sorts of new dishes for Lu Xing and the others' tamed beasts. At this time, Fatty Su was Lu Xing and his companion's personal beast-taming chef. Because I watched TV all day, Lu Xiaoming felt a little tired. She looked at Lu Xing with sleepy eyes. Result: Lu Xiaoming's eyes gradually widened. Holy crap. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but swear. Lu Xing, you beast. Where did you kidnap this child from? What? Lu Xiaoming's words caught the attention of Ru Ming and Su Peng. Ru Ming looked at Lu Xing. Su Peng also came out of the kitchen carrying a cleaver. It's obvious. He was inside preparing the ingredients. At this moment, the 6-winged angel folded its wings. She turned into a cute little girl. It perched on top of Lu Xing's head. Perhaps it was because of shyness. After meeting Lu Xiaoming and the others, the 6-winged angel stretched out its wings. She flew onto Lu Xing's shoulder. Her body was pressed tightly against Lu Xing's neck. They seemed afraid of being captured by Lu Xiaoming and the others. Looking at the adorable 6-winged angel in front of me, Lu Xiaoming felt her heart melting. Wow, so cute. Lu Xiaoming reached out her hand. I'm going to hug the 6-winged angel. Owner. 6-winged heaven used a sobbing voice. She pleaded with Lu Xing for help in a childish voice. Xiaoming. Lu Xing turned to the side. They managed to evade Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xing, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoming pouted. She seemed particularly angry about Lu Xing's behavior. Oh, my little darling, don't cry, don't cry. Lu Xing stretched out his hand. He touched his 6-winged angel. You? Wronged. That's so unfair. Lu Xiaoming did not expect that. Lu Xing didn't try to comfort himself. Instead, she went to comfort the little one. She felt very uncomfortable. Little did Lu Xiaoming know. She's jealous. She just couldn't understand it. Why should I be jealous of a little guy? Lu Xing didn't think that far ahead. Under his reassurance, the 6-winged angel's emotions finally stabilized. Chapter 110, Lu Xiaoming broke through. Inside the living room, Lu Xiaoming and her 2 companions surrounded Lu Xing. They all looked toward Lu Xing's 6-winged angel. Wow, it's so cute. The six-winged angel looked like a tiny little girl. It had bare little feet. Using its tiny, pink, lotus root-like feet, gently step on the armrest of the stool. It walked carefully back and forth on the handrail. They were playing by themselves. On Lu Xiaoming's side, she was full of resentment just now. Now all she sees is envy. Lu Xing, tell the truth. Where did you get this guy from? Lu Xiaoming was already making plans in her mind. She was planning her next tamed beast. I also need to form a contract with this guy. Telling you won't help. Why? Because this guy is one of a kind. Lu Xing knew. The egg of this six-winged angel will appear deep within the elf forest. And he discovered it. It was purely accidental. Or you could say that Lu Xing is very fortunate. After all, these six-winged angels are not like green elves. They lived in that place. To date, no one has yet discovered the dwelling place of the six-winged angels. Some people have suspected that these six-winged angels live in the sky. Of course, this is just a guess. After all, no one actually saw it with their own eyes. Even the strongest beast tamer in China, Long Zhan. He had never encountered it either. Oh. Lu Xiaoming looked on in disbelief. Xiaoming, Lu Xing is right. Suddenly, Ru Ming spoke up. Although Ru Ming is not very strong, but she worked hard enough. Besides giving his tamed beasts special training, it means going to the school library to read books. Therefore, Ruming has a wide range of knowledge. Hearing Ruming say this, Lu Xiaoming had no choice but to give up her idea. Oh dear, why? Why can't my tamed beast be like that? Lu Xiaoming muttered something under her breath. Lu Xiaoming looked at Lu Xing's six-winged angel. She liked it more and more the more she looked at it. After all, good looks are everything. Everything else is unimportant now. Not to mention, that's a six-winged angel. Even if its strength is weak. How weak could it be? By the way, Lu Xing, what are the attributes of your six-winged angel? What level of strength do you have? Ru Ming asked Lu Xing curiously. Although the book contains information about six-winged angels, but the information recorded was extremely limited. Therefore, Ru Ming only had a superficial understanding of Lu Xing's six-winged angel. This little guy has both spirit and fairy attributes. My current strength is at the gold tier 1. Its current strength must be influenced by my strength. After my strength improves, it may also improve. Lu Xing shared the information he knew. He told Ru Ming and the others everything. Ru Ming and others were his friends. Lu Xing believed that, even if they die, they wouldn't betray themselves. Lu Xing has a good eye for people. He still has that much confidence. Hiss. Gold tier 1. Lu Xiaoming and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't help but gasp. Whether it's Su Pang or Lu Xiaoming, they are still at the 9th level of bronze. He was just one step away from reaching the silver tier 1. And Lu Xing has actually reached the gold rank 1. Is the gap between us really that big now? Lu Xiaoming muttered something under her breath. I don't know why. A sense of disappointment flashed through her mind. But she is, after all, Lu Xiaoming. We won't be defeated by this little setback. She's incredibly brave. A glint flashed in Lu Xiaoming's eyes. That is the light that we must strive to emulate. In the following days, Lu Xing was surprised to find that Lu Xiaoming and the others have disappeared. Clearly, they were discouraged by Lu Xing. I hid and worked hard in secret. That day, Lu Xing was resting in the pavilion at the school. As a result, Lu Xiaoming came skipping and hopping over. Her face was beaming with an irrepressible smile. What's wrong with you? Did you find some treasure? Or did you win the lottery? No, I've broken through. You broke through? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing subconsciously activated the system I and looked at Lu Xiaoming. That's right. She made a breakthrough. He rose from bronze rank 9 to silver rank 1. Lu Xing, do you remember what you promised me? What did I promise you? Lu Xing asked the question knowingly. A wicked smile appeared on his face. You? Okay, I know. I'll go catch a beast for you. But do you already have a beast you want to tame? Lu Xing asked Lu Xiaoming. Yes, I have. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming immediately pulled a thick book out of her handbag. Looking at that book, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. It's actually the Warcraft Encyclopedia. This book weighs at least 10 kilograms. Lu Xiaoming actually carried it with her. I've already thought it through. I want this. Lu Xiaoming quickly placed the Warcraft Encyclopedia on the table. She opened the book. Reach out your hand. She pointed to a card with her slender finger. How about it? Is this okay? Lu Xiaoming asked Lu Xing. She spoke very softly. After all, this thing is not easy to deal with. Lu Xing looked at the picture. After you see that picture clearly, Lu Xing nodded. Winged tiger. You have good taste. Lu Xing highly praised Lu Xiaoming's choice. Real. Don't you think this thing is difficult to handle? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. Even if it's difficult, as long as you like it, I'll take care of it for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming blushed. She never expected this. Lu Xing is actually being so nice to her. Thud. Lu Xiaoming could not contain her excitement. She kissed Lu Xing on the cheek. This is a reward for you first. If you can help me get it sorted out. I have other rewards as well. First of all, this is it. Lu Xiaoming took a bank card out of her pocket. There are 2 million Chinese yuan in here. Consider this a deposit for you. Here, have this. As Lu Xiaoming spoke, she slipped the bank card into Lu Xing's pocket. Lu Xiaoming is not the kind of person who casually asks others to do things for her. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. A single spit, a nail. Since you're asking someone for a favor, naturally, you should give the other party a thank you gift. She then continued. If you help me capture that winged tiger, I will have other ways to thank you. If you don't want money, you can tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Real. When Lu Xing said this, he revealed a wicked smile. Those eyes darted around, looking at Lu Xiaoming with a shifty glint. Lu Xiaoming felt a chill run down her spine under Lu Xing's gaze. She couldn't help but scold. Lu Xing, what are you thinking? When he said this, Lu Xiaoming held her hands protectively in front of her chest. Make a defensive stance. Hey, I was just joking with you. But you are the one who. Really, they actually took it seriously. Snort. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming snorted coldly. She lowered her hands, which were guarding her chest. I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again. Alright, let's get going. It will be dark soon. Good. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming left Jiangnan Beast Taming University. They hailed a taxi on the roadside. We headed to our destination, the Valley of the Winds. Chapter 111. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Within the secret realm of Wind Canyon, Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming rode their respective tamed beasts. Walking among them, Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. A six-winged angel sat on his shoulder. Lu Xiaoming, on the other hand, was riding her thunder horse. Because Lu Xing's hellhound is enormous. Now he has the strength of the first tier of gold. So walking through this valley of wind. Upon seeing this, the wild magical beasts. They all made concessions. They're not stubborn. A habit of purely seeking death. Since there were no surprise attacks from Warcraft, Lu Xiaoming rode her thunder horse, following behind Lu Xing. She felt a sense of boredom. At this moment, her gaze fell on Lu Xing's shoulder. The six-winged angel was sitting on Lu Xing's shoulder. I don't know when. It now has a lollipop in its hand. The six-winged angel was holding a lollipop. It kept licking itself. Lu Xiaoming frowned slightly. She couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, your six-winged angel is at least a beast tamer. It doesn't seem right to give it so many lollipops. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he turned to look at Lu Xiaoming. It's alright, don't worry. This lollipop was specially made by that guy, Fatty Sue. After eating it, it will not harm the body of the six-winged angel. On the contrary, it is beneficial to the body of the six-winged angel. Oh, Lu Xiaoming nodded. The two continued on their way. Soon, Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming arrived at the center of Wind Canyon. At this time, Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming's expressions began to turn serious. Because they know, the danger level has increased here. Along the way, Lu Xing had already spotted several magical beasts whose strength surpassed that of a gold-ranked beast. If he hadn't dodged in time, perhaps the two sides have already clashed. Lu Xing, are there any winged tigers here? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. There might be a winged tiger. However, there is a high probability that it is an adult winged tiger. In other words, this winged tiger's strength may have surpassed the silver stage. You should know, Lu Xiaoming's current strength is only silver tier 1. As mentioned before, the strength of a beast tamer is limited by the strength of the beast tamer. And beast masters cannot contract beasts that exceed their own strength. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of the contract. It will happen. Lu Xing didn't want to disappoint Lu Xiaoming. That's the only way I can say it. Oh, Lu Xiaoming sensed the worry in Lu Xing's words. But she didn't expose Lu Xing. Roar. Just as Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming were talking, a tiger's roar caught their attention. Lu Xing looked in the direction of the tiger's roar. He spotted a cliff platform not far away. Standing there was a large, entirely yellow tiger. The big tiger had a pair of white wings sticking out of its back. It's a winged tiger. Winged tiger. Attribute, wind. Gender, female. Rank, gold tier 2. Qualification A. Learned skills, wind blade, wind tornado, wind chaser, tear claw. Lu Xing only glanced at him. He saw through the attributes of the winged tiger in front of him. A-level aptitude, gold tier 2 winged tiger. This guy is pretty strong. When Lu Xiaoming saw this winged tiger, she bit her lip. His face turned pale, because at the very moment the winged tiger roared, her thunder horse began to stir restlessly, and subconsciously he took several steps back. Clearly, this winged tiger is no ordinary creature. Lu Xing, what should we do? Obviously, this winged tiger is too powerful. Lu Xiaoming was unable to enter into a contract. What to do? Of course we should follow it. Follow it? Why? Lu Xiaoming looked puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Xing asked Lu Xiaoming in suspense. Lu Xing brought Lu Xiaoming with him. The two followed closely behind the winged tiger. That winged tiger was probably used to dominating this canyon. It didn't take Lu Xing and the others seriously at all. They actually swaggered back to their lair. Looking at the nest on the cliff, Lu Xing muttered to himself. Now we know its lair. I just don't know if there are any tiger cubs inside. That's right. Lu Xing had his eye on the little tiger. The winged tiger we just saw was female. Like all animals, this winged tiger is also a female raising her young. Lu Xing said to Lu Xiaoming, "You wait for me here. I'll go up and take a look." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming frowned. Unable to resist, I spoke to Lu Xing. That's not a good idea. After all, Lu Xiaoming knew very well that winged tiger is quite strong. That roar just now, it made her feel a little scared. Fine. Lu Xing patted Lu Xiaoming's hand. He comforted Lu Xiaoming, saying, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Moreover, the winged tiger we just saw was at the second level of the gold rank. In a one-on-one situation, I might not be a match for it, but I have more than one tamed beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming nodded. She had complete confidence in Lu Xing's decision. Because Lu Xiaoming understands Lu Xing, she understood that Lu Xing was not someone who would fight a battle unprepared. Lu Xing rode a two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound is on the cliff face to the side. Several consecutive jumps. They easily arrived at the lair of the winged tiger. Come out, everyone. To prevent a sudden attack by the winged tigers, Lu Xing released all of his tamed beasts. Thunder Eagle, Spirit Water Turtle. You guys stay outside and keep watch. Don't let that guy escape. Cerberus, come in with me. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle and Spirit Water Turtle, they nodded emphatically. Thanks to the beast taming system, Lu Xing's intimacy level with his tamed beasts has reached the maximum. Now his tamed beasts obey him without question. Lu Xing could be controlled as easily as an extension of his own arm. He commands his beasts. He rode his two-headed hellhound into the cave. The cave of the winged tiger was rather dark, so Lu Xing took out the flashlight. Soon, Lu Xing rode the hellhound to the depths of the winged tiger's cave. At this moment, the winged tiger was sleeping in its den. With the arrival of Lu Xing and the others, it scrambled out of its nest in a flash. Snap! A little guy fell off the winged tiger. It's obvious. That little guy was just sleeping on top of this winged tiger. Looks like I'm really lucky. After seeing that little guy, Lu Xing couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. Roar! The mother of the winged tiger met Lu Xing. It never expected that someone would dare to break into its lair. It appeared extremely angry. He bared his teeth and grimaced at Lu Xing. Chapter 112 Little Winged Tiger. The mother of the winged tiger suddenly leaned backward. Not good. Lu Xing suddenly shouted. That's right. This winged tiger is about to launch an attack. As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, the winged tiger pounced straight at him. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. They fled straight out of the cave. This cave is really too small. It's impossible to fully utilize it. Inside the cave, Lu Xing can only play 2v1. But once outside the cave, that makes it 4v1. As the saying goes, two fists can't beat four hands. No matter how strong this winged tiger is, it couldn't withstand the attack from Lu Xing's four beasts. Escape? Lu Xing actually wants to escape? Upon seeing this, the winged tiger, a hint of disdain flashed across his face. It didn't expect Lu Xing to escape, but it had no intention of letting Lu Xing off the hook because of this. Since you dared to trespass into its lair, then you'll have to pay the corresponding price. The winged tiger pushed off backward with both feet. It chased after Lu Xing. It's coming soon. Everyone get ready. With a shout from Lu Xing, his tamed beasts immediately stood at attention. The winged tiger followed Lu Xing out of the cave. Just as it ran out of the cave, boom, a very thick bolt of lightning struck the winged tiger. The poor winged tiger couldn't dodge in time. It was directly hit by the lightning of the Thunder Eagle. Immediately, a powerful current surged into the body of the winged tiger. Roar! The winged tiger let out a painful howl. This world, electric is super effective against wind. Therefore, lightning moves are effective against the wind attribute winged tiger. The damage is extremely severe. The winged tiger felt a tingling sensation throughout its body. It encountered Lu Xing's four tamed beasts. I only glanced at it. The winged tiger knew it was no match for Lu Xing's four tamed beasts. Escape. Run away immediately. This was the first thought in the mother's mind. Unfortunately, its offspring were inside the cave. The winged tiger glanced back at its child. A hint of hesitation flashed across its face. Final. Despite her fear, the mother's love ultimately triumphed over the tiger's. It turned and prepared to hide deeper into the cave. Trying to leave? Did you ask my spirit water turtle? Lu Xing had barely finished speaking. His water turtle's eyes suddenly glowed red. Ridicule. That's right. That's the taunt skill of the spirit water turtle. The winged tigers, who were just about to escape. Suddenly, an unnamed rage welled up from the bottom of its heart. Kill. We must kill this spirit water turtle in front of us. I don't know why. The winged tiger felt that this message had appeared in his mind. Roar. It roared. Prepare to attack the spirit water turtle. Just then, Lu Xing's other tamed beasts then made their move. The hellhound's claws swung forward violently. Flame slash. A fiery blade flew towards the winged tiger. Boom. The thunder eagle summoned a bolt of lightning. It also flew towards the winged tiger. Lu Xing's six-winged angel also made a move. You actually dared to go against my master. I'll kill you. The six-winged angel spoke in a childish voice. I don't know when. A long sword appeared in its right hand. It suddenly swung forward. Suddenly, a gigantic blade of light appeared, appearing out of thin air. Then it plunged fiercely from the air down onto the winged tiger on the ground. Trial. That's right. This is the six-winged angel's mental skill, judgment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bombardments struck the winged tiger. The winged tiger had just been struck by a lightning bolt from a thunder eagle. Now they've been attacked by Lu Xing's three-headed beast. Even with its immense strength, they could not bear such harm. Oh whoa. The winged tiger collapsed with a look of resentment on its face. It was seriously injured. He looked like he was on his deathbed. If Lu Xing were to deliver one more blow, it's doomed. At this moment, the winged tiger was not worried about his own safety. Rather, it's their own children. It looked back at the cave with a reluctant expression. Well, Lu Xing sighed. He was originally prepared to deliver the final blow to this winged tiger. But when he saw how much this winged tiger loved its child, he felt compassion. I felt a little guilty. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. Perhaps it was because of the sudden departure of the mother of the winged tiger. The little winged tiger inside sensed the danger. It actually came out of its nest on its own initiative. It kept calling out, attempting to do so, searching for his mother. Unfortunately, he never received a response from his mother. Thunder Eagle, go and bring that little guy to me. Lu Xing can let the winged tiger mother go. But he also lacked womanly compassion. Since we're here to capture the little winged tiger, Lu Xing had no chance of giving up. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle, it flapped its wings. It flew towards the little winged tiger. Upon seeing this, the little winged tiger, it was so frightened that it wanted to run back to its burrow. Unfortunately, the Thunderhawk was too fast. It's simply incomparable to it. The Thunder Eagle easily caught up with the little winged tiger. They picked it up. The Thunder Eagle carried the little winged tiger into the sky. Roar. Perhaps it was seeing their child being arrested. The winged tiger mother used all her strength. He let out a loud shout. Don't worry. I will take good care of your child. Its future achievements will definitely be great. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he rode a two-headed hellhound. He left with his tamed beast. Lu Xing did not kill the mother of the winged tiger. After all, this little winged tiger, from now on, it will be Lu Xiaoming's tamed beast. If Lu Xing killed its mother, Lu Xing didn't know how he was going to face little winged tiger anymore. Roar. The mother of the winged tigers let out a low growl, although it was somewhat helpless. But it is clear that, faced with absolute strength, it had no other choice. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. He returned to Lu Xiaoming's side. What's wrong with you? Didn't find it? Or has something happened? Lu Xiaoming noticed that Lu Xing's expression was a bit unpleasant. She couldn't help but ask. Fine. Lu Xing waved his hand. All right. I've brought the little winged tiger back to you. Hurry up and sign the contract. Real. Lu Xiaoming looked towards the Thunder Eagle. She discovered that the Thunderhawk was holding a small winged tiger under its talons. The little winged tiger kept struggling. His face was filled with fear. Thunder Eagle, put it down quickly. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle, The little winged tiger was placed on the ground. As a result, the moment the little winged tiger landed, it fled back towards its home. Thunderhawk, use electric shock. Lu Xing remained remarkably calm. He seemed to have known this would happen all along. So he was prepared. A thin current of electricity shot out from the Thunder Eagle's body. That's right. It's very thin. Thunderhawk is now strong enough. It can easily control the output of electric shock energy. Thunderbolt. The electric shock struck the little winged tiger. Under the control of Thunder Eagle. This electric shock won't kill little winged tiger, but it will make it lose its resistance. Chapter 113. The National League opens? As expected, this little winged tiger was struck by an electric shock. It fell to the ground. All right, Xiaoming, you can go and make the contract now. Lu Xiaoming nodded. She jogged all the way. They arrived beside the little winged tiger. He began to circulate the spiritual energy throughout his body. Prepare to draw the contract magic circle. Not long after, Lu Xiaoming has finished drawing the contract magic circle. Because the little winged tiger had lost its ability to resist. Therefore, Lu Xiaoming's contract signing this time was particularly easy. She quickly completed the contract with the little winged tiger. Lu Xiaoming held the little winged tiger in her arms. This little winged tiger had just been contracted. He is not close to Lu Xiaoming, so it kept struggling. She tried to break free from Lu Xiaoming's embrace. Lu Xing, have your six-winged angel heal my little winged tiger. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. Lu Xing shook his head. Why? Lu Xiaoming looked puzzled. She knew very well. Lu Xing's six-winged angel possesses a skill called divine healing. His six-winged angel could completely heal his little winged tiger. But Lu Xing didn't want to make a move. I think it's best for you to treat yourself. Because you can enhance your relationship by treating it. Lu Xiaoming is different from Lu Xing. Lu Xing possesses a beast taming system. With the help of the beast taming system, even if Lu Xing does nothing, the intimacy between him and his tamed beast will also slowly increase. But Lu Xiaoming is different. She doesn't have a beast taming system. To increase your intimacy level with this little winged tiger, all I can do now is provide daily companionship and care. All right. Lu Xiaoming knew that Lu Xing's words made sense. She then stopped asking Lu Xing to treat her winged tiger. All right, we should go back now. Lu Xiaoming nodded. The two embarked on their journey back. Before leaving, Lu Xing glanced in the direction of the winged tiger's mother. He muttered to himself. This is the first and last time I have shown mercy. Lu Xing knew. In this dog-eat-dog world, kindness is the most terrible thing. Because of mercy towards the enemy. It's being cruel to yourself. Countless people have died because of their own mercy. So if you want to survive, you have to become heartless. Lu Xing brought Lu Xiaoming with him. They embarked on their journey back. At this time, inside the gymnasium in Jiangnan City, Bai Feng and the others had ashen faces. They looked at the packed stadium. Their faces were all very grim. Bai Feng, what do you think Lu Xing went off to do? He's not answering the phone. He promised so readily before. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yan Guoli's face darkened. He clenched his teeth. Yan Guoli's cheeks began to tremble uncontrollably as he clenched his teeth. That's right. Today is the annual National College League. The location for this event happens to be Jiangnan City. The teams that were going to compete below had all arrived. Bai Feng and the others began to get increasingly nervous. Bai Feng, are you ready? It's almost your turn to perform. A waitress walked in from outside. He asked Bai Feng and the others. Because this competition is being held in Jiangnan City. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Bai Feng and the others were students at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Naturally, he should be the last to appear. This is how one's status is distinguished. What to do? Bai Feng cast questioning glances at the other three. What else can we do? We'll have to go first. Lan Tian suddenly stood up. These are the words that came out of his mouth. It's obvious. Blue Sky was also very angry. Lu Xing standing me up is one thing, but since he wants to release it, you should have told me in advance. This way, they can have time to prepare in advance. But what Lu Xing is doing now? They were put in an awkward position. Bai Feng saw Lan Tian and the other two walking towards the stadium. He reached out his hand. I'm about to say something. The result was that the words that were on the tip of my tongue disappeared. Well, Bai Feng sighed. He chased after Lan Tian and the others. At this time, the audience throughout the stadium. They were all in high spirits and beaming with joy. As Bai Feng and the others entered, they started cheering and jumping for joy. The atmosphere in the entire stadium reached its climax. Now entering is the representative team from Jiangnan Beast Taming University. They were imposing and full of energy. I believe they will definitely have a great performance in this competition. In the very center of the audience seats, a seat was specially reserved for the commentary booth. At that moment, a commentator was giving an explanation. If Lu Xing were here, he would definitely complain. This National League is just like the sports meet in my previous life. What? Commentators have very sharp eyes. He immediately noticed something was wrong with Bai Feng's team. Look, everyone. The Jiangnan Beast Taming University team only has 4 people. What exactly is going on? Could it be one of them out of fear? So you're afraid to come? This commentator seems to have some grudge against Jiangnan Beast Taming University. When he saw this situation, how could one not kick someone when they're down? That guy. Inside the VIP room of the stadium at this time, Lu Gingxing was chatting and laughing with the teacher representatives from several other schools. But after hearing what the commentator said, Lu Gingxing was furious. Damn it, nothing good comes out of Han Wei's mouth. How dare they slander our school's students like this? Han Wei seemed to know that Lu Gingxing was staring at him. He subconsciously looked toward the glass window of the VIP room. Han Wei revealed a cold smile. His face was full of mockery. Han Wei and Lu Gingxing were high school classmates. Han Wei had always been jealous of Lu Gingxing's talent. They were always trying to make things difficult for Lu Gingxing. This led to a feud between the two. Now there's a chance to embarrass Lu Gingxing. Han Wei naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Oh my god, what's wrong with Jiangnan Beast Taming University? It's getting worse every year. We only got 3rd place in last year's league. We lost to the Imperial Capital Huaxia University and the Shanghai University. There are only 4 people participating now. It has declined. They've fallen on hard times. The once glorious Jiangnan Beast Taming University has actually declined. Whose fault is this, really? I think it must be related to the leaders. As the saying goes, a cowardly soldier is a cowardly individual, but a cowardly general leads to a cowardly army. It seems there's something wrong with the leadership of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Do you think the government should consider replacing the leaders of Jiangnan Beast Taming University? After all, if things continue like this, Jiangnan Beast Taming University will be finished. Han Wei, you're talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Gingxing appeared in the audience at some point. His face darkened, clenching his fists tightly. The fist was clenched tightly. This causes the veins to bulge. It kept trembling. Chapter 114, Lu Xing appears. Looking at Lu Gingxing, who was as furious as a lion, he saw him. Han Wei's lips curled up slightly. He revealed a cold smile. That's right. His provocation worked. He said a few words casually. That idiot Lu Gingxing actually fell for it. He's still as young as he was back then. Han Wei couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. Han Wei said this. He was making plans in his mind. How can we completely bring Lu Gingxing down? Lu Gingxing, am I wrong? I believe you when you say you're good at controlling beasts. But when it comes to managing students, this is what I see you as. As Han Wei spoke, he extended his right little finger. You? Lu Gingxing was so angry that he didn't know what to say. What do you mean, me? Am I wrong? This National League is such an important event. And what about you? The head of a school has absolutely no ability to judge people. Otherwise, your team wouldn't be in this state now. There have been deserters. Let me see. What's the name of that guy who ran away? As Han Wei spoke, he took out the roster of participants. Han Wei has been a commentator for many years. He has an extraordinary talent. That is, to have a photographic memory of those who have seen you. Han Wei is on the roster of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. I quickly browsed through it. Soon, he then discovered Lu Xing. Found it. This is the guy. What's his name, Lu Xing? Han Wei started looking at Lu Xing's information. Wow, you're actually a freshman. Lu Gingxing, you're something else. Jiangnan Beast Taming University is empty, so they actually sent a freshman. Han Wei. Faced with Han Wei's sarcastic remarks, Lu Gingxing was already furious. He clenched his fist, just as they were preparing to take action against Han Wei. Oh, a figure suddenly appeared inside the stadium. Who is it? The dog is barking so early in the morning. Hey, where are the staff? Get that barking dog out of here right now. Lu Xing yawned. He rode a 2-headed hellhound. He looked sleepy. It seems like she just woke up. Lu Xing. Seeing this, Bai Feng and the others, they couldn't help but get excited. They didn't expect that. Lu Xing arrived back just in time. Sorry everyone, my alarm clock is broken, so I'm a little late today. However, according to the regulations of the National League, I wasn't late. As Lu Xing spoke, he pointed to the wall not far away. There was a huge clock hanging there at that moment. The clock clearly showed 8:59. Previously, the National League Committee notified that the National League officially begins at 9 a.m. According to the notification, Lu Xing was indeed not late. However, the way he arrived right on time was rather unsettling. Who is that guy? I don't know. Judging from his appearance, he should be from Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Wow, he's so arrogant. Mad. He thinks he has the right to be arrogant. Did you see the beast he was riding? Its body was enormous, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Incredible, absolutely incredible. As expected, none of the students from these schools who came to participate in the competition are ordinary. Just as everyone was discussing it, Lu Gengxing, however, felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Hey Hanwei, did you hear me? My student told you to shut up, you dog. You bastard. Nothing has even happened yet, and you're already spewing nonsense. They have absolutely no manners. I can't be bothered to argue with someone like you. It's beneath me. After Lu Gengxing finished speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, he thought to himself, Lu Xing, you've put me in such an awkward position this time. If you can't perform well in this National League, win me a championship, and I'll show you what I'm made of. Lu Gengxing just glanced at Lu Xing. Lu Gengxing is a diamond-level beast tamer. Furthermore, Lu Xing did not deliberately conceal his strength. Therefore, Lu Gengxing saw through Lu Xing's strength at a glance. Gold level. That kid. Lu Gengxing felt like he was on a roller coaster of emotions. We were just at a low point. With the appearance of Lu Xing, he instantly reached the peak. Comfortable. It feels so good. Not only did he leave Hanwei speechless. Moreover, Lu Xing brought hope to Lu Gengxing. Lu Gengxing was originally worried. This National League, whether it's a prestigious university in Beijing or a university in Shanghai, they each sent a student with gold-level strength. Certainly, these two students, Lu Gengxing had all learned about it. They are all newcomers who have just broken through to the gold level. Even so, a gold beastmaster is a gold beastmaster. It is far beyond what a silver rank 9 beastmaster can compare to. As the strength of beast taming increases, each stage represents a qualitative leap, especially when silver breaks through the gold price level, which is a significant milestone. Well, Lu Gengxing sighed. How many people spend their entire lives? I'm stuck in the silver rank. He became known as the silver dog by others. And Lu Xing, that guy? He's truly gifted. In such a short period of time, it broke through from silver to gold. It seems that after this competition, I need to promote Wu Yong. Why not just put him in charge of the school's admissions work? Let him serve as the director of the admissions office at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. At this moment, Wu Yong had no idea that, because of his lucky break, this led to another step forward in his career. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. They arrived at by phone and the other's side. Boss Lu Xing, you finally arrived. Lu Xing nodded slightly. What exactly happened? Why are you late? This is a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Our priority is to participate in the competition. Good. Lu Xing successfully managed to cover up the incident. Did he explain to Bai Feng and the others? I was late because I helped Lu Xiaoming capture the winged tiger. If Bai Feng and the others knew about this, I don't know how to gossip about Lu Xing behind his back. Just as Lu Xing was about to start a conversation with Bai Feng and the others, he sensed a malice. What's going on? Lu Xing turned his head to look in the direction from which the malice was coming. They discovered a guy standing not far away. It's him. Lu Xing recognized the guy not far away. That person was none other than. It was Yin Bing, Lu Xing's former defeated opponent. Lu Xing glanced at Yin Bing's clothes. Wow, who would have thought this guy looked so respectable? He actually got accepted by a university in Shanghai. Chapter 115 The Battle with Yin Bing. Lu Xing. Yin Bing gritted her teeth. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. That's right. For this day, Yin Bing worked hard for a whole year. During this period, Yin Bing gave up all entertainment and social activities. Besides eating and sleeping, he was training his own beast tamer. Lu Xing glanced at Yin Bing. He saw through Yin Bing's strength at a glance. Silver rank 8, SOSO. Silver rank 8. Perhaps in the eyes of others, they are particularly strong. But in Lu Xing's eyes, for such people, he's too lazy to even lift a finger. Because it's too weak. Fighting against people like that, Lu Xing had absolutely no interest. With Lu Xing's arrival, the National League has officially begun. After the president of the National League Committee gave a passionate speech, the National League has finally begun. National League. Top universities from all provinces and cities across the country. 5 contestants were sent to participate. It was done in a one-on-one manner. due to limited venue space. In addition, this competition was intended to foster relationships. Therefore, the rules of the competition are: each contestant can use a total of 3 beasts. 1 unit is sent out for each battle. The fight continues until all the beasts on one side have fallen. As the National League schedule progresses, the top 16 contestants were quickly determined. Lu Xing and his companions were lucky. Besides the White Wind, all of them advanced to the round of 16. Inside the lounge, Bai Feng's face darkened. Because there are so many participants, he was the first to lose. Bai Feng, don't be sad. Yin Guoli comforted Bai Feng from the side. Your opponent is that guy named Yin Bing. He is an 8th level beast tamer. You lost to him, and it's not unfair at all. Yin Guoli comforted him as he spoke. He then spoke to Jiang Yin beside him. Jiang Yin, come and comfort Bai Feng too. Jiang Yin was eating a chicken leg at that moment. He crossed his legs. Regarding Bai Feng's defeat, Jiang Yin revealed a gloating expression. He deserved it. I always tell him not to be so playful. Let him cultivate properly. But he just wouldn't listen to me. How was it? You fell down this time, didn't you? Jiang Yin, you? Yin Guoli was speechless for a moment. He never expected Jiang Yin to go so far. Bai Feng lost the competition. I was already feeling extremely sad at this point. As it turned out, Jiang Yin actually kicked him when he was down. What do you mean, me? Am I wrong? Yin Guoli, don't think I don't know. That kid named Yin Bing is actually a freshman as well. Damn it. I got beaten by a freshman. How embarrassing. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yin Guoli, he blurted out instinctively. I wonder which high school that guy graduated from. That's amazing. As soon as Yin Guoli finished speaking, Jiang Yin spoke up. I know. He and Lu Xing went to the same school. What? She went to the same school as Lu Xing. Yin Guoli stood there, stunned. Jiang Yin, you're not kidding me, are you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin rolled her eyes at Yin Guoli. Why would I joke with you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Yin Guoli turned his gaze to Lu Xing, who was standing to the side. Lu Xing, is this true? Lu Xing nodded. He looked at his younger brother, Bai Feng. He looked so aggrieved. Lu Xing also felt a little sorry for him. He stood up. She walked up to Bai Feng's side. He patted Bai Feng on the shoulder. Bai Feng, don't worry. Although you were defeated by Yin Bing, but I can get revenge for you. Because my next opponent is Yin Bing. Real. Bai Feng, who was originally in a low mood, immediately brightened up upon hearing these words. It's true. Great. Then I'll trouble you, Boss Lu, to teach that kid a lesson for me. When he said this, Bai Feng's mind conjured up Yin Bing's arrogant image. Yin Bing is strong. There's no question about that. But he lacked martial virtue. After defeating Bai Feng, he was spewing nonsense. He launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks at Bai Feng. Bai Feng didn't understand. I have not offended Yin Bing. Why is this guy being so aggressive towards me? Little did Bai Feng know. Yin Bing mocked him, saying he was influenced by Lu Xing. That's right. Yin Bing dislikes Lu Xing. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. But hatred extends to everything connected to the house. Yin Bing hated Lu Xing. Lu Xing is also a student at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He naturally disliked all the students at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. That's why he was so sarcastic and cynical towards Bai Feng. Okay, don't be sad, just watch my performance. The competition is progressing very quickly. The match between Lu Xing and Yin Bing began soon. Inside the battleground, Lu Xing and Yin Bing stood facing each other. Yin Bing had her arms crossed in front of her chest at this moment. He had a condescending attitude. It looks incredibly smelly. Lu Xing, I was accidentally defeated by you last time. I won't lose to you this time. Is that so? Lu Xing replied very casually. I am not the same person I was before. Today I will defeat you and get my revenge. Then you're going to be disappointed. Enough with the nonsense. Come out, Frost Lion. Yin Bing quickly began to form hand seals. He summoned his Frost Lion. How about it? Isn't my Ice Lion imposing now? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he glanced at the Frost Lion, which was shrouded in icy cold. He discovered that the Ice Lion was much larger than before. Frost Lion. Attribute, Ice. Gender, male. Rank, Silver Tier 8. Qualification, A. Learn skills, Frostbolt, Frost Claw, Frost Spike, Blizzard. SOSO. After seeing the attributes of the Frost Lion, these are the words Lu Xing uttered. SOSO. Upon hearing this, Yin Bing couldn't tolerate this. What does sloppy mean? In order to rapidly increase the strength of his Ice Lion, Yin Bing suffered countless hardships. When it came to Lu Xing, he received a SOSO evaluation. How could he possibly tolerate this? You brat, release your black wolfhound right now. I'm going to have my frost lion tear it to shreds. The black wolfhound you want to deal with? Sure. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound. The instant the two-headed hellhound emerged, Yin Bing froze on the spot. It took me a while to realize what was happening. I want to challenge your black wolfhound, not your hellhound. This is my black wolfhound. It's just that it has evolved. Evolution. Upon hearing this, Yin Bing frowned. He had only heard of it. Black wolfhound has a chance to evolve into Black Wolfhound King. Never heard of it. It can evolve into a two-headed hellhound. Chapter 116, The Poor Kitten. What happened next completely surprised Yin Bing. Frost Lion, what are you doing? Yin Bing's face instantly darkened. He never expected that. His own Frost Lion encountered Lu Xing's hellhound. I unconsciously walked back several meters. At this moment, the Frost Lion raised its body high backward. He lowered his body in front. It adopted an aggressive stance. Roar! The Frost Lion let out a low growl. Although it made such a move. But the Frost Lion's face was filled with fear. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. Under the oppressive power of the two-headed hellhound, Yin Bing's Frost Lion turned into a pitiful little kitten. Its body is like a sieve. It kept trembling. If Yin Bing hadn't been standing behind them, this ice lion may have already escaped. Wow, what's going on? What happened to that ice lion? I don't know. Could it be that it's sick? Maybe I ate something bad at lunch, and now I'm about to have diarrhea. What the hell is this diarrhea? Look at the expression on that Frost Lion's face. It looks like it's about to have diarrhea. That was fear. Pure and simple fear. My God, just how strong is that two-headed hellhound? We've all seen that Frost Lion fight, but we never expected it to be so weak against the Cerberus. It turned into a trembling little kitten. This is in the VIP room. Principal Lu Gingxing's lips curled slightly. He glanced at the teachers with a smug look on his face. Comfortable. This feels so good. Lu Gingxing was in a very pleasant mood at this moment. He didn't expect that. Lu Xing actually brought him so many surprises. Like in previous years, the ones who lost were all from their school. Lu Gingxing was extremely frustrated. He wished he could get involved himself. He kicked out his own student. Then you fight the opponent. Today he truly experienced the feeling of triumph. Lu Gingxing, you're really lucky this time. I can't believe you recruited such a strong student. Is it good luck? Although Lu Gingxing was extremely excited. But after all, he had held a high position for many years. They do have some emotional control. Lu Gingxing glanced at Granny Yang beside him. That's right. That's Granny Yang. Grandma Yang, who used to go to Guangzhou to recruit students. What a pity. This Granny Yang only likes to recruit people from wealthy families. For someone like Lu Xing, who came from humble beginnings, they didn't even look at it. And it wasn't just Granny Yang who was like this. Most of the other mentors were the same. After all, choosing students from wealthy backgrounds is a good thing. They can gain a considerable benefit from this. Those who are from humble backgrounds won't do it. These mentors select talent in this way. Under such a dynamic of waxing and waning, it is becoming increasingly rare for children from poor families to achieve great success. Grandma Yang's gaze fell on Yin Bing. She discovered that Yin Bing, when faced with such a situation, surprisingly, they started to feel completely at a loss. Useless, good for nothing, can't even handle that guy. Grandma Yang was starting to regret it. It's not that I regret not recruiting Lu Xing. Instead, he regretted recruiting Yin Bing, that good for nothing. I should have known better than to accept their little gift. Suddenly, Grandma Yang's mind drifted back to her time at Yin Bing's house. Yin Bing's parents greeted him with smiles. The scene of presenting a gift with utmost respect. At this time, Yin Bing was unaware that he had already offended Granny Yang. Grandma Yang was currently making plans in her mind. After this competition, if Yin Bing is dismissed. That's right. At this time, Yin Bing. It's already a stain on Grandma Yang's life. The only solution is to fire him. Keep Yin Bing away from you. That way, I won't be laughed at by others. Even if they make fun of them, it will only be for a short period of time. Human memory is short-lived. Although not like a fish. Only 7 seconds. But it will only last for 3 months at most. Everyone will forget about that guy completely. Subsequent events proved that Grandma Yang was right. After she fired Yin Bing, everyone has really forgotten about Yin Bing. On the battle platform, Frost Lion, use Frostbolt on Hellhound. Yin Bing gritted her teeth. His face flushed red with anger. How shameful. That's so embarrassing. Yin Bing, who is very concerned about his image. It felt like I was being roasted over a fire. Conversations of those around them. It reached Yin Bing's ears. It all seemed like mockery. It's him. It's all his fault. Yin Bing's eyes turned bloodshot. He was prepared to make Lu Xing pay with his life, to make up for the loss of face he had lost. Roar! The frost lion, forced by the harsh ice. It launched an attack. It opened its mouth. A sky blue one. An ice arrow made of ice flew toward the hellhound. The frost arrow is very fast. It brushes against the air. It actually made a sound like it was being torn apart. Looking at the icy arrows that gleamed with a chilling aura, Lu Xing only gave him a cold glance. Hellhound, used hair claws. The two-headed hellhound revealed its sharp claws. He gently slapped away the incoming ice arrow. There was a snapping sound. The ice arrow was snapped in two by the hellhound. It fell to the ground from the air. This. Yin Bing started to panic. The frost lion was his tamed beast. He was naturally well aware of the ice lion's strength. That frost arrow technique, after his special training. This is already the frost lion's strongest ultimate move. As a result, in front of Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound, it was smashed so easily. Frustrating. This is so frustrating. Yin Bing bit her lip. His hands were clenched tightly. His long fingernails had somehow gotten stuck in his palm. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Yin Bing considered himself a chosen one of heaven. He wanted to avenge the previous arrow wound. He worked exceptionally hard. He rejected all social and entertainment activities. His goal was to defeat Lu Xing today. But he knew. He's going to lose again. This time, in the audience seats. Bai Feng cheered with joy. Well done, Boss Lu Xing. Kill that bastard. Damn it. I'll teach you to be arrogant. I'll teach you to be arrogant. Now you've got what's coming to you. Ha, that feels so good, so incredibly good. The other F4 members, seeing the arrogant white wind, they all chose to give way. They all turned their heads to one side. He dared not stare at Bai Feng. The meaning is quite obvious. That is to tell everyone. I'm so sorry. I don't know this idiot next to me. On the battle platform, Lu Xing froze on the spot when he saw Yin Bing. He delayed launching an attack. Oh, Lu Xing yawned. He hadn't expected Yin Bing to be such a coward. He had previously thought Yin Bing was someone important. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. Since you're not going to attack, then let me do it. Hellhound, use Shadow Strike. Chapter 117, Jiang Yan's Grievance. The two-headed hellhound started running quickly. As it runs, it suddenly disappeared from the spot. What's going on? Where is that two-headed hellhound? I don't know. That guy just vanished into thin air. Look, over there. Suddenly, the group discovered the two-headed hellhound. It seemed to appear out of thin air. It actually appeared directly behind the ice lion. The two-headed hellhound raised its sharp claws high. It slammed its fist down on the ice lion in front of it. Bang! The frost lion never expected this. The two-headed hellhound will suddenly appear behind it. The hellhound's sharp claws slammed heavily onto the ice lion's body. The frost lion instantly transformed into a cannonball fired from a gun barrel. However, it is blue. The frost lion slammed into a wall in front of it. There was a loud bang. The frost lion's massive body slammed heavily against the wall behind it. Powerful impact. Directly let the ice lion's massive body. It was embedded in the wall. In an instant, that place was filled with smoke and dust. Stone fragments flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, people in that section of the stands quickly moved aside. Horrible. That's terrifying. They looked at each other in bewilderment. They never expected that. Watching this beast-taming competition, there was even a risk to their lives. If that ice lion had flown a little higher, then they'll be the ones who get hit. Thinking about this, everyone's heart started pounding. On the battlefield, Yin Bing covered her head. His body swayed. He then squatted down on the ground. It is the backlash of the soul after the beast tamer is defeated. Yin Bing's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He pursed his lips, struggling. I want to stand up. But after meeting Lu Xing's eyes, Yin Bing panicked. Don't be fooled by Lu Xing's appearance at this moment. He still had a big smile on his face. But in Yin Bing's heart, at this moment, Lu Xing is a demon. That was the smile of a devil. Devil. You're a devil. Lu Xing had defeated Yin Bing before. It left many emotional scars on his heart. This time, Lu Xing defeated him once again. Yin Bing's nightmare finally erupted. No, I don't want to fight you anymore. Wah, Mom and Dad, where are you? I'm so scared, I want to go home. Yin Bing burst into tears. His eyes were red, like he'd gone mad. They ran towards the perimeter of the stadium. That guy. Grandma Yang had always wanted to dismiss Yin Bing. That's good. There's absolutely no way to salvage it. He's so embarrassing. We've lost face completely. Grandma Yang glanced at Lu Xing. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. A murderous aura emerged. Grandma Yang. One should have good character. Young people should be left to young people to do. I don't know when. Old Son put his arm around Grandma Yang's shoulder. Grandma Yang heard what Grandpa Son said. How clever she is. It immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. It softened. That's right. Grandma Yang is very capable. As long as she makes a move. Lu Xing is doomed. But Lu Xing was, after all, a junior. Moreover, he is a junior with exceptional talent. If Granny Yang dared to openly attack Lu Xing, then Granny Yang will surely die as well. Although Granny Yang was concerned about her reputation, but she was more afraid of dying. In the face of death, what's the point of saving face? On the battle platform, Lu Xing glanced at Yin Bing, who had escaped. He then turned his gaze to the referee, standing to the side. Hello, he has escaped. What should we do now? Lu Xing's words snapped the referee out of his daze. He decisively said, because of Lu Xing's opponent Yin Bing. Halfway through the battle, he lost his ability to fight and fled in disarray. It can be considered a voluntary abstention. Therefore, I declare that the winner of this match is our player Lu Xing. Oh, Boss Lu Xing, you're awesome. Boss Lu Xing, I want to have your babies. Bai Feng had completely lost his mind at this point. The oppression he felt during his previous battle with Yin Bing. In that instant, everything erupted. At this moment, Bai Feng had a big smile on his face. It was as if he had won the battle. In the corridor, the other 3 members of F4. They were completely speechless. They didn't expect that. Why would Bai Feng lose his composure like this? Bai Feng, can you be quiet for a second? Jiang Yin, who was standing to the side, could no longer suppress his anger. He roared at Bai Feng. Bai Feng listened to this, but did not take it seriously. What's wrong with me? I'm happy. I'm telling you, I'm the first one to lose. Jiang Yin, I don't believe you'll lose in a bit. Will you still have that arrogant expression? Lose? How could I lose? Bai Feng, just you wait and see. I'll show you what a real master is. And you're just a good-for-nothing. Faced with Jiang Yin's mockery, Bai Feng, however, did not feel angry. They've been together for a long time. They usually enjoy teasing each other. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Alright, it's my turn to go on stage. The next match. It happens to be Jiang Yin. The battle in Jiang Yin took a little too long. It ended in about 11 or 12 minutes. Inside the lounge, Bai Feng looked at Jiang Yin, who looked like a wilted eggplant. He covered his mouth. Bai Feng's face turned red as he tried to suppress his laughter. Bai Feng, don't go too far. Ha 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 ha. Bai Feng heard Jiang Yin's words. He finally burst out laughing. Sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. After all, I have received professional training. I really don't want to laugh, but I just can't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Bai Feng laughed again. Go outside and laugh if you want to. Hey, Jiang Yin, that's not what you just said. That's because you're a jinx. Damn it, the competition hasn't even started yet, and you're already singing a lament. Otherwise, how could I have lost? Lose. It's all because you're not strong enough. Is it because I'm not good enough? It's just that guy was lucky. Just thinking about the guy I fought. Jiang Yin was furious. Jiang Yin has a huge flaw. That means this guy likes fire attribute beasts. Therefore, in his hands, all 3 beasts are fire attribute. You should know. A single attribute. However, it makes one an easy target. That's right. Jiang Yin was extremely unlucky. He encountered a guy who possessed a rock giant. That guy uses a rock giant. 1 against 3. They defeated all of Jiang Yin's tamed beasts. Bai Feng looked at Jiang Yin, who had a wronged expression. After all, this guy is his good brother. Okay, don't be sad. I just checked for you. That guy's having a bit of bad luck. His next opponent is actually our boss. Real. When he said this, Jiang Yin turned his gaze to Lu Xing, who was standing to the side. His face was full of anticipation. Chapter 118 Rock Giant. Don't underestimate Jiang Yin. He gives off a very carefree and easygoing vibe. But this guy is shy. She cares more about her image than anyone else. Therefore, he did not intend to ask Lu Xing to help him take revenge. Although Jiang Yin did not speak. But deep down, he still hoped that Lu Xing would make a move. Let's teach that guy a lesson. Jiang Yin seemed to be recalling the scene where Lu Xing reprimanded Yin Bing. In addition, Bai Feng's crazy behavior, Jiang Yin's gaze towards Lu Xing changed. His eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. Don't worry, leave it to me. After waiting for a while, finally, it was Lu Xing's turn to take the stage. Lu Xing knew that Jiang Yin is a thin-skinned guy, so he left behind this sentence. Don't be sad, I'll teach him a lesson for you. After saying that, Lu Xing left. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Jiang Yin felt a warm current surge through her heart. He touched his eye socket. I don't know when. There was actually water flowing there. Haha, Jiang Yin, you actually cried. None of your business. The few people present. Which one of them wasn't a chosen one of heaven? To be defeated by someone else. It's impossible not to feel sad. Under the guidance of the staff, Lu Xing, they went straight to the battle platform. A bald man was already waiting there. That big bald guy with broad shoulders and a burly build. Dark skin. He is about 1.9 meters tall. His face was full of fat. You can tell he's a trained fighter just by looking at him. Kid, you must be Lu Xing. You know Yin Bing, right? The one you defeated before. He was my junior, but I never expected him to be such a loser. I lost to a guy like you. Oh, Lu Xing replied casually. Don't worry, you're just like him, you're going to lose soon too. I lost. Arrogant. The muscular man instantly became excited. I, Shirley, have never lost a game so far. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get started. True skill is revealed in one's subordinates. Come forth, rock giant. Shirley couldn't wait to summon his beast. With the appearance of the rock giant, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Wow, it's huge. Is this the rock giant? It feels so powerful. Strong? Of course it's strong. Have you all forgotten the battle that just took place? There was a guy named Jiang Yin just now, and that guy had a fire lion. Although the flame lion was very strong, it was powerless against this rock giant. Oh, that guy is so pitiful. He was unlucky. If he had faced a different opponent, he might have advanced. Hey, stop talking. What's wrong? Look over there. That guy who was originally complaining about Jiang Yin. Look in the direction the person next to me is pointing. As a result, he made eye contact with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin's appearance is very easy to recognize. His bright red hair stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Excuse me. Excuse me. My friend didn't sleep well last night, and now he's starting to talk nonsense. The friend of the person who complained about Jiang Yin. He immediately apologized to Jiang Yin. Although Jiang Yin lost. But he wasn't someone these guys could laugh at so easily. Snort. Jiang Yin, whose face was originally full of black lines. He turned his head to the side. He continued watching the game. Rock giant. Lu Xing squinted his eyes. They looked toward Shirley's rock giant. Rock giant. Attribute rock. Gender. Female. Rank. Silver tier 8. Qualification A. Learn skills. Stone throwing. Rock collapse. Fierce punch. Earth shaking. This guy is pretty strong. No wonder Jiang Yin lost to Shirley in front of him. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He only glanced at it. They saw through Shirley's strength as a rock giant. How's it going, kid? Isn't my tame beast pretty good? Shirley boasted to Lu Xing. SOSO. SOSO. Then release your tame beast, and let's take a look. Okay, since you want to see it. Then I'll let you take a look. Come out, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing began to form a magic seal. A blue magic circle immediately appeared on the ground. Not long after, a giant spirit water turtle appeared before everyone. Roar. The moment the spirit water turtle appeared, it roared. The roar was deafening. It felt like a sonic attack. Everyone covered their ears. VIP room. Grandma Yang, whose face was originally full of smiles. After she saw Lu Xing's beast, her expression changed again. How could this happen? Isn't his tamed beast the two-headed hellhound? How did it turn into a spirit water turtle? Grandma Yang never expected that. Lu Xing also possesses a spirit water turtle. In Grandma Yang's heart, she believed that Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound was of the fire element. The rock giant is of the rock attribute. Rock is super effective against fire. In other words, Lu Xing might end up like Jiang Yin. They lost to Shirley. But Grandma Yang never expected this. Lu Xing actually had a spirit water turtle in his hand. And judging from the appearance of the spirit water turtle, their strength seems to be quite considerable. Lu Xing watched as Granny Yang looked humiliated. He chuckled to himself for a moment. When Jiang Yin lost just now, Lu Xing felt extremely uncomfortable. But he could tell. Jiang Yin has already given it her all. Therefore, he harbored no resentment towards Jiang Yin. As for now, Lu Xing had only one thought in his mind. That is, he hopes that Lu Xing can give Shirley a good beating. Let him know. People from Jiangnan Beast Taming University. They're not so easy to bully. Spirit water turtle? Shirley's face turned ugly. This spirit water turtle is a water attribute beast. Water type is super effective against rock type. In other words, he's going to have a tough time this time. Lu Xing looked at Shirley, whose expression had changed slightly. He just smiled faintly. Then he turned his attention to his own spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle. Attribute, water. Gender male. Rank, silver tier 9. Qualification SS. Learn skills, super healing, spiked shell, furious bite, wave impact, taunt. After these days of nurturing, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle has been upgraded to the peak of silver rank 9. It is just one step away from reaching the first tier of gold. As long as it tries a little harder. Breaking through to the 9th rank of silver is not a dream. It's just a spirit water turtle. Damn it, in the end it's just a turtle. Watch how I smash your turtle shell. Shirley looked at his rock giant. Rock giant, use stone throwing attacks. Upon hearing this, the rock giant, its enormous hand reached out and grabbed at the void. A huge stone appeared out of thin air in the rock giant's hand. It exerted a sudden force. The stone flew towards Lu Xing's spirit water turtle in an instant. Chapter 119, he actually has a willow tree spirit. Bump. Lu Xing did not allow the spirit water turtle to dodge. Instead, it allowed the rock giant's stones to smash into the spirit water turtle. That rock was exceptionally large. But after landing on the thick shell of the spirit water turtle, like an egg hitting a rock, it actually shattered completely upon impact. Wow, what's going on? Shirley's eyes widened. He looked on in disbelief. It was like seeing a ghost. This ability to launch stones is a skill that the rock giant is very proud of. He used this move before. They made Jiang Yin suffer terribly. But when it came to Lu Xing, this tactic actually failed. Shirley had no idea. This rock shooting technique is a physical attack skill. The spirit water turtle has extremely strong physical defense. In addition, the spirit water turtle is a water attribute beast. Resist rock type attacks. Therefore, the flying stone did not cause any harm to the spirit water turtle. Rock giant, use rock slide. Shirley was unwilling to accept it. He gave the order to his rock giant once again. The rock giant waved his hand. In an instant, countless enormous stones gathered above the head of the spirit water turtle. Not long after, the stones slammed down hard onto the spirit water turtle below. Bump, bump, bump. After those stones touched the thick shell of the spirit water turtle, everything shattered. In an instant, smoke filled the air. The spirit turtle was enveloped in smoke. What happened? What's wrong with that guy? Why didn't he let the spirit water turtle fight back? Yes. Was he scared out of his wits by the rock giant on the other side? Or is he being threatened? You don't dare to fight back? Just as everyone was discussing it, the F4 from Jiangnan Beast Taming University revealed a wicked smile. That's right. Others may not know, but they were very clear about it. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle possesses an extremely terrifying skill. That's the spiked shell. Rock giant, what's wrong with you? Shirley's attention was originally focused on the spirit water turtle. To his surprise, he discovered that his own rock giant body swayed. Its face was full of pain. If it hadn't braced its paw against the ground in time, it might just be lying on the ground. What exactly happened? Shirley's expression turned ugly. He looked at Lu Xing across from him. Lu Xing maintained a faint smile throughout. It's you. You did it, didn't you? Shirley roared hysterically. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing shrugged. You can't just make baseless accusations. I didn't say a single word from beginning to end. Did you see me order the spirit water turtle to make a move? This? Shirley was speechless for a moment. Bump. Just then, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle crawled out from among the rocks. It shook off the dust. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone finally saw the true face of the spirit water turtle. My God, what's going on? A sharp-eyed fellow exclaimed. Look at that water turtle. It took 2 attacks from the rock giant. But it still acted as if nothing had happened. That's an attack from a rock giant. Even though the spirit water turtle is a water-type beast and can resist rock-type attacks. But it doesn't have to be like this. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the spirit water turtle. They discovered that the turtle's shell was still new. Like it's fresh out of the oven. There isn't a single scratch on it. Is this tortoise shell really that hard? This idea popped into everyone's mind. At this time, Yen Guoli, one of F4. His lips trembled violently. His spirit water turtle has become even stronger. Among those present, who has the most say? Yen Guoli is the obvious choice. Because he was the only one who had ever fought against Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. Previously, my mantis was able to leave marks on his water turtle's shell. It's probably hopeless now. Yen Guoli suddenly whispered something. He adjusted his glasses. Sigh, this guy is a monster. The word monster revealed Yen Guoli's helplessness. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, one of the guys burst into laughter. He is none other than. It was Jiang Yin. Comfortable. This feels so good. Jiang Yin finally experienced the truth of the "it smells so good" theory. He looked at Bai Feng beside him. I couldn't help but say, Bai Feng, I didn't expect you to feel that way just now. Yes. Bai Feng rolled his eyes at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin turned his gaze to the battle platform. He felt a surge of relief. He chose to stand with Lu Xing. In other words, now, he and Lu Xing are bound together for both prosperity and ruin. They shared both honor and disgrace. So Lu Xing won. Then he felt a sense of pride. Jiang Yin can proudly tell others. See that? That guy is my junior. My teammate. We fought side by side. On the battle platform, Lu Xing looked at the rock giant in front of him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Go, Spirit Water Turtle, use Wave Impact. The water turtle held its head high. Then he stomped his foot hard. Sudden, a wave more than 10 meters high appeared out of nowhere. It's the impact of the waves. Shirley saw the waves crashing. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. This wave impact is a water-based attack. If his rock giant were struck by this wave, then the rock giant is doomed. Rock giant, run. Upon hearing this, the rock giant struggled. I just wanted to escape, but it was badly injured. It can't run fast at all. He could only watch helplessly as the more than 10-meter high waves crashed towards him. Boom. Waves over 10 meters high roared. It slammed into the rock giant. The poor rock giant was sent flying. Boom. It landed heavily on the ground. My whole body was soaking wet. The rock giant struggled. I wanted to use all my strength to stand up. But it was precisely this struggle that led to this. It exhausted all its strength. The rock giant's body went limp. He lay down on the ground. He fell into a coma. Rock giant. Shirley roared. Unfortunately, the rock giant could no longer hear his voice. All right, quickly release the rest of your tamed beasts. Upon hearing this, Shirley looked at Lu Xing. You brat. How dare you hurt my rock giant? I won't let you get away with this. After saying that, Shirley waved his hand. Come back, rock giant. He recalled the rock giant. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you have a spirit water turtle. Come out, Willow Tree Spirit. Shirley released his second tamed beast. Willow Tree Spirit. Lu Xing did not expect that. Shirley actually has a Willow Tree Spirit in his possession. He originally thought, this Shirley will be like that fool Jiang Yin. Beasts that only have a single attribute are contracted. Jiang Yin is associated with the fire element. He is of the rock attribute. Chapter 120 Defeating Shirley. Lu Xing looked at Shirley's Willow Tree Spirit. Willow Tree Spirit. Attribute, plant. Gender, female. Rank, Silver Tier 8. Qualification, B. Skills learned. Willow Whipping, Vine Entanglement, Spring Returns to the Earth. A Silver Rank 8 Willow Tree Spirit with B-grade aptitude. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. Willow Tree Demon, kill that damned turtle. Use willow twigs to whip it. Upon hearing this, the Willow Tree Spirit. The willow branches above its head looked like tentacles. It lashed out at the Spirit Water Turtle. Come back, Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing immediately took the Spirit Water Turtle back. Shirley was stumped by Lu Xing's move. He stood there, stunned. What's wrong? Did I break the rules? Or is there something I did wrong? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Can, is this okay? Okay, this seems like a good idea. It seems like it could work. I don't think that will work. One of the guys frowned. Just as everyone was discussing it, Lu Xing turned his gaze to the referee, standing to the side. He asked the referee, Referee, may I ask you something? Is there any rule that forbids one from taking back their tamed beast? No. The referee shook his head. That settles it. As the saying goes, anything not prohibited by law is permissible. Since there are no rules, why can't I? As Lu Xing spoke, he began performing the hand seals again. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing released his two-headed hellhound. The Willow Tree Spirit opposite is a plant type. Plants are effective against water-type spirit water turtles. Lu Xing isn't made of steel. Even knowing that the attributes are unfavorable, we must go against the current. That's the behavior of a brute. Only a master of reverse attributes would dare to do this. Obviously, Lu Xing is not a reckless man. Hellhound. Shirley's expression changed. He had watched Lu Xing's competitions. They were naturally aware of the strength of the two-headed hellhound before them. Hellhound, use Flame Slash on the Willow Tree Spirit. Lu Xing didn't waste any more words. After summoning the two-headed hellhound, they launched an attack immediately. The hellhound slashed forward with its sharp claws. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot towards the Willow Tree Demon. Oh no! Willow Tree Spirit, get out of the way. The Willow Tree Spirit is a plant-type tamed beast. It is extremely afraid of fire tribute attacks. After hearing Shirley's order, the willow tree spirit quickly ran to the side. Whoosh! The fiery slash flew over. It brushed past the willow tree spirit. The main trunk of the willow tree spirit was not attacked. However, it cut off quite a few willow branches from the top of the willow tree demon's head. Roar! The willow tree spirit let out a roar. The willow branches were cut. Its body felt a slight pain. But more than anything, it hurts. It grew so many willow branches. I don't know how much time it took. The willow tree spirit usually cherishes its willow branches the most. I don't know how much time I spend taking care of it every day. As a result, a significant portion of it was cut off by the two-headed hellhound. Anger. An unnamed rage erupted from the depths of the willow tree spirit's heart. After it let out a roar, it charged toward the two-headed hellhound. Just as they were about to reach the two-headed hellhound, the willow tree spirit's body suddenly lurched forward. In an instant, countless willow branches swept towards the hellhound. The vines are entwined. The willow tree spirit wanted to use its willow branches. Bind the two-headed hellhound tightly. Trying to trap my two-headed hellhound. No way. Hellhound, use flame slash. Cut off all of this guy's willow branches. The hellhound's claws slashed forward again. Another sharp, fiery blade shot out. Whoosh. The Cerberus's flame slash is extremely sharp. The fiery blade sliced through tofu with ease. They easily cut off the willow tree demon's willow branches. In an instant, the willow tree spirit's lush willow branches. They've all disappeared. Instead, it was covered with small tree branches. The tips of those small tree branches were all charcoal black. It's still emitting white smoke. It was clearly burned by the flame slash. Roar! The willow tree spirit showed a look of pain. Just now, I only cut a tiny bit of the willow branch. That's all now. Therefore, this flame slash dealt it tremendous damage. Looking at the person in front of them, who was covering their head, the willow tree spirit that keeps wailing. Hellhound, deliver the final blow. Use Shadow Strike. The hellhound charged forward at top speed. They rushed towards the willow tree spirit. Don't want. Shirley was too nervous. They completely forgot to tell the willow tree spirit to run away. At this moment, the willow tree spirit completely forgot that it was still fighting. It touched its charred willow branch with its hand. She kept sobbing. Bang! The two-headed hellhound wouldn't show any mercy to a willow tree spirit. Its sharp claws reached out to grab the willow tree spirit. With a single swipe of its claw, it sent the willow tree demon flying. The willow tree spirit slid several meters across the ground. It just stopped. However, its body swayed for a moment. Boom! The willow tree demon's enormous body. Because they couldn't withstand the damage from the two-headed hellhound, it collapsed with a crash. With the defeat of the willow tree demon, Shirley only had one beast left. I give up. Just when Lu Xing thought Shirley would summon a third beast. As a result, Shirley admitted defeat. Lu Xing looked completely bewildered. He felt he hadn't had enough. Surprisingly, Shirley admitted defeat. Kid, your name is Lu Xing, right? You just wait. I will definitely come back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he was speechless for a moment. He couldn't help but think to himself, I'm not Pleasant Goat, and you're not Big Bad Wolf, so why would you definitely come back? With the referee's whistle, Lu Xing won the game. He returned to his lounge. I waited for more than 10 minutes. Lu Xing noticed that Bai Feng and Jiang Yin walked in arm. They seemed very happy. But one person was unhappy. He is Yin Guoli. Yin Guoli, what's wrong? Why are you looking so downcast? You won't tell me. You lost the game too. Yin Guoli looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Oh, it's alright. Losing is losing, it's not a big deal. We both lost too. Bai Feng comforted Yin Guoli. It's okay, just talk to Boss Lu Xing. Who defeated you? I'll have Boss Lu Xing teach him a good lesson later. It's me. Just then, a guy walked in from outside the door. He uttered those two words in a detached manner. Blue Sky Boss. Bai Feng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that. Yin Guoli's opponent just now was actually Lan Tian. The main reason is that Bai Feng focused all his attention on Lu Xing. Therefore, we do not know Yin Guoli's situation. Chapter 121, Why Did My Heart Flutter? Bai Feng pulled Yin Guoli over. He whispered to Yin Guoli. That shouldn't be the case. Although Boss Lan Tian is a little stronger than you. But you shouldn't have lost so quickly. Upon hearing this, Yin Guoli's face showed a helpless expression. There's nothing I can do. It's not that I don't work hard. It's just that Boss Lan Tian is a monster. When he said this, Yin Guoli's gaze swept over Lan Tian and Lu Xing. Do you know? Our blue sky leader has made a breakthrough. What? You broke through. Bai Feng's eyes widened. He looked on in disbelief. Bai Feng swiftly arrived beside Lan Tian. He looked up at the blue sky and asked, Boss Lan Tian, Yin Guoli said you've made a breakthrough. Is this real or fake? It's true. Oh my god. Hearing what Lan Tian said, Bai Feng exclaimed in surprise. Boss Lan Tian, you're awesome. At such a young age, he is already a gold-level beast tamer. Looks like I really didn't follow the wrong person. Bai Feng had just finished saying this when he felt he had said the wrong thing. So he immediately turned to Lu Xing beside him and said, Boss Lu Xing, I feel that following you is a wise move. Looking at the white wind before him, which was as fickle as a reed in the wind, Yin Guoli and Jiang Yin rolled their eyes. Bai Feng, however, did not take it to heart. Face. How much is face worth? He's telling us that those who know when to yield are the wise ones. Only someone like him. To be able to survive in such a world. And they are doing very well. Lu Xing ignored Bai Feng. Instead, they turned their attention to the blue sky. Lan Tian was also looking at Lu Xing at that moment. The two looked at each other. In an instant, a terrifying plume of smoke filled the entire battlefield. Quiet. It was unusually quiet. You could hear a pin drop in the room. Glug. 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 Bai Feng and his two companions were too nervous. They swallowed hard. Hey you guys. Today's match is over. You can go back now. Get a good rest tonight. The final is tomorrow. You all need to cheer me on. Especially you, Lu Xing and Lan Tian. Lu Gingxing appeared at the door at some point. He broke the deadlock with his words. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up. I left the lounge. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Lan Tian unconsciously clenched his fist. At this moment, Lan Tian's eyes were filled with the raging flames of war. He had always wanted to fight Lu Xing. But unfortunately, there was no opportunity. Tomorrow is the semi-finals of the National League. His chance to fight Lu Xing was just around the corner. Lu Xing returned to school. He had just entered the villa. As a result, they saw Su Peng and his two companions. Wow, Lu Xing, you look so handsome today. Su Peng is currently gnawing on a pig's trotter. He stood up. He actually wanted to hug Lu Xing with his greasy hands. Fortunately, Lu Xing turned to the side. He quickly dodged Su Peng's hand. Hey, Lu Xing, you rascal. Su Peng felt disappointed because he didn't get to hug Lu Xing. Okay, stop fooling around. I'm exhausted after a long day, and I'm going to get some rest. There's another match to play tomorrow. Excuse me. Lu Xing was saying this to Lu Xiaoming and Rumling, who were sitting on the sofa. Good. The two girls nodded obediently, watching Lu Xing's retreating figure as he went upstairs. Lu Xiaoming and her two companions were filled with pride. He is Lu Xing, their good friend, Lu Xing, a man who easily made it to the National League semifinals. If there are no unexpected events, he'll be the champion tomorrow. Oh, if only I could have gotten a ticket. That way I can go to the scene and cheer for Lu Xing. Su Peng suddenly blamed himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming and Ru Ming exchanged a glance. A look of desolation flashed across their faces. That's right. Neither of them managed to get tickets. This National League is a very grand event. This is something that almost everyone in the country is paying attention to. Therefore, many people are vying for tickets to this competition. This has led to tickets being extremely difficult to obtain. Bai Feng and the others were contestants. Therefore, they can freely enter and exit the competition venue. Others won't be able to do it. Time flies like an arrow, and the days pass like a shuttle. Time flies. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Inside the lounge of Jiangnan Beast Taming University, Lu Xing and Lan Tian exchanged a glance. Lu Xing, good luck today. It's rare for Lan Tian to say something like that. The same to you. Lu Xing smiled faintly. I hope I can see you in the finals. Me too. After saying that, the two headed off in opposite directions. Lu Xing headed to competition area A. Blue Sky then headed to competition area B. Lu Xing and Lan Tian were lucky. Both players advanced to the final. However, they were not assigned to the same competition zone. If they can win today, the final match between the two will be this afternoon. At this time, one person appeared particularly excited. He is none other than. It was Lu Gingxing, the president of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The semifinals. My student has made it to the semifinals. From today onwards, I'll see who dares to say that I, Lu Gingxing, am incapable of teaching students. Lu Gingxing felt that he had finally gotten his revenge. Like in previous years, students of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. At most, they'll reach the quarterfinals. They always fell in the quarterfinals. And the final competition. It will always be the Imperial Capital's Chinese Academy and the Magic City's Academy. Lu Xing arrived at the competition venue. He discovered that his opponent was actually a woman. Wow, I didn't expect my opponent to be a young man. And the young man is quite handsome. How about it? Hey bro, have you found a girlfriend yet? How about you let me win this competition, and I'll be your girlfriend? The woman opposite Lu Xing teased him. She was wearing a cheongsam at the time. While speaking, he lifted his skirt. She revealed her fair thighs. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As the woman lifted the hem of her cheongsam, everyone began to swallow hard. So beautiful. Wow, this guy is absolutely gorgeous. My God, if I could sleep with her for just one night, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Yes, I want one too. Another person revealed a lecherous look. Snort. The woman felt those aggressive gazes. She snorted coldly. She let down the hem of her cheongsam. Because she discovered my own tried and true method. It actually failed in front of Lu Xing. Damn, are you impotent? Seeing me like this, you're not even a little bit tempted? At this point, the woman's image underwent a complete 180-degree turn. She actually started swearing in public. Feeling attracted? Why should I be moved? Chapter 122, So what if it's a flame sparrow? Snort. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, the woman gave a disdainful snort. I've seen plenty of men like you. Every man with erectile dysfunction says the same thing as you. I think if you have erectile dysfunction, you should get treatment as soon as possible. Go to a reputable large hospital and never trust the old Chinese medicine doctors advertised on telephone poles. Are you ever going to stop? Lu Xing's face darkened instantly. It's not over yet. Seeing Lu Xing's embarrassed expression, the woman felt a surge of pleasure. She felt she had the upper hand. He subconsciously raised his head, like a victorious rooster. When Lu Xing saw her like this, he sighed. They had no choice but to unleash their trump card. Alas, it's not that I'm impotent. It's just that I'm not interested in other people's worn-out shoes. You? The woman, who had initially looked smug, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. What? She's actually a slut. Ha ha, this is hilarious, it's killing me. Bai Feng, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little did Bai Feng know. He smiled like that. This immediately provoked public outrage. Everyone originally regarded that woman as a goddess. Unexpectedly, she's such a terrible person. Isn't this a slap in the face to them? VIP seating. Lu Gingxing, somewhat embarrassed, spoke to Granny Yang beside him. I'm sorry, my students are hard to discipline. I'll definitely teach them a lesson when I get back this time. Let them understand the importance of politeness. Even if someone is a slut, you must never expose her to her face. You? Grandma Yang was quite happy when she heard the first few sentences. But when I heard the last sentence, her face darkened instantly. Snort. You need discipline, don't you? It's all right, someone will teach them a lesson someday. Grandma Yang turned her gaze to her students. That woman. The woman's name was Lu Mei. Lu Mei, that girl. Anywhere is fine. However, she has one terrible flaw. That means having an immoral lifestyle. She likes to change boyfriends. And they change them very frequently. According to Lu Mei, men are like clothes. It got old after a while. It's time to replace it with a new one. Lu Mei thus earned the nickname slut among the university students in Shanghai. Grandma Yang originally thought that once she arrived here, no one will know about her. I never expected that Lu Xing would bring this up. On the battlefield. Kid, I'll kill you. Lu Mei attacked in anger. Although she knew people were talking about her behind her back. But that was behind them after all. Lu Mei can just pretend she didn't hear it. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing actually exposed her secrets in front of so many people. How could Lu Mei tolerate this? Come forth, Firebird. Lu Mei released her tamed beast. Firebird. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked towards Lu Mei's flame sparrow. Flamebird. Attribute, fire. Gender, female. Rank, gold tier 1. Qualification A. Learn skills, flame peck, flame breath, hot air attack, fire claws. A gold tier, A rank flame sparrow. After Lu Xing saw this guy's attributes, he couldn't help but sigh. Although this girl has a questionable private life, her skills are still quite remarkable. You brat. Hurry up and release your beast. Release my beast? Sure. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing quickly began to form a hand seal. A gigantic two-headed hellhound appeared before them. Snort. What kind of bullshit Cerberus is this? It's just a stinky dog with 2 heads. I'll burn your stinking dog to death. Firebird. Use flamethrower on that stinky dog. Upon hearing this, chirp. It let out a screech. With a flap of its wings. After a leap, A burst of scorching flame shot out from the firebird's mouth. It shot towards the two-headed hellhound. Flame jet. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. Other skills. He might still have some concerns. But this jet of flame. Lu Xing did not allow the Cerberus to dodge. Instead, it allowed the flame sparrow to breathe fire onto the Cerberus. Wow, what's going on? Seeing this, they all stared wide-eyed. Did you see that? I saw it. My goodness, what's with the hellhound thing? I don't know either. Look at its expression. Enjoying it. That two-headed hellhound actually looked like it was enjoying itself under the attack of the firebird. It was as if the flamebird's attack wasn't an attack, but rather a massage. Oh my god, what's going on? Everyone felt like their worldview had collapsed. Lu Xing's stature in their hearts has reached a new level. Lu Gingxing, what exactly is that guy's two-headed hellhound? Grandma Yang had a stern face. Unable to resist asking Lu Gingxing, he turned to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Gingxing shrugged. He said with an innocent look, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" "All right." Grandma Yang and Lu Gingxing exchanged a glance. She has a good eye for people. It became clear immediately. Lu Gingxing was indeed completely ignorant. I think that guy's hellhound. It probably has skills that grant immunity to fire. Old Sun, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. How could they not have thought of that? They all looked at Old Man Sun. His eyes were filled with admiration. No wonder Old Man Sun was able to attend Huaxia University in the capital. He thrived in such a place blessed with outstanding people and resources. Looks like this old guy's got some skills. On the battle platform, Lu Mei bit her lip. I don't believe your Cerberus can really withstand fire. In Lu Mei's worldview, she had heard of skills that could resist fire attribute attacks. However, those skills cannot be resisted 100%. At most, it's 90%. In other words, as long as her flame sparrow keeps attacking, then Lu Xing's hellhound will definitely be injured. Have you finished attacking? Lu Xing yawned. Although Lu Mei is strong, but she was still no match for Lu Xing. You? Lu Mei was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what to say. All right, since you don't know what to do, then I'll make the decision for you. Hellhound, use flame slash. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its sharp claws suddenly swung forward. Suddenly, a sharp fireblade flew towards the flame sparrow. The fiery slash actually cleaved the flame sparrow's flames in two. Chapter 123 The Swamp Crocodile King? I destroyed it with electricity. Oh no, flame sparrow, get out of the way. Pity. It's all too late. The speed of the Cerberus's flame slash is simply too fast. The flame sparrow couldn't react in time. He was hit directly by the flaming slash. After the flame sparrow was struck by the Cerberus's flaming slash, it flapped its wings a few times with great effort. He was trying to stabilize his body. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe. The flamebird's body was like a kite with a broken string. It fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! The flame sparrow's massive body slammed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled. The ground was actually covered by the enormous body of the flame sparrow. They smashed a huge hole in it. Flamebird. Lu Mei could no longer suppress her inner worries. She ran towards the flamebird. She hugged the flame sparrow and started crying. The audience seats. At this moment, everyone was completely silent. They all froze on the spot. They all gaped open. Its mouth looked big enough to fit an egg. My god, what am I seeing? Instant kill. Instant kill. That guy's hellhound actually killed the opponent's flamebird in an instant. And it even used a fire attribute skill. Everyone's worldview collapsed at this moment. Fire attribute beast taming. They are born with some resistance to fire. Even so, the flame sparrow was instantly killed by the Cerberus's flame slash. What exactly is going on? Everyone was completely baffled. Only Lu Xing understood. Why was his hellhound able to instantly kill the opponent's flame sparrow in one move? Because Lu Xing's hellhound possesses the fire-devouring skill. It can devour all fire and use it for its own purposes. So the fire attack that the firebird just now, not only did it not harm the hellhound, this actually made the fire attribute skills of the Cerberus even more powerful. Come back, flamebird. Lu Mei wiped away her tears. She recalled the flame sparrow. She then returned to her seat. Lu Mei looked at Lu Xing. Her eyes were bloodshot at this moment. His eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Mei gritted her teeth. She said no more. Instead, he quickly began to perform a hand seal. Come forth, Swamp Crocodile King. Lu Mei released her second tamed beast, the Swamp Crocodile King. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Lu Mei's tamed beast once more. Mud Crocodile King. Attributes, rock, water. Gender male. Rank, silver tier 9. Qualification S. Learn skills, mud machine gun, angry bite, water jet, raging fountain. S rank, silver rank 9 mud crocodile king. This guy is really strong. Unfortunately, there's still no match for Lu Xing. What should I do? Should we send out the Thunderhawk, or continue using the Cerberus? Lu Xing's mind raced. This mud crocodile king has the attributes of rock and water. Rock type resists electric type attacks, while water type is afraid of electric type attacks. Subtracting one from the other results in nothing. Forget it, let's just stick with Hellhound. Lu Xing plans to keep the Thunder Eagle as a trump card. We'll give that guy Blue Sky a surprise later. Mud Crocodile King. Use the mud machine gun on Hellhound. The Swamp Crocodile King heard this. It opens its big mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless mud balls shot towards the two-headed Hellhound. Hellhound, run. Upon hearing this, the two-headed Hellhound. It started running very fast. Lu Xing's two-headed Hellhound is extremely intelligent. It started running directly around Lu Mei's Mud Crocodile King. The Mud Crocodile King attacked Lu Xing's Hellhound. It can only go around in circles. After a few laps, the Mud Crocodile King was dizzy from being scrambled around. Hellhound now. Use Shadow Strike. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's two-headed Hellhound. It pounced on the Mud Crocodile King. The Mud Crocodile King was still in a state of dizziness. Bang! The two-headed Hellhound's sharp claws slammed into the Mud Crocodile King's body. Roar! The Mud Crocodile King let out a painful cry. The intense pain jolted it awake from its dizziness. The Swamp Crocodile King opened its blood-red maw. It lunged at the two-headed Hellhound, angrily biting. Hellhound, retreat. Upon hearing this, the two-headed Hellhound. It suddenly jumped backward. They successfully avoided the Swamp Crocodile King's furious bite. Click! The Swamp Crocodile King's terrifying upper and lower jaws snapped shut. It made a crisp sound. Call. Seeing this, Lu Xing. I breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the two-headed Hellhound had almost been bitten by this guy. As expected, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. You can't let your guard down at any time. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball on that guy. The Swamp Crocodile King is a beast with both rock and water attributes. Whether it's rock or water, they are all resistant to fire attribute attacks. Therefore, the fire attribute Flame Slash deals negligible damage to the Swamp Crocodile King. Therefore, Lu Xing wisely chose the dark attribute Shadow Ball. With Lu Xing's command, two enormous shadow orbs converged in front of the Hellhound's mouth. Having two heads has that advantage. You can attack simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. Two enormous shadow orbs flew toward the Swamp Crocodile King. Oh no! Swamp Crocodile King, use Water Jet. The Swamp Crocodile King heard this. It opens its big mouth. Suddenly, a very thick jet of water shot out. Boom! The Mud Crocodile King's water column collided with the Hellhound's Shadow Ball. A huge explosion occurred immediately. In an instant, the entire battleground was shrouded in mist. Whoosh! Just as everyone was opening their eyes wide, just as we were getting ready to see what had happened, a dark figure suddenly burst out from the mist. It's a two-headed Hellhound. It revealed its sharp claws. The claws, illuminated by the sunlight. It gleamed with a cold light. Tear Claw. The Cerberus's sharp claws slashed across the Mud Crocodile King's hard back. All I heard was a tearing sound. The Swamp Crocodile King's incredibly tough back scales. It was actually cleaved open by the two-headed Hellhound. Several deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on the back of the Swamp Crocodile King. Roar! The Mud Crocodile King let out a cry of pain. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the two-headed Hellhound once more. However, this time the two-headed Hellhound learned its lesson. After the successful strike, the two-headed Hellhound did not stay in place. Instead, they cleverly escaped. As a result, the Swamp Crocodile King missed its target again. Hellhound now, use Shadow Ball again. Whoosh, whoosh. Two Shadow Balls flew toward the Swamp Crocodile King. Mud Crocodile King, use Water Jets to resist. The Swamp Crocodile King heard this. It opens its big mouth. Just as they were about to use the Water Jet, the wound on its back suddenly flared up. The Mud Crocodile King felt a pain in its back. The water column it had been holding back suddenly poured out. Water was flowing everywhere. Chapter 124 Blue Sky actually lost. Bang! Bang! The two shadow orbs from Hellhound struck the Swamp Crocodile King. For a moment, mud and water splashed everywhere, and dust flew up. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Swamp Crocodile King inside was revealed. By this time, the Mud Crocodile King had already fallen unconscious. They have lost their ability to fight. I lost. With the fall of the flame bird and the swamp crocodile king, Lu Mei collapsed to the ground. She was soaked in sweat. The red Chong Sam clung tightly to her body. At this moment, Lu Mei's face was full of sorrow. Her hair was also loose. He looks exactly like a madman. I actually lost. In Lu Mei's hands, the strongest are the flame sparrow and the swamp crocodile king. Both beast tamers have now lost. Then there's no need to send out a third one. This world, Beastmaster's beast taming. The levels of ability vary greatly, because raising a beast is extremely expensive. Therefore, in order to quickly cultivate powerful beasts, Beastmasters can only allocate resources accordingly. Those with resources, the strength of the beast tamer will increase faster. No, naturally, it will be slower. Lu Mei was stunned by Lu Xing's beating. She collapsed to the ground. He kept muttering to himself. Seeing this, the staff member standing nearby immediately stepped forward. Help her up. They left the battlefield. As Lu Mei left, the referee declared Lu Xing the winner of the match. At this point, Lu Xing successfully advanced to the National League Finals. I wonder how that guy Lan Tian is doing. Lu Xing left the dueling arena. He walked towards the lounge. As a result, they ran into Bai Feng and Jiang Yan on the way. Lu Xing, congratulations. You're amazing. Didn't you hear how everyone was praising you just now? Lu Xing nodded slightly. He doesn't care at all about what others think. What Lu Xing cares about now is the situation with Lan Tian. So he went straight to the point and said to Bai Feng and Jiang Yan, Blue Sky, how's the battle going over there? Bai Feng and Jiang Yan exchanged a glance. An embarrassed look appeared on his face. We were watching your game, so we didn't go to watch Blue Sky's game. Oh, it's alright. Over there, on the other side of the blue sky, Yin Guoli is cheering him on. Don't worry, with his strength, he will definitely make it to the finals. Bai Feng spoke with great conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. The battles in the blue sky weren't like this before. He's basically the same as Lu Xing. He defeated his opponent in just a few moves. Has he encountered a formidable enemy? Walk. Let's go take a look quickly. Lu Xing took the lead. They walked towards the battlefield where the blue sky was. At this time, the battlefield in the blue sky looked grim. He was breathing heavily. Across from the blue sky stood a man with long, flowing hair. I admit, you are the best so far. The strongest opponent I have ever encountered. However, that's where you end up. When he said this, the long-haired man narrowed his eyes. At this point, the blue sky and the long-haired man represent two different situations. The blue sky looked like it was struggling. The long-haired man, however, seemed completely at ease. Wow, what happened? Blue sky is actually in a tough battle. Bai Feng's face was full of surprise. This was also the first time he had seen Lan Tian in such a disheveled state. That long-haired guy's dragon is pretty strong. After seeing the long-haired man's beast tamer, Jiang Yin frowned. A look of worry appeared on his face. At the same time, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Dragon. That's a dragon. Once upon a time, Jiang Yin also fantasized about being able to contract a dragon. However, this is just a dream. For Jiang Yin today, this is still a very distant prospect. Lu Xing remained silent. He opened the system's eye. They began to assess the strength of the beasts they were controlling. On this side of the blue sky, he used ice crystal jade carving. It was an eagle that was entirely green. Ice crystal jade carving. Attribute, ice. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 1. Qualification, S. Learned skills, frostbolt, blizzard, gale, air slash. Blue Sky's opponent was the long-haired man. The beast he used was a dragon. A dragon with a completely red body. The unicorn lizard dragon. Unicorn lizard. Attribute, fire. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 2. Qualification, S. Learned skills, flame leap, blazing inferno, dragon claw, sweeping strike. It's actually a unicorn lizard dragon with S-rank aptitude and gold tier 2 strength. After Lu Xing saw the long-haired man's beast taming, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. At the same time, Lu Xing understood as well. Why is Blue Sky struggling so much? That long-haired man is a bit stronger. Meanwhile, the unicorn lizard dragon is a fire-type creature. Ice crystal jade carvings are of the ice element. In this world of beast taming, fire is effective against ice. At this moment, the blue sky represents a battle with the opposite elemental attribute. As expected of students from Huaxia University in the capital, this strength is truly beyond words. Jiang Yin watched as the ice crystal jade sculpture of the blue sky was being overwhelmed and beaten by the long-haired man's unicorn lizard. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Jiang Yin and Lan Tian have faced off before, although Jiang Yin also specializes in fire tribute beast taming. In terms of attributes, it restrained the icy properties of the blue sky. But Jiang Yin still can't beat Lan Tian. But today, Blue Sky is about to be defeated by that long-haired man. The battle is about to be decided. Lu Xing said this casually. On the battlefield, the situation is quite clear. Unless Blue Sky gets a special treatment right now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to turn the tide. We've had enough of the unicorn lizard. Give him the final blow. Use flame. Upon hearing this, the unicorn lizard, it opens its big mouth. Suddenly, a burst of blazing flames spewed from the mouth of the unicorn lizard. It swept towards the ice crystal jade sculpture on the opposite side. Oh no, ice crystal jade sculpture. Get out of the way. Lan Tian suddenly roared. Pity. At this time, the ice crystal jade carving. After continuous battles, it was already exhausted. They had no strength left to dodge the attacks of the unicorn lizard. Boom. The unicorn lizard's flames bombarded the ice crystal jade sculpture. The ice crystal jade sculpture let out a painful cry. It's like a kite with a broken string. It fell from midair. It then crashed heavily to the ground. Oh, I don't know if it's because all the beast tamers were defeated. The resulting backlash of the soul. Or perhaps it's because Lan Tian couldn't withstand the pressure of failure. After he shouted, it actually fell straight down in front of him. He fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the staff members standing nearby, they immediately rushed forward to provide assistance. The staff carried Lan Tian away on a stretcher. Chapter 125 Yin Guoli's Request. They lost. Boss Lan Tian actually lost. Bai Feng pursed his lips. He found it somewhat unbelievable. In his heart, the blue sky is like a god of war. But today, that god actually fell. Just then, a series of footsteps approached. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turned out to be Yin Guoli. Yin Guoli's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. Her cheeks were still streaked with tears. She had obviously just been crying. Cry. Yin Guoli actually cried. This was something Lu Xing hadn't expected. Yin Guoli lost to Lan Tian before. He just felt uncomfortable, but not to the point of crying. And this time, after Blue Sky was defeated, Yin Guoli actually cried. A man doesn't easily shed tears. It's just that the heartbreak hasn't reached its peak yet. Yin Guoli bit his lip. He spoke to Lu Xing in a choked voice. Lu Xing, I, Yin Guoli, have never asked anyone for a favor in my life. But this time, I beg you. You absolutely must defeat that guy. Yeah, Boss Lu Xing, you absolutely have to defeat that guy. Bai Feng, who was standing to the side, suddenly started crying. Jiang Yin, standing beside Bai Feng, was also looking at him with pleading eyes. Looking at the three people in front of him, Lu Xing smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'll get this back for you. How dare they bully the students of our Jiangnan Beast Taming University? I'll show them how many eyes Lord Horse has. Uh-huh. Bai Feng and the others nodded obediently. Looking at the 3F4 members crying their eyes out, Lu Xing thought to himself, don't worry, I'll take care of that guy for you. You guys are only for me to bully, no one else is allowed. VIP room. Grandma Yang said to Grandpa's son with a smile. Oh dear, old man Sunday. Congratulations on this. We're going to win the National League Championship again. Including this time, how many consecutive championships has your school achieved? The previous record was 8 consecutive championships, and with this one, it will be 9 consecutive championships. 9 consecutive championships. 9 consecutive championships is great. The number 9 is such an auspicious number. By the way, your student's name also seems to have the character 9 in it. Yes, his name is Chen Shijio. Chen Shijio, what a wonderful name. When Granny Yang said this, I secretly glanced at Lu Gengxing, who was standing in front of the glass window. Lu Gengxing's face looked extremely grim at this moment. First, Blue Sky lost. It made him lose face. However, Lu Gengxing was more worried about Lan Tian's safety. I'm sorry. Excuse me. After Lu Gengxing finished speaking, he left quickly. With the Blue Sky defeated, the morning's matches are now over. The finals will be held this afternoon. Lu Xing versus Chen Shijio. Noon. Inside the lounge of Jiangnan Beast Taming University, Lu Gengxing placed a large bag of things in front of Lu Xing. Kid, I bought this at a high price. I'll give you a good boost to nourish your body. Alright, you can eat slowly. I'll go check on Lan Tian's condition. After saying that, Lu Gengxing turned and left the lounge. To nourish the body? Bai Feng and Jiang Yan, who were standing nearby, curiously stepped forward. Bai Feng helped Lu Xing open the takeout that Lu Gingxing had bought. After seeing what's inside, Bai Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My turtle! Lu Xing, you wouldn't happen to be Lu Gingxing's illegitimate son, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Feng. If you weren't his illegitimate child, would he buy you such expensive food? Something valuable? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing stood up from his seat. He looked into the takeout box. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Feng looked at the food in the takeout box. I couldn't help but marvel at it. Do you know what this is? This is abalone. What do you mean? This is abalone. This thing is an abalone, not just any abalone. Take another look at what's in this bowl. Vermicelli? What the hell is this vermicelli? This thing is called tianjiu wings. My God, this stingy miser. All for you, Lu Xing. She's bleeding heavily. Bai Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Feng. So what if these things are good? It's not even food. So how can eating it make you an immortal? No, not at all. That settles it. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he sat back down in his original seat. They continued eating the boxed lunches provided by the organizers. Seeing this, Bai Feng, he couldn't help but complain. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You idiot. Are you a wild boar that can't eat rice bran? Even though there are delicacies available, they choose to eat simple meals. Bai Feng was speechless. If you want to eat it, just eat it. Stop talking so much nonsense. Give me. Bai Feng was slightly taken aback. He never expected that Lu Xing would give him such a good thing to eat. How could I possibly accept that? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Bai Feng. Eat if you want, otherwise sit quietly to the side. When Lu Xing said this, I also felt Jiang Yan's burning gaze. Although they both came from good backgrounds, but they had never eaten such precious food before. This abalone, they had never eaten a whole one. However, I have tried the ones with 3 or 4 heads. As for the 9-winged one that day, neither Bai Feng nor Jiang Yan had ever tasted it. Abalone and shark fin are rare items in this other world, which is why Bai Feng and Jiang Yan were so excited when they saw them. Jiang Yan, if you want to eat, you can eat with us. Oh, right, I have one request. Don't waste food. Good. After listening, Jiang Yan, he immediately got to work. They didn't even notice the disposable chopsticks nearby. He simply extended his hand. He grabbed a whole abalone and started eating it. Delicious, really delicious. Jiang Yan started to nibble at it. Hey, Jiang Yan, can't you be a little more civilized? Refined. What is that? Can it be eaten? Hey, eat slower. This is a good thing. How could you waste it like pigs eating ginseng fruit? I like it this way. It's none of your business. Bai Feng and Jiang Yan are like a pair of bickering lovers. The two of them love to bicker when they're together. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he shook his head with a wry smile. Those two guys. Lu Xing glanced at the takeout Lu Gingxing had ordered. He swallowed hard. Lu Xing really wanted to eat it. But he knew. He can't eat it. Because there is an important match to play this afternoon. Looking at Bai Feng and the other person who were eating, Lu Xing suddenly remembered his past life. When he was studying in his previous life, there is a classmate who is a legendary academic star. He always gets first place in every exam. As a result, on the eve of the college entrance examination, his mother wanted to reward him. I cooked him a whole seafood feast. As a result, after that guy ate it. Indigestible. The next day, I spent the whole day running around trying to urinate. I failed the college entrance exam that time too. In the end, there was no other choice. I chose to repeat a grade. Chapter 126 The Battle with Qin Shijio. The strong are always self-disciplined. Because they know what they should and shouldn't do. What defines a strong person? It's simply a matter of doing it during the designated time. Do what you should do. The last group of people to grow up. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was afternoon. Lu Xing was guided by the staff. They arrived at the final battle stage. This battle platform has been enlarged and reinforced. Modifications were also made. 8 high-speed cameras were placed around the perimeter. The organizers strive to capture the details of the battle between Lu Xing and Qin Shijio. Record everything. Keep it as a souvenir. You must be Lu Xing. That guy who beat Lu Mei. Lu Xing nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Shijio's expression changed slightly. They've actually become ruthless. Good. Very good. Very good. You dare to touch my woman? I'll make you wish you were dead. Your woman? Lu Xing was speechless. You have some really unique taste. He actually likes to wear other people's old shoes. You? Qin Shizhou was taken aback by Lu Xing's words. I hope you can still be this quick-witted later. Come out, King Toad. Qin Shizhou quickly began to form hand seals. A blue magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Not long after, a giant toad appeared in the magic circle. The Toad King. Lu Xing opened the system's eye. He looked toward the Toad King in front of him. King Toad. Attributes, water, poison. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 1. Qualification, A. Learn skills, poison hands, venom spray, water jet, water stream impact. A gold tier 1, A-grade Toad King. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Hey kid, are you scared? If you're scared, obediently kneel down and kowtow. Then call me Grandpa 3 times, and I'll let you go. What are you shouting for? Grandfather. Oh, what a good girl. You? It's uncomfortable. This is so painful. Qin Shizhou, who always suppressed others. Today I finally got suppressed by someone. His face was ashen. It looks like he ate shit. It's just the Toad King. In my eyes, he's nothing but a toad. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing quickly began to form hand seals. A yellow magic circle immediately appeared on the ground. The location of the magic array. Instantly filled with electric current. It made a crackling sound. Chirp. A huge eagle appeared before them. Thunder. Thunder Eagle. This kid actually has a Thunder Eagle. Upon seeing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. My God, is this the Thunderhawk? So handsome. Legend has it that these Thunder Eagles live deep within Thunder Canyon, and their nests are built on cliffs thousands of feet high. Moreover, the cliffs were exceptionally steep, and strong winds blew through the canyon. How did this guy manage to get through such a harsh environment? And then you tamed that Thunderhawk. Everyone was filled with doubt. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, Fatty Sue, sitting in front of the TV, said with a smug look on his face. Ha ha, bunch of idiots. How could Lu Xing possibly go to Thunder Canyon to subdue the Thunder Eagle? His Thunderhawk evolved from the little electric sparrow. As Su Peng spoke, he grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, her brows were furrowed. Unable to resist, I spoke to Fatty Sue. Hey, Fatty, can you keep your voice down? I can barely hear the sound from the TV. Oh, on the battle platform. Thunder Eagle? Qin Shizhou's expression changed. He hadn't expected that Lu Xing had such a beast hidden in his possession. Oh no. Judging from the appearance of this guy's lightning eagle, his strength seems to be extraordinary as well. This is extraordinary. Of course it's extraordinary. Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle, through its efforts. Finally last night, he also successfully broke through to the 9th level of silver. We've reached the gold tier 1. In other words, in terms of strength, Thunder Eagle. It was on par with the Toad King before them. Thunderhawk, use electric shock on the Toad King. Thunderbolt. The Thunder Eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning at the Toad King. Toad King, get out of the way. The Toad King leaped suddenly. They dodged the Thunderhawk's electric shock. Toad King, use venom spray on Thunderhawk. Upon hearing this, the Toad King spat out a mouthful of smoke. Puff. Suddenly, a clump of purple slime was spat towards the Thunder Eagle in the air. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash. Boom. A flash of lightning. Thunder Eagle relied on lightning. He teleported to the side. They dodged the Toad King's venom spray. The clump of venom fell to the ground. Hiss. After the purple venom touched the floor, a puff of white smoke actually rose up. Looking at the ground that had been corroded in a large area, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. What a potent poison. Thunderhawk, you better watch out. That guy's poison is pretty potent. Thunderhawk nodded. All right, Thunderhawk, use Thunder Flash again. Boom. After a clap of thunder, the Thunder Eagle vanished from its spot. The Toad King's big, round eyes. At this moment, many questions arose. Where are they? The Toad King did not expect that. The Thunderhawk vanished right before its eyes. Toad King, the Thunder Eagle is behind you. Watch out behind you. Pity. Qin Shizhou's reminder came too late. A loud boom was heard. A very thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. That bolt of lightning was as thick as a water bucket. Like a thunder dragon. With overwhelming force. The bombardment struck the Toad King. Boom. The poor Toad King was struck directly by lightning. A massive current of electricity surged rapidly through the Toad King's body. It was severely damaging the Toad King's bodily functions. The Toad King is a water attribute and poison attribute monster. It is extremely afraid of attacks from electric-type moves. Therefore, Thunderhawk's first move is the Thunder technique. It instantly killed the Toad King. The Toad King. Qin Shizhou was slightly taken aback. Then he roared. Unfortunately, The Toad King had fallen into a coma at this time. Chen Shizhou's voice could not be heard at all. Lost. Chen Shizhou actually lost a match. That guy named Lu Xing is pretty good. Old Mr. Sun in the VIP room. He couldn't help but mutter to himself under his breath. That brat. Grandma Yang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing. But he felt a surge of pride. Lu Xing, keep it up. Take that guy over there down. As long as you take that guy down, I'll give you whatever reward you want. Lu Xing was really going all out. Chen Shizhou bit her lip tightly. His lips were clenched too hard because he bit them. They even bit it until it bled. Chapter 127 Spirit Water Turtle Breakthrough. You brat, I'm going to kill your Thunder Eagle. A cold glint flashed in Chen Shizhou's eyes. Come out, lava monster. Chen Shizhou quickly began to perform a hand seal. A magic array appeared immediately. A giant lava monster appeared on the battlefield. Lava monster. When everyone saw the lava monster, their expressions changed slightly. Rumor has it that this lava monster lives in volcanic areas, living close to magma and surviving on the minerals in volcanic ash. I had only heard of it before. This is the first time I've seen it. Of course. Don't you even think about where that is? That's a volcanic area. That lava alone could roast you alive. Lu Xing looked at Chen Shizhou's lava monster. A lava monster? Lava monster. Attributes: Fire Rock. Gender: male. Rank: Gold Tier 1. Qualification: A. Learn skills: Rock Bombardment, Lava Ejection, Rolling, Savage Charge. After seeing the lava monster's attribute panel, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. Although this lava monster is very strong, it has a fatal weakness. Come back. Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing has recalled the Thunder Eagle. Chen Shizhou did not expect that. Lu Xing did it again. Seeing this, they all exchanged glances. In this situation, they were already used to it. This practice is not actually prohibited. But those contestants were all arrogant and proud. They just didn't want to do it. Lu Xing didn't care about any of that. Come out, Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing released his Spirit Water Turtle. At this time, the Spirit Water Turtle was still at the 9th level of silver rank. But Lu Xing was confident. You can use it to defeat the lava monster in front of you. The Spirit Water Turtle? A murderous glint flashed in Chen Shizhou's eyes. Lava monster, let's roast the turtle. Use lava jet. Upon hearing this, the lava monster, it opens its mouth. Suddenly, a stream of scorching magma gushed towards the Spirit Water Turtle. Spirit Water Turtle, use wave impact. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Water Turtle, it stomped its foot on the floor. Suddenly, a wave more than 10 meters high appeared out of thin air. The waves roared. It charged towards the lava monster in front of it. Boom. The scorching lava collided with the ferocious waves. A huge explosion occurred immediately. This is a clash between water and fire. Water overcomes fire. But the anger got too great. It is also possible that the water will evaporate. In an instant, the entire battleground was filled with smoke. Spirit Water Turtle, use wave impact again. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Water Turtle, it stomped its foot again. Another wave roared in. It charged towards the lava monster. Lava monster, use lava jet to block. The lava monster spewed out another stream of scorching magma from its mouth. The two energies collided once again. Waves crashing. Magma eruption. Waves crashing. Magma eruption. Lu Xing and Chen Shizhou turned into repeating machines. The two of them seemed to only know how to say these two sentences. Damn it, you brat, is your only move the wave slam? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Chen Shizhou. You only know one move, lava jet, too. Alright, then I'll see whose moves are more powerful. Lava monster, use lava jet. Upon hearing this, the lava monster opened its mouth, preparing to launch a lava eruption. The lava monster stood frozen in place. What's going on? The lava monster discovered that it seemed unable to use its lava jet attack. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy's got nothing in his belly, huh? Magma ejection unleashes the magma stored within the body at the enemy in front of them, causing burning damage. The prerequisite for using this move is that there must be magma inside. Obviously, after several more attacks, the lava monster has run out of magma. Your lava is depleted, but I still have some. Spirit Water Turtle, use wave impact. The waves crashing against the Spirit Water Turtle. It was summoned out of thin air. It consumes the magic power of the Spirit Water Turtle. The generation technique of this move, it is to remove water molecules from the air. It can be instantly condensed using spiritual energy. This created a wave that was over 10 meters high. Obviously, water molecules in the air. It is inexhaustible. It is inexhaustible. Rumble. Those waves, more than 10 meters high. Whistling. It charged towards the lava monster in front of it. Oh no, lava monster. Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, the lava monster tried to flee. However, its size was too large. In addition, its terrifying tonnage. Every step was fraught with difficulty. Boom. The water turtle's surging waves crashed into the lava monster. Powerful impact. It pushed the lava monster several meters away. The lava monster's enormous body. It plowed a deep trench in the ground. Lava monster. Chen Shijio looked at his lava monster. He discovered his lava monster. My whole body was soaking wet. It is clear that it has long since lost its ability to fight. Lava monster is a fire/rock type beastmaster. Whether it's fire or rock, they are all terrified of attacks using water attribute techniques. These two attributes combined. The result was that 1 + 1 equals more than 2. So even if the spirit water turtle is only a silver 9th rank, it still uses the same tactic, wave impact. The lava monster was instantly killed. Roar. After the water turtle defeated the lava monster, it let out a roar. Then, the spirit water turtle's entire body glowed with a blue light. Countless streams of spiritual energy began to converge towards the body of the spirit water turtle. Breakthrough. This spirit water turtle is actually about to break through. My God, have you ever seen a spirit water turtle break through in the middle of battle? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Their faces were filled with excitement. This was the first time they had witnessed the spirit water turtle break through. Wonderful. That was absolutely fantastic. Just the scene of this spirit water turtle breaking through. Everyone felt it was worth the ticket price. It took the spirit water turtle a little over a minute to break through. It suddenly shook its head. Then he stomped his foot. The water turtle shook off the water that enveloped its body. Splash. It was like raining all around. Many small water droplets fell. You broke through. Chun Shijio frowned. He never expected that. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. After defeating his lava monster, they actually broke through. That guy. Chun Shijio was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He felt a burning pain on his face. That's right. Lu Xing's every move. Like a slap. A slap. A slap landed on his face. You brat. I don't believe you can defeat my beast. Come out, unicorn lizard. Chun Shijio released his last trump card. Chapter 128 Hellhound vs. Unicorn Lizard Dragon. I originally just wanted to have some casual fun with you, but now I'm angry. The consequences will be severe, Chun Shijio said through gritted teeth. Looking at Chun Shijio's furious face, Lu Xing shrugged slightly. This is just impotent rage. Come back, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing put the spirit water turtle back. Although the spirit water turtle is a water attribute beast. In addition, he had just broken through to the first level of the gold rank. However, Lu Xing had no intention of using the spirit water turtle to fight Chun Shijio's unicorn lizard. Chun Shijio's unicorn lizard dragon is a winged beast. This guy can fly. The spirit water turtle is alright against land-based beasts. If you encounter one flying in midair, that's when things get a bit tight. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound, the opposite unicorn lizard. Although the name contains the character for dragon, but it's just like the fire-breathing dragon from Lu Xing's previous life. Not a real dragon. Lizard dragon, lizard dragon. In the end, it's just a fire attribute lizard with wings. However, when facing fire attribute beasts, naturally, the two-headed hellhound had to be sent. After all, Lu Xing's hellhound possesses the fire-devouring skill. Hellhound. Chun Shijio saw that Lu Xing had put the spirit water turtle back. It was then replaced with Cerberus. He couldn't help but laugh. Are you stupid? My unicorn lizard is a fire attribute beast. And your spirit water turtle is a water attribute beast, which is an elemental advantage over my unicorn lizard. But you, buddy. They actually abandoned the spirit water turtle and used the hellhound instead. I can't find the right words to describe your foolish behavior. Lu Xing temporarily changed his tamed beast. This sparked a lot of discussion among the audience. What's wrong with that guy? Has his brain suddenly gone mad? If he's worried that his spirit water turtle is not as strong as Chun Shijio's unicorn lizard dragon, we could understand it before, but now, the spirit water turtle has clearly broken through. Breakthrough from silver 9th rank to gold 1st rank. My God, I can't understand his thinking anymore. If it were me, I would definitely press on while the spirit water turtle has just evolved. Its momentum is at its peak right now, and it can defeat its opponent in one fell swoop. Listening to the murmurs and discussions among the crowd, Bai Feng and Zhang Yan standing to the side, wore sneers on their faces. A bunch of idiots. Yes. Bai Feng echoed. Don't they know that Chun Shijio's unicorn lizard is at the second level of the gold rank? Lu Xing used the spirit water turtle to defeat Chun Shijio's unicorn lizard dragon. It will probably take some time. But Cerberus is different. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin seemed to have remembered something. The two looked at each other. He revealed a mischievous smile. Horn lizard dragon, use flamethrower. Upon hearing this, the unicorn lizard, it opens its big mouth. A burst of scorching flame erupted from the mouth of the unicorn lizard. A burst of flame blasted towards the two-headed hellhound on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he gave a cold laugh. He did not allow the two-headed hellhound to hide. Instead, it allowed the unicorn lizard dragon's flames to bombard the hellhound. Chun Shijio saw the unicorn lizard dragon's flame-breathing attack strike the hellhound. He originally wanted to make fun of Lu Xing, but now he can't laugh. What's going on? My unicorn lizard's flames clearly hit his hellhound. Why is its hellhound acting like nothing happened? Chun Shijio looked completely bewildered. Chun Shijio is an arrogant and conceited fellow. In his heart, I'll always be the best in the world. Therefore, he never investigated the information of other contestants. Because he, Chun Shijio, has the means to do so. And that is precisely why. Chun Shijio was unaware that Lu Xing's hellhound was not afraid of fire attacks. Chun Shijio, don't use fire to attack his hellhound. Although I don't know why, its hellhound is truly immune to fire attacks. That's right, that's how I lost before. In the audience, a woman suddenly shouted. Her voice caught Chun Shijio's attention. Bai Feng, who was standing to the side, heard this. His expression changed. He jumped up from his seat in a flash. Referee, that woman helped Chun Shijio cheat. Isn't this against the rules? The referee's expression suddenly changed. He was also in a dilemma. Just as the referee was completely bewildered, a voice came from the loudspeaker. Let it go this time. If there is a next time, Chun Shijio will be disqualified from the competition. This voice was mature and steady. After everyone heard this, my restless heart has calmed down considerably. Whose voice is that? Why does this sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Hey, you're such a rascal. This is the voice of the chairman of the National League Committee. Oh, it's him. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. The chairman of the committee. Their strength is extraordinary. He is a master of the 5th level. This is a height that ordinary people cannot reach. Listen to the voice of the committee chairman. The referee immediately felt reassured. He had an idea. The referee coughed twice. He opened his mouth and said, You all heard it, so let's let it go this time. If it happens again, you will be disqualified from the competition immediately. Upon hearing this, Chun Shijio's expression changed. He hurriedly spoke to Lu Mei in the audience. Why don't you sit down right now? Chun Shijio's voice was particularly urgent. It seemed as if he was afraid of being implicated by Lu Mei. Then they would be disqualified from the competition. After this little incident, the game continues. Your hellhound is immune to fire attacks, although I don't know how you did it. However, I can't use fire attribute techniques. I can just use a different move. Horn lizard dragon, use dragon claw. Upon hearing this, the unicorn lizard, roar. It let out a deafening roar. Then 2 sharp front claws were revealed. It pounced on Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. Seeing this, Lu Xing, squinting slightly, his face was full of disdain. If this unicorn lizard attacks from a distance, Lu Xing might still have some concerns. But this is close-quarters combat. His two-headed hellhound has never been afraid of anyone. Hellhound, use tear claws. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, it also revealed its sharp claws, facing the unicorn lizard that pounced on it. He grabbed it hard. Clang. The claws of the unicorn lizard gleamed green. The claws of the two-headed hellhound were enveloped in white light. The 2 claws met in midair. A metallic clanging sound immediately followed. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The unicorn lizard was sent flying backwards. The two-headed hellhound was also subjected to a powerful impact. They took several steps back. Chapter 129 Granny Yang's Conspiracy. Lu Xing frowned. He didn't expect that. My own hellhound. In a contest of strength. It's actually on par with the unicorn lizard. Lu Xing thought for a moment. He then understood. This unicorn lizard dragon is, after all, a gold tier 2 beast taming beast. At this time, the Cerberus was only at the gold tier 1 level. In terms of level, it was slightly worse than the other side. If it weren't for the fact that the Cerberus was more qualified than the unicorn lizard dragon, perhaps that attack, just now, its two-headed hellhound may be seriously injured. It seems that after this, I'll have to find a skill to enhance the power of my Cerberus. Lu Xing pondered to himself. Lu Xing is a strong person. The reason why the strong are strong is, it's because they are able to learn from their past failures and identify their shortcomings, and correct it promptly. Lu Xing was lucky. This allowed him to see the flaws in the two-headed hellhound. Since there are defects, then it needs to be corrected promptly. However, the most urgent task is, the goal is to defeat the unicorn lizard on the other side. Horned lizard dragon, bring on the dragon claw again. Chen Shizhou watched as the unicorn lizard was sent flying backward. He gritted his teeth. He gave the order to the unicorn lizard again. At this time, the unicorn lizard, its right hand, because of the collision, it was met with a counterattack. It's trembling constantly right now. After hearing Chen Shizhou's order, the unicorn lizard had no choice but to bite the bullet. He endured the pain in his right hand. It pounced on the two-headed hellhound on the ground. The unicorn lizard was about to fly up to the hellhound. Hellhound now? Use Shadow Strike. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its body suddenly leaped forward. Whoosh. In an instant, the two-headed hellhound disappeared from everyone's sight. When it reappears, it was behind the unicorn lizard. One-horned lizard, watch out behind you. But it was all too late. The hellhound's sharp claws slashed down hard at the back of the unicorn lizard. All I heard was a tearing sound. The sharp claws of the unicorn lizard, like a red-hot knife cutting cheese. It easily sliced open the back of the unicorn lizard. Bang! Powerful impact. The unicorn lizard slammed heavily to the ground. Looking at the heavily injured unicorn lizard lying on the ground, Lu Xing continued to give commands to the two-headed hellhound. Hellhound, use your venomous fangs. Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. Facing a heavily wounded enemy. Finishing off enemies is the most important skill. The two-headed hellhound bared its sharp fangs. It lunged fiercely at the unicorn lizard on the ground. Click! Click! The two-headed hellhound opened its gaping maws. It revealed purple fangs. It viciously bit down on the back of the unicorn lizard. In that instant, countless streams of venom flowed down the hellhound's teeth. It was injected into the body of the unicorn lizard. Roar! The unicorn lizard let out a painful howl. It wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe. At this point, the unicorn lizard didn't even have the strength to get up. Lu Xing calmly looked at Chen Shizhou opposite him. Do you still want to fight? Chen Shizhou looked at the unicorn lizard lying on the ground. He bit his lip. He clenched his fists instinctively. For quite a while, Chen Shizhou deflated like a punctured balloon. He muttered to himself, I surrender. This sentence was said. Chen Shizhou felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. He almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing in time. That's how I avoided losing face in front of everyone. Oh, he won. Lu Xing won. Boss Lu Xing, you're awesome. Boss Lu Xing, you are our idol. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were cheering and jumping for joy. Yin Guoli, who was in the hospital ward, was also happy. Yin Guoli looked at the person lying on the bed. The blue sky was deathly pale. He wiped away his tears. He spoke to the blue sky above the bed. That kid certainly didn't disappoint us. Yes. Blue sky also revealed a bitter smile. You won. We actually won. VIP room. Lu Gingxing stared at the dueling platform below in disbelief. An awards ceremony is being held on the dueling arena at this moment. Lu Xing stood on the champions stage. National League. Only champions. There are no other honors. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared. Wearing a white silk dress. He held a golden trophy in his hands. He walked over to Lu Xing, who was in the champion's seat. This old man is none other than. He is the chairman of the National League Committee. Congratulations, young man. The old man handed the trophy to Lu Xing. Thanks. Lu Xing accepted the trophy with both hands. Looking at the heavy trophy in his hand, Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. I wonder how much this thing would be worth if I sold it. Unfortunately, outsiders cannot hear Lu Xing's true feelings. Otherwise, they would definitely curse Lu Xing for being inhuman. This trophy is made of gold. It is an honor that many people dream of. And Lu Xing, that guy? They actually want to sell it and cash it out. Speechless. This is absolutely ridiculous. At this time, the backstage corridor. A woman is carrying a tray. On the tray sat a gleaming monster core. This is Lu Xing's reward for winning the championship. A diamond-grade monster core from a thunderstorm beast. Just as the woman was about to pick up the tray, when I walked onto the podium, an old woman appeared in front of her. Wait a minute. The old woman's face was ashen. She glanced at Lu Xing on the podium. A flash of hatred crossed his eyes. Then she snatched the Thunderstorm Beast's magic core. Why? The woman was about to say something. The old woman performed a magic trick again. Another monster crystal core was produced. It was placed on a tray. Upon seeing this, the woman, her expression changed slightly. Remember, you know nothing. Nothing happened. Otherwise. The old woman exuded a terrifying murderous intent. Yes, yes, yes. The woman quickly answered. I know nothing, and you have never been here. Snort. The old woman snorted coldly. However, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. He was clearly pleased that the woman had gotten the hang of it. The woman's face was deathly pale. She kept pursing her lips. She shakily carried the tray to Lu Xing. He held the tray up to Lu Xing. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. In addition, Lu Xing has a keen eye for everything around him. What's going on? Lu Xing was surprised to find that. The woman in front of me had a particularly unpleasant expression. Moreover, she would occasionally steal glances in one direction. Lu Xing glanced in that direction. As a result, I saw a figure from behind. It's her. Grandma Yang, what are you doing there? Could it be? Lu Xing turned his head. He glanced at the tray the woman was holding. A magical beast crystal core was prominently displayed on it. Chapter 130 Lu Xing steals the monster crystal core? Could there be something wrong with this monster core? Lu Xing had doubts. He immediately activated the system's eye. He looked toward the monster crystal core in front of him. There was definitely a problem. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this moment, the attribute panel of the monster crystal core appeared in front of him. Item: Abomination Butcher's Monster Core, Diamond Tier 3. Effect: After use, you will gain the following skills. Rotten. After learning this skill, the flesh and blood of your tamed beast will begin to slowly rot and stink. Pus discharge. After learning this skill, various kinds of pustules will grow on your tamed beasts. After these pustules rupture, they produce a white liquid. Plague. By learning this skill, your tamed beasts will be entangled in plague. This plague will not only infect those around you, but will also affect your own health. Rotting flesh pile. One general success is built on the bones of 10,000. A strong person rises to power by stepping over the corpses of their opponents. After learning this skill, your beast will gain a certain amount of power each time it kills an opponent. My god, that Granny Yang is really vicious. Lu Xing did not expect that. That old woman Yang is so ruthless. They deliberately gave Lu Xing such a monster crystal core. Grandma Yang had already left the stadium by then. As she walked, a slight smile played at the corners of her lips. You brat, you've offended me, and I'll make you pay the price. When Granny Yang said this, she felt a surge of joy. She seemed to have foreseen this. The scene where Lu Xing's beast tamer uses this magical beast crystal core. Whether it is rotting, oozing pus, or plague, these three are all extremely terrifying skills. As mentioned before, using Warcraft cores is something that requires extreme caution. After all, a beast tamer can only use 4 monster cores. The choice of monster cores is also important. Obviously, the monster core of the Abomination Butcher in Lu Xing's hand is not suitable for ordinary people to use. What a pity. Lu Xing is no ordinary person. It's a wall hanging. Lu Xing played with the monster crystal core in his hand. He gave a cold laugh. Lu Xing never expected this. That old woman, Granny Yang. They actually gave themselves such a gift. After the awards ceremony, Lu Xing then embarked on his journey back. He encountered a familiar figure on the road. That person seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. That person was none other than. It was Lu Xing's principal, Lu Xing. Lu Xing, congratulations this time. But I was lucky this time too. Thanks to you, I was able to hold my head high for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled faintly. Principal, you're too kind. I'm a student from Jiangnan Beast Taming University. It is my duty to bring honor to my alma mater. Huh. The monster crystal you're playing with in your hand is the reward for this. The magic core of the Thunderburst Beast? Lu Xing looked at the monster crystal core in Lu Xing's hand. Once he could clearly see the monster crystal core in Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing was startled. What's going on? Lu Xing's face darkened. He acted quickly. They snatched the monster core from Lu Xing's hand. It really was that one. Lu Xing gritted his teeth. Grandma Yang, how cruel you are. Principal, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No, it's nothing. It's because I've got my eye on this magical beast core in your hand. So, do you want to sell it to me? Or I can replace it with another monster core. Principal Lu Xing was afraid that Lu Xing would worry. It affected his subsequent cultivation. That's why he said it like that. No need, I'll take this one. As Lu Xing spoke, he reached out to take the monster core back from Lu Gingxing's hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Gingxing's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, why won't this kid listen to advice? Others may not know, but Lu Gingxing knew very well. This is a monster core that hates the butcher. It was Lu Gingxing a few years ago. I was a guest in Shanghai. As a result, an abomination butcher attacked the city. Granny Yang then invited Lu Gingxing to go hunting down that hateful butcher together. That abominable butcher was strong. However, under the siege of the crowd, it still fell down. He died on the spot, filled with resentment. Because that was Granny Yang's territory. So the monster core that hated the butcher ended up with Granny Yang. However, Granny Yang did not mistreat Lu Gingxing and the others. She gave a lot of money. This was considered a fee for Lu Gingxing and the others to cover their expenses. Grandma Yang happily carried the monster core that hated the butcher. We went straight to the Warcraft Core Research Museum in Shanghai. After so many years of development, people have developed a machine that can detect the skills contained within monster cores. After Granny Yang saw the skills inside, her face instantly darkened. Rubbish. That demonic core that abhorred the butcher. In Grandma Yang's eyes, it's just garbage. Waste still has value. However, the monster core was worthless. Grandma Yang originally intended to throw it away, but she did spend a lot of money after all. Forced into a corner, Grandma Yang had no choice but to accept this reality. However, this matter also became a source of worry for Granny Yang. This time, Granny Yang secretly swapped the monster core of the hated butcher with Lu Xing's. In her plan, this can be described as killing two birds with one stone. It both disgusted Lu Xing and made the best use of this monster crystal core. That brat got off easy. He'll probably never have the chance to use a diamond-level monster core in his entire life. When he said this, Grandma Yang's face was full of sarcasm. Looking at the monster core that Lu Gingxing had taken, Lu Xing frowned slightly. He could naturally see it. Lu Gingxing seemed to know about the magical beast crystal core. But Lu Gingxing didn't tell him. How can I get this monster core back? Lu Xing felt a headache coming on. If he tried to take it by force, with his current strength, they were no match for Lu Gingxing at all. If he wanted directly, Lu Gingxing definitely won't give it to him. After all, Lu Gingxing knew the true situation of this magical beast crystal core. Lu Xing was his student. Lu Gingxing would not stand idly by and watch his students jump into a fire pit. Instead of helping him out, whoosh, a figure suddenly flashed past Lu Gingxing. Not long after, an old man appeared in front of the two of them. He clutched the monster core of the abomination butcher in his hand. The old man smiled and said to Lu Gingxing, Lu Gingxing, how old are you? They even tried to steal something from a child. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Here, little friend, I'll return this monster core to you. Make sure you keep it safe. Chapter 131 Learning to Accumulate Rotten Flesh. Here you go, little one, catch it. The old man tossed the monster core to Lu Xing. Lu Xing stretched out his hand. He directly grabbed the magical beast core that was flying in midair. What? What was Principal Lu Gingxing about to say? As a result, I'm now troubled by having another person by my side. Hey Lu Gingxing, let's go. If you want a diamond-grade monster core, you can tell me, and I'll get one for you. That one was a prize the child won in the competition. You should keep it for him. The old man was speaking when he pulled Lu Gingxing away. Lu Gingxing had no choice. He could only leave with the old man. However, before leaving, Lu Gingxing couldn't help but turn to Lu Xing and say, Lu Xing, whatever you do, don't use that monster core. Remember, wait for me to come back. I'll explain it to you properly later. After saying this, Lu Gingxing was pulled away by the old man. Not using that monster core? Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He then gave a cold laugh. Only a fool wouldn't use it. This monster crystal core. What might be a huge pitfall for others. But for Lu Xing, that was a stroke of luck. It was an incredible opportunity. Grandma Yang, since you have given me such a generous gift, how could I not return the favor? It's okay, you just wait. When I'm strong enough, I'll personally send you down to meet Yama, the king of hell. This can be considered as seeing you off in your final days. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. At this moment, Grandma Yang, who was sitting on the plane back to Shanghai, couldn't help but shiver. Grandma, what's wrong? It's nothing. Maybe the air conditioning on this plane is too cold. Is there? Grandma Yang's assistant frowned slightly. Lu Xing returned to his dormitory. He went straight to the seclusion room in the basement of the dormitory. Come out, Cerberus. Lu Xing released his two-headed hellhound. Lu Xing's hellhound. He was his top general. There are good things. It should be used first, of course. Here you go, Cerberus. Lu Xing handed the monster core of the abomination butcher to the hellhound. Upon seeing this, the two-headed hellhound. My eyes lit up immediately. It swallowed the monster core of the abomination butcher in one gulp. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host's hellhound has consumed the abomination butcher's monster core. Your Cerberus will learn the following skills. Please select. Choose a pile of rotting flesh. Lu Xing made his choice immediately. This abomination butcher's monster core contains 4 skills. The first 3, rotting, festering, or plague, all of them are useless skills. If these skills were learned by the beast tamer, the beast tamer of that beast must be crying in the toilet. But accumulated rotten flesh is different. Rotting flesh pile. 1 general success is built on the bones of 10,000. A strong person rises to power by stepping over the corpses of their opponents. After learning this skill, your beast will gain a certain amount of power each time it kills an opponent. This is a skill that can be improved. In other words, after Lu Xing's hellhound learned this skill, as long as you have enough enemies, then its growth has no limit. Thinking of this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. This world, it doesn't seem like a past life. It was a peaceful world. In this cannibalistic world, well, we have no shortage of his enemies. If Lu Xing wanted enemies, he could easily go to some secret realm. They carried out a massive massacre there. Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him that had learned the rotten flesh accumulation technique, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He revealed a satisfied smile. Comfortable. This feels so comfortable. He was originally thinking. After the match ended, go find a skill that can increase the power of the Cerberus. Unexpectedly, when you feel sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. However, although the rotten flesh accumulation skill is powerful, it is ultimately a skill that requires growth. Unlike other skills, quickly give the hellhound a certain level of combat power. After the Cerberus learned rotten flesh accumulation, Lu Xing's brows gradually furrowed. He had a premonition. It seems like something big is about to happen. That's right. I was on my way just now. The old man who suddenly appeared. He probably has something to say to Lu Xing. However, because Lu Xing was there, therefore, he had no choice but to forcibly pull Principal Lu Xing away. Never mind. Lu Xing thought about it for a moment. He found that he had limited information. I can't think of anything useful at all. He continued to think about it. It only adds to the trouble. Lu Xing left the basement. We arrived at the villa. What are you doing here? Lu Xing discovered that the room was fine just now. At this moment, someone actually set things up for them. Of course we're going to celebrate for you. What are we celebrating? Naturally, it's to celebrate your winning the National League Championship. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. What's there to celebrate? Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell outside the villa rang. I'll go open the door. Ru Ming rushed over. She opened the door. 4 guys walked in from outside the door. They were carrying many things in their hands. Big bags and small bags. He always had a smile on his face. It's F4, what are they doing here? I sent them. When Lu Xiaoming said this, she glanced at Lu Xing's expression instinctively. She noticed that Lu Xing wasn't angry. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's a celebration, it's more fun when everyone's together. Yes, Xiaoming is absolutely right. It's more lively when everyone's together. Bai Feng, who had just arrived, suddenly chimed in. All right, everyone, let's not stand here anymore. Sit down quickly. Ru Ming was there, inviting everyone to sit down. Where's that guy, Fatty Sue? You mean him? He said he went out to buy groceries and will be back in a little while. Lu Xiaoming had just finished speaking. Ouch, I'm exhausted. You guys, come over here and give me a hand. Fatty Sue walked in from outside carrying large and small bags of groceries. Oh, it's so nice to live in this villa. But there is one drawback, which is that we live too high up. Every time I go out and come back, I'm covered in sweat. Okay, you guys help put the ingredients in the kitchen. I'm going to change my clothes. I'll come down and cook for you in a bit. After Su Peng finished speaking, he walked upstairs without looking back. More than 10 minutes passed. Su Peng was cooking in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoming and others went to help out. There were 2 people sitting on the sofa. Lu Xing also has blue sky. Lan Tian looked at Lu Xing. He pursed his lips. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Chapter 132, The Secret Realm Uprising. Lu Xing. After a long while, Lan Tian then forced himself to speak. It's obvious. In order to utter those 2 words, it took a lot of effort. What's wrong? Lu Xing was watching TV. It turned out that the guy named Blue Sky was calling him. He turned his head to look. As it turned out, Lan Tian remained silent again. 1 minute passed. Lu Xing, thank you so much this time. Fine. It was nothing. Lu Xing naturally knew what Lan Tian wanted to say. Really, thank you so much. Lan Tian is usually a quiet guy. At this point, he was truly at a loss for words. If you really want to thank me, you'll eat an extra bowl of rice later. Look at your body, you're as skinny as a monkey. More than half an hour later. Here it comes, be careful it's hot. Alright, all the dishes are served. Everyone, go wash your hands first, I'll get you some rice. Ru Ming truly deserves to be called the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. She took the initiative to serve the rice. I'll go get you some bowls and chopsticks. Lu Xiaoming, standing to the side, perhaps sensed a sense of crisis. She volunteered to help. Not long after, everyone gathered around the dining table. Come on, let's have a drink together to celebrate boss Lu Xing winning the National League Championship this time. Okay. Su Pang raised his glass and echoed Bai Feng's words. Seeing this, they all stood up. That night, Lu Xing and his friends were completely drunk. They eventually fell asleep, sprawled out and sprawled around the dining table. These guys, Lu Xiaoming and Ruming are, after all, girls. So Lu Xing and the others didn't let them drink more. Therefore, neither of the women got drunk. Let's go. What? Of course we should help Lu Xing back to his room to sleep. And what about them? Oh dear, they're all rough men. Let them make do here for the night. The next day, Lu Xing woke up from his sleep. He staggered downstairs. Last night, Bai Feng and the others went crazy. They kept pouring him alcohol. Lu Xing had no choice. You can only drink one cup after another. Ouch, my head hurts so much. Lu Xing rubbed his head, which was throbbing with pain. What about them? Lu Xing saw Lu Xiaoming. Are you still sleeping over there? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, look in the direction Lu Xiaoming is pointing. It turned out that Bai Feng and the others were still sleeping at the restaurant. Bai Feng and the others were all covered with a blanket. It was obviously Lu Xiaoming and Rumung who covered it up for them. Lu Xing nodded. I cooked some mung bean soup. Let me give you a bowl. Good. Because I drank too much last night. So Lu Xing got up in the morning. I feel a bitter taste in my mouth. This mung bean soup has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. It's perfect for drinking to help with hangovers. Not long after, Lu Xiaoming brought the mung bean soup to Lu Xing's side. Lu Xing accepted the mung bean soup. He found the mung bean soup to be lukewarm. The temperature is just right. It's obvious. Lu Xiaoming had left it there to cool down beforehand. Xiaoming, thank you. Oh, it's all right. Do we need to be so polite between us? Lu Xing drank the mung bean soup in one gulp. Ding dong. Just then, Lu Xing discovered that someone had rung his doorbell. I'll go open the door. Lu Xiaoming took 3 steps at a time. She went straight to the front gate. The door was opened. It turned out to be Wu Yong. Wu Yong's brows were furrowed at this moment. Lu Xing, something terrible has happened. What serious incident has occurred? A riot has suddenly broken out in a secret place in Jiangnan City. The monsters inside have broken out. What? Lu Xing has been to all sorts of secret realms. It's like a little world inside. It contains all sorts of magical beasts. If the monsters inside were to wander into human settlements, that would really be a big problem. Alright, there's no time to say more. You'd better come with me right now. Go to the playground to assemble. I'll go and inform the other students now. When Wu Yong said this, he glanced at Bai Feng and the others who were still fast asleep in the restaurant. You'd better wake them up quickly. Wu Yong frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Xing and his gang to be like this. They had so much fun last night. On the playground, Bai Feng and his 3 companions stood at the very back of their class. They kept yawning. Lu Xing and his friends were standing not far from them. Principal Lu Gingxing's face was ashen. His expression was solemn. It seems this matter is particularly serious. Students, you must already know about the riot in the secret realm. An army is raised for 1,000 days to be used for one. If it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How can I avoid it because of personal fortune or misfortune? We've trained for so long, all for this moment. All right, time is of the essence, so let's not waste any more time. Everyone, get on the bus. After saying that, Lu Xing and the others, under the guidance of their respective mentors, they boarded the bus. They marched in a grand procession toward the place of riots. On the battlefield, a man in a green military uniform had a solemn expression. Brothers, our home is just behind us. Our fellow villagers are there. At this moment, those monsters are wreaking havoc on our homeland. What do you think we should do? War! 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 The shouts of battle suddenly became deafening. All right, attack. With a command from the man in military uniform, the soldiers drove their respective beasts. They engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters charging towards them. In an instant, smoke and fire filled the entire battlefield. Explosions continued. A roar. A hissing sound. A wail. It never stopped. A small earthen mound not far away. A man with a resolute face had a stern expression. Have the people from Jiangnan Beast Taming University arrived? They'll be here soon. They're already on their way. Looking at the horde of monsters before him, the man couldn't help but speak up. Whether we can hold out or not depends on this day. The man's name is Lang Wenjie. He is the military commander of the military region in the Jiangnan area. Lu Xing and the others were sitting on the bus. The bus sped forward. On the bus, the reactions of the people varied. Some people were chattering. Some people looked nervous. Some people were very excited. Some people were dejected. Some people also felt dizzy. Only Lu Xing and Fatty Su remained calm. Wrong. Only Lu Xing remained calm. As soon as Fatty Su got on the bus, like a dead pig, he fell into a deep sleep. The bus soon arrived at its destination. The students got off the bus. Lang Wenjie saw Lu Xing and the others arrive. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This battle has been going on for several days. The battle had now reached a fever pitch. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Lang Wenjie would not go through his superior. Ask your boss to seek help from the students at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. After all, the students of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. They were all the chosen ones. They are the future of our motherland. They hadn't grown up yet at that time. I shouldn't have died here. Chapter 133. Can I fight a duck? Psyduck? People are divided into different classes. These guys, just give them time. They will become elites in their respective fields in the future. But today, they no longer have that time. If they cannot stop this riot in the secret realm, the entire city of Jiangnan will be affected by this riot. It is possible that the entire city of Jiangnan could be destroyed. Lu Xing's class. Lu Xing's homeroom teacher is Wu Yong. At this moment, Wu Yong addressed Lu Xing and the others, saying, "From now on, everyone will form a small team. Go and hunt those monsters. Remember, you must act within your capabilities. Fight if you can win, run if you can't. There's nothing shameful about it. You must understand that only the living are heroes, and the dead are martyrs. Where there's life, there's hope." Listening to Wu Yong's explanation, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. This guy really dares to say that. Wu Yong is different from other class teachers. He was genuinely concerned for the safety of Lu Xing and the others. Unlike some homeroom teachers. Thinking of this, Lu Xing. He glanced at both sides. Lu Xing's class is class 2. It's not that class 2 is trash. It's not as good as class 1. Class assignments at Jiangnan Beast Taming University are randomized. Classes were not divided according to scores. Therefore, there is no such thing as a duck class. To Lu Xing's left is class 1, and to his right is class 3. At that moment, the homeroom teachers of class 1 and class 3 were giving passionate speeches. He constantly motivates his students. What do you mean by killing so many Warcraft? What do you mean by making many military achievements? This will be of great help for the future. After Lu Xing listened, I was speechless for a moment. Although these guys have gone out to train before, but this was his first time going to the battlefield. These homeroom teachers are giving their students motivational speeches like this. It could potentially harm these students. However, none of this has anything to do with Lu Xing. After all, Lu Xing's abilities were limited. He's not Guanyin Bodhisattva, who saves people from suffering. He only needs to take care of his few friends. Lu Xing, what should we do next? Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng turned their gazes toward Lu Xing. At this point, Lu Xing had become their backbone. What else can we do but come with me and fight? But you must be careful and don't stray too far from me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Uh-huh. Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng nodded very seriously. All right, let's go. At Wu Yong's command, Lu Xing and his group set off in a grand procession. Students of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. They were all like they'd taken stimulants. Their actions exemplified what it means to be fearless like a newborn calf. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. He began his path of slaughter. The two-headed hellhound swung its claws forward with a sudden burst of speed. Suddenly, a sharp, fiery blade flew forward. This fiery blade is extremely terrifying. It seemed to be indestructible. The magical beasts along the way encountered this fiery blade. They were all cut in two with a single stroke. Lu Xing's actions. Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming, who were standing next to him, were stunned. What's wrong? Lu Xing noticed that Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming were standing there, stunned. And those bright, big eyes were staring intently at him. Lu Xing, you're too strong. When he said this, Su Peng glanced at his tamed beast. He discovered that his beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Is it strong? It might not be that I'm too strong, but that they're too weak. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Su Peng's lips twitched slightly. Awesome. These two words came out of his mouth. Lu Xing glanced at the battlefield. The level of the monsters on this battlefield was not a concern for him. That's definitely a bit low. The highest rank among them is only silver tier 3. Lu Xing's tamed beasts have all reached the gold level. Gold to silver. That would be an easy victory. Lu Xing looked at Su Peng's tamed beast. Small appetite king, wild gorilla. Lu Xing suddenly realized. A yellow duck appeared in Su Peng's hand without him noticing. Hey, Fatty Su, is that yellow duck your tamed beast? Yes, isn't it cute? Cute. He is cute, but that guy seems to be doing something inhuman. Lu Xing spotted Su Peng's giant rubber duck. He was holding his head at that moment, running around on the battlefield. They were dodging the attacks of those wild magical beasts. Let me see what's going on with this guy. Lu Xing activated the system eye. He looked towards Su Peng's giant rubber duck. Can be beaten with ducks. Attributes, water, spirit. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 2. Qualification S. Learn skills, water gun, telekinesis, and frantic grabbing. Can we hunt ducks? Psyduck. Could this guy be a bootleg Psyduck from the beast taming world? Thinking of this, Lu Xing was speechless. He couldn't help but ask Fatty Su. Fatty Su, where did you get this wild duck? Where did you get this? I'll have to have a serious talk with you about this. That day, Su Peng has begun his journey of telling tall tales again. Lu Xing was speechless after hearing what Su Peng said. This guy is really good at exaggerating. It was clearly a very simple thing, but it's described in such a fantastical way. So, your KFC duck was a free gift when you went to eat at KFC. And it's only given out if you order a kid's meal. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but look Su Peng up and down. Hey, you're so old, and you're still ordering kids' meals. When Lu Xing said this, I couldn't help but think to myself. As expected, those who order the children's meal are never children. Oh, I was just collecting toys. But this time I was a little surprised. They actually sent us duck. Suddenly, Lu Xing thought of something. Hey, Fatty Su, when you order a KFC kids meal, besides the free KFC duck, what else do you get for free? For example, the electric rat, the yellow one. Electric rat? No, really not. Lu Xing couldn't help but press Su Peng for an answer. It's true, there really isn't any. Alright. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su, he glanced at Lu Xing subconsciously. Lu Xing, I've discovered that you have quite the vivid imagination. Seeing that I got a duck, you actually want an electric mouse. I think being able to play with ducks is good enough. What more could you ask for? Lu Xing nodded. How about I go and get a kid's meal too? Lu Xing was making these plans in his mind. But after seeing Su Peng's delicious duck, Lu Xing gave up on the idea. As long as Fatty Su has it, that's fine. He decided against it. This is, after all, a world of beast taming. Lu Xing wants to become stronger. You must form contracts with some powerful beasts. It's not that the duck is weak. It's not because this guy looks silly and cute. Lu Xing felt he couldn't control the situation. Chapter 134 The Winged Tiger Grows Up. Fatty Su, are you just going to let your duck run like that? Lu Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. He was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Su Peng is such a jerk. I actually made a contract with this thing. Oh, you guys want to see it fight? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su immediately shouted at his duck. Come back quickly, you duck. Su Peng waved to the duck. Upon hearing this, Dia glanced at Fatty Su. It discovered that Su Peng's hands were empty. He then continued running across the battlefield. Hey, we have dried fish here. Dried fish. The words dried small fish seemed to have triggered the DNA code of Kata Duck. It quickly ran towards Fatty Su. They quickly arrived in front of Fatty Su. But the duck used its big, watery eyes. He stared intently at Fatty Su in front of him. Wow, so cute. Lu Xiaoming originally disliked Su Peng's duck-like appearance. But after she saw what Kudiya looked like, Lu Xiaoming felt her heart melting. She longed to step forward. He held the duck in his arms, then gently rubbed its head. Wrong. It's a duck's head. Go ahead and fight, duck. If you win, I'll reward you with a small dried fish. A small dried fish? Psyduck thought for a moment. It quickly raised its right paw. What? Don't push your luck. But when the duck heard this, extremely arrogant, it turned its head to one side. They adopted an attitude of, just tell me whether you're going to give it or not. It seems that if Fatty Su doesn't give it to me today, so it went on strike today? Okay. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Upon hearing Su Pang's words of compromise, Kuda Ye's eyes lit up immediately. It looked toward the battlefield not far away. But Dia immediately charged towards those magical beasts. But the duck revealed its sharp claws. He just started grabbing at those monsters indiscriminately. Crazy scratching. But the claws of a duck are extremely sharp. The monsters hadn't even reacted yet. He was covered in bruises from being scratched like a duck. Su Pang, what did you just say to your Kata duck? Why is that guy suddenly acting like he's been injected with adrenaline? Also, what did it mean when it just raised its right hand? Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but ask Su Pang a question. Oh, I told it to work hard, and I'd give it a dried fish later. Then it raised its right hand, indicating that it wanted 3. But you only have 3 fingers to hit a duck. So raising the right hand indicates that it wants 3. I had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming was speechless. Su Pang, I never expected you to be so generous. He's being so stingy with his tamed beast today. Su Pang, I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Stingy, stingy. Listening to Lu Xiaoming's teasing words, Su Pang felt a little unhappy. Lu Xiaoming, you can say whatever you want to me. But you can't say I'm stingy. Is it wrong to say you're stingy? Your duck is so cute. I just want to eat dried fish. And yet you're so stingy. Since you're unwilling to buy it, I'll buy it for you after this battle. Lu Xiaoming spoke with great conviction. Okay, but we have a deal, so don't regret it later. Regret. The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary, Lu Xiaoming's dictionary. Okay. When he said this, Fatty Su revealed a wicked smile. Looking at Su Pang's mischievous grin, Lu Xing immediately understood. Lu Xiaoming was fooled by Su Pang. Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Fatty Su. Fatty Su, if I'm not mistaken, you're not just giving me dried fish that I can use to fight ducks, are you? Not simple. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Lu Xiaoming subconsciously stretched out her ears. She had a vague feeling that it seems like Su Pang tricked me. Yes, of course it's not simple. Wah, Lu Xing, do you know that? This duck is very picky. It doesn't even glance at ordinary dried fish. This guy would rather go hungry than eat cheap food. Then what is it? Tuna. And it's a blue-skinned tuna. What? Lu Xiaoming's eyes widened. She looked on in disbelief. Su Pang, are you crazy? Each of these blue-skinned tuna costs 10,000 yuan. When did you become so rich? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su gave an awkward smile. I had no other choice. Listening to what Fatty Su said, Lu Xing's lips twitched. You get what you pay for, especially when it's free. Lu Xing felt that. That duck, though it looked rather silly. However, it has good qualities. I think some people will like it. However, in reality, very few people choose to hunt ducks as their taming beasts. So that's what happened. Lu Xing stopped paying attention to the matter of hitting the duck. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Xiaoming's tamed beast. Lu Xiaoming's winged tiger and colorful butterflies flew in the air. It kept circling. He releases a skill from time to time. They were killing the monsters on the ground. Lu Xing focused his attention on the winged tiger. At this point, the winged tiger's strength had reached the silver tier 2. It's obvious. Lu Xiaoming has been working very hard lately. It was cultivated very well. I believe it won't be long before Lu Xiaoming can ride it. They fought in the air. Lu Xing looked at the winged tiger in front of him. Suddenly, the image of his mother, the flying tiger, appeared in his mind. I've done a good job with my child. We found it such a good beast tamer. That's what made it so powerful. Lu Xing didn't kill the winged tiger's mother back then. He has 2 reasons. First, he was moved by the actions of the mother of the flying tiger. Secondly, it's because of this little winged tiger. It will be Lu Xiaoming's tamed beast in the future. If Lu Xing kills its mother, Lu Xing didn't know how to face Lu Xiaoming's winged tiger. The wings of the winged tiger kept flapping. Soon, a terrifying tornado suddenly rose from the ground. This tornado kept spinning. It sucked in all the surrounding objects. Whistling, they charged towards the horde of monsters in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Terrible tornadoes. They killed all the monsters along the way. It's the tornado of the winged tiger. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. This power is truly formidable. Truly worthy of being the signature move of the winged tiger. Lu Xing rode on the back of the 2-headed hellhound. The 2-headed hellhound would occasionally attack the surrounding monsters. Every time he made a move, large numbers of monsters were instantly killed by the Cerberus. Chapter 135 by Fang's Surprise. Lu Xing. What's wrong? Lu Xing suddenly noticed Lu Xiaoming calling him from beside him. Xiaoming, is something wrong? Lu Xiaoming pursed her lips. Although she enjoyed the time she spent fighting alongside Lu Xing, But Lu Xiaoming knew. She can't be so selfish. After all, if Lu Xing stayed to keep them company, this will limit Lu Xing's development. Lu Xing, I don't think you should stay here. Your world is over there. Lu Xiaoming extended her slender right finger. It points to the distance. The beast tamers over there are even stronger. Lu Xing had no choice but to go there and fight. Only then can one improve their skills more quickly. Yes, Lu Xing. Go ahead. Su Pang, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, it's over here. I will take good care of Xiaoming for you. You'll take care of me? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming immediately became somewhat displeased. After all, Lu Xiaoming's strength is superior to Su Pang's. Su Pang realized he had said the wrong thing. So he hurriedly said to Lu Xiaoming, "Oh dear, Xiaoming, I just said the wrong thing by accident. Please spare me this time." This is the last time. Lu Xiaoming said proudly. Good. Lu Xing nodded. He just made a move. They deliberately killed those magical beasts that were much stronger than Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming. There are many monsters here now. However, they no longer pose a threat to Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming. Then I'm leaving. Watch out. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he rode away on his two-headed hellhound. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Lu Xiaoming's eyes were full of reluctance. Seeing this, Fatty Su, who was standing to the side, but he cheerfully comforted her. Xiaoming, don't worry. You know how capable Lu Xing is, he'll be fine. Lu Xiaoming nodded. Hey, look, that guy ran away. Yes, that's too much, it's really too much, to actually desert. No, I have to report this to the teacher. We've been working ourselves to the bone here fighting off the monsters, and that guy actually escaped. Yes, it's shameful, utterly shameful. Escape. You're the ones who ran away. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming flew into a rage. Her expression changed. Suddenly, a real killing intent surged forth. It seems these guys are being too talkative. Lu Xiaoming will kill all of these guys. Deserter, have you ever seen animals fleeing deeper into the herd? Su Pang, who was standing to the side, also had a livid face. Calling him fat is acceptable, but you just can't say Lu Xing. Yes. That guy is so strong. How could he possibly desert? Yes, he ran deeper into the herd of beasts. That's a much more dangerous place. If he really wanted to escape, he would have gone to the back, unless he's lost his mind. Snort. Hearing what these people said, Lu Xiaoming snorted coldly. She ignored those guys. They are just ordinary people. They're from a completely different world than Lu Xiaoming and the others. Therefore, Lu Xiaoming didn't need to waste her breath arguing with them. At this time, a group of people were caught in a fierce battle. These guys all looked disgusted. My God, there are so many magical beasts here. Yes, they are not only numerous, but also very strong. No, this can't go on. We're doomed. Damn it. That guy Lan Tian went deeper into the area. If only he were here. By phone, I think this battle will be a test for us. We usually indulge ourselves too much. When he said this, Yan Guoli subconsciously adjusted his glasses. I'm sorry. I've let everyone down. Ru Ming said weakly. It's all right. Just focus on your own safety. We'll take care of the rest. By phone, Jiang Yin and Yan Guoli exchanged glances. They reached a consensus. That means they can have things to do. But Ru Ming absolutely cannot. Because in their hearts, Ru Ming is Lu Xing's woman. Bai Feng and the others would not allow anything to happen to Lu Xing's woman. I wonder where boss Lu Xing is right now. I don't know either. Do you think he might be over there? When Bai Feng said this, he pointed to the golden area not far away. The so-called golden zone. That is the area where gold-level magical beasts exist. That's possible. Jiang Yin suddenly spoke up. Wow, boss Lu Xing is really amazing. It's a bit of a pity, though, that I won't get to see his dashing side. Yes. Jiang Yin echoed. Those two words revealed the utter helplessness in his heart. Hey, you two, stop fucking chatting. Hurry up and come help. Yan Guoli said through gritted teeth. He was speechless for a moment. What time is it? These two guys actually had the nerve to slack off. All right, here it comes. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin said in unison. Ru Ming followed the three of them. He was surrounded by three people. Ru Ming felt a warmth in her heart. This was the first time she had ever experienced such royal treatment. Certainly, she, Ru Ming, was no fool. Ru Ming knew that she hadn't gotten all of this by herself. It was because Bai Feng and the other two gave Lu Xing face. Lu Xing. Suddenly, Lu Xing's image appeared in Ru Ming's mind. Where are you now? A look of longing appeared on her face. Just as Ru Ming was slightly distracted. Holy crap. Look over there. What is that? One person exclaimed. His expression changed slightly. It looks like I've seen something terrifying. That's a person. My God, he's so strong. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Is this what it means to be a strong person? How come they are so different from us? A strong man? I think he's a freak. The group of second-year students saw the person not far away. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Abnormal. Where is the pervert? When Bai Feng heard the word pervert, he glanced around with great curiosity. He soon discovered the pervert his classmates were talking about. It's Lu Xing. Bai Feng recognized Lu Xing not far away. He was initially very curious. Who exactly is the pervert the students are talking about? Oh, it's Lu Xing. That's all. Bai Feng's voice caught the attention of Jiang Yan, Yin Guoli, and others. They all looked in the direction Lu Xing had come from. Bai Feng and the others stood there, stunned. Is this Lu Xing's true strength? Bai Feng was even stuttering a little when he spoke. Although he already knew Lu Xing was very strong. But it can't be that ridiculously strong. At this moment, Bai Feng discovered that. Once upon a time, Lu Xing, who was of similar strength to him. By this time, they were someone he had to look up to. Bai Feng felt somewhat fortunate. He was glad that he had become Lu Xing's friend. Lu Xing stood on the same side. Otherwise, his fate would be. Bai Feng thought of Lu Xing's methods. My body couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 136 The Power of Thor's Wrath. Look at that guy. My God, could he be a diamond-level powerhouse? A diamond-level expert, that's terrifying. A diamond-level powerhouse, my ass. Don't you guys think he looks familiar? Look familiar? Wow, he's not that freshman champion. The guy who won the National League Championship a few days ago. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. His two-headed hellhound looked too conspicuous. Are you sure he's a freshman? Instead of being the child of some big shot, pretending to be a newcomer. Then we went to the fish pond to fry fish. Oh, it seems like that's really possible. The faces of the crowd were filled with astonishment. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Yeah, have you ever seen someone this handsome? At this moment, Lu Xing was riding on the back of the two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound, along with Lu Xing, launched a fierce attack. Wherever they went, all the opponents were instantly killed in one move. In midair, the Thunderhawk flapped its wings. Looking at the vast expanse of magical beasts before him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. Thunderhawk, let's unleash our ultimate attack. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he shouted at the Thunder Eagle. Thunderhawk, use Thunder God's wrath. Chirp. The Thunder Eagle let out a cry. It flew towards the sky. Not long after, a massive dark cloud was summoned by the Thunder Eagle. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds. Centered on Lu Xing. The radius is 150 meters. This created a lightning field. All the magical beasts were struck by the lightning of the Thunder Eagle. Each one was completely black. His body stiffened. He collapsed, completely bewildered. So what happened over there? Have no idea. It seems like divine punishment. Could it be that guy was too arrogant and was punished by the heavens? Seeing this, each of them wore a gloating expression. Lu Xing is such a show-off. Serves you right. Let's see you show off. Trying to be cool will get you struck by lightning. One guy couldn't help but make a nasty remark. Snap. A slap suddenly landed on his face. You? The man turned his head to look at the person who had hit him. It turned out to be a woman. The woman's face turned ashen. She is none other than herself. It was just like a dream. Ru Ming was so angry that she was trembling all over. What do you mean, you? You have a foul mouth. Shouldn't you be hit? Yes, of course. I'm sorry, I misspoke. This foul-mouthed man saw Bai Feng and the other two behind Ru Ming. He was dumbfounded. This is the famous F4 from our sophomore year. He immediately slapped himself a few more times. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. Get out. A look of disgust appeared on Bai Feng's face. Yes. 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 That person ran away in a panic. Bai Feng looked at Ru Ming, who had a worried expression on her face. He offered words of comfort. Ru Ming, don't worry. Lu Xing will be fine. At the same time, he added a sentence in his mind. Good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Lu Xing is clearly a menace. The person who can kill him hasn't been born yet. Look at that. Upon hearing this, everyone looked in the direction the man was pointing. Not far away, a figure ran towards them. It's Lu Xing. Ru Ming wept with joy. Her heart was like a roller coaster. We were just at a low point. At this point, we reached another peak. Ru Ming, you see, I told you Lu Xing would be fine. Ru Ming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He actually survived. He actually survived the divine punishment. This is a monster. Everyone looked in the direction Lu Xing had come from. There used to be a large group of magical beasts there. But now, that place was practically a burial ground for monsters. Monster bodies were everywhere. And Lu Xing, that guy, they actually survived that place unharmed. People's opinion of him has risen to a new level. He was a pervert before. Now he's a monster. Lu Xing was also replaying the scene in his mind. Thor's wrath. No wonder Sister Ryu wouldn't let me use it casually. This power is truly formidable. Summon thunderclouds to deliver a lightning strike to enemies within a 150-meter radius. Moreover, it's a precision strike, not an indiscriminate attack. Fear. That's terrifying. This thing is practically a bug. If a powerful figure were to find out, he's probably green with envy. It seems I should use it less in front of others in the future. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. But this time it was really awesome. After killing so many monsters, Lu Xing was surprised to find that his Thunder Eagle's strength had actually increased considerably. From the first tier of gold, it went straight to the second tier of gold. Although the Thunder Eagle is far stronger than these guys. After the kill, the experience points gained are relatively few. But there are just too many of them. It's just like playing a game. You must choose a mage. One spell from the mage. All the monsters are dead. If it's a warrior, then we have to kill them one by one, slowly. Lu Xing turned his head and glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. So many monsters. Kill them one by one, slowly. He'll be fighting for ages. Due to Thunder Eagle's Wrath of Thor, a large number of monsters were killed. This led to a sharp decrease in the number of monsters in this area. The pressure on Ru Meng and the others instantly eased considerably. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. He went straight to Ru Meng and the others. Rumeng, are you alright? Fine. As if I were dreaming of Lu Xing. Her face flushed slightly. Okay, it's alright. Boss Lu Xing, you were so cool just now. Yeah, he's absolutely stunning. Bai Feng and Jiang Yan turned into sycophants. He showered Lu Xing with flattery. By the way, where did Blue Sky go? Wasn't he with you? Blue Sky, Jiang Yan, Yin Guoli, and White Wind. The four of them were known as F4. Now there are only 3 people. Boss Lantian went over there. There. Lu Xing looked in the direction Bai Feng was pointing. After seeing that location, Lu Xing frowned. Isn't that a prime location? Yes. Bai Feng spoke up. How did that guy get to go there? Didn't the teacher say that it was extremely dangerous there? You guys didn't even know how to stop them. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng, he said with a wronged expression. Boss Lu Xing, you're wronging us. It's not that we didn't want to stop him. It's that we simply couldn't. Lu Xing nodded. He knew Lan Tian's personality. What he needs to do. Even 8 horses couldn't pull it back. Chapter 137 My little darling. So cute. It's one thing for him to run around, but the rest of you shouldn't run around either. Stay here obediently. Lu Xing said it this time. His expression was very serious. After all, this is a war between humans and monsters. War is always cruel. Because war kills people. Lu Xing had just ridden the two-headed hellhound. Running all the way here. He had witnessed countless beast tamers perish at the hands of magical beasts. But Lu Xing ignored it. He is not Guanyin Bodhisattva, who saves people from suffering. Since those guys have chosen the path of beast tamer, they must be prepared to die at the hands of monsters. Don't worry, Boss Lu Xing, we still value our lives. I wouldn't go looking for death. And we'd love to have another good drink with you later. When he said this, a wicked smile appeared on Bai Feng's face. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing was speechless. I drank alcohol yesterday. This guy was the loudest. He actually encouraged others to toast Lu Xing. If it weren't for Lu Xing's high alcohol tolerance, perhaps he collapsed a long time ago. Okay, everyone be careful. After this matter is over, we'll have a good drink together. Good. In that instant, Lu Xing and Bai Feng and others have become friends. I'm going to the Blue Sky area. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he rode a two-headed hellhound. He left without looking back. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure. Boss Lu Xing is so handsome. Yes. Lu Xing, be careful. Lu Xing, please keep an eye on Lan Tian for me. If anything happens to him, you must help him. No. Listening to Bai Feng and the others' instructions, Lu Xing waved his hand. It indicates that you understand. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. He entered the golden zone. Just entered. Lu Xing summoned all of his tamed beasts. Thunderhawks conduct aerial reconnaissance. The spirit turtle led the way. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. And his six-winged angel. He was sitting on Lu Xing's shoulders. This little guy seems to particularly enjoy sitting on Lu Xing's shoulder. Lu Xing looked at the six-winged angel in front of him, who resembled a little girl. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. He revealed a fatherly smile. Master, what's wrong? Fine. My little darling. The situation here is a bit dangerous. Be careful in a little while, and don't get hurt. Don't worry, Master. The six-winged angel clenched its little pink fist. Master, I am very strong. These guys can't hurt me. And Master, I will protect you well. The six-winged angel spoke as he spoke. He hugged Lu Xing briefly. He pressed his face against Lu Xing's face. It shows its affection. Let's begin. Lu Xing began his massacre. The Thunder Eagle kept flying around. Lightning bolts struck one after another. Under Lu Xing's instruction, the attack selects its target. It is specifically designed to combat water attribute magical beasts. The spirit water turtle, on the other hand, charged around recklessly. It is huge. Monsters along the way. A collision will kill you, a bump will injure you. Maybe I should teach it the skill of bull charge. Lu Xing watched the spirit water turtle relentlessly charging forward. This idea popped into my mind. However, this idea only flashed through Lu Xing's mind. After all, the bull charge skill is just too stupid. Use it on the spirit water turtle. It's a complete waste of the spirit water turtle's talent. And as mentioned before, a beast tamer uses a magical beast core. There are only 4 skills that can be learned. 2 spirit water turtles are now in use. The skills learned are Wave Impact and Taunt. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has learned the skill, Bull Charge, on its own due to its continuous charging at enemies. Listening to the system notification tone, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Then he said with a wry smile, You can do that. Skills learned on your own are different from skills learned using monster cores. There is a limit to the skills you can learn using Warcraft cores. There are 4 in total. There is no limit to the skills one can learn on their own. In other words, as long as the talent for beast taming is strong enough, it wants to learn a few skills. You can learn several skills. Lu Xing led his tamed beasts into battle. Half an hour later, a small earthen slope. Lu Xing and his tamed beasts were resting there. At this moment, Lu Xing's tamed beasts. They were all covered in blood. He was panting heavily. But that blood wasn't theirs. It belongs to the enemy, not them. These guys are like blood-soaked war gods. Lu Xing glanced down the hillside. There were a group of low-level gold-tier, magical beast corpses there. Those were all the masterpieces of Lu Xing's beast tamers. Come on, everyone, let's eat something first. Lu Xing pulled out a large amount of food from his system inventory. They were piled up on the ground. His tamed beasts, upon seeing this, they all crowded around. They started eating. Lu Xing looked at the 2-headed hellhound beside him. He spoke to the 2-headed hellhound. Have some too. Hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound shook its head. Okay, after they finish eating, I'll let them take over for you. Hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound nodded. The situation here is extremely dangerous. Nobody knows what will happen next. Therefore, the 2-headed hellhound is extremely cautious. It has now become the elder brother of Lu Xing's beast taming group. Moreover, this guy is exceptionally strong. Mature and steady have become its synonyms. Thunder Eagle, Spirit Water Turtle, stop fighting over it. It's not enough, I have more here. As Lu Xing spoke, he then took out a large amount of food from his system inventory again. Here you go, my little darling. Lu Xing took out a lollipop. This lollipop was specially made by that chubby guy Su. After eating, not only will it not harm the body of the 6-winged angel, on the contrary, it is beneficial to its health. It's a lollipop. The 6-winged angel saw this. It couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He snatched the lollipop from Lu Xing's hand. Thank you, master. Fine. Lu Xing stretched out his hand. I patted its cute little head. The 6-winged angel was holding a lollipop. It kept licking itself. Delicious, it's so delicious. Master, you are so good to my little darling. Thud. To express his gratitude, the 6-winged angel kissed Lu Xing on the cheek. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoming wasn't here. Otherwise, she'll get jealous again. It's okay, as long as you like it. Lu Xing turned his gaze to the 2-headed hellhound beside him. I'll have Thunder Eagle take care of me in a bit. Go and fight. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound looked at Lu Xing with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, it's not that I don't want you anymore. But I know it because of my existence. It's affecting your combat. Lu Xing's hellhound. But I just learned the skill of piling up rotten flesh. This thing can allow the Cerberus's strength to grow without limit. And this opportunity is quite good. So many monsters. That's enough for the 2-headed hellhound to kill. Chapter 138, Solving the Beast Tide. After the Thunderhawk finished eating, Lu Xing then had Thunder Eagle take over the position of Hellhound. The Hellhound finished its meal hastily. Lu Xing originally planned to let the two-headed Hellhound rest. But, after his eyes touched the eyes of the Hellhound, Lu Xing dismissed the idea. Its claws were already itching for a fight. It desperately needs some fresh blood to feed itself. Let's go, everyone. Lu Xing flipped onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. Chirp. A long whistle. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle and flew into the sky. The two-headed Hellhound on the ground followed closely behind, looking at the herd of beasts not far away. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. The two-headed Hellhound swung its sharp claws forward suddenly. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot out. Spirit Water Turtle, use Wave Impact. The water turtle stomped its front paws hard on the floor. In an instant, a wave more than 10 meters high roared in. They charged towards the horde of beasts in front of them. Rumble. The waves roared. The monsters along the way were scattered and broken. Thunderhawk, it's your turn. Shatter the darkness with lightning. Use Thor's Wrath. Chirp. After the Thunder Eagle let out a long cry, it carried Lu Xing into the sky. Not long after, a giant thundercloud was summoned by the Thunder Eagle. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning as thick as water buckets. Like a world-ending thunderbolt, it slammed down on the horde of monsters on the ground with overwhelming force. One by one, the magical beasts were struck by lightning. Suddenly, his entire body was bathed in golden light. The terrifying electric current flowed into their bodies. It made a crackling sound. It was causing widespread damage to the bodily functions of these magical beasts, just as Lu Xing was carrying out his massacre. However, some of them found themselves in a fierce battle. Blue Sky, it seems we're going to meet our end here this time. A man in a green military uniform. A look of dejection appeared on his face. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying without knowing why. Are we going to die here? A hint of despair flashed across Lantian's face. He regretted it somewhat. He regretted not listening to Bai Feng and the others' advice back then. But in this world, there's no going back. Lantian wiped the sweat from his brow. He glanced at the battlefield. At this time, his 4 tamed beasts. 3 have already fallen. Fortunately, he managed to store the fallen beast into his beast-taming space in time. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Now, Blue Sky was only held on by a single beast. It was his initial tamed beast, the ice crystal jade carving. Suddenly, an image of a person appeared in Lan Tian's mind. The man had black hair. He is exceptionally handsome. A faint smile always graced her fair, jade-like face. Lu Xing, I'm sorry. It seems I'll have to break my promise to you. Last night, Lan Tian and Lu Xing got completely drunk. Lan Tian, taking advantage of his drunkenness. She confided in Lu Xing. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Lu Xing. He hoped he could have a proper fight with Lu Xing. Even just one game would be fine. Unfortunately now, he has no chance. He's about to die here. Wait a minute. Look, the beast tide seems to have receded. Yes, the beast tide seems to have receded. Ah, we won. We won. What's going on? Blue Sky, who originally intended to die a heroic death. It turned out that the beast tide had receded. In other words, he doesn't have to die. Lan Tian bit her dry lips. Look over there. What's going on over there? My God, is there a storm going on? There was both lightning and thunder. There. Blue Sky has sharp eyes. That is. Lan Tian thought he had misjudged the situation. Brother Wei Yong, I'm leaving this situation to you. I need to go over there. Hey. When Wei Yong was about to say something, he discovered that Lan Tian had already ridden away on the ice crystal jade sculpture. Is that you? Lan Tian muttered something under his breath. He rode a jade sculpture made of ice crystal. That heart started beating uncontrollably. Not long after, Blue Sky arrived at that battlefield. Blue Sky glanced at the ground. He stood there, stunned. What happened here? Fear appeared on Lantian's face. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. That terrifying blood. They came together. Surprisingly, a small river formed. A gentle breeze blew by. A foul, fishy stench assaulted Lantian's nostrils. Vomit. Lantian felt nauseous. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hand. This is something only a devil could do. Just when the Blue Sky was disgusting. Blue Sky, what are you doing here? Blue Sky heard a familiar voice. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be Lu Xing. Lan Tian swallowed hard. He whispered to Lu Xing and asked, Lu Xing, you didn't do this, did you? Yes. Lu Xing readily admitted it. Awesome. Lantian was at a loss for words to describe Lu Xing's behavior. All right, we should go back now. However, I hope you will keep today's events a secret. Don't worry, even if I, Lantian, die, I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Thanks. Lu Xing and Lantian, riding their respective steeds. We returned to the camp. At this moment, the beast tide receded. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone wept with joy. We won. We won. We finally won. This war between humans and monsters. Humanity triumphed in the end. Watching the beast tide recede, Lu Xing frowned slightly. From the very beginning, he had been thinking about one question. That is, how exactly did this beast tide come about? Under normal circumstances, riots will not occur in secret realms. It was man-made. It must have been man-made. Don't let me find you, or I'll make you regret ever being born. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. At this time, within the secret realm of the riots, several men dressed in black robes gathered together. Damn it. It failed again. Damn it. Weren't all the powerful figures in Jiangnan City lured away by our boss and his men? Yes. But no one would have thought that there was such a strong guy in Jiangnan City. I just went to the battlefield and saw that all those monsters were killed in one hit. Without the slightest hesitation. I think it was a hidden master-level figure in Jiangnan City who took action to resolve it. Yes, I think so too. Snort. Let these bedbugs live a few more days. Our head is studying that. If he succeeds, then Jiangnan City will be ours. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the leader in black robes. Chapter 139 Going to Dinner with F4. I'm exhausted. Back in his dorm, Su Pang. He threw himself onto the sofa. Damn it, if the beast tide hadn't receded. I feel like if I keep going, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Looking at Su Pang, who was like a lump of mud, Lu Xing was speechless. You bastard. Well. Lu Xing sighed. He ignored Fatty Su. Instead, he walked straight to the basement. Lu Xing, where are you going? Su Pang originally thought Lu Xing would follow him. I lay on the sofa and fell asleep for a while. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing actually went to the basement again. Basement. Fatty Su knew exactly where that place was. Damn, Lu Xing, do you have to be so stubborn? For the first time, Su Pang felt that. What does it mean to say that someone is better than you? And they work even harder than you? Lu Xing went to the basement. He closed the basement door. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing released his two-headed hellhound. Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared in front of Lu Xing. Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him, Lu Xing's face showed no smile. Instead, she wore a slightly sorrowful expression. The battles on the previous battlefield. The Cerberus relies on its ability to accumulate rotting flesh. Its power has increased at least threefold. 3 times. What does that even mean? At this moment, the two-headed hellhound. Its muscles bulged all over its body. It looks very tight. That's not strength. On the contrary, it gives people the feeling that the foundation is unstable. It looks more like a balloon. And it's the kind of thing that could explode at any moment. What exactly is going on? Lu Xing frowned. It's true that the Cerberus has become stronger. But this guy's after effects seem to be a bit serious. At this moment, the two-headed hellhound. The former kindness was gone. It exuded an aura of savagery. So it really was that rotten flesh accumulation skill that caused this. Lu Xing was initially happy to have acquired this skill. He now looked very worried. He looked at the two-headed hellhound before him. Lu Xing felt that. If I didn't have the system, it can suppress the two-headed hellhound. Perhaps this guy has already pounced on him. Because at this moment, the two-headed hellhound gave Lu Xing a very unfamiliar feeling. It's like a righteous knight-errant. Suddenly one day, a magical skill book was discovered. Then, unable to resist the temptation, he cultivated demonic arts. This led to him going mad with evil spirits. He fell into the demonic path. Regarding the demon, Lu Xing has a different perspective. A demon is a demon. There is no such thing as a good demon or a bad demon. Because the demon possesses a demonic heart. This demonic mind will drive demons to do evil. At this time, Lu Xing discovered that the two-headed hellhound showed signs of becoming possessed. If Lu Xing is a bad guy, then he's part of the salvation cult. He definitely won't stop him. They might even try to speed up the process of hellhound's demonic possession. The difference between demonic arts and normal martial arts is that demonic arts can be mastered quickly and are extremely powerful. However, there is one downside. That would affect one's very nature. We need to find a way to get rid of the demonic nature of the two-headed hellhound. Lu Xing clenched his fists instinctively. Otherwise, if it really falls into the evil path one day, I'm finished. The two-headed hellhound after falling into demonic ways. It will lose its intelligence. Only one thought remained in its mind. That is slaughter. Lu Xing didn't want his two-headed hellhound to turn out like that. But how can we get rid of its demonic nature? Lu Xing thought for a moment. As a result, I found that I seem to have no way to solve the problem. It seems we can only take it one step at a time. Come back, Cerberus. Lu Xing retrieved the two-headed hellhound. He came out of the basement. Seeing this, Su Pang. He turned his head and looked in Lu Xing's direction. Are you done? Su Pang glanced subconsciously at the clock hanging on the wall. That's not right. You usually spend more than an hour on it. Why not today? It only took 3 minutes. Could it be that the battle during the day left you too tired? Listening to Su Pang's wild and inappropriate words, Lu Xing was speechless. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Where to? Of course I'll take you to eat something delicious. It's delicious. Upon hearing this, Fatty Hey, Fatty, didn't you say you were tired? I'm very tired. Of course I'm very tired. But when it comes to food, no amount of tiredness matters. Looking at the grinning Su Pang in front of him, Lu Xing's lips twitched violently. The two left the dormitory. We walked down the mountain. They had only gone halfway when Lu Xing and Su Pang ran into the four guys head-on. Both sides were taken aback. They looked at each other. Fatty Su looked at the four people in front of him. He said with a smile, Lu Xing said he would treat me to a big meal. Do any of you want to come along? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng and the others exchanged glances. An agreement was reached immediately. Go. Why not go? This is Lu Xing's treat. They'll have to pay him 100,000 or 200,000. That's all. Lu Xing's dining team has grown larger. On the road, Su Pang couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, what delicious food are you taking us to eat today? Secret. Lu Xing smiled mysteriously. I don't know why. F foresaw Lu Xing's smile. They all instinctively shuddered. More than 10 minutes later, the group stood inside a small shop. Lu Xing, is this the feast you were talking about? Otherwise what? Oh, everyone, don't be so polite. Please sit down. The F4 exchanged glances. They found a place to sit down. For places like this was the first time Bai Feng and the others had come here. Ugh, it's so dirty. Bai Feng picked up a tissue from the table. They started rubbing it frantically. The other three just watched him operate. Hello, what would you like to eat? Give each of them a bowl of mixed noodles with wontons and a plate of steamed dumplings. Please also stir-fry a large portion of beef stir-fried rice noodles for us. Okay, just a moment. After writing down the menu, the proprietress went to the kitchen to cook. Beside the table, Bai Feng and the others started chatting casually. Lu Xing, where is this place? This was the first time Bai Feng had ever eaten at a place like this. At this moment, his brows were furrowed. He clearly looked disgusted with the environment. These tables have been used for too long. So they all have a patina. Oh, Bai Feng, really? Someone as rich as you doesn't even know where this is. Should I know? Listening to Bai Feng's words, Lu Xing seemed to be deep in thought. Bai Feng and his three friends. Born into a wealthy family. They usually eat at hotels. How could I possibly come to such a shabby little restaurant? Even if they eat in the cafeteria? We also went to the third floor of the cafeteria to order stir-fried dishes, instead of going to the window to get food. Chapter 140. Why did you go to Lingshi Temple? Are you kidding me? You guys don't even know about such a famous place as Shaxian Hotel? This thing is a nationwide chain. She is the goddess in the hearts of all working people. Listening to what Fatty Su said, Bai Feng and the others frowned slightly. They looked at each other. Come on. Just then, the proprietress brought up the cooked food. Please make way, everyone. Be careful, it's hot. Not long after, the proprietress then brought out all the food. Looking at the mixed noodles with wontons and steamed dumplings in front of me, Bai Feng and the others stood there, stunned. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and eat. Su Pang has already started eating. He picked up a steamed dumpling with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Ouch, it's so hot. Looking at Su Pang's appearance, Bai Feng and the others were speechless. They actually disliked this place quite a bit. However, seeing Lu Xing start eating, they naturally couldn't refuse Lu Xing's request. Bai Feng and the others picked up their chopsticks. They started tasting it too. After taking a bite, Bai Feng's eyes lit up immediately. It's delicious, right? Su Pang smiled and said to Bai Feng, don't let the dirty environment fool you. The food cooked here is really delicious. Everyone started eating. I wonder if it's because of the battle during the day. Because too much energy was consumed. Lu Xing and his companions were extremely hungry at this moment. They began to wolf down their food. Not long after, They've almost finished all the food on the table. Boss lady, could you please bring me another basket of steamed dumplings? Su Peng raised his hand. He's a foodie. They eat faster than others. All right. I want a cage too. Jiang Yan also spoke up. Give me a basket too. Bai Feng echoed. All three of them ordered more food. Fine. Anyway, Lu Xing is treating. Lu Xing saw Su Peng and the other two ordering more food. He glanced at Yin Guoli and Lan Tian. Do you want some? Lan Tian and Yin Guoli didn't have a strong appetite. They were always full. I won't eat it. No need. We've had enough. Yes, this is already a lot for us. Lu Xing nodded. Judging from Yin Guoli and Lan Tian's well-proportioned figures, they usually control their diet. In contrast, Jiang Yan. He seems to be showing signs of gaining weight. As for Bai Feng, this guy looks like he's skin and bones. It's clearly that 1 in 10,000 people has a naturally thin physique. This kind of person, even if you eat hamburgers, fries, and cola for every late-night snack, it won't make you fat either. Belch. Fatty Su let out a burp. He touched his round, bulging belly. His face was full of satisfaction. During this period, he ordered 3 more baskets of steamed buns. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli were amazed. They were very curious. What exactly is the structure of Su Peng's stomach? It's amazing that it can fit so much stuff in there. The same applies to Bai Feng and Jiang Yan. Lu Xing. Lan Tian suddenly called out to Lu Xing. What's wrong? Lu Xing looked up at the blue sky. Is something on your mind? Lu Xing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He then smiled wryly and said, How did you figure that out? Lan Tian rolled her eyes at Lu Xing after hearing this. Is there even a need to look at this? Your words are written all over your face. Holy crap, Lu Xing, no way. When did you become such a tightwad? I just ate a few extra baskets of steamed buns. Why are you so upset? Go, go, go. Lu Xing nudged Su Peng. This guy? They're never serious. The atmosphere was initially somewhat awkward. Because of Su Peng's outburst, the situation eased considerably in an instant. Lu Xing is troubled by the two-headed hellhound. But since Blue Sky asked, he simply told him. Certainly. Lu Xing deleted some content. For example, his two-headed hellhound learned the skill of rotting flesh. You mean your hellhound, because of too much killing? Are there faint signs of demonic possession now? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. This is a very big deal. If this isn't handled properly, your two-headed hellhound might really go berserk. That would be terrible. Lan Tian frowned. That's why I'm worried. But I have no way to solve this right now. Thinking of this, Lu Xing then felt a headache coming on. Looking at Lu Xing's worried face, Lan Tian and Yin Guoli, who was beside him, exchanged a glance. Then they smiled mysteriously. We may not be able to help you with anything else. But you've come to the right person about this one thing. Real. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He found himself to be lucky. Just grab a casual meal. Then you can find a solution to the troubles in your heart. Tell me quickly, how do we do it? Do you know Lingshi Temple? Lingshi Temple? Lu Xing raised an eyebrow slightly. Why did you suddenly bring this up? There is a master eating in this Lingshi Temple. He is well versed in Buddhism, and his specialty is removing things like murderous intent. Lu Xing seemed to be deep in thought. But where is this Lingshi Temple? And how should I approach master eating to pay my respects? Lu Xing pressed for an answer. Since we're going to do this, Lu Xing naturally wanted to find out the details. Lingshi Temple, I know where it is. You know? Lu Xing didn't expect that Su Peng would actually know this. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su with a strange look. Hey Fatty, tell me honestly, have you seen through the illusions of the world, and are you planning to become a monk? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su rolled his eyes at Lu Xing. You're the one who should become a monk. My family has only had one son for 9 generations. If my dad knew I was going to become a monk, he would break my legs. When Su Peng said this, his father's image flashed into his mind. A faint smile graced his face. It was such a nuclear kindness. This made Fatty Su shudder involuntarily. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, you idiot. Tell me quickly, where is Lingshi Temple? And why did you visit Lingshi Temple? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su scratched his head sheepishly. Oh dear, I went to Lingshi Temple not to burn incense or to worship Buddha. What was the purpose of that? Don't you know that the vegetarian dishes at Lingshi Temple are among the best in Jiangnan City? Su Peng's words left everyone present speechless. Foodie. What a foodie. Now that we know where Lingshi Temple is, that leaves only one crucial step. That is, how to meet master eating. Through the description of the blue sky, Lu Xing knew. This master eating is the abbot of Lingshi Temple. Such people generally don't show their faces in public. Wan Tian, standing to the side, looked at Lu Xing's worried face. He couldn't help but speak up. Others may not be able to help you, but I can. Chapter 141 heading to Lingshi Temple. Can you help me? Lu Xing looked up at the blue sky. Yes, my father had a good relationship with Master Eating. That's how I met Master Eating. How about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction. I believe that once Master Eating sees my letter of introduction, he will choose to meet with you. Thank you very much. The next day, Lu Xing and Su Peng walked out of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The two flagged down a car on the roadside. Heading towards Lingshi Temple, Lu Xing opened the door. I sat down inside. Su Peng entered from one side. With Su Peng's arrival, Lu Xing could clearly feel that the car had sunk considerably. Wow, Fatty Su, how much do you weigh now? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su rolled his eyes at Lu Xing. Hey, Lu Xing, don't you know that asking a boy's weight is very impolite? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. Didn't you say you were asking about a girl? Why did it become a question about a boy? Oh dear, what's the difference between boys and girls? All right, master, let's go quickly. Where are you going? The taxi driver turned his head and glanced at Fatty Su and Lu Xing. At this point, the taxi driver's expression turned somewhat grim. Obviously, it's because Fatty Su is too heavy. The master's heart was bleeding, but he couldn't refuse to give him a ride. Let's go to Lingshi Temple. All right, hold on tight. The taxi driver stepped on the gas and drove off. The car didn't fly off. Instead, it moved forward slowly. It's bearing a weight that shouldn't be on a body for its age. Lu Xing touched the taxi door with a sympathetic look in his eyes. Soon, the taxi driver was carrying Lu Xing and Su Peng. We arrived at the foot of the mountain where Lingshi Temple is located. Driver, here's your fare. Keep the change, please. Su Peng got out of the car. He casually pulled out a red banknote and handed it to the taxi driver. The taxi driver felt the car return to normal. His face darkened. What do you mean by no need to look anymore? Hey, you fatso, you don't have enough money. Oh. What do you mean? The fare was 156 in total, but you only gave me 100. We still need 56 yuan. Oh. Su Peng realized it too late. He took out his wallet again. He then took out another red banknote. Is that enough? That's more like it. The extra money can be considered as wear and tear on my vehicle. After saying that, the taxi driver drove away. Lu Xing. Su Peng caught up with Lu Xing, who was walking ahead. Why didn't you wait for me? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. You really are something, arguing with the taxi driver for ages just to get a ride. Hee. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get up there. Lu Xing and Su Peng embarked on their climbing journey. This Lingshi Temple is built on the top of Lingshi Mountain. This Lingshi Mountain is quite high. Lu Xing and Su Peng walked for more than 10 minutes. They still couldn't see the summit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Su Peng. His face turned red. He was panting heavily. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Glug, glug, glug. Su Peng unscrewed a bottle of mineral water. I downed it in one gulp. He picked up the empty bottle. Just as he was about to throw it into the nearby bushes, Lu Xing stopped him. He snatched the bottle away. He then put it into his backpack. Hey, Fatty Su, how can you litter like that? I won't litter, so where should I put it? There are no trash cans here. Besides, there's no one around here, so if I just throw it away, no one will see. When Su Peng said this, he glanced around. He ended up feeling embarrassed. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Su Peng's expression changed slightly. His face turned extremely pale. It was as if the person had died on the spot. Nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction Su Peng was looking. I don't know when. An old monk dressed in a brown robe stood behind Lu Xing. Lu Xing immediately bowed to the old monk. The old monk smiled and nodded at Lu Xing. Obviously, what just happened? He saw it all. He was very satisfied with Lu Xing's actions. However, the old monk didn't say much. We continued climbing towards the summit. This is a master. Lu Xing noticed that although the old monk looked very old, however, his physical condition is exceptionally good. After climbing the mountain for so long, this guy didn't even blush or pant. His breathing was very even. After Lu Xing and Su Peng rested for a while, the two continued their climb. Halfway, because Su Peng's physical fitness is not good, Lu Xing didn't know how long they had rested. The two started climbing in the morning. We didn't reach the summit until after 4 or 5 p.m. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. Su Peng slumped to the ground once again. This time, he refused to get up no matter what. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su. Hey, Fatty, didn't you say you'd been to Lingshi Temple before? And they even ate vegetarian food at Lingshi Temple. Of course I've been here. And the place where they serve vegetarian food is over there. Oh, right, there are vegetarian dishes available. Su Peng glanced at his watch subconsciously. Perfect timing. Lu Xing, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. When it comes to food, Su Peng suddenly felt energetic. He led Lu Xing straight to the restaurant at Lingshi Temple. Since Su Peng had been here before, so he easily ordered a large number of vegetarian dishes. Not long after, a monk came to Lu Xing and Su Peng's side carrying several large plates of vegetarian dishes. Please enjoy your meal, both of you. He served the dishes with utmost respect. Finally, he bowed. They left. Oh, eat quickly. Fatty Su picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Lu Xing, I have something to tell you. Of all the vegetarian dishes at Lingshi Temple, these two are the best. One is this tofu with scallions, and the other is this vegetarian meat. Here, try this scallion and tofu salad first. Good. Lu Xing picked up the small bowl of tofu with scallions. He scooped a little with a spoon and put it in his mouth. As the tofu entered my mouth, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. So tender. It's delicious. This tofu is fragrant and smooth, and it goes perfectly with these scallions. It has a unique charm, right? How could any dish recommended by Fatty Su be bad? When Su Peng said this, he subconsciously raised his head and straightened his chest. He seemed somewhat arrogant. Yes, you're amazing. Lu Xing smiled slightly. Don't just focus on eating tofu. Try this vegetarian meat. Let me tell you, their vegetarian meat is also exceptional. Chapter 142 Eating Vegetarian Dishes. Vegetarian meat? Lu Xing picked up the vegetarian meat from the bowl. He put it in his mouth and took a bite. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Fatty Su looked at him with expectant eyes. He stared intently at Lu Xing. Good. What? Good. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Fatty Su immediately became displeased. How can it be okay? Don't you think this vegetarian meat looks just like real meat? Yes, a little. Do you know what this is made of? Fatty Su struck a pose as if he wanted to show off. It's bean curd skin. Cut. This is boring. Upon hearing Lu Xing state the correct answer, Su Peng immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. He slumped down. Lu Xing, you bastard. Sometimes I really wonder, who are you? Why do you know everything? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. I'm different from you. You're like a pig. All you do is eat and sleep. But I do read books regularly, okay? Reading? TCH. Su Peng's face also showed a look of disdain. I would believe it if you said that other people are reading books. As for you. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Just tell me, is this vegetarian meat dish good or not? In terms of taste, I give it 100 points. But in terms of meaning, I give it 0 points. I even want to give it a negative score. What? Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Su Peng's eyes widened. Negative score. This was the first time he had ever heard of someone wanting to give Lingshi Temple's vegetarian meat a negative score. Then tell me why you gave it a negative score. At this moment, Lu Xing. In Su Peng's eyes, he was a freak. The last time he came. The others. Everyone praised the vegetarian meat. After all, it's possible to make bean curd skin taste like meat. This culinary skill can only be described as divine. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled faintly. He began to explain. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. Although this vegetarian meat is good, it goes against the Buddha's heart. What? Going against the Buddha's heart? Lu Xing nodded. As the saying goes, monks do not eat meat. They emphasize cultivating their minds and reaching a state of being free from desires and wants. But you can tell from this small plate of vegetarian meat that their cultivation is not enough. How do you know? Since the precepts and rules say that you are not allowed to eat meat, you should give up meat dishes. If you're going to quit, why make bean curd skin into vegetarian meat? Isn't this unnecessary? If you want to eat meat, then just eat it. What's the difference between their behavior and wanting to be a prostitute while also wanting to maintain a virtuous image? Listening to Lu Xing's reactionary remarks, Su Peng seemed to be deep in thought. I don't know why. He felt that what Lu Xing said made a lot of sense. Another person also thought this made sense. That person was standing behind Lu Xing at that moment. He nodded at Lu Xing with a big smile. Lu Xing, it's that old monk again. Su Peng's reaction to the old monk's arrival. He seemed somewhat surprised. Their connection is just too strong. I encountered it once halfway up the mountain. I encountered it again in this small cafeteria. Umatba. The old monk bowed to Lu Xing and the other person. Then he turned and left. Watching the old monk's departing figure, Lu Xing seemed to be deep in thought. By the way, Fatty Su, let's see how you perform today. I'm a little curious. How did you manage to climb up this mountain in the first place? Lu Xing felt that. Although Fatty Su loves to eat, but he probably wouldn't do it just for a bite of vegetarian food. Spend most of the day climbing up to Lingshi Temple. Climb. Why should I climb? I flew up here. Flew up? Yes. I paid someone to hire someone who could tame flying beasts. Have that person use a beast to take me to the top of this mountain. I even gave that person 5,000 yuan for this. 5,000. You're really rich. Hee, it's SOSO. Then why didn't you ask me to use the Thunder Eagle to take you to the top of the mountain today? Upon hearing this, Su Peng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xing. Aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? If it weren't for that guy Lan Tian, who said that you have to be sincere when you come to Lingshi Temple. What does sincerity mean? It's about climbing up Lingshi Temple step by step. He said that only in this way would Master Eating here possibly receive us. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Su Peng really suffered today. It's all because of you. Yes. Judging from today's behavior, Su Peng is definitely a good friend. Otherwise, given his situation, they could completely abandon Lu Xing. He found someone on his own to use flying beasts. Take him to the top of the mountain. After all, it was Lu Xing who wanted to see Master Eating. Not him, Su Peng. After Lu Xing and Su Peng had their meal in the cafeteria, he glanced at his watch. Before I knew it, it was already 6 o'clock. Let's go. Where to? Of course, we should go find Master Eating. Go find Master Eating? Isn't this too late? Su Peng glanced at the sky. He noticed that it was getting dark. I believe it won't be long before. It's getting dark all around. All right, let's go. Lu Xing ignored Fatty Su. He got up and walked towards the door. Hey, Lu Xing, you heartless bastard. Wait a minute, will you? Su Peng followed behind Lu Xing. They chased after him. After making inquiries, they soon arrived outside Master Eating's meditation room. At that moment, Master Eating was meditating inside. A young novice monk was waiting at the door. Young master, please go in and inform Master Eating that we have something important to discuss with him. Is something urgent? The young novice monk looked Lu Xing and Su Peng up and down. I'm sorry, but my master doesn't like to be disturbed when he's meditating. Little master. Lu Xing was about to say something more. Su Peng, who was standing to the side, stopped Lu Xing. Little master, look what this is. Su Peng produced a lollipop from who knows where. It's a lollipop. The young novice monk saw the colorful lollipop in Su Peng's hand. He couldn't help but swallow. This young novice monk has lived in Lingshi Temple since he was a child. The previous month, he was fortunate enough to go down the mountain with a fellow student to purchase daily necessities. At that time, that senior bought him this lollipop. The young novice monk tasted it. He felt his heart melt. From then on, in the young novice's heart, this lollipop is the best thing in the world. Now there is a lollipop in front of him. How could he not be tempted? Chapter 143. The old monk wants to take on a disciple. What do you want me to do? It's nothing. I just hope you can pass this letter on to Master Eating. Letter? Yes. As long as you give the letter to Master Eating, this lollipop is yours. As Su Peng spoke, he handed the lollipop in his hand to the young novice. Don't worry. I'll give you another one after it's done. No. I want to. The young novice monk held up 2 fingers. Hey, you little monk. They actually tried to raise prices on the spot. Okay, 2 it is. Su Peng and Lu Xing arrived at this place. It was a very difficult journey. They wouldn't do that for 2 little lollipops. We have lost this opportunity to meet Master Eating. Okay, you wait here. The young novice carefully slipped the lollipop into his back pocket. Then he took the letter. Push open the door. I went inside. Not long after, the young novice monk came out. Is the abbot willing to see us? The young novice monk shook his head. He didn't read the letter? The young novice nodded. Hey, this old monk certainly has a big ego. Here, little monk, give this to him. He will see us soon. Su Peng pulled out an envelope from somewhere. It was handed over to the young novice monk. Lu Xing glanced at the envelope. He noticed that the envelope was bulging. There are obviously a lot of good stuff inside. Fatty Su, this isn't right. Oh, what's wrong with that? Everyone else is just testing the waters, but I, Fatty Su, am going to do something different today. I'll throw money in to ask for directions. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and I don't believe anyone doesn't like money. Fatty Su said confidently to Lu Xing. Just you wait and see. The abbot will surely see us soon. Are you so sure? Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm Fatty Sue. Creak. Just then, the door to the meditation room was opened. The young novice monk came out from inside. Master Eating is willing to see us? The young novice monk shook his head. At the same time, he handed him the envelope. It was returned to Fatty Sue. Hey, this old monk. Does he think the money isn't enough? He can say he thinks the money is too little. We can discuss how much you want. Looking at the excited Su Peng in front of him, Lu Xing reached out and stopped him. Okay, stop fooling around. Lu Xing thought for a moment. He put down his backpack. Take a notebook out of your backpack. There is also a pen. Lu Xing took a pen and wrote a sentence in his notebook. Then the paper was torn off. It was handed over to the young novice monk. Give this to the abbot. After he has seen it, he will definitely grant me an audience. This. 2 consecutive disturbances. This made the young novice monk a little hesitant. Don't worry, I'll give you 5 rainbow lollipops after it's done. 5. Upon hearing this, the young novice's eyes lit up. Okay, then you wait here. The young novice monk took the paper written by Lu Xing. They walked into the meditation room. Upon seeing the young novice monk enter, Fatty Sue couldn't help but sneer. Kids are so easy to fool. A few lollipops will do the trick. By the way, Lu Xing, what did you write? Secret. TCH, I don't believe it. I just slipped him money, but he still wouldn't see me. You just wrote him a note, and he agreed? Just as Su Peng was wondering. Creak. The door was opened again. The young novice monk bowed to Lu Xing. Then he turned to Lu Xing and said, My master invites you in. See, I've got it done. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he was about to go inside. Su Peng followed closely behind. However, the young novice monk stopped him. Hey, you bastard. I'm the one who's going to give you the lollipop. Do you still want a lollipop? Upon hearing this, the young novice bit his lip. Hesitation was evident on his face. All right, Fatty Sue, stop teasing the kid. Hurry up and give the lollipop to them. Also, since Master Eating only agreed to meet with me, I'm sorry to trouble you to wait outside. Okay, then be careful. Regarding the conversation between Lu Xing and Master Eating, Su Peng wasn't that interested either. After all, it was Lu Xing who needed to heal the demon-possessed 2-headed hellhound. Not him, Fatty Sue. Lu Xing entered the meditation room. He noticed an old monk wearing a brown robe. He kept muttering to himself. Lu Xing did not go forward to disturb them. Instead, they waited quietly. I don't know how much time has passed. Young benefactor, we meet again. Yes. I'm a little curious. How did you recognize me? The old monk stopped chanting at this point. I don't know. Maybe it's just a feeling. I feel we are very destined for each other, as if it were preordained. Fate arranged for us to meet. Buddhism emphasizes the concept of karma or affinity. Today, Lu Xing proved with facts that he has a connection with Master Eating. The two met halfway up the mountain. We met at the cafeteria. Even this secluded meditation room. Lu Xing found them all. Lu Xing recalled the events of the day. If the first 2 times were due to a single word, fate, then that last time had absolutely nothing to do with fate. That was entirely due to Su Peng's financial power. He gave a monk some money. Then that guy revealed Master Eating's location. At that time, Lu Xing saw Su Peng bribing the monk. He was stunned. Good heavens. Lu Xing exclaimed, wow, bribing a monk is a grave crime. However, according to Su Peng's words, these days, people need to have money. After all, money makes the world go round. Things that are usually impossible to do. Perhaps it can be solved by spending some money. By the way, young benefactor, what is the meaning behind this note you wrote? Master Eating looked at the words on the note. He started muttering to himself. The boy who slayed demons eventually became a demon himself, while the last demon became the savior. Then let me ask you a question. Are you the demon-slaying youth? Or are you the demon? Neither. Lu Xing shook his head. Neither. I neither want to save the world and become a savior, nor do I want to harm the people and become a great demon. I just want to have power, the power to protect my family and friends. As long as they are safe and sound, that's fine. Listening to Lu Xing's words, the old monk seemed to be deep in thought. Not bad, really not bad. Your wisdom is so profound. I wonder if you would be willing to follow me in your spiritual practice? To follow you in cultivation? Lu Xing stood there, stunned. He never expected that the old monk would want to take him as a disciple. Yes, your performance today was absolutely amazing. It made me want to take on a disciple. Whether it was stopping Su Peng from littering halfway up the mountain, it was the same long, rambling discussion that took place in the cafeteria. Or perhaps it was the lack of disturbance just now. Quietly wait. All of this demonstrates that Lu Xing is a good person of excellent character. Chapter 144 The Shocked Old Monk. No. Lu Xing waved his hand. As long as you have a Buddhist heart, it doesn't matter whether you're a layperson or a monk, it's the same wherever you are. As long as you have a Buddhist heart, whether you are a layperson or a monk, it's the same wherever you are. Master Eating heard Lu Xing's words. His eyes lit up immediately. I couldn't help but repeat it again. Great wisdom. What great wisdom. Master Eating stared intently at Lu Xing. It was as if I had seen a peerless piece of jade. After a long while, Master Eating then composed himself. I'm sorry, this old monk was rather rude. It's all right. I like your free-spirited personality. This child truly possesses the heart of a child. Master Eating muttered to himself. A childlike heart. A synonym for a good person. I'm someone who frequently gets friend-zoned. A person with a childlike heart. His path was more difficult than that of most people. Because such people don't flatter or fawn. They only seek truth from facts and do things in a down-to-earth manner. But precisely because of this, they became the victims in the eyes of others. I think people like them are particularly easy to bully. But similarly, people with a childlike heart are good friends. Because such people lack shrewdness and composure. He won't hurt you. You can completely trust him with your back. What a pity. Master Eating misjudged him. Lu Xing is hardly a child at heart. He could never be that so-called great traitor. By the way, young benefactor, what brings you here to see this old monk? Master Eating finally got to the point. I do need your help with something. Please speak, young benefactor. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly do it. It's difficult in some ways, but not difficult in others. As Lu Xing spoke, he began to perform a magic incantation. Come forth, Cerberus. He summoned his two-headed hellhound. Hellhound. Master Eating looked at Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. At this moment, the two-headed hellhound's eyes were completely bloodshot. It had its blood-red mouth wide open. The two pink tongues were constantly moving in and out. Its scent is very strong. The muscles all over the body bulged. It looks tight. His face was full of pain. He exuded a violent aura. This. Master Eating frowned. It's gone mad with demonic possession. However, this child has a strong will. Otherwise he might have been devoured by the demon long ago. Master Eating, do you have a way to handle this? Lu Xing noticed a troubled look on Master Eating's face. His heart skipped a beat. Looking at the two-headed hellhound in front of him, Lu Xing clenched his fists instinctively. Has he fallen into demonic possession? A glint of light flashed in his eyes. The two-headed hellhound was his tamed beast. If it becomes possessed by a demon, Lu Xing decided to follow it into demonic possession. As for doing what others do, seeing his tamed beast go berserk, then I struck and killed it. Directly eliminate demons and uphold justice. Excuse me. Lu Xing, couldn't do it. Master Eating seemed to have seen through Lu Xing's thoughts. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Lu Xing seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff. A single thought can lead to heaven. One thought can lead to hell. Just like he said before. He neither wanted to save the world and become a savior, nor did he want to harm the people and become a great demon. But sometimes life is not something we can choose. If Lu Xing's hellhound falls into demonic ways, even if he didn't kill himself, those so-called righteous people will also help him kill them. By then, Lu Xing had no choice but to flee to the ends of the earth with his two-headed hellhound. It's like someone else made the choice for Lu Xing. They pushed him into the demonic path. No, I have to help this guy out. Master Eating muttered something under his breath. As the saying goes, Buddha saves all sentient beings. At this point, if Master Eating hadn't helped Lu Xing, all his cultivation in this life has been wasted. Young benefactor, put away your hellhound and come with me. Master Eating led Lu Xing. They walked towards the back of the meditation room. Walking into the back of the meditation room, Master Eating opened the back door of the meditation room at the back. Let's go. Under the guidance of Master Eating, Lu Xing arrived at the backyard of the meditation room. Here it is. Lu Xing didn't expect that. The backyard of this meditation room was actually a cliff. The cliffs are extremely steep. The kind that goes straight up and down. It is a fault-bounded mountain. I call this cliff of repentance. Master Eating took a book out of his sleeve. It was handed to Lu Xing. You should stay here and cultivate diligently. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. He accepted the book given to him by Master Eating. Upon closer inspection, the I Ching Jing, wrong. It's called the Meditation Mantra. This book, the Meditation Mantra, is a treasured possession of Lingshi Temple. Originally, only the abbot of each term was qualified to study it. When he said this, Master Eating couldn't help but glance at the sky. Master, I did this to save people. I had no other choice. This is why. The reason why Master Eating wanted to take Lu Xing as his disciple. He planned to take Lu Xing as his apprentice. Then he handed over the abbot's position and the book, Meditation Mantra, to Lu Xing. But Lu Xing refused. Master Eating could not force the issue. Everything is up to fate. Thanks. All right, you can study here carefully. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Master Eating left directly. Lu Xing found a prayer mat. He sat down cross-legged. I began to study it seriously. The night was quiet. All you can hear here is the sound of Lu Xing turning the pages of a book. A little guy suddenly appeared. It hovered around Lu Xing. It is Lu Xing's six-winged angel. At this moment, Lu Xing entered that profound and mysterious state. His whole body radiated a holy light. The six-winged angel stayed by his side. It felt exceptionally comfortable. For some reason, the six-winged angel felt a strong urge to get close to Lu Xing. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Xing suddenly started muttering to himself. Bodhi has no tree. Even a bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there was nothing. Where does the dust settle? Listening to Lu Xing recite the verses, Master Eating, who had just returned, stood there stunned. This? His eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Lu Xing has only been practicing Zen meditation for a short time. To think that such a level of attainment has been reached. A remarkable person, a truly remarkable person. Is this what he means by being a monk or nun at home? Implying that it's the same no matter where you practice? As expected, my cultivation is still insufficient. At this moment, Master Eating was holding 2 bowls of glutinous rice balls, a late-night snack cooked in the kitchen. He originally wanted Lu Xing to try it. Unexpectedly, I was stunned by Lu Xing's poem. Master Eating. Lu Xing sensed someone behind him. Turning my head to look, it was discovered that he was Master Eating. He immediately stood up and bowed to Master Eating. Chapter 145 The Dust Settles. Young benefactor, you are indeed exceptionally gifted, with wisdom unmatched by anyone. I admire you. Master Eating bowed to Lu Xing. Master Eating, you flatter me. By the way, how's your two-headed hellhound doing now? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he immediately sensed his beast-taming space. He was surprised to find that. His two-headed hellhound. After listening to his calming mantra, all the hostility in his body had been completely worn away. Its originally bulging muscles. At this point, it also faded away. At this moment, the two-headed hellhound. Long breath. Moreover, the surge in power level has stabilized. It's obvious that she's been cured. Lu Xing used the system I to look at his two-headed hellhound. Cerberus. Attribute, dark, fire. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 4. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, tear claw, bite, venomous fang, shadow strike, fire eater, flame slash, shadow ball, flame armor, rotten flesh pile. It seems to possess a terrifying bloodline, which appears to be awakening. Is this already the 4th tier of the gold rank? Lu Xing did not expect that. A beast-tide riot. He turned misfortune into good fortune. His hellhound successfully advanced to gold tier 4. And there's one more thing. That's the bonus from the accumulated rotting flesh of the Cerberus. At this time, its power is now 3 times greater than before. Oh my god, that's 3 times the amount. The original Cerberus was already somewhat invincible. Its current strength is 3 times that of the original. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. Lu Xing immediately bowed to Master Eating. I am truly grateful to Master Eating this time. You've done me such a big favor. I don't know how to repay you. Master Eating smiled and shook his head. I don't need your help. If you really want to help me, then do me a favor. What kind of help? I have a feeling lately that things are about to get turbulent again. I hope you can do everything in your power to save the world. Let me save the world? Don't worry, I'm not that kind of old-fashioned person. I'm not asking you to save people. I'm asking you to slay demons. Demon slaying? When Lu Xing heard these 2 words, a slight smile played at the corners of his lips. But Abbot, have you ever heard this saying? The boy who slayed demons eventually became a demon himself, while the last demon became the savior. Master Eating was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. So, are you a demon-slaying boy, or a demon? I am nothing. Ha! Master Eating smiled. Lu Xing laughed along with him. All right, young benefactor. You must be hungry too. Here, have some glutinous rice balls. Good. Lu Xing and Master Eating took their seats. The 2 ate glutinous rice balls. The discussion began. The next morning, Lu Xing and Su Peng bid farewell to Master Eating. The two faced the morning sunlight, heading towards the foot of Lingshi Mountain. Su Peng looked at Lu Xing. I couldn't help but marvel at it. What exactly did you talk about with Master Eating last night? You two seem to be getting along really well. It's nothing, just some Buddhist teachings. Buddhism. Fatty Su was slightly taken aback. He then gave Lu Xing a teasing look. I never expected you to know about Buddhism. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing offered no further explanation. Instead, he smiled and said, Actually, I don't know either. I was just making it up. When he said this, Lu Xing looked up at the mountain. It turned out that Master Eating was still there. Master Eating kept his eyes fixed on him throughout. His gaze was intense. His eyes were full of reluctance. Young benefactor, it is fate that we will meet again. He gained a lot last night. It surpassed most of his life's cultivation. Lu Xing and Fatty Su went down the mountain. The two took a taxi, heading towards Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Oh no. What's wrong? Lu Xing was startled by Su Peng's sudden outbursts. Oh dear, it's all your fault. I completely forgot to have breakfast on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. This guy? All they know is eating. Oh dear, you don't understand. The breakfast at Lingshi Temple is plain congee. You wouldn't believe it, their congee is cooked over a wood fire. The chef who cooks the porridge has an exceptional skill. Even without adding sugar, the plain porridge is sweet and soft. Looking at Su Peng's blissful expression. Well, Lu Xing sighed. How about this? I'll treat you to Peach House. Tao Tao Ju. Upon hearing this name, Su Peng. My eyes lit up immediately. Tao Tao Ju is a famous tea restaurant in Guangzhou. They have chain stores all over the country. Jiangnan City is no exception. Master, please change your route. We're going to Peach Blossom Residence. Good. The taxi driver nodded. Anyway, the fare is metered. So where do Lu Xing and his friends want to go? The taxi drivers didn't care. Lu Xing and Su Peng took a taxi to Tao Tao Ju. The two had just gone upstairs. I spotted an old acquaintance in a corner of Tao Tao Ju. If it's not F4, then who is it? Lu Xing. Blue Sky did not expect that. You can see Lu Xing here. Lu Xing? Where is he? Bai Feng began to look around. Over there. Lan Tian pouted. Bai Feng looked in the direction the blue sky was pointing. As a result, we saw Lu Xing and Su Peng. He jumped up from his seat. She ran a few steps to Lu Xing's side. Boss Lu Xing, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Bai Feng. What's wrong? You can come, but I can't. No. You know, that's not what I meant. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked at Bai Feng, who had a tense expression. I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. I know that's not what you meant. Lu Xing, why don't you come and sit with us? Lan Tian greeted Lu Xing. Good. Lu Xing led Su Peng over to sit down. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, very perceptive, he took the initiative to find the waiter. They requested additional dishes. Here you go, Fatty, this chicken foot is for you. Jiang Yin was originally gnawing on a chicken foot. He saw Su Peng take his seat. He immediately handed the plate of chicken feet in front of him to Fatty Su. Thanks. Su Peng accepted it with a big smile. He wasn't polite at all. They started eating it directly with their hands. Lan Tian ignored the two of them. Instead, they focused their attention on Lu Xing. How about it? Have you found Master Eating? Lan Tian frowned slightly. He clearly took this matter very seriously. Yes, I found it. And they even resolved the issue. Oh my, he did more than just solve it. I'm telling you, this is my brother. He was also well-versed in Buddhism, and he left Master Eating completely bewildered. They looked so reluctant to leave when we came down the mountain. They practically wanted to see us off for miles. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian, he was slightly taken aback. He can actually discuss Buddhism with Master Eating. Chapter 146 Water Monster. You should know. At his father's age. Add to that life experience. He barely managed to exchange a few words with Master Eating. But judging from Fatty Su's tone, Lu Xing, that guy? Not only can you talk to Master Eating, and it seems that he even has an edge over Master Eating. My God, what a freak this guy is. Lan Tian secretly glanced at Lu Xing. He couldn't help but shudder. This guy is not only handsome, but also very capable. Not only is he skilled at controlling beasts, but he is also well-versed in Buddhist teachings. It seems he's quite popular. Blue Sky was surprised to find that. His three good brothers. I don't know when. She's gotten so close to Lu Xing. Horrible. That's terrifying. Lan Tian subconsciously swallowed. He was somewhat relieved. He did not become Lu Xing's enemy. Lan Tian's principle in life is to always stand on the side of the winner. It's obvious that Lu Xing is a winner in life. Therefore, he will firmly stand by Lu Xing's side from now on. That's all. Lu Xing was unaware that for more loyal henchmen have joined his ranks. Moreover, these 4 henchmen seem to be quite capable. By the way, Lan Tian, what are you guys doing here today? Don't you have classes? Upon hearing this, Lan Tian and the others rolled their eyes at Lu Xing. Lu Xing, don't you know it's the weekend today? Oh right, it's the weekend. Hey, you guys, stop talking about him. You all know that this guy has hardly attended any classes since the start of the semester. Su Peng's mouth was full of chicken feet. He muttered to himself. What? You've only attended a few classes. Bai Feng and the others were all taken aback when they heard this. So, will you be able to pass your exams later? Take an exam. Lu Xing suddenly remembered. This Jiangnan Beast Taming University not only is a martial arts exam required, that is, beast taming duels. Furthermore, a written exam is also required. In other words, it tests knowledge related to beast taming. If it's just a martial arts exam, that's easy to say. With Lu Xing's current strength, it's more than enough to beat those teachers. But this written exam, no, I have to go back and find Xiaoming. Lu Xing planned to ask Lu Xiaoming for his reading notes. Study hard before the exam. Hey. Seeing that Lu Xing was about to leave, Bai Feng grabbed him. Where are you going, you idiot? Of course we should go back to school. Why go back to school today? It's the weekend. Of course we should get hyped. Are you afraid of failing your exam? Don't worry. You and Principal Lu Gingxing have such a good relationship. You can ask him to help you smooth things over then. Ask the teacher to give you more points for participation, and then you can review the material casually. That's still an easy task. 2. Lu Xing sat back down in his original seat. Don't talk about me. You guys, on the other hand, really know how to enjoy yourself. Hee. Bai Feng and the others scratched their heads sheepishly. Let's eat here first. There are other activities later. What activity? Upon hearing there was an event, Su Peng immediately became interested. Could it be a swimming pool, champagne, and a beautiful older sister? Oh, Bai Feng and the others were slightly taken aback. They're tired of these things. So these things are considered low class in their eyes. Now they want to do something high class. After Lu Xing and the others finished their meal, they got into the car, heading towards a certain place. Lu Xing sat in Bai Feng's car. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask, how much did you pay for this Mustang? I don't know, it was a gift from someone for my birthday. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. Damn rich people. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Why ask this question if there's nothing wrong? Bai Feng and the others led Lu Xing and Su Peng directly to a tourist attraction. Lu Xing had just gotten off the bus. Then they heard Jiang Yin shout, Hey, Fatty Su, you need to lose weight. Oh no, my beloved car. Jiang Yin stroked his red sports car. His face was full of heartache. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's get going. Yin Guoli stepped in to smooth things over. Under Bai Feng's leadership, the group arrived at a lakeside. What's going on? Why is there no one here today? Bai Feng looked around with great curiosity. He couldn't help but ask Lan Tian and the others. Did any of you book the whole place today? Lan Tian and the others exchanged glances. Is that you? It wasn't me. It's not me. I'm not the kind of person who has money to burn. Who could it be? Hey, you guys, what are you doing here? Just then, an elderly man in a security guard uniform. He walked over holding a police baton. Old Zheng, it's been a long time. When the old man saw Bai Feng, he was taken aback at first. Then he smiled and said, Oh, young master, what brings you here today? Bai Feng frowned slightly at this moment. What exactly is going on here? Why is there no one here? Oh dear, young master. You don't know this. There was a monster here a few days ago. What? A water monster? Yes. Several people have already gone missing here. Everyone is saying it was done by a lake monster. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng frowned deeply. Since this happened, why didn't you notify the disciplinary team? Oh dear, we've already notified them. But you know that, don't you? Those guys in the disciplinary squad are just freeloaders who do nothing but loaf around. They always just take the money and do nothing. Bai Feng thought for a moment. 2. Lu Xing, shall we go back? Upon hearing that there was a water monster here, Su Peng was a little scared. Don't worry. The monster here won't eat you. Real? Yeah, you're so fat. How could the water monster possibly bite you? Well, that's not necessarily true. What if the lake monster likes to eat fatty meat? Jiang Yin wanted revenge for the car. He immediately tried to scare Su Peng. Upon hearing this, he immediately took a few steps back. Okay, stop fooling around. Now let's vote. Should we go back or go down to the lake? Lu Xing glanced at everyone. He opened his mouth. Jiang Yan, being bold, was the first to vote in favor and spoke up. Go down to the lake. Of course it's down to the lake. Since we've come all this way, there's no reason for us to go back. Upon hearing this, Su Peng immediately cast a dissenting vote. Going back, I don't think we need to take that risk. Yin Guoli adjusted his glasses. I look at the blue sky. Whatever he chooses, I will choose. I choose to stay. Bai Feng cast his vote in favor once again. Now it's Lu Xing's and Lan Tian's turn. Lan Tian turned his gaze to Lu Xing. Obviously, he gave the choice to Lu Xing. Blue Sky hesitated for a moment. Let's go down to the lake and play. Oh. How what? Since you're already here, are you really going back for this so-called lake monster? Lu Xing glanced at the calm lake. A lake monster? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As long as that water monster dares to show itself. Lu Xing dared to send it to see the Buddha. Chapter 147 Pedal Boat Race. Lu Xing and the others wore life jackets. Then they disembarked. The boats here are all pedal boats. And it's a very small kind. They could only sit facing each other in pairs. There were exactly 6 of them, including Lu Xing. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli are in the same group. Bai Feng and Jiang Yan are in the same group. Lu Xing naturally teamed up with Fatty Su. Before disembarking, Bai Feng suggested to Lu Xing and the others. Shall we have a competition later? Let's see who gets to that side first. Bai Feng pointed ahead. In the distance, a black dot could be seen. That's the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The first team to arrive can ask the last team to do something. How about it? You have no objections, right? No. Everyone agreed. After disembarking, Lu Xing's face turned black. Su Peng, I think you really should lose weight. Lu Xing never expected this. After Su Peng disembarked, it actually lifted up his side. They simply couldn't move forward on the lake like that. Haha, look over there, Lu Xing. Bai Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Xing's embarrassing situation. That's hilarious. That fat Su guy, haha. Jiang Yan echoed in agreement. Hey Lu Xing, we're heading out now. We'll wait for you up ahead. Yes, we're leaving now. Hurry up and catch up. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli also set off in a rather unethical manner. They sped towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Lu Xing, I'm sorry. Su Peng felt guilty about her weight. Because of him. This is what caused Lu Xing to lose face in front of Lan Tian and the others. It's alright, I'll figure something out. Got it. Lu Xing is very quick-witted. They immediately came up with a solution. Come out, Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing released the Spirit Water Turtle. He picked up the rope from the boat. He threw it at the Spirit Water Turtle. They tied the boat directly to the back of the Spirit Water Turtle. Under the action of the rope, the ship finally regained its balance. Alright, Spirit Water Turtle, let's catch up with them. With Lu Xing's command, the Spirit Water Turtle chased after Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng and the others were happily paddling their small boat when the result revealed that Lu Xing and Su Peng, with the help of the Spirit Water Turtle, they chased after them. Holy crap, no way, Lu Xing, you guys are cheating. Bai Feng couldn't help but shout. When he said this, I subconsciously increased the speed at which I pedaled the boat. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Bai Feng. You only said that the first one to reach the pavilion in the middle of the lake would win. Nothing else was said. Is it too late for me to tell you now? What do you think? Lu Xing ignored Bai Feng and the others. With the help of the Spirit Water Turtle, they quickly surpassed Bai Feng and the others. No, we can't let this guy overtake us. Since he used beast taming, then we'll use it too. Jiang Yan shouted at Bai Feng. Hey you, stop yelling. Since you're going to use it, hurry up and release your tamed beast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan looked embarrassed. You bastard, are you doing this on purpose? You know perfectly well that all my tamed beasts are fire attribute. They are all afraid of water. You actually made me release them. Bai Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He then scratched his head sheepishly. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I forgot. Then watch me. Come out, white sea lion. Bai Feng released his tamed beast. A white-haired sea lion? Lu Xing frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that Bai Feng would have a white sea lion in his possession. As we all know, sea lions usually have black skin. But the sea lion in front of us, like Snow White among sea lions. Pure white. It looks exceptionally beautiful. White sea lion. Attributes, water ice. Gender, female. Rank, silver tier 8. Qualification A. Learn skills. Wave riding, water tornado, water spray, icy wind. A grade aptitude. A silver tier 8th level white sea lion. That Bai Feng guy has really put a lot of effort into it. On this side of the blue sky, he saw Bai Feng release the white sea lion. He naturally couldn't show weakness either. Come out, fitness frog. Fitness frog. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, the fitness frog, looked up at the blue sky. At this moment, the fitness frog stood up straight, arms crossed over the chest. I stood there on the water. It seemed that this wasn't enough. Surprisingly, she struck a few poses in front of the blue sky, looking quite vain. It was used to show off its strong muscles. Not bad, very good. Su Peng saw the fitness frog in front of him. He couldn't help but lick his lips. No need to think. This guy has probably thought of something delicious again. Fatty Su couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looks like I'll have to ask Lantian later. Look where he caught that fitness frog. What? Do you plan to tame a fitness frog as your next beast? No, I just think this fitness frog has a great physique. If you made boiled frog, it would taste amazing. Boiled frog. Lu Xing suddenly remembered the boiled frog from his previous life. That flavor was truly exceptional. Lu Xing and Lan Tian were discussing something. With the help of their respective beasts, Bai Feng and Lan Tian, they chased after them. Spirit water turtle, hurry up. They're here. Upon hearing this, the water turtle increased its paddling speed. Go, white sea lion. Go, fitness frog. The group began their water race. The contest between the two sides quickly came to an end. In terms of speed, Bai Feng's white-haired sea lion was more skilled. It seems we're the winners this time. Yes, it's us. Keep up the good work. Otherwise, if you lose, you'll have to do pole dancing. What? Lu Xing and Su Peng exchanged a glance. Pole dancing is impossible. Never in this lifetime. Go, spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle increased its speed again. Pole dancing. When Lan Tian and Yin Guoli heard these 3 words, his face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Bai Feng to go this far. They are absolutely not allowed to do pole dancing. Go, fitness frog. Swim faster. The current battle situation is as follows. White Wind first. Lu Xing is second. Blue Sky is third. Just as Bai Feng was about to reach the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bang! A large column of water appeared. Then a giant tentacle swept towards Bai Feng and the others. Because this tentacle came too fast, Bai Feng and the others didn't even have time to react. As a result, it was rolled up directly. The tentacle dragged Bai Feng and the others into the water. White Wind. Lu Xing did not expect that. This kind of thing can happen suddenly. However, he reacted quickly. That must be the water monster the old security guard was talking about. Lu Xing did not expect that. There really are some in this water. Chapter 148 Blue Ring Octopus. Spirit Water Turtle. Hurry and save them. Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. He pulled out a knife. Quickly cut the rope binding the water turtle. The connection between the spirit water turtle and Lu Xing's ship was lost. Then it went into the water. He plunged in. Hey. Lu Xing's boat lost the support of the spirit water turtle. Su Peng's side immediately suppressed the attack. Lu Xing's head twitched up. The boat was about to capsize. Lu Xing took a step forward. They pulled Su Peng to the middle of the boat. At this time, the ship had just regained stability. Call. That scared me to death. Fatty Su patted his chest. He found his heart throbbing like a fawn's. It was jumping around wildly. Bang, bang, bang. I almost got soaked to the bone. Beyond the blue sky, he saw Lu Xing cut the rope. Blue Sky naturally followed suit. He took out a knife, cut the rope with one hand. Then he spoke to his fitness frog. Fitness frog, you should go find Bai Feng and the others too. The fitness frog nodded. He also plunged into the water. Seeing this, Yin Guoli, who was standing to the side, he pursed his lips. An embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Oh dear, I should have contracted a water attribute beast too. Yin Guoli was filled with regret at this moment. Water attribute beast taming. Su Peng muttered to himself. I think I also have a water attribute beast. With you here, why aren't you summoning him yet? Yin Guoli was anxious. So at this point, my tone was a bit harsh. Okay, I'll summon it right away. Come out, my little darling. Su Peng quickly began to form hand seals. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared on the water's surface. Not long after, a yellow duck appeared there. After that duck came out, it glanced around with a blank expression. Sudden, it began to struggle violently. Hey, fatty, what's going on with your duck? Yin Guoli's face turned black. No, I'm sorry. It seems my little duck can't swim. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly. No, I can't swim. Yin Guoli's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you can't swim, aren't you a landlubber? What are you going to do with this landlubber? Is it meant to be used for cuteness? Lu Xing, who was standing to the side, tugged at Su Peng's clothes. "Fatty, hurry up and put your duck away. Otherwise it will drown." "Okay." Su Peng immediately put the duck away. Lu Xing ignored Fatty Su. Instead, they turned their attention to the water. Lu Xing through the water, looking down into the water. At this moment, the water, which was originally very calm, it started to become turbulent. Bang! Sudden, a column of water shot into the air. A figure leaped out of the water. It landed on a boat in the blue sky. It's a fitness frog in the blue sky. It was holding a person in each of its left and right arms. They are Bai Feng and Jiang Yin. Take Bai Feng and Jiang Yin to the pavilion in the middle of the lake first. I'll deal with that monster. Good. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli immediately started pedaling the boat. The group headed towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Just as Lan Tian and Yin Guoli were about to enter the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bang! Another column of water shot into the sky. This time, the water jet was even more terrifying than before. It is over 10 meters tall. Soon, a colossal creature appeared before them. Tui, Tui, Tui. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli were unable to dodge in time. They were soaked to the bone. Lu Xing looked toward the battlefield with a solemn expression. At this time, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle and the monster were locked in a fierce battle. That is, blue-ringed octopus. Lu Xing activated the system I have a thorough understanding of the blue-ringed octopus's attributes. Blue-ringed octopus. Attributes, water, poison. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 9. Qualification S. Learn skills, venom spray, sludge attack, poison star, death coil. At this moment, the blue-ringed octopus tightly held onto the spirit water turtle with its 8 tentacles. The spirit water turtle began to struggle fiercely. Unfortunately, the blue-ringed octopus's tentacles wrapped around it too tightly. No matter how the spirit water turtle struggled, they were never able to break free. Is this the legendary technique of overcoming strength with softness? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. He also discovered a worrying situation. That was his spirit water turtle. At this point, they were actually poisoned. The spirit water turtle's face turned purple. His face was full of pain. These poison-type magical beasts are disgusting. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. But now is not the time to complain. The most urgent task is to rescue the water turtle. What should we do? Just as Lu Xing was pondering. Roar! The spirit water turtle suddenly roared. It looked towards Lu Xing. He winked at Lu Xing. Lu Xing understood instantly. All right, since this is what you asked for. Don't blame me afterwards. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Chirp. At Lu Xing's summons. His lightning eagle flew out from the magic circle. Thunder Eagle, use lightning on the blue-ringed octopus on the spirit water turtle. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle was slightly taken aback. Lightning can be used on the blue-ringed octopus. But the water turtle and the blue-ringed octopus were hugging each other. If you use lightning on the blue-ringed octopus, even water turtles can be harmed. It's okay, just attack when I tell you to. You fought against the spirit water turtle before, haven't you? It'll be fine if you hit it with lightning. Because Lu Xing sometimes had his tamed beasts fight in pairs. So Thunderhawk and spirit water turtle have fought each other. Lu Xing naturally knew his Thunder Eagle. One lightning bolt couldn't kill the undead water turtle. Thunderhawk nodded. Chirp. It let out a screech. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down from the sky. The bombardment struck the blue ring octopus and the spirit water turtle. Roar. Oh whoa. Both the spirit water turtle and the blue ring octopus let out a cry of pain. Because of this lightning strike, the blue-ringed octopus suddenly became weak. Its body went limp. The tentacles binding the spirit water turtle also drooped down. Looking at the scene before him, Lan Tian and Yin Guoli stood there, stunned. They never expected that. Lu Xing is such a ruthless guy. They even dared to harm their own tamed beasts. Isn't he afraid of killing his own beast? The same thought flashed through the minds of both Lan Tian and Yin Guoli. The spirit water turtle shook its somewhat bewildered head. It is a water attribute beast. It is extremely afraid of electric attacks. This lightning bolt from the Thunderhawk was a genuine attack. Therefore, the water turtle suffered considerable injuries. The spirit water turtle looked towards the blue-ringed octopus beside it. Its eyes were filled with anger. It opened its blood-red maw. It was about to bite the blue-ringed octopus. This is the 4th update. Thank you for your positive feedback. There will be one more update tonight. Chapter 149, Yin Guoli buys the blue-ringed octopus? Wait a minute. Yin Guoli, who had just climbed up to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, shouted at Lu Xing. What's up? Lu Xing, Could you give me that blue-ringed octopus? I'll leave it to you. Lu Xing did not expect that. Yan Guoli actually made such a request. Don't worry, I won't take your blue-ringed octopus for nothing. I'll pay. How about 5 million? Can? Lu Xing nodded. He didn't use the blue-ringed octopus. Rather than kill, it would be better to sell the blue-ringed octopus to Yan Guoli. This way, I got the money. He did Yan Guoli a favor again. This is a win-win situation. Spirit water turtle, stop. Lu Xing called out to the spirit water turtle. The water turtle glanced resentfully at the blue-ringed octopus lying to the side. I'm sorry this time. When we get back, I'll give you 10 dried fish. Upon hearing that there would be dried fish to eat, the spirit turtle's eyes lit up immediately. Don't worry, I'll not only give you dried fish, but it'll be blue tuna. Upon hearing this, the water turtle was even happier. It was so happy that it splashed around in the water. Those big, round eyes were curved into crescent moons. Right, the most important thing now is to detoxify you. Lu Xing immediately took out an antidote pill from his backpack. Come on, spirit water turtle, eat this. Lu Xing threw the small blue pill toward the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle opened its blood-red maw. He swallowed the small pill in one gulp. Lu Xing bought this antidote at a high price. Therefore, the medicine is particularly effective. Not long after, the purple color on the spirit water turtle's face faded. Call. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Guoli, who had originally gone ashore. They actually arrived next to the blue-ringed octopus on a pedal boat. What is he going to do? Lu Xing was completely baffled by Yan Guoli's actions. Soon, Lu Xing then understood. I was wondering why this guy wanted to spend 5 million to buy this blue-ringed octopus. So he wanted to tame this blue-ringed octopus as his beast. Lu Xing saw Yan Guoli using spiritual energy to draw a contract array. He muttered to himself. Because the blue-ringed octopus was severely injured by Lu Xing's thunder eagle, he had already lost consciousness by then. Therefore, Yan Guoli signed the contract. It was quite easy. After the contract is completed, call. Yan Guoli exhaled a breath of stale air. He relaxed. At the same time, his eyes lit up. We owe it all to Lu Xing this time. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to subdue him so easily. Just a few days ago, Yan Guoli also successfully broke through to the first level of the gold rank. He was pondering this when it comes to deciding which beast to contract. Bai Feng and others invited him to go out and have fun. Yan Guoli, out of consideration for Lan Tian, they had no choice but to put the matter of contracting a new beast on hold. Just now, Yan Guoli finally realized which beast he wanted to contract. Water attribute. It must be a water attribute beast. Yan Guoli discovered that water was actually his weakness, because he didn't have any of his beasts that could fight in water. So Yan Guoli made plans. Where can I tame a water attribute beast? As the saying goes, I'm sleepy. Then someone brought over a pillow. The blue-ringed octopus came into Yan Guoli's view. Yan Guoli has a very sharp eye. He could tell at a glance that this blue-ringed octopus was extraordinary. Moreover, it was actually able to fight Lu Xing's spirit water turtle to a standstill. If it weren't for Lu Xing's thunder eagle intervening, it's unclear how long the two will remain entangled. Subdue. We absolutely must capture this blue-ringed octopus. The idea crossed Yan Guoli's mind. Thus, the scene unfolded where Yan Guoli bought the blue-ringed octopus from Lu Xing. Come back, blue-ringed octopus. Yan Guoli put the blue-ringed octopus back. At this moment, the blue-ringed octopus had been struck by a lightning bolt from the thunder eagle. Seriously injured. He needs to rest and recuperate properly in Yan Guoli's beast taming space for a while. Only then can it be released again. Lu Xing. Yan Guoli looked at Lu Xing. He originally wanted to thank Lu Xing again. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing and Su Pang have already arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Looking at the unconscious Bai Feng and Jiang Yan, Blue Sky seemed at a loss. If we're talking about beast taming, Blue Sky might be able to offer some advice. But when it comes to rescue, he's Blue Sky, he's Little White. Lu Xing, they've all fainted. What should we do? Unbeknownst to them, Lan Tian also regarded Lu Xing as his backbone. What to do? Of course we should give them CPR. Care resuscitation? What is that? I can't. Oh dear. You don't even know how to perform CPR. Make way, let me have it. Su Pang pushed aside the Blue Sky. He lay down. First, clean Bai Feng's mouth and nose. Then begin chest compressions and artificial respiration. Puff. A mouthful of water spurted out of Bai Feng's mouth. Cough. 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 Bai Feng began to cough violently. He's awake. He's actually awake. That artificial respiration is amazing. Lan Tian was so happy that he looked like a fool with the mental capacity of a few years old. Su Peng didn't care about any of that. He did the same thing. Jiang Yin was also revived. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I can't take it anymore. I need to go sit over there for a while. Su Peng stood up. He walked straight to the stone bench beside him. Then he plopped down on his bottom. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin woke up. The two of them stood there, panting heavily, looking completely bewildered. 1 hour later, Bai Feng and the others sat together in the living room of a room. They all took hot showers. I changed into a clean set of clothes. They smelled wonderful after their bath. Bai Feng was holding 2 glasses of red wine. He walked straight up to Fatty Su. He handed the wine glass in his hand to Fatty Su. Fatty, I actually looked down on you from the bottom of my heart. If you weren't Lu Xing's brother, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. But this time, I'm convinced. Bai Feng never expected this. That guy, Fatty Su. In order to save them, without saying a word, they immediately began performing CPR and artificial respiration on them. They were pulled back from the brink of death. This is a life-saving grace. Yes, Fatty, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be dead today. Jiang Yin also came over with a glass of red wine. Oh, you're too kind. Didn't I already say that? We're all brothers. Saying so much will only hurt our feelings. All right, that's enough. I'll finish it. You guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, Fatty Su raised his glass. He drank it all in one gulp. Fatty, you have a great capacity for alcohol. Since you've already done it, we naturally can't back down. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin also drank it all in one gulp. Then everyone started drinking there. Until the next day, Bai Feng took Lu Xing and Su Peng back to school. Chapter 150, Enhancing Su Peng's Strength. Fatty, what's wrong? On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Xing noticed that Su Peng looked sullen. He was clearly preoccupied. This guy has absolutely no cunning. Happy or sad, they'll wear their words on their faces. Nothing. Su Peng suddenly looked at Lu Xing. He said to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, don't you think I'm useless? No, I think you're great. It's true. When Lu Xing said this, his attitude was very sincere. It came from the bottom of his heart. There is not a trace of falsehood. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so sentimental? Sigh, it's all your fault. Us. Yes, you guys are all so strong. This is putting me under a lot of pressure. When Su Peng said this, Lu Xing instantly understood. It seems this guy was provoked by Yan Guoli and his group. Hey, Fatty. It's fine. They are older and stronger than us, so it's not unusual. You have to understand, they are a whole year older than us, some even 2 years older. Upon hearing Lu Xing's explanation, Su Peng nodded thoughtfully. What you said seems to make a lot of sense. Right. Wrong. Something's not right. You bastard, you're clearly younger than them. So why do you overwhelm them with your strength? Who am I? Can they compare to me? When Lu Xing heard what Su Peng said, he immediately became unhappy. That's right, you're a monster. Who can compare to you? Listening to Fatty Su's complaints, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. If Su Peng weren't his brother, he would have kicked it long ago. Alright, don't worry. At your age, being at the 5th level of silver rank is already quite good. How did you know I was a silver rank 5? Fatty Su knew that. She had never told Lu Xing this. After all, this breakthrough to the 5th rank of silver, it happened in the last few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. Have you forgotten that I am stronger than you? Seeing through your tricks is a piece of cake. 2. Su Peng nodded again. Okay, don't be sad. Let's take a break today. I'll help you improve your skills tomorrow. Real. Su Peng's eyes lit up immediately. The gloom in his heart was also caused by Lu Xing's words. It was all gone in an instant. Of course it's true. When have I, Lu Xing, ever lied to you, Fatty Su? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su subconsciously thought about it. It seems there really isn't one. That settles it. Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Su. The two returned to their dormitory. Because I drank quite a bit of alcohol with Bai Feng and others last night, Lu Xing and Su Peng are both still a little hungover today. They returned to their respective rooms. She started to fall fast asleep. The two of them slept for a whole day. In the evening, they got up. I ate something casually. I went back to sleep. The next day, Lu Xing and Su Peng appeared at the school gate. They each carried a backpack. Su Peng was still the same as always. The backpack was bulging with contents. Lu Xing ignored him. Oh, Lu Xing yawned. He hailed a taxi. Let Fatty Su go and hail a taxi himself. The two went straight to a secret place. Lu Xing, why did you bring me here? Su Peng had no idea that Lu Xing would lead him to the entrance of a secret realm. Of course it's to help you improve your strength. Increase your strength. All right, enough talk. Come with me. Lu Xing led Su Pang into the secret realm. The two began to traverse the secret realm. Here it is. Su Pang glanced around. He was very curious. I didn't expect the environment here to be so nice. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. The birds are singing and the flowers are blooming. Lu Xing, where is this? Gourmet forest. Gourmet forest? Why did you bring me here? Of course, we need to upgrade your little appetite. How about giving my little appetite a boost? Lu Xing nodded. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su immediately became interested. You mean you know how to make my little glutton stronger? Certainly. Moreover, I not only know how to make it stronger, but I also know how to make it perfectly stronger. Real. Why would I lie to you? After Lu Xing finished speaking. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound. Seeing this, Fatty Su. Come out, you little glutton. Fatty Su summoned his little stomach king. He followed suit. They climbed onto the shoulders of the little eater. I rode on the shoulders of the little glutton. Sudden, the little stomach king seemed to have smelled something. It quickly headed in one direction. Hellhound, let's follow. The little stomach king and Fatty Su. They went straight to a fruit tree. Lu Xing looked toward the fruit tree. Only at the treetops. It was covered with red apples. Bang. The little eater makes a fist with his right hand. Facing the trunk of the apple tree. He threw a punch right at her. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The little glutton punched the trunk of the apple tree. Suddenly, the entire apple tree began to shake violently. Bang, bang, bang. Countless large, red apples fell from the tree. It landed on the ground. The little eater didn't hold back either. It happily walked towards the apples. Regardless of whether it's dirty or not. It picked up one and put it in its mouth. 1, 2, 3. The little eater seems to be perpetually hungry. They devoured the apple. Lu Xing's lips twitched uncontrollably as he watched. This was the first time he had ever seen someone eat an apple without spitting out the core. Soon, the little eater ate all the apples. Belch. It let out a satisfied burp. He lay directly on the ground. He fell asleep on the spot. Looking at the little stomach king fast asleep. Lu Xing was speechless. Are you sure this thing is a glutton and not a pig? He actually ate his fill and then went to sleep. Lu Xing ignored the little eater. Instead, he addressed Fatty Su and said, You should put it away first. Good. Come back, you little glutton. Su Pang quickly began to form a hand seal. The little glutton was taken back. Then he asked Lu Xing curiously, Lu Xing, what exactly is the purpose of our visit here? Of course, it's to help the little eater evolve. To evolve the little eater? Do you know what materials are needed for the small stomach king to evolve? Have no idea. Fatty Su shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Well, I always tell you to read more books, but you don't even know this much. Isn't that embarrassing? When he said this, Lu Xing suddenly realized what was happening. That's not right. It seems there are no books about this outside. The reason Lu Xing knew about the evolutionary path of this little eater was, it was purely because of the Book of Evolution that Yan Ryu gave me. Chapter 151 Searching for Appetizers. Looking at Su Pang's aggrieved face, Lu Xing realized he had said the wrong thing. He immediately spoke up to comfort Su Pang. Okay, don't be sad. Let's go find the materials your little glutton needs to evolve right away. Good. According to the Book of Evolution given to him by Yan Ryu, Lu Xing knew that the next evolution of the small eater king was the big eater king. The conditions for evolution are, let the little eater eat his fill. Give the little appetite a thing called an appetite-stimulating fruit. These conditions are extremely demanding. The very first point is unbearable for many people. After all, we need to make sure the little eater is full. That will cost a lot of money to buy ingredients. Not to mention looking for appetizers. There's a specific way to prepare these appetizers. Not all appetite-stimulating fruits are suitable for people with small appetites. What Lu Xing was looking for was that appetizer fruit with a ripeness level of 100. Only in this way. From a small eater to a big eater. That is the perfect evolution. Appetizer fruit, just like its name suggests, is effective in stimulating appetite. Only when the maturity reaches 100. Only then will it taste sweet and sour. If it is not mature enough, the fruit was unripe and difficult to swallow. If it has matured too much, the fruit was so sweet it tasted bitter. Therefore, it is important to properly control the ripeness of the appetizer fruit. Lu Xing led Su Pang to search in this food forest. In order to find the appetizer fruit more quickly, Lu Xing also sent out the Thunder Eagle. Let it search in the air. Roar. Just as Lu Xing and Su Pang were searching, a roar drew their attention. Lu Xing turned his head to look in the direction of the roar. They discovered it was actually a lion. That's a bread lion. Lu Xing immediately activated the system eye. They looked toward the bread lion. Bread lion. Attributes: plant, common. Gender, male. Rank: silver tier 8. Qualification: C. Learn skills: biting, claws, pounce, bread shooting. This bread lion looks rather peculiar. Lions elsewhere. That's a mane around the neck. And the bread lion has bread wrapped around its neck. The bread lion in front of them saw Lu Xing and his group trespassing into its territory. It felt extremely angry. They originally planned to take action against Lu Xing and his group. But when they saw the two-headed hellhound riding Lu Xing, it chickened out. At this time, Lu Xing's hellhound was a gold tier 4th order creature. What is the 4th tier of gold? That's something that could easily crush it. So the bread lion in front of it only dared to lie there at a distance, adopting a defensive posture. It was raging incessantly with impotent fury. Hellhound, use flame slash on that guy. This bread lion dared to provoke them. Nature will pay the price with its life for its provocation. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its claws suddenly swung forward. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire flew towards the bread lion. Upon seeing this, the bread lion, I suddenly panicked. It turned around and tried to run away. But it was all too late. A four-headed hellhound of gold rank 4. It uses the flame slash. It was something the bread lion couldn't possibly avoid. Bang! The blazing slash struck the bread lion. The bread lion was killed instantly. After killing the bread lion, Lu Xing prepared to continue his journey. Lu Xing, wait for me. At this moment, Fatty Su was riding on Wild Gorilla's back. He made the Wild Gorilla walk towards the bread lion. Not long after, Su Pang was holding a large pile of bread in his hands. That's right. He cut all the bread off the lion's neck. It's delicious. It smells and tastes sweet. I'm a little curious. How come bread is growing on the lion's neck? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. How would I know? Why don't you ask why 1 + 1 = 2? No one can answer this kind of question. Alright, let's move on. Lu Xing and Su Pang continued walking in the jungle for more than an hour. Lu Xing, can we take a break for a while? Su Pang was already covered in sweat. His clothes were soaked with sweat. He looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. The wild gorilla between his legs. Although it is very powerful. But I lack stamina. After carrying Fatty Su for so long, it was already panting heavily from exhaustion. However, this wild gorilla never complained of being tired. They just silently endured it. Looking at this wild gorilla that looks like a workaholic, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. The boss likes two kinds of people. One is good at handling things. Another one is the one who gets things done. Obviously, this wild gorilla is a man of action. And he's the kind of person who never complains. Good employee, this is a good employee. Lu Xing was already making plans in his mind. Next time, we'll improve Su Pang's strength. Let's enhance this wild gorilla. Chirp. Just as Lu Xing and Su Pang were preparing to rest, Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle flew back. The Thunder Eagle gestured wildly at Lu Xing. Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. It's found the appetizer. Lu Xing was preparing to take Su Pang with him. Let the Thunder Eagle lead the way. When going to pick appetizers. Fatty Su, however, got off the back of the wild gorilla. He lay down on the ground. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Looking at Su Pang's pale face, Lu Xing nodded slightly. He could tell. Su Pang really did his best. The fat person has the worst physical fitness. What to do? You'll feel tired in no time. Hey Fatty Su, have some water. Lu Xing took a bottle of water out of his system inventory. He handed it to Fatty Su. Thanks. Su Pang took it immediately. Then unscrew the bottle cap. Glug, glug, glug. Su Pang finished drinking all 500 milliliters of mineral water. Lu Xing, who was watching from the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. What exactly is the structure of this guy's stomach? I can't believe he can drink so much water all at once. Perhaps he caught it from Fatty Su. Lu Xing even yawned. Okay, let's rest here for a while then. Lu Xing found a big tree. He sat down with his back against the big tree. Su Pang didn't look at Lu Xing. He lay on the ground and spoke. Lu Xing, I finally understand why you are stronger than others. Why? Because you're not human, you're a pervert. My goodness, it's been such a long journey. I'm exhausted and covered in sweat. You're still looking so energetic. And there were hardly any drops of sweat on his head. What else could you call this but a pervert? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. That's because you're fat. I'm just an ordinary person. Is that so? Isn't that so? Lu Xing will never admit to being a pervert. Right. Won't. Chapter 152 The Wild Gorilla of Friendship. After resting for an hour, Lu Xing and Su Pang continued their journey. This time, Thunder Eagle led the way. The two of them no longer had to be like blind men. They were completely lost in the jungle. The two soon arrived at the place where Thunder Eagle had found the appetizer fruit. Looking at the appetizer in front of him, Fatty Su couldn't help but swear. Damn, it's so high. How are we going to get up there? Lu Xing never expected this. The appetizer in front of you. It actually grows on a cliff face. No wonder no one noticed it before. Lu Xing, what should we do? Su Pang asked Lu Xing. The only solution he could think of was to climb up. But this cliff is so high. Isn't it dangerous to climb up there? Well, let me do it. Lu Xing waved to the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle understood. It flew towards Lu Xing, until Lu Xing climbed onto the Thunder Eagle's back. Su Pang immediately realized what was going on. Yes, you have a Thunder Eagle that can fly. Lu Xing, I'm sorry, the task of picking these fruits and vegetables is now yours. Good. Lu Xing rode the Thunder Eagle. It flew to the side of the appetizer fruit. Looking at the appetizer in front of him, Lu Xing frowned. The appetizer in front of you. Like hawthorn berries from a past life. It looks like a red light. However, picking appetizers cannot be done like picking hawthorns. Get started directly. Instead, it requires the use of props. Lu Xing took out a pair of scissors from his system inventory. That's right. It's scissors. However, these scissors are quite unusual. This thing is entirely green. It's obvious at a glance that it's not made of iron. Fatty Su, I'm willing to go to any lengths for you. The pair of scissors in Lu Xing's hand. But they are jade scissors. It is carved from jade. In order to buy this pair of scissors, Lu Xing spent over 1,000,000 yuan. Fortunately, before, Yan Guoli's guy paid for the blue-ringed octopus. They replenished Lu Xing's health. Otherwise, Lu Xing could never afford to buy this thing. This appetizer fruit is, after all, a rare and precious natural ingredient. The reason it is not famous. That's because it has only one use. That is to evolve a small eater into a big eater. There is a rule for harvesting rare and precious herbs. That means you can't get started. It is necessary to use things like jade. That's why Lu Xing bought this pair of jade scissors. Lu Xing activated the system eye. He looked toward the appetizer. This one is 80% ripe. Not ripe yet, next one. This one is 120% ripe. It's overripe, let's move on to the next one. Lu Xing began searching on the fruit tree that grew the appetizer fruit. Su Pang on the ground was getting a little impatient. Hey, Lu Xing, have you finished? You're not going to tell me you can't even pick a single fruit. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, who was above, he was speechless for a moment. However, he was too lazy to explain to Fatty Su. This fruit is 99.7% ripe. Seeing this, Lu Xing, my eyes lit up immediately. He picked up the scissors. He immediately reached for the appetizer. Lu Xing waited like that. A good hunter. Naturally, they are willing to wait patiently for their prey to appear. Time passed second by second. Lu Xing's head was already covered in sweat. But he didn't dare to reach out and wipe it. Because he was afraid of missing the opportunity to pick them. Lu Xing's eyes were fixed on the appetizer fruit in front of him. 99.9%. Lu Xing noticed that the number on the fruit changed slightly. His heart skipped a beat. They're here, they're almost here. After waiting for a long time, Lu Xing finally got his chance to reap the rewards. 100%. The moment the numbers popped up, Lu Xing's jade scissors fell. A crisp snapping sound was heard. Lu Xing picked this perfectly ripe appetizer. Call. Looking at the appetizer in his hand, Lu Xing wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close. I almost missed it. By the way, where's Fatty? Lu Xing turned his head to look at Su Pang on the ground. I don't know when. This guy is leaning against a big rock. He fell fast asleep. That guy. Lu Xing smiled. He took out a jade box. The appetizer fruit was stored away. Thunder Eagle, let's go down. Under the leadership of Thunder Eagle, Lu Xing landed on the ground. Looking at the sleeping Su Pang, Lu Xing kicked him with his foot. Su Pang suddenly woke up. He looked around in terror. His eyes were bloodshot. What's wrong? It's nothing, I just picked the appetizer. Hurry up and unleash your inner glutton. Harvesting perfectly ripe appetizers is no easy task. Lu Xing didn't want to go through that again. Good. Come out, little glutton. Su Panxiang mustered his spirits. It released the little glutton. Looking at the little stomach king in front of him, Lu Xing frowned slightly. This guy's digestive ability is just too amazing. It hasn't been long, and the swollen belly has actually gone down. No, that won't do. Lu Xing quickly glanced around. They discovered a fruit tree with sweet fruit not far away. Let's go pick those sweet fruits. Come out, everyone. Lu Xing released all of his tamed beasts. Seeing this, Fatty Sue. Come out, we can beat the ducks. He also released his last tamed beast. Let's all help pick all the fruit off the tree. Help the little stomach king evolve. Upon hearing this, all the tamed beasts nodded in agreement. The thunder eagle flew to the treetops. They used their sharp beaks to peck at the fruit. Wild gorilla, on the other hand, climbed to the treetop. Start picking. Even Lu Xing's six-winged angel went to help. However, this little guy is a bit small. I have no strength at all. It was holding a sweet fruit, with a sudden burst of force. But that sweet fruit just couldn't be picked. Seeing this, the wild gorilla standing nearby. It smiled slightly. It wasn't meant as mockery. It glanced around. Suddenly I spotted the biggest, sweetest fruit. The wild gorilla picked the sweet fruit. It was handed to the six-winged angel who was picking fruit. Thanks. The six-winged angel very obediently expressed its gratitude to the wild gorilla. Upon hearing this, wild gorilla, its face turned red instantly. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Lu Xing was stunned by wild gorilla's performance. He didn't expect that. Su Pang is such a dullard. Even his wild gorilla was so shy. But this is a good thing. Lu Xing thought this wild gorilla was incredibly friendly. The six-winged angel flew to Lu Xing's side, carrying the sweet fruit. Master, this is for you. The six-winged angel handed the sweet fruit to Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing, a slight smile. If Master doesn't eat it, then this sweet fruit is definitely for my little darling. When he said this, Lu Xing stretched out his hand. He patted the six-winged angel's little head. Chapter 153 The Small Eater Evolved into the Big Eater. Okay, thank you, Master. The six-winged angel was holding a sweet fruit. It flew onto Lu Xing's shoulder. The six-winged angel opened its little mouth. He took a big bite of the sweet fruit. There was a soft plop sound. The juice of this sweet fruit splashed out. It flows everywhere. Master, this is so delicious. Would you like a bite? No need. It's delicious, so naturally we'll save it all for our little darling. Lu Xing looked at the six-winged angel on his shoulder with a look of affection. He then looked at the two-headed hellhound beside him. At this time, the two-headed hellhound is on guard. It surveyed its surroundings with a serious expression. Hellhound, why don't you go help too? Hearing this, the two-headed hellhound was somewhat tempted. But duty tells it. Can't. It had to take on the responsibility of guarding. After all, it's the elder brother of these people. They must be protected. With the help of the beast tamers. The little eater's table was piled high with sweet fruit. It's like a small mountain. The little eater didn't hold back either. It started eating. These sweet fruits aren't very big. A small appetite can easily eat them one bite at a time. Not long after, the mountain of sweet fruit was devoured by the little glutton. Its deflated belly swelled up again. Belch. The little glutton let out a satisfied burp, just as it was about to lie down and sleep. Wait a minute. Lu Xing called out to it. The little eater looked at Lu Xing with some confusion. It didn't understand why Lu Xing was calling out to it. Here, take this. Lu Xing opened the jade box in his hand. Suddenly, the appetizer inside was revealed. The little appetite king looked at the bright red appetizer. Its saliva was dripping out. However, it did not make a move. Instead, he pointed to Lu Xing's box. Then he pointed to himself. It's trying to confirm with Lu Xing. Is this fruit really meant for it? Yes, it's for you. Eat quickly. Upon hearing this, the little stomach king was overjoyed. Although it was already full. However, it's still fine to eat this appetizer fruit. The little eater stretched out his hand. He took the appetizer in his hand. Open your mouth. He immediately threw in the appetizer. As the appetizer fruit entered the little appetite king's stomach, the little glutton's expression changed. Its expression turned pained. The little eater felt like his intestines were all twisted together. Pain. This is excruciating pain. The little stomach king clutched his stomach. It started rolling around on the ground. Lu Xing, is it alright? Su Pang knew that Lu Xing wouldn't harm his little stomach king. But look at this little glutton. Su Pang felt a little sorry for him. Lu Xing is a bit ruthless right now. No pain, no gain. If you want to gain extraordinary power, you can't avoid some hardship. 2. As soon as Su Pang finished speaking, to his surprise, the little glutton's body began to glow white. It's actually evolving. Su Pang never expected that. Even the most gluttonous person can evolve one day. Roar. The small-mouthed champion has evolved into a big-mouthed champion. Its size suddenly increased several times. With a roar, the light covering the gluttonous champion disappeared. A huge, muscular glutton appeared in front of Lu Xing and his companion. The Big Eater. Attribute, normal. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 6. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, slam, roar, bull charge, death ray, gluttony. This guy has an enormous appetite. Unless you're the richest person in the world, don't choose him as your tamed beast. Looking at the glutton in front of him, Su Pang was so excited that he could hardly speak. Is this my gluttony competition? So handsome. Fatty Su ran towards his gluttonous self. He hugged his gluttonous self tightly. Is he handsome? Looking at the system's description of competitive eaters, Lu Xing's lips twitched violently. He sensed that Su Pang was about to confide in him. Fortunately, there's a gourmet forest here. If Fatty Su ever runs out of money to buy ingredients, you could totally bring a competitive eater to this place. Moreover, the gluttonous king is a beast tamer. The type who can go 3 days without eating. A guy who eats for 3 days straight. As long as it's full. They do not participate in combat under normal circumstances. It can go a long time without eating. Certainly. At this stage, it needs to sleep. Otherwise, energy would have to accompany movement. It's been used up. After the small eater evolved into a big eater, its stomach was hungry again. It glanced around. We discovered a sweet fruit tree not far away. The competitive eater's eyes lit up immediately. It walked toward the sweet fruit tree. The competitive eater stretched out his hand. We picked the fruit from the sweet fruit tree, one bite at a time, like eating at a buffet. The competitive eater ate to his heart's content. The remaining beast tamers. They sat together. They were each holding a sweet fruit in their hands. It kept gnawing at it. They all seemed very friendly. Lu Xing and Su Pang rested here for a while. All right, everyone. It's getting late. We should head back. Lu Xing really didn't want to spend the night in this godforsaken place. After all, it's in the suburbs. There was no soft bed. And at night, there's the worry of monster attacks. Lu Xing looked up at the sky. I don't know when. It was already evening. The sun is setting. The warm glow of the sunset made his face flushed. Just then, a heavy hand landed on Lu Xing's shoulder. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turns out it's Fatty Su. At this moment, Su Pang's expression was serious. The carefree smiles of the past are long gone. He spoke to Lu Xing very seriously. Lu Xing, thank you so much this time. Su Pang was somewhat moved. Tears welled up in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but punch Su Pang in the chest. You bastard. Go to hell. Why do you have to make things so emotional? Do we really need to say this between us? Lu Xing also wiped his eyes. He was made to cry by that guy, Fatty Su. My heart aches. There was a strange sense of grievance. There was also a touch of emotion. Okay, it's all my fault. But you went way too far. Su Pang rubbed his chest. He grimaced in pain. You deserve it. Okay, don't do that again. I'll beat you so badly you can't get out of bed. Yes, sir. I promise I won't do it again next time. Su Pengli stood at attention and gave Lu Xing a military salute. All right. I know what kind of person you are. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Let's hurry back, it's getting late. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he flipped onto the back of the two-headed hellhound. Seeing this, Fatty Su, who was standing to the side, he immediately shouted to the competitive eater. The big eater is gone. He's going home. Chapter 154 Final Exam. Comfortable. This feels so good. Su Pang sat astride the big eater's shoulders. Because of the glutton at this time, it is quite large in size. Broad shoulders. So Fatty Su straddled its shoulders. It felt very comfortable. And here, the view has also become much wider. It didn't feel so oppressive anymore. Lu Xing glanced at Su Pang, the glutton. His eyes fell on one of the competitive eater's skills. Gluttony consumes all edible things, turning them into one's own body as an energy source. As the amount of food consumed increases, the user's strength also increases. Awesome. This skill, binge eating combined with the seemingly unbreakable belly of a competitive eater. They're a perfect match. This guy has an amazing digestive ability. There's absolutely no need to worry about overeating. Looks like this Fatty Su has struck gold. Lu Xing looked at Su Pang, who was grinning foolishly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself under his breath. Sigh, sometimes fools are just lucky. I'm sure Su Pang, the big eater, has this skill now. Its strength can grow rapidly. Lu Xing and Su Pang returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The two had just entered the dormitory. They then discovered that Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng were waiting there. At this moment, Lu Xiaoming's brows were furrowed. His face was full of worry. Where have you two been having so much fun these past few days? What's wrong? Has something happened? Lu Xing saw that Lu Xiaoming had a worried look on her face. He couldn't help but ask. You bastard. Don't you know that the final exams are in 3 days? Final exams. When Lu Xing heard these 3 words, my body couldn't help but shudder. In a past life, he hates those 3 words the most. Alright, I know you've been wandering around aimlessly. It's okay, I've already prepared my notes. Let's start tutoring you now. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. He snatched the notebook from Lu Xiaoming's hand. Thank you. I'll borrow the notes for now, but I don't need the tutoring. Lu Xing was at least a god of exams in his previous life. Do you know who the exam god is? That kind of thing. 1 book a day, 1 semester a week. No prior effort is required at all. Reviewing is the greatest insult to him. Because previewing is the same as reviewing. I'm going upstairs. Lu Xing took Lu Xiaoming's notes and went upstairs. Hey Lu Xing, wait for me. Make me a copy of Lu Xiaoming's notes. Su Pang, didn't want to fail either. 3 days later, Lu Xing and Su Pang appeared confidently outside the examination hall. Lu Xing noticed that Su Pang looked completely relaxed. They even had the mood to eat steamed buns there. As for Lu Xing, he relied on his exceptional memory and extensive knowledge. All the knowledge was stored in his mind. Lu Xing, are you confident this time? Of course, it's all in my mind. Lu Xing spoke with great confidence. Me too. When he said this, Su Pang gently patted his pocket. The trouser pocket bulged slightly. No need to think. This guy cheated again. Hey, you two, don't just stand there like idiots. The exam is about to start. Hurry up and come in. Lu Xiaoming was inside the window. He urged Su Pang and Lu Xing, who were outside in the corridor, to hurry up. Okay, coming. This exam lasted a bit long. It actually took 2.5 hours. Phew, the exams are finally over. Lu Xing walked out of the examination room. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stretched. Lu Xing, how did you do on the exam this time? It's SOSO. I'd say 90 points is no problem. 90 points. Lu Xiaoming's eyes widened. You really dare to say that, huh? A perfect score on the test, and you don't usually attend classes. You think you can get 90 points in just a few days? Then how are the others supposed to live? Why should I care what they do? Lu Xing shrugged. He said dismissively, if hard work were enough, what would be the point of having geniuses? Yes, if hard work were effective, what would be the point of having geniuses? At this moment, Fatty Su also came out from inside. He smiled, his face showing all his teeth. No need to think. This guy must have had a blast copying this time. Xiaoming, thank you so much this time. Thank me for what? If you hadn't highlighted the important points for me, I probably would have failed this time. Oh, just then, several students suddenly walked past Lu Xing and his group. Ugh, this exam was so hard. Yeah, they tested all the parts one didn't know. Wah, I feel so bad too. My handwritten cheat sheet is simply not enough. There's only a little bit written inside. I'll probably fail this time too. Listening to what these guys were saying, Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but look at Su Pang. After all, there were 3 people present. He was the only one who cheated. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su glanced at the guy with the handwritten cheat sheet. His face was full of disdain. He began. Damn, what era are we living in? They're still using handwritten cheat sheets. Doesn't he know that there's something called microprinting in this world? Su Pang said at this time. He pulled several small slips of paper out of his pocket, looking at the densely packed small characters on it. My turtle, Su Pang, you're amazing. Lu Xing hadn't expected Su Pang to be so strong. High-tech methods are now being used to cheat. Shrink print. What a great invention. Su Pang couldn't help but sigh. Alright, stop showing off here. It wouldn't be good if the teacher heard us. Let's go. Now that the exams are over, let's go eat. Get a good rest tonight, and prepare for tomorrow's martial arts exam. Lu Xing brought Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming to the cafeteria. Because Fatty Su kept insisting on having a big meal, Lu Xing was helpless. I could only take him to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Just as I entered the restaurant, Lu Xing then saw Bai Feng and the others. There was a girl sitting opposite them. Who else could it be but Ru Ming? Bai Feng and the others expressed their gratitude to Ru Ming. Oh, Rumeng, thank you so much this time. Yeah, if it weren't for your help, we probably would have failed our courses. Bai Feng and Jiang Yen sang in unison. This exam, thanks to Ru Ming's notes. Only then could Bai Feng and Jiang Yen successfully pass the test. Look at their expressions. I think I did well on the exam this time. As for Yin Guoli and Lan Tian, both of them were top students. Passing an exam is something that, for them, it's just a drop in the ocean. Lu Xing. Ru Ming never expected that Lu Xing and the others would actually come. Hey, Boss Lu Xing. Boss Lu Xing is here. Come, Come, sit down quickly. Bai Feng stood up. He gestured for Lu Xing to sit down. The group then sat down together. Bai Feng's enthusiasm attracted the attention of others present. They started talking about it. Chapter 155 Charcoal Tortoise versus Hellhound. Who is that person? Bai Feng was actually so polite to him. Look at him. Wow, he's so handsome. He's actually a handsome young man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Girlfriend? Don't even think about it. Do you see the two girls over there? They seem to be his girlfriends. No, no way. They're all so beautiful, yet they all became his girlfriends. How could it be? It's true. This is just too unbelievable. Alas, the world of the strong is beyond our comprehension. By the way, how did you know all this? Upon hearing this, the woman's friend couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. You bookworm. All you do is hang out in the library all day. Of course you wouldn't know these things. I think if you keep going like this, you'll become a bookworm. I'm happy to. I just love reading. Sigh. I wish I could be his girlfriend. The woman couldn't help but let out a sigh. On Lu Xing's side, he didn't notice the strange looks he was getting from others. For this kind of thing, he was already used to it. They ordered a huge table of dishes. They also ordered a few bottles of wine. They began to drink heartily. The next day, Lu Xing, Su Peng, and Lu Xiaoming arrived at the freshman martial arts exam venue. As the exam proceeded, soon it was Lu Xiaoming's turn. Lu Xiaoming's winged tiger. It defeated the teacher's yellow dragonfly in one move. Next up is Fatty Su. Su Peng's opponent is a bald teacher. The one being used is the stone golem. This giant rock monster is only at the 4th level of the silver rank. In front of the silver rank 6 gluttonous king. It's simply not good enough. So the glutton defeated the rock monster in just 2 moves. Next up was Lu Xing's turn. Lu Xing walked towards the dueling platform. Lu Xing, keep it up. Yeah, Lu Xing, hurry up and finish the fight. Then let's go get a nice meal. Lu Xing walked onto the dueling platform. Because Lu Xing was a popular figure among freshmen. Therefore, his every move attracted the attention of other students. Look, the Rookie of the Year is here. Where's the Rookie of the Year? Over there. Let's go. Let's hurry and follow them to take a look. Everyone swarmed around. They looked toward the dueling platform. After seeing Lu Xing's opponent, the students watching couldn't help but shudder. Xie Yuding. The students saw Lu Xing's opponent. He was even stammering a little when he spoke. Their faces were filled with fear. This fear comes from the soul. This shows just how terrifying this guy is. It has caused such psychological trauma to the students. Teacher Xie, it's been a long time. Lu Xing greeted Xie Yuding with great embarrassment. Yes, it's been a long time. Xie Yuding crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a stern face. He always had that Sima-like face. It's as if someone owes her millions and isn't paying it back. Xie Yuding. He was nicknamed Xie the Heartless. She's an unreasonable person. Or rather, she's stubborn and unwavering in her beliefs. Therefore, Xie Yuding had a very bad reputation at school. Whether it's a teacher or a student, nobody likes her. However, Xie Yuding has her own style of doing things. If others don't like it, they don't like it. It has absolutely nothing to do with her. You dare skip my class. Xie Yuding's expression changed. She didn't care whether Lu Xing was powerful or not. Skipping class is wrong. Since Lu Xing dared to skip class, then Xie Yuding would dare to teach Lu Xing a lesson. Come out, charcoal tortoise. Xie Yuding released her tamed beast. Fire. Charcoal tortoise. My God, that's Teacher Xie's strongest beast. The Rookie of the Year is going to be in trouble this time. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Who told him to act so pretentious? I think Teacher Xie should teach him a lesson this time. Tell him to stop being so arrogant in the future. The referee teacher standing nearby saw Xie Yuding's summoned beast. His expression changed. The referee never expected this. Xie Yuding actually used the charcoal tortoise to deal with Lu Xing. Teacher Xie, this isn't quite right. What's good or bad about it? Did I break the rules? Xie Yuding glared at the referee, standing to the side. The referee is less skilled than Xie Yuding. Therefore, he couldn't stand up straight in front of Xie Yuding. No. When he said this, the referee couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. You tomboy. I curse you to never get married. At the same time, he looked at Lu Xing. Sympathy appeared in his eyes. There is still a sliver of hope. The referee really hoped that Lu Xing could completely dominate Xie Yuding. But he knew. This is almost impossible. Jiangnan Beast Taming University, to date, there has never been a student who could beat the teacher. Charcoal tortoise? Lu Xing looked towards Xie Yuding's charcoal turtle. Charcoal grilled turtle. Attributes: fire rock. Gender: female. Rank: Gold Tier 5. Qualification A. Learn skills: flame throw, lava eruption, smoke ejection, flame charge, rock throwing. A grade aptitude, Gold Tier 5 charcoal tortoise. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He saw right through Xie Yuqing's charcoal turtle attribute at a glance. Does this guy have to be so ruthless? They showed absolutely no mercy and unleashed their ultimate move right from the start. However, if it were someone else, that might just mean bad luck. But he's Lu Xing. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing quickly began to form hand seals. He released his two-headed hellhound. Roar. After the two-headed hellhound appeared, perhaps it was to cooperate with Lu Xing, it opened its blood-red maw wide open. He roared to the sky. After a screech, all the students were so frightened that they hid in a corner. Their tamed beasts were also curled up on the ground. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Even some weaker beasts. I was so scared that I lost control of my bladder. Oh my god, is that his tamed beast? What is that? It's so big, it's practically a monster. Is he really a student? Why are you so strong? Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but look at Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time. Lu Xing's hellhound seems to have become even stronger. Lu Xing glanced at Xie Yuting's charcoal tortoise and his own hellhound. In terms of level, Xie Yuting's charcoal tortoise is a Gold Tier 5. Lu Xing's hellhound is a Gold Tier 4 creature. They are one rank lower in terms of level. However, Lu Xing's hellhound has much higher aptitude than charcoal tortoise. Furthermore, Lu Xing's hellish twin heads possesses a terrifying skill. That is, Fire Devourer. Therefore, this battle, it's basically a sure win for Lu Xing. Chapter 156, Defeating Xie Yuting. Charcoal Turtle, use Flamethrower. Upon hearing this, Charcoal Tortoise opened its mouth. Suddenly, a very thick flame shot towards Lu Xing's hellhound. Flame Jet. A hint of disdain flashed across Lu Xing's face. Doesn't this guy know that my Cerberus is immune to fire attacks? Moreover, this flamethrower attack will also enhance the attack power of the Cerberus. Little did Lu Xing know. Xie Yuting has no friends at school. Besides teaching, they showed absolutely no interest in what was happening at school. Therefore, they naturally did not know that Lu Xing's hellhound was immune to fire tribute attacks. How so? Xie Yuting saw her charcoal turtle's flame-breathing attack land on the Cerberus. It had absolutely no effect. She suddenly panicked. You brat, what's with your two-headed hellhound? Just as Xie Yuting was wondering. Teacher, his hellhound is immune to fire tribute attacks. So you shouldn't use fire tribute skills to attack his hellhound. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked toward the person who had spoken. He discovered that it was actually a woman. But that woman is so ugly. Not only buck teeth. His face was covered in pockmarks. He wore thick glasses in front of his eyes. She even had a braided hairstyle. Their clothes were rather unfashionable. Lu Xing originally wanted to cause trouble for that guy, but after seeing the woman's appearance, Lu Xing immediately abandoned the idea. No way. This guy is so ugly. Lu Xing felt that hitting her would dirty his hands. Xiaoqing, thank you so much. Xie Yuting recognized the girl with buck teeth. During regular classes, she likes to sit in the front row. Moreover, during class, not only asking questions, they even raised their hands to answer the teacher's questions. She was a well-behaved girl in the teacher's eyes. After seeing this buck-toothed girl, Lu Xing finally understood what it meant that if you're ugly, you should read more books. If he sees an ugly girl in the future, I certainly wouldn't say someone is ugly. Instead, he spoke directly. Judging from your appearance, you must have read a lot of books. Charcoal Tortoise, use Flying Stone. After Xie Yuting learned that Lu Xing's hellhound was immune to fire attacks, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to continue using fire tribute skills. Instead, they switched to rock-type moves. The charcoal-fired turtle opened its mouth. A huge rock spewed out. Whoosh. That stone was incredibly fast. Wiping the air, it actually made a whooshing sound. It flew towards the two-headed hellhound. Looking at the stones shooting towards them, Lu Xing gave a cold laugh. A trivial skill. Hellhound, smash it. Use the Tear Claw. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its sharp claws suddenly slashed forward. There was a snapping sound. That huge rock was cut into several pieces. It fell from the sky. It landed on the ground. This. Xie Yuting froze on the spot. She originally thought it was the flying stones from the charcoal tortoise. It can cause massive damage to Lu Xing's hellhound. Unexpectedly, he easily resolved the situation. Hellhound, it's our turn. Use Flame Slash. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, the claws slashed quickly towards it. Suddenly, A sharp fire blade shot out towards the charcoal tortoise. The fiery slash grazed the ground. It actually plowed a deep trench into the ground. It blasted towards the charcoal tortoise. Not good. Charcoal turtle, get out of the way. The charcoal fire turtle heard this. He immediately ran to the side. The blazing slash grazed past the charcoal tortoise's body. It then bombarded a wall behind it. Boom. The wall was blasted open by the fiery slash, leaving a large hole. Looking at that big hole, Xie Yuding's expression changed slightly. What level is your Cerberus? Xie Yuding couldn't help but ask Lu Xing a question. Guess. You? Xie Yuding didn't expect Lu Xing to say such a thing. For a teacher like Xie Yuding, Lu Xing had no intention of giving her a second glance. Charcoal tortoise, use flying stone. Xie Yuding was still not giving up. They intend to continue their stubborn resistance. The charcoal-fired turtle opened its mouth. Another huge rock flew towards the hellhound. Looking at the stones shooting towards them, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He originally thought, after Xie Yuding witnessed his true strength, they will give up the fight. Let him pass directly. I didn't expect Xie Yuding to actually hit me. Alright, since you want to fight, I'll play along. Hellhound, get out of the way of that rock. Then use tear claw on charcoal tortoise. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound, its feet suddenly pushed off backward. Then it shot out. With agile movements, the two-headed hellhound simply twisted its body. They successfully avoided the charcoal turtle's flying rock attack. Meanwhile, it continued running towards the charcoal tortoise. As the two-headed hellhound drew closer, Xie Yuding started to panic. She gritted her teeth. He gave the order to charcoal tortoise. Charcoal turtle, use flame charge. The charcoal tortoise was instantly engulfed in flames. It rammed into the charging hellhound. Bang! The two beasts clashed in close combat. The head of the charcoal tortoise clashed with the claws of the Cerberus. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly flew backward. It's a charcoal tortoise. Lu Xing's hellhound. Its power is enhanced by the accumulation of rotting flesh. The current two-headed hellhound. Things are very different now. 3 times. That's 3 times the power. With the power of charcoal tortoise. How could they possibly contend with the two-headed hellhound? Boom. Charcoal tortoise slammed hard into the concrete wall behind it. Powerful impact. They actually managed to embed the charcoal tortoise directly into the cement wall. Charcoal tortoise. Xie Yuding looked at her charcoal-fired turtle. You? She gritted her teeth. Just as he was about to explode. Teacher Xie, please pay attention to your appearance. The referee, standing nearby, had long disliked Xie Yuding. This presents an opportunity to kick someone when they're down. How could he let him go? The referee was secretly delighted. Serves you right, you tomboy. Finally someone's going to teach you a lesson. Snort. Xie Yuding snorted coldly. She turned and walked towards her charcoal turtle. Watching Xie Yuding's departing figure, Lu Xing turned his gaze to the referee teacher standing to the side. Teacher, do I mean I passed? Passed. Of course it passed. And it passed perfectly. Lu Xing, you did a great job this time. The referee praised Lu Xing highly. At the same time, he happily picked up the black pen. In Lu Xing's score column, it was marked with a big 100. That's right. That's 100 points. Not a penny more. Not a penny less. Chapter 157 Hijacking. Leave the examination room. Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming followed Lu Xing. Su Peng frowned slightly. He couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, aren't you worried that treating Xie Yuding like this will make you fail your course? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing shook his head. She won't. What makes you so sure? Because she's not that kind of person. Lu Xing has really figured out Xie Yuding's temper. This kind of person is an old-fashioned rigid who sticks to the rules, getting along with them. As long as you follow the rules properly, they won't bother you. Certainly. Similarly, rules constrain us. This also constrained them. Ah. Su Peng stretched. The exams are finally over. Lu Xing, where do you think we should go for fun during our holiday? Where to go for fun? Lu Xing thought for a moment. Why don't we go home first? Lu Xing suddenly missed his old house. Okay. Yeah, I miss my parents a little too. Lu Xiaoming chimed in from the side. The 3 of them bought plane tickets the next day. I'm preparing to return to Guangzhou from Gangnam City. On the airplane, Lu Xing was originally very happy. Because just last night, his 6-winged angel has mastered a new skill, Holy Shield. But now, he felt a wave of discomfort. He never expected that. I will be like an Oreo sandwich cookie, caught in the middle. To his left is Fatty Sue. After this guy boarded the plane, like a dead pig, he started to fall into a deep sleep. At the same time, a snoring sound was emitted. Lu Xing's right is Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xing originally wanted to chat with Lu Xiaoming for a while. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoming somehow got hold of a book. It's called something like The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Cinderella. She was watching it with great interest. Lu Xing couldn't bear to disturb him for a moment. Sigh, never mind. I'd better go to sleep. Lu Xing simply tilted his head to the side. I'm getting ready to go to sleep. However, he wasn't facing Su Peng. It was Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xing rested his head on Lu Xiaoming's shoulder. She fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Xing was suddenly awakened by a noisy noise. Come on, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your money. Lu Xing woke up from his sleep. He looked around with sleepy eyes. What's going on? Lu Xing did not expect that. In the corridor, there were also several men in black standing at the entrance. They were carrying machetes and other cold weapons. He was accompanied by a tamed beast. Hijacking. This was Lu Xing's first reaction. What the hell? Am I also possessed by the spirit of the deaf elementary school student? Even taking a plane has resulted in a hijacking. Lu Xing glanced at it quickly. They discovered there were 5 robbers in front of them. They were probably afraid of being recognized by Lu Xing and his group. So they all wore black hoods. One of the men was carrying a burlap sack. He instructed everyone to put their valuables into the sacks. They really are picking up money from sacks. Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. That guy is collecting money up ahead. A skinny guy followed behind. That guy doesn't look like a good person at all. He was looking around with a lewd gaze. He quickly turned his attention to Lu Xiaoming. Looks like I'm in luck. I actually ran into a cute girl here. And judging from her appearance, she's still a virgin. The lewd guy immediately burst into laughter. Hey fatty, get out of my way. Su Peng was still sleeping at this time. That sleazy guy suddenly shoved. Su Peng immediately lay down on the ground. The lewd guy approached Lu Xiaoming with a grin. Just as his dirty hands were about to touch Lu Xiaoming, Lu Xing made his move. He grabbed the sleazy guy's arm. It snapped open suddenly. There was a snapping sound. Lu Xing broke the pervert's arm. The perverted guy clutched his severed hand. He collapsed to the ground. It started yelling loudly. The lewd guy's scream. It attracted the attention of others. Lu Xing leaped up suddenly. He tackled the person holding the bag to the ground in an instant. Lu Xing held the man's head in his arms. With a forceful turn, they twisted the man's head off. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly pounced towards Lu Xingfei. It's a black-skinned rat. The black rat's sharp fangs snapped at Lu Xing. Just as the black rat's fangs were about to bite Lu Xing. I'll beat you to death, you wicked rat. You actually tried to hurt my master. The six-winged angel appeared beside Lu Xing at some point. It squeezed with its right hand. Suddenly, a blade of light appeared in the hand of the six-winged angel. It threw the blade of light in its hand toward the black-skinned rat. Trial. This blade of light is a smaller version of judgment. At this time, the six-winged angel was a 4th-tier gold-level beast tamer. Its blade of light easily pierced the black-skinned rat's belly. The black-skinned rat was killed. Powerful impact. The black-skinned rat was sent flying backwards. He then knocked down a man in black behind him. Oh no, we've run into a tough opponent. The leader of the men in black frowned. He hadn't expected that on this small plane. There's actually a master among them. That black rat from before was trash. But it's still a silver tier 2 beast tamer, after all. As a result, they were instantly killed by Lu Xing's tamed beast. The leader of the men in black glanced around. He discovered that he only had 4 men in total. In that instant, 3 have already fallen. The remaining pilot is still in the cockpit holding the captain hostage. In other words, he had no choice but to fight alone. The leader of the men in black stared coldly at Lu Xing. He soon discovered Lu Xing's tamed beast. After seeing Lu Xing's tamed beast, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It's actually a 6-winged angel. You're really lucky. You actually managed to get your hands on this thing. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Xing stared coldly at the leader of the men in black before him. Will you surrender, or will I take matters into my own hands? Surrender? The leader of the men in black gave a cold laugh. Since I dared to come, I must have made thorough preparations. Do you see this? The leader of the men in black suddenly pulled a round sphere from his pocket. That's a bomb. A man saw the round sphere in the man in black's hand. I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, there are actually experts here. How's it going, kid? So, are you going to surrender now, or are we going to die together? The man in black sneered. He tossed the round bomb in his hand. You can give it a try. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. That bomb was powerful. But if you want to hurt Lu Xing, it's practically impossible. Because of Lu Xing's 6-winged angel. Just yesterday, I just learned Holy Shield. Lu Xing was figuring out how to use it. Chapter 158. You can actually fly a plane? Hey, don't come any closer. The leader of the men in black had not expected this. Lu Xing actually walked towards him. Don't be afraid. Didn't you say you wanted to detonate the bomb? Go ahead and detonate it. As Lu Xing spoke, he walked toward the leader of the men in black. As Lu Xing got closer and closer, the leader of the men in black became increasingly agitated. He knew Lu Xing's skills very well. 1v1. He was no match for Lu Xing. Lu Xing was a gold-level beast tamer at this time. His physical condition is naturally different from that of ordinary people. In addition, there is mutual support between the beast tamer and the beast tamer. Lu Xing's body also seemed to be affected by the accumulation of rotting flesh. Don't let his small size fool you. Its power, however, is astonishing. Lu Xing clenched his fist. He felt he could punch right through the wall of the plane. However, Lu Xing did not do that. After drying, he's fine. The passengers on the plane were in trouble. The passengers were also very self-disciplined. They lowered their heads. I dare not look at the man in black. He was afraid he would see the true face of the man in black. He was killed to silence him. One guy suddenly jumped up. He was holding a sharp knife. He stabbed the black-clad leader hard in the stomach. There was a soft, plop sound. The leader of the men in black was stabbed in the stomach. The sudden turn of events startled Lu Xing slightly. Lu Xing was already planning to make a move. As a result, someone interfered. Dead. Ha! I killed that guy. The person who made the move was a man. He was wearing glasses. She was wearing a blue shirt. He looked very polite and refined. Lu Xing noticed that he was holding a scalpel in his hand at that moment. This guy is a doctor. This was Lu Xing's first judgment. Cough, cough, cough. The leader of the men in black was stabbed. He did not die immediately. Damn it, I'm not going to live. None of you will live either. The man in black picked up the bomb from the ground. He pressed the button on it suddenly. See you in hell. He gave a cruel smile. Drop, drop, drop. Just as the round bomb was about to explode, Six-Winged Angel wielded the Holy Shield. Lu Xing shouted at his Six-Winged Angel. Upon hearing this, the Six-Winged Angel, its little hand quickly drew a sphere in the air. Then a protective shield appeared out of thin air. They wrapped up the leader of the men in black and the bomb. Bang! The bomb exploded. Suddenly, the entire protective shield emitted a dazzling white light. The light was too dazzling. It made everyone unable to open their eyes. When the light fades, everyone looked toward the site of the explosion. Splash! The protective shield that was in midair vanished into thin air. The blood that was originally inside the protective shield instantly flowed out and covered the ground. Vomit. At this time, after one person saw it, he couldn't help but vomit. With his vomiting, it seems to have triggered a chain reaction. The others also started vomiting. Lu Xing's expression also looked rather unpleasant. After all, a living, breathing person. They were blown to bits in front of him. Call. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time we have the holy shield of the Six-Winged Angels. Otherwise, we'd all probably be doomed this time. Lu Xing looked at the Six-Winged Angel beside him. Six-Winged Angel. Attributes: Spirit, Fairy. Gender: Female. Rank: Gold Tier 4. Qualification: SSS. Skills learned: Judgment, Divine Healing, Divine Shield. At this time, the Six-Winged Angel possessed the strength of a 4th-tier gold-level being. Lu Xing looked toward the Holy Shield skill. Divine Shield summons a circular protective shield that can withstand all enemy attacks. The shield lasts for 5 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown. The duration increases with the user's level. So he really is a 5-second real man. Lu Xing saw this sacred shield. I couldn't help but mutter a complaint under my breath. Moreover, this holy shield actually has a cooldown period. But thinking about it, Lu Xing understood. If this holy shield could be used without limit, that skill is way too overpowered. With the leader of the men in black killed, only one man in black remained at the scene. That's the one in the driver's seat. The explosion just now. They woke up Fatty Su from his sleep. Lu Xing, what happened? It's okay, you can continue sleeping if you want. Oh. When Su Pang was about to continue sleeping, he then discovered that a stream of red liquid was flowing towards him. My God, what is this? It's nothing, just blood. Holy crap, blood, and that's all. Lu Xing, you bastard. Just as Su was about to say something more, Lu Xing, however, had already walked into the cockpit of the plane. Hey! A loud shout. A guy wielding a sharp blade lunged at Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he immediately turned to the side. He dodged the man's sharp blade. That was close. I almost got stabbed by this guy. The man's first attack failed. As they prepared to continue their attack on Lu Xing took a step forward. A punch landed squarely on the man's stomach. Then she grabbed his hand. With a sudden snap, there was a click. Lu Xing broke that man's hand. Lu Xing showed no mercy. He quickly extended his right hand. He grabbed the person in front of him by the neck. Squeeze it hard. He snapped the neck of the person in front of him. Then he disposed of it like trash. They simply threw the person on the ground. Lu Xing looked towards the driver's seat. Oh no. Lu Xing never expected this. This man in black is so cruel. He must have witnessed his boss being blown up. So he directly killed the two pilots. He planned to perish together with Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing, what should we do? Fatty Su walked in. He also saw that the two drivers had been involved in the accident. What to do? Lu Xing glanced at Fatty Su. Hey, Fatty Su, can you fly a plane? Flying a plane? Up, down, left, right, Alibaba. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Su. Oh dear, I don't know anything about flying a plane. If you're talking about masturbation, I can teach you that. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, his lips twitched involuntarily. That guy, Fatty Su. What time is it? She still has such a wild way of talking. All right, go sit in the passenger seat. Lu Xing, what's wrong with you? Since you don't know how, of course I'll have to do it. Wow, no way, Lu Xing, you can actually fly a plane. You don't really think flying a plane is as simple as just going up and down, left and right, Alibaba, do you? Su Peng's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Su. If you can even masturbate, do you think I can't fly a plane? Looking at the dashboard in front of him, Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. We have no choice but to try anything, even if it's a desperate situation. Chapter 159 Aftermath Work. Lu Xing got into the driver's seat. Su Peng sat in the passenger seat. Hello, this is 0101. Please respond if you hear me. It's come to this point already. Su Peng couldn't resist teasing the walkie-talkie. Lu Xing looked at the joystick in front of him. He gritted his teeth. Whether we live or die depends on this. As Lu Xing spoke, he placed one hand on the joystick. With Lu Xing's actions, the entire plane began to shake violently. Seeing this, Fatty Su, who was standing to the side, he quickly fastened his seatbelt to himself. Lu Xing, do you even know how to drive? At this point, finally, a look of worry appeared on Su Peng's face. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned his head. He gave Su Peng a mysterious smile. Upon seeing this, Fatty Su couldn't help but shudder. Hold on tight. Lu Xing began piloting the plane. Seeing the plane flying steadily, Su Peng's mouth almost fell off. Holy crap, Lu Xing, what's wrong with you? You can even fly a plane. Su Peng's face was full of disbelief. Just tell me, is there anything you can't do? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing thought to himself. It was just a coincidence. Suddenly, memories of his past life surfaced in Lu Xing's mind. In my past life, although he had never actually piloted an airplane, but he had played similar VR games. So Lu Xing decided to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Go and try flying an airplane. I never expected it to actually succeed. Lu Xing was piloting the plane. He shouted to Fatty Su beside him. Su Peng, call 110 for me. All right. Su Peng immediately dialed 110's number. After some communication, the demons on the ground immediately took action. They gave Lu Xing the location of the nearest airport. Lu Xing was piloting the plane. Fly towards that airport, until the plane landed smoothly on the ground. Su Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but extend his right hand to Lu Xing. At the same time, he gave a thumbs up. Lu Xing, you're amazing. As the plane landed, a large group of people in green military uniforms poured into the plane. They took everyone off the plane, including Lu Xing. After some questioning, they released Lu Xing. Lu Xing killed the robbers. He acted bravely and righteously. Lu Xing is a gold-level beast tamer. Even if he really killed someone, at most, we'll just make him pay some money in compensation. After all, the country needs talent like him. Gold-level beastmaster. It is already possible to break the shackles of the law. This is the law of another world. Hey, did you see that? What do you see? That young man. That young man. Everyone looked at Lu Xing. He's quite handsome. Who told you that? Do you know who he is? Who is it? He is the hero who single-handedly killed 5 criminals and piloted the plane with one hand. It's him. The discipline officers in the disciplinary team all stared wide-eyed. His face was filled with disbelief. This is way too young. Many of them had even been to the scene. That bloody scene. This caused many people present to vomit repeatedly. I never expected that the culprit was right in front of me. Fear. That's terrifying. Thinking of this, a look of fear appeared on everyone's face. They instinctively took a few steps back. And there's something else about him that you don't know. What is it? He is a gold beast master. What? Golden beast tamer. My God. Is he the reincarnation of some powerful being, or the grandson of some big shot? His strength is actually that great. Amidst the clamor of discussion among the crowd, Su Peng couldn't help but tease Lu Xing. Lu Xing, they seem to be talking about you in secret. And judging from their expressions, they seem a little afraid of you. When Su Peng said this, his face was full of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Fatty Su. So what if you're scared? So what? I don't have to make them like me. 2. Su Peng nodded. Regarding what happened today, Lu Xing had some thoughts. First of all, he is strong enough. Otherwise on the plane, he is a lamb to the slaughter. And it is precisely because he is strong enough. After killing the robbers, the members of the disciplinary team were extremely grateful to him. Not only did they brew him some good tea, he was also given a bonus. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. These guys are so stingy. I'm the one who saved the entire plane. These guys only gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan. Isn't this just giving away money to a stinking beggar? As Lu Xing spoke, he stuffed the bank card into his pocket. After all, it's free. Why not take advantage of a free lunch? After putting the bank card away, Lu Xing and Su Peng walked out of the police station's office building. I just walked out of the disciplinary team's office building. Lu Xiaoming ran in from outside. She rushed towards Lu Xing. He hugged Lu Xing tightly. Are you alright? It's nothing. Of course it's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lu Xing shrugged. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. This is not the place to talk. On the road, Lu Xing and the others started talking. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, he was on the plane earlier. What move did you make the six-winged angel use? It can actually withstand the explosion of a bomb. Su Peng fell asleep. He naturally didn't see that scene. But Lu Xiaoming, who was awake, saw everything. You mean the holy shield? This is a defensive skill that summons a protective shield to withstand all enemy attacks. Remember, it's all of them. What? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su, who was standing to the side, he stood there, stunned. It can withstand all attacks. That's just too overpowered. However, this skill also has its flaws. That means the duration is a bit short, and there's a cooldown period. How long will it last? 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Why does this number look so familiar? Su Peng seemed to have thought of something. His little face suddenly turned red. Lu Xiaoming, standing to the side, was completely bewildered. She said to herself, 5 seconds is pretty good. 5 seconds is a long time. You don't know anything else. Some only last a second. But do you know what? Although it was only for a second, it has already been hyped up to the heavens. Lu Xing nodded. However, he didn't tell Lu Xiaoming everything. You should know the duration of this holy shield. The duration can be extended as the power of the six-winged angel increases. Lu Xing didn't tell her this. Instead, they were afraid that she would be frightened again. Skills that can be improved. That's incredible. Chapter 160. Have you ever heard of a worm that can turn into a dragon? Because of the plane incident, Lu Xing and the others landed ahead of schedule. Fortunately, it's not far from Hiroshi City. Lu Xing and Su Peng. I simply went to the high-speed rail station and bought a high-speed rail ticket. I took the high-speed train back to Guangzhou. Creak. Lu Xing opened the door. He had just entered the house when his brows furrowed slightly. Because this house has been uninhabited for a long time. So the room was filled with a rotten smell. This smells musty. Cough, cough, cough. Because the room was full of dust. Lu Xing couldn't help but cough a few times. Looks like we can't stay here anymore. Let me make a call and ask the cleaning staff to come over. Let's just make do at a hotel tonight. After saying that, Lu Xing left his neighborhood. Since it was still early, Lu Xing did not plan to check into the hotel immediately. Instead, they strolled around on the street. It was evening. Cars come and go on the road. Roadside, countless students happily went home after school. They walked and talked. Because this is a world of beast taming. Therefore, what they discussed most was beast taming. What? Beast taming is the most powerful. What is the most beautiful beast taming technique? Listening to the little one's conversation, Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. Only by truly becoming a beast tamer. Only then will they understand. This road is so terrifying, bloody, and cruel. Lu Xing wandered into a park. Beat. Give him a good beating. Kill this bastard. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction from which the sound came. It turned out that a large group of children were ganging up on one child. Seeing this, Lu Xing, his face immediately darkened. This is a violent incident. What are you doing? Lu Xing shouted loudly. This immediately caught the attention of the children. Run, run. They saw that Lu Xing was tall. He is an older brother. They were no match for Lu Xing. Naturally, they would run as far away as possible. Only a small, battered creature remained on the grass. He was beaten black and blue. His clothes were torn to shreds. Are you all right? Lu Xing walked towards the little guy. The little guy is very strong. He stood up. He wiped his red, wet eyes. Fine. The little guy spoke to Lu Xing. It's good that you're all right. Lu Xing looked at the little guy's hand. He was surprised to find that the little guy was actually holding a big bug in his hands. It's a big green caterpillar. Looking at the entirely green insect, Lu Xing couldn't help but shudder. This thing looks so unattractive. Big brother. The little guy suddenly spoke to Lu Xing. Do you think it's okay for me to treat my Xiaoqing as a tamed beast from now on? Are you treating the giant green caterpillar as a tamed beast? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. He subconsciously looked at the large green worm in the little guy's hand. Big caterpillar, juvenile stage. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Level, none. Qualification, S. Learn skill, silk spinning. It's actually a giant green caterpillar with an S-grade aptitude. After Lu Xing saw the attributes of the giant green caterpillar, my eyes lit up immediately. He reached out his hand. He patted the little guy's head. Yes, of course. Your big green caterpillar has excellent potential. If you take good care of it, it will definitely become your good partner in the future. Really, of course it's true. Looking at Lu Xing, the little guy was skeptical. You're not just trying to make me happy, are you? How could that be? Lu Xing seemed to remember something. He spoke very seriously to the little guy. In my brother's hometown, there is also something that looks like a small green worm. However, we usually call it a green caterpillar. That green caterpillar can evolve into a dragon. Real. Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes lit up immediately. Ha ha, that's great, that's really great. Little green worm, did you hear that? Big brother said you can turn into a dragon. The little guy was holding the little green worm. They were so happy they danced around. Just then, Mao Mao, Mao Mao, shouts and calls came from all directions. Big brother, my mother has come to see me. I'm leaving now, thank you so much for today. After the little guy finished speaking, they ran in the direction from which the sound came. Mom, I'm here. His mother saw the way he looked. He was instantly enraged. You're so clueless. He's always causing trouble outside, and all he does is fight with others. And when are you going to get rid of that damn bug of yours? I don't want it, it's my good friend. And my older brother said that it can become a dragon in the future. Big brother, which big brother? Right over there. The little guy pointed to where he had just been. His mother looked in the direction he was pointing. There was no trace of Lu Xing there. Hey, you're so young. They've even learned to lie. I'll teach you a lesson tonight, and show you what I'm made of. Lu Xing had his hands in his pockets. We continued strolling around the park. As a result, he bumped into a woman. The woman was wearing a long green dress. She had a sweet smile on her face. Little brother Lu Xing, I never knew you had such a friendly side. The visitor was Green Ivy. She saw the scene where Lu Xing had just rescued the child. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He never expected to encounter a pothose plant in this park. It's nothing, just a small favor. But what brings you here, Sister Green Ivy? Upon hearing this, Green Ivy raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You're allowed to come, but I can't? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. You know that's not what I meant. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. I was just bored and wandering around Guangzhou. As a result, we ended up here. Okay, stop talking about me. It's you, kid, who's not studying properly in Jiangnan City. They actually came back. And after coming back, he didn't even tell us. He just went to the park without saying a word. How? Do you really think you can find pretty girls here? Green Ivy's words left Lu Xing speechless. This guy is so irresponsible. The mouth has no boundaries. Lu Xing no longer knew how to describe her. Just then, brother Lu Xing. A crisp sound rang out. Like a lark. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction of the voice. They discovered several beautiful young girls standing not far away. One of them had a ponytail. He kept waving at Lu Xing. Oh, so you have a date with your sweetheart. Looks like I'm superfluous. Green Ivy teased Lu Xing. A date with a beautiful woman? Sister Green Ivy, you're overthinking it. Lu Xing gave a wry smile. Chapter 161 The Clown? Soon, several girls from the opposite side walked towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, who is she? Su Xiaoya asked Lu Xing. That's right. The person who arrived was none other than Su Peng's younger sister, Su Xiaoya. Lu Xing never expected this. I unexpectedly ran into Su Peng's sister in this park. Xiaoya, this is Sister Green Ivy. Sister Green Ivy, this is Xiaoya, Su Peng's younger sister. Who is Fatty Su? That fatso who's always following me around. Oh, you mean that chubby kid. I remember. Upon hearing this, Green Ivy couldn't help but glance at Su Xiaoya. TSK. Green Ivy couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined that chubby boy would have such a beautiful younger sister. I wonder which of them is the biological father. They don't look alike at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, that's just how Sister Green Ivy is. Snort. Su Xiaoya hates it most when people bring up her and her brother's past. Little dear, little Hui, let's go. Su Xiaoya left angrily with her two best friends. Watching Su Xiaoya's departing figure, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Are you angry because I drove your girlfriend away? You can actually catch up with him. Green Ivy smiled and spoke to Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Green Ivy. You know that's not what I meant. By the way, Sister Green Ivy, what are you doing in this park? Lu Xing knows the Green Ivy very well. She wasn't going on a mission. It's like taking a beauty nap at the Phoenix base. As for going out for a stroll in the park, that's the sun rising in the west. Sigh, nothing can be hidden from you, you clever little devil. When Green Ivy said this, he turned his gaze to the distance not far away. There was a platform set up there. A large crowd had gathered below the stage. It looks very lively. Su Xiaoya pulled her two best friends along. She left in a huff. On the road, Xiao Lu comforted Su Xiaoya. Oh Xiaoya, don't be angry. Yeah, cheer up. Have you forgotten why we came here today? Xiao Hui chimed in agreement. Of course we haven't forgotten. We came here to see the magic show. Yes, so let's forget about the unpleasantness we just had. Su Xiaoya nodded. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, this is terrible. What's wrong? I forgot to say goodbye to Lu Xing. After Su Xiaoya finished speaking, she turned around and went to find Lu Xing. As a result, the deer stopped her. Xiaoya, let it go. Maybe they've already left. All right. Su Xiaoya looked quite helpless. She thought to herself, I can only apologize to Lu Xing when I see him later. Encouraged by Xiao Lu and Xiao Wei, Su Xiaoya followed the two of them. We arrived at the magic show. Su Xiaoya looked towards the performance stage. There was a red-nosed clown performing energetically. He was accompanied by a little bear. The red-nosed clown was performing. He was looking at the audience below with lewd eyes. He subconsciously licked his tongue. Let me see how lucky I am today. Become my prey. The clown's eyes kept scanning around. Soon, Su Xiaoya and the other two came into his view. Su Xiaoya and her two friends were still students. She exudes a youthful and vibrant aura. This is the type that perverts like the most. The clown's eyes swept quickly over the three of them. Neither the left nor the right one will do. The clown has sharp eyes. He could see through the situation of Su Xiaoya and the other two at a glance. When his eyes fell on Xiao Lu and Xiao Wei, a look of disgust appeared on his face. These two girls have already been defiled. Their heart's blood must be rotten. The one in the middle is still the best. Thinking of this, the clown's eyes lit up immediately. All right, now it's time for the final performance. Now I'm going to perform for you all the magic of making people disappear. Now I will choose a lucky audience member from the crowd. Come and be my assistant. Who should we choose? The Joker is very popular. So the atmosphere in the audience was very lively. Pick me. Pick me. The audience members eagerly signed up one by one. But none of them were the Joker's prey. Naturally, it wouldn't catch the Joker's eye. I'll choose you. The little girl behind her. I. Su Xiaoya seemed somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that. I never thought I would be chosen. However, she still subconsciously checked. That's right, it's you. That little girl with the ponytail. Good. Su Xiaoya was immediately overjoyed. She spoke to the little deer and Xiao Wei beside her. Then I'll go. Go. Envy appeared in Xiao Lu's and Xiao Wei's eyes. They never expected that. Su Xiaoya is so lucky. Watch a magic show. You could also be selected as a lucky audience member. Go on stage to perform. Su Xiaoya went on stage. Under the Joker's direction. She was locked inside a box. Upon seeing this, the clown. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. He revealed a smug smile. Sweetheart, just stay inside and behave yourself. The clown's face suddenly contorted into a hideous grimace. He spoke to the little bear beside him. Hypnotic bear, use hypnosis. Upon hearing this, the hypnotic bear stretched out its hands forward. Its eyes suddenly glowed red. Waves of red light emanated from the hypnotic bear's eyes. The audience was cheering. Their eyes were exposed to hypnotic light waves. I just felt a sudden dizziness. He actually fell straight down. Soon, the audience members all collapsed to the ground. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots. Rubbish. At this moment, the clown reverted to his true nature. He couldn't help but start cursing. After a good scolding, he seemed to have calmed down. Snort. I'm going back to enjoy my delicious meal. After saying that, the clown pushed the box. Soon, he then loaded the box onto the car. Driving a small car. I left this place. Sister Green Ivy, why won't you let me stop him? Lu Xing and Green Ivy then emerged from the shadows. I still don't know how many young girls this guy has captured, so I plan to follow him. Go to his secret base. Lu Xing nodded. Let's go? Good. Lu Xing followed Green Ivy to the park's parking lot. The two prepared to drive after the clown. As for losing track of them, Lu Xing and Green Ivy were not worried about this problem at all. First of all, the pothose plant just happened unintentionally. A locator was installed on Su Xiaoya. Secondly, in the sky, two figures are following the Joker's car. An eagle and a big bat. Chapter 162, The Joker's Secret Base. Lu Xing was riding in Green Ivy's car. They soon arrived at a suburban area. Get out of Green Ivy's car. Lu Xing looked at Green Ivy's car. I was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that. The pothose plant actually chose a bird of prey. In Lu Xing's heart, he felt that Green Ivy should at least drive a Porsche or Ferrari. What are you looking at? Nothing. All right, let's go quickly. Otherwise, your little girlfriend will be in danger in a little while. Lu Xing nodded. The two walked towards it. They found the area in front of them completely empty. There are no wooden houses or similar buildings there. That's strange. The tracker clearly shows she's here. Just as Green Ivy was wondering. Chirp. A thunder eagle fell from the sky. It stopped beside Lu Xing. Thunder Eagle, where did the clown take Su Xiaoya? Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle gave Lu Xing a wink. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing immediately understood. He stepped forward a few paces. He started rummaging through a pile of leaves on the ground. Soon, a manhole cover appeared in front of Lu Xing. Sister Green Ivy, I found the entrance. Good. Lu Xing and Green Ivy followed the manhole cover into the clown's secret base. After we went inside, Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined there was such a hidden world inside. Lu Xing thought for a moment. Come out, six-winged angel. Lu Xing made a hand seal. He summoned his six-winged angel. This secret base is a bit small. Lu Xing's other tame beasts were too large. It's impossible to summon it here. Therefore, the only option is to summon a six-winged angel. A six-winged angel. When Green Ivy saw Lu Xing's six-winged angel, my eyes lit up immediately. Wow, so cute. Come here, let your big sister give you a hug. Green Ivy reached out her hand to Lu Xing's six-winged angel. Just as Green Ivy's hand was about to touch the six-winged angel. Owner, the six-winged angel was so frightened that it hid in Lu Xing's arms. Wow, I didn't expect this guy to be so shy. Okay, Sister Green Ivy, little darling is a little afraid of strangers. Please stop teasing it. Snort. Green Ivy snorted coldly. She pouted, clearly unhappy. However, Green Ivy seemed to have thought of something. She immediately beamed with joy again. Sweetie, come here. How about I find you a good friend? As Green Ivy spoke, she began to perform a magic incantation. Come out, Green Elf. Green Ivy summoned her green sprites. The six-winged angel saw the green elf. My eyes lit up immediately. It mustered its courage. It flew out of Lu Xing's arms. It flew towards the green elf. The two little ones seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. It felt like we'd known each other forever. They actually started playing around. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's go rescue Xiaoya first. Lu Xing didn't want anything to happen to Xiaoya. After all, she is Su Pang's sister. If something happens to Su Xiaoya, Lu Xing felt he could never forgive himself. Not to mention how to face Fatty Su. Lu Xing and Green Ivy began to walk around inside the clown's secret base. Because Green Ivy installed a tracking device on Su Xiaoya. So Lu Xing and his companion quickly found Su Xiaoya's location. At this moment, Su Xiaoya was tied to the operating table by the clown. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag. Su Xiaoya wanted to shout, but he found that he couldn't make a sound at all. Sad, despair. Countless negative emotions surged into Su Xiaoya's heart. By this time, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. The tears flowed like a tap that had been turned on. It kept flowing out. Su Xiaoya struggled desperately. Unfortunately, the ropes binding her were too strong. Su Xiaoya was in despair. At this moment, she desperately wanted someone to come and save her. Just then, a person's image appeared in Su Xiaoya's mind. It was Lu Xing, who had only met Su Xiaoya not long ago. Lu Xing had saved Su Xiaoya once before at Tiger Head Mountain. So this time, Su Xiaoya also hoped that Lu Xing could come out and save her. But that's practically impossible. Su Xiaoya was feeling a bit desperate. Sweetie, little one, don't move around. The clown stood to the side. He picked up the bottle opener. I opened a bottle of red wine for myself. He then poured himself a glass of wine. The clown picked up the wine glass filled with red wine. I took a small sip. Delicious. He looked at Su Xiaoya lying on the bed. There was a fiery light in his eyes. It looked like they were looking at a work of art. Little baby, don't move around. I'll come and take good care of you in a little while. When he said this, the clown licked his lips. Su Xiaoya started crying and screaming. Just then, Lu Xing and Green Ivy arrived at the door of this secret room. Lu Xing squinted his eyes. Look toward the hypnotic bear that the clown is riding. Hypnotic bear. Attribute. Normal. Gender. Female. Rank. Silver Tier 7. Qualification. B. Skills learned. Hypnosis, stunning techniques, sleep. Looking at the hypnotic bear in front of him, Lu Xing frowned slightly. I never imagined this monster was so strong. You should know? Through conversations with the pothos, Lu Xing knew that this clown had no background. He relied on his own efforts. That's why we have achieved what we have today. Unfortunately, he went astray. Little darling, use judgment on that hypnotic bear. Remember, you must strike with a single, decisive blow. With Lu Xing's command, a murderous glint flashed across the face of his six-winged angel. I'm sorry, but my master wants me to kill you. At this moment, the six-winged angel transformed into a demon. A blade of light quickly materialized in its hand. Then he suddenly threw it at the hypnotic bear. Seeing the rapidly approaching blade of light, the hypnotic bear felt a chill. Its pupils constricted slightly. They wanted to escape, but the body can't keep up with the mind. There was a soft, plop sound. The six-winged angel's judgment blade easily pierced the hypnotic bear's belly. The hypnotic bear was slammed hard against the wall. Its head tilted to the side. It just died. Hypnotic bear. The clown never expected this. Someone actually followed him to his secret base. No, this can't be real. The clown's eyes turned blood red. That hypnotic bear was his only companion. But today he was killed. I want you all dead. The clown quickly formed a hand seal. Soon, two beasts appeared in front of Lu Xing and Green Luo. It's the Black Wolf King and the Black-Skinned Rat. Lu Xing immediately understood the attributes of the two beasts. The strongest one is that Black Wolf King. Black Wolf King. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Rank, Silver Tier 9. Qualification, A. Learn skills, Shadow Ball, Tier Claw, Bite. Chapter 163, Killing the Black Wolf King. Sister Green Ivy, leave that Black Wolf King to me. The black-skinned mouse is now in your care. Good. Green Ivy nodded. The black-skinned rat only possesses the strength of a silver rank 2. The attribute is normal. Pothos can handle it without any problem. However, Lu Xing's real purpose was not to have Green Ivy deal with Black Rat. Instead, it was so that she could rescue Su Xiaoya, who was tied to the bed. Certainly, Lu Xing couldn't tell Green Ivy directly, because if he were to speak, this will inevitably attract the clown's attention. At that time, if the clown were to threaten Lu Xing and his companion with Su Xiaoya's life, that would be terrible. Little darling, use judgment on that Black Wolf King. Lu Xing spoke to his six-winged angel. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel, its right hand made a grasping motion in the air. Suddenly, a blade of light appeared in its hand. I'll beat you to death, you stinking dog. You dare to be mean to me and my master. The six-winged angel hurled the blade of light at the Black Wolf King. The blade of light is very fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the Black Wolf King's body. But what happened next completely surprised Lu Xing. What's going on? Lu Xing did not expect that. His own six-winged angel's ultimate judgment move. Surprisingly, it had no effect on the Black Wolf King. But Lu Xing is so smart. He quickly realized what was happening. Damn, what an idiot. Lu Xing couldn't help but swear. This Black Wolf King is an evolved form of the Black Wolf Hound, and it is also of the dark type. And this ultimate judgment technique is of a mental attribute. Beasts with the evil attribute are immune to attacks with the mental attribute. After all, evil represents darkness, and darkness can devour the spirit. Seeing this, the clown, a slight smile played at the corners of his lips. A cold smile appeared on his face. Black Wolf King, bite that guy to death. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, "Sweetie, let's go." Lu Xing started running. Upon seeing this, the Black Wolf King, its eyes flashed with a cold light. They actually quickened their pace. Black wolfhounds are just like that. The more you fear it, the more energetic it becomes. Lu Xing was very fast. They soon ran to an open space. The space here is exceptionally large. The Black Wolf King's eyes flashed with ferocity. Grimace in pain. It lowered its body. They pressed closer and closer to Lu Xing. "You want my life? It all depends on whether you have the ability. Come forth, Cerberus." Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound. The Black Wolf King saw the two-headed hellhound. Its body suddenly went limp. The oppressive aura emanating from the two-headed hellhound was truly terrifying. The Black Wolf King turned to flee. But how could the two-headed hellhound give it a chance to escape? The two-headed hellhound lunged forward with a sudden leap. It opened its blood-red maw. It swallowed the Black Wolf King whole. "Thanks a lot, hellhound." Lu Xing patted his two-headed hellhound. At the same time, Lu Xing also realized something. That is, his six-winged angel has a flaw. If you encounter a beast tamed with evil attributes like the Black Wolf King, he was at a loss. "No, I need to properly arm this little guy." Lu Xing suddenly remembered. "That's all I can say about myself so far. He hasn't given it to his six-winged angel yet. I have used any of the monster cores. Come back, Cerberus." Lu Xing put away the hellhound. Then he strode toward where the clown was. When Lu Xing arrived, Lu Xing saw the clown who was tied up. The clown was covered in wounds. The blood flowed out of his wound as if it were free. Beside, Green Ivy held the unconscious Su Xiaoyao in her arms. The Green Ivy had a dark expression. His face was filled with anger. This was the first time Lu Xing had ever seen Green Ivy so angry. "Sister Green Ivy, what's wrong?" "Fine. Let's go." After Green Ivy finished speaking, she carried Su Xiaoyao and walked out of the cave on her own. "Sister Green Ivy, you go first. I'll be there soon." Green Ivy naturally knew what Lu Xing wanted to do. She did not stop Lu Xing. After the pothose plant left, Lu Xing glanced at the clown on the bed. The clown was still struggling. Lu Xing ignored him. Instead, it walked straight toward the hypnotic bear. Lu Xing took out a knife. It plunged its blade into the head of the hypnotic bear. Seeing this, the clown, his eyes widened in anger. Unfortunately, he was unable to speak. All she could do was sob and wail. The clown never expected this. It's one thing for Lu Xing to kill the hypnotic bear. They even went so far as to dispose of the hypnotized bear's corpse. As expected, there is a monster core. Lu Xing took out a piece of rag. I wiped the magical beast core off the hypnotic bear. It was then placed into the system inventory. He looked at the clown lying on the bed. Lu Xing's face also darkened. Because he witnessed a horrific scene. It was right in the corner of the room. There was a pile of bones there. Lu Xing determined this by the number of skulls. It was determined that there were a total of 8 corpses there. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, those were 8 vibrant girls. They could have grown up happily. Studying, working, dating, getting married, having children. Live a happy life. But it was ruined by the guy in front of me. No wonder the pothose was so angry. Even Lu Xing was furious when he saw it. Lu Xing glanced coldly at the clown on the bed. He will lose too much blood at this time. On his deathbed, Lu Xing picked up the alcohol that was placed on the cabinet. He started splashing. He then threw the candle away. The entire sealed chamber was engulfed in flames. Burn all the darkness here to ashes. Lu Xing left. On the bed, the clown was on his deathbed. He began the scrolling light show before his death. He was born into a blended family. His stepmother treated him very badly. They would either beat or scold him. He also has an older sister. He was born to his stepmother and another man. This older sister was also very mean to him. They bullied him every day. One day, the clown rebelled. He ambushed his sister with a stick. As a result, by accident, too much force, the clown killed his sister. Looking at her dead sister on the ground, the clown panicked. He dragged his sister to the desolate wilderness. "I'm going to dig a hole." When the sister's body was hastily buried, he saw a glimmer of Pandora's box was suddenly opened. The world has one less suffering little boy. There's now another clown who kills without hesitation. Is everything settled? The Green Ivy is now leaning against the Raptor pickup truck. She actually started smoking. "Do you want it or not?" Green Ivy handed the cigarette in her hand to Lu Xing. "Don't want." Lu Xing did not expect that. Even the pothose plant smokes. Yin Ryu was like this before. Now even pothose plants are like this. Lu Xing once suspected. The Phoenix Mercenary Group. "Do you all smoke?" "All right, now that the matter is settled, let's go back." Green Ivy casually tossed the cigarette aside. He then climbed into the driver's cab. Get ready to drive away. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He did not get on the bus immediately. Instead, he walked up to the still-burning cigarette butt. Lu Xing lifted his foot. I stepped on it. I rubbed it vigorously. Put out the cigarette butt. Sister Green Ivy, carelessly discarding cigarette butts like this can cause a fire. Chapter 164 Learning Hypnosis. Okay, I know. You bastard. Green Ivy gave an awkward smile. Her face turned red for the first time ever. I actually got lectured by a little kid. Green Ivy found this unbelievable. Lu Xing got into the car. Where do we go now? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned his head and glanced at Su Xiaoya in the back seat of the car. Let's go to her house. Send her back. Su Xiaoya had just experienced a fright. At this time, family members are needed to be there for you. Good. Green Ivy was driving the car. They took Lu Xing to Su Xiaoya's house. Su Peng was surprised to see Lu Xing holding his younger sister. He couldn't help but swear. Damn it, Lu Xing, you're a beast. And I've been so good to you. What did you do to my sister? Looking at Su Peng's tense face, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You fatso, it's not like you just met me yesterday. Don't you know who I, Lu Xing, am? Do you think I would do anything to your sister? Lu Xing's words surprised Su Peng slightly. All right, enough with the nonsense. Take your sister back right away. If you want to know anything, wait until your sister wakes up, then ask her yourself. After what happened with the clown, Lu Xing was also a little annoyed. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Lu Xing returned to Green Ivy's pickup truck. Green Ivy glanced at Lu Xing. She smiled slightly. Unable to resist, I spoke to Lu Xing. Aren't you going to explain things to that chubby kid? Green Ivy noticed that Su Peng was still standing there holding Su Xiaoya. Su Peng's expression was rather unpleasant. He looked like he'd eaten shit. Fatty, take your sister back first. Don't worry, I absolutely did nothing to your sister. Look at her clothes. Although some parts are torn, the key parts are still intact. Su Peng took a look. That's true. Just as he was about to tell Lu Xing when Green Ivy has already started the car. They took Lu Xing away. With a helpless expression, Su Peng carried Su Xiaoya into his home. I don't know how much time has passed. No, don't kill me. Su Xiaoya suddenly woke up from her coma. Little sister, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. Su Peng hugged Su Xiaoya tightly. With his brother's warm embrace, he took care of Su Xiaoya. Elder brother. Su Xiaoya saw Su Peng. Her tears streamed down her face. Okay, stop crying. I'll be safe once I get home. If you've been wronged in any way, you can tell your brother. Brother will stand up for you. At this moment, Fatty Su was completely dumbfounded. He is currently experiencing a great deal of inner turmoil. So far, he still didn't know what had happened. That Lu Xing guy is really something. He didn't even bother to explain things to me properly. He ran away halfway through his sentence. Su Peng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya began to choke up. She stammered as she recounted the whole story to Fatty Su. Su Peng slapped his thigh immediately. Oh dear, I misunderstood Lu Xing. I'm so damn stupid. How could I doubt my own brother like that? Su Peng was consumed by deep self-blame. Brother, we should thank Lu Xing properly this time. If it weren't for him, I probably would be dead. Speaking of the name Lu Xing, Su Xiaoya felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Yes, I'll invite him to our house tomorrow. Lu Xing followed Green Ivy back to the Phoenix base. Oh, the Green Ivy yawned. Then he stretched. She walked straight to the kitchen. Not long after, Green Ivy came out holding a cucumber in her hand. The cucumber was dripping with water. It was obviously just washed. Lu Xing, if you want to eat, go get it from the refrigerator yourself. I'm tired after a long day. I'm going to take a shower. Don't you dare try to peek. After saying that, Green Ivy went upstairs. Lu Xing was left speechless. Would you like to stay for dinner? A clear, cold voice came from behind. The sound made Lu Xing shudder. Lu Xing looked in the direction the sound came from. It turned out to be Zixuan. Zixuan is the strategist of the Phoenix Mercenary Group, responsible for managing affairs within the Phoenix Mercenary Group. At that moment, she was wearing a purple t-shirt, wearing an apron. The panda eyes on the apron bulged out. It looks particularly big. Lu Xing nodded. It was already late at this time, so we decided to stay for dinner. He had eaten Zixuan's cooking before. It tastes especially good. A chef comparable to a 5-star chef. Good. Zixuan didn't say much. She went into the kitchen and started cooking. Zixuan left. Lu Xing was the only one left in the hall. I could hear the rushing water from upstairs. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. How about we sneak a peek? The thought had just formed when Lu Xing immediately shook his head. Get rid of that idea. He's not a vulgar person. Oh right. Lu Xing suddenly thought of something. He took out the Hypnotic Bear's monster core from his system inventory. Looking at the monster crystal core in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. Come out, my little darling. Lu Xing summoned his six-winged angel. Come on, little darling, eat this. Lu Xing handed the Hypnotic Bear's magical beast core to the six-winged angel. It's candy. The six-winged angel was overjoyed upon seeing this. It stuffed the Hypnotic Bear's magical core into its mouth. As soon as the monster core entered the six-winged angel's mouth, it turned into a stream of water. It entered the belly of the six-winged angel. The master is lying. That's not candy at all. It's not sweet at all. Oof, I'm ignoring you. Looking at the arrogant six-winged angel before him, Lu Xing was immediately speechless. But you still have to coax them if necessary. Here, have a lollipop. Lu Xing handed the lollipop specially made by Su Pang to the six-winged angel. That's more like it. Thank you, master. A six-winged angel is just a little kid. There is candy to eat. It was very happy. Thud. The six-winged angel kissed Lu Xing on the cheek. Lu Xing's attention was focused on the system prompt panel at this moment. Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has consumed the magical beast core of the Hypnotic Bear. You will learn the following skills. Hypnosis. Fires a hypnotic ray to hypnotize the enemy in front of you. Only effective against opponents with their eyes open. Stunning punch. Attack the enemy with your fist. The enemy hit may fall into a coma. Remember, it's only a possibility. Sleep. Recover stamina and injuries by sleeping. Can be interrupted if woken up. These three skills are all pretty good. Lu Xing thought for a moment. Choose hypnosis. Hypnosis is the Hypnotic Bear's specialty. Since you're going to learn, you should only learn from the best. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has learned hypnosis. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Having a cheat code really makes things easier. There's no need to worry about learning these skills at all. It was done very easily. Hey, you silly boy, what are you grinning about? Just then, a familiar voice came in. Chapter 165 Footprints Not Visible. Lu Xing turned his head to look. A woman wearing a fiery red dress walked in from outside. Sister Phoenix, it's been a long time. Lu Xing greeted Fire Phoenix with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix couldn't help but glance at Lu Xing. Hey kid, what treasure have you gotten yourself lately? Your mouth's so sweet, like it's coated in honey. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. Alright, come with me. Lu Xing followed Fire Phoenix into the restaurant. The two took their seats in the restaurant. Xuanwu, who was in the kitchen, probably knew that Fire Phoenix had returned. She brought out a plate of edamame and a dish of smashed cucumber. The rice won't be cooked for a while, so have some of this to tide you over. Yes, thank you, Sister Xuanwu. You're welcome. Xuan's tone was always so indifferent. Lu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong with this guy? Lu Xing couldn't help but glance at Xuan's back. Hey, you brat, what are you looking at like that? Nothing. Lu Xing immediately turned his gaze back. You're pretty good, kid. Fire Phoenix ate edamame as she ate. While teasing Lu Xing. Our airplane hero, tell us about your glorious deeds. Airplane hero. What is that? Lu Xing frowned slightly. He had never heard of this title before. Sister Phoenix, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask the Fire Phoenix. How could I have made a mistake? Look at this, isn't it you? Phoenix pulled a photograph out of her pocket. It was thrown in front of Lu Xing. Lu Xing picked it up and took a look. It turned out that someone had secretly taken his picture while he was on patrol. The perspective is alright. They captured my handsome appearance perfectly. Stop being so vain. Fire Phoenix snatched the photo from Lu Xing's hand. You little rascal, you can't even have peace when you come home. It's unbelievable that we could encounter hijackers on a plane. This is something I've never encountered in my entire life, but you've happened to be there. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, my head is covered in black lines. Sister Phoenix, should I say whether I am lucky or unlucky? Robbers. What robbers? I don't know when, but the pothose had already finished its bath. But this guy isn't wearing any clothes. Instead, she simply wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked downstairs. Upon seeing this, the Fire Phoenix, his eyes widened involuntarily. Green Ivy, don't you care about your image at all? Can't you see Lu Xing is still here? Upon hearing this, Green Ivy was slightly taken aback. She's used to doing this. This time, they really forgot about Lu Xing's existence. After all, no man has ever been to Phoenix Base. Until Lu Xing appeared. Green Ivy thought for a moment. She smiled and said to the Phoenix, Oh, Lu Xing isn't an outsider. So what if he sees me? It won't hurt me. At worst, I can just marry him later. Green Ivy's words left Lu Xing speechless. A fairy? This guy is a complete fairy. Alright, stop fooling around. Fire Phoenix shifted her thoughts to Lu Xing. Alright, tell me. Your heroic performance on the plane. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing began to tell his story. More than 10 minutes later. Sure, little brother Lu Xing, I never knew you were so brave. They killed all the robbers in just a few moves. And it also prevented the bomb from exploding, saving everyone on the plane. But that doesn't surprise me. What surprised me the most was that you not only know how to masturbate, but you can actually fly a plane. Tell me, where did you learn your skills from? Green Ivy's words made Lu Xing's black lines on his head even more pronounced. I need to stay away from this guy from now on. My mom won't let me play with idiots. So, you really can fly a plane? Fire Phoenix also had a furrowed brow. You should know. Whether it's Beast Taming High School or Beast Taming University, there are no courses on flying airplanes. Unless you attend an aerospace university. Lu Xing nodded. How did you learn it? I don't know. Maybe it's because I've played games before. Game? Hiss. Fire Phoenix gasped. It took her a while to realize what was happening. You're really brave. Don't you know how difficult it is to operate an airplane? A moment's carelessness, a single operational error, could result in the destruction of the machine and loss of life. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. I have no other choice but to try anything, even if it's a dead end. And even if I can't save those people, I can still escape on my own. But they... Lu Xing did not continue speaking. The Fire Phoenix nodded. In that time of crisis, if it were any other beast tamer, they packed up and left a long time ago. After all, in the hearts of beast tamers, they felt their lives were more precious than those of ordinary people. Lu Xing was able to do that. That's already very good. This shows that he is a responsible man. Little did Lu Xing know. His actions impressed Phoenix, Green Ivy, and Zixuan in the kitchen. Here, this is for you. Zixuan placed an ice cream in front of Lu Xing. It's a dream ice cream. When Green Ivy saw the ice cream that Zixuan gave to Lu Xing, my eyes lit up immediately. This dreamy ice cream was made by Zixuan herself. It's impossible to buy it outside. Moreover, the raw materials for this stuff are extremely rare. It's simply not something ordinary families can afford. Zixuan, I want to eat dreamy ice cream too. Green Ivy said to Zixuan in a coquettish tone. What do you want to eat? Look at yourself. All you do is eat and sleep. I think I've gained a few pounds recently. Is there? The pothose plant looked down. I found that my view was blocked. You can't see the tops of the feet at all. Alright, dinner's almost ready. If you eat ice cream now, how will you be able to eat dinner later? Then why can he eat it? How can you compare to him? Listening to Zixuan's double standards, Green Ivy couldn't help but pout. Lu Xing ignored Green Ivy and Zixuan's bickering. Instead, he addressed the Fire Phoenix and asked, Sister Phoenix, do you know where I can find fairy-type tame beasts? Fairy-type. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix, his brows furrowed slightly. Why are you asking this? Don't you know that fairy-type beast tamers are extremely rare in this world? I have not heard of any fairy-type beast taming groups in any secret realm so far. Fairy-type beast tamers don't seem to like living in groups. Each of them is a lone wolf. Since the Fire Phoenix had never seen the fairy realm, that's why she made that assertion. That's a generalization based on limited information. Oh, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Xing's face. Little brother Lu Xing, why are you asking this? Green Ivy suddenly placed her hand on Lu Xing's shoulder. Chapter 166, I'm afraid of pain. Nothing. I want a fairy-type magical beast core. Don't I have a six-winged angel in my hand? A six-winged angel. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix's eyes lit up. Hurry up and let me see it. Good. Come out, my little darling. Lu Xing released the six-winged angel. Wow. So cute. Come here, let your big sister give you a hug. No woman can resist the allure of a six-winged angel. The Phoenix saw Lu Xing's six-winged angel. Suddenly, maternal love overflowed. The six-winged angel reached out to hug Lu Xing. Owner. The six-winged angel was so frightened that it hid behind Lu Xing. Its actions startled the Fire Phoenix slightly. Sister Phoenix, I'm sorry. This little guy is shy. All right. A few minutes later, the Fire Phoenix looked at the six-winged angel jumping around on the table. She asked Lu Xing curiously, Lu Xing, where did you get this guy from? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, I glanced at the pothose plant beside me. Ask her. Green Ivy was slightly taken aback. She never expected that Lu Xing would pass the buck to her. Don't ask me. Ask me, I don't know either. I'm taking this kid to the fairy forest. I was originally thinking of catching a green elf for him. But who would have thought that this guy would get incredibly lucky? I actually got an egg. Do you know? That egg is a six-winged angel. Thinking of this, the pothose plant suddenly felt awkward. You should know. She had tried her best to stop Lu Xing from making a contract with that egg. Oh, upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Fire Phoenix's face. She was very satisfied with Lu Xing's six-winged angel. I was originally thinking of contracting one myself in the future, but now it seems there is no hope. After all, six-winged angels are something that can only be encountered by chance. The Fire Phoenix looked at Lu Xing, who was eating a dreamlike ice cream. She couldn't help but complain. That kid is really lucky. Come on, come on. Dinner is ready. Be careful, it's hot. Xuanwu brought up a large pot of soup. Take a closer look at the pothose. It's lotus root and pork rib soup. Her mouth watered instantly. Then Xuanwu brought out a few more dishes. Everyone took their seats. They started eating. Night. Lu Xing checked into the Phoenix base. He couldn't sleep at night. Get out of bed. I went out onto the balcony. They discovered that someone was standing on the balcony next door. This person is none other than. It is a pothose. Sister Green Ivy, is something bothering you? Lu Xing noticed that Green Ivy was looking into the distance. Nothing. But you, little brother Lu Xing. Are you having a lot of sexual desire and can't sleep? Want to come over here and let your sister help you cool down? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned. No need. There's no need to trouble Sister Green Ivy. Lu Xing's lips twitched slightly. That Green Ivy is just too outrageous. That's right. Didn't you say at the dinner table today that you wanted a fairy-type magical beast core? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Sister Green Ivy, do you mean you have it? No. How could I possibly have that thing? After all, fairy-type beast tamers are extremely rare, let alone fairy-type magical beast cores. Green Ivy shrugged. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing felt immediately disappointed. His emotions at that moment were like a roller coaster ride. We were just at the peak. Now it has fallen to the bottom. The flame of hope in my heart had just begun to ignite. It was extinguished by a pot of water poured over the pothose plant. Is there really no way? Six-winged angels are spirit-type and fairy-type tamed beasts. It can learn fairy-type moves through monster cores. However, fairy-type monster cores are so rare. This put Lu Xing in a difficult position. If six-winged angels cannot learn fairy-type moves, that means Lu Xing's six-winged angel has a defect. You should know. In this man-eating, beast-taming world, a slight defect, that could potentially kill Lu Xing. Therefore, Lu Xing wanted to do his best to make up for this deficiency. To deal with beasts of evil attributes, fairy-type moves are the most effective. Furthermore, six-winged angels are fairy-type tamed beasts. She is adept at using fairy-type moves. It is also more powerful. Don't be so discouraged, kid. Although I don't have it, I know there's a place where it definitely exists. Where? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Green Ivy's lips curled up slightly. He kept Lu Xing in suspense and said, Secret. Your priority right now is to get some sleep. I'll take you there tomorrow. The next day, Lu Xing stayed at the Phoenix base. He felt like he was going crazy. Green Ivy said she wanted to take him to that place. However, she did not take any action for a long time. Green Ivy only said one sentence to Lu Xing. Get a good night's sleep and recharge your energy. A major battle is about to begin. Lu Xing was completely confused. Lu Xing spent the whole day bored at the Phoenix base. On this day, he watched television all day. Lu Xing devoured half of the snacks on the coffee table. Night falls. There was a knock on Lu Xing's door. He had initially thought there would be no further action. I never expected the pothose to come. At this moment, Green Ivy was wearing a green cheongsam. I don't know if she was wearing perfume. She still smells nice. The pothose plant exudes a captivating fragrance. Lu Xing was stunned. Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with me. When he said this, Green Ivy lowered her voice. She brought Lu Xing with her. I went downstairs like a thief. The two arrived at the garage. They drove the car away. Little did the pothose know. At that moment, a red-haired woman was standing on the balcony of the third floor. She watched Lu Xing and his companion's car drive away into the distance. A slight smile played at the corners of her lips. On the road, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask the Green Ivy. Sister Green Ivy, where do I need to go? Why do we have to act like thieves? Upon hearing this, Green Ivy, I couldn't help but glance at Lu Xing. She smiled. His smile was extremely lewd. Lu Xing suddenly felt a chill. He held his hands protectively in front of his chest. Sister Green Ivy, I've only just come of age. I'm scared. Please, don't take me to that kind of place. I'm afraid of pain. Listening to Lu Xing's words, Green Ivy bit her lip. She reached out her hand. He grabbed Lu Xing's soft flesh at the waist. Then it was like opening a bottle cap. Twisted hard. Ah! Lu Xing screamed in pain. Sister Green Ivy, I was wrong. I will never dare to say anything carelessly again. Hearing Lu Xing begging for mercy, Green Ivy then released her hand. Snort. Green Ivy snorted coldly. What are you thinking, you little rascal? His thoughts are so dirty. I think I need to use 360 to thoroughly cleanse your brain. Where are we going? Why do you look so mysterious? Based on the performance of the pothos, Lu Xing had already guessed that the place they were going to was not a healthy place. Let's go to the casino. Chapter 167 Trip to the Casino. To the casino? Lu Xing seemed somewhat surprised by those 3 words. What's wrong? Does that mean I can't go to the casino? No. I'm just curious why we go to the casino. Why don't we go openly and honestly? It has to be done secretly. Upon hearing this, Green Ivy frowned. Her face immediately showed a wronged expression. It's all because of your Phoenix sister. She's great in every way, except she loves to meddle in other people's business. I didn't have many hobbies before. I just liked to go to the casino and play a few rounds. But she wasn't happy about it, and when she caught me, she gave me a good beating. There's no other way. I have to give up this hobby. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips twitched. This is the first time I've ever heard of gambling as a hobby. Little did Lu Xing know. A few years ago, Green Ivy was a gambling addict. The kind of gambling that lasts for several days in a casino. If it weren't for the appearance of the Fire Phoenix, she might still be fooling around in casinos right now. Lu Xing followed Green Ivy to Jinlifang, the largest casino in Guangzhou. The two had just entered Jinlifang when Lu Xing was shocked by the interior decoration. He felt as if he had entered a royal palace. Everywhere was resplendent with gold and silver. The pillars around the perimeter were carved with golden dragons. The floor was covered with a red carpet. The wooden items visible inside the house. It is made entirely of mahogany. Wow, that's really luxurious. Feeling the atmosphere of Jinlifang, the pothos felt a surge of relief. It felt like coming home. All right, little brother Lu Xing. Come with me. Where to? Let me show you some good stuff. Under the guidance of the pothos, Lu Xing soon arrived in front of a shop window made of glass. Green Ivy began to explain to Lu Xing. Do you see this? This is a luminous pearl. I heard it glows at night. That's a 10,000-year-old coral. Isn't it beautiful? And that one, it's a mermaid pearl. I heard that taking it can prolong your life. I just don't know if it's true or not, since no one has actually tried it. Listening to the introduction of the pothos, Lu Xing looked at the glass display window in front of him. According to Green Ivy, the things inside, each one is worth millions. Sudden, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He never expected to find something so good here. Sister Green Ivy, how much does this cost? Upon hearing this, Green Ivy glanced at it. The monster core of the Thornflower Fairy. Worth 32 million. 32 million. Lu Xing frowned. Oh no, I don't have that much money. Lu Xing's words reached Green Ivy's ears. Green Ivy smiled slightly. Even if you had that much money, it wouldn't have made a difference. Why? You'll find out in a moment. Green Ivy teased Lu Xing, keeping him in suspense. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place. Soon, Lu Xing then understood why Green Ivy had said that. He and Green Ivy each exchanged 2 million in chips through the window. Green Ivy smiled and said to Lu Xing, there is a limit to the number of chips that can be exchanged at Jinlifang. Each person can only redeem chips once, and you have to wait until you run out of chips before you can exchange them. You cannot use money to exchange for chips held by others. How can we get the contents of that glass case? Lu Xing learned about the Green Ivy through its introduction. They knew that the items in that glass cabinet were all exchangeable goods. Moreover, it can only be redeemed using chips. Cash payments are not accepted. Upon hearing this, Green Ivy couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Xing. Are you stupid? This is a casino, so of course it's all about gambling. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to have some fun. As for you, do as you please. After saying that, Green Ivy went off to have some fun on her own. Looking at the back of the Green Ivy, Lu Xing was speechless. He felt like he'd been tricked by the Green Ivy. This guy isn't here to help me. Instead, they used the guise of helping themselves. They went to the casino to gamble. Looking at those gamblers, their faces flushed red. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. If possible, he really didn't want to gamble. Looking at the 2 million chips in his hand. Are you really going to gamble? Suddenly, the scene of being chased by the black wolfhound flashed into Lu Xing's mind. If he hadn't run to that open space in time, perhaps he is already dead. Damn it, let's go all out. Lu Xing gritted his teeth, a resolute look flashing across his face. Back then, Shundeizai was able to win 37 million with just $20. Lu Xing, can do the same. Moreover, I have many more chips than Shundeizai. I have 2 million. Thinking of this, Lu Xing also had to thank Yanguoli. If he hadn't given me 5 million, Lu Xing may not have had the chance to gamble yet. Lu Xing wandered around the casino. He didn't rush to place his bet. Instead, they began to observe. Soon, Lu Xing walked up to a gambling table. He looked up at the gambling table. My goodness, are these guys playing this high-stakes game? Lu Xing did not expect that. The chips here. The smallest is 100,000. Open. 112 little one. The dealer opened the dice cup. Then, with a delighted expression, he began collecting the money. Lu Xing stopped. He began to look toward the croupier. Not long after, the dealer continued shaking the dice cup. Snap. The dealer placed the dice cups on the table. Please place your bet. The gamblers began placing their bets. What's going on? Just as Lu Xing's eyes fell upon the dice cup, he discovered that the dice cup actually had a system notification. 355 big. This is a prompt from the system to Lu Xing. No way, my system has this function. Just as Lu Xing was wondering, the dealer opened the dice cup. 355 big. Listening to the croupier's voice, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Is it fake? Lu Xing didn't believe it. They continued watching. After watching 4 games in a row, Lu Xing finally understood. You can see through the numbers in the dice cup. However, to prevent himself from making a mistake, Lu Xing planned to pay half the money first. 1 million, bet big. Lu Xing bet 1 million on the big one. Seeing this, the croupier. My eyes lit up immediately. He pursed his lips. When preparing to do something sneaky. Hey, watch your hands. Lu Xing's words immediately attracted the attention of the others. The dealer was itching to make a move. It stopped immediately. He was covered in cold sweat. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and open it. I'm in a hurry to get the money right now. Another gambler urged the dealer. Yes. The dealer opened the dice cup with great reluctance. 466 big. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. It's obvious. This time he won. Chapter 168 The Helpless Boss Zhou. After Lu Xing won several rounds in a row, the croupier's forehead was covered in more and more sweat. A look of panic appeared on his face. His brows were furrowed. A sly glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have come up with a way to deal with Lu Xing. Certainly. His little scheme. Lu Xing saw it all. The dealer quickly shook the dice cup. Come on, place your bets. Everyone saw that Lu Xing had a lucky streak. They did not place any bets. Instead, they waited for Lu Xing. Lu Xing held all the chips in his hand. I bet on small. Everyone followed him, ready to bet on the small one. I'm betting on the big one. Everyone followed him and prepared to bet big. Upon seeing this, the croupier's lips curled into a slight smile. In his heart, he felt that Lu Xing had already lost. Lu Xing saw this. A slight smile. Then I'll bet on the leopard. Lu Xing bet his chips on the leopard. Seeing this, the others. He immediately put away his chips. Bet on the leopard? Are you kidding me? Isn't that ridiculous? Lu Xing glanced at his chips. They won several times in a row. No more, no less. He now has 8 million in chips. If Lu Xing bets on the leopard, the casino's rule is 1 to 30 odds. In other words, Lu Xing can take away 240 million. The dealer's hands began to tremble. He never expected that. Lu Xing actually guessed his thoughts. Hey, hurry up and drive. Yeah, hurry up and drive. All gamblers are people who love to watch the excitement and don't mind the drama. Upon hearing this, the croupier, his body began to tremble violently. He felt dizzy and disoriented. My head is spinning. He fainted immediately. People who can come to this casino. Almost all of them were prominent figures in Jiangnan City. They all naturally wanted to witness this high-stakes gamble. Ugh, so useless. I'll open it for you. A burly man with a face full of scars stepped forward. They simply flipped the dice cup over. My turtle, 6 sixes. It's a leopard. Young man, you've struck it rich. The burly man looked like he was enjoying the spectacle. When he said this, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. That's right. He just wanted to see. How should this matter be resolved? The commotion here caught the attention of the owner of Jinlfang. At this moment, an old man leaning on a dragon-headed cane came down from upstairs. Several security guards in black uniforms followed behind him. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward. So, is there a problem with him? The old man asked the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. I'm sorry, boss. I'm incompetent. I didn't notice. Snort. The old man snorted coldly. He lifted his leg and walked towards Lu Xing. Looking at the old man in front of him, the burly man chuckled and said, What's wrong? Mr. Zhou, can't you afford to lose? The old man gave an awkward smile upon hearing this. I can afford this amount of money. Anyway, when you're running a business, everyone has to follow the rules. Oh, you mean, is my little brother Lu Xing breaking the rules? The green ivy emerged from the crowd. When Mr. Zhou saw the green ivy, his expression changed. What's this guy doing here? He felt a headache coming on. Although everyone present was a prominent figure. But the only ones who truly caught Mr. Zhou's eye were Green Ivy and that man with a face full of scars. The man with a face full of scars was nicknamed the Butcher. They are members of the disciplinary team. He holds a high position. And the pothose. She's not that great. Her grandfather was the most impressive. Green Ivy's grandfather, nicknamed Green Old Demon, is a master-level expert. These are both people you can't afford to offend. Boss Zhou made a decision immediately. Pay Lu Xing the chips. After all, casinos have rules. What are rules? The rule is, if you are weaker than him, then let's follow their rules. If you are stronger than them, then let's talk about the rules out in plain sight. I've already investigated that. Lu Xing did not cheat. That is, truly following the rules. Then Boss Zhou has to pay according to the rules. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Is there something you need? I'll exchange the money later. I need to go exchange some things. Lu Xing smiled slightly. Oh, when Boss Zhou heard this, my eyes lit up immediately. If it's about exchanging items, that's easy to say. After all, the things inside that glass cabinet, they were all sourced by Boss Zhou. In other words, the prices listed inside were added by Mr. Zhou himself. If Lu Xing chooses to exchange for something, so, Boss Zhou is guaranteed to make a profit. The more he exchanged, the less Mr. Zhou loses, the less he loses. This was also Mr. Zhou's original intention in doing this. Lu Xing, in full view of everyone. We walked up to the glass display case. I want this, and this. Please wrap it up for me. Good. Boss Zhou gave a wink to his subordinate. The subordinate understood. He immediately went forward and packed up the 3 things Lu Xing had mentioned. These things were originally worth a total of 88 million. Even if I consider you a friend, I'll still give you a discount. 80 million. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They were initially a little annoyed. They thought Boss Zhou intended to intimidate them with his imposing manner. I never expected him to be so wealthy and powerful. The 8 million was wiped out as a fraction of the total. Haha, Boss Zhou, what a brilliant move. The Butcher praised Boss Zhou. Butcher, you flatter me too much. Little did the Butcher know, Boss Zhou's heart was bleeding at this moment. However, in order for the casino to continue operating, he could only suppress the pain in his heart. Little brother Lu Xing, let's go. Now that Lu Xing has gotten what he wanted, then there's no need to stay here. Lu Xing and Green Ivy left Jinlifeng. Watching Lu Xing and Green Ivy's departing figures, a ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. He made a throat-slitting gesture towards Boss Zhou. Boss, would you like some? Smack. Boss Zhou slapped him across the face. The man's cheek swelled up immediately. If you're looking for death, don't drag me into it. Pass down the order. No one is to tell anyone what happened tonight. If you ever run into those 2 on the street in the future, make sure you go around them. Yes. And that Xiao Lu, get rid of him for me. Yes. A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. That Xiao Lu is none other than. It was the dealer who won money from Lu Xing. Mr. Zhou looked into the distance. He muttered to himself. The Green Demon's granddaughter? Speaking of the 3 words, Green Old Devil, Boss Zhou couldn't help but shudder. He had personally witnessed the Green Demon's methods. Ultimately, his golden music hall is quite good, but in front of the real big shots, it's nothing. If he dares to harm the Green Ivy tonight, that old Green Devil will probably come looking for trouble with his knife right away. That's a king-level powerhouse. How could a mere owner of a small music venue like Jinlifeng possibly resist such a force? Chapter 169, Learning Fairy Light. Lu Xing was riding in Green Ivy's car. We returned to Phoenix Base. They just arrived. The sight of a beautiful figure standing on the balcony immediately caught my eye. Huh. A look of confusion appeared on her face. Fire Phoenix originally planned to go in person, bring Lu Xing and Green Ivy back. Unexpectedly, she hasn't even left yet. Lu Xing and Green Ivy have actually returned. How strange. This is really strange. The phoenix understands the true nature of the green ivy. If it weren't for her back then, up to now, I suspect Green Ivy is a hopeless gambler. That guy Lu Xing went to the casino with Green Ivy. They actually managed to bring her back. What kind of magic does this guy possess? Fire Phoenix became increasingly curious about Lu Xing. No, I have to go ask. Inside the garage, Green Ivy suddenly looked at Lu Xing with a smile. Little brother Lu Xing, I've helped you so much tonight. How are you going to repay me? When he said this, Green Ivy licked her alluring lips. Lu Xing swallowed hard. How should I repay you? How about you repay me with your body? I'm giving you my ancestral chromosomes. Heirloom chromosomes? What is that? Nothing. Lu Xing realized he had said the wrong thing. He immediately pulled a bead out of his pocket. Sister Green Ivy, here's a bead for you. This is mermaid pearl. Green Ivy's eyes widened. She looked on in disbelief. Lu Xing actually redeemed this thing. And he even gave it to himself. I saw you looking at this when we were in the glass display case. I figured you must really want it. So I redeemed it. When Lu Xing said this, he scratched his head sheepishly. Thud. Before Lu Xing could react, Green Ivy quickly kissed him on the cheek. He then immediately got out of the car. Green Ivy's face turned slightly red. This was my sister's first kiss, so you got off easy. After saying that, Green Ivy quickly left. Well, Lu Xing felt speechless, as if every time she kissed him, she claimed it was her first kiss. This Green Ivy is sometimes as untrustworthy as many men, because many men will tell women that it is their first time. The problem is that he can't produce any evidence. Lu Xing got off the car. He had a wry smile on his face, but it still showed his teeth. As they prepared to go upstairs, but he was startled by a beautiful figure at the door. Phoenix. Sister Phoenix, you're still awake? Lu Xing is like a child caught doing something wrong. He spoke somewhat guiltily. Yes, I'm not asleep yet. Hey kid, where did you go partying with Green Ivy tonight? Hurry up and tell the truth. When he said this, the Fire Phoenix's eyes kept scanning Lu Xing. Her gaze was extremely sharp. It seemed as if they could see right through Lu Xing. Nothing much. I just went to the casino. Lu Xing wasn't stupid. The Fire Phoenix can appear here. She probably already knows. So rather than hiding it, it's better to tell the truth. After all, it's about one's own family. Lu Xing doesn't like to lie. Because of lying to one's own family. That's the saddest thing. By this time, Lu Xing had come to regard Fire Phoenix as his own older sister. Alright, then tell me the whole story. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing began to tell his story. He only said that he seemed to have a telepathic connection, able to detect the number of dots on the die. He did not tell Fire Phoenix that he possessed the system. After all, this system is Lu Xing's biggest secret. It is the foundation upon which he stands in this world. He will never tell anyone. The Fire Phoenix nodded. It's good that you've returned safely. Lu Xing got what he wanted. Green Ivy also took the opportunity to have some fun at the casino. Everyone was happy in the end. Alright, go and get some rest. Yes. Lu Xing jogged all the way. He ran to his room. Then he locked the door behind him. Stepping inside, Lu Xing thought for a moment. Come out, my little darling. Lu Xing summoned his six-winged angel. He then handed the Thorn Flower Fairy's magical core, which he had just obtained, to the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel looked at the monster core in Lu Xing's hand. A look of disgust appeared on his face. I don't want to. The six-winged angel refused Lu Xing. It seems to really like eating lollipops. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. This is a diamond-level Thorn Flower Fairy's magical beast core. This little rascal. They just said they didn't want it anymore. Alright, be good. Eat this. Lu Xing is like an adult coaxing a child to take medicine. After much persuasion. Finally, after agreeing to give the six-winged angel 3 lollipops, it reluctantly agreed to swallow the Thorn Flower Fairy's magical core. Eek! After consuming the Thorn Flower Fairy's magical beast core, the six-winged angel stuck out its little pink tongue. My master is a bad guy. This stuff tastes awful. It has no taste at all. Okay. It was master who was naughty. Here, have a lollipop. Lu Xing immediately took out 3 lollipops from his system inventory and handed them to the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel saw this. My eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, master. That's just how children are. He was just feeling very wronged. Just give her 2 lollipops to appease her. You're welcome. As long as my little darling is happy, that's all that matters. Lu Xing stretched out his hand. He patted the six-winged angel's little head. He also turned his attention to the system panel. Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has consumed the monster core of the Thornflower Fairy. It will learn the following skills. Please select. Thorn Entanglement. Summons countless thorny vines that wrap around the enemy. Enchanting Voice. Using a captivating singing voice, may be able to charm enemies. Fairy Light. Gathers the fairy power within the body and shoots out a 7-colored fairy light, dealing massive damage to enemies. This Thornflower Fairy's magical beast core is truly a treasure. Looking at the 3 skills in front of him, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He wanted it all. But that's life. There must be a choice to be made here. Choose Fairy Light. Lu Xing's 6-winged angel lacked offensive capabilities. And this Fairy Light is precisely the ultimate attack move of the fairy type. With it, Lu Xing no longer has to be chased by the Black Wolf King. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your 6-winged angel has learned Fairy Light. The 6-winged angel, who was eating a lollipop, was slightly taken aback. Then, very happily, he said to Lu Xing, Master, my little darling has learned a new skill. Good. Lu Xing nodded. He spoke to the little darling. Sweetie, let's go. Go try out your new skill. Lu Xing led the 6-winged angel downstairs. The two arrived at the courtyard of the Phoenix base. Looking at an artificial hill not far away, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He addressed the 6-winged angel. Little darling, use fairy light on that artificial mountain. Yes, master. Chapter 170, I'll try out my skills. The 6-winged angel quickly stuffed the lollipop into its mouth. It flapped its wings. It took flight. Hey! A delicate shout was heard. A ball of 7-colored light condensed in the right hand of the 6-winged angel. Then push it forward. Whoosh! A beam of 7-colored light shot out. Boom! The 7-colored ray of light struck the artificial hill not far away. They blew that artificial mountain to pieces. So strong. Lu Xing had barely finished speaking. Who dares to cause trouble for my Phoenix mercenary group? Fire Phoenix had a gloomy face. She rushed out of the room quickly. At this moment, a fiery phoenix was flying around her. The Fire Phoenix looked ready to fight. What happened? I don't know. It looks like something exploded outside. Green Ivy and the others rushed out with wary expressions. They found the courtyard completely empty. Except for that silly Lu Xing. Lu Xing, what happened? The Fire Phoenix asked Lu Xing. Her voice was a bit loud. Lu Xing's ears hurt a little from shouting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked apologetically at the Fire Phoenix and said, Sister Phoenix, I'm sorry. There are no enemies. I was testing my skills. Test your skills. Fire Phoenix glanced at the shattered artificial mountain. Her lips twitched involuntarily. He exclaimed inwardly, what terrifying destructive power. At the same time, they turned their attention to Lu Xing. Did you destroy it? That thing cost 500,000 to make. Give the money to Zixuan tomorrow and ask her to find someone to fix it. Oh. How what? I'm being lenient by not asking you for $1 million. You've really gotten yourself into a lot of trouble lately. They actually dared to conduct a skills test in the courtyard of my Phoenix base. I think you don't want to live anymore. Sister Phoenix, I just couldn't help it. I promise it won't happen again next time. You actually dare to do it again next time? Alright, since there's nothing else. Let's just drop this matter. Green Ivy stepped in to smooth things over. Green Ivy's face was also full of surprise at this moment. She never expected this. The monster cores that Lu Xing exchanged at the casino contained such a powerful skill. It's a pity that Boss Zhou doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he'll be crying his eyes out in the bathroom. Green Ivy's lips curled up slightly. It seems to remind me of the scene when Boss Zhou learned about this. Since Green Ivy has already pleaded for you, then let this be a one-time exception. Alright, go to sleep now. I'm so sleepy. You better not cause any more trouble. Yes, thank you, Sister Phoenix. Lu Xing happily returned to his room. He lay in bed, recalling the scene just now. He clenched his fists instinctively. Very good, my strength has increased a bit again. I don't know why. Lu Xing found himself increasingly craving power. He always had a feeling. That means something big is about to happen. All he can do now is prevent that event from happening. Improve your own strength. The next day, Lu Xing slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. He went downstairs. They found the room was empty. What's going on? Have they gone on another mission? Lu Xing glanced at the dining room. They found that the place was still empty. Normally, that guy's Zixuan. Besides cooking in the kitchen, I was reading in the dining room. It seems they really have gone out. I just don't know where they went. Lu Xing shook his head. Fire Phoenix and her companions are extremely powerful. Even if something happens, it can also turn bad luck into good. There's absolutely no need for him to worry. Alright, let's go check on Fatty. I wonder if his sister has woken up yet. Lu Xing walked out of the Phoenix base. He hailed a taxi. We arrived at Su Peng's house. Ding dong. Lu Xing rang the doorbell. Who is it? Su Peng had already woken up by this time. I am Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Su Peng was watching TV on the sofa. When he heard that it was Lu Xing, he immediately thought of him. They immediately ran out, all excited. He opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Xing, simply extend your hand. He pulled Lu Xing into his arms. Bro. It's my fault, Su Peng, for letting you down. I'm not human, I shouldn't doubt you. Su Peng burst into tears. Alright, stop acting. Lu Xing was about to push Su Peng away. Upon hearing this, Su Peng, he immediately let go of Lu Xing's hand. How did you know I was acting? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Su. I know what kind of person you are. Su Peng scratched his head sheepishly. However, his expression suddenly changed. He bowed deeply to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, I'm really sorry. For a moment yesterday, I really doubted you. Fine. Lu Xing helped Su Peng up. If it were me, I would have done the same. After all, she's my younger sister. My younger sister, to whom blood is thicker than water. Seeing his younger sister injured, no older brother can resist getting angry. Well, as long as you're not angry with me. Lu Xing. Su Xiaoya came downstairs. Her face was originally deathly pale. His face was ashen. But after meeting Lu Xing, Su Xiaoya immediately beamed with joy. Seeing this, Su Peng, I couldn't help but think to myself, oh no, my girl is completely smitten. What a fine cabbage, and it's about to be eaten by that pig Lu Xing. Xiaoya, are you alright? Lu Xing ignored Su Peng. Instead, he went inside. It's nothing, Lu Xing. Thank you so much for saving me again. If it weren't for you. Su Xiaoya hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Because your brother is my good buddy. When he said this, Lu Xing put his hand on Su Peng's shoulder. Yes, Xiaoya. Lu Xing is my brother, and he will be your elder brother from now on. You can call him brother yourself. I don't want to. Su Xiaoya doesn't want to call Lu Xing brother. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot. Sit down quickly. After Lu Xing, Su Peng, and Su Xiaoya sat down on the sofa. Lu Xing noticed that Su Peng suddenly took out his phone. He was fiddling with it there. Fatty Su, what are you doing? Today is Crazy Thursday. KFC has a promotion. I'll order some food. I'm a bit tired today, so I won't go out to eat. Good. Lu Xing and Su Xiaoya said in unison. Su Xiaoya was slightly taken aback. Her face flushed slightly. She never expected this. I was surprised to find myself so in sync with Lu Xing. Lu Xing gave an awkward smile. It was all just a coincidence. Looking at Su Xiaoya's appearance, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's alright. If something happens to Su Xiaoya, Lu Xing will blame himself for the rest of his life. Chapter 171 Zixian's Strength. After having dinner at Su Peng's house, Lu Xing left Su Peng's house. Because Su Xiaoya had been frightened before, he needs to take good care of himself. Su Peng needs to be by her side to take care of her. So I didn't follow. Lu Xing flagged down a car on the roadside, heading towards Phoenix base. He has just returned to the base. Enter the hall. A foot came flying towards Lu Xing. Fortunately, Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. He grabbed that foot with both hands. Who are you? Why did you come to our Phoenix base? She was a girl with pink hair. Who I am? I'd like to ask you, who are you? Why are you in Phoenix base? Faced with Lu Xing's counter-question, the pink-clad girl was both angry and amused. This is the first time I've heard someone ask me who I am. Kid, let me tell you something. You're in big trouble. You dare to venture into Phoenix base? The pink-clad girl's words left Lu Xing speechless. What's there to be afraid of? I can come and go as I please here. Yo-ho, you're getting cocky now that I've taught you a lesson. Just as the pink-clad girl was about to start fighting with Lu Xing, Xiao Tao, stop fooling around. He is Lu Xing, your sister Phoenix's younger brother. Zixuan appeared at the front gate at some point. She was carrying a large bag of fresh ingredients. Sister Phoenix's brother? Xiao Tao looked at Lu Xing. He looked doubtful. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, if you break him, see how Sister Phoenix deals with you when she gets back. Upon hearing the word clean up, Xiao Tao couldn't help but shudder. It seems she's been dealt with by Phoenix quite a bit before. Xiao Tao thought of this. He immediately pulled his leg back. See? I already told you. I'm not a bad person. Xiao Tao made a few funny faces at Lu Xing. Zixuan went into the kitchen. After putting the ingredients down, he came out. She asked Xiaotao with great curiosity. Why are you back today? I've come back to see you all. You really put your heart into it. Zixuan glanced at Xiaotao. Her eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect you to have broken through to Platinum Tier 1. I was originally going to give you guys a little surprise. Unexpectedly, I was able to keep it from your eyes. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiaotao's face. Sister Zixuan, who is she? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Her name is Xiaotao, and she is a member of our Phoenix mercenary group. Don't let her appearance fool you. They are top experts from the Imperial University of China. By the way, Xiaotao, this is Lu Xing, your sister Feng Wang's younger brother. Lu Xing, I know you. You're the guy who defeated Chen Shijiu. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. SOSO. Oh ho, I'm just giving you a little praise, and you're already getting all cocky. Alright, you two, stop arguing. Zixuan stepped in to smooth things over. She looked at Xiaotao, unable to resist asking. Xiaotao, you didn't come back just to visit us this time, did you? Of course not. I need your help with something, Sister Zixuan. What is it? Zixuan frowned slightly. This was the first time she had ever heard Xiaotao speak. Sister Zixuan, I've just broken through to Platinum Tier 1. I'm planning to contract the next beast. But you know me, ordinary beasts don't meet my standards. Zixuan nodded upon hearing this. You mean you want me to help you? Xiaotao blushed upon hearing this. Yes, I just don't know if Sister Zixuan would be willing to do me this favor. Xiaotao originally came back to ask for the Fire Phoenix. Unfortunately, it seems the Fire Phoenix has gone on a mission. Not at home. According to past practice, Fire Phoenix goes on missions every time. As short as half a month. It could take several months. Xiaotao can't wait that long. Okay, Zixuan agreed. After all, Xiaotao is a member of the Phoenix mercenary group. She has demands. Zixuan had no reason not to help her. Let me finish cooking, and then we'll eat and go. Good. Xiaotao smiled sweetly. Zixuan is very fast. I made 3 bowls of noodles in no time. They sat in the dining room, eating noodles. While eating, Zixuan glanced at Lu Xing. He addressed Lu Xing, saying, Lu Xing, come with us in a bit. After we're done, I'll cook you my specialty, squirrel fish. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He had already heard Green Ivy and Phoenix say that. Zixuan has a very delicious specialty dish. It is called squirrel mandarin fish. That's a dish so delicious you'd want to eat your tongue too. When the pothos and Phoenix plants want to eat, Zixuan wouldn't do it for me. Basically only during major celebrations. Zixuan made this dish to treat everyone. Good. Lu Xing agreed. Anyway, he had nothing better to do. He also wanted to try the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish that Zixuan had made herself. What? He actually wants to come with us. Xiaotao glanced at Lu Xing. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Sister Zixuan, is it really appropriate to bring him along? Xiaotao glanced at Lu Xing. She discovered that Lu Xing was a gold-level rank for beast tamer. This level of skill might be acceptable compared to others. But she wasn't good enough compared to Xiaotao. After all, she is a platinum-level beast tamer. Upon hearing this, Zixuan glanced at Xiaotao. Xiaotao, how many times have I told you this? There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Don't judge people by their appearance and underestimate them. Sometimes a person's combat strength cannot be judged solely by their beastmaster level. Oh, listening to Zixuan's admonition, Xiaotao was somewhat unconvinced. But she didn't dare to refute Zixuan. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they then embarked on their journey to the secret realm. He got out of Zixuan's car. Lu Xing and his 2 companions entered the secret realm of their journey, the Forest of Evil. Lu Xing had just entered the secret realm. I was terrified by what I saw. Damn it, is this the Forest of Evil? Lu Xing was surprised to find that. Inside this secret realm of the evil forest. I don't know if it was nighttime. Or is it just night here? The sky was overcast. A terrifying fog enveloped the surroundings. Before us stretched a vast forest. These trees grow in strange shapes. Fortunately, Lu Xing and his group were strong enough. By the faint light, you can see the scenery more than 10 meters ahead clearly. Xiaotao, have you decided which beast you want to contract with? Xiaotao nodded upon hearing this. I want to form a contract with the fighting panda. Fighting panda? When Lu Xing heard these 4 words, a figure suddenly appeared in my mind. A giant panda. He has a fierce-looking face. He carried a huge bamboo pole on his shoulder. Lu Xing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow us. Zixuan urged Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked up. I don't know when. Zixuan and Xiaotao have already summoned their tamed beasts. They climbed onto their own beasts. Lu Xing glanced at it. He could see through Zixian and Xiao Tao's beast-taming abilities at a glance. It's actually a purple sable and a pink pot-bellied pig. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. Purple electric sable. Attribute, electric. Gender, female. Rank, diamond, tier 2. Qualification S. Learn skills, purple lightning, lightning strike, chain lightning, lightning strike. Sister Zixuan is quite skilled. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. I actually have a purple electric sable in my hand. Chapter 172 The Attack of the Black Leaf Snake. Then Lu Xing's gaze fell on Xiao Tao's crotch. I don't know why. At this moment, Xiao Tao was wearing a pink short skirt, riding a pink miniature pig. It looks particularly comical. Is this what pink girls are like? Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. Pink miniature pig. Attribute, fairy. Gender, female. Rank, platinum tier 1. Qualification S. Learn skills. Impact, fairy bullet, enchanting kiss, loud fart. After Lu Xing saw Xiao Tao's pink miniature pig, he said with some surprise, I never imagined that this pig would have such potential. No wonder it was able to reach the platinum tier 1 strength. Xiao Tao noticed that Lu Xing hadn't taken any action yet. She was getting a little impatient. Unable to resist, he urged Lu Xing. Lu Xing, are you scared? If you're scared, you can say so. Just go back where you are. Don't worry, it's not shameful. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Xiao Tao. If he goes back, that would be truly shameful. From then on, he could no longer hold his head high in front of Zixuan and Xiao Tao. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound. Suddenly, a gigantic two-headed hellhound appeared in front of Zixuan and Xiao Tao. Zixian saw Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound. Her eyes lit up immediately. No wonder Sister Phoenix has taken a liking to him. His strength is truly exceptional. Even though Zixian is a diamond-level powerhouse, she could also feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the two-headed hellhound. Hellhound. Xiao Tao's eyes widened. You? I never imagined you would have such a beast in your possession. What kind of incredible luck did this guy have? Xiao Tao said with a hint of bitterness. Lu Xing ignored her. Instead, it flipped over and climbed onto the back of the two-headed hellhound. He then rode the two-headed hellhound to Zixuan's side. Sister Zixuan, let's go. Zixuan nodded. Snort. Xiao Tao noticed that Lu Xing ignored her. She immediately gave a haughty snort. The three of them began to walk through the forest of evil. On the road, Lu Xing was surprised to find that his two-headed hellhound. After arriving at this forest of evil, their strength seems to have increased considerably. Is this the attribute bonus brought by the environment? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Zixuan is holding a map in her hand. The map above shows the distribution of monsters in this evil forest. If you want to capture the fighting panda, you have to go to this black bamboo forest. After Zixuan examined it, he pointed his finger to a spot on the map. Good. Xiao Tao nodded. Under Zixuan's guidance, Lu Xing and his two companions soon arrived at the black bamboo forest. Call. A cold wind blew by. Lu Xing and the other two couldn't help but shudder. They instinctively tightened their clothes. This forest of evil never sees the sun, so the temperature here is much lower than outside. Although we are very strong now, but you still need to pay attention to keeping warm. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. As Zixuan spoke, he took a jacket out of his backpack and put it on. Seeing this, Lu Xing, they were just imitating what others were doing. Although he didn't put his jacket in his backpack, but it's in the system space. But we still have to put on an act. Lu Xing took his coat out of his backpack. Hello, what are you doing? Didn't you see there are ladies here? Xiao Tao covered her chest with both hands. It was trembling incessantly. This girl is wearing a miniskirt. He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt on top. It would be a miracle if it wasn't cold. Miss? Where are the ladies? Lu Xing seemed not to understand Xiao Tao's words. He casually draped the coat over his shoulders. Are you kidding me? Lu Xing isn't a simp. Although Xiao Tao is quite good-looking, Lu Xing didn't need to endure the cold himself. Instead, I gave her the coat to wear. In Lu Xing's eyes, those so-called heroes, these are all brain-dead behaviors. You? Xiao Tao never expected Lu Xing to be such a straight man. She is, after all, a girl. He doesn't even take care of himself. You deserve to be single forever. Okay, stop arguing. After entering the black bamboo forest, Zixuan frowned. I don't know why. She sensed a sense of danger. She glanced back at Xiao Tao. She had originally wanted to back out. I gritted my teeth and persevered. Everyone be careful. This place doesn't seem safe. Yes. Lu Xing and Xiao Tao responded to Zixian. The group began to walk through the black bamboo forest. Sudden, a little creature poked its head out of a hole. It was holding a bamboo shoot in its hands. It kept gnawing at it. At the same time, they looked at Lu Xing and his two uninvited guests with curious eyes. Is it a black bamboo rat? Xiao Tao saw the black bamboo rat. My eyes lit up immediately. Wow, it's so cute. Xiao Tao couldn't help but praise it. Cute. Lu Xing listened to Xiao Tao's praise. His lips twitched involuntarily. Xiao Tao's aesthetic sense. He really didn't deserve any praise. How could anyone say that black bamboo rats are cute? Lu Xing looked at the black bamboo rat. I don't know why. Perhaps he caught it from Xiao Tao. Lu Xing actually thought the black bamboo rat looked alright. Her eyes looked big and very bright. It looks kind of ugly cute. This guy's energy and spirit are pretty good. He doesn't look like he has heat stroke at all. It seems that the young man from Huazhong Agricultural University won't be able to have a big meal. Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. What are you muttering to yourself over there? Hurry up and follow us. Xiao Tao urged Lu Xing again. Zixuan, along with Lu Xing and Xiao Tao, began searching in the black bamboo forest. Fighting pandas. Fighting pandas. Where is this fighting panda? Xiao Tao's eyes kept scanning her surroundings. She looked at it very carefully. I was afraid of missing anything. Whoosh. A slender black shadow lunged at Lu Xingfei. Fortunately, Lu Xing was quick-witted and agile. Immediately bent over backwards. They dodged the attack from the dark figure. Snap. The dark figure landed on the ground. Lu Xing looked toward the dark figure. It's a black leaf snake. Black leaf snake. Attributes: evil, poison. Gender: male. Rank: Gold Tier 1. Qualification: B. Learned skills: venomous fangs, venom spray, evil breath. Lu Xing never expected to be so unlucky. Zixuan and Xiao Tao walked past without incident. He was ambushed by this black leaf snake. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. Otherwise, you'll get bitten by that black leaf snake. The black leaf snake's scarlet eyes were fixed intently on Lu Xing. The bright red forked tongue flickered in and out continuously. And its dark skin. This creates a stark contrast. Chapter 173: The Appearance of the Martial Arts Panda. You dare to ambush me? You're tired of living. Lu Xing spoke to the two-headed hellhound beneath him. Hellhound, use flame slash. Lu Xing no. But it was all too late. The hellhound slashed forward with its sharp claws. Suddenly, a sharp blade of fire shot towards the black leaf serpent. The flame slash emitted a dazzling burst of fire. It illuminated the surroundings brightly. It struck the black leaf snake hard. Poor black leaf snake. There wasn't even time to let out a wail. He was killed by Lu Xing. Bang! The fiery slash sliced the black leaf serpent in two with a single strike. Its power remains undiminished. It struck a patch of bamboo behind it. Click! The bamboo grove collapsed to the ground with a thud. You dared to ambush me. Just as Lu Xing was angrily cursing, Zixian rode over on her purple electric sable. Lu Xing, Xiao Tao, let's go quickly. Lu Xing and Xiao Tao were both completely confused. They didn't understand why Zixuan said that. There's no time to explain now. Hurry up and come with me. Good. Zixuan led the way. Lu Xing and Xiao Tao followed closely behind. I never imagined that the purple lightning sable would be so fast. Lu Xing looked at the purple lightning sable carrying Zixian. It was like a purple lightning bolt in the night. It kept gliding through the void. Lu Xing followed closely behind. Then came Xiao Tao. Looking at Lu Xing in front of him, Xiao Tao gritted her teeth. Although they didn't know why Zixuan told them to escape, but Xiao Tao knew very well what was going on. Their current great escape. It's all Lu Xing's fault. This troublemaker. He can't help. He just makes things worse. I should have known better than to invite him. Xiao Tao was starting to regret it. The pink miniature pig kept running around. It is obese. Endurance is naturally lacking. Not long after running, I was so tired that I was panting heavily. Lu Xing slowed down when he saw Xiao Tao. He sighed. Give me your hand. Xiao Tao was slightly taken aback when she saw this. However, I could hear rustling sounds behind me. Xiao Tao knew that pursuers were coming from behind. So she had no choice but to place her hand in Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing pulled hard. He pulled Xiao Tao onto the back of the hellhound. Come back, pink pork. Xiao Tao took the pink pig back. The three of them fled for more than 10 minutes. The sounds that followed finally stopped. Call. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but ask Zixuan. Sister Zixuan, what was that chasing us just now? Why is it so terrifying? While escaping, Lu Xing felt a tingling sensation in his back. This is a premonition of danger triggered by the body. It's a fighting panda. What? Fighting pandas. Lu Xing did not expect that. We had just been chasing them for half a day. It's the fighting panda they've been searching for. Why have they suddenly become so ferocious? Upon hearing this, Zixian rolled her eyes at Lu Xing. She adjusted her glasses. He opened his mouth and said, "This is the forest of evil. We never see the sun. Therefore, the plant growth cycle here is very long. That black bamboo forest is the last home of the fighting panda. Every bamboo stalk is precious. It is the foundation upon which they exist. You said you used flame slash to cut down a large area of bamboo forest. How could they not come after you and fight you to the death?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xing instantly realized what was going on. Oh, I see. Just as the three were talking, a dark figure stealthily approached a thicket of bushes behind the building. It seized the opportunity. Then he suddenly leaped high into the air. Demacia. This guy has taken the essence of the old coin in the grass, trick to its extreme. It slammed down hard on Lu Xing. Whoosh. A dark figure suddenly darted out. Its sharp claws lashed out suddenly. They blocked the bamboo poles that were being swung at them. It's a two-headed hellhound. It made its move. They stopped the attacker's bamboo. The two-headed hellhound exerted a sudden burst of strength. The attacker was forced to retreat. What's going on? Lu Xing looked toward the attacker. A very strong panda was standing not far away. It carried a thick, long bamboo on its shoulder. It's a fighting panda. At this moment, the fighting panda was filled with anger. They were clearly indignant about what Lu Xing had just done. Lu Xing glanced at the fighting panda in front of him. Fighting panda. Attribute: dark, fighting. Gender: male. Rank: gold tier 6. Qualification: S. Learn skills: gale strike, blow to the head, heavy strike, evil breath. The fighting panda's eyes were glowing red at this moment. He stared intently at Lu Xing. It was as if he had a deep-seated grudge against Lu Xing. A gold rank 6, S-tier martial panda. Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. This guy is pretty strong. Fortunately, my hellhound had previously acquired the rotten flesh accumulation skill. Their power has been increased. Otherwise, the Cerberus wouldn't have been able to block that blow just now. The clash between Lu Xing's hellhound and the martial panda. All of this was observed by Xiao Tao. What's going on? Lu Xing's hellhound was actually able to repel the fighting panda in front of him. Xiao Tao is currently at Platinum Tier 1. She could tell the level of this fighting panda at a glance. Golden 6th rank. My god, his hellhound is only at the 4th rank of gold. It actually managed to repel a gold rank 6 martial panda. Looking at the furious fighting panda in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He walked straight to Xiao Tao's side. Sister Tao, you don't want to fight the panda. Then you can take care of it. I'm afraid that if I don't stop myself, I might accidentally kill it. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes at Lu Xing after hearing this. If before, she might think Lu Xing is exaggerating. With a gold tier 4th order hellhound, defeat the gold rank 6 fighting panda. That seems unlikely. However, after witnessing the clash between hellhound and fighting panda, Xiao Tao felt she had come to believe it. Furthermore, if the Cerberus attacks with its full power, I believe it won't take more than a few moves. This fighting panda will die on the spot. Let me do it. Xiao Tao sighed. After all, it was she who wanted to subdue the fighting panda, not Lu Xing. Come out, Monokuma. Xiao Tao quickly began to form a hand seal. Soon, a giant bear was summoned by Xiao Tao. Monokuma. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked towards Momo's black and white bear. After seeing what Monokuma looks like, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. He really couldn't compliment Xiao Tao's aesthetic sense. The black and white bear in front of me. The left side of its body is black, but its left eye is white. The right side of its body is white, but its right eye is black. Are you drawing Tai Chi here? After Lu Xing saw what the black and white bear looked like, he couldn't help but complain. Chapter 174 Xiao Tao departs. Lu Xing looked at Xiao Tao's black and white bear. Monokuma. Attribute: normal. Gender: female. Rank: gold tier 8. Qualification: A. Learn skills: powerful push, explosive punch, booming punch, sweeping leg kick. A black and white bear of the 8th rank of gold, with A-grade aptitude. He looks a bit strange, but his strength is passable. Xiao Tao looked at the fighting panda in front of her. Her expression froze. The entire atmosphere changed instantly. At this moment, from a distance, he was a very serious head of the teaching department. Monokuma, charge forward and use the thunder fist. With Xiao Tao's command, the black and white bear charged towards the fighting panda. Its right hand is clenched into a fist. The veins on his fist bulged instantly. He threw a straight punch at the fighting panda in front of him. Upon seeing this, the fighting panda, its gaze sharpened. He swung the bamboo stick down at the black and white bear's head. A wake-up call. The panda used this same move to ambush Lu Xing during the fight. The two bears began to attack each other. Momo's black and white bear has a level advantage. They suppressed the fighting panda. The poor fighting panda was forced to retreat repeatedly by Xiaotao's black and white bear. Bump. Final. Xiaotao's black and white bear seized the opportunity. Make a fist with your right hand. A white light instantly enveloped his fist. He slammed the hammer into the belly of the fighting panda. Explosive fist. Bump. A loud bang. The massive body of the fighting panda was sent flying backward by the blow. It crashed violently into a large tree behind it, which would take 3 people to encircle. Powerful impact. The impact caused the large tree to tremble. Splash. Countless leaves trembled with the trees shaking. It fell from the treetop. Like rain. Extremely beautiful. Seeing this, Xiaotao's lips curled up slightly. She walked towards the heavily injured, fallen fighting panda. Okay, stop struggling. You are no match for me now. From now on, you'll work for me. Don't worry, it's just bamboo. I have plenty. How about it? Xiaotao spoke to the martial panda. Upon hearing this, the fighting panda. At this point, it was defeated and subdued. Fighting panda. Just like its name. It spent its entire life pursuing martial arts. Of course, there are also crisp and refreshing bamboo shoots. Hearing Xiaotao say that, the fighting panda lowered its head. He showed his submission to Xiaotao. Very good. From now on you will be my number 5 henchman. Thugs. Listening to Xiaotao's words, Lu Xing's lips twitched. Anyone who didn't know better would think Xiaotao was some kind of mafia boss. Xiaotao quickly formed a hand seal. Not long after, a contract formation was then completed, because the fighting panda did not resist. Therefore, Xiaotao's contract went very smoothly this time. Alright, now that you've successfully formed a contract, then let's go back. Zixuan spoke calmly. The 3 of them followed the direction they had come from. We returned to Phoenix Base. Upon entering the house, ugh, I'm exhausted. Xiaotao took off her shoes and tossed them aside. He then slammed himself heavily onto the sofa. Upon seeing this, Zixuan frowned slightly. She bent down and picked up Xiaotao's shoes. They were placed neatly on the shoe rack. Xiaotao, what if Phoenix sees you like this? She's probably going to give you a hard time again. Oh, it's alright. She didn't go on a mission. Hello, Sister Phoenix. Lu Xing suddenly said this. Xiaotao immediately jumped up from the sofa. She straightened her clothes. After finding no problems, looked towards the doorway, but there was no sign of the fire phoenix there. Only Lu Xing was secretly laughing. You? Xiaotao's face darkened. She knew that Lu Xing had played a prank on her. Okay, I'm going to cook. Zixuan's life seems to consist of only 2 things. Either cooking, or they read books. Lu Xing walked to the sofa. He sat down. Sitting is still the most comfortable. Snort. Xiaotao snorted coldly. She sat down as well. Neither of them spoke. I just quietly started watching TV. Lu Xing did not expect that. Xiaotao, that girl who always disagrees with him. Just like him. They all enjoy watching Animal World. The 2 clicked on the Animal World program. A familiar voice came. Spring has arrived, the season for all things to mate. Teacher Zhao's voice came from inside. Zixuan was cooking. Then the arguing outside disappeared. She stuck her head out. He peeked out from the kitchen. As a result, Lu Xing and Xiaotao were seen watching TV quietly, which was unusual for them. Zixuan was amazed. Soon, Zixuan rice is ready. Sure enough, one of her signature dishes was on the table, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. After Lu Xing finished eating, now I finally understand why the pothos and phoenix are so highly regarded. It was indeed incredibly delicious. After finishing the meal, Xiaotao looked at Zixuan. His eyes were full of reluctance. That's right. She was preparing to leave. Now that we have tamed the 5th beast, then she needs to prepare to train it properly. Sister Zixuan, I will miss you. Xiaotao gave Zixuan a big hug. Her eyes were red at this moment. Tears welled up in her eyes. Although the Phoenix Mercenary Group is ostensibly a mercenary group composed of many women, but it is actually a home built together by these women. A home where we can comfort each other. Oh, it's alright now. It's not like we won't see it again in the future. Remember, parting is for a better reunion. You little girl, you're all grown up now, and you're still crying. Isn't that embarrassing? Zixuan has now transformed into a virtuous wife and loving mother. He offered Xiaotao a few words of comfort. Xiaotao nodded. She wiped away her tears. Then he looked at Lu Xing. Xiaotao pursed her lips. He glared at Lu Xing. She took something out of her pocket and put it in Lu Xing's hand. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Consider this your reward. After saying that, Xiao Tao turned and left. They seemed to have come in a hurry. Little Peach left in a hurry. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. What a crazy woman. Lu Xing looked at his hands. After seeing what he had in his hand, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. It's actually a monster crystal core. It seems that crazy woman actually has some sense of morality. However, after Lu Xing saw the level of the monster crystal core, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Only at the 6th rank of the gold level. This guy is still a bit stingy. When he said this, Lu Xing wasn't embarrassed at all. This is a 6th tier gold level magical beast core. If it were to be auctioned, it can sell for at least $1 million. This is a 6th tier gold level Shadow Wolf's magical beast core. It's great, but I don't need it. Lu Xing glanced at it. He then thoroughly understood the skills recorded in this monster crystal core. He found that none of them were what he wanted. Fine, let's keep it. I'll find a place to sell it and get some pocket money to spend. Unfortunately, Xiao Tao didn't hear what Lu Xing said. Otherwise, he would definitely be furious and start cursing. This gift is a token of my good intentions. If you don't use it, that's fine. They even plan to sell it. What a heartless bastard. Chapter 175, Su Xiaoya's birthday. Xiao Tao's matter has been resolved. As Lu Xing prepared to go upstairs. But then his phone rang. Lu Xing opened it and took a look. It turned out that it was Su Peng calling. Hey, fatty, what's up? Su Peng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Xing, tomorrow is my sister's 18th birthday. I'm going to give her a proper celebration. You should come too. Good. The next day, Lu Xing went to Su Peng's house. He noticed that Su Peng had carefully decorated his home. The room was filled with ribbons and balloons. I didn't expect Su Peng to be so nice to his girl. They actually put in this much effort. Hey, Lu Xing, you're here. Lu Xing nodded. He also met Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya put on makeup specially today. She even wore new clothes. Here, Xiaoya, this is a gift for you. What is it? You'll see when you open it. Xiaoya opened it and found it was a bag. Wow, so beautiful. Xiaoya took out her bag. I ran to the mirror in the first floor bathroom. It was just a series of gestures. Lu Xing, you're awesome. Su Peng originally thought that Lu Xing would make a mistake by giving him a gift. I didn't expect his sister to like him so much. Lu Xing, how did you come up with the idea of giving him an LV bag? Oh my, no girl can resist the temptation of a handbag. If so, it means the bag you bought isn't high-end enough. That makes sense. After all, a cure-all is a cure-all. By the way, where are your parents? Lu Xing discovered that since he returned, we didn't see Su Peng's parents. They've gone on a mission. I think they're doing some research. But they just made a phone call. This means I can't throw a birthday party for my sister this time. They'll make it up to us when they come back. Oh, Lu Xing suddenly realized what was going on. He felt that, with the Su family's wealth, a small birthday party will still be held. I never imagined it was because my parents weren't there. All right, enough with the nonsense. Please take a seat quickly. I'm starving. Su Peng was busy all day. A large table of food was prepared for Su Xiaoya. Here, Xiaoya, this is a gift from your brother. What is it? You'll see when you open it. Su Xiaoya opened it and took a look. It turned out to be a pink watch. So, do you like it? Yes. Thank you, brother. Su Xiaoya's eyes instantly turned red. Oh dear, don't cry. Today is your birthday, a day worth celebrating. This time, Fatty Su simply did a little something for Su Xiaoya. So there were only 3 people present. Lu Xing, Su Peng, and Su Xiaoya. After the 3 of them finished eating, then it was time to cut the cake. Fatty Su asked Su Xiaoya, Xiaoya, what is your wish? Tell me, and I'll help you achieve 1 or 2 of them. Real. Xiaoya's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Alright, I want to be a beast tamer. What? No. Su Peng's expression changed. I can't make that decision. If you want to become a beast tamer, you have to wait until mom and dad come back. Snort. Su Xiaoya snorted and pouted. He's 18 years old now. He can become a beast tamer. And I worked very hard at school, always getting first place in every exam. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. He hadn't expected that Su Xiaoya was actually a top student. Lu Xing, do you think I can become a beast tamer? Su Xiaoya looked at Lu Xing with longing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Su Xiaoya. Then his gaze fell on Fatty Su. Lu Xing was surprised to find that. Fatty Su kept shaking his head. Wink at him. Lu Xing, just tell me if it's okay or not. Looking at Su Xiaoya pleading desperately. Perhaps it was the guilt caused by what happened before. Lu Xing, as if possessed, blurted out. Sure. Yeah. Su Xiaoya was so happy that she danced with joy. Su Peng, however, covered his face and sighed. Oh dear, Lu Xing, you've ruined me. Originally, Su Peng's parents planned to personally select a beast for Su Xiaoya. After all, the initial beast tamer holds a very important position. The stronger the initial aptitude of the beast tamer, then the beast tamer can go further. Okay, brother, didn't you say you'd help me fulfill my wish? Let's go? Where to? Of course, we're going to buy beast taming equipment. Su Xiaoya had been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. Okay. Looking at Su Xiaoya's determined face, Su Peng knew he couldn't persuade her. He had no choice but to take her with him. On the road, Lu Xing patted Su Peng on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll help her choose in a bit. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su's eyes lit up. Su Peng knew Lu Xing's strength. Lu Xing's tamed beasts. Which one isn't one in a million? Therefore, Su Peng has great faith in Lu Xing's judgment. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Xing's words calmed Su Peng down considerably. Otherwise, relying solely on his words, Su Peng really wasn't confident. If Su Xiaoya had been given a trashy beast to tame, Su Peng felt that his parents would skin him alive. Su Peng and Lu Xing walked out of the room. They flagged down a car on the side of the road. They went to the place to buy tamed beasts. Regarding this place, Lu Xing and Su Peng were very familiar with each other. After all, Lu Xing's little electric sparrow, Su Fat's wild gorilla, was also purchased here. The owner of the beast taming shop, Boss Jean. Upon seeing Lu Xing and the other two, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yo, young Master Su, what brings you here? Boss Jean flattered Fatty Su. It's nothing, it's just. My sister is turning 18 today, and I plan to buy her a beast as her first beast. Mr. Jean, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Just take us to a place with good stuff. Remember, we're not short of money. Looking at Su Peng's serious expression, Mr. Jean nodded repeatedly. Yes. Please follow me. Under Boss Jin's leadership, Lu Xing and his two companions soon arrived at a basement. Boss Jean drew a circle around the iron cage in the basement with his hand. All our best tamed beasts are here. Su Peng nodded. He turned his head to look at Su Xiaoya beside him. Xiaoya, why don't you go pick one out here? Su Peng fully respected Su Xiaoya's decision. He wouldn't proactively help Su Xiaoya choose which beast to tame. After all, life belongs to Su Xiaoya. What should she choose? Su Peng would only offer advice from the sidelines. Good. Su Xiaoya was filled with excitement, although her brows were slightly furrowed. Because the monsters here eat, drink, and relieve themselves in iron cages. So the smell here is a bit unpleasant. But Su Xiaoya gritted her teeth and persevered. Chapter 176, Little Wild Cat. After examining it for a while, Su Xiaoya's brows gradually furrowed. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Don't you have the beast you want? Su Xiaoya nodded. I don't know why. She always felt that the beasts here were lacking something. Brother, maybe we should just forget about it. Would you mind making do? Upon hearing this, Su Peng's expression immediately changed. He spoke to Su Xiaoya with a serious expression. Choosing a beast to tame is just like choosing a husband. This is a lifelong commitment. How can we compromise? If you make the wrong choice, you'll suffer for the rest of your life. Oh. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Su Xiaoya's face. Seeing this, Fatty Su couldn't help but ask Boss Jean. Mr. Jean, do you have any other goods here? Upon hearing this, Mr. Jean, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. That's all for now. If you'd like to see something new, we'll have to wait until a month later, because new goods won't be delivered for another month. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su nodded. He turned his gaze to Lu Xing, who was standing to the side. Su Peng discovered that from the very beginning, Lu Xing didn't say anything. However, Su Peng still decided to seek Lu Xing's opinion. Lu Xing nodded. Since there's no suitable option, we can't settle for anything less. It's only a month, we can afford to wait. Lu Xing just used the system I checked out the Warcraft items at Boss Jin's place. He had thought he could get a bargain like last time. Unexpectedly, although there are many monsters here, but even the best candidates are only at grade A. Lu Xing's taste has become too discerning. Without S qualification, he wouldn't even look at it. Let's go, Xiaoya. After receiving Lu Xing's advice, Su Peng pulled Su Xiaoya away. Su Xiaoya was extremely helpless. He could only leave with a disappointed look on his face after Su Peng. Watching the three figures of Su Peng and his companions disappear into the distance, a hint of disappointment flashed across Boss Jin's face. He originally thought he could make another big deal. Unfortunately, today's business fell through. You must come again in a month. Don't worry, I'll definitely prepare some good stuff for you then. Thank you. Lu Xing did not turn around. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and waved it. Lu Xing and his two companions walked out of the beast-taming shop. They flagged down a car on the side of the road. I'm back home. Just as I entered the house, Su Xiaoya sat on her sofa with a dejected look on her face. At this moment, it looks like a frostbitten eggplant. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Su Xiaoya never expected this. She ran over there with great enthusiasm this time. However, they returned empty-handed. Seeing this, Fatty Su quickly comforted him. Xiaoya, don't be sad. It's just beast taming. It's okay, we'll wait for Mom and Dad to come back. Have them get you the best one. Listening to Su Pang's comforting words, Su Xiaoya wiped away her tears. He nodded heavily, looking at Su Xiaoya crying in front of him. Well, Lu Xing sighed. He didn't know what to say. After resting for a while, Su Xiaoya's emotions finally stabilized. She was sitting on the sofa, ready to watch TV with Lu Xing. But suddenly a figure appeared at the window. It made Su Xiaoya's eyes light up. Su Xiaoya stood up. He took a step forward. She opened the window. An animal was brought in through the window. Lu Xing looked up and saw. It turned out to be a cat. However, that cat was filthy all over. It looks like a stray cat. Seeing this, Fatty Su, who was standing to the side, a look of disdain flashed across his face. Xiaoya, why don't you put it down right away? It's filthy. I wonder how many bacteria it carries. Listening to what Fatty Su said, Su Xiaoya was immediately displeased. I'd rather. I just don't like you talking about Xiaomi like that. You agree, right, Xiaomi? Come on, I'll take you to take a bath. I'll give you some more food later. After saying that, Su Xiaoya seemed to have forgotten her earlier troubles. She carried the little wildcat upstairs. Sigh, that's just how my sister is. Ignore her. Come on, let's watch some TV. Lu Xing nodded. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Xiaoya finally came downstairs carrying the little wildcat. The little wildcat had obviously been washed by Su Xiaoya. All the body hair was also trimmed. It looks much cleaner now. Come on, Xiaomi, say hello to everyone. To remove the stray cat's odor, Xiaoya even sprayed it with perfume. Come on, Mimi. Here, have this. Although Su Pang was quite helpless, but Su Xiaoya likes it. He had no choice but to accept it. He took a bag of premium cat food out of the closet. There is also an iron plate. I poured the premium cat food into the metal dish. When Xiaomi saw the cat food in the metal plate, my eyes lit up immediately. It leaped to the front of the iron plate. They began to feast. It may have been starving for several days. They ate with gusto. Xiaomi, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Su Xiaoya touched Xiaomi's back with her hand. At this moment, her face was full of doting affection. Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Fatty Su, where did this cat come from? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su appeared quite casual. Oh dear, where else could it have come from? It's all because my sister has a kind heart. I saw this little stray cat lying on the road. She didn't even mind that it was dirty. She just picked it up and took it to the vet. After treatment, it finally recovered. But after that incident, this little wildcat seemed to have taken a clingy attitude towards my sister. It comes to visit my sister every few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. Looking at Su Xiaoya's delighted face, Lu Xing smiled slightly. He couldn't help but ask Su Xiaoya, Xiaoya, would you be interested in making Xiaomi your first tamed beast? What? Upon hearing this, Su Pang, standing to the side, seemed to have been struck by lightning. He stood there, stunned. Lu Xing, did I hear that right? Su Pang thought he was hallucinating. He subconsciously tapped his ear with his hand, using Xiaomi as a beast taming contract. Besides surprise, Su Pang's face showed. More often than not, it's disdain. After all, this little Mimi was skin and bones. Although the fur has been groomed, but it's still ugly. You should know. Good looks are everything. This little cat is clearly not good looking at all. No, Xiaoya, you must not listen to Lu Xing's nonsense. Maybe he was just joking, but please don't do anything foolish. Listening to Fatty Su's advice, Su Xiaoya smiled slightly. I think Lu Xing is right. Since I like Xiaomi, I can choose it as my tamed beast. Okay, I've made up my mind. Su Xiaoya picked up Xiaomi. Little Mimi, from now on you will be my first tamed beast. Chapter 177, Su Xiaoya's first tamed beast. Su Xiaoya was probably afraid that Su Pang would disagree. Her eyes darted around. Then, taking advantage of Su Pang's inattention, she picked up Xiaomi, who was still eating, and scooped her up in her arms. They ran upstairs. Seeing this, Su Pang, he immediately gave chase. In the end, it was still too late. Bang! Su Xiaoya ran into her room. The door was locked instantly. Looking at the tightly closed door, Su Pang was speechless. Xiaoya, Listen to what your brother has to say. Please don't do anything foolish. That little Mimi is really not suitable to be a beast tamer. No, I want it. At this time, Lu Xing came up from downstairs. He looked at the anxious-looking fatty Su in front of him. I couldn't help but smile. Laugh? You still have the nerve to laugh. You've ruined me. Su Pang's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. It felt like I'd eaten shit. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He walked over. He patted Su Pang on the shoulder. He comforted Su Pang, saying, Don't worry, your girl chose Xiaomi as her initial beast. It was absolutely the wisest choice she ever made in her life. Real? Su Pang was skeptical. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? I consider you a brother, which means Xiaoya is also my sister. Why would I want to hurt her? Upon hearing this, Fatty Su nodded. That's true. You have no reason to harm Xiaoya. Suddenly, Su Pang seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, have you noticed something? What do you think? Lu Xing smiled mysteriously. Looking at Lu Xing's smile, Su Pang understood. He shook his head with a wry smile. It seems my sister is a very lucky person. Fatty Su asked with some curiosity. Lu Xing, what exactly is that Xiaomi? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. Then he uttered 3 words. Silver Moon Cat. Silver Moon Cat. Lu Xing nodded. And their qualifications are quite high. How did you know? I can't tell you that. Oh. Su Pang knew that Lu Xing seemed to have the ability to see through the aptitude of magical beasts. But since Lu Xing is unwilling to talk about it, he naturally couldn't press the matter further. He turned his gaze back to Su Xiaoya's room. I hope Xiaoya can successfully complete the contract. Looking at Su Pang's worried face, Lu Xing did not speak again. At that moment, Xiaomi's information flashed through his mind. Silver Moon Cat. Attributes, Wind, Spirit. Gender, Female. Rank, Black Iron Tier 1. Qualification SS. Learn skills, tearing and scratching, biting. A Silver Moon Cat with SS rank. Xiaoya's starting point is so much higher than others. I never imagined that Xiaoya would also be such a lucky person. You can pick up any stray cat on the roadside, and it will be a Silver Moon Cat with SS rank. This time, it can be said that the flowers planted with good intentions did not bloom, but the willows planted unintentionally thrived. I was planning to buy a powerful beast from the beast taming shop. Unexpectedly, there weren't any good items over there. But after returning, a sudden turn of events. We found a Silver Moon Cat with SS rarity. Click. Just as Lu Xing and Su Pang were waiting, Su Xiaoya's door was opened. Xiaoya, how are you? I asked anxiously, Su Pang asked. Clang clang. Su Xiaoya was holding Xiaomi in her arms. Lu Xing glanced at Su Xiaoya. I discovered that she is now a Black Iron Tier 1 Beastmaster. It seems she has successfully formed a contract. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Girl, did you successfully complete the contract? I asked anxiously, Su Pang asked. Of course. Look how well-behaved my little Mimi is. Su Xiaoya stroked Xiaomi with her hand. His face was full of endless doting affection. It seems she genuinely likes Xiaomi. Xiaomi also likes Su Xiaoya, so it voluntarily entered into the contract. That's why Su Xiaoya was able to easily sign a contract with Xiaomi. Over the next few days, Su Pang took on the role of nanny again. He not only had to cook for Lu Xing, but also for his own tamed beasts. Now there's a little kitten. Xiaomi eats Su Pang's delicious food every day. At the same time, it was undergoing the special training that Su Xiaoya had arranged for it. Its strength is steadily increasing. In just a few days, Xiaomi started from Black Iron Tier 1. It has been upgraded to Black Iron Tier 2. After Xiaomi reaches level 2, it no longer looks the same as before. It used to be extremely thin. It has now been restored to its original state. At this moment, Lu Xing was sitting in Su Pang's courtyard. He lay on the recliner, quietly watching Su Xiaoya give Xiaomi special training. At this time, Xiaomi returned to its original form. It is entirely white. The hair grew because it received adequate nutrition. Now, under the sunlight, it appears crystal clear. Excellent, very good. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Alright, Xiaomi, that's all for today's special training. Su Xiaoya picked up the panting Xiaomi. He walked towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked at Xiaomi in Su Xiaoya's arms. At this moment, a white birthmark resembling a moon appeared on the top of Xiaomi's head. This is the origin of the name Silver Moon Cat. Xiaoya, give it some more special training these next few days. Then I'll take you to explore the secret realm. Real. Su Xiaoya's face immediately lit up with joy. She had been thinking about how to bring up this request to Lu Xing. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing brought it up on his own initiative. Looking at Su Xiaoya's face, which was full of joy, Lu Xing smiled slightly. A towering pine tree cannot grow in a flower pot, nor can a thoroughbred horse be trained in a courtyard. To help Su Xiaoya grow up, of course, we should take her out into the wild for some experience. Su Xiaoya was curious about that mysterious secret realm. I've long yearned to go there. So after Lu Xing suggested going to the secret realm, that's why she was so overjoyed. Xiaoya, what's making you so happy? At this moment, Fatty Su was carrying a large bowl of fried chicken legs. He came out from the inner room. Lu Xing said he would take me to a secret realm for training. Upon hearing that they were going to a secret realm, Su Peng frowned immediately. Don't worry, we're just going to take a look at the lowest level of the secret realm. It's not like we're going to those scary places. Moreover, with our strength, protecting Xiaoya's safety in that low-level secret realm shouldn't be a problem. Su Peng nodded. Yeah. Very good. Su Xiaoya originally thought that Su Peng would stop her. But now, Su Peng agreed. She was naturally overjoyed and danced with delight. However, I have one request. You say? Once we get there, you're not allowed to wander off. You must stay close to us. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to take care of you. Yes. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sweaty from training Xiaomi just now. After Su Xiaoya finished speaking, it skipped and hopped away. Watching Su Xiaoya's departing figure, Fatty Su couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Then he looked at Lu Xing beside him. He turned to Lu Xing and asked, how did you like the fried chicken legs today? SOSO, it took a little too long to blast. Yeah, I also think they've been frying for a bit too long. This chicken is a bit overcooked. As Su Peng spoke, he took a big bite of the fried chicken leg in his hand. Chapter 178 Hunting Slimes. Outside a secret realm. Brother, is this the entrance to the secret realm? Su Peng nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. She subconsciously glanced down at her chest. There was a badge hanging there at that moment. It was a black iron badge. There are 2 bars on it. This proves that Su Xiaoya is a second-tier black iron beastmaster. Alright, let's go. Under Lu Xing's leadership, the 3 of them entered the secret realm. Is this the world of the secret realm? Su Xiaoya looked at everything before her. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. The blue sky. White clouds. It gives people a sense of vast sky and boundless wilderness, with cattle and sheep grazing on the grass. That's right. After some discussion, Lu Xing and Su Peng, he brought Su Xiaoya to a low-level secret realm, the green grassland. Hearing this name, Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. I just don't know if there are any little lambs or big bad wolves here. Lu Xing, look, what's that? Su Xiaoya pointed to a spot not far away. There was a blue, spherical object there. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, I looked up at that guy. Blue slime. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Rank, black iron tier 1. Qualification, F. Learned skill, charge. Wow, it's so cute. Seeing this, Su Xiaoya, it was about to charge towards the blue slime in front of it. Su Peng grabbed him. Brother, what are you doing? Su Xiaoya was furious because Su Peng stopped her. Fatty Su, however, had a dark expression on his face. If I hadn't held you back, you would have been attacked by that slime long ago. No way. Won't. Look over there. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya looked in the direction Su Peng was pointing. It's a slime. So cute. A girl like Su Xiaoya. It ran towards the slime. Bang. A loud, violent impact. Then the girl fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. The girl was knocked down by the slime. She felt as if several of her ribs had been broken. It was in so much pain that it kept screaming and crying. Seeing this, her companions, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. They pulled the girl away. Looking at the girl's miserable state, Su Xiaoya couldn't help but swallow. See? When has your brother ever lied to you? Su Peng looked at him with a disappointed expression. Alright, summon your little Mimi. Su Xiaoya nodded. Su Xiaoya then began to command Xiaomi and the slime in battle. Little Mimi, use tear claw on that slime. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi rushed towards the blue slime. Upon seeing this, the blue slime, it immediately became enraged. It was happily grazing when, as a result, this guy in front of it actually came to bother it. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. The blue slime was determined to teach the little kitten a painful lesson. Its body deflated instantly. It then launched itself into the air. It rammed into Xiaomi hard. Oh no, Xiaomi, get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi, its eyes were slightly narrowed. Regarding the current situation, Little Me seemed to have anticipated this all along. After all, Xiaomi used to be a stray cat. It has fought with other stray cats and dogs in the streets and alleys. Therefore, Xiaomi has a lot of practical experience. Little Mimi twisted her body. The blue slime brushed past Xiaomi. However, it seems that Xiaomi is not going to let the blue slime pass so easily. It extended its right claw. It revealed its sharp claws. It grabbed at the slime in midair with all its might. All I heard was a tearing sound. The blue slime was slashed open by Xiaomi with 3 deep cuts. Splash. The structure of slime is, it has a thin film on the outside and liquid inside. So the blue slime in front of you. After its skin was scratched, the blue liquid inside flowed out along the wound. In that instant, the blue slime's body deflated. Wow, Xiaomi, you're amazing. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya. She ran towards her little cat. She picked up Xiaomi in one gulp. I kissed Xiaomi several times. Looking at Su Xiaoya's happy face, Lu Xing and Fatty Su exchanged a glance. The two exchanged a knowing smile. This marks the official start of Su Xiaoya's journey of beast taming. In the time that follows, Su Xiaoya transformed into a slime killer. One slime after another died under little Mimi's claws. After the battle, Xiaomi, its strength has increased. They also gained more combat experience. Alright, we should go back now. Lu Xing stood up from under a big tree. At this time, it was already past its prime. As the sun sets in the west, the red sunset painted the entire grassland. It looks exceptionally beautiful. Lu Xing looked at Su Xiaoya. At this time, Su Xiaoya was already drenched in sweat. Her hair was plastered tightly to her face because of sweat. Looking at Su Xiaoya's messy hair, Fatty Su couldn't help but speak up. Xiaoya, that's enough, we should go back now. Oh, Su Xiaoya was young after all. She seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Let her go back now. She must have wanted more. Let's come back tomorrow. Upon hearing Fatty Su say this, Su Xiaoya was immediately overjoyed. Good. As long as I can come again tomorrow, that's fine. Will you come again tomorrow? Lu Xing looked at the pile of slime corpses on the ground. His lips twitched involuntarily. However, Lu Xing has certainly learned something new today. Today was the first time he had seen a slime from another world. He was surprised to find that the slimes of this world, it actually has many attributes. Blue represents the water element. Red represents the fire element. The brown color indicates the rock's properties, such as these. Lu Xing saw several kinds. He examined it carefully. I thought I could find a different kind of slime. It turned out that there was none. Looks like there's no such thing as a cute king in this world. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. If a cute king existed in this world, Lu Xing was determined to step forward and obtain the contract. That's not even taking off from the spot. Unfortunately, that adorable king seems to only exist in anime. Returning from the green grassland, Lu Xing did not go home with Su Peng and the others. Instead, he took a car back to his own home. After he returned home, Lu Xing looked at his home, which had been cleaned spotlessly. Not bad. Looks like we'll have to use this cleaning company again from now on. Lu Xing was very satisfied with the work done by this cleaning company. He settled comfortably on the sofa. Although Phoenix Base is also quite good, but nothing feels as comfortable as home. After all, you only feel free when you're at home. In the following days, Lu Xing wasn't training his tamed beasts to fight each other. It was about Su Peng and Su Xiaoya going to the green grassland to hunt slimes. Chapter 179 Principal Lu Gengxing's Request. Good days are always fleeting. The start of the new school term is fast approaching. After these days of training, Lu Xing's tamed beasts have made rapid progress in strength. The most significant improvement was made by Cerberus. Its strength has reached the 6th rank of the gold level. Similarly, Lu Xing's Beastmaster level has also reached the 6th rank of gold. At the airport, there were 4 people standing there. Lu Xing, Su Peng, Lu Xiaoming, and Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya looked reluctant to part with him. Sister, let's go back. My brother will be back soon. Su Xiaoya nodded. She couldn't suppress her reluctance. They ran towards Lu Xing and the others. Seeing this, Su Peng. Subconsciously, I opened my arms. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoya actually threw herself into Lu Xing's arms. She gave Lu Xing a big hug. Thud. Su Xiaoya quickly kissed Lu Xing. Then he quickly hopped away. Watching Su Xiaoya walk away, Su Peng was speechless. I couldn't help but complain. A daughter is like a tree that grows up and leaves home. Alright, let's go. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, also looked distressed. That's right. She was jealous. Lu Xing and his 2 companions boarded the plane. This time, they were lucky. There were no more hijacking incidents. Just returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing's phone rang. Lu Xing opened his phone and took a look. They discovered that the call was actually from Lu Gingxing. He frowned. What's going on? Why would he think of calling me? They've probably run into something again. Lu Xing thought for a moment, then answered the phone. Hello. Is that Lu Xing? Have you returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University yet? I'm back. Okay, then come to my office right now. Good. Lu Xing hung up the phone. He addressed Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming beside him. The principal asked me to go to his office. You guys go back first. Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming exchanged a glance. A look of worry appeared on his face. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll be right back. Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming nodded. Lu Xing went straight to Lu Gengxing's office. When Lu Gengxing met Lu Xing, his face immediately lit up with joy. Come, sit down. Lu Gengxing warmly invited Lu Xing to sit down. Lu Xing, what kind of tea would you like to drink? Is it Longjing tea from West Lake, or Dahong Pao tea from Wui Mountain? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. Lu Gengxing was clearly here for no reason. They probably need something from him. Otherwise they wouldn't be so enthusiastic. So Lu Xing went straight to the point and asked Principal Lu Gengxing. Principal, we're such good friends now. Stop making things so complicated. Just say what you have to say. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Gengxing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, you little rascal. Since you're so quick to agree, you should have said so earlier. It made me do all this. Speak, what is it? Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Gengxing. He gave a lewd smile. Actually, nothing much happened. This is because there's a spot for a social event at Chinese universities in the capital the day after tomorrow. I plan to send you. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. How incredibly intelligent he is. They quickly realized what this social gathering was all about. It's just the legendary show-off event. That imperial capital Huaxia University. A fellowship meeting was held. The purpose is to reach out to universities across the country. Show their strength. How about it? Are you going? Principal Lu Gengxing asked Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. You can go. But is there a reward? Lu Xing is the kind of guy who won't do anything without a profit. Nobody can expect him to work for free. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Gengxing's lips twitched involuntarily. He really wanted to tell Lu Xing. Go to the Huaxia University in Beijing for a social event. This is something that so many people would kill for. But Lu Xing actually wanted something in return before he went. He really wanted to appeal to Lu Xing's emotions and reason with him. They said they were going to attend this meeting. It brings glory to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. But the words were on the tip of my tongue. Principal Lu Gengxing found himself unable to say it. Sigh, okay. He sighed. He compromised with Lu Xing. If you attend this social gathering, I will reward you with a diamond-level monster core. Of course, I have one request. This time, we can't let Jiangnan Beast Taming University down. We must show our school's strength. Otherwise, I'll make you spit out this diamond-grade monster core later. When he said this, Principal Lu Gengxing had a serious expression on his face. Where's the gentle breeze and drizzle from just now? He was clearly serious. Certainly. Lu Xing looked confident. A faint smile always graced his face. Principal, don't worry. This time, I will definitely show the might of our school. Lu Xing emphasized the word hit. As expected, he's going to cause trouble again. Don't be afraid to cause trouble. As long as it's not illegal, our school will cover for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. That's all he wanted to hear, just one good. All right, go collect your reward now. After you get the monster core, make some preparations. Then let's set off on time. After speaking, Principal Lu Gengxing took out a jade pendant. Good. Lu Xing held the jade token belonging to Principal Lu Gengxing. They went straight to the treasure pavilion of Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He handed the jade pendant in his hand to the old man at the door for a glance, and then Lu Xing walked upstairs. The old man watched Lu Xing's retreating figure. His eyes lit up immediately. This kid has real talent. It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and he's already at the 6th level of the gold rank. This talent is many times better than Xiao Gengzi's. The little watchman the old man was talking about. It was none other than Lu Xing's principal, Lu Gengxing. Lu Xing arrived at the diamond area of the monster crystal core. He activated the system's eye. They started selecting quickly. Soon, Lu Xing found the one he wanted. A magical beast core belonging to Lady Guangjia. This Lady Glamour is a magical beast that combines plant and spirit attributes. One of its skills is something Lu Xing wanted. Divine Purification. Divine Purification. After use, it can remove all negative effects from the target, including burning, poisoning, wind, paralysis, etc. Awesome. After seeing this skill, Lu Xing stood there, stunned. He even doubted his own eyes. I couldn't help but rub it. It turned out that this skill really does exist. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. In other words, after acquiring this skill, he no longer has to worry about being annoyed by the enemy's skills. Imagine it. The enemy used poison gas. Then Lu Xing's tamed beast was poisoned. Then Lu Xing had his six-winged angel cast a holy purification spell to remove the negative effects of poisoning. I wonder what his opponents saw when they witnessed this scene. What kind of expression would it be? Chapter 180 Heading to the Imperial Capital, China University. Lu Xing carried this magical beast crystal core. After registering with the old man, he then prepared to return to the principal's office. He wanted to return the jade pendant to the principal. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, the old man squinted slightly. It's actually Lady Guangjia's monster core. This kid has good taste. The old man was quite familiar with this magical beast core, because the source of this monster core is none other than, and it was him. He was the one who killed the Lady of Radiance. Dig out its monster core. It was placed here. Great, really great. After the old man finished speaking, he leaned against the wall and continued to doze off. Lu Xing returned to Principal Lu Gengxing's office. After returning the jade pendant, he then left. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Xing ignored the expectant looks in Su Pang's and Lu Xiaoming's eyes. He went straight into the villa's basement. Come out, my little darling. Lu Xing summoned his six-winged angel. Here you go, my little darling. Because of the previous experience. So this time, Lu Xing still used a lollipop. They coaxed the six-winged angel into eating Lady Guangjia's magical beast core. It thus successfully learned divine purification. Six-winged angel. Attributes: spirit, fairy. Gender: female. Rank: gold tier 6. Qualification: SSS. Skills learned: judgment, divine healing, divine shield, fairy light, hypnosis, divine purification. Looking at the attribute panel of the six-winged angel in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. As mentioned before, the six-winged angel's strength was limited by Lu Xing's beast tamer level. As Lu Xing's beast tamer level reached gold tier 6, the six-winged angel's strength naturally rose to the 6th rank of the gold level. Not bad, not bad. It seems my trip to the Chinese universities in the capital this time has been very successful. We have another trump card to rely on. After Lu Xing learned the skill, Holy Purification, from the six-winged angel, Lu Xing felt he had regained some confidence. However, he also found himself in a dilemma. A beast tamer only has 4 opportunities to learn skills through a monster crystal core. The six-winged angel has now used it 3 times. They are hypnosis, fairy light, and divine purification. Looks like I'll have to be very, very careful in choosing the last one. Although six-winged angels may be able to learn some skills on their own, but in Lu Xing's eyes, that probability was like buying a lottery ticket. He would never place his hopes on something so vague and unrealistic. All right, little darling, let's go. Looking at the little darling still eating a lollipop, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak up. I'm running low on lollipops. Looks like I'll have to ask Fatty Sue to put in a lot more effort these next couple of days and get me a lot more. Su Pang, I'm going to the Huaxia University in the capital for a social event. Take care, I'll be back when the time comes. I brought you Peking duck from Beijing. Go, go. At this moment, Fatty Sue slumped onto the sofa to make lollipops for Lu Xing. He worked overtime. He's so tired now that he doesn't want to move at all. Looking at the system inventory overflowing with lollipops, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. With these lollipops, little darling's food supply is secured. After saying that, Lu Xing walked away from the dormitory, heading towards the airport. Lu Xing got off the plane. Is this the capital city? Lu Xing looked at the airport in the capital. He was somewhat surprised. As expected of the airport in the capital, it is magnificent and luxurious. In short, it all boils down to one word: big. Lu Xing was carrying a backpack. We arrived at the exit. At this moment, someone was already waiting there. Look at that sparse hair. Lu Xing smiled slightly. Teacher Wu Yong, it's been a long time. Lu Xing, it's been a long time. After Lu Xing approached, he was surprised to find that Wu Yong seems to have gained quite a bit of weight recently. That once deflated belly, it actually bulged up. Lu Xing, you absolutely have to do your best this time. Don't let our Jiangnan Beast Taming University down. When he said this, Wu Yong patted Lu Xing on the shoulder earnestly. Don't worry, teacher. Lu Xing and Wu Yong then got into the private car. That's right. It was the special car that Huaxia University in the capital sent to them. Lu Xing and Wu Yong had just gotten out of the car. Lu Xing was surprised to find that I was actually being watched by a group of people. See that? That's the student representative from Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. Is it him? Right. Wow, so handsome. I've heard that Jiangnan Beast Taming University is famous for its beautiful women, but I've never heard that it's famous for its handsome men. Ah, he's so handsome. I like him so much. Is this what it feels like to be in love? In order not to embarrass Jiangnan Beast Taming University, Lu Xing specially went to buy a set of anima clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. After Lu Xing put on these new clothes, she looks completely different now. That handsome face. A faint smile always graced his face. He instantly captivated a large number of girls. Wow, I didn't know Jiangnan Beast Taming University had such a handsome guy. I applied to Jiangnan Beast Taming University back then. Who would still apply to Huaxia University in the capital? One girl, after seeing Lu Xing's handsome face. He couldn't help but speak up. Just then, a red sports car drove up from a distance. It looked like a red lightning bolt. They quickly sped toward Lu Xing. Just as the sports car was about to hit Lu Xing. Creak. The sports car braked suddenly. Then came a powerful drift. It stopped in front of Lu Xing. A figure stepped out of the car. It was a man wearing a red casual outfit. His hair was dyed rainbow colors. It's Mei Liangxing. After everyone saw this man, their expressions changed. I instinctively took several steps back. It's obvious. This guy named Mei Liangxing has a very bad reputation. He must have done a lot of bad things at school. Otherwise, the other students wouldn't be so afraid of him. Mei Liangxing walked straight up to Lu Xing. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was full of disdain. You must be Lu Xing. What's wrong? Do you have any advice for me? Lu Xing appeared completely calm. He didn't believe that Mei Liangxing would attack him in front of everyone. After all, Lu Xing was invited by Huaxia University in the capital. They are VIPs. Kid, don't think you're anything special just because you defeated Chen Shizhou. Let me tell you, Chen Shizhou is trash in my eyes. If I hadn't happened to be in the secret realm last time, the teacher couldn't contact me. Otherwise, I would be the one going to the National League. Of course, if that person were me, then you wouldn't be involved. When he said this, Mei Liangxing appeared extremely arrogant. Chapter 181. Let's do something different? Mei Liangxing, what are you trying to do? A teacher suddenly appeared. His face darkened. This person is none other than. It was the same old man, Mr. Sun, who had appeared before. Old man Sun looked coldly at Mei Liangxing. He never expected that. This guy in front of me is so clueless. It's one thing to play around and joke around normally. What time is it now? He even caused him trouble. Old man Sun walked straight up to Lu Xing and Wu Yong. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not disciplining them properly. This guy has bothered you. Old Sun spoke these words with utmost respect. He demonstrated his refinement as a teacher at Huaxia University in the capital city to the fullest. Grace. Quite elegant. This is the kind of temperament that talents in big cities should have. Unlike some rural schools. Rude. They have absolutely no manners. Fine. Wu Yong waved his hand with a wry smile. He had a dark expression and was about to explode. But what old man Sun did? This left him somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Wu Yong forgave old man Sun. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze to Mei Liangxing, who was standing to the side. He spoke coldly. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to them. Apologize? I did nothing. Why should I apologize? If you want to apologize, go apologize yourself. I can't afford to lose face like this. After saying that, Mei Liangxing didn't care whether old man Sun was angry or not. He walked straight to the sports car. I opened the car door and got in. The car door closed. Mei Liangxing drove away in his sports car. This guy? Old man Sun watched Mei Liangxing's car drive away into the distance. I was so angry I could have teeth itched. If it weren't for the fact that Mei Liangxing's grandfather and he were old acquaintances, old man Sun had already taught Mei Liangxing a good lesson. I'm so sorry. That's just how he is. Please don't take it to heart. No. Let's go. I'll take you to the banquet hall now. After saying that, old man Sun started walking ahead. Lu Xing and Wu Yong followed closely behind old man Sun. As Lu Xing walked, he looked around at everything. As expected of a prestigious university in the capital. This building looks antique. Lu Xing glanced at the buildings along the road. He discovered that these buildings had a long history. Time has left many marks on it. It doesn't feel old-fashioned. Instead, it possesses a classical beauty. Under the guidance of old man Sun, Lu Xing and Wu Yong arrived at the banquet hall. By this time, many people had already arrived inside. Hey, isn't this Wu Yong? Hey, Lindali. Wu Yong saw an old acquaintance. He muttered something to Lu Xing in a low voice. I want to catch up with him. Do as you please. Remember, don't cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. With Wu Yong's departure, Lu Xing walked around the banquet hall alone. The banquet hall uses a buffet style. Lu Xing picked up a plate. I picked up a small piece of cake and started tasting it. Just as Lu Xing was eating the small cake, a beautiful figure suddenly walked in from outside the door. It was a woman. Her blue hair cascaded down her head like a waterfall. The woman's face was as cold as ice. The eyes are very sharp. It seemed capable of piercing a person. She was wearing a blue dress. With her arrival, the temperature in the entire room dropped several degrees. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he hurriedly walked towards the corner of the room. Such an ethereal person. This made Lu Xing feel uncomfortable. Lu Xing had just walked to the corner. He was surprised to find that a guy was standing behind a pillar in the corner. That guy had spiky hair. There is a short scar on his right cheek. The scar did not affect his appearance at all. On the contrary, it made him look extremely domineering. After all, scars are a man's badge of courage. The man saw Lu Xing. He was also slightly taken aback. He never expected that. There are actually people like him. I don't like joining in the fun. Hey, what's your name? Which school are you from? The man asked Lu Xing with great curiosity. I don't know why. The instant he saw Lu Xing, he felt that the guy in front of him was to his liking. Lu Xing, Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Lu Xing gave a brief reply with just a few words. The voice was neither warm nor cold. Lu Xing. The man murmured the name to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up. His eyes widened immediately. You're the National League champion? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at the man in front of him. If there's no one with the same name, then that person is me. Upon hearing this, the man grinned. Hello, my name is Wu Gang. I come from Tianjin University's Beast Taming University. Wu Gang extended his hand to Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing. As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face. Since the other party is so polite, how could he have been impolite? Hello. Lu Xing extended his hand and shook hands with Wu Gang. Hey, two good-for-nothings have stuck together. Just as Lu Xing and Wu Gang shook hands, a discordant sound reached Lu Xing's ears. Lu Xing turned his head to look. Who else could it be but Mei Lianxing? As expected, this time, the representative of Huaxia University in the capital is Mei Lianxing. Because I had been warned by Old Man Sun before. Therefore, Mei Lianxing did not dare to be too arrogant. After he said that, he turned and left. He walked towards the woman in the blue dress. Mei Lianxing has a dog-like face. He bared his teeth and grinned at Lu Xing and the other man. But when they reached the woman in the blue dress, it instantly turned into a lapdog. Pa, what is that? Wuhan Iron and Steel's face was full of disdain. He held Mei Lianxing's behavior in utter contempt. Who was that woman? With nothing to do? Lu Xing casually asked Wu Gang. Upon hearing this, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group frowned slightly. He looked at Lu Xing with a strange expression. No way. Did you come from some remote mountain village? Even I, a cultivation fanatic, know that guy. That woman's name is Murong Bing, and she is one of the most beautiful women in the universities in Shanghai. Murong Bing. Lu Xing muttered the name to himself. Oh, it's done, it's done. Don't worry about the details. Tell me about your experience in the National League. Lu Xing nodded upon hearing this. He started chatting with Wuhan Iron and Steel Group about everyday things. At the same time, Wu Yong and the others went into a room and took their seats. Since this social event was spearheaded by Huaxia University in the capital, so the role of host fell to Old Man Sun. Old Sun held the microphone in his hand. A faint smile always graced his face. Everyone, will this year's event be the same as in previous years, continuing with the challenge matches? How about we try something different? Of course we should try something different. It would be too boring if it were the same as every year. Lin Dali, the mentor from Tianjin University, spoke first. This guy has a very rugged appearance. She also has a very easygoing and carefree personality. Chapter 182 The Strength of Wuhan Iron and Steel. Good. Since Lin Dali has said so, then let's do something different this year. After all, those present are all professors from various universities. They are highly respected. This kind of person, to put it bluntly, in public places, he just doesn't like to talk. They don't even want to make a statement. So after receiving Lin Dali's statement, Old Man Sun, he immediately seized the opportunity to strike. Old Sun picked up a remote control from in front of the podium. Then I pressed the red button on the remote control. Please look at the PPT. A secret place has recently been discovered at our school. Based on the assessment, this secret realm is probably a mid-level secret realm. However, we have not yet conducted an on-site exploration of this secret realm. How about it? How about we let the students explore this place for our activity this time? Old Sun asked tentatively. Good, very good. I think Old Sun's suggestion is excellent. It was still Lin Dolly. He jumped out again. I think it's great too. Wu Yong and Lin Dolly were old acquaintances. He certainly supported Lin Dolly. What about the other teachers' opinions? The other teachers exchanged glances upon hearing this. Then he spoke calmly. I have no objection. Okay, let's decide on this. Yes, since we're going to do it this way, let's get started. The faces of the instructors were filled with impatience. This left Old Man Sun feeling quite embarrassed. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. A bunch of trash. What are you trying to prove by pretending to be something you're not? I know your own worth. Pooh. Old Man Sun couldn't help but spit inwardly. In terms of strength, no one present was a match for him, but his good manners told him. Stay calm. Be polite. Okay, since no one has any objections. This event is now set to take place. After saying that, Old Man Sun adjourned the meeting. The next day, the outer perimeter of a mysterious realm. Lu Xing and his men were on high alert. All right, let's hold our social gathering here in this secret realm. We planted a flag deep within the secret realm. The first person to reach that flag is the winner this time. The winner will receive a diamond-level monster core as a reward. Old Sun was holding a megaphone and explaining things nonstop. However, I still stand by what I said. Friendship first, competition second. We only have one rule this time, and that is no killing. There's one more thing I need to remind you of, which is to act within your capabilities. All right, let's go. With Old Man Sun's command, everyone unanimously used up all their resources in this newly discovered secret realm. Watching the crowd set off, the mentors watched their students' retreating figures. His face was full of anticipation. Come forth, Cerberus. After Lu Xing entered the secret realm, he then summoned his two-headed hellhound. He then climbed onto the back of the hellhound. They began to speed through the forest. While running, Lu Xing took out the map that Old Man Sun had given him, based on Old Man Sun's previous introduction. From the entrance to the secret realm, upon arrival at the location of the flag, if you use flying beast taming, it requires flying continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. Thinking of this, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. He subconsciously looked up into the air. Lu Xing really wanted to know, which idiot would fall for such a huge scam? That's right. The phrase, using flying beasts to fly for 7 days and 7 nights, is a trap set by that Old Man Sun. At this time, in the sky, a guy was riding on the back of a red-billed magpie. He looked down from his vantage point. He looked down at the crowd with disdain. A bunch of idiots. This place is full of dense forest, and you could easily get lost in there. Moreover, the roads are extremely difficult to travel. What should be a 7-day journey might take half a month to complete. And you actually chose the land route. After saying that, he shook his head with a wry smile. The disdain on his face deepened. Sigh, it looks like the championship is mine this time. All right, I'm not going to bother with you guys anymore. The man rode his red-billed magpie toward the flag. Idiot. Right after he left, a discordant voice rang out. Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turned out to be that kid from Wuhan Iron and Steel. At this moment, not only was Wu Gang cursing that guy in his heart, but he was also thinking that the guy was an idiot. The same is true for the others on the ground. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. If there are no unexpected events, that person paid with his life for his recklessness. Inside the monitoring room, Lin Dolly couldn't help but laugh. He burst out laughing. Hey, Wei Xiaodi, isn't that your student? Wei Xiaodi witnessed his student being swallowed whole by a python. He was so angry he was trembling. Useless, truly a piece of trash. I've told him so many times, don't be careless, never be careless. He just wouldn't listen, and now look what's happened. You're dead. Wei Xiaodi snorted coldly. He glared at Lin Dolly. He then quickly left. Since the student he brought is dead, then he has no need to be here. He left very decisively, without stopping for even a moment. Sometimes reality is just that cruel. The race to explore has just begun. One person died. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. They began to concentrate fully. Always be aware of everything around you. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. They proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the direction of the flag. Hey, Lu Xing, wait for me. Wu Gang rode a black bear and chased after Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glanced at Wu Gang. His gaze then fell on Wu Gang's crotch. Koala. Attribute: dark, fighting. Gender: male. Rank: Gold Tier 2. Qualification: A. Learn skills: tear claw, bite, vicious roar, charge. I never expected this guy to be so carefree and irresponsible. That's pretty good. After seeing this guy's strength, Lu Xing frowned slightly. He originally thought he had won the National League. Then he would be number 1 among his peers. Unexpectedly, there really are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. The National League is far too unreliable. Some people are very powerful. They don't care about those empty titles. I feel that going to participate is a waste of time. So they did not choose to participate. There are also some powerful ones. They want to participate, but the school simply doesn't give them a chance. After all, participating in this, it also requires relying on personal connections, regardless of Lu Xing's past life, or this life, as long as people exist. Therefore, a family-centered approach exists. What to do? It all depends on whether there are people around. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to accomplish. Chapter 183 Sun Tree Boy. Inside the monitoring room, the mentors were seated in VIP chairs. They stared intently at the electronic screen. Most of the attention is focused on his own students. I hope my students can achieve good results. This can be considered as bringing honor to their school. But when the camera focused on Lu Xing and Wu Gang, everyone was taken aback. Their mouths began to twitch violently. What are those two doing? Spring outing. A teacher wearing glasses couldn't help but shout angrily. He is a teacher at Hebei University. At this moment, Lu Xing and Wu Gang were riding on the backs of their respective beasts. I don't know who brought the roasted pig's trotters. Lu Xing and Wu Gang each held a pig's trotter in their hands. It kept gnawing at it. I don't think those two can go very far. When the bespectacled man said this, he subconsciously adjusted his glasses. Wang Qin, I think you're talking nonsense. My student will definitely win the championship. Lin Dali is such a troublemaker. I just mocked Wei Xiaodi. Now they've insulted Wang Qin again. He seemed to want to be an enemy of everyone. Lin Dali, you. How about it? You disagree? Come at me if you dare. And don't say I'm bullying you. Let's go outside and find a quiet place to practice alone. How about I give you one of my tame beasts? Upon hearing this, Wang Qin gritted his teeth. After a long while, he loosened his grip on his hands. His body went limp. Coward. Lin Dali spat. He turned his head back to look at the electronic screen. Wu Yong looked at Lin Dali beside him. He was speechless for a moment. Should I stay away from him? Wu Yong and Lin Dali are different. He only recently broke through to Platinum Tier 1. Among all the mentors present, the weakest one. But Lin Dali was different. He is a Diamond Rank 5 expert. Second only to Old Man Sun, who is at Diamond Tier 6. Hey Wu Yong, this student of yours is pretty good. Lin Dali is very easygoing. He saw Lu Xing. He was surprised to find that Lu Xing was very much to his liking. Pleasing to the eye. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. It looks quite pleasing to the eye. He was much more pleasing to the eye than the other students. No way. Lu Xing acted very genuinely and naturally. And the other students? They all live behind masks. It gives people a feeling of unreality. Wu Yong nodded slightly. Lu Xing and Wu Gang traveled together. The two seemed to be on a spring outing, riding on the backs of their respective beasts. They walked slowly and leisurely through the woods. Time passed by, second by second. Soon, night falls. Lu Xing and Wu Gang set up camp in the woods. Because this forest is very humid, so fog rolled in through the woods at night. Beside the campfire, Wu Gang was eating the kebabs that Lu Xing had personally grilled. That was the meat of a strong rooster they had killed during the day. Delicious. It's delicious. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group kept gnawing at the steel. Those skewers of grilled chicken kept disappearing. Wu Gang's belly gradually swelled up. Lu Xing, your grilled chicken skewers are absolutely amazing. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. Belch. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group looked completely satisfied. I unconsciously let out a burp. Oh, if only we had some wine. After eating the grilled chicken skewers, Wu Gang. He still looked like he hadn't had enough. Seeing this, Lu Xing. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Although he had alcohol in his system inventory. But Lu Xing won't take it out. If he takes out the wine first, the mentors will discover that he has a system inventory. Secondly, this is, after all, the wilderness. If you drink too much alcohol, a powerful magical beast launched a sneak attack. Then there won't be enough time to react. If you want to drink, I'll drink with you after this is over. Real. Upon hearing this, Wuhan Iron and Steel's eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. The entire scene unfolding on Lu Xing's side was observed by the mentors. Although they had all eaten. But it was just a boxed lunch after all. Where can I find delicious barbecue? Especially that guy from Wuhan Iron and Steel Group. The way he wolfed it down. It whetted everyone's appetite. No, Wuyong, you stay here and keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to get some barbecue too. After saying that, Lin Dolly quickly left the room. Why? What was Wuyong about to say? As it turned out, Lin Dolly had already left. However, a loud voice still came from outside. Don't worry, I'll buy you your favorite toasted bread slices, the kind with lots of chili powder. Upon hearing this, Wuyong felt a warmth in his heart. This guy, he still remembers that I like to eat toasted bread slices. The other mentors all cast envious glances at Wuyong. They also really wanted to buy some grilled skewers. But as mentors, I can't bring myself to do it. After all, I just ate a boxed lunch. This kind of person is a typical example of someone who is so concerned with saving face that they suffer for it. Lu Xing's side looked like they were on a spring outing. The other students, however, are suffering. Someone forgot to bring a lighter. So no fire was lit. They could only shiver in the cold wind. Someone started a fire. But there was no food. She could only be like the little match girl, staring at the campfire, fantasizing about delicious food. Some guys are even more pitiful. They caught their prey, but they usually live a life where they are weighted on hand and foot. A life where everything is done for you. They don't know anything about barbecue. So the prey that was caught, they roasted them all to a crisp. Looking at the dark, charred roasted meat. Everyone swallowed hard. The feeling of hunger in their stomachs told them, they have to eat this tonight. Otherwise I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. They had no choice but to bite down on the charcoal like roasted meat. Click, click, click. The meat was grilled for too long. It had already carbonized at this point. They were biting it, making a crunching sound. Tui, tui, tui. One guy finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out the roasted meat. Snort. A bunch of idiots. There was a guy secretly hiding in the corner. He took a colorful fruit out of his pocket. That fruit looks delicious. When the instructors saw the fruit, their eyes widened in surprise. One of them couldn't help but shout. Wow, hallucinogenic fruit. Where did this silly boy pick it from? Psychedelic fruit. Just like its name. It can cause hallucinations after consumption. Unfortunately, that guy didn't know. He treated it like a treasure. He ate the hallucinogenic fruit. Not long after, he stood up. A lewd grin spread across his face. He started taking off his clothes. Then he rushed towards a large tree in front of him. They kissed and hugged the big tree. They did something naughty in front of the big tree. Seeing this, the instructors, they were all covered in black lines. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and switch channels. One of the instructors shouted. Obviously, he was the tutor of that student named Rishu. Yes. Seeing this, the staff members standing nearby quickly changed the channel. The channel was switched to Lu Xing's side. There seems to be something before chapter 184. At that moment, a thought flashed through the minds of all the mentors. That is after we go back this time. We must make sure that schools add a wilderness survival course. How shameful. That's so embarrassing. These guys are used to being taken care of by others. After they came out alone, I never expected it to turn out like this. On the other hand, things were different for Lu Xing's side. Not only do they eat well, and he slept well, Lu Xing had prepared the tent in advance. After dinner, he then crawled into the tent. As for the monsters attacking at night, it doesn't matter. Lu Xing's two-headed hellhound is guarding the tent entrance for him. Upon seeing this, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, a hint of envy flashed across his face. But he knew, Lu Xing would absolutely not share the tent with him. Well, he sighed helplessly. He took a sleeping bag out of his backpack. He opened the sleeping bag and crawled inside. Its head was sticking out. In the following days, Lu Xing and Wu Gang traveled at a leisurely pace. Because of the existence of the two-headed hellhound, the magical beasts that were preparing to launch a sneak attack sensed its presence. They all chose to back down. The other students are in a much worse situation. They not only ate poorly, but also slept poorly. While on the road, we also have to be wary of monsters launching sneak attacks. Because this is a new secret realm, so nobody knew it all. What exactly is inside? Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. Sudden, the two-headed hellhound stopped. Lu Xing, what's wrong? After spending a few days with Wu Gang and Lu Xing, he clearly regarded Lu Xing as his pillar of support. There seems to be something ahead. Is there? Just as Wuhan Iron and Steel Group was wondering. Isn't that so and so? A discordant voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned his head to look. It turns out it was Mei Liangxing, that big idiot. At this moment, Mei Liangxing's hair was a mess. She had dark circles under her eyes. His mental state is very poor. He looked exhausted. He hasn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. After seeing Lu Xing, Mei Liangxing was slightly taken aback. What's going on? Mei Liangxing never expected this. At this moment, Lu Xing looked full of energy. It looked like they had just entered from the entrance to the secret realm. What's wrong? Why did you stop walking? Mei Liangxing asked Lu Xing and the other person. Can't we just be tired? Wu Gang spoke to Mei Liangxing. Tired? How embarrassing. Remember, a man should never complain of being tired. After saying this, Mei Liangxing raised his head high. He addressed the two people behind him. Let's go. Ignore these two pieces of trash. Don't waste your breath arguing with them. After saying that, Mei Liangxing squeezed the leopard between his legs, heading forward. Seeing this, Lu Xing. He squinted. Shadow leopard? Shadow leopard. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 2. Qualification, A. Learn skills. Tear claw, shadow strike, shadow ball, rapid dash. Lu Xing immediately understood the attributes of the shadow leopard that Mei Liangxing was riding. As Mei Liangxing passed by, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group was furious. He couldn't help but speak to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, didn't you say there was something ahead? But where's that thing? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing gave a sinister smile. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly a little longer. At this moment, in the monitoring room, Old Sun and the others frowned. They listened to Lu Xing's words. I had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Lin Dali, standing to the side, seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. He was eating wontons for breakfast. Then suddenly this sentence came. Wu Yong, your student seems to be acting a bit dishonestly. Since you knew there was danger ahead, why didn't you warn the other person? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yong was eating the wontons that Lin Dali had bought for him. Upon hearing this, he choked on his words. He started coughing violently. Oh dear, you really are something. I was just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Lin Dali patted Wu Yong on the back. This was originally a competition. They are all competitors. Of course, I have no obligation to remind others. After all, there's only one rule for this competition. That means killing is not allowed. If anything happens to them, it's because they're not skilled enough. No wonder others are like this. Lin Dali was naturally saying this to the other teachers present. The other teachers nodded in agreement. I agree. Only Old Man Sun's brows remained furrowed. Old Sun had known Lu Xing for some time now. This kid has a strange vibe. Could it be? Just as Old Man Sun was wondering. Bang! The road, which was originally very flat, suddenly exploded. A huge creature emerged from the ground. One guy couldn't dodge in time. It was swallowed whole by that guy. That's a giant-mouthed earthworm. One teacher was very knowledgeable. After seeing that dark figure, I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. My God, look at that giant-mouthed earthworm. His strength shouldn't be at the gold rank. On Lu Xing's side, looking at the giant earthworm that crawled out of the ground. Walk! Lu Xing shouted. He then rode the two-headed hellhound and fled to the right. There was a pile of rubble there. This giant-mouthed earthworm is formidable, but in the pile of rocks, its actions will also be restricted. Upon seeing this, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, they immediately chased after Lu Xing in the direction he had fled. He ran. He shouted at Lu Xing. Boss Lu Xing, you're awesome. How did you know there was a giant earthworm up ahead? Intuition. Lu Xing uttered these two words. Lu Xing's answer left Wuhan Iron and Steel Group speechless. The mentors were equally speechless. Inside the monitoring room, Lin Dali laughed loudly and unrestrainedly. That's hilarious. What the hell is this intuition? Oh my, this guy named Lu Xing is just my type. Lin Dali looked at Wu Yong beside him. He patted Wu Yong on the shoulder. Wu Yong, go back and tell Lu Gengxing. Make him give us this guy named Lu Xing. He can name any conditions he wants. I will definitely satisfy him if I can. At this moment, Wu Yong was completely exasperated. He felt that staying with Lin Dali was a mistake. He originally intended to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. After all, among the people present, his strength is the lowest. He didn't want to cause trouble. But now, this matter came to us on its own. Well, Wu Yong sighed helplessly. He's now in a bind. Many of their mentors are plotting how to mess with them. Chapter 185. Mei Liangxing, heartless. Lu Xing and Wu Gang fled the scene. But this has caused hardship for our comrade Mei Liangxing. Damn it. Mei Liangxing gritted his teeth. He glanced back at the spot where Lu Xing had just been. There was no trace of Lu Xing and his companion there. It's them. Mei Liangxing is not stupid. He quickly figured out the reason. No wonder they dared not go any further. So there was a pit here. Mei Liangxing had just thought of this. Oh. Another scream rang out. Mei Liangxing turned his head to look. He discovered that another of his henchmen had also been killed by the giant earthworm. After eating 2 dog legs in a row, the giant-mouthed earthworm seemed unsatisfied. It opened its blood-red maw. It pounced on Mei Liangxing. Seeing this, Mei Liangxing. It quickly clamped its grip on the shadow leopard's belly. Shadow leopard, escape that way. Just as Lu Xing and his companion were escaping, Mei Liangxing noticed the direction they fled in. Damn it. If I don't survive, none of you will either. Mei Liangxing rode the shadow leopard. They chased after Lu Xing and the other person in the direction they had fled. Soon, he caught up with Lu Xing and his companion. It wasn't that Lu Xing and his companion intentionally waited for Mei Liangxing. The main problem is that Wu Gang's tame beast is just too slow. At this moment, Wu Gang's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that. My own koala. In this place full of jagged rocks, it's incredibly difficult to move forward. I'm sorry, Lu Xing. Lu Xing did not hear this. Instead, they focused their attention on what lay behind them. At that moment, there was a creature riding on the back of the shadow panther. They sped toward them. Lu Xing has exceptionally good eyesight. I recognized the person at a glance. It's Mei Liangxing. How heartless of them. He actually wants to shift the blame to another party. Just one glance. Lu Xing saw through Mei Liangxing's thoughts. You're dreaming. Looking at the giant earthworm behind Mei Liangxing, Wu Gang's expression changed. Unable to resist, he spoke to Lu Xing beside him. Lu Xing, you should leave now. It was a pleasure to meet you. I would like to be your friend again in the next life. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Wu Gang. Next life. First, you need to have a next life before you can talk about it. And with me here, you won't need a next life. Don't worry, you won't die. Looking at the billowing smoke and dust, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. They want to shift the blame eastward. No way. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing quickly summoned. The Thunder Eagle was summoned. Thunderhawk, take that guy away from me. Chirp. The Thunder Eagle let out a cry. With a flap of its wings, the sharp claws reached out towards Wuhan Iron and Steel. Oh, my tailless black bear. Wuhan Iron and Steel group was also quick to react. He immediately put the tailless black bear into his beast-taming space. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing rode on the back of the 2-headed hellhound. He leaped quickly through the pile of rocks. Due to the enormous size of the hellhound. In addition, its strength is very strong. Therefore, each descent is very stable. Lu Xing, riding on its back, didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In contrast, Mei Liangxing fared much worse. It's true that the shadow leopard is fast, but it was thin and weak. Mei Liangxing rode on its back. I felt a wave of discomfort. The up and down jolting made Mei Liangxing feel like his stomach was churning. Vomit, because I haven't eaten much these past 2 days. So Mei Liangxing coughed up a mouthful of bitterness. Mei Liangxing wanted to stop, but the smoke and dust behind him told him, if it stops, he will face death. Lu Xing glanced back at the pursuers. At this moment, all of its attributes came into Lu Xing's view. Giant-mouthed earthworm. Attribute rock. Gender, hermaphroditic. Rank, platinum tier 3. Qualification, B. Learned skills, large-mouth swallowing, mud jetting, fracturing drill, rock strike. A platinum tier 3 giant-mouth earthworm. Lu Xing observed the characteristics of this giant-mouthed earthworm. His face turned extremely pale. Damn, are these mentors trying to kill us? You should know. Lu Xing and others. At most, it's only at the level of gold. Facing a monster of platinum level strength. They basically only have 2 choices. Either escape. Either die. Want to rebel? That's practically impossible. The difference in strength is simply too great. It may be impossible to inflict even the slightest damage on the enemy. Hellhound, quicken your pace. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound. He started running at full speed. They quickly crossed the rocky beach. We arrived at the end of the rocky beach. As for Mei Liangxing, he wasn't as lucky as Lu Xing. His shadow leopard suddenly slipped. He actually fell straight down. You should know, this is while running at full speed. As a result, Mei Liangxing was thrown around and was completely disoriented. He struggled. I want to stand up. Mei Liangxing felt sore all over. It felt like all the bones in my body had fallen apart. Just as he was about to stand up. Why is it so dark now? Mei Liangxing looked up. What came into view was a huge mouth. The mouthparts contained countless sharp teeth. It bit down hard on Mei Liangxing. Ah! After a scream. There is no such person as Mei Liangxing in the world anymore. Mei Liangxing's screams echoed throughout the valley. At the end of the valley, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group was lying on the ground. He listened to Mei Liangxing's screams. His face was filled with fear. Horrible. That's absolutely terrifying. Wu Gang was panting heavily. Large beads of sweat kept streaming down his forehead. Are you alright? Lu Xing took out a pack of tissues from his backpack and handed it to Wu Gang. No, it's nothing. Wu Gang took the tissue from him. When receiving the paper, Wu Gang glanced at Lu Xing. This guy is a real freak. Although Wuhan Iron and Steel could not see through the true strength of the giant-mouthed earthworm, but he had been a beast tamer for some time now. He could still sense it. That giant-mouthed earthworm was of platinum strength. Platinum? Wu Gang shook his head with a wry smile. That's beyond his current capabilities. This realm of beast taming. The further you go, the greater the gap. Basically, each realm is a different world. Alright, let's rest here for an hour. Then we continued on our way. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group nodded. Inside the monitoring room, Old Sun's face darkened. He never expected that. The candidates we sent out ourselves. It's gone just like that. Mei Liangxing, you really have no conscience. After I've been so good to you, is this how you repay me? However, due to Mei Liangxing's previous actions, I've long been disgusted by Old Man Sun. If it weren't for his strength, Old Man Sun had already kicked him out. Well, he sighed. Old Man Sun looked at Lu Xing. His eyes were full of regret. He originally had the opportunity to recruit Lu Xing, but now they've given away this promising talent to someone else for nothing. Chapter 186 Post-Match Banquet. Good, very good. Lu Xing's actions drew praise from Lin Dali. Lin Dali never expected that. Lu Xing is such a loyal friend. When pursued by a platinum-level giant-mouth earthworm, he not only did not choose to run away alone. Instead, it saved Wuhan Iron and Steel. You should know, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group is Lin Dali's prized student. Lin Dali looked at Wu Yong beside him. He smiled and said, Wu Yong, you have raised a good student. It wasn't for nothing that I treated you to barbecue and wontons these past few days. What do you want to eat for lunch today? How about Peking duck in Beijing? Lin Dali and Wu Yong started chatting. On Lu Xing's side, after they rested for a while, they continued their journey. Along the way, every time Cerberus senses danger, Lu Xing immediately took Wu Gang. They avoided the danger. Lu Xing's series of actions. The mentors were all amazed. They never expected that. Lu Xing always manages to successfully avoid powerful magical beasts. After some observation, they didn't see anything unusual. This can only be attributed to Lu Xing's talent. Thinking about this, a hint of jealousy flashed across the faces of all the mentors. This talent is incredible. Others may not know, but they were very clear about it. After having this talent, entering the wild, there's absolutely no need to be so cautious. It's practically a magic weapon for warding off bad luck and attracting good fortune. Lu Xing and Wu Gang walked at a leisurely pace, because the two of them encountered terrifying magical beasts every time. Avoid them in advance. Therefore, Lu Xing and Wu Gang were the first to successfully reach the location of the flag. Lu Xing and Wu Gang walked one after the other. Lu Xing is first, and Wuhan Iron and Steel is second. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group glanced around. His face was filled with disbelief. I'm already second. He found himself completely alone. Besides Lu Xing, it's him. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group found it unbelievable. Ultimately, he attributed the credit to Lu Xing. At the same time, I also marveled at my good luck. They've latched onto a powerful patron. Just half an hour after Lu Xing and Wu Gang arrived, a graceful figure arrived late. Looking up, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, it was discovered that it was Morong Bing. At this moment, Morong Bing saw Lu Xing and the other person. Her expression changed. I originally thought she would be number one. Unexpectedly, someone else beat them to it. Morong Bing glanced at Lu Xing and the other person. She knew Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, but Lu Xing was a stranger to her. What's going on? Morong Bing frowned, but she quickly realized what was going on. It's probably because Lu Xing is very strong. Then, he casually helped Wuhan Iron and Steel. After all, Wuhan Iron and Steel Group has its own strengths and capabilities. Morong Bing was quite clear about this in her heart. Morong Bing, do you want some? Wu Gang was holding the meat that Lu Xing had grilled for him. This time it's roasted venison. The two of them had nothing to do just now. They went and hunted down a longhorn deer. Looking at the roasted venison in Wu Gang's hand, Murong Bing swallowed hard. No need. These days. After Murong Bing finished eating the dry rations she had brought, she also endured hardships and slept outdoors. They ate wild fruits. They were drinking spring water. It sounds very elegant. It's something only a fairy would do. But our biology teacher told us. The 6 essential nutrients for the human body are protein, lipids, carbohydrates, minerals, vitamins, and water. Murong Bing has been eating wild fruits for so many days. She was already so hungry that she looked pale and emaciated. Where is the ethereal fairy she once was? Aren't you going to eat? Then I'll eat it myself. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, Wisco, is a straight-laced, steel-loving old man. Since Murong Bing said no, then he definitely won't persist anymore. This guy? Murong Bing had intended to maintain her composure. She hoped that Wuhan Iron and Steel could get back on track. But she didn't expect that. After Wuhan Iron and Steel asked once, he stopped asking. Looking at Murong Bing's pleading face, Lu Xing only glanced at it. You two idiots, I curse you to stay single forever. Murong Bing cursed inwardly. Then he walked to the large rock to the side. He sat down. All of Lu Xing and Wu Gang's actions were observed by the mentors. Interesting, this is so interesting. Yes, those two are a complete clown. Ha ha ha, you didn't see Murong Bing's expression. The mentors smiled. One person, however, was unhappy. He is none other than. He was Murong Bo, Murong Bing's mentor and father. What are you laughing at? Murong Bo's sharp eyes quickly swept over the crowd. The mentors immediately and wisely shut their mouths. Among those seated, you can offend anyone. There is one person you must not offend. He is Murong Bo. Murong Bo usually appears to be gentle and refined. But everyone knows very well that. This guy is a hypocrite and a real scoundrel. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Murong Bo let out a loud shout. This silenced everyone. On Lu Xing's side, with the arrival of Murong Bing, subsequent participants arrived one after another. After waiting for quite a while, Old Man's son then gave the order. This gathering has now come to an end. Everyone, come with me. Go and bring your respective students back. Night. A banquet was held at Huaxia University in the capital. The students who participated, they weren't in the mood to dance at all. They all looked like reincarnated starving ghosts. They devoured the food in front of them. They were truly terrified of hunger. In these short 10 days or so, they each lost 7 or 8 pounds. Lu Xing and Wu Gang stood in the corner. At this moment, both of them were also holding food in their hands. Lu Xing was holding a roasted lamb chop. Wuhan Iron and Steel, Wisco, is a bit more exaggerated. It's a big pork knuckle. His mouth was covered in oil from eating. Bang! Just as everyone was enjoying the banquet, the door was kicked open. Who is Lu Xing? A woman wearing a purple dress walked in. Her face darkened. May Daly. After seeing this woman, Old Sun exclaimed in surprise. May Daly, what do you want to do? What are you doing? Teacher, my younger brother died in place of the school. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Explain? What explanation do you expect? I had already told Mei Liangxing before I went. This journey is dangerous. If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to. But he felt he was capable enough, so he signed a waiver of his right to life or death. He went there voluntarily, so why are you causing trouble here? Old Sun's face darkened. He never expected that. Maid Ali actually came to cause trouble. How shameful. That's so embarrassing. Get out of here right now. Old Sun roared at May Daly. Looking at Old Man's son in front of him, Maid Ali couldn't help but roar. Well done, Sun Yudao. You just wait. I'll have my grandpa come and have a word with you. After saying that, Meijima Rei left quickly. Watching Yumejima Rei's departing figure, Old Sun was speechless. Chapter 187 The Appearance of Bai Lang. Watching Yumejima Rei's departing figure, Old Sun was speechless. He never expected that. Meijima Rei will arrive suddenly. Old Man's son walked towards the direction where Lu Xing was. At this moment, Wu Yong also followed Old Man's son over. What happened? Wu Yong noticed that Old Man's son's face looked particularly unpleasant. Nothing. If you two have nothing else to do, you can go back now. Old Man's son spoke to Lu Xing and Wu Yong. Go back. Go back where? Of course we'll go back to Jiangnan City. Old Son's words surprised Lu Xing and Wu Yong slightly. They didn't expect that. The banquet has only just begun. They were about to send me back. Oh dear, you guys don't know. Who is that Maid Ali's grandfather? Who is it? Wu Yong asked curiously. Her grandfather's name is Mei Pinwei, and he is a master-level expert. What do you think? Upon hearing Sun Yudao's words, Lu Xing and Wu Yong were both taken aback. They quickly realized what was happening. Mei Liangxing died in that secret realm. Although it has no direct connection with Lu Xing. However, there is still an indirect relationship. First, Lu Xing noticed the danger. Mei Liangxing was not informed in advance. Secondly, when faced with the pursuit of a giant earthworm, Lu Xing chose to save Wuhan iron and steel, not Mei Liangxing. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. After all, this is their territory. But things are different when you go back to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Even if Mei Pinwei comes knocking on the door, the instructors at Jiangnan Beast Taming University are no pushovers either. Lu Xing knew very well that. There's a hidden monk sweeping the floor in the treasure pavilion. He is a master-level expert. Walk. Where do you want to go? A loud shout rang out. All that could be seen was an explosion of hair. An old man who looked like a lion walked in. A glamorous woman followed behind him. It was Meijima Rei. The elderly man who arrived was none other than. It was Mei Liangxing's grandfather, Mei Pinwei. Mei Pinwei, what are you trying to do? Old man's son strode up to Lu Xing and Wu Yong. He protected the two of them from behind. What are you doing? Of course I'm here to seek justice. Seeking justice? What justice are you seeking? Don't try to be unreasonable. Who's being unreasonable? Mei Pinwei's face darkened. Did my precious grandson die in vain? Mei Pinwei glanced at old man's son. His face was full of disdain. Son Yudao, others may be afraid of you. But I'm not afraid of you. Your meager strength is nothing to us. Upon hearing this, Sun Yudao subconsciously swallowed. Mei Pinwei is right. He was just a diamond rank 6 expert. You may seem very strong in front of others. However, it pales in comparison to Mei Pinwei. This Mei Pinwei is a master-level expert. Mei Pinwei wore a cold smile. He glanced at Wu Yong and Lu Xing. Finally, their gaze fell upon Lu Xing. Then he spoke to Yumejima Rei behind him. Is he the guy who killed Xing? Rei Yumejima nodded. Very good. Mei Pinwei was so angry that he laughed instead. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Just as Mei Pinwei was about to make a move against Lu Xing. It's over. These two words flashed through Sun Yudao's mind. He gritted his teeth. A hint of regret flashed across his face. I wish the principal were here. The principal of Huaxiao Academy in the capital is also a master-level expert. If he were here, things might be different. But this time, he just happened to be sent out on a mission. Thinking about this, Sun Yudao felt a wave of annoyance. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. When faced with the taste of plum blossoms, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Mei Pinwei was getting closer and closer to Lu Xing and the others. The others only dared to watch from afar. I dared not step forward and say a single word. Because Mei Pinwei is someone they can't afford to offend. Just as Mei Pinwei was about to make a move against Lu Xing and his companion, a loud laugh rang out. Mei Pinwei, you've really wasted your life. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face walked in. However, the old man still maintained his unkempt appearance. Grand Secretary. Wu Yong's face was ashen. After meeting the old man, his heart suddenly felt like it was on a roller coaster. We were just at a low point. We've reached our peak now. Wu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If a crisis existed before, then, with the arrival of the old man, everything was resolved. Bai Lang. After meeting the old man, Mei Pinwei's expression changed. Why didn't you stay in Jiangnan City? What are you doing in the capital? What else can we do? It's because the water quality in the capital has been poor lately. We've raised a mad dog. I was afraid my apprentice would be bitten by a rabid dog, so I rushed over overnight. You? Mei Pinwei was speechless for a moment. He never expected that. Bai Lang would call him a dog. Bai Lang, don't go too far. Mei Pinwei, I think you're going too far. A man who's almost in his grave is bullying a young man who's not even 20 years old yet. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Upon hearing this, Mei Pinwei's face flushed red instantly. She turned red with anger because of Bai Lang's words. Snort. Mei Pinwei glanced at Bai Lang. He then glanced at Lu Xing and Wu Yong. This matter is not over yet. After saying that, Mei Pinwei left quickly. On the road, Maid Ali caught up with him. She asked Mei Pinwei with a worried expression. Grandpa, are we just going to let this go like this? Smack. Mei Pinwei could no longer suppress her anger. He slapped Maid Ali across the face. What else can we do if we can't just give up? Should we fight them? Mei Pinwei glanced at Bai Lang in the room. A hint of apprehension flashed across his face. That's right. That Bai Lang is a master-level 3rd-tier expert. It was simply beyond the capabilities of someone like him who had just advanced to the 1st rank. Moreover, the information about Master Bai Lang's 3rd rank was from 3 years ago. I wonder what will happen 3 years from now. What is Bai Lang's current strength? Maid Ali covered her swollen face. She glared fiercely at the room. She recounted what had happened to her that day. It was all Lu Xing's fault. You just wait, I'll make you pay later. With the arrival of Bai Lang, the group finally had someone to rely on. After eating a little something, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Lu Xing and Wu Yong followed Bai Lang on a plane overnight. I returned to Jiangnan City. On the road, Wu Yong couldn't help but ask Bai Lang, Your Excellency, what brings you here this time? What's going on in chapter 188? Wu Yong was very curious. How could Bai Lang's arrival be so coincidental? You'll have to ask that brat. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong glanced at Lu Xing beside him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. I heard from Wuhan Iron and Steel that Mei Liangxing has a grandfather who is a master. So I made preparations in advance. I made a phone call to our principal. Bai Lang nodded. It was indeed Xiao Gengzi who came to invite me personally. Bai Lang glanced out the car window. It's been a long time since I've been out. I never imagined this place would change so much. Bai Lang usually stays in the treasure pavilion. There, one can cultivate one's character and temperament. He never expected that. I still have a chance to go to the capital. Bai Lang glanced at Lu Xing. Unable to resist, I spoke to Lu Xing. You little rascal, you'd better keep up the good work. You're lucky this time, but you might not be so fortunate next time. Bai Lang spoke earnestly. When he said this, his face was full of kindness. After all, Bai Lang had taught at Jiangnan Beast Taming University for many years. He regarded Jiangnan Beast Taming University as his home. Lu Xing is a student at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Naturally, he is Bai Lang's child. Therefore, Bai Lang looked at him with a particularly different gaze, especially after learning that Lu Xing was exceptionally talented. The three of them took a car back to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm going back to the treasure vault. Remember, don't cause me any more trouble. After speaking, Bai Lang put his hands behind his back. He walked away. I need to report what has happened recently to the principal. Lu Xing, do as you please. Oh, right. This is your reward for winning the championship this time. As Wu Yong spoke, he took a monster crystal core out of his pocket and handed it to Lu Xing. Lu Xing glanced at the monster crystal core. He discovered it was the core of a diamond tier 1 rock serpent monster. These universities in the capital are really stingy. Lu Xing immediately understood all the skills recorded inside the monster crystal core. He found that none of them were what he wanted. Never mind, there will be other opportunities later. Let's decide whether to sell it or give it away. Lu Xing put away the monster core. He strode toward his dormitory. Just as I entered the house, Lu Xing then saw Su Peng lying on the sofa watching TV. At this moment, Su Peng seemed to have gained even more weight. Su Peng, I think you should really lose some weight. I know. By the way, where are Lu Xiaoming and the others? Upon hearing this, Su Peng immediately became nervous. Yeah, I haven't seen them in a long time either. I don't know why. Lu Xing felt a sense of unease. Did they say where they went? I heard that Ru Ming is going to a place called Yunming Swamp. Xiaoming went along. Yunming Swamp. Okay, I'm leaving now. You should exercise when you have time. Look at all that fat on you. After saying that, Lu Xing left quickly. Target, Yunming Swamp. Lu Xing entered the Yunming Swamp. He summoned the two-headed hellhound. After this period of time, the Cerberus's strength has been raised to the 7th rank of gold. In other words, Lu Xing is now a gold-ranked 7 Beastmaster. Lu Xing began searching for traces of Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming in the Yunming Swamp. Yunming Swamp is very large. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound. I've been searching for several days in a row. They were never able to find any trace of Ru Ming and the others. Where could they be? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, he suddenly spotted a red headdress on the surface of the water. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he took a step forward. The red headdress was retrieved from the water. This is Ru Ming's headdress. Lu Xing was quite familiar with Ru Ming's headdress. Could it be over there? Lu Xing looked towards the water. He discovered that in the center of this bay, it has an island in the middle of the lake. Around this lake, Lu Xing has already passed by. The only place I haven't looked for is that island in the middle of the lake. Come forth, Thunderhawk. Lu Xing summoned his Thunder Eagle. Then it flipped onto the back of the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle, let's go. Target, that island in the middle of the lake. Chirp. After a neigh, the Thunder Eagle flew towards the island in the middle of the lake. Just as Lu Xing was about to reach the island in the middle of the lake, whoosh, a water jet shot towards Lu Xing. Fortunately, the Thunderhawk is fast enough. It immediately dodged. They dodged the water arrow attack. Lu Xing frowned slightly. He looked into the water. He wanted to know. Which blind fool was it? They actually dared to ambush him. It's the Swamp Crocodile King. Mud Crocodile King. Attributes, Water Rock. Gender, male. Rank, Gold Tier 3. Qualification, A. Skills learned, sludge shooting, water arrows, biting, and sweeping attacks. Looking down at the Swamp Crocodile King, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy might be very strong in other people's eyes. But for Lu Xing now, she's just a weakling. Thunderhawk, use lightning. Slash it to death. Boom. A cold glint flashed in Thunderhawk's eyes. Then a bolt of lightning struck out. It struck the Mud Crocodile King on the water's surface. Poor Mud Crocodile King. Unable to dodge in time. It was struck directly by lightning. A powerful surge of lightning flowed directly into its body. It is severely damaging its bodily functions. The Mud Crocodile King felt dizzy. He fainted immediately. Snort. Lu Xing snorted coldly. He rode away on a thunder eagle. He went to the island. Lu Xing saw footprints on the edge of the island. I hope it's them. Lu Xing walked into the interior of the island. Lu Xing had no idea. At this time, Lu Xiaoming and Rumbling were trapped deep inside a cave. The two climbed onto a huge rock. Looking at the venomous snakes all around, Lu Xiaoming and Ru Ming both looked extremely unpleasant. Especially Ru Ming. She was accidentally bitten. Her lips turned purple at this moment. His face turned dark. It's obvious they've been poisoned. Looking at the densely packed venomous snakes on the ground, Lu Xiaoming subconsciously swallowed. Ru Ming, are we going to die here this time? I don't know. Ru Ming was poisoned. His face was filled with pain. She spoke weakly. At that moment, the image of one person appeared in both of their minds. He is none other than. It was Lu Xing. Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming both hope that Lu Xing can come and save them. But that's impossible. The two of them were very clear about this. Lu Xing was attending a social gathering in the capital at this time. How could they possibly come to save them? Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound to the entrance of a cave. Looking at the dark cave. Come out, Spirit Water Turtle. Lu Xing summoned the Spirit Water Turtle. Chapter 189, Killing the Blackwater Serpent King. Spirit Water Turtle, you go first. This cave is dark and damp. Lu Xing discovered that there was a lot of water on the floor of the cave. So the plan is to send the Spirit Water Turtle in to scout ahead. Just now, the two-headed hellhound detected the scent. It determined that Lu Xiaoming and Rumong were inside the cave. The Spirit Water Turtle nodded. It walked into the cave. The Spirit Water Turtle walked ahead. Lu Xing followed behind, riding his two-headed hellhound. And a six-winged angel sat on his shoulder. I don't know why. This place gave Lu Xing a very dangerous feeling. Soon, Lu Xing, along with his tamed beasts, we arrived at the depths of the cave. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of breathing sounds came from over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing looked in the direction from which the sound came. My turtle, is this a snake's den? Lu Xing never expected this. There are so many snakes here. He glanced at it. They discovered that they were all blackwater serpents. This blackwater serpent is entirely black. Its eyes, however, were dark green. It looks terrifying. Spirit Water Turtle, use Wave Impact. Just then, the black water snakes were about to pounce on Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing immediately gave the order to the Spirit Water Turtle. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Water Turtle, it stomped its foot suddenly. Immediately, a wave more than 10 meters high roared in. It charged towards the black water serpent in front of it. Powerful impact. These weak blackwater serpents were instantly killed. Snort. Lu Xing snorted coldly, looking at the corpses of the blackwater serpents scattered on the ground. A look of disdain flashed across Lu Xing's face. Although a large number of ants can kill an elephant. But there is another theory. That is, an ant is always an ant. Even if there are more, they cannot escape their fate as ants. Just as Lu Xing was preparing to continue forward with the Spirit Water Turtle. Splash! Splash! A dense sound of flowing water came from deep within. Spirit Water Turtle, watch out. Something big is coming. Not long after, a gigantic monster appeared before Lu Xing and the others. It's the Blackwater Serpent King. After seeing that huge black snake, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak up. Blackwater Serpent King. Attributes, water, poison. Gender, male. Rank, Gold Tier 5. Qualification, A. Learn skills, Venomous Fong, Venomous Mist, Venomous Impact, Water Arrow, Death Coil. After the Blackwater Serpent King met Lu Xing and the others, it opened its blood-red maw. Immediately, a foul, fishy stench emanated from the Blackwater Serpent King's mouth. How long has it been since this guy brushed his teeth? Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. The spirit water turtle met the black water serpent king. Its gaze turned cold. It actually charged straight at the Blackwater Serpent King. Upon seeing this, the Blackwater Serpent King, "Open your mouth." A mouthful of green venom was spat onto the spirit water turtle. Hiss. That mouthful of green venom was spat onto the back of the spirit water turtle. Bubbles immediately rose to the surface. A look of pain flashed across the spirit water turtle's face. "It's poisoned." The spirit water turtle gritted its teeth. It pounced towards the Blackwater Serpent King. It then bit down on the Blackwater Serpent King, angrily biting. "Oh, whoa." The Blackwater Serpent King let out a painful howl. It began to struggle. It tried to break free from the sharp mouth of the water turtle. But the water turtle's mouth is like a pair of pincers. They firmly locked up the Blackwater Serpent King. The Blackwater Serpent King had no choice. It began to curl its body. With that very strong body, it enveloped the spirit water turtle. Seeing this, Lu Xing, just as they were preparing to send out the two-headed hellhound, the spirit water turtle gave Lu Xing a look. That look made Lu Xing stop. Lu Xing understood that look. The meaning of spiritual water turtle is, "Don't interfere. Solve it yourself." At this time, the spirit water turtle was also a gold-tier 5th-order beast tamer. In terms of strength, it is on par with the Blackwater Serpent King. The Blackwater Serpent King's body was being coiled tighter and tighter. The spirit water turtle's face was full of pain. The Blackwater Serpent King also suffers. Because Lu Xing's spirit water turtle possesses the spiked shell skill, the Blackwater Serpent King used Death Bind on it. It will naturally also suffer damage from the rebound of its spiked shell. In an instant, the two monsters entered into a tug of war. "Little darling, use holy purification on the spirit water turtle." The water turtle was poisoned. This caused its super healing ability to activate. The effect was not that significant. So Lu Xing still decided to help the spirit water turtle. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel, it waved its hand. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle, after being purified by the divine, the toxins in its body were immediately eliminated. The spirit water turtle regained its strength. Roar! It opened its mouth. With a roar, then it lunged at the Blackwater Serpent King again. The poor Blackwater Serpent King was already severely injured. After taking another angry bite, it fell down with a look of resentment on its face. The body that had been wrapped around the spirit water turtle loosened. Upon seeing this, the spirit water turtle, it pounced towards the Blackwater Serpent King. They began to feast. Watching the spirit water turtle devour the Blackwater Serpent King, Lu Xing fell into deep thought. My spirit water turtle can also learn 2 skills. Lu Xing had been planning this all along. What skills do you plan to teach the spirit water turtle? After all, the spirit water turtle only has 2 skill slots left. Every skill slot is invaluable. Now he finally has an answer. The devil is free. I absolutely have to get a magic immunity skill. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. Extremely strong physical defense. It also possesses the ability to form a spiked shell. Unfortunately, the spiked shell can only reflect physical damage. However, it's a different story if the water turtle has magic immunity. At that time, only physical skills can damage it. I just don't know if magic immunity skills exist in this world. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lu Xing. Just as Lu Xing was wondering, 2 beautiful figures appeared on a high platform not far away. It's Lu Xiaoming and Ruming. Because the Blackwater Serpent King was killed by Lu Xing. Adding to that the water turtle's wave attack, just now, most of the small black water snakes were killed. The remaining blackwater serpents, seeing this, naturally, they all chose to flee. Xiaoming, Ruming. Lu Xing immediately rode on the 2-headed hellhound. They came to the 2 of them. What's wrong with Ruming? Lu Xing discovered that Ruming had already fainted. Her face looked extremely pale. Large beads of sweat kept streaming down her forehead. She was accidentally bitten by the Blackwater Serpent. Lu Xing nodded. He addressed the 6-winged angel beside him. Little darling, use divine purification on Ruming. Then use divine healing. Good. The 6-winged angel nodded. It waved its hand twice in succession. 2 beams of holy light flashed past. Ruming's injuries were healed instantly. However, because she had exhausted too much energy. Energy is a thing. The only way to make up for it is by sleeping. Chapter 190, Heading to the Sea of Desert. Alright, let's go. Before leaving, Lu Xing had the hellhound dig out the Blackwater Serpent King's demonic core. Similarly, the magical beast core of that mud crocodile king. On Lu Xing's way back, I also dug it out while I was at it. Even the smallest fly leg is still meat. The three of them returned to Jiangnan Beast Taming University. After placing Rumrung on the bed, Lu Xiaoming took care of her from the side. Lu Xing went downstairs. At this moment, Su Pang was busy in the kitchen. He wants to cook some porridge. After Ru Meng wakes up, he then delivered it upstairs. Lu Xing then sat on the sofa. He picked up the Warcraft encyclopedia that Su Pang had tormented beyond recognition. I started flipping through it. Time passed second by second. I don't know how much time has passed. With Lu Xiaoming's support, Ru Meng, he came down from upstairs. Seeing this, Lu Xing, they rushed forward to help. I helped her sit down on the sofa. Rumeng, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Ru Meng shook her head. It's okay, I'm much better now. By the way, why did you guys suddenly end up in the Cloud Dream Swamp? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng exchanged a glance. Lu Xiaoming then pursed her lips. Oh dear, it's all my fault. It's because I watched a TV series that said there are beautiful Yunming fairies in the Yunming Swamp. I want to see if there really is a fairy of cloud dreams. So I let Rumeng go with me. But who knew that we had just arrived at that island in the middle of the lake? They've been targeted by that Blackwater Serpent King. It led its offspring and launched a siege against us. Fortunately, we were lucky enough to find a narrow place to hide. Otherwise, Ru Meng and I would die inside the belly of that Blackwater Serpent King. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was speechless. Television. Lu Xiaoming actually believed what she saw on TV. Didn't she know? Are all TV dramas lies? Alright, Lu Xing, don't blame Xiaoming. Actually, I also want to go see it. Lu Xing nodded slightly. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured. He didn't pursue the matter any further. Hey, what are you two doing down here? Su Pang was carrying a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. I was just about to go upstairs. It turned out that Lu Xiaoming and Rumeng were already sitting downstairs. Perfect timing, Rumeng, drink it while it's hot. Su Pang brought the congee with preserved egg and lean pork to Ru Meng. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoming, unable to resist asking Fatty Su. Fatty, where's mine? Upon hearing this, Su Pang rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoming. Yours is in the pot. Go get it yourself if you want to eat it. Do you think you're some kind of rich girl? We don't follow that approach here. We value democracy. You must understand the principle that you can only have enough to eat and wear if you do it yourself. Snort. Lu Xiaoming's differential treatment of Su Pang. She couldn't help but pout. Su Pang merely glanced at Lu Xiaoming. He then ignored her. Instead, he turned to Lu Xing and asked, Lu Xing, were you looking for something just now? I've seen you holding the Warcraft encyclopedia for ages. Turning and turning. Look at how furrowed your brow. Haven't you found that thing yet? Well, Lu Xing sighed. Yeah, that thing is too difficult. I can't find it no matter what I do. Upon hearing this, Ru Meng, who was standing to the side, she put the spoon in her hand into the bowl. Lu Xing, what are you looking for? You can tell me, maybe I know. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Yeah, you're a top student. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming's face flushed slightly. Alright, you two stop showing off your love. Speak your mind now, or shut up. Su Pang, who was standing to the side, saw Lu Xing and Ru Meng looking like this. He couldn't help but shudder. I got goosebumps all over my body. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Ru Meng, you know this world. Are there any Warcraft creatures that have the ability to be immune to magic? Magic immunity? Upon hearing this, Ru Meng began to quickly recall the events in her mind. Soon, her eyes suddenly lit up. I know a kind of magical beast. It's called the demon-suppressing statue. I don't know if they have magical immunity, but judging from their names, they might have magic immunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. A statue of a demon-suppressing deity? Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Yes, it's the anti-demon statue. As Rumeng spoke, he then picked up the tattered Warcraft encyclopedia. She seemed to have memorized the entire book. I just flipped through it a few times. Then I turned to the page about the statue of the demon-suppressing deity. Lu Xing looked at the page with the image of the demon-suppressing god. Is it in the Sea of Desert? Upon hearing this name, Lu Xing frowned. Desert. In Lu Xing's previous life, that's a synonym for death. There are almost no living beings there. All that remains is endless sand. A gentle breeze blew by. It might blow out the bones buried in the sand. Oh shit. Go. In order to enable his spirit water turtle to undergo a qualitative change, Lu Xing had no choice but to take the risk. The next day, Lu Xing did not set off immediately. Instead, they went to the food wholesale market. Lu Xing wholesaled goods from several warehouses. The shop owner here was completely stunned. However, since Lu Xing has already paid, then what happens after that is no longer his concern. Fortunately, Lu Xing had won a lot of money at the casino before. He is now very wealthy and powerful. They easily bought all the goods in these warehouses. Lu Xing waved his hand. Then I put everything into my system inventory. Looking at the several empty warehouses in front of him, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. With these supplies, even if Lu Xing could survive in the desert for 3 to 5 years, that's fine too. After purchasing these supplies, Lu Xing embarked on his journey the next day. He traveled by plane. We arrived in the new city. That secret realm of the desert sea is located in Xinshi. After Lu Xing presented his identification, he passed through the entrance to the secret realm. We entered the secret realm. My God, how come it's so hot here? Lu Xing glanced at his smartwatch, which showed 44 degrees Celsius. Although Lu Xing was mentally prepared, but he was still frightened by the temperature here. Fortunately, he was affected by the fire-devouring skill and was not afraid of the heat. Call. A gust of wind blew by. The strong wind whipped up countless grains of sand. It slapped Lu Xing's body. Lu Xing winced in pain. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Lu Xing couldn't help but swear. This sea of desert. It's nothing but sand. Looking up, in the distance, there was still an endless expanse of sand. Lu Xing suddenly remembered a sentence his classmate from his past life had said. There's a desert in front of my house, desert on the left, and desert on the right. It's comparable to the nonsensical literature of that old Mr. Lu's son. The sun was high in the sky at that moment. The scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth. It was as if the earth was about to be baked. Chapter 191 Gold Rushers. Lu Xing took a map out of his pocket. He used the map towards this destination, heading towards the temple ruins. I don't know how long I walked in the desert. Lu Xing felt like he was about to collapse. He couldn't remember how many bottles of water he had drunk. If it weren't for his system inventory, it was full of water. Perhaps Lu Xing would have died of thirst on the way. No wonder there hasn't been a single person along the way. With such terrible conditions, only a fool would come here. At the same time, Lu Xing was a little curious. It is unknown who explored this secret realm, and he drew a map. Although Lu Xing didn't know who had explored this secret realm, but that person was especially great in Lu Xing's heart. Lu Xing continued walking forward. He felt that every step he took was extremely difficult. Finally, just as Lu Xing was about to rest on the spot, he saw a glimmer of hope. In the canyon not far away, there is a building there. Lu Xing was very curious, heading towards that building. Soon Lu Xing arrived in front of the building. He didn't care whether there were people inside the building or not. Lu Xing walked straight into the building. All he wants to do right now is go inside and escape the sun. Welcome. With Lu Xing's arrival, surprisingly, a waiter came up to greet them with great enthusiasm. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. What's going on? Are there restaurants in this desert? What exactly is going on? Could it be a ripoff? 4 words suddenly popped into Lu Xing's mind. Dragon Inn. Have I time traveled again? The waiter kept wiping the table. He cheerfully asked Lu Xing, Dear guest, what would you like to eat? The waiter handed the menu to Lu Xing as he spoke. Lu Xing opened it and took a look. Wow, what a sight. Deep-fried scorpions. Stir-fried centipede. Charcoal grilled camel hump. Lamb skewers. The menu is quite extensive. There are more than 10 kinds in total. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel at what he saw. He asked the waiter, Will you have any business if you open a shop here? Lu Xing asked with great curiosity. After all this journey, let alone people, he didn't see a single animal. Why isn't it there? Ring ring. Just as Lu Xing was wondering, the door to the hotel was pushed open. Several burly men came in from outside. These guys don't look quite like Lu Xing. He looks like a local from Xinshi. Waiter, bring me the best wine and food quickly. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. After saying that, the man took out a huge piece of gold from his pocket and placed it on the table. Upon seeing this, the waiter's eyes lit up. All right, everyone, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away. The waiter was very quick. Before long, all the dishes were served to those people. Even the food ordered by Lu Xing was served. Lu Xing looked at the grilled lamb skewers on the table. He scanned it with the system's eye. No poison was found, and it really was after grilling lamb skewers. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified that this was roasted human flesh. Waiter. Lu Xing called out to the waiter. What is it, esteemed guest? Who are those people over there? You mean them? They were gold prospectors. Gold prospectors? Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Then the waiter glanced at Lu Xing. The guest looks unfamiliar. Is this his first time here? And they came from a coastal city. How did you know? Upon hearing this, the waiter chuckled. First of all, just by looking at you, it's obvious that you're not a local from Xinshe. And your skin is exceptionally good, very well hydrated. What's that saying again? Call her Shui Ling. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He thought back for a moment. Southern coastal cities do indeed experience frequent rain. It's been raining every day. How could it not be radiant? You said they were gold prospectors. You mean there's gold in this desert sea? The waiter nodded. Somewhere in this desert. There is a place called Gold Rush Lake. Although it's just a lake. But I've heard that there's a lot of gold at the bottom of this lake. These people go there specifically to dig for gold, so they are called gold prospectors. Lu Xing nodded upon hearing this. Seeing this, the waiter, he glanced instinctively at the gold prospectors. After realizing they weren't looking this way, Xiao Er whispered something in Lu Xing's ear. Guest, you don't look like someone who's short of money. Would you like to experience gold panning too? If you have such thoughts, I advise you to give them up. Why? Listening to the waiter's advice, Lu Xing found it very novel. Do you see those people over there? Except for the burly man in the lead, everyone else was a newcomer. You can imagine how terrifying it must have been to go gold panning here. You don't know. I've seen many people who are missing limbs before, and they were carried out on stretchers. Even worse, some people died right here in our shop because their injuries were too severe. Listening to the waiter's advice, Lu Xing smiled slightly. He hadn't expected this waiter to be such an honest person. It's okay, I'll be careful. Thank you so much this time. After Lu Xing paid, they were about to leave. Things in the desert are expensive. Lu Xing ate a casual meal. It only cost a little over 1,000 yuan. Hello. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave, the lead gold prospector called out to him. What's up? Lu Xing turned his head to look. The man stood up from the stool. He bowed to Lu Xing. Hello, my name is Muradil. Judging from your appearance, are you also going to the desert? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded. How about we travel together? That way, we'll have someone to look after us. Want to travel together? I'm going to the temple ruins, so I'm probably going in a different direction from you. Lu Xing's words brought a slight smile to Muradil's face. If you're going somewhere else, we might not be going that way. But we have the same temple ruins. Oh, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Because the Gold Rush Lake we're going to is right next to the temple ruins. You can't really be so naive as to think that any lake can produce gold. Muradil's words made Lu Xing fall into deep thought. Lu Xing is an extremely intelligent person. He quickly realized the crucial point. You mean that the place where this temple is located was originally inhabited? It just declined later. This led to the temple being uninhabited. And that so-called Gold Rush Lake is actually a landslide-dammed lake caused by rainwater. What you call gold panning is actually from the landslide-dammed lake. Retrieve the gold from those ruins. Lu Xing had done his research before coming, and some people had said this. However, he remained skeptical. Bingo. Muradil smiled slightly. I never knew you were so smart. I guessed it right away. Alright, let's travel together then. Lu Xing readily agreed. Lu Xing thought to himself, since the other party knows the way, why not take advantage of it? As for danger, Lu Xing used the system's eye to scan these guys. No one is stronger than him. So he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 192 The Fear of Muradili and Others. After a short rest, Lu Xing then set off with Muradili and the others. Looking at the desert camel beneath him, Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel. This camel truly lives up to its name as the ship of the desert, in the vast desert. It's amazing how I can walk so steadily, as if it were flat ground. Muradil and his companions were equally amazed. Boss, why did we recruit that kid into our team? One of the underlings couldn't help but ask Muradili a question. Upon hearing this, Muradili narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't you think he's very different? No, the same. What's different? The younger brother glanced at Lu Xing. In his eyes, Lu Xing is just a richly dressed young master. Snort. Muradil snorted coldly. Or I would say you're short-sighted. Think about it. This kid is doing this without any desert camels. He actually managed to walk into that and all by himself. This shows just how strong it is. Moreover, I sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. That oppressive aura made it hard for me to breathe. Upon hearing this, the henchman opened his mouth slightly. His face was full of surprise. He was very clear about his boss's strength. Muradili is a powerful expert at the second tier of the Gold Realm. Such strength would be suitable for any city. At the very least, I could become a minor leader. Now, Muradil is afraid of Lu Xing. How strong must Lu Xing be? Go and talk to the brothers about it later. Tell them to open their eyes and be more polite to this young brother Lu Xing. Otherwise, what if I make him angry? If he gets angry and tries to kill someone, I can't control that. Yes. The younger brother swallowed hard. His boss, Muradil, had already put it this way. If they are still too young to understand, then you deserve to be unlucky. Brother Lu Xing, the sun is scorching here. Put this on. Muradil rode a desert camel. She went straight to Lu Xing's side. He handed a white scarf to Lu Xing. Thanks. Lu Xing took the scarf from him. He imitated Muradilai's manner. First, wrap the scarf around the top of your head. Form a hat. Then it was wrapped around the neck. This scarf was clearly custom-made. After putting it on, Lu Xing did not feel hot. On the contrary, it felt icy and cool. It's very comfortable. Lu Xing followed Mula Dilly and the others for a day. Soon, night falls. At the bottom of a canyon, Lu Xing and the others sat around the fire. Call. A cold wind blew by. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. He subconsciously tightened his clothes. It's so cold. A guy breathed hot air onto his hand. Then I rubbed it vigorously. Yes. Lu Xing followed the same method. The temperature difference between day and night in this desert sea is huge. During the day, the surrounding temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature drops to minus 30 degrees Celsius. On this cold night, the group could only huddle together for warmth. At this moment, Lu Xing had already taken out a mink coat from his backpack and put it on. This mink coat, it uses the fur of a ferret. One piece is worth 7 or 800,000. But the effect was indeed very good. After Lu Xing put it on, I don't feel cold at all anymore. He felt a warm sensation all over his body. Looking at Lu Xing's mink coat, made of fire mink, a hint of envy flashed in everyone's eyes. Even worse, greed appeared in their eyes. He was calculating in his mind. Should we kill Lu Xing? Then he kept the flaming mink coat for himself. The entire scene unfolded before Muradil's eyes. Muradil did not stop it. Since someone wants to die, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Muradilai had already given a warning. Lu Xing sensed the malice from the group. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Then he gave a cold laugh. I want my mink coat. It all depends on whether you have the ability. Come forth, Cerberus. Lu Xing summoned his two-headed hellhound. With the appearance of the two-headed hellhound, everyone instinctively moved aside. Many people actually stepped back several meters. They looked at the enormous two-headed hellhound. I couldn't help but swallow. Horrible. That's absolutely terrifying. This two-headed hellhound is terrifying. Just one glance. They felt their calves trembling uncontrollably. They don't even dare to face it anymore. How can we even take on this challenge? Oh, Lu Xing yawned calmly. He addressed Muradilai. Brother Muradilai, it's getting late. I'm going to bed now. Remember to call me when you leave tomorrow morning. Good. Muradil nodded. Lu Xing then went straight into his tent. His hellhound silently waited outside the tent. Looking at the imposing two-headed hellhound, Muradilai's underlings swallowed hard once more. One of the henchmen sidled up to Muradilai. He gave Muradil a thumbs up. Boss, you're really awesome. How did you determine his abilities? Intuition. Muradil uttered those two words calmly. Muradil had been in the underworld for many years, after all. I have that intuition. Murder and robbery. He did it too. However, he always carefully selects his targets before making a move. Lu Xing is clearly the kind of person you shouldn't mess with. Muradil gave a cold glance to the group of guys who were about to attack Lu Xing. Fools, it's a good thing you didn't make a move. Otherwise, you'll be lying on the floor tonight. Upon hearing this, the group of men exchanged glances. They lowered their heads in embarrassment. That's right. They are blind. If it weren't for Lord Lu Xing's magnanimity, they are now corpses. The next day, Lu Xing continued his journey with Muradilai and the others. Because of yesterday's performance, now, Muradilai and the others are even more respectful to Lu Xing. Their mouths were as sweet as honey. They kept calling out Lu Xing repeatedly. At this moment, their eyes were filled with awe. Unlike before, I think Lu Xing is just a greenhorn. A rich family's young master. They can do whatever they want with it. Wait a minute. The group was originally heading forward. But Lu Xing suddenly stretched out his right hand. He stopped everyone. Brother Lu Xing, what happened? Something seems off up ahead. Is there? Muradilai looked ahead. He found it very quiet. What's wrong? Yes, little brother Lu Xing. You haven't been getting enough rest these past few days, have you? It probably caused hallucinations. A guy who isn't afraid of death. He rode his desert camel a few steps forward. Chapter 193 Arrival at the Temple Ruins. Oh, that guy wasn't smug for long. He let out a piercing scream. It turned out that a snake had darted out of the sand. She bit his arm. Oh no, it's a sand snake. Fear was evident on Muradil's face. Everyone run. With a command from Muradili, the group rode desert camels. They all rushed off in unison towards the rear. Rustling sounds. Rustling sounds. Rustling sounds. The once tranquil desert surface. It actually became noisy. The sand kept slipping away. One after another, dark shadows darted out of the sand. It lunged at the unfortunate fellow and bit him hard. Not long after, that unlucky guy got surrounded by a swarm of snakes. Countless sand snakes bit his body. Lu Xing and his companions rode desert camels. They escaped to a high slope behind. Looking down at the dense swarms of sand snakes, everyone couldn't help but shudder. I got goosebumps all over my body. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and used the system eye. He looked toward the sand snake. Sand snake. Attributes: rock, poison. Gender: male. Rank: black iron tier 7. Qualification: F. Skills learned: venomous fangs, sand burrowing, stealth. This sand snake isn't very strong either. However, these guys are social animals. They survived in this area by virtue of their numbers and the power of venom. Lu Xing only glanced at it a few times. That clarified all the basic information about the sand snake. Alright, let's go. Muradil coldly urged the people behind him. Regarding the deceased companion, Muradil did not look at him again. I didn't even feel the slightest bit sad. There was no way. Regarding this kind of thing, Muradil was already used to it. Want to become a desert gold prospector? We must have this kind of awareness. Otherwise, you should just go home and breastfeed your baby. What are you doing here, a gold rusher? Upon hearing this, Muradili's underlings. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Many of them began to consider quitting. But after feeling Muradili's murderous gaze, they swallowed hard. At this point, they were already in a difficult situation. If they say they want to quit, it is estimated that Muradili will be the first to strike and kill them. That's just how reality is. This is like a general leading troops. If someone in the team wants to desert, the best way is to kill that guy. Otherwise, that guy would be like a malignant tumor. This spreads a sense of unease throughout the group. Ultimately, the butterfly effect will occur. This led to a mass defection of everyone. Fortunately, Muradili's deterrent power was strong enough. These people have been temporarily suppressed. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and follow us. One of the men addressed the others, urging them on. His name is Chinurgu. He was Muradili's loyal lackey. Upon hearing this, the others could only quicken their pace. They caught up with Muradili and Lu Xing. After what just happened, the group, who had been chatting and laughing. At this point, everyone wisely kept their mouths shut. They turned their attention to Lu Xing. Because Lu Xing is strong enough. So without realizing it, he has become the backbone of this small team. As for Muradili, he was happy to see this situation. Lu Xing is different from others. In Muradili's eyes, he and I are not from the same class. As long as Lu Xing doesn't die, they are likely to hold a high position in this world. Therefore, Muradili was not worried at all that Lu Xing would compete with him for the position of team leader. Under Lu Xing's leadership, the group dodged one monster attack after another. The people were becoming more and more convinced of Lu Xing's abilities. As for Muradili, he felt that bringing Lu Xing into his team would be beneficial. That's what he's done in his life. The best decision. After walking in the desert for a week straight, Lu Xing and his companions finally saw the temple ruins. There is an ancient building not far away. The building was constructed from many pillars. However, due to years of disrepair, several of those pillars have fallen over. It looks dilapidated. Not far from the temple ruins, it has a lake. The lake water was very clear. Under the sunlight, it appeared to shimmer and sparkle. It's Gold Rush Lake. Yes, it really is Gold Rush Lake. Great, we finally arrived at Gold Rush Lake. The gold prospectors behind Lu Xing. Everyone cheered with joy. They shed tears of emotion. Only they themselves know the truth. This is how we've come this far. In order to get to this place, they suffered so much. This was even with Lu Xing's help in guiding the way and providing early warnings. Without Lu Xing, many of them, perhaps they died on the way. Thinking of this, they all looked at Lu Xing, who was at the front of the line, with grateful eyes. It was Lu Xing who helped them get here. Alright, the temple ruins are just ahead. I'm leaving you all. Lu Xing glanced at everyone present. Boss Lu Xing. Boss Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, the gold prospectors, their faces showed reluctance. Their way of addressing Lu Xing changed from little brother to boss. Seeing this, Lu Xing smiled slightly. What are you guys crying about? It's not like you can't see it. I'll go explore the temple ruins in a bit. As for you guys, go and give it your all in that Gold Rush Lake. Didn't you say to give it your all? Make a lot of money, then go back and build a big house, marry a beautiful wife, and have a big, healthy baby. Uh-huh. Listening to Lu Xing's words, they all nodded. All right, I'm leaving now. Take care. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he spurred his desert camel. We set off towards the temple ruins. This desert camel is no one's tamed animal. Instead, they are domesticated monsters. At this point, servility had already emerged. No matter who feeds them, they listen to whoever tells them to. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Muradali's gaze narrowed slightly. He then glanced at his underlings behind him. Why are you crying? You're such a grown-up, and all you can do is cry. Let's go pan for gold in Gold Lake. You can cry when you've made a fortune. Uh-huh. With a command from Muradali, everyone headed towards the Gold Rush Lake. Lu Xing rode a desert camel to the outside of the temple ruins. He dismounted from the back of the desert camel. Looking at the dark entrance to the temple ruins, Lu Xing frowned slightly. I don't know why. Lu Xing felt as if the entrance was a ferocious beast that devoured people. It was opening its blood-red maw, waiting for the explorers to arrive. I don't care if it's a den of dragons or tigers. I'm determined to break in. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. A determined look appeared on his face. Come out, everyone. He will have his tamed beasts. Besides the Thunderhawk, everything else was released. Chapter 194. Arriving inside the temple. Lu Xing let the spirit water turtle walk in front. He was riding on the back of the two-headed hellhound, closely following behind. The six-winged angel sat on Lu Xing's shoulder. They prepared to provide support to Lu Xing and the others from the side. If you encounter danger, the six-winged angels will immediately use their holy shield to protect everyone. Lu Xing rode on the back of the two-headed hellhound. They walked at a leisurely pace. It seems like no one has visited this temple ruin for a long time. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. A musty smell filled the air. Lu Xing wrinkled his nose slightly upon hearing this. Fortunately, the temple has a relatively large space. Even with the size of the Cerberus and the spirit water turtle, it will pass smoothly. Soon, they walked through the hall. We came to an alley. Looking at the dark alley in front of me, Lu Xing couldn't help but speak to the assembled beasts. Everyone be careful, there might be traps ahead. Lu Xing had barely finished speaking. There was a click. The water turtle accidentally stepped on a mechanism with its front paw. A brick sank instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp, whistling sounds rang out. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing immediately spoke to the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle immediately retreated into its shell. The water turtle immediately retracted its head and limbs into its shell. In an instant, countless feathered arrows, like rain, all of it landed on the thick shell of the spirit water turtle. It made a clanging sound. It's a crossbow mechanism. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He immediately spotted the crossbow mechanism hidden in the rock face. Unfortunately, these crossbow mechanisms encountered the spirit water turtle. Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. All I heard was click, click, click. All the mechanisms of those countless crossbows were broken. It has lost its function. If anyone is here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? Lu Xing sneered. Use physical attacks to attack my spirit water turtle. No matter what it is, it will be met with a retaliatory attack from its sharp outer shell. Even if you're a crossbow, it won't work. Therefore, all the crossbows on the wall were rendered useless. All right, spirit water turtle. Keep moving forward. On the road ahead, Lu Xing encountered several more traps. It has a mechanism similar to spikes. Unfortunately, the spirit water turtle is enormous. They didn't fall. The hellhound used a single flaming slash to sever all the ground spikes. There's also a flamethrower. Scorching flames sprayed onto the spirit water turtle's body. The spirit water turtle is a water attribute beast. It has a certain degree of resistance to flames. It stomped its foot suddenly. A wave more than 10 meters high roared out instantly. Those fire-breathing mechanisms faced the waves. The sparks were extinguished instantly. It became a dud. Lu Xing continued forward. Soon, he and his group of tamed beasts arrived at a secret room. Looking around at the pitch-black surroundings, Lu Xing immediately took out a mining lamp from his system inventory. It was put on its head. Under the illumination of the miner's lamp, the entire secret room was as bright as day. Sudden, a figure quickly crawled towards Lu Xing. That guy is very fast. Upon seeing this, the two-headed hellhound, its sharp claws reached out and grabbed at the creature. As a result, the two-headed hellhound was surprised to find that it missed. It's a coffin used to crawl corpses. It is immune to physical attacks. Everyone, use magic attacks to hit it. Climbing out of the coffin. Attribute: evil undead. Gender: none. Rank: gold tier 1. Qualification: B. Learn skills: rapping, crawling, intimidation, licking. Lu Xing immediately saw through the nature of the coffin in front of him. The hellhound's claws just missed. Upon seeing this, the person climbing the coffin, it chuckled. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. It actually followed the right front paw of the hellhound. It crawled toward Lu Xing, who was on the back of the hellhound. Just as the coffin was about to reach Lu Xing, little darling, use fairy light. The six-winged angel heard this. I'll beat you to death, you disgusting thing. You actually tried to hurt my master. Seven-colored light gathered on the adorable little pink fist of the six-winged angel. Then he swung it forward suddenly. A beam of seven-colored light shot out instantly. They blasted towards the coffin containing the crawling corpse. Oh! The person climbing the coffin was struck by the fairy's light. It let out a scream. He was directly pushed out by the fairy light. It then fell heavily to the ground. Sold out instantly. The six-winged angel instantly killed the coffin crawler with a single move. At this time, the six-winged angels. It is already a 7th-tier gold-level beast tamer. In addition, fairy light has a restraining effect on the corpse coffin, so it can be killed in one move. That's understandable. Looking at the coffin containing the dead corpse on the ground, a look of apprehension flashed across Lu Xing's face. Necromantic. In this world, in terms of strength, it must be a dragon. No matter what kind of beast to tame, as long as they have a dragon-type tag on them, their abilities will improve by leaps and bounds. There is another kind that is not powerful. It's disgusting. That attribute is undead. This undead attribute is very mysterious. Literally, it means the soul of the dead. Because it is a soul. Therefore, normal attacks are ineffective against them. This is why the hellhound's tearing claws just now. The coffin containing the corpse was not attacked. I never expected to find undead monsters here. Lu Xing muttered something under his breath. Undead monsters are mysterious and rare. They are usually found in those harsh, cold places. Lu Xing thought about it. He then gave a wry smile. The temple ruins are located in the very center of the desert. Want to come here? They had to endure the scorching sun during the day and the biting wind at night. It is indeed a harsh and cold place. So far, Lu Xing had never seen anyone possess a necromancer-type beast. Let's go, everyone. The ambushes that occurred while climbing out of the coffins. Lu Xing and the others continued on their way. As expected, they were in the secret room in front. We encountered 3 more. However, we have learned from previous experience. Lu Xing's tamed beasts all made their move. The Cerberus uses Flame Slash. The Spirit Water Turtle uses the impact of ocean waves. The six-winged angel uses the light of fairies. The 3 beasts attacked simultaneously. They killed the 3 crawling coffins in front of them. After killing 3 of the crawling coffins, Lu Xing and the others continued on their way. This time, they were much luckier. Along the way, we never encountered another coffin crawling out of the ground. Lu Xing finally arrived at the end of the temple ruins. At the end of the temple ruins is an altar. A stone statue carved from stone stands atop the altar. Lu Xing glanced around. He discovered that the walls around him were covered with many patterns. However, his attention was not on the pattern. Instead, he muttered to himself. What's going on? The intelligence report said there was a statue of a demon-suppressing deity here. But where is there any sign of the anti-demon statue here? Have I been scammed? Chapter 195 The Appearance of the Demon-Suppressing Statue. Thinking about this, Lu Xing felt a surge of anger. Damn, no way. I've worked so hard for so long, and it turns out I made a wasted trip. Unwilling to accept it, Lu Xing was quite unhappy. It's like taking a wife. Lu Xing asked someone to act as a matchmaker, send betrothal gifts, to hold a banquet. As a result, when they were almost ready to enter the bridal chamber, they told him, my wife is gone. How could he possibly accept this? Depend on. What a terrible place. Lu Xing grew angrier the more he thought about it. Hellhound, use Flame Slash on that thing. Looking at the stone statues on the altar, Lu Xing grew angrier the more he looked at it. What are you so smug about? Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound swung its sharp claws forward. In an instant, a sharp blade of fire shot out. They blasted it towards the stone statue. Bang! The blazing slash struck the stone statue. In an instant, the whole room shook. Countless specks of dust fell from the ceiling. Tui, tui, tui. Lu Xing accidentally swallowed some dust. He kept spitting on it. Just then, the stone statue moved. That's right. The stone statue moved. The dust covering it began to fall off incessantly. Soon, a stone statue with blue runes engraved on its body appeared in front of Lu Xing. The runes shimmered with iridescent light. Extremely beautiful. The statue's eyes glowed blue. With angry eyes, he stared intently at Lu Xing. It was clearly furious that Lu Xing had disturbed its sleep. Forbidden demon god statues. Lu Xing did not expect that. That dilapidated stone statue. It turns out that a statue of a demon-suppressing deity was hidden inside. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. He immediately grasped the attributes of the demon-suppressing statue. Forbidden demon statue. Attributes: rock, spirit. Gender: male. Rank: gold, tier 8. Qualification: S. Learned skills: magic immunity, magic suppressing body. What's going on? Why does this guy only have 2 skills? Lu Xing was completely baffled. He immediately used the system's eye. Look at the 2 skills of the anti-magic statue. Magic immunity. Those who possess this skill are immune to all magical attacks. It is ineffective against physical attacks. As expected, it has magic immunity. After Lu Xing saw the first skill of the demon-suppressing statue, he was overjoyed. In this world, beast-taming attacks are of 2 types. One type is physical attack, such as the Tier Claw, which is a physical attack. Another type is magical attacks, such as Flame Slash, which is a fire attribute magical attack. Lu Xing then turned his attention to the second skill of the demon-suppressing statue. Body free from magic. After acquiring this skill, you will possess a body free from magic. Your body will be unable to bear magical elements, and from then on, magic will be irrelevant to you. Looking at this skill, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. No, I can't use magic. Nausea. That's absolutely disgusting. Lu Xing did not expect that. I've encountered such a disgusting skill again. He had encountered several before. However, those skills are child's play compared to this skill. If a beast tamer learns this skill, that would be truly useless. Body that can suppress magic. After learning. In other words, the beast tamers can no longer use magical spells to attack. That leaves only normal attacks. Thinking about this, Lu Xing's lips twitched again. What a pity. There is only one of these demon-suppressing statues. If there were another statue of the demon-suppressing god, and it would be great if the skill, magic immunity, didn't exist. Lu Xing can then use its monster core to annoy others. However, all of this was just Lu Xing's fantasy. After Lu Xing awakened the demon-suppressing statue, it appeared extremely angry. He actually raised his leg and charged towards Lu Xing. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Xing flipped over and got off the back of the 2-headed hellhound. Hellhound, use Shadow Strike on that guy. Upon hearing this, the 2-headed hellhound, they lunged towards the statue of the demon-suppressing god. Upon seeing this, the anti-demon statue, its enormous fist slammed towards the hellhound. Just as the fist of the anti-demon statue was about to strike the 2-headed hellhound, the 2-headed hellhound flashed. They actually ended up behind the statue of the demon-suppressing deity. The sharp claws were enveloped in a black gas. He slashed hard at the back of the anti-magic statue. There was a loud clang. In an instant, sparks are flying everywhere. The 2-headed hellhound's sharp claws struck the back of the anti-magic statue. 3 deep gashes were left directly on the back of the anti-demon statue. Shadow Strike is a physical attack. Therefore, it can be effective against the anti-magic statue. The demon-suppressing statue felt a sharp pain. It twisted its body, prepared to attack Hellhound. Just then, the spirit water turtle in front of Lu Xing made its move. The water turtle's eyes instantly turned bright red. Ridicule. The anti-magic statue that was preparing to attack the 2-headed hellhound. Its hatred was instantly drawn to the spirit water turtle. Looking at the spirit water turtle in front of him, the demon-suppressing statue was burning with rage. Roar. It let out a deafening roar. Just as they were about to rush over and attack the spirit water turtle, there was a loud clang. Another spark flew. It turns out that the 2-headed hellhound behind the anti-demon statue has struck again. It used its tearing claws. Several more deep wounds were left on the back of the anti-magic statue. The hatred of the demon-suppressing statue has now turned to the Cerberus. I didn't even know it could be done like that. Then the water turtle and the hellhound entered a phase of repeated jumping. Every time the demon statue tries to attack the Cerberus, the water turtle used taunt to draw its aggro back. The poor anti-magic statue looks like a complete idiot. It stood still and passively took the beating. The 6-winged angel standing nearby, seeing this, its eyes lit up immediately. It raised its hand. Then a blade of light condensed in its hand. He hurled it fiercely at the anti-magic statue. Trial. This is a skill unique to six-winged angels. Unfortunately, after the blade of light struck the anti-magic statue, it was like a stone thrown into the ocean. They vanished without a trace. Not a single drop of water was splashed. A look of surprise flashed across the six-winged angel's face. Seeing this, Lu Xing. I patted its little head. Little darling, this guy has magic immunity. You can't harm it, so leave it all to the Cerberus and the spirit water turtle. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel, it instinctively puffed out its cheeks. He looked sullen. Oh whoa. Finally, the demon-suppressing statue let out its final roar. It fell down with a look of resentment on its face. Rumble. The massive body of the demon-suppressing statue slammed heavily onto the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air for a moment. Stone fragments flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, the statue of the demon-suppressing deity has been dead for a long time. Lu Xing looked towards the statue of the demon-suppressing god. He discovered the blue runes wrapped around the anti-magic statue. It actually went out. Chapter 196. The invincible spirit water turtle is born. Hellhound, go and tear open its chest. Let's see if there are any monster cores. The two-headed hellhound nodded. They lunged towards the corpse of the anti-magic statue. Watching the two-headed hellhound rapidly digging into the corpse of the anti-demon statue, Lu Xing's heart clenched. It's a must. It's a must. So far, Lu Xing learned of the place where the anti-magic statue was located. This is the only place. He also saw the magic immunity skill on the anti-magic statue. Everything is now ready. All that's missing is the east wind. As long as this anti-magic statue possesses a magic beast crystal core, then Lu Xing's spirit water turtle could take off from the spot. Soon, a brown monster core was dug out by the two-headed hellhound. Yes. Lu Xing couldn't help but extend his right hand. The right elbow swung down suddenly. He made a celebratory gesture. He darted forward. They took the monster core from the hellhound's hand. Lu Xing looked at the spirit water turtle beside him. Spirit water turtle, here, this is for you. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle's eyes lit up. This isn't the first time it has used Warcraft cores. After each use, it will learn a new skill. At this moment, the spirit water turtle's eyes were also full of anticipation. It had no idea what skills it would learn from this monster core. Therefore, the water turtle appeared somewhat nervous. Fine. After you eat it, you will be invincible. Lu Xing was like Pan Jinlian giving Wu Dalong medicine. He stuffed the monster crystal core into the mouth of the spirit water turtle. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has consumed the magic beast core of the demon-suppressing statue. Your spirit water turtle will learn the following skills. Please select. 2 skills appeared in front of Lu Xing. One is a god-tier skill, magic immunity, and the other is a complete trap, magic suppressing body. Lu Xing subconsciously took a deep breath. He then vomited it up. He rubbed his eyes. I was afraid I had made the wrong choice. I choose magic immunity. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has learned magic immunity. Upon hearing this system notification tone, Lu Xing stood there stunned for a long time. I don't know why. Perhaps he was too happy. Lu Xing, on the contrary, didn't feel so happy. He remained calm and composed. Then, using the system's eye, he looked at his own spirit water turtle. Spirit water turtle. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Rank, gold tier 5. Qualification, SS. Learn skills, super healing, spiked shell, raging bite, wave slam, taunt, bold charge, magic immunity. At this point, 3 of Lu Xing's 4 skill slots for the spirit water turtle are already occupied. These are wave impact, taunt, and magic immunity. The remaining skills were all learned by itself. Alright everyone, let's go. After the recent battle, Lu Xing discovered this already dilapidated ruin. At this point, things began to falter. Countless specks of dust fell from the ceiling. Lu Xing put the spirit water turtle away. It was needed to scout the way when we came in. You won't need it when you go back. Lu Xing with the two-headed hellhound. They rushed forward. Just as Lu Xing reached the exit of the temple ruins. Rumble. The once dark entrance had collapsed. The entire temple sank into the ground. That was close. A look of apprehension flashed across Lu Xing's face. I was almost buried alive. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He looked into the distance. I wonder how Muradil and the others are doing. They must have dug up quite a bit of gold. A faint smile appeared on Lu Xing's face. After spending some time together, Lu Xing found them to be decent people. It's just because of the pressure of life. That's what led them to become the way they are. Hellhound, let's go. Lu Xing was curious. So he wanted to go and see the Gene Lake. He really wanted to know. How exactly do those gold diggers salvage gold? Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound to the shore of Laojin Lake. After he got closer, Lu Xing, who was originally all smiles, his brows gradually furrowed. What's going on? Where are Muradil and the others? Lu Xing had originally planned to return the desert camels to them. But when he arrived at Laojin Lake, they found the place completely deserted. The gold-pooling lake was very calm. It was as if no one had ever been here before. Something's not right. A gentle breeze blew by. Lu Xing suddenly smelled a bloody odor. Over there. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound toward the direction from which the smell of blood was coming. He saw a corpse not far away. Lu Xing rode the two-headed hellhound toward the corpse. Upon approaching, Lu Xing's discovered that's Muradili. Muradili was still alive at this time. However, his lower body had completely disappeared. It's no different from being dead. Muradil was on his deathbed. His eyes kept blinking up and down. When I met Lu Xing, Muradil's eyes lit up immediately. I don't know where he got his strength from. He shouted at Lu Xing. Run! Escape! Lu Xing frowned. He never expected that. This Muradil actually told him to escape. What happened? Was someone ambushing you? Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Bang! Suddenly, a huge creature sprang out from the sand beside them. It opened its gaping maw and pounced on Lu Xingfei. Fortunately, the hellhound reacted quickly. I dodged that guy's attack. Bang! That guy dove right into the sand. Then it disappeared. That's a sand shark. Lu Xing possesses the system's eye. The moment that dark shadow plunged into the dragon's lair, he saw its properties. Sand shark. Attribute rock. Gender male. Rank, gold tier 5. Qualification A. Learn skills. Angry bite, mud shot, sandstorm, sand affinity. This sand shark is a type of shark that lives in the sand. In the sand. It was like a fish in water. They can come and go very easily. Lu Xing glanced at Muradili. At this moment, Muradili's eyes widened. He clearly died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. There was originally a black package next to Muradili. With the sand shark's attack, the package was torn open. Countless coins of gold spilled out of the package. Looking at the horrific scene before him, Lu Xing only wants to say one thing. It's true what they say, people die for money, and birds die for food. He then turned his gaze to the sand shark. The sand shark swam towards Lu Xing. Seeing the sand sharks swimming towards them, Lu Xing's lips curled up slightly. I couldn't help but complain. This guy really only cares about the head and not the butt. The sand shark's signature dorsal fin was exposed on the surface. This allowed Lu Xing to pinpoint its location immediately. Chapter 197, Killing the Sand Shark. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball there. Upon hearing this, the two-headed hellhound. Each of the two heads condensed into a black energy ball. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 shadow orbs shot out from the mouth of the hellhound. Bang. The first shot successfully hit the sand shark buried in the sand. Oh whoa. The sand shark cried out in pain. It sank rapidly. It hid in the sand. Watching the sand shark disappear from sight, Lu Xing frowned. He thought about it. Come out, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing summoned the spirit water turtle. The sand shark swam rapidly in the sand underground. It uses thermal sensing. Feel the condition of the sand surface. Originally, there were 2 signs of fever. Suddenly there were 3. Sand shark was slightly taken aback. Then a ruthless glint flashed in its eyes. Of all the signs of fever, sand shark seems to be the weakest among the spirit water turtle. The sand shark opened its blood-red maw. It lunged at the spirit water turtle. Bang! Sand sharks burst from the ground. Its sharp teeth slammed into the spirit water turtle. Just as the sand shark's teeth were about to bite the spirit water turtle, sand shark regretted it. It discovered that the water turtle's back was covered with sharp spikes. If you bite into that sharp thorn, then it will either die or be crippled. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. The sand sharks have launched their attack. At this moment, it was suspended in midair. Its pupils trembled incessantly. He watched helplessly as he bit the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle saw the sand shark lunging towards it. It instinctively retracted its hands, feet, and head into its shell. Clang! The sand shark's sharp teeth bit into the spirit water turtle's thick shell. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. A metallic, burning smell filled the sand shark's mouth. There was also a bloody smell permeating the aroma. Sand shark felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Its upper jaw was injured by the sharp spines of the spirit water turtle. The sharp teeth also came into contact with the hard shell of the spirit water turtle. Several of them broke off. Fortunately, Sand sharks can grow back their teeth after they fall out. A shark can grow many teeth in its lifetime. Escape. Run. Sand shark never expected this. He couldn't even break through the spirit water turtle's defense. It realized it had kicked a hornet's nest today. Right now, sand shark has only one thought in mind. That means immediately burrowing into the ground. Then he fled to another place. It no longer wanted to fight Lu Xing and the others. It wanted to escape. Lu Xing wouldn't let it go. Spirit water turtle, use taunt. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle's eyes instantly turned blood red. The sand shark originally wanted to escape. Its hatred level was instantly maxed out. Looking at the spirit water turtle in front of him, I don't know why, sand shark felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Kill it. We must kill it. The sand shark opened its blood-red maw. It lunged viciously at the spirit water turtle. The water turtle seemed to sense that the sand shark was about to attack. It suddenly emerged from the tortoise shell. Then it suddenly charged forward. Full charge. There was a soft plop sound. The sharp, spiky shell of the spirit water turtle. It pierced directly into the sand shark's body. A woo. The sand shark let out a painful howl. Countless drops of bright red blood flowed from the sand shark's wound. In that instant, the back of the water turtle was stained red with the blood of the sand shark. The spirit water turtle suddenly swung its body. The sand shark's massive body was flung out. Then the spirit water turtle stomped its foot forcefully. A wave more than 10 meters high appeared out of nowhere. Waves crashing. The waves roared. It rammed into the sand shark with tremendous force. Bang! The sand shark was hit directly by the wave. This sand shark is not a sea shark. It's inside the sand. It has rock-like properties. Therefore, the spirit water turtle's move, wave impact, it was instantly killed. Lu Xing glanced coldly at the sand shark's corpse. Hellhound, go! Dig out its monster core for me. The two-headed hellhound pounced on the sand shark. With one claw strike, a brown monster core was instantly dug out. Looking at the monster core in his hand, Lu Xing smiled slightly. All right, it's time to go back. Lu Xing put away the monster crystal core. He thought about it. They also collected the gold that the gold prospectors had found. As for Muradali, Lu Xing had the spirit water turtle dig a hole. They buried him. Lu Xing rode his desert camel back to the inn he had visited before. He had just entered the house. Then I saw the waiter walk over enthusiastically. It's you. The waiter saw Lu Xing. He was slightly taken aback. After these days of intense sun exposure, Lu Xing, who was originally fair-skinned and tender, at this point, his skin turned bronze. His face had lost some of its childishness. It adds a touch of maturity, although it turned black. But it won't be long. Lu Xing will get his white skin back. Sir, you're back? Where are Muradil and the others? Xiao'er knew that Lu Xing was traveling with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's face showed a pained expression. The waiter, seeing this, he immediately slapped himself hard across the face. Oh dear, look at my mouth. Xiao'er had been around for many years. He could tell at a glance. Muradil and the others died in the desert. It's all right, it's all right. It's good that you're back. What would you like to eat now? Give me another one, just like last time. Okay. After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately went into the kitchen to prepare. Lu Xing sat on the table, lost in thought. This time, he successfully taught his water turtle the skill of magic immunity. The next step is to increase the level of the spirit water turtle. After all, no matter how good the skills are, it's all for nothing if you don't have the right level. This is just like a child. Give him an axe. Although he might kill someone. However, he is more likely to be killed. Dear guest, your meal is served. The waiter enthusiastically brought over several dishes. After Lu Xing finished his meal, then he left the place. He arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. One last look at this terrifying sea of desert. Lu Xing went straight to the airport. He bought a plane ticket. They flew directly back to Jiangnan City. Lu Xing returned to his dormitory. Ah, it's so comfortable at home. Lu Xing had just entered the house. I felt a chill. No need to think. It's probably that guy, Fatty Sue, hiding downstairs enjoying the air conditioning, eating watermelon, and watching TV again. As expected, Lu Xing had just walked in. I saw someone wearing a tank top and beach shorts. Su Pang is lying on the sofa watching TV. When Su Pang saw someone open the door, he looked towards the gate. It turned out to be Lu Xing. Ha 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 ha. Su Pang suddenly laughed. Lu Xing, were you tricked into going to dig coal? Why did it suddenly turn so dark? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Pang. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and get me a few slices of watermelon to try. Lu Xing felt like he was dying of thirst. He just wants to eat some cool, refreshing watermelon right now. Chapter 198 Trip to Sanya. Watermelon. Upon hearing this, Fatty Sue immediately looked towards the coffee table. They found it on the coffee table, besides a bunch of gnawed watermelon rinds. It's just a table full of watermelon juice. Then, quite awkwardly, he said to Lu Xing, "There is none left." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing glared at Fatty Sue. "I don't care, I want to eat now." Lu Xing was unusually arrogant. Okay, I'll go buy it for you." Su Peng put on slippers. They left the villa in high spirits. He headed down the mountain towards the fruit shop. Lu Xing walked to the stool and sat down. He picked up the remote control. "Let the air conditioner vent blow directly on you. This feels so good." Lu Xing lay on the stool. "I fell asleep without realizing it." Bang! I don't know how long I slept. The villa's door was flung open with force. Lu Xing. Su Peng's voice was particularly hurried. It was as if something incredibly wonderful had happened. He was eager to share it with Lu Xing. "What? Did you win the lottery? You're actually so happy." Lu Xing frowned slightly. He obviously hadn't slept for long. "I was woken up by Fatty Sue. He's a little unhappy right now." "Yes, I did win the lottery." Su Peng was holding 2 big watermelons. Then he placed the large watermelon on the table. "Tada!" Su Peng pulled 2 blue tickets out of his pocket. "See that? A week-long trip to Sanya. A week-long trip to Sanya. Where did you get this?" Upon hearing this, Fatty Sue said with a smug look on his face, "Of course, I won it in a lottery. The chain fruit store at the foot of the mountain isn't having a promotion. Purchase the Qilin Emperor melon to enter a prize draw. Then I tried it out, and that's how I got this." Looking at Fatty Sue, whose face was beaming with teeth, Lu Xing was speechless. This guy has never even gotten a buy one get one free offer when he buys iced tea. This time, my luck turned around. Could it be that he's suddenly possessed by Crayon Shinchan? Crayon Shinchan is the chosen one. Raffles and the like. You win on your first try. How about it? Let's set off tomorrow. There's no time like the present. Since this exists, why doesn't Lu Xing go? He had suffered a lot in the desert before. Now it's time to go to Sanya and have some fun. Sunshine, beaches, and bikini-clad beauties. I am coming. Su Peng laughed in a very lewd manner. The next day, after Lu Xing and Su Peng packed their luggage, so they set off. This week-long trip to Sanya includes everything. I travel by plane. Hotels and restaurants have also been prepared. All you need to bring is your luggage. Beautiful girl, beautiful girl, beautiful girl. Su Peng and Lu Xing had just gotten off the plane. He was so happy that he danced with joy. The two got into a car that had been prepared beforehand. We arrived at the Sanya resort area. After they put the things in the room, he changed his clothes and went outside. Su Peng was still wearing his signature outfit. A white tank top, beach shorts, and a pair of pink flip-flops. Lu Xing, on the other hand, was wearing a white shirt, beach shorts, and a pair of red slippers. Both of them were wearing red or pink slippers. It looks exceptionally flamboyant. "Hey beautiful, I'm here." Fatty Sue had a large belly. They went straight to the beach. Wow. His eyes were instantly drawn to the bikini-clad beauties. "Lu Xing, I can't take it anymore. I have to go." Go. Lu Xing waved his hand. He wasn't with Fatty Sue. Instead, they started walking on the beach. Soon, Lu Xing then found a shady spot. He sat down on a rock. He was surrounded by coconut trees. The sea breeze blows. The coconut trees swayed back and forth in the wind. Lu Xing subconsciously unbuttoned his white shirt. It revealed his bronze-colored 8-pack abs. Lu Xing. A familiar voice came from over. Lu Xing turned his head to look. 2 women were found. He knew both of them. It turned out to be Xiao Tao and Murong Bing. This tomboy is really tomboyish. Lu Xing glanced at Xiao Tao. He figured Xiao Tao's family must own an airplane. Otherwise, why build such a large airport? Murong Bing, standing to the side, maintained her icy demeanor. However, it must be said that she has a really good figure. The areas that should be symmetrical are symmetrical. Unlike some people. But how did those two end up together? Lu Xing frowned slightly. He knew very well that this Xiao Tao is a student at a prestigious university in the capital of China. Murong Bing is from a prestigious university in Shanghai. The two are completely unrelated. When Xiao Tao met Lu Xing, she cheerfully addressed Lu Xing. "What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you to him. This is Murong Bing, a member of our Phoenix mercenary group." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. He never expected that. Murong Bing is also a member of the Phoenix mercenary group. By the way, Murong Bing, who is he? You don't need to introduce him to me. I know him. Clearly, Murong Bing was still resentful about what Lu Xing and Wu Gang had done. What's wrong with you all? Xiao Tao didn't expect that Murong Bing would react this way after meeting Lu Xing. He put on a sour face. Nothing. All right, you guys have fun. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he got up and left. That guy. Xiao Tao stomped her foot angrily. Night falls. A bonfire party was held on the beach. Lu Xing stood in a corridor. He was holding a bottle of fruit wine in his hand. They kept drinking there. As for that guy, Fatty Su, this guy clearly has social butterfly syndrome. It wasn't long before he integrated into other people's teams. Looking at Su Peng jumping around nonstop, Lu Xing was also very happy. Bang! Just then, an explosion caught Lu Xing's attention. Lu Xing turned his head to look. All I could see was the seaside not far away. Two groups of people are facing off. Little beauty. Why don't you keep the old man company tonight? Don't worry, your grandpa's skills are excellent. Huh. The group of punks across the street kept leering. He seemed to have the other party completely under his thumb. Seeing this, Lu Xing, he shook his head helplessly. Regarding this kind of thing, he was already used to it. He didn't want to join in the fun. I think you're asking for it. A delicate shout rang out. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Xing frowned slightly. What's going on? Isn't that Xiao Tao's voice? Out of curiosity, Lu Xing still walked towards that place. After entering, Lu Xing saw Xiao Tao and her friends confronting a group of punks. Each side released one of their summoned beasts. Xiao Tao uses the fighting panda. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback when he saw the fighting panda. I never imagined her fighting panda would improve so quickly. It was gold rank 6 before, and now it's gold rank 7. Chapter 199 Monkey Stealing Peaches? Lu Xing looked at the beast tamer opposite him, who had a flamboyant style. Rogue Monkey. Attribute, Fighting. Gender, Male. Rank, Gold Tier 5. Qualification, B. Skills learned, Monkey Fist, Monkey Stealing Peaches, Continuous Strike, Whip Kick. So this guy has a level 5 Gold Tier Rogue Monkey. No wonder he dared to be so fearless. It's such a pity. He chose the wrong opponent. If it were someone else, perhaps this punk will succeed. But he ran into Xiao Tao, a tough nut to crack. Xiao Tao looked at the punk rocker in front of her. She wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, I felt excited. That's right. I'm just excited. This Xiao Tao is a battle maniac. As long as there's a fight to be had. She was very happy. Looking at the lewd-looking rogue monkey in front of me, Xiao Tao frowned slightly. Perfect, I'll use you as a practice subject. Let's test the results of my special training as a fighting panda. Fighting panda, charge over there and unleash your frenzied dance on the rogue monkey. Upon hearing this, the fighting panda, its gaze turned cold. Then, wielding the black bamboo in his hand, he pounced on the rogue monkey in front of him. Lu Xing discovered that this fighting panda, compared to before, she seems to have gained quite a bit of weight. Looks like Little Peach has been feeding it plenty of good food. The fighting panda and the rogue monkey got into a fight. The rogue monkey, relying on its agile movements. They kept dodging. The bamboo sticks used by the fighting panda kept waving around. The bamboo was swung very fast, with a powerful and vigorous spirit. Soon, the fighting panda, due to its continuous attacks, it was tired. The rogue monkey opposite, seeing this, a glint of light flashed in its eyes. A donkey roll. After dodging the bamboo of the fighting panda, they went straight to the crotch of the fighting panda. Looking at those two huge lychees, a lewd grin flashed across the rogue monkey's face. A monkey steals peaches. A whoa. The fighting panda let out a painful howl. It clutched its groin and immediately squatted down on the ground. Pain. It hurt so much. I don't know why. Perhaps Lu Xing projected himself into that scene. He felt a sudden, sharp pain in his testicles. Fighting pandas. Xiao Tao never expected this. That rogue monkey would pull such a stunt. Mean. Her face turned ashen instantly. Mean. The Shamate, a subculture characterized by flamboyant and often outrageous behavior, felt that the word despicable was the highest praise he could receive. Rogue monkey, give it the final blow. Use monkey fist. Upon hearing this, the rogue monkey, it leaped high into the air. Make a fist with your right hand. They launched a fierce attack at the fighting panda. Fighting panda, watch out. Upon hearing this, the fighting panda, its eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, he stood up from the ground. The fighting panda picked up the bamboo in its hand. He slammed his fist into the onrushing monkey. Heavy blow. Bang. The rogue monkey couldn't dodge in time. It looks like a baseball. It was sent flying by the black bamboo used by the fighting panda. Bang. The mischievous monkey fell into the sea. That blow just now. The fighting panda used all its strength. It wanted revenge for the attack on the lychees. So they went all out. No need to think. That rogue monkey was either dead or crippled. Now that Xiaodao has solved the problem of the punk's beast taming, there's no need for Lu Xing to stay here any longer. He turned to leave. As a result, I ran into a few acquaintances. How did you get here? The four people were also slightly taken aback. One of them couldn't help but laugh. Boss Lu Xing, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. Lu Xing did not expect that. You'll run into Bai Feng and his group here. Alright. Stop standing there like an idiot. Let's go quickly. Let's go inside and have a drink. Jiang Yin urged from the side. His face was full of smiles at this moment. Obviously, encountering Lu Xing. He was very happy. Okay, but wait a moment while I go get someone. Call someone. Inside Bai Feng in the other's room. Wow, you guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. They actually rented such a big house. Su Pang stood on the second-floor balcony. His face was full of surprise. SOSO. It's just a makeshift place. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. A villa of 180 square meters. This is called making do with what you have. If you don't want to settle for less. How big a room would that be? By the way, how did you end up here? Lu Xing picked up a bottle of red cocktail and took a sip. It's him. Yin Guoli pushed Jiang Yin in front of Lu Xing. What's wrong with him? Lu Xing frowned slightly. Jiang Yin, why don't you hurry up and tell Lu Xing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin blushed. Hey, boss Lu Xing. I did not break through to the gold rank. So I plan to contract a beast. But you know me, I only want to form contracts with fire attribute beasts. But these guys insist that I contract some water attribute beast. I have no choice. After their explanation, we had no choice but to take a middle ground. What method? Go find a beast with both water and fire attributes. A beast tamed with both water and fire attributes. Lu Xing frowned slightly. Aren't water and fire elements mutually exclusive? As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. Are there really beasts with both water and fire attributes? I originally thought there wasn't any. But Jiang Yin turned her gaze to Yin Guoli, who was standing to the side. At this moment, Yin Guoli adjusted his glasses. A glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Yin Guoli's appearance left Lu Xing speechless. Pack, this guy is such a show-off. How could he be so pretentious? Yin Guoli picked up a book from the sofa next to him. Lu Xing looked closely. It turns out to be the Warcraft Encyclopedia. Look at this. Yin Guoli turned to a page in the Warcraft Encyclopedia. There was a picture of Warcraft prominently displayed above it. Below is a long passage of text. This is the information about the monster. Water and fire crabs. Lu Xing looked at the introduction in the Warcraft Encyclopedia. After watching, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. I never imagined that there really were magical beasts with both water and fire attributes in this world. This water and fire crab. The color is very unique. The left side is blue, and the right side is red. No need to think. The one on the left is definitely water-related. The one on the right is fire. How about it? Boss Lu Xing, we're going to find this guy tomorrow. Would you be interested in joining us? Lu Xing thought for a moment. Since we're already here. He enjoyed chatting with the beautiful women on the beach. I don't feel cold at all. It would be better to go and take a look with Bai Feng and the others. To broaden one's horizons. Fatty, what about you? Bai Feng looked at Su Pang beside him. At this moment, the guy was holding a watermelon and taking a big bite. I don't care, as long as Lu Xing goes, I'll go. Bai Feng smiled slightly. Ever since Su Pang saved Bai Feng and Jiang Yan, the F4 can be considered to have accepted Su Pang. The disdain in his eyes was gone. Chapter 200 Fighting Crab. Okay, I'll go get a small boat now. You guys have a good time eating and drinking here. After saying that, Bai Feng left. The next day, 3 poles in the sun. Lu Xing and his group arrived at the seaside. Looking at the ship in front of him, Lu Xing was slightly taken aback. Bai Feng, is this the little boat you mentioned? Yes. What's wrong? Does boss Lu Xing think it's too small? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. It's fucking too small. Lu Xing never expected this. Bai Feng actually got a yacht. Everyone boarded the ship. Because Yin Guoli had learned how to drive a boat. Therefore, the responsibility of steering the boat was entrusted to him. At this moment, Yin Guoli was wearing a captain's hat. He was driving with a serious expression on his face. He had the air of a captain. As for Lu Xing and his group, naturally, they went to play on the deck. This feels so good. The yacht moved forward slowly. Lu Xing and the others stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the sea breeze on my face. Yin Guoli looked at the group of people. A joyful expression appeared on his face. He thought about it. Come out, blue-ringed octopus. Yin Guoli released his blue-ringed octopus. As soon as the blue-ringed octopus entered the water, it began to swim happily. Bai Feng, who was standing nearby, saw this. Come out, white sea lion. He also released his white sea lion. Lu Xing saw that Bai Feng and Yin Guoli had released all their tamed beasts. He, of course, was not going to back down either. Come out, spirit water turtle. As Lu Xing quickly formed a hand seal, a blue magic circle appeared on the water's surface. A giant spirit water turtle appeared before everyone. Bai Feng and the others looked towards Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. After they saw Lu Xing's spirit water turtle, they couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems to have become stronger. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. Compared to before, I don't know how much bigger it has become. Moreover, as strength increases, it began to exude a terrifying aura. This is the aura that only the strong possess. The white-haired sea lion and the blue-ringed octopus saw the spirit water turtle. Fear appeared on their faces. If it weren't for Yin Guoli and Bai Feng, they may have already run away. Jiang Yan, standing to the side, looked at Lu Xing's spirit water turtle. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. If I could also contract a spirit water turtle like this, perhaps it wouldn't be impossible. In Jiang Yan's heart, he still resisted taming beasts that were not of the fire attribute. But Lu Xing's spirit water turtle made him feel really good, because of the existence of the spirit water turtle. So when the wild magical beasts saw this, they all made way for them. Lu Xing and his group encountered no obstacles. Then we arrived at an island. We've arrived. Crab Island is just ahead. Crab Island. Upon hearing this, Fatty Sue's eyes lit up. You mean, this island is full of crabs? Perhaps, we've never been here before. Su Peng was getting more and more excited. He was practically drooling. If there really are crabs, then I'll make a fortune. Steamed crab, braised crab, drunken crab. Fatty Sue started reading the recipe. Bai Feng and the others were speechless for a moment. They moored the yacht on the shore. Finally, after tying the rope to the rocks on the shore, Lu Xing and the others then disembarked. Lu Xing did not bring the spirit water turtle. He left the water turtle beside the yacht. This ship is now in your hands. We must protect it. Upon hearing this, the spirit water turtle nodded heavily. It is very clear. This is Lu Xing's mode of transportation back home. Extremely important. It would be bad if it were destroyed by those wild magical beasts. Bai Feng and Yin Guoli also left their white-haired sea lions and blue-ringed octopuses on the shore. The group ventured deeper into Crab Island. Lu Xing, look. Crab Island truly lives up to its name. The island is full of crabs. Lu Xing and his group hadn't even taken a few steps. They saw a crab. What is that? Hermit crab? Hermit crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Rank, black iron tier 9. Qualification, skills learned, water gun, retracting into its shell. They're gone. Lu Xing grabbed Su Peng, who was about to attack the hermit crab. Let's take care of the important business first. As for cooking the crabs, we'll talk about that later. This island is full of crabs. Eat whatever you want later. Su Peng nodded. Perhaps they were afraid that all the crabs on the island would hide away. Lu Xing did not summon the Cerberus. Instead, it summoned a 6-winged angel. Seraphim are small in size. Moreover, it is very powerful. It knows how to conceal its presence. Then the crabs will no longer be afraid. Lu Xing and his group began to walk around the island. After some searching, the group was panting heavily from exhaustion. Are you kidding me? Are there no water crabs or fire crabs on this island? Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. He felt like he had been scammed. It seems so. We've been looking for it for so long. Jiang Yan said, quite embarrassed. Lu Xing and the others also looked grim. You should know. There were 6 people present. 6 people. 6 directions. We couldn't even find a single crab. If we can't find it, then we'll just forget about it. Jiang Yan tried to persuade the crowd. Anyway, he didn't want a water attribute beast. No. Yin Guoli was very considerate of Jiang Yan. He also hopes that Jiang Yan can grow and develop. Therefore, he wanted Jiang Yan to contract a beast with water and fire attributes. Bump, bump, bump. Just as everyone was resting, they heard a dull thud. It looks like something is hitting the tree. Upon hearing this, he immediately walked towards the direction from which the sound came. Soon, they then saw the owner of the voice. What is that? Lu Xing looked over at that guy. It's a fighting crab. Fighting crab. Attribute, water, fighting. Gender, male. Rank, silver tier 7. Qualification, A. Skills learned, crab punch, heavy strike, water spray, and one slice in two. This fighting crab is very large. Its pair of pincers look a lot like boxing gloves. He looks strong and powerful. The fighting crab in front of them didn't notice Lu Xing and the others' arrival. It kept using its proud pincers. He tapped on a coconut tree in front of him. That coconut tree was enormous. It's as thick as 3 people could hug. With the fighting crabs knocking, the entire coconut tree trembled as it was struck. Bump, bump, bump. Finally, a giant coconut couldn't withstand the vibration. It fell from the tree. Bump. The coconut fell heavily to the ground. It smashed a large crater in the ground. Upon seeing this, the fighting crab, a surge of joy immediately filled my heart. It pounced towards the coconut. The sharp pincers clamped down hard on the coconut. A crisp clang was heard. The coconut was opened by the fighting crab. Looking at the fighting crab in front of him, Yan Guoli nodded to Jiang Yan, who was standing in front of him. Jiang Yan, I think that guy is pretty good. Why don't you just tame it?